Chapter 335. Xianhuang Mother Gold. Xianhuang Mother Gold. Its significance is well known to you all. Though it is merely the size of a thumb, it is entirely sufficient to serve as an excellent embryo for an immortal artifact, or even an imperial weapon. Without further ado, the starting price is set at 500,000 jade. The elder casually announced the base price of the Xianhuang Mother Gold. This figure does not exceed the value of starry crystal stones by much. However, its diminutive size alone attests to its worth. Clearly, many in attendance today have set their sights on it. 510,000. 530,000. 550,000. Soon, the bidding voices flowed in a continuous stream. Even the usually silent girl from the Mo family joined in the fray. Observing the lively atmosphere restored, Yin Xiaohua remarked, "The final price of the Mother Gold should hover around 900,000. Truly, what a wealthy crowd. Yet, I cannot help but feel that such an expense is rather unnecessary. Though the Mother Gold is indeed extraordinary, its true potential is only realized after one ascends to the rank of an immortal emperor. Among these individuals, even if they were to attain the title of immortal emperor, who knows when that would be? Spending such a monumental sum for it now feels quite unwarranted. What do you think, young Master Tang?" Yin Xiaohua inquired with a smile. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point." However, he then raised his hand without hesitation. 1 million. Yin Xiaohua, what are you doing? Did you not just agree with me? Confused, he looked at Tang Tian, who was once again raising the bid, and asked, "Brother, did you not say you would refrain from bidding?" Tang Tian scratched his nose. "Did I? Oh, I must have misremembered, thinking it was something else. Little did I realize it was Xianhuang Mother Gold." He concocted an excuse. Yin Xiaohua was left speechless. Such a flimsy explanation was hardly convincing. Yet, she could not protest further. Tang Tian's wallet appeared to be an endless abyss, instilling a sense of awe in anyone who dared to glance at it. Let him have his fun. Tang Tian's renewed bid plunged the other bidders back into silence, staring incredulously at him. This fellow was truly intent on spoiling the enjoyment for everyone else today. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained unfazed, feigning ignorance to the reactions around him. In truth, he had not intended to bid again. After all, a mere million was of little consequence. Yet, who could have anticipated that Xianhuang Mother Gold was the primary component of the celestial gold fragments used in the Chaos Clock? He had long been puzzled by the specific composition of the celestial gold fragments, halting his research on the primordial Chaos Clock shard. Serendipitously, he had now stumbled upon its core material. With the interplay between Xianhuang Mother Gold and the celestial gold fragments, he would soon unravel the underlying principles. At that moment, the Dragon Gate Chaos Clock could be reforged, or perhaps a smart brain with alternative functionalities could be created. Therefore, he was determined to acquire this piece of Xianhuang Mother Gold. The price of 1 million discouraged the vast majority. Yet one individual appeared to have a pressing need for it. A woman from the Mo family quietly observed Tang Tian for a moment before announcing her bid, 110,000. This offer exceeded the intrinsic value of the Xianhuang Mother Gold itself. By adding an additional 100,000 to Tang Tian's original bid, she expressed her stance. Under normal circumstances, given the friendship between Tang Tian and the Mo family, he would have conceded. However, today was different. 150,000. Tang Tian raised the price to an unattainable level. He then looked at the woman from the Mo family and softly said, "I apologize." Indeed, he greatly desired this item. Upon hearing this, the Mo family woman did not insist further. She slightly bowed to Tang Tian and voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Tang Tian etched her demeanor into his memory. Once the research concluded, if the Xianhuang Mother Gold remained, he would entrust it to Mo Jun as a gift for her. After all, the Mo family was his only trustworthy ally in Tianfu. The price of 150,000 effectively ended the competition. The Xianhuang Mother Gold smoothly fell into Tang Tian's possession. Simultaneously, the innate Dao Jade within the system surpassed 43 million. Indeed, the rate of wealth accumulation in Tianfu was incomparable to that of the outside world. The acquisition of the Xianhuang Mother Gold also signified the conclusion of this appraisal event. Tang Tian, through his own efforts, secured the last 3 treasures, overshadowing the 9 Heroes Association. People marveled at Tang Tian's financial prowess and expressed curiosity regarding his current affiliations. Has Tang Tian officially joined the 100 Clans Alliance? One person inquired. Yet another quickly countered. Impossible. According to my information, they have only just begun to engage. Moreover, let us not forget that Tang Tian's relationship with the Mo family has long been public, and his ties with the Nine Heroes Association are unlikely to sever. Subsequently, another individual remarked, I have also heard that Tang Tian has expressed multiple times his desire to join the main house. He simply has not had the opportunity to enter. At this juncture, someone scoffed and stated, the main house does not accept any disciples from the outside. However, this assertion quickly faced a barrage of criticism. Are you out of your mind? Why would you expel such a talented, capable, and wealthy prodigy? I have had enough. Why don't you all just form your own sect? I truly do not wish to associate with someone of your ilk. All this talk of orthodoxy, yet I have yet to see you produce any truly formidable individuals. The individual was soon drowned in a tide of retorts. Nevertheless, when all is said and done, the true stance of Tang Tian remains shrouded in ambiguity. In summary, it is prudent to refrain from incurring the enmity of such a luminous and prodigious star. Everyone possesses their own discernment. Following the conclusion of the Gem Appraisal Conference, the next event, the final segment of the Grand Star Observation, is upon us, the Celestial Corridor. Those who have obtained the Celestial Token, please follow me, the Elder proclaimed. Subsequently, more than half of the disciples present rose, representing all factions. The others present were also formidable beings. Tang Tian stood as well, beckoning Gu Xiaoxue to join him. Yin Xiaohua, taken aback, remarked, Young Master Tang, only those possessing the token may enter the Celestial Corridor, your maidservant. Tang Tian smiled and replied, I am aware. She possesses one as well. I had an extra, so I bestowed it upon her. Yin Xiaohua then realized, chuckling, to be your attendant, young Master Tang, is indeed a stroke of fortune. The Celestial Token is something even ordinary disciples of the Guochen Academy cannot acquire. Tang Tian shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Yin Xiaohua, however, was consumed by curiosity regarding the caliber of the Celestial Token Tang Tian had previously possessed. Surely, it could not be the Golden Token, she mused. Chapter 336. Beyond the world, all disciples possessing the Starry Sky tokens, under the guidance of the elders, proceeded towards the inner sanctum of the stargazing garden. As they delved deeper, Tang Tian could distinctly sense the increasingly potent aura of mystery enveloping the garden. Even Gu Xiaoxue seemed to perceive an unusual atmosphere. Tang Tian, why does it feel increasingly strange here? It's as if I am experiencing that same melancholy as when I drank that peculiar wine you offered last time. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Previously, after sampling the Moon Immortal wine, Gu Xiaoxue had wept incessantly. Now, she was expressing a similar sentiment again? What an odd reaction. He found it difficult to comprehend Gu Xiaoxue. She always exhibited such eccentric behavior. Yet, he was certain she would not fabricate her feelings. Perhaps this enigmatic aura held a profound impact on her, akin to the mystical effects of the Moon Immortal wine. Are you all right? He inquired, unable to contain his concern. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently. I'm fine. It's not as severe as last time. That day, I cried the entire night. Tang Tian fell silent. Realizing he needed to unravel the cause of Gu Xiaoxue's peculiar state swiftly. Being personally acknowledged by the Moon Immortal, her story was undoubtedly extraordinary. All right, let us proceed, Tang Tian declared. The group continued onward. However, he noted that this peculiar aura seemed to resonate only with him and Gu Xiaoxue. The other disciples, including the esteemed Yin Xiaohua, appeared to show no remarkable reactions. He refrained from questioning further and followed the crowd. After a brief while, an oval portal of void appeared before them, suspended in the air, seemingly etched into the fabric of the void in an extraordinarily unique manner. Waves of spatial fluctuations enveloped the area. This was a window leading to other realms. Subsequently, the elder leading them halted, while another venerable figure descended slowly from the heavens. Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. The individual was none other than the esteemed peak master of Tongxing Mountain, the revered De Yao Xianzun. Master Gong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor stern as he surveyed the assembly from the sky, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. The disciples from the Gochen courtyard clearly recognized him, maintaining utmost decorum and silence. After a moment of silence, Master Gong spoke with measured calm. The Starry Sky Corridor is now open. Each individual must remain within their designated area according to their Starry Sky token, without any transgressions. You have 2 full hours. Make haste, and seized this rare opportunity. With that, Master Gong's sleeves billowed as he vanished before their eyes. Once he had completely departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Phew, every encounter with him is immensely stressful. Yin Xiaohua sighed, and then addressed Tang Tian, saying, "Young Master Tang, you must comprehend this clearly. He is the leader of our Tongxing Mountain, the esteemed Yao Xianzuan, the esteemed Peak Master. Peak Master Gong is exceptionally stern, and many disciples have faced his punitive measures, which are exceedingly ruthless. You must be cautious. Under no circumstances should you offend him." She spoke earnestly. Tang Tian, however, blinked in surprise. Peak Master Gong stern? Yet during our last encounter, he appeared to be a warm-hearted, jovial old man. He found it perplexing how the Peak Master Gong described by Yin Xiaohua differed so greatly from his own experience. Under the elder's guidance, all disciples began to enter the starry corridor in succession. The first to enter were the disciples of the main residence. When the time approached, it would be the turn of the 100 Clans Alliance. We rank second? Tang Tian expressed his astonishment, having anticipated that the 9 Heroes Society would go first. Yin Xiaohua chuckled. "You seem to misunderstand. Although we are the weakest in strength, our circumstances are quite unique. Both the main residence and the 9 Heroes Society wish to draw us in. Thus, we shall not encounter much trouble in the Gochen courtyard. In fact, the elders are quite considerate of us." Tang Tian suddenly understood. In essence, they were like a good omen caught between the main residence and the 9 Heroes Society. This good omen posed no threat to either side and could yield certain benefits if relations were amicable. Hence, they inadvertently facilitated their own standing. However, how long this temporary peace would last remained uncertain. Under the elders' direction, Tang Tian and Yin Xiaohua, along with their companions, stepped into the elliptical void gate. A powerful force of spatial energy surged forth, a sensation that was 100-fold more intense than when he traversed the great domain transmission array at Qingwei Gate. One could only imagine the vast distance they were crossing this time. The spatial transition persisted for some time, and suddenly, the scenery before them transformed completely. They found themselves in a dark starry sky, where countless stars flickered in the infinite distance, their brightness fluctuating. Despite the abundance of starlight, it failed to illuminate the sky, instead evoking a sense of having entered a land of eternal night. Before them lay a wide white corridor, stretching into the unknown depths. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Here, the unique Dao rhythm grew even more potent, nearly saturating every corner of space. Yet, beyond this, he felt a sense of ethereality within himself. Upon reflection, he realized that this place was indeed as Lan Ting Xianzuan had described. It was beyond the world, perhaps merely a small dimensional space outside the world itself. Yet, they had undeniably departed from their original primary realm. Wow, I seemed to sense a formidable power slowly permeating through my body. Upon arriving here, Yin Xiaohua and the others finally became aware of the anomaly. He turned to Tang Tian and said, "We have only 2 hours. We must hurry." Ahead lies the first area of the stellar corridor, followed by others in succession. Tang Tian nodded, eager to uncover the secrets concealed within this mystical realm crafted by the celestial emperor of the Star River. Subsequently, he, along with Yin Xiaohua and the others, stepped onto the stellar corridor. At this moment, a portion of individuals had already ascended. The corridor was remarkably spacious, capable of accommodating all disciples for their cultivation. Those wielding the bronze tokens had already found their places, preparing to enter a state of cultivation. This was the domain of the bronze tokens. The efficacy across all areas was relatively similar. However, some still placed their faith in metaphysical beliefs, opting for positions closer to the second area. As they walked, Yin Xiaohua provided explanations, while simultaneously discreetly observing Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue. If Tang Tian had originally possessed a bronze token, it would certainly necessitate one person remaining behind in this place. Yet, as they traversed the edges of the 2 areas, no one chose to pause. Soon, they collectively crossed the barrier between the first and second areas. Chapter 337. Now I believe no wonder Tang Tian appeared rather unfazed at that moment. It turns out he already possessed a silver decree. As Yin Xiaohua observed Tang Tian and his companion effortlessly entering the second zone, he pondered this revelation. He still held reservations about Tang Tian obtaining a decree of gold rank or higher, as that had been predetermined, with no exceptions ever recorded. This is the silver decree area, You may choose a secluded spot, Yin Xiaohua instructed Tang Tian. Tang Tian nodded slightly. The number of disciples in the Silver Decree area was significantly fewer than in the first, allowing for more available spaces for cultivation. Let us find a spot, Tang Tian suggested to Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, scanning her surroundings, and wrinkled her nose, remarking, "They all look quite similar. The designer of this corridor clearly lacks taste. Let us stroll a bit more." Upon hearing Gu Xiaoxue's words, Yin Xiaohua was taken aback, glancing nervously around as if fearing others might overhear. After all, this corridor was crafted personally by the celestial emperor of the Starry River. This little maid was indeed audacious to voice such open mockery. Had she been his servant, he would have promptly dismissed her and severed all ties. Having someone so indiscreet nearby could only invite disaster. Nevertheless, Tang Tian seemed unperturbed by her remarks, and Yin Xiaohua felt it inappropriate to comment further. The group continued onward, and the number of disciples accompanying them dwindled. Both Ming and Mu Shuwan had already advanced ahead. Moments later, the three halted at the juncture between the second and third zones. A faint barrier obstructed their path. "Let us stay here," Tang Tian suggested to Gu Xiaoxue. "Oh," she replied, reluctantly releasing her grip on Tang Tian's garment. Then, she found a suitable place for cultivation close to the barrier. Observing this, Yin Xiaohua clasped his hands and smiled. "Young Master Tang, we shall reconvene in 2 hours." Tang Tian, momentarily taken aback, assumed Yin Xiaohua had matters to attend to, and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yin Xiaohua turned towards the barrier and proceeded onward. Tang Tian glanced at Gu Xiaoxue, who had already settled into her chosen position, feeling he had no pressing matters to attend to. Thus, he followed in Yin Xiaohua's footsteps, advancing further. Yin Xiaohua, walking ahead, soon sensed Tang Tian trailing behind him. He frowned slightly, uncertain of Tang Tian's intentions. Did he also believe in the metaphysical and intend to seek a position closest to the barrier? With these doubts lingering in his mind, Yin Xiaohua crossed the barrier and entered the third zone. To his astonishment, Tang Tian followed him directly without any intention of halting. As he approached the barrier, he urgently called out, "Young Master Tang, you mustn't." However, before he could finish his sentence, Tang Tian had already made contact with the barrier. A faint glow enveloped his form, and without encountering any obstruction, he smoothly stepped into the third realm. Yin Xiaohua uttered a hesitant, "Ah." Tang Tian, looking at him with curiosity, inquired, "What is it? What can I do?" After a moment of silence, Yin Xiaohua finally replied, "I meant to say, you cannot enter with your right foot. This, too, is a matter of metaphysics." He could hardly fathom that Tang Tian had even secured a fixed slot. How had he accomplished this? Hearing Yin Xiaohua's words, Tang Tian chuckled, "It matters not. I do not place faith in such things. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you had matters to attend to when we parted. Is that still the case?" Yin Xiaohua fell silent again. There were indeed pressing matters, but it was of no consequence. They could still stroll together for a while longer. Tang Tian blinked, sensing something peculiar about Yin Xiaohua's demeanor. Nevertheless, they continued their journey side by side. In the third realm, the number of disciples was even fewer. Only those from the main lineage had entered early, each exuding formidable auras, all predominantly above the great Luo golden immortal level. As Tang Tian walked past them, they regarded him with a mix of scrutiny, surprise, and indifference. Their expressions varied. During their walk, Yin Xiaohua covertly glanced at Tang Tian several times. Ultimately unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Young Master Tang, how did you acquire your token? If I recall correctly, this slot was predetermined for you." Tang Tian responded with an "oh," and candidly replied, "It was bestowed upon me by the palace master." At this, Yin Xiaohua's body stiffened momentarily, and then he replied somewhat begrudgingly, "I mean no offense, it was merely a casual inquiry. Please do not take it to heart, young Master Tang." Tang Tian remained silent. Well, to be honest, no one would believe him anyway. Yet, he refrained from elaborating further. The two continued forward, soon reaching the vicinity of the final realm. Here, Tang Tian finally encountered a familiar face. "Why have you only just arrived?" Tang Tian. Mu Shuwan was taken aback upon seeing him. She glanced at Yin Xiaohua, seemingly seeking an explanation from him. However, Yin Xiaohua simply shrugged, indicating that he was equally surprised. "Isn't senior brother Ming still ahead?" Tang Tian inquired. Mu Shuwan replied, "As one of the most outstanding disciples of the Gouchen Academy, Senior brother Ming did not receive the Golden Starry Sky token. Instead, he was awarded the rarest token, the Purple Gold token, which allows direct access to the star map. He should have already passed through by now, Tang Tian realized in that moment. Previously, Lan Ting Xianzuan had mentioned that each year, 10 of the most exceptional genius disciples were granted the opportunity to confront the star map directly. Indeed, it appears that Do Ming is one among them. Upon reflection, the strength of the 100 Clans Alliance is certainly noteworthy. Let us seek another location. Mu Shuwan spoke with a hint of remorse, saying, I did not anticipate that young Master Tang would also arrive. Hence I only selected a spot suitable for 2 to cultivate. With that, she prepared to depart from the area. Tang Tian quickly waved his hand, saying, It is quite all right, there is no need. I am not within this region. Both Mu Shuwan and her companion were momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Mu Shuwan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Having reached this point, Tang Tian saw no reason to conceal anything. Before them, he produced the violet golden starry token. Observing the unique celestial emblem, their eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions rife with disbelief. The violet gold token, there were only 10 in the entire Gochen Academy. Its ownership had already been determined earlier in the year. How could Tang Tian possess such an item? They felt their previous understanding rapidly collapsing. Tang Tian merely smiled and remarked, Time waits for no one. I shall proceed first. Let us reconvene in 2 hours. He reiterated the words spoken by Yin Shaohuang moments before. With a courteous gesture, he turned and made his way towards the final shimmering barrier. Watching Tang Tian's figure vanish within the light, Mu Shuwan finally spoke. How on earth did he manage this? Yin Shaohua, with a complex expression, murmured, Just now. Tang Tian informed me that his token was bestowed upon him by the esteemed Peak Master. I thought he was jesting, so I did not take it to heart. But now, he took a deep breath. I believe it. Only the Peak Master could bestow another violet gold starry token. Chapter 338. The Celestial Sovereign of the Star River. Upon traversing the barrier, Tang Tian suddenly found himself in a vast expanse. Before his eyes lay a modestly sized platform of white jade, astonishingly suspended in the void. With no visible support, it floated serenely amidst the dark sky, with no boundaries discernible in any direction. Upon arriving, the stars in the void appeared even more luminous, resembling a grand tapestry that enveloped the platform and the entire celestial corridor. A unique aura of Tao seemed to solidify, swiftly enhancing one's physical potential. However, it was regrettable that Tang Tian's physique had long surpassed that of the chaotic body, rendering this enhancement almost negligible. As Tang Tian materialized, 6 pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment. Tang Tian. Du Ming's reaction was even more incredulous than Mu Shuan's. The purple gold star token was a most precious entity, not easily obtained by just anyone. Moreover, the 4 quotas had already been determined. How had Tang Tian, a disciple who had only recently arrived from the outside world, acquired one? The others furrowed their brows, unable to fathom the occurrence. Could it be that Tang Tian had seized someone else's purple gold token? Yet, in the face of their scrutinizing gazes, Tang Tian remained composed, striding towards Du Ming. Tang Tian, how did you? Du Ming could not help but inquire. Tang Tian smiled and replied, A few days ago, the esteemed Peak Master bestowed upon me a purple gold token. I had no idea it would be of such great value. This matter is easily verifiable. No need for secrecy. His response only deepened the astonishment of those present. Who was the Peak Master? A high-ranking authority in Tianfu, the overseer of Tongxing Mountain. An absolute leader. More critically, he was known for his strict demeanor towards disciples, rarely showing a smile. Only a handful had ever witnessed the Peak Master as cheerful countenance. What merit had Tang Tian possessed to earn the Peak Master's favor, even receiving a special privilege? In their hearts, the crowd couldn't help but speculate. This fellow must either have an extraordinarily formidable background or be engaged in some clandestine dealings with the Peak Master. In any case, he was undoubtedly a presence that should not be trifled with. Very well, Du Ming finally retracted his previously indifferent demeanor and spoke up. You may seek out a suitable position for yourself. The star observation platform will officially commence shortly. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Is it not yet initiated? He had assumed that entering the celestial corridor would signify the beginning. Du Ming shook his head and explained. The star observation platform differs from the other regions of the celestial corridor. It will only officially commence once all disciples have gathered. The specifics remain elusive to me, for the perceptions of each individual vary considerably. However, one thing is certain. This is undoubtedly a rare opportunity not to be squandered. The purple gold order is indeed invaluable. After articulating this thought, he reiterated its significance. Tang Tian nodded in gratitude, subsequently making his way toward the edge of the platform. The star observation platform, though not expansive, comfortably accommodates around 10 individuals. Tang Tian selected a spot not too distant from the enigmatic figure and settled into a meditative posture, quietly awaiting the arrival of his fellow disciples. Before long, 4 additional disciples entered in succession. Upon discovering Tang Tian's presence, their reactions mirrored those of the previous disciples. They exchanged furtive glances, seemingly grasping the true reason for Tang Tian's presence, their expressions a blend of astonishment as they scrutinized him before returning to their respective places. Thus, the 11 disciples who had received the Purple Gold Star Order this year were all present. They were the most distinguished disciples of the Gochin Academy, the CRME de la CRME of talent. Tang Tian was acutely aware that during the year-end Tongshan conference, these individuals would likely be his main competitors for the coveted spot on the Xianyan platform. Armed with information previously gleaned from Li Hong, Tang Tian meticulously matched each of the 10 individuals to their identities. The enigmatic figure from the Baizong Alliance required no further elaboration. A Deluo Golden Immortal, possessing an unpredictable array of skills, had caused many formidable practitioners to falter. Next were the 4 outstanding talents from the main residence, Guo Yuan Ru, Lu Qizai, and Ling Hongying, all of whom were also Deluo Golden Immortals. Following them were the 4 representatives of the Jiuxiong Society, Zhang Daoyin from the Tai Yi Alliance, Yin Qingxue from Zion Yuatan, Hun Tao from the War God Hall, and Mo Shu from the Mo family. To Tang Tian's surprise, the Mo family woman, who had just contended with him for the Xian Huang Mother Gold, proved to be equally remarkable. Additionally, there was one individual who stood apart from any faction, Xian Yao Sun from the Xian Yao clan. This elegant young man, clad in light azure garments, possessed striking features and an air of refined grace that exuded an innate nobility. Tang Tian committed the identities of these 10 individuals to memory. They were undeniably formidable, and without employing the myriad methods of cultivation, he could not guarantee his victory over them. Unless, of course, he could attain the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal within the next 6 months. Once all were gathered and settled, a profound resonance of Tao suddenly enveloped the space. This resonance emanated from the star observation platform beneath their feet, seemingly a deliberate arrangement that harmonized with the mysterious Tao energies pervading the surrounding environment. In the next moment, Tang Tian felt his soul transcend, transporting him to a peculiar world unlike the rules of the primary realm, yet fundamentally distinct in essence. In a world governed by rules, everything that appears chaotic, upon closer examination, reveals a discernible origin. Within this realm, chaos remains chaos. Even when interspersed with elements of distinction, it swiftly vanishes into obscurity. What is happening? Tang Tian furrowed his brow as his vision returned. The surroundings were overwhelmingly chaotic, devoid of any discernible direction. He could only rely on his instincts, cautiously feeling his way forward. However, in this strange world, Tang Tian, whose soul had transcended, remained oblivious to the subtle glimmer of the moon fairy jade pendant adorning his physical form's neck. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed dramatically, and he found himself on an island at the heart of a lake. The isle was modest in size. At its center stood a quaint thatched cottage. Before the cottage, a young man sat quietly. Upon hearing a disturbance, he turned his gaze toward Tang Tian. When Tang Tian beheld his countenance, he was momentarily rooted in place. The Star River Immortal Emperor, he exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 339. The Starry Map. Tang Tian never anticipated that upon emerging from that peculiar realm, he would directly encounter the Starry River Immortal Emperor. He wondered if any other disciples had faced a similar situation before, yet at that moment, he had no means of knowing. The youthful visage of the Starry River Immortal Emperor exhibited less gravitas and authority, infused instead with a touch of rebelliousness and flamboyance. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the Immortal Emperor raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Am I truly an Immortal Emperor?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. This youthful starry river immortal emperor appeared unaware of his own esteemed status. Seemingly perceiving Tang Tian's confusion, the youthful figure smiled and explained, "What you see before you is merely a remnant soul I left behind decades ago. This place is entirely isolated from the outside world. Thus I remain oblivious to my current cultivation level." Understanding dawned upon Tang Tian. It was indeed as such. Yet, why had the starry river immortal emperor chosen to leave behind a fragment of his soul here? "You are now a revered lord of the celestial mansion," Tang Tian remarked. "To my knowledge, you ascended to the rank of immortal emperor decades ago and subsequently became the youngest lord in the history of the celestial mansion. Tales of your legendary feats are well known throughout the realm." He recounted all he knew to the youthful starry river. Typically, upon learning of such remarkable accomplishments, one would feel a sense of satisfaction. However, the youthful starry river let out a deep sigh. "So, I have still failed, haven't I? That individual is simply too formidable." He shook his head, expressing evident dissatisfaction with his present achievements. He then gestured for Tang Tian to approach. "Come, sit with me. Let us converse. I have resided here for several decades, and you are the first disciple to arrive," the youthful starry river remarked. Tang Tian complied and took a seat at the stone table before the thatched cottage. "You appear quite youthful, yet your cultivation level." The youthful starry river scrutinized Tang Tian, slightly furrowing his brow. "Are the foremost disciples of the Gochen Academy at a similar level of cultivation as you?" Tang Tian quickly responded, "Not at all. The top talents of the Gochen Academy possess strength exceeding that of the great Luo Golden Immortals. Their prowess is extraordinary. I only entered the Gochen Academy this year, and, due to certain unique circumstances, I was fortunate to receive a purple gold starry token." The youthful starry river nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see." He then chuckled. "That explains why, after all these years, the strength of the Gochen Academy's disciples seems to have diminished so substantially. However, your ability to acquire the purple gold token indicates that you must possess exceptional talents. I am aware of Tongsheng Mountain. They would not act frivolously." Tang Tian did not refute this assertion. Regardless of the perspective from which one views it, he possesses extraordinary abilities. This is an undeniable fact. Time indeed changes all things. The young celestial emperor Xinghe sighed once more and remarked, "Throughout history, there have always been talented individuals who have emerged, each leading the way for centuries. My era has long since become but a forgotten chapter in history. Now, it is your time." Observing the seemingly despondent celestial emperor Xinghe, Tang Tian interjected, "One cannot say that. Individuals of your caliber will never be forgotten by the ages. Even to this day, your name remains revered, and your deeds are etched in memory." He was not speaking frivolously. The celestial emperor Xinghe is undoubtedly the most illustrious figure of the Cloud Summit, without exception. His ascent to the pinnacle of celestial authority has become a classic of cultivation, celebrated by all. Numerous powerful factions have held him up as a paragon for their young disciples. However, the young celestial emperor could only smile wryly and said, "What deeds are worth recounting? My legacy as the eternal second? Had that individual not existed, perhaps I could have basked in glory for a while longer. Yet, I have always remained overshadowed by him." Tang Tian fell silent. While ordinary disciples may not fully grasp the intricacies surrounding the celestial emperor Xinghe, those in the mid to upper echelons certainly possess some awareness. Indeed, there was a figure from that era whose brilliance was blinding. "Are you referring to Lu Ming?" Tang Tian could not help but inquire. The young celestial emperor chuckled. "Who else could it be? Since the expedition to the Moonlit Cave, he has soared to great heights, with all talents becoming mere stumbling blocks on his path to success. If I were still merely a celestial emperor now, it would signify that my final endeavors and schemes had ultimately failed. To leave behind a remnant soul here, enduring years of suffering while also damaging my original spirit, would be utterly in vain. He must have long since ascended to the pinnacle of the firmament by now, correct?" Tang Tian felt a slight jolt within. The celestial emperor Xinghe's purpose in leaving behind a remnant soul here was, in fact, to contend with Lu Ming. From his words, it seemed he had not succeeded. Yet, Lu Ming's fate did not appear to align with his expectations. "To my knowledge, Lu Ming did not successfully ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament," Tang Tian spoke slowly. "It seems he encountered some unforeseen circumstances, and not only did he fail, but he also vanished from the heavenly realm. Over the years, Many have remained unaware of his existence. Thus, my earlier assertion that your name is widely celebrated was not a mere fabrication. The young celestial emperor was momentarily taken aback. Unforeseen circumstances? He furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering something. Could it possibly be related to that woman? From what I understand of him, there is little in this world that could sway his resolve. The only conceivable variable, perhaps, is that woman. He is so deeply concerned about her that he would not hesitate to offend numerous elders just to bring her into the moonlit cave. The young starry river mused to himself. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Enough, I shall not dwell on it any longer. Truly, life is full of unpredictability. Who could have imagined that after all those years of contention between him and me, we would both end up in such dire circumstances? It seems rather futile." Upon hearing Lu Ming's fate, the young starry river appeared to release a heavy burden, his previous rebelliousness and flamboyance gradually fading into restraint. "Let us return to serious matters," he said, extending his palm. A crystal, shimmering with a delicate glow, materialized in his hand. "In the past, I inadvertently stumbled upon this place and made a pact with an immense and boundless will. It bestowed upon me a fragment of stellar power, and in return, I left behind this remnant soul. The remnant soul is neither dead nor extinguished, yet it must endure the backlash from the celestial force each day. The boundless agony inflicted by this backlash is inevitably doubled upon my true self, an unavoidable fate, until someone can arrive here." After speaking, the young starry river placed the crystal before Tang Tian. "At last, you have come. I can finally attain liberation, and my true self shall no longer bear that suffering." In truth, I did not wish for him to be free so soon, but who could blame him for leaving me in this desolate place? The young starry river laughed, a sound filled with relief. Tang Tian silently gazed at the crystal before him. Was such a grand spectacle merely to await one person? And that person was indeed himself? "What is it?" Tang Tian inquired. The young starry river replied, "The will forbade me from looking, but I ultimately stole a glance." "It is," he continued, "a map of the starry sky." Chapter 340. The power of the stars and the starry map. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The so-called grand will, capable of bestowing the formidable power of the stars, had merely left behind a map? What manner of operation was this? What direction did this map truly indicate? After a brief silence, Tang Tian inquired, "What is the specific purpose of this starry map?" The young star river waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I do not know. It was merely a pure map, guiding one to the distant depths of space, and I am uncertain of its true significance. Rest assured, there is no danger. You shall see for yourself." After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian cautiously extended a wisp of his spiritual essence into the crystal. Instantly, a vast expanse of starry heavens unfolded before his eyes. The cosmos was boundless, and Tang Tian could not ascertain his current position, only understanding that he was still beyond the confines of the world. Before him, a faintly glowing line flickered intermittently, leading to an unknown realm far away. The young star river was indeed correct. It was merely a map. "I also do not comprehend the true intentions of that will," the young star river continued. "Yet it is undeniably the most terrifying and magnificent entity I have ever encountered. Standing before it feels akin to confronting the entirety of existence. In its presence, I am dwarfed to the point of being less significant than an ant." Tang Tian could not help but fall into silence. He was perplexed. Why would such an existence wait specifically for him? He already bore enough mysteries, and now, inexplicably, another had been added. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian suddenly shifted the subject and asked, "I previously heard from the immortal Master Lanting that this realm was crafted by you. Initially, you sketched the starry map and ascended to the position of immortal king. Why does this differ from what you have told me?" The young star river chuckled and replied, "That was merely a fabrication of mine. I could hardly reveal that I chose to sell my soul to grow stronger. Furthermore, that will does not permit me to casually disclose its existence." Tang Tian was left speechless, grappling with the unexpected truth. He was at a loss for words, as everything he encountered diverged significantly from his previous imaginings. However, the young star river appeared to have come to terms with the situation. "Take it," he said. "In doing so, I shall be liberated. Moreover, the island beneath our feet is now your personal possession. It was specifically left for you by it." Upon finishing his words, the young star river slowly raised his hand. The island in the midst of the lake beneath them underwent a transformation. The boundless lakes surrounding them vanished entirely. Moments later, the original earth, vegetation, and rivers were all altered. In their stead, a multitude of translucent crystals appeared, stacked closely together, suspended in the void. Starry crystals? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The crystalline stones before him were precisely the celestial crystals he had acquired for 1 million jade during the recent appraisal event. Such exquisite materials were exceedingly rare, yet here, their quantity likely exceeded billions. Indeed, nodded the young Star River. Celestial crystals are far more precious than innate jade. They possess boundless applications, which you will comprehend once you ascend to the status of an immortal king. However, their most formidable capability lies in forging. Tang Tian remained silent. Mastering myriad arts included the craft of forging. From his understanding, a divine artifact with infinite potential could be effortlessly fashioned from celestial crystals if one had an ample supply. For years, he had refrained from wielding any weapon simply because he had never encountered one that met his standards. Even weapons wielded by immortal sovereigns or imperial weapons fell short of his expectations. Yet, with a sufficient quantity of celestial crystals, it would undoubtedly be achievable. Very well. Let this be the conclusion of this existence, the young Star River said with a smile. In fact, I should have presented you with these treasures the moment you entered. My delay was merely due to my prolonged solitude. I wish to converse with you a little longer. Another reason is that for decades, that will had not returned. Nor did it respond to any summons, as if it had perished. You must take care in the future. I am truly gratified that you have arrived here, liberating me from suffering and fear, for I have glimpsed the world. As the young Star River's voice grew increasingly indistinct and fragmented, his figure began to blur. Yet, Tang Tian could perceive a profound and boundless fear hidden deep within his eyes, a fear so immense that it rendered him incapable of articulating it smoothly. Moments later, the young Star River's form vanished entirely. In the next instant, the island, constructed entirely of celestial crystals, began to tremble violently. Tang Tian swiftly stowed away the star map and ascended into the air. Soon, the tremors intensified, and when they reached a critical point, a thunderous explosion ensued. However, the celestial crystals did not scatter. Instead, they coalesced into a colossal storm of crystals, enveloping Tang Tian within. A grand rhythm of the Tao surged forth. Reminiscent of the mysterious Tao resonance he had experienced in the star observation garden and the celestial corridor. At that moment, he stood almost face to face with it, and it was then that he finally understood why it felt so familiar. He had encountered it before during the Dragon Gate trials, when he came into contact with the fragmented will of the primordial chaos bell. At that moment, he gazed upon an extensive fragment of memory. Within that recollection, he beheld the original 5 treasures and witnessed the formation of 5 lofty aspirations at the dawn of this world: the sun, the moon, the stars, the heavenly path, and the will of the world. The magnificent aura before him was, in essence, the power of the stars. Tang Tian observed it quietly, deeply absorbed in its essence. As if he had transcended to the time of the universe's inception, endless stars filled the void beyond the world, continually being born and perishing. An eternal cycle of life and death. After an indeterminate passage of time, Tang Tian gradually unfurled his palm. A miniature star gently rotated within his grasp, flickering with a rhythmic luminosity. The power of the stars had begun to yield to his will. This method was nearly unparalleled among all the celestial arts he had mastered, second only to the path of myriad laws. It was no wonder that the Star River Celestial Emperor was so formidable, ascending to the rank of Celestial Emperor within mere years after departing from the holy mountain of Tongsheng. Had it not been for his contemporary, Lu Ming, he would undoubtedly have shone as the most brilliant star in the celestial realm of Cloud Summit. With a soft sigh, Tang Tian clenched his fist. The star vanished, and the countless celestial crystals swirling around him converged towards the center. He opened his spatial pocket and collected them all, setting aside other treasures. The sheer quantity of these celestial crystals alone rendered his journey worthwhile, as they were treasures that could not be acquired even with an abundance of wealth. Chapter 341. The Soul Contract. After collecting all the celestial crystal stones, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. However, to Tang Tian's astonishment, he noticed a fragment of a soul lingering in the space before him, drifting solitary and forlorn. Was it the soul of the celestial emperor of the Star River? Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and reached out, drawing it closer to himself. Upon closer inspection, his surprise only deepened. This fragment of the soul indeed belonged to the lingering essence of the celestial emperor of the Star River, yet it was tainted, manipulated at its very core. To put it simply, it was a contract, a pact forged between the celestial emperor and that grand will from long ago. Logically, once the agreement was fulfilled, the contract should have returned to that will and dissipated entirely. Yet, here it lingered, floating desolately in this realm. Could it be true, as the young Star River had claimed, that the will had perished? Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. If that were indeed the case, then the so-called liberation spoken of by the young Star River was a mere illusion. As long as the contract remained, the external embodiment of the celestial emperor of the Star River would continue to endure the same agonies, with no end in sight. How pitiful! It was fortunate that he had discovered this. Otherwise, the celestial emperor would never achieve true relief in this lifetime, destined to be tormented by an unending suffering. Tang Tian shook his head. He bore no animosity towards the celestial emperor of the Star River. In fact, one could argue that he had, to some extent, aided him. Without the transactions made by the celestial emperor in the past, how could he have amassed such a wealth of celestial crystal stones and grasped the power of the stars? Thus, he resolved to assist the celestial emperor in bringing an end to this contract that ought to have concluded long ago. However, upon comprehending the entirety of the contract, he was momentarily taken aback. The celestial emperor had utterly bartered away his soul to that will. Even after fulfilling their agreement, his life remained ensnared in the hands of another, merely free from the burdens of pain. How ruthless, he mused. The depth of the celestial emperor's hatred towards Lu Ming must have been profound. The reason he chose to exchange his soul for power was solely to vanquish Lu Ming. One could only imagine the immense pressure Lu Ming had exerted upon the celestial emperor in the past. Gazing at the contract before him, Tang Tian found himself at a loss. To liberate the celestial emperor, he would need to transfer the remaining terms of the contract into his own hands. Though having an emperor at his disposal would be quite advantageous, Tang Tian found such a method distasteful, if not beneath his dignity. Yet, without the transfer, the celestial emperor would forever remain shackled. After some contemplation, Tang Tian shook his head and temporarily tucked away the contract. Once he departed from this place, he would seek an opportunity to discuss it face to face with the celestial emperor and let him decide his own course of action. Let the choice rest in the hands of the celestial emperor of the Starry River. After completing all these tasks, Tang Tian assessed the passage of time. It had merely been an hour since he arrived in this realm. There remained nearly another hour before he could depart. In light of this, Tang Tian decided to engage in cultivation right then and there. During the disintegration of the island, he not only comprehended the means to harness the power of the stars, but also acquired a substantial amount of pure stellar energy. This provided an opportune moment to absorb and refine it thoroughly. Soon, Tang Tian entered a state of cultivation. Under the combined influences of stellar energy, the enigmatic ancient jade, and the moon fairy jade pendant, his innate talent and physique were pushed to their limits. His cultivation advanced at an astonishingly visible rate. After the passage of over half an hour, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing momentarily within them. His cultivation had successfully reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage. It is noteworthy that merely 2 days prior, he had just stabilized his position in the late profound immortal stage. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through yet another minor realm. Should others learn of the ease with which he had transcended, they would likely be engulfed in despair, their resolve shattered. However, for Tang Tian, such speed had long become customary. With the innate talent of a child of chaos, a physique surpassing that of the chaotic body, and an array of extraordinary resources, it would indeed be peculiar if he could not achieve rapid breakthroughs. After consolidating his realm, the 2 hours elapsed swiftly. An overwhelming fluctuation of spatial energy surged forth, and the scene before Tang Tian shifted dramatically. In the next moment, he found himself back on the star observation platform, in the same position as before, with no alterations. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that the other 10 individuals had also returned. Each displayed varying conditions, yet all bore expressions of astonishment, suggesting that the journey through the starry corridor had yielded significant benefits. Everyone departed from the starry corridor, and the voice of the peak master resonated through the void. Subsequently, the group rose and began retracing their steps. Dou Ming and Tang Tian naturally walked together. "How do you feel, young Master Tang?" Dou Ming inquired. Tang Tian pondered briefly before responding. "It was quite unexpected. I did not anticipate that this stargazing journey would directly enhance my strength. Indeed, he had originally thought that he would merely gain some insights and a modicum of cultivation. Who could have foreseen that he would inexplicably acquire an island constructed from stellar crystals? After returning, transforming it into a weapon uniquely his own would undoubtedly enhance his power in a remarkably visible manner. However, Dou Ming could hardly fathom such intricacies and merely nodded slightly, saying, "That is good to hear. Your acquisition of the purple gold token, allowing entry into the star observation platform, is both a blessing and a curse. For those who enter this place are inherently regarded as direct competitors in the forthcoming Holy Assembly at year's end. The individuals encountered earlier regard you as a formidable rival, and the forthcoming challenges will undoubtedly be numerous. Therefore, it is imperative to seize every opportunity to enhance one's capabilities," Dou Ming remarked. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging his commitment to remain vigilant. Following the appraisal event, it seemed they had entirely relinquished their attempts to win him over, as Dou Ming did not even allude to it once while speaking. The two proceeded together, traversing the barrier to enter the realm of the Golden Star Command. Here, Yin Xiaohua and Mu Shuwan awaited, and the four reconvened. Subsequently, in the realm of the Silver Command, Tang Tian bid them farewell and departed with Gu Xiaoxue through the starry corridor. Gu Xiaoxue was brimming with excitement, for she had astonishingly ascended to the celestial realm. "That power was exceedingly benevolent towards me. I did not seek it, yet it gravitated towards me willingly. Although I felt a lingering, inexplicable sadness, the strength was undeniably tangible. He, I shall soon surpass you," Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Ah, yes indeed. You are absolutely correct," Tang Tian responded with his customary nonchalance. Moments later, they passed through the Void Gate and returned to the main world. Chapter 342. The official disciple of the Go Chun. As dawn broke, the resonant chimes of the bell echoed throughout Tong Shung Mountain. The 9 tolls signified that all disciples of Tong Shung Mountain had found their destinies for the year. Tang Tian had risen early, and after savoring the breakfast meticulously prepared by Xiao Shui, he retrieved a pristine set of robes from his spatial pouch, donning them with care. These garments, specifically designed for the disciples of Go Chin Academy, featured a fitted waist and a flowing skirt, exuding an air of elegance. Adorning the robes were intricate purple patterns, minimalistic yet suggestive of deeper meanings. Upon closer inspection, Tang Tian discerned that these patterns constituted a remarkably refined formation. The array boasted numerous effects, including automatic cleansing, the gathering of celestial energy, levitation, and even commendable defensive capabilities. This seemingly simple robe was equivalent to a mid-tier defensive artifact. Each disciple was furnished with 3 such sets, underscoring the significant investment that Tianfu made in the disciples of Go Chin Academy. "Li Hong, come with me. I've heard that many elders and disciples will be present to witness the ceremony. It will offer a fine opportunity to engage with some of the higher-ups in Tianfu," Tang Tian remarked. Today marked the official entry into Go Chin Academy, where he, alongside other newly promoted disciples, would select techniques suitable for their cultivation from the Technique Pavilion. On this awaited day, Tang Tian patiently waited for Li Hong's affirmative nod, while the other 3 were preoccupied with their own affairs. Once prepared, Tang Tian departed from Qingsu Courtyard with Li Hong. However, just as they stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure seemingly waiting for them. "Young Master Tang." The figure greeted, revealing himself to be Gu Hong, the prodigious disciple from the Kandao Hall. Gu Hong appeared somewhat awkward, as if unaccustomed to engaging with others in such a manner. "Is there something you need?" Tang Tian inquired. Gu Hong hesitated, stammering, "Lord Chui sent me. He said you are our most esteemed guest at the Kandao Hall, and instructed me to accompany you at Tongsheng Mountain to alleviate any unnecessary troubles." Tang Tian felt a surge of amusement within, so it was Chui scurrying behind this arrangement. Truly, he was a quintessential businessman, ensuring the satisfaction of his significant client with such tactics. Tang Tian mused, if a female disciple were to be promoted from the Kandao Hall this year, would they dare to present her directly to him? Observing Gu Hong's evident discomfort, Tang Tian reflected on the downsides of joining a faction. When the interests of the group supersede personal desires, the higher-ups may compel individuals to undertake tasks they would prefer to avoid. Alas, Once one partakes in the resources and conveniences provided by such a faction, one must also shoulder the accompanying responsibilities. Why don't you enter directly? Tang Tian did not decline Gu Heng's assistance. Given his own precarious position, having an additional capable ally was indeed a fortuitous development. I find myself at a loss for words, Gu Heng remarked, taken aback. Tang Tian chuckled and shook his head. For disciples wholly devoted to cultivation, navigating interpersonal relationships indeed proves to be a formidable challenge. Tang Tian chose not to dwell on the matter, deciding to go along with it, addressing any pressing concerns as they arose. Subsequently, Gu Heng joined Tang Tian's team, and the trio set forth towards the summit of Tongxing Mountain. In the early morning, Tongxing Mountain resembled a paradise within a paradise. As they traversed the layers of celestial clouds, Tang Tian arrived at the location of the Technique Pavilion. Upon their arrival, a considerable number of disciples had already congregated there. Judging by their attire, the majority appeared to be seasoned disciples from the Gochin Institute, many of whom Tang Tian had encountered the previous day, leaving him with faint recollections. They were likely there merely to observe the spectacle. Amidst the crowd, Tang Tian spotted the elder who had previously guided them. Elder Wei Yong, a benevolent and ever-smiling elder sage, was surrounded by over 20 disciples, clearly those who had recently ascended to the Gochin Institute. Tang Tian, accompanied by Gu Heng, approached the elder. Elder Wei soon recognized the two. Tang Tian, Gu Heng. Over here, he called, beckoning them closer. With a smile, he added, "You've arrived a bit late." Tang Tian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, explaining, "The distance from Lulin to the Technique Pavilion is rather considerable, which caused us a delay. I hope the elder can forgive us." Elder Wei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter, the formal proceedings have yet to commence. However, it should begin shortly, so please wait here." Tang Tian nodded, leading Gu Heng to the area designated for new disciples. Their arrival immediately attracted a multitude of curious gazes, predominantly fixated on Tang Tian, who exuded an undeniable aura of intrigue. His reputation had soared since entering the Tianfu, with a succession of significant events unfolding around him. Even the news of him receiving the prestigious golden purple token had begun to circulate within the Gochin Institute. People were increasingly curious about the merits and capabilities that allowed him to earn such an exceptional privilege from the typically stern peak master. This incident was far more astonishing than his earlier feat of single-handedly suppressing over 100 disciples. Yet, in the current atmosphere, no one dared to approach him with inquiries. Nonetheless, the intensity of the scrutiny made Tang Tian feel somewhat uneasy. Turning to Gu Heng, he casually initiated a conversation. "Are there any particular new disciples among this cohort of Gochin Institute who warrant special attention?" Gu Heng paused for a moment before swiftly nodding. "Indeed, there are. These disciples have been selected from the Ziwei Institute and are exceptional talents, possessing formidable gifts and strength. For instance, there is an individual named Du Hai, who has attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, possessing exceptionally formidable Taoist abilities. Moreover, when it comes to matters pertaining to cultivation," Gu Heng finally opened up, speaking with great enthusiasm. He recounted each of the disciples promoted from the Ziwei Academy this year, exhibiting a considerable familiarity with them. In his words, these individuals were all extraordinary talents. However, after listening to him, Tang Tian felt little emotional turbulence. While their cultivation levels were commendable, their ages were predominantly on the higher side, around 25 years. This indicated that their innate gifts were insufficient to elevate them to the highest echelons of existence. For Tang Tian, they posed little threat. His most formidable adversaries for the upcoming saintly assembly were still those 10 individuals he encountered yesterday at the stargazing platform. Among them, the only one of particular note was Du Hai, the first mentioned by Gu Heng. Although Du Hai's innate talent for cultivation is average, his comprehension is remarkably strong, particularly in the practice of techniques, which he seems to master with effortless ease. Many assert that he is on the verge of challenging the record at the Chou-Chin Academy for comprehending 3 superior-grade immortal techniques consecutively. Indeed impressive. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he glanced at the consumption points within the system. It appeared that he had enough to comprehend over 100 superior-grade immortal techniques. Chapter 343. The performance begins as time passes. The entrance ceremony exclusively for the disciples of the Gochin Academy commenced. This year's cohort comprises 28 individuals. Among them, 25 ascended from the Ziwei Academy, while only 3, including Tang Tian, were selected directly through a rigorous process. Compared to previous years, this number is notably sparse. Many seasoned disciples of the Gaochen Academy, arms crossed, observed the 28 individuals at the center with keen interest, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Do you think anyone will break the record this year?" one inquired with a smile. Another shook his head in response. "Unlikely. Comprehending high-tier celestial techniques is a profoundly demanding endeavor, not merely testing one's intellect, but also significantly challenging the strength of the soul. Sustaining such comprehension is exceedingly difficult." The first speaker continued, "I have heard that Du Hai is quite impressive. And then there's Tang Tian," he added. "This fellow remains an enigma." The conversation fell silent. While Du Hai might be manageable, Tang Tian is known as the king of face-slapping. No one could predict whether he might achieve something astonishing. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the crowd stood several individuals of subdued yet remarkable presence, representatives of various influential factions, including the war god Huntao, Qi Heshuan from the Xinyu Pavilion, Mo Shu from the Mo family, and Yin Xiaohua from the Alliance of 100 Sects. Their primary focus was on discerning Tang Tian's true capabilities. Soon, under the auspices of Elder Wei, the Hall of Techniques was fully opened to the new disciples. Elder Wei then meticulously outlined the rules for the day. Firstly, as a benefit of their recent promotion, all techniques below the high-tier celestial level would be accessible to everyone, including those of high-tier status. Each individual could seek out the technique that most suited them. Should they require assistance in making a selection, they could approach him for guidance to help them make the best decision. Secondly, after selecting a technique, one could choose to keep it confidential or to comprehend it on-site. If opting for confidentiality, they could simply take it away. However, if they chose to comprehend it on-site and could achieve a minor success within the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, they would be permitted to select an additional technique of the same rank. The Hall of Techniques houses numerous rare methods and secret arts, with opportunities to acquire them being exceedingly scarce. Therefore, almost everyone would opt for on-site comprehension as it presented a rare opportunity. Goheng quietly spoke to Tang Tian, and after a time, his earlier awkwardness gradually dissipated. Tang Tian nodded slightly. For the ordinary disciples, this was indeed the case. Yet for him, no technique or secret art was of significant consequence in the grand scheme of the myriad paths of cultivation. He merely required sufficiently high-grade techniques to further enhance the path of myriad laws. Moments later, the regulations were fully proclaimed. "May you all return laden with success." Elder Wei chuckled. Subsequently, with a grand gesture of his hand, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the pavilion of techniques, enveloping all 28 newly promoted disciples, Tang Tian included. As he sensed that formidable presence, a colossal pavilion, seemingly boundless, materialized before him. Within the pavilion, immense shelves were meticulously arranged, each compartment housing a brilliant orb of light. These orbs contained the techniques themselves. Gazing around, the vast expanse of the pavilion resembled a resplendent night sky, with the techniques akin to countless twinkling stars, seemingly infinite. Looking up at the pinnacle of the pavilion, amidst the celestial brilliance, dozens of enormous orbs radiated dazzling light, each one's brightness surpassing the total of hundreds of ordinary orbs. Upon closer inspection, Tang Tian discerned that the higher the grade of the technique, the more luminous the orb. Observing the scene before him, Tang Tian couldn't help but stroke his chin. This arrangement bore a striking resemblance to the sea of stars in the path of myriad laws. When the sea of stars was formed, the scene had been quite similar to this one, with colossal celestial bodies illuminating the countless specks of dust below. "I should see what's available," Tang Tian mused as he extended his consciousness, which instantly spread out, allowing him to perceive all the contents within the orbs without any hindrance. It seemed that the pavilion of techniques was indeed entirely open. After a swift survey, Tang Tian found that the situation was much as Goheng had previously described, immensely vast, encompassing nearly everything in existence. Various methods and secret arts were present in abundance, some of which even piqued Tang Tian's interest. However, after his exploration, he fixated on the most resplendent orbs above, with his sights set solely on superior celestial techniques. They all seem comparable. I'll simply select one at random. With that thought, Tang Tian casually made his choice, decisively locking it in. Meanwhile, outside, the The 28 new disciples had all fallen into a trance-like state. Yet, the older disciples observing them wore expressions of nonchalance. It will take at least half an hour, I reckon. With such a plethora of techniques, each person will surely find at least 100 that match their abilities, inevitably requiring considerable time for selection. This is crucial for future development, so caution is certainly warranted. Indeed, based on past experiences, those who made their selections hastily often did not end up with the optimal choices. The disciples engaged in casual conversation. However, just as their words lingered in the air, a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended among the crowd. Goodness, that was quick. Such a radiant light. Could it be a superior celestial technique? In the delicate art of tea, one has chosen a superior celestial technique. This is no mere recklessness, but a profound squandering of opportunity, a chaotic endeavor. Who could be so careless with their own future? People instantly widened their eyes, turning their gaze towards the source. Yet, upon recognizing the individual, they were momentarily stunned. Tang Tian. This was unexpected. He did not strike one as the type to act so impulsively. Perhaps he had suddenly lost his senses, for in such a brief span, it was impossible to thoroughly comprehend the technique. Continuous enlightenment was undoubtedly out of the question. The senior disciples shook their heads, expressing deep regret and confusion over Tang Tian's apparent waste of opportunity. Even Yin Xiaohua and Mo Shu furrowed their brows. What could he possibly be aiming for? No one could decipher Tang Tian's intentions. However, his demeanor was remarkably calm, seemingly unperturbed by the perceived impropriety of his actions. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. All the new disciples had made their selections regarding their desired techniques. At this juncture, Elder Wei returned from his reverie. Casting a glance at Tang Tian, seemingly surprised that he had not encountered any request for assistance from him. Other disciples, to varying degrees, had sought his guidance. Nevertheless, the moment had passed, and there was little left to say. Is there anyone who chooses to depart? Elder Wei inquired. Of the 28 individuals, none responded. Observing this, Elder Wei broke into a smile. Then let the performance begin. Chapter 344. A promising start. All 28 newly promoted disciples have meticulously selected the cultivation techniques they require. Not a single individual opted to leave with their chosen methods. Rather, these exceptional talents possess unwavering confidence in their comprehension and refuse to concede at such a pivotal moment. Moreover, Tang Tian observed that the least of the techniques chosen were of the intermediate celestial grade, with approximately half of the disciples opting for superior celestial methods. Such is the nature of competition among prodigies. With Elder Wei's announcement, the foremost disciple soon stepped forward. She was a woman of the golden immortal realm, silent and composed as she approached a modest pedestal before the assembly. The pedestal, though small, was intricately engraved with complex Tao patterns. Even Tang Tian could only vaguely discern portions of it. These engravings were designed to enhance one's understanding, ensuring that insights gained while standing on the pedestal would be magnified several-fold or even tens of times compared to the external world. This also served as a benefit for the new disciples. The woman ascended the Tao comprehension platform and seated herself upon the cushion above. Subsequently, Elder Wei raised his hand, casting a beam of celestial light that enveloped the platform. In the next moment, a transparent barrier rose around the pedestal, completely encasing the woman within. This formation was meant to isolate her from external influences. While those outside could see the unfolding events within the barrier, the individual inside was shielded from any external disturbances. Gaining insight into a technique is an exceedingly taxing endeavor, necessitating a sufficiently tranquil environment. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, 3 incense sticks began to burn, and the woman on the comprehension platform focused her mind, commencing her study of the technique. Meanwhile, the onlookers engaged in discussions regarding her performance. Quite commendable. She has entered a state of cultivation so swiftly, one remarked. Indeed, while the comprehension platform isolates one from the outside, the individual is still acutely aware that they are being observed, which inevitably creates psychological pressure. Many disciples require a considerable amount of time to adjust once they enter, and some, lacking resilience, may never achieve tranquility, ultimately failing to grasp even the basics. The woman's performance garnered a wave of approval. Tang Tian nodded inwardly. Regardless of the outcome, such composure is an invaluable trait for a cultivator. This female disciple had chosen an intermediate celestial technique. the attributes and effects of which were unknown to those outside. However, her state of cultivation provided clear indicators of her progress. After approximately half an incense stick's duration, a subtle ripple suddenly emerged from the barrier surrounding the comprehension platform. Almost immediately, her hair began to sway as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and an intangible wave radiated gently from her vicinity. She has gained entry, one observer noted. Not bad, quite standard. Given the current circumstances, she stands a good chance of achieving the minor completion stage. Others murmured in agreement. The realms of cultivation are generally divided into 5 stages: initiation, proficiency, mastery, minor success, and major success. From the beginning to the end, the difficulty increases sequentially. The initiation stage, which lasts for the duration of half a stick of incense, can only be considered mediocre. Only through exceptional performance in the subsequent stages can one hope to break through to minor success. After approximately another stick of incense, the Tao Enlightenment platform stirred once more. However, many shook their heads in dismay. It's challenging, they murmured. With half the time elapsed, reaching the proficiency stage seemed insufficient. Moreover, this would gradually amplify her psychological pressure, which is the most critical concern. The crowd was not optimistic about the outcome for this young woman. Yet, Tang Tian held a differing perspective. He could discern that although the initial 2 minor realms consumed considerable time, the female disciple remained composed, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Furthermore, given her recent breakthrough, her foundation appeared exceedingly solid. Under such circumstances, her chances of success were quite promising. Time continued to slip away. After roughly another stick of incense, the female disciple successfully cultivated her technique to the mastery stage. At this juncture, the majority had lost hope in her. However, shortly after her breakthrough to mastery, a sudden and intense change enveloped the light screen surrounding the Tao Enlightenment platform. What? Gasped someone in astonishment. The accumulation leads to a sudden outburst. All the time she invested in the first 3 realms was indeed for this final surge. It seems I misjudged her, assuming her failure was inevitable. Among the gathered talents, it did not take long for them to discern the situation. They could not help but marvel once more. Only someone with an immense heart could dare to play such a game in this setting. Tang Tian smiled slightly. Events unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. Moments later, tranquility returned to the Tao Enlightenment platform, with a small portion of the lit incense remaining. The first female disciple to take the stage had succeeded. Observing her rise, Elder Wei waved to dissipate the barrier, gazing at her with pride as he inquired, "How was it? Will you challenge the next technique?" The young woman appeared somewhat fatigued, yet resolutely nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, she selected another technique and stepped back onto the Tao Enlightenment platform. The incense was reignited. The circumstances of her second enlightenment mirrored the first. The initial realms consumed a considerable amount of time. However, the onlookers keenly noticed that the woman's condition was evidently not as favorable as before. The signs of fatigue were increasingly pronounced. The continuous endeavor to comprehend the technique placed an immense strain on her spirit. Nevertheless, she never wavered, exerting every ounce of effort to fully unleash her innate talent and comprehension. She successfully reached the stages of initiation, proficiency, and mastery. Gritting her teeth, she endured the discomfort emanating from her spirit as she pressed onward. Time ticked away, second by second. At last, as the 3 incense sticks were about to extinguish, a powerful surge of energy erupted once more from the Enlightenment platform. She had, astonishingly, succeeded again. What a thrilling moment! Although her talent and comprehension could not be deemed exceptional, her resilience was indeed a rare treasure. The future is promising. The crowd offered their accolades. Subsequently, the young woman slowly rose from her meditation cushion, her face etched with profound exhaustion. "Shall we conclude here?" Elder Wei inquired gently. The female disciple nodded in agreement. Moments later, she selected another technique and descended from the Enlightenment platform. Throughout her journey of enlightenment, she had acquired 3 superior quality, medium-grade immortal techniques that resonated perfectly with her own abilities. It was undeniably worthwhile. Her remarkable performance also set a positive precedent for the next disciple to take the stage. Elder Wei cast a look of anticipation toward the other disciples, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Then, with a slight smile, he announced, "Next. Chapter 345. I am in a hurry." The second disciple to take the stage was also a seasoned member from the Ziwei Academy. This time, a young man appeared, exuding an air of remarkable composure. He was a disciple from 9 sessions prior, making him the eldest among this year's aspirants. Having ascended step by step from the ranks of formal disciples, he exemplified the notion of late bloomers. Goheng spoke to Tang Tian, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the span of 9 years, transitioning from a formal disciple to a member of the Goqing Academy truly represents an inspiring achievement, as the hierarchy between formal disciples and the Goqing Academy comprises no fewer than 20 levels. Such accomplishments are rare indeed. Furthermore, 9 years marks a significant threshold. Most educational techniques within the Tianfu are confined to a decade. For instance, at the Tongxing Mountain, if a core disciple surpasses 10 sessions, they will never have the opportunity to ascend again. The same applies to the Goqing Academy. The annual Tongxing Conference is restricted to disciples within 10 sessions. The 10 individuals Tang Tian encountered at the stargazing platform yesterday also belong to this group. Those beyond the 10th session either remain hidden, practicing in seclusion, or have chosen to depart early into the mundane world. With steady steps, the youth ascended the Wudao platform. Soon, a luminous screen arose, and he commenced his enlightenment. His performance bore a resemblance to that of the top female disciple. Each realm was approached with meticulous certainty, and he selected a medium-grade celestial technique. As time elapsed, he progressed through the stages of initiation, mastery, and proficiency in succession. Ultimately, just as time was running short, he successfully reached the minor achievement stage. Impressive. I had doubted his ability to reach this point. Given his lackluster talent, his journey to this stage is indeed extraordinary, a true miracle. Miracles are indeed crafted by human endeavor. The crowd expressed their admiration for him. The young man slowly rose, appearing to have some energy left. However, he chose not to continue. Instead, after selecting a second technique, he descended the platform. Following Elder Wei's announcement, the third disciple took the stage. As time progressed, over half of the disciples had already presented themselves. The young woman who ascended alongside Tang Tian also took her turn. She opted for a medium-grade celestial technique, ultimately achieving the minor achievement stage. However, in her attempt to challenge a second technique, her nerves led to failure, and she had to depart with only 2 techniques. She is still too young. Had she been more composed, her talent would surely have guaranteed her success. As for the other disciples, their performances varied widely. Some discerned 4 medium-grade celestial techniques, leaving the audience in awe. Others attempted higher-grade techniques, but failed to grasp even one, departing with a sense of regret. Goheng had also presented himself, selecting a higher-grade celestial technique, and his performance far surpassed that of the young woman who accompanied them. Unfortunately, at the most critical moment, he made the same mistake as that young girl, ultimately achieving success only once, departing with 2 high-grade celestial techniques. What a pity, remarked Tang Tian. Goheng shook his head, saying, as expected, achieving success even once was already a source of satisfaction for me. Tang Tian nodded slightly, appreciating the fellow's commendable mindset. After a brief interlude, Du Hai, who had garnered considerable attention, finally stepped forward. A disciple from the previous 3 sessions, he was still quite young. During his time at the Ziwei Academy, his remarkable performance had drawn much admiration, with many believing he should directly enter the Goqing Academy. In fact, he was qualified to advance to the Goqing Academy in his first year, yet he chose to consolidate his skills for 2 years before making his move. Thus, the anticipation surrounding his performance was palpable. The barrier of the enlightenment platform rose as scheduled. Du Hai took a deep breath and produced the chosen technique, which was indeed a high-grade celestial method. Soon, he was fully immersed in the cultivation state, demonstrating a heart of steel. However, merely a cup of tea's time later, the enlightenment platform exhibited notable fluctuations. Has he entered the threshold already? How swift! He has almost overshadowed those before him. Indeed, his prowess was commendable. The spectators eagerly awaited his continued performance. Tang Tian nodded privately, recognizing that Du Hai was extraordinary. True to expectations, approximately 1/3 of an incense stick later, he successfully reached the proficient realm. After another half incense stick, he achieved mastery. Ultimately, after about 1.5 incense sticks, Du Hai ascended to the small success realm. Impressive. He accomplished this in merely half the allotted time. This was significantly quicker than others who had comprehended mid-grade celestial techniques. Perhaps he truly had a chance to challenge the record. The crowd was genuinely astonished. Upon completing his comprehension, Du Hai stood up from the mat, displaying no signs of fatigue. Continue? Elder Wei asked with a smile. Du Hai nodded in affirmation. Shortly thereafter, the second round of comprehension commenced, and astonishingly, it was even swifter than the first. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he began his third comprehension. Time swiftly passed, and around the midway point of the third incense stick, he completed his understanding of the third technique. At last, a hint of fatigue was visible on him. Even Du Hai seemed to hesitate. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to press on. Regrettably, the toll of comprehending techniques proved to be too great. After reaching mastery in the fourth technique, Du Hai opted to forfeit. Alas, it was such a close call. He had already performed remarkably well. I recall the last individual to sustain comprehension of 3 high-grade celestial techniques was 2 years ago. The 4 doors of supreme immortal techniques are indeed a shackle. It remains uncertain who can break free from it. People sighed. What about Tang Tian? He hasn't made his appearance yet, has he? Someone suddenly inquired. No, not yet. However, judging by the performance of the previous 2 new disciples, it seems unlikely. They are still too young, and the psychological pressure is immense. Moreover, if I remember correctly, he was the first to select a technique, right? In such a short span of time, it is improbable that he could find the most suitable one for himself. The vast majority do not hold high hopes for Tang Tian to break the record. Only a select few harbor a glimmer of hope for him to create a miracle. Come on, I believe you can do it. Yin Shaohua secretly encouraged. After Du Hai descended, Tang Tian ascended the stage. Tang Tian, have you truly chosen your technique? I can offer you another chance, Elder Wei said, aware that Tang Tian had exited shortly after entering. He wished to grant Tang Tian another opportunity. However, Tang Tian smiled and shook his head. Thank you, Elder, but it's all right. I am confident in my choice. Elder Wei, feeling helpless, activated the barrier. The familiar light curtain rose around him, severing all connections with the outside world. Soon, a gentle aura of Tao emerged from below. Tang Tian nodded slightly. This aura indeed possessed the ability to enhance comprehension, and its effects were even better than he had estimated outside, even without exchanging for comprehension opportunities. With the innate talent of the Chaos Child, he could grasp this supreme immortal technique to a minor success within the duration of an incense stick. However, why endure hardships when one can resolve matters with money? Besides, he was here to accumulate quantity and needed to hurry. With this thought, Tang Tian took out the chosen supreme immortal technique and directly began to exchange for comprehension opportunities. One opportunity costs 400. Exchange successful. What is he doing? Why is he still standing there? The observers outside, noticing that Tang Tian had not yet seated himself on the meditation cushion, were filled with confusion. Could it be that the pressure is too great, preventing him from calming his mind? Perhaps the technique does not align with him, and he needs time to delve deeper into it. I thought he had a chance to challenge the record, but it seems... Wait, don't rush. Suddenly, the crowd widened their eyes. A faint ripple appeared on the Tao comprehension platform. What? He has broken through already. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. How is this possible? He hasn't even sat down to enter a meditative state. How could he have achieved a breakthrough? Is entering the entry-level realm so easy? They exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Tang Tian's accomplishment. However, before they could regain their composure, an even more intense fluctuation erupted once again. He has broken through again. Someone could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Yet this time, before they could fully absorb the shock, a third wave of energy surged forth. The Mastery Realm. Just as the tremors from this third breakthrough were still resonating, a powerful aura erupted from the Enlightenment platform. The Minor Success Realm. 4 breakthroughs, each occurring with increasing rapidity. The total time spent was less than the duration of half a cup of tea. Everyone stood there, utterly astounded. Chapter 346. Continued selection. As Tang Tian completed all his breakthroughs and stored the luminous orb of his cultivation technique, the onlookers remained utterly bewildered. They found it hard to believe the astonishing spectacle before their eyes. What was this? In merely the span of a half-tea time, he had comprehended a superior-grade celestial technique to the minor achievement level? Should this news reach others, they would undoubtedly dismiss it as a sign of hysteria, for it seemed too far-fetched to be true. Did they think it was a mere mortal technique to toy with? Throughout history, including all documented accounts, there had never been a case akin to Tang Tian's. Not even those close to him could be found to share such an experience. It was inconceivable. Finally, someone cried out, his voice tinged with palpable trepidation. No one could accomplish such a feat. Even the most gifted individuals would falter. Superior-grade celestial techniques were inherently complex. In that brief moment, one would struggle to even read through it, let alone comprehend it. There must be another explanation. He could not bring himself to accept the reality unfolding before him. Others turned their gazes towards him as well. Indeed, even if it were a miracle, such exaggeration seemed implausible. Yet, the commotion from the Enlightenment platform was undeniable. The fluctuations indicated that Tang Tian had genuinely attained a minor achievement in his technique. Unless Tang Tian must have practiced this technique beforehand, right? Perhaps not an exact replica, but certainly something strikingly similar, enabling him to grasp it in such a short span. I believe this is the only plausible explanation. A disciple furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation earnestly. His reasoning quickly garnered the agreement of others. Indeed, if Tang Tian had previously cultivated a technique that served as the predecessor or a modified version of the current one, such an occurrence could be feasible. Yes, it was akin to having already practiced it once, thus rendering the second attempt naturally seamless. I recall that there was another individual who was somewhat akin to Tang Tian in this regard. However, he had opted for an inferior-grade celestial technique, which did not stir much of a commotion. The crowd began to chatter, believing they had uncovered the rationale behind this phenomenon. No wonder Tang Tian had emerged so swiftly during the selection of techniques. He had encountered something familiar. But why would he choose to do this? Practicing a technique so similar would yield minimal benefits. Why? To create a sensational event and draw attention, of course. Yet, he was too greedy. He mishandled it. Had he comprehended it within the time of a single incense stick, perhaps people would not have noticed. A half-tea time was simply too implausible. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and some disciples openly displayed their disdain. Those who stood here could be considered the CR de la CRME of talent. They might not care if others surpassed them in excellence. However, actions taken solely for the sake of gaining fame through deceit are met with absolute disdain. They now regard Tang Tian as such a person. Nevertheless, there are those who steadfastly stand by Tang Tian's side. No, Tang Tian could never be that kind of individual, Yin Xiaohua stated, shaking her head. Some wished to retort, but upon realizing that the speaker was one of the 3 representatives of the 100 Clans Alliance, they refrained from provoking her further. Yet, there were others who remained unfazed. Do you believe you truly understand him? Your 100 Clans Alliance has merely engaged in a single transaction with him. I am aware that you have been facing difficulties lately, but do remember your station. Do not lose your principles over one Tang Tian. The speaker was none other than Huntao from the War God Hall. In response to his sarcastic remarks, Yin Xiaohua remained undaunted, coldly retorting, "What the 100 Clans Alliance chooses to do is not for you to criticize here." Oh, I nearly forgot. It seems there is quite a connection between your War God Hall and Tang Tian. I have heard that one of your deputy hall masters personally vowed to bring Tang Tian down. But wait, if a celestial sovereign has intervened, how is it that Tang Tian remains unscathed here? Upon hearing this, many disciples stifled their laughter. The War God Hall had faced considerable ridicule regarding this matter involving Tang Tian, as it was quite comical that a celestial sovereign could not even capture a mere Xianxian. This would provide ample amusement for a long time. Moreover, at that time, Tang Tian was merely a heavenly immortal. Listening to the whispers around him, Huntao narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. This incident had indeed caused the War God Hall to lose some face recently. However, the primary reason they had not captured Tang Tian at the time was the presence of the Mo family. Huntao could not help but glance at Mo Shu, who was not far from him. Yet, Mo Shu immediately sensed his gaze and offered him a faint smile, the meaning of which eluded him, only serving to further infuriate Huntao. Enough, let us cease this discussion. At that moment, Qi Heshuan from the Divine Jade Pavilion interjected. There must be some underlying issue in Tang Tian's process of comprehending the supreme celestial arts. Let us observe whether he dares to continue his understanding and how he performs next. Following the appraisal conference yesterday, Qi Heshuan harbored a certain disdain for Tang Tian, as what should have been his moment to shine had been entirely overshadowed by Tang Tian. In this sacred mountain, Qi Heshuan held a particular aversion toward those with greater financial prowess than his own. After Qi Heshuan smoothed over the tension, the crowd ceased their disputes and redirected their attention back to the Enlightenment platform. At this moment, Tang Tian remained standing within the luminous barrier. He found it quite perplexing that, having completed his comprehension, the barrier had not dissipated. Unable to see the situation outside, he raised his head and tapped on the screen. "Hello? Is anyone there?" But in the next instant, with a swift motion, the barrier vanished, and the external scene re-emerged before his eyes. Observing the myriad of expressions among the crowd, with many casting disdainful glances in his direction, Tang Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. Had he not grasped the essence of the technique in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? Shouldn't they be in awe? What was the meaning of this? Shaking his head, he chose to disregard their reactions. After all, his sole purpose today was to acquire the martial arts technique. At that moment, Elder Wei's voice resonated appropriately. "Tang Tian, will you choose to continue your comprehension of the technique, or take the next one and depart?" Tang Tian replied, "I shall continue my comprehension, of course." Elder Wei nodded slowly and said, "Then you must choose wisely. Remember to select the technique that is most suited to you. I shall be right here, so feel free to consult me directly." This elder truly displayed kindness towards his disciples. Tang Tian nodded in gratitude. Subsequently, Elder Wei waved his hand, and the imposing structure of the technique pavilion reappeared before Tang Tian. Looking up, he noticed that the technique he had previously chosen had vanished. No longer among the options, Elder Wei's ethereal form stood beside him, as he had promised, silently prepared to offer his counsel. However, Tang Tian, focusing on the most resplendent orb of light above, casually reached out and seized it. "This one shall suffice." Chapter 347. A minor record observing Tang Tian's movements. Elder Wei couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Was your initial selection of cultivation methods equally hasty?" His tone bore an unmistakable severity. Tang Tian rubbed his nose and replied, "Well, more or less. But rest assured, I made my decision after careful consideration." However, his deception was swiftly discerned by Elder Wei. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he seized the orb of light from Tang Tian's grasp and remarked coolly, "Is that so? Then enlighten me. What is the name of this technique? And what are its effects?" Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. "You are quite diligent," he finally managed to say. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively added, "It is a superior celestial technique. Its effects are quite powerful." As Elder Wei's expression darkened further, Tang Tian ultimately opted for honesty. "All right. I chose it at random." "I am pressed for time," Elder Wei interjected, his brow knitting into a tight frown. "Pressed for time? What urgency could possibly surpass your future path?" His tone was admonishing. Tang Tian spoke softly. "I am unsure how to explain this to you, but soon enough, you will understand." Elder Wei's ire escalated, for he detested the notion that some disciples, despite their outstanding talents, squandered their divine opportunities through carelessness. Tang Tian epitomized this very frustration. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Wei posed a pointed question. "Did you also select your first method randomly? How then, in such a brief span, did you achieve a breakthrough to the minor success realm? That is an impossibility." Tang Tian paused, then chuckled. "Elder Wei, there is nothing in this world that is truly impossible. As I mentioned before, you shall soon see." Until confronted with undeniable evidence, many would continue to deny its existence. Elder Wei, observing Tang Tian's unwavering confidence, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that Tang Tian's comprehension had reached an unfathomable level? "Very well. As long as you are confident in your understanding," Elder Wei conceded, handing the technique over to Tang Tian. "Yet, I must caution you. This superior celestial technique you casually selected is exceedingly obscure and immensely challenging. Should you wish to pursue a third technique, you must abandon your nonchalant attitude and approach it with the seriousness it deserves." Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I have always been quite serious." Elder Wei snorted softly. Then, with a sweeping gesture, returned them both to reality. On the comprehension platform, Tang Tian held the technique in his hands. A superior celestial technique? The onlookers soon noted that he had once again opted for a superior celestial method. How audacious! Could it be that he had trained in it beforehand? Do not jest. That is a superior celestial technique, not a mere cabbage. How could one possibly have cultivated it beforehand? Let us observe his performance this time. If he fails to achieve minor success within 3 incense sticks, then the extraordinary accomplishment of his first technique will merely become a laughingstock. The crowd murmured, their gazes converging upon the enlightenment platform. At this moment, the luminous screen began to rise slowly. Under the scrutiny of all, Tang Tian still refrained from seating himself on the meditation cushion. Many squinted their eyes, pondering whether he intended to replicate the previous scenario. If he could indeed accomplish that, I would willingly perform a handstand. Yet, before that thought could be fully articulated, a wave of mystical energy emanated from the Enlightenment platform. The spectators, they widened their eyes, fixated on Tang Tian above the platform, scarcely daring to breathe. Buzz. Once again, a wave of mystical energy, even more intense than the last, unfolded. The entire assembly of hundreds fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. Some even felt beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Could it be that he truly whoosh? A third, even more vigorous wave of energy surged forth from the Enlightenment platform. Mastery Realm. Once more, the same rhythm persisted, with 3 consecutive successful insights. Moreover, this breakthrough transpired at a speed surpassing the previous one. Is this something achievable by mere mortals? The breath of the onlookers became imperceptible as they awaited Tang Tian's final endeavor. Yet, Tang Tian did not disappoint. Just as the commotion from the third breakthrough began to wane, an explosive surge of mystical energy erupted. Minor success realm. Tang Tian had astonishingly accomplished the impossible miracle once again. He comprehended 2 superior celestial techniques to minor success in less than half the time of an incense stick. This was simply the crowd erupted into an uproar. He truly could do it, someone exclaimed, their voice hoarse from excitement. Who was it that claimed Tang Tian would perform a handstand after replicating the miracle? What was the point of that handstand? Some sought out the individual who had made such a bold declaration, but that person, sensing the tides had turned, had quietly vacated their position. Who had just stated that Tang Tian was incapable? The judgment of the War God Hall seems rather lacking. Yin Xiaohua laughed heartily, unabashedly mocking Huntao. At that moment, he was the only one who believed in Tang Tian's potential to create a miracle. Huntao snorted, offering no response, though his darkened countenance betrayed his displeasure. Qi Heshuan also appeared somewhat discontented, fanning himself with a folding fan incessantly. As for Mo Shu, a glimmer of astonishment flickered across her countenance. Had Tang Tian truly cultivated the second superior celestial technique? This question lingered in the air. Yet, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. If it were merely a singular superior celestial technique, it might still be plausible. However, the prospect of having previously mastered 2 in succession rendered such odds exceedingly slim. Perhaps, indeed, Tang Tian's comprehension transcended the bounds of everyone's understanding. Unlike the outer disciples, Elder Wei was acutely aware that Tang Tian had nonchalantly selected a technique, without even glancing at its name. Astonishingly, under these circumstances, he swiftly cultivated it to the minor city realm. Elder Wei found himself at a loss for words, ultimately gesturing to dissolve the luminous barrier. Once more, Tang Tian appeared before the assembly, maintaining his unperturbed demeanor, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial task at a market. Elder Wei, let us proceed, Tang Tian spoke softly. Moments later, the third superior technique found its way into Tang Tian's hands. Adhering to the familiar rhythm, he again took approximately half a tea's worth of time. For the third time, Tang Tian cultivated the technique to the minor completion realm. The onlookers, hands to their foreheads, felt their minds swirl in bewilderment. Duhai, who had previously comprehended 3 superior celestial techniques in succession, appeared particularly pale, uncertain whether it was due to prior exhaustion or the sheer shock of Tang Tian's prowess. Only those who had experienced such feats could fathom the arduous nature of grasping 3 superior celestial techniques consecutively. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, even radiating vitality, seemingly untouched by any toll. If the reality mirrored the appearance, then Tang Tian effortlessly surpassed previous records. Elder Wei, please, Tang Tian said with a smile. Elder Wei inhaled deeply, once more ushering Tang Tian into the technique pavilion. Moments later, as a fierce wave of mystical energy surged forth, the spectators exhaled in astonishment, gazing at Tang Tian as if witnessing a ghost. The record had indeed been shattered, and it took merely the time of a burning incense stick. Many trembled in disbelief. Such comprehension was altogether unattainable. Yet, Tang Tian did not linger for a moment. Speaking again, Elder Wei, I request the next one. Chapter 348. Astonishing the higher echelons. The tradition of the Gochin Academy, exclusively benefiting new disciples, has endured for over a century. Within this span, the remarkable record established by previous disciples has been effortlessly shattered by Tang Tian. He even appears somewhat bored, a hint of drowsiness evident in his demeanor. When he expressed his desire to further comprehend the martial arts, the disciples present erupted in excitement. Who could have anticipated witnessing history today? This fellow, Tang Tian, seems perpetually in the act of creating milestones. Just how extraordinary is his prowess? Are there still doubters regarding the authenticity of his 9 tolls of the bell? Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances in Longmen, he would surely have ascended to the celestial cloud platform by now. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions. Yin Shaohua laughed heartily. It was well known that their 100 Clans alliance had fostered an exceptionally favorable relationship with Tang Tian. The more formidable he became, the greater their joy. In stark contrast, Hun Tao and Qi Heshuan fell into a profound silence, their expressions darkening. Whether fueled by enmity or growing rifts, their paths were destined to cross as rivals. Naturally, they were loath to witness Tang Tian's burgeoning strength. Furthermore, it seemed highly probable that during the upcoming saintly conference, Tang Tian would emerge as a formidable competitor. However, Emo Shu remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of her thoughts. After a brief moment, at Tang Tian's behest, he selected the 5th martial art, yet again an upper-tier celestial technique. Elder Wei's expression was one of sheer disbelief, akin to encountering a specter. He understood all too well that Tang Tian had chosen each technique at random, not even glancing at their names. Yet, astonishingly, he was able to swiftly grasp it to the minor accomplishment stage. Such an extraordinary feat far exceeded Elder Wei's comprehension. Ultimately, after erecting barriers around the Enlightenment platform, he discreetly transmitted a message to the sect leader, "Esteemed leader, strange occurrences are unfolding at the Martial Arts Pavilion. Please come swiftly." Having conveyed this, he stowed away the communication talisman, inhaling deeply as he cast his gaze upon the Enlightenment platform. At that moment, Tang Tian had already extracted the upper-tier celestial technique from his possession and, in the blink of an eye, had mastered its fundamentals. This was truly uncanny. Observing the scene before him, Elder Wei felt his body tense up. He sought any sign of fatigue on Tang Tian's face, yet no matter how closely he scrutinized, Tang Tian remained unfazed. Then, in the next moment, he achieved proficiency. The speed of his comprehension was astonishingly effortless, akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking. In no time, the 5th martial art was mastered. Following that, the 6th technique was summoned, and one after another, Tang Tian swiftly completed his understanding of each upper-tier celestial art. The onlooking disciples began to feel a sense of numbness. I had hoped that someone would break the record today, yet I could never have anticipated it would occur in such a manner. Has he already mastered over 20 superior-grade celestial techniques? Is he not weary? Is the strength of his spirit akin to an insatiable abyss? Truly, it is beyond human comprehension. Their initial disdain transformed into doubt, which then morphed into astonishment, ultimately leading them to question their very existence. Now, their minds are somewhat adrift. Remarkably, this entire metamorphosis transpired in merely a little over an hour. It turns out that in their eyes, superior-grade celestial techniques were revered as profoundly sacred. To comprehend 4 superior-grade techniques in succession is indeed an immense challenge. However, Tang Tian has rendered their previous mindset utterly laughable. What sanctity, what obstacles? In the presence of a genius of Tang Tian's caliber, all such notions dissipate. It is as if he shares an intrinsic bond with the very fabric of the celestial way. He possesses an unparalleled familiarity with every nook and cranny of his being. What transpired today feels akin to the resounding toll of a bell echoing through time. Indeed, summon that Luo Shi. I cannot believe she could match Tang Tian's extraordinary prowess. It is likely that the higher echelons will need to re-evaluate Tang Tian's innate gifts. Such a level of comprehension, within the entirety of Tianfu's history, is unlikely to find a peer. People murmured amongst themselves. Meanwhile, a figure swiftly traversed the clouds, leaving behind an elongated void imprint, exuding an air of impatience. Were Tang Tian present, he would surely discern that this individual was none other than the revered Di Yao, the master of Tong Sheng Mountain. Master Gong advanced steadily until he reached the epicenter of power within the heavenly domain, Tian Qi Mountain. Subsequently, he plunged into its depths. Moments later, Master Gong stood face to face with another figure in a garden atop the peak, none other than the esteemed Lan Ting. What troubles you, Master Gong? I still have several crucial meetings to attend, inquired Lan Ting. Let us set aside those trivial meetings for now. The usually composed Master Gong appeared exceedingly restless at this moment. The Techniques Pavilion has encountered a crisis, he declared gravely. Lan Ting furrowed his brow slightly. What has transpired? If memory serves, today should be when the new disciples are comprehending the techniques, correct? Master Gong nodded. Indeed, it pertains to that matter. One individual has shattered the existing record. Lan Ting was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Then this is a cause for celebration. Why do you appear as though you have seen a ghost? Which disciple has broken the record? Master Gong made a couple of sounds before responding. Who do you think it is? After contemplating, Lan Ting remarked, I am familiar with this cohort of disciples. Their overall prowess can only be described as average. The only one with a glimmer of hope to break the record is Du Hai. Yet, his spiritual strength falls short, making it quite challenging. So, suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. Is it Tang Tian? The Lord of the Palace nodded. This individual, whom you personally named, truly stands out. Can you fathom what kind of record he has created? The Celestial Master Lanting was momentarily taken aback. He had recommended Tang Tian to the Lord of the Palace solely because Tang Tian had taken the blame for the Longmen incident and voluntarily repaid a substantial debt. Out of both sentiment and reason, he believed he should receive some consideration. However, he did not genuinely believe that a disciple at the Xianxian realm could achieve any remarkable feat if miracles were to be created. That would surely be a matter for the future. I cannot say for certain, he replied. I know Tang Tian possesses exceptional talent, but I am not particularly informed about other aspects. The Lord of the Palace scoffed. Then you are truly neglectful. Let me inform you. By the time I came to seek you out, Tang Tian had already comprehended so many high-grade celestial techniques to the realm of Xiaoqing. As he spoke, he emphatically gestured to six techniques. The Celestial Master Lanting was instantly stunned. This achievement indeed represented a significant enhancement over the previous record. However, after he finished speaking, the Lord of the Palace glared at him and bellowed, It is already over 60 techniques. At this rate, he will clear out all the high-grade celestial techniques from the Pavilion of Arts. The thunderous proclamation reverberated in the mind of the Celestial Master Lanting. Yet, no sound could possibly compare to the shock instigated by the Lord of the Palace's words. The Celestial Master Lanting stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 349. Tang Tian's demands how much? The Celestial Master of Lanting finally regained his composure after a prolonged moment of astonishment, his voice transformed in incredulity. Over 60 superior celestial techniques. The Master of the Palace articulated this terrifying figure once more. In the brief interlude of our conversation, he had comprehended several more techniques. And now the total was nearing 70. Ever since receiving the message relayed by Elder Wei, they had maintained constant communication. Whenever new developments arose, Elder Wei would inform him at the earliest opportunity. Yet, until now, all he had received were reports of Tang Tian's continuous breakthroughs, each one setting a new record. If this continued unchecked, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The Master of the Palace spoke in a grave tone. However, at that moment, the Celestial Master of Lanting remained in a state of bewilderment. But how could this be possible? Tang Tian was merely a. How could the strength of his soul possibly sustain the continuous comprehension of such a multitude of superior celestial techniques? His expression was one of utter confusion. How should I know? The Master of the Palace exclaimed. Initially, I too believed that Elder Wei had misinterpreted the situation or that Tang Tian was employing some other method. But I personally witnessed the scene. Tang Tian exhibited no anomalies. He merely comprehended, broke through, and then broke through again. The Celestial Master of Lanting was left in sheer astonishment. Such an occurrence was beyond anything he had ever witnessed or even heard of. It was utterly contrary to reason. Enough of this idle chatter. You must think of a solution, the Master of the Palace urged. Yet, the Celestial Master of Lanting remained somewhat dazed and inquired, What solution? The Master of the Palace stared intently, saying, Have you forgotten what the Technique Pavilion is all about? If he continues to comprehend at this rate, it will soon collapse. A sudden realization struck the Celestial Master of Lanting. He recalled that the Technique Pavilion of Tongxing Mountain was, in essence, a remarkably unique celestial artifact. Its core composition consisted of the countless celestial techniques within. Among these, the superior celestial techniques served as the load-bearing walls of this structure. Should an excessive amount be absorbed at once, The edifice could indeed face the risk of collapse. The reason he had not considered this scenario earlier was that the pavilion had never been designed with the expectation that someone like Tang Tian could approach its limits so directly. Then we must quickly make him stop. Why did you come all the way here? The celestial master of Lanting exclaimed. The master of the palace chuckled coldly. You truly are befuddled. Have you forgotten that we at Tongxing Mountain have no involvement in the operation of the Technique Pavilion? Why else would I seek you out? To boast? The celestial master of Lanting was taken aback. When the Technique Pavilion was designed, it was entirely from the perspective of the disciples. To prevent any individual from exploiting it for personal gain, its operation was entirely autonomous. Even as the esteemed Master De Yao, the leader of the peak, could not compel himself to cease his relentless pursuit, he was bound to adhere to the original design, perpetually in motion. As long as Tang Tian did not voluntarily choose to surrender, this process would remain unbroken. Why do you not intervene and persuade Tang Tian to halt? The venerable Lan Ting asked, a hint of urgency in his voice, sensing an element of intentionality in the matter. Indeed, the truth was as he suspected. Master Gong snorted, expressing his discontent. Why must I play the villain? This is inherently a privilege belonging to Tang Tian. Any complications that have arisen are merely a result of our oversight. Moreover, I lack the authority to intervene, lest I overstep the established boundaries. The Tianfu still imposes significant restrictions on my powers as a peak leader. Naturally, Master Gong harbored his frustrations. However, through their recent discussions, Lan Ting gradually regained his composure. He understood the sentiments of Master Gong, but could not voice his thoughts too freely in the presence of another influential peak leader. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, Very well, I shall accompany you. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. I will also find ways to compensate for any losses incurred by Tang Tian. This fellow is indeed a source of constant concern. Lan Ting shook his head. After receiving the response he sought, Master Gong felt a sense of relief. What is the matter? With such an extraordinarily talented disciple, shouldn't you be elated? Lan Ting huffed, choosing to ignore him. Moments later, the two surged forward towards the direction of Tongxing Mountain. At that moment, on Tongxing Mountain, Tang Tian was deeply engrossed in comprehending the techniques. Having extracted an unquantifiable number from the Pavilion of Techniques, the surrounding disciples and elders had long since become desensitized to this phenomenon. Initially, they might have been astonished by Tang Tian breaking records. If he had surpassed the records by a significant margin, they would have been left in awe. However, now that Tang Tian had achieved an incomprehensible lead, they felt little more than indifference. This was a realm too distant, one where they no longer occupied the same world or dimension. In other words, it shattered their original worldview entirely. How many has he achieved? Someone murmured in a daze. 60 or 70, perhaps? No, it seems to have exceeded 100. I could have sworn it was already in the thousands. Some even began to hallucinate. Yet, as the instigator of this phenomenon, Tang Tian remained acutely aware of the figures. 99 techniques. The system indicated he had 4 insights remaining. Nonetheless, he still possessed ample points, allowing him to continue mastering a dozen more high-quality celestial techniques. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian organized the overwhelming influx of information in his mind, preparing to continue. Just then, an urgent voice echoed from the distant sky. Tang Tian, wait a moment. Tang Tian lifted his head. The voice was one he recognized all too well. It belonged to the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzuan. Soon, the figure of Lan Ting Xianzuan appeared before Tang Tian, accompanied by the leader of Tongsheng Mountain, Gong Fengzhu. Observing the perplexed expression on Tang Tian's face, Lan Ting Xianzuan let out a gentle sigh and waved his hand, summoning a barrier that enveloped only the two of them. Tang Tian, it is time to cease your endeavors, he said. Without hesitation, Lan Ting Xianzuan revealed the intricate circumstances surrounding the Pavilion of Techniques. Upon hearing this, a look of realization dawned upon Tang Tian. No wonder, as he continuously sought enlightenment, he sensed subtle changes within the pavilion. It was, in fact, a precursor to its impending collapse. Fortunately, Lan Ting Xianzuan had acted promptly. Otherwise, the calamity reminiscent of the Dragon Gate incident might have repeated itself. However, unlike the previous incident, the accountability this time lay squarely with the heavenly mansion, devoid of any dispute. This oversight is on us, Lan Ting Xianzuan remarked. You may choose to relinquish your claim, and I urge you to voice any requests you may have. I shall endeavor to fulfill them on behalf of the heavenly mansion. Lan Ting Xianzun was quite forthright, promptly offering his resolution. After contemplating, Tang Tian did not decline. Having acquired 100 superior-grade immortal techniques without cost was already more than sufficient. He would still need to cultivate them all to a consummate realm. Moreover, to be candid, he felt somewhat fatigued. Given that he would not gain much more insight in the near future, it would be wiser to exchange it for another form of benefit. Furthermore, he indeed required something specific at this moment. Very well, Tang Tian replied with a nod. I shall dare to make my request known. I need a high-quality forging furnace. Chapter 350 Reactions from All Sides Refining Furnace? The esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun paused momentarily. Tang Tian nodded in affirmation. During his recent expedition through the Celestial Corridor, he unexpectedly acquired a substantial collection of celestial crystal stones, which are regarded as the finest materials for weapon crafting. Upon obtaining them, Tang Tian contemplated the idea of forging a weapon for himself. Since his arrival in this realm, he had yet to possess a truly suitable weapon. The celestial crystal stones were precisely what he needed. However, the process of crafting a weapon is far from simple. Nonetheless, Tang Tian was well versed in myriad arts, and the art of refining naturally fell within his expertise. The only element he currently lacked was a refining furnace of sufficient quality. Without it, even melting the celestial crystal stones would be unattainable. I wish to forge a weapon for myself, Tang Tian stated candidly. Yet, Lan Ting Xianzun was once again taken aback. You understand the art of refining. Oh, I nearly forgot. During the Longmen trial, you were an all-around genius. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Had there been no incident during the Longmen trial, Tang Tian would have undoubtedly ascended directly to the Xianyan platform, avoiding all these complications. However, it was too late to dwell on the past. All that could be done now was to make amends as best as possible. Very well, I shall personally seek out a quality refining furnace for you, Lan Ting Xianzun declared. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Given Lan Ting Xianzun's assurance, it was certain that the furnace would not be of inferior quality. Do you have any other requirements? Lan Ting Xianzun inquired. Tang Tian shook his head, indicating that this was his only request. Today's gains had already exceeded his expectations. He was not one to be insatiable. Lan Ting Xianzun nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two refrained from further conversation and dismantled the barriers surrounding them. Tang Tian then chose to forego further comprehension, returning to the crowd below with his newly acquired mastery of 100 superior celestial techniques. The onlooking disciples let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. However, they all understood that had Tang Tian chosen to continue, he would undoubtedly have shattered his own astonishing record yet again. To continuously comprehend 100 superior celestial techniques, such a figure was simply outrageous. After Tang Tian concluded his understanding, the remaining disciples gradually took to the stage. Among them, one performed commendably, mastering 2 superior celestial techniques in succession. Yet, in light of Tang Tian's accomplishments, such a feat could hardly stir any ripples. Ultimately, as the bell tolled, the radiance emanating from the pavilion of techniques gradually faded. This event, a special privilege for the new disciples of the Gochin Academy, had now come to a definitive close. Meanwhile, Tang Tian's extraordinary achievements, which surpassed the realm of miracles, spread through the Tianfu like snowflakes. What? Someone comprehended 100 superior celestial techniques in just 2 hours? Is this a dream? How did such an outrageous rumor come to light? No. This is indeed true. That individual, the recently celebrated prodigy from outside, Tang Tian. My goodness, this is beyond extraordinary. Who could possibly deny it? Even the upper echelons of Tianfu were stirred. The esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun personally graced the occasion. The revelation that Tang Tian comprehended 100 superior celestial techniques was akin to dropping a deep-sea bomb in Yunding Tianfu, igniting a fervor within just a few days. Upon hearing this, some shook their heads in disbelief, exclaiming that such a feat was beyond comprehension. It was only when irrefutable evidence was presented before them that their faces turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Those with fragile mental states even found themselves in a daze, their resolve shaken. The impact of this event on the ordinary disciples was, indeed, overwhelming. Even the most elite among them struggled to accept it. How could this be possible? How did he achieve such a feat? Ing Chun, a disciple who had just ascended to the Xianyan platform this year, furrowed his brow, unable to fathom how this could have transpired. Meanwhile, the young maiden Luo Shi, also newly arrived at the Xianyun platform, gazed intently towards Tongsheng Mountain, her eyes sparkling with determination. I knew you would not be so simple. Humph. Once you arrive at the Xianyun platform, I shall challenge you to a true contest. Despite her petite stature, her fighting spirit was boundless. The leading forces within Tianfu each reacted in their own way. In the Hall of War Gods, Tian Yuan Xianzun shattered his most cherished jade artifact in a fit of rage. He understood that, following this revelation, employing conventional means to deal with Tang Tian would be utterly impossible. In contrast, the atmosphere within the Mo family remained relaxed. Little sister indeed possesses keen insight. Thankfully, she did not heed my advice to maintain distance from Tang Tian. This fellow appears poised to defy the heavens, remarked Mo Jun with a light chuckle. He then conveyed a message to another genius within his family. Cousin Mo Shu, forget about the matter of the Xian Huang Mother Gold. The family will find a way to compensate you. Do not engage in any conflict with Tang Tian within the Gochin Academy, he advised. Mo Shu soon responded, assuring her brother that he need not worry. She was well aware of her responsibilities. As Mo family members are generally very independent, she could manage her own affairs without burdening the family. Meanwhile, the Han family remained reticent. They had always been low-key, and this occasion was no exception, leaving no one privy to their true thoughts. However, the response from the Xunyu Pavilion was rather pronounced. Since Tang Tian possesses wealth, he should first address the damages caused by Long Min rather than squander it frivolously. They seized upon this matter to criticize him. Yet, regrettably, the backlash was minimal. The high-ranking officials from the main estate had said nothing. Why should a mere faction rush to judgment? It is speculated that the Divine Jade Pavilion is aware of Tang Tian's ownership of a trading association and intends to suppress it deliberately, as he wishes to establish the association in the Tianfu region. Their vision appears somewhat limited. Besides the Divine Jade Pavilion, another formidable force has reacted in an unexpectedly notable manner. The emergence of such a prodigy is indeed a fortuitous event for Tianfu, warranting vigorous cultivation. Surprisingly, the speaker is none other than the usually reclusive Xiaoyao clan. Subsequently, some recalled that during the trial of Tang Tian, the head of the Xiaoyao clan unexpectedly sided with him. Adding to the intrigue, there are occasional whispers suggesting a close bond between Tang Tian and Luo Shi. Many are left to ponder whether there truly exists a connection between Tang Tian and the Xiaoyao family. In summary, Tang Tian's visit to the Scripture Pavilion has stirred significant waves in Tianfu once more, redirecting public attention to this foreign young disciple. One cannot help but wonder what heights he might achieve within Tianfu. However, the architect of this tumult, Tang Tian, has remained withdrawn these past few days, sequestered in his serene courtyard, standing before a colossal forge. Within the furnace, fervent flames continue to blaze as a long sword, radiating a soft luminescence, gradually takes shape. Chapter 351. The celestial moonlight soared on the day following the visit to the Pavilion of Techniques. The esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun personally delivered a forge to the Qingsu courtyard. A creation of Lan Ting Xianzun is undoubtedly a masterpiece. What he brought was, in fact, an imperial artifact. According to Lan Ting Xianzun, this was a personal treasure once wielded by an immortal emperor adept in the art of forging. After a series of unforeseen events, this imperial artifact changed hands multiple times before finally arriving in the possession of the Yun Ding Tianfu. Subsequently, due to the fluctuations of the heavens and earth, the art of forging gradually fell into decline. And this forge remained sealed in the treasure vault of the Tianfu until this very day, when it was once again revealed to the light. This is the finest forge I could procure. However, it is exceedingly ancient, and the forging techniques of old were quite formidable, with flames of intense ferocity. Exercise caution while using it, Lan Ting Xianzun advised. Tang Tian nodded in gratitude. This was precisely the robust forge he needed, essential for the complete smelting of the starry crystal stones. Indeed, within just 4 days, Tang Tian utilized this immortal emperor's forge to smelt millions of starry crystal stones. A sword blank, entirely composed of starry crystal stones, gradually took shape within the forge. During the forging process, Tang Tian refrained from adding any other materials. The primary reason was that, compared to the starry crystal stones, the other materials he possessed were of inferior quality. Any random addition would compromise the overall quality of this celestial sword. The Xianhuang mother gold and a pile of celestial gold fragments could have sufficed, but their quantities were limited. Moreover, Tang Tian had other uses for these two substances. The second reason was that Tang Tian was not yet ready to finalize the form of this weapon. Thus, he crafted a semi-finished product using pure starry crystal stones. It could serve both as a complete celestial sword and as a sword blank, allowing him to incorporate more superior materials in the future for further refinement. In essence, it was a celestial weapon capable of continuous upgrading. The flames blazed fiercely, were it not for the forge encasing them. The terrifying energy could have ignited the entire Tongsheng mountain. The long sword swiftly formed within the furnace, radiating a luminous starlight, as if it were not meant to exist in the mortal realm. When the brightness of the starlight reached a critical threshold, Tang Tian extended his hand and struck forcefully. With a resounding boom, the forge soared into the air, trembling violently in the sky. In the next moment, a slightly translucent long sword erupted from the forge, accompanied by searing energy and an inexhaustible power of celestial stars, sweeping through the Qing Su courtyard. In the blink of an eye, a massive energy vortex formed in the sky, continuously expanding and stirring up endless winds and clouds. Should this continue unabated, the entire Tianfu would surely sense the emergence of this extraordinary celestial sword. However, Tang Tian had long since devised a plan. A silver wine flask materialized in the palm of his hand. Subsequently, a stream of ethereal silver elixir flowed forth from its spout, soaring towards the celestial sword suspended in the sky. The moon elixir had been savored by Tang Tian for over 2 months, and he had grown well acquainted with its fundamental properties. Employing it for tempering was undoubtedly feasible. Indeed, as the moon elixir came into contact with the celestial sword, a sizzling sound erupted, and a thick mist of celestial vapor instantly enveloped the surroundings. Immediately thereafter, the energy vortex above the horizon halted abruptly, then swiftly contracted, forming a colossal funnel that poured its contents into the blade of the sword. Within a brief span, it vanished without a trace. All was calm, as if nothing had transpired. Above in the heavens, a pristine celestial sword floated serenely. Tang Tian beckoned with his hand, and the sword, as if guided by an unseen force, traced a fleeting shadow across the sky before landing gracefully in his grasp. Its touch was frigid, light as air. Yet, Tang Tian could perceive the terrifying power concealed within this sword. Although it was forged by his own hand, even he, on the verge of ascending to the golden immortal realm, would likely struggle to unleash its full potential. Once drawn, this sword could obliterate myriad sects. He named it the Star Moon Sword, drawing inspiration from the materials used in its creation. A surge of elation emanated from the sword, as if it too rejoiced at its own emergence. Sensing the sword's exuberance, Tang Tian's spirits lifted. At last, he possessed a weapon of his own. Though this celestial sword bore the semblance of a blade, under Tang Tian's exquisite craftsmanship, it embodied the essence of countless techniques. This was a weapon meticulously crafted for his own use. With the Star Moon Sword in hand, his power had undoubtedly surged by over 50%. The more he gazed upon it, the greater his delight grew. He produced several starry crystalline stones and forged an exquisite scabbard to encase the Star Moon Sword, which he then secured at his waist. If all went according to plan, the Star Moon Sword would accompany him throughout his future journey. After completing this task, 5 full days had elapsed. Tang Tian let out a long sigh of relief and rested for a moment in the courtyard. He then seated himself before the forge, retrieving a piece of yellow ancient jade the size of his thumb. This was the Xianhuang mother gold acquired at the appraisal fair for 1,500,000 jade. After that day, he had first attended the Tao comprehension session at the Cultivation Pavilion and subsequently dedicated himself to crafting his exclusive weapon. He had yet to examine this piece of Xianhuang mother gold. After a careful inspection, Tang Tian reaffirmed that the Xianhuang mother gold was indeed the core material of those celestial gold fragments. It was no wonder it could be refined alongside shards of the primordial chaos bell. It was, after all, a divine artifact of extraordinary caliber. Tang Tian could not help but exclaim in admiration. The primordial Xianhuang mother gold can be regarded as an even more precious entity than the starry crystal. It is believed to have formed only at the dawn of creation, thus qualifying as a naturally born primordial substance. Previously, Tang Tian had been unable to decipher the intricate formations and compositions inscribed upon the fragments of celestial gold, as there were no relevant references available. However, with the acquisition of this piece of Xianhuang Mother Gold, the matter could finally be brought to fruition. Without hesitation, Tang Tian immersed himself once more in the tedious realm of research. Well-versed in myriad laws, and having personally traversed the world of rules, his progress in analyzing the formations was remarkably swift. In just 3 days, he had thoroughly comprehended the material composition of the celestial gold fragments, as well as the structural intricacies of the formations. The interactions between the celestial gold and the primordial chaos bell fragments became abundantly clear. A brand new, expansive realm gradually unfolded before Tang Tian. It truly resembled an intelligent mind. Gazing at the heap of celestial gold and the fragments of the primordial chaos bell, he murmured to himself, "It seems I might be able to forge an extraordinary tool." Chapter 352. Creating the system after several days of dedicated research. Tang Tian finally unraveled all the mysteries surrounding the Longmin Chaos Clock. As he had previously conjectured, Longmin was indeed a fully automated intelligent core. At its heart lay a small fragment of the primordial chaos clock, while the supplementary celestial gold served as auxiliary components for this intellect. The fragment itself governed the rules, and through the external etching of celestial gold, it formed a closed-loop process capable of sensing external conditions, making judgments, and producing results. Consequently, Longmin required no manual intervention. Once activated, it could comprehensively assess one's cultivation aptitude with remarkable accuracy, encompassing all aspects of existence while virtually eliminating the possibility of misjudgment. Tang Tian could not help but marvel at the genius behind the creation of Longmin, a truly extraordinary talent. However, upon thorough examination, Tang Tian also discovered that the design of Longmin's aptitude detection was not without its flaws. At least, it had not fully harnessed the potential of the primordial chaos clock fragment. In fact, less than 10% of its capabilities had been developed. This was not due to the creator's incompetence, but rather the interference of the fragment's fractured will, which had hampered the development process. The presence of this will constrain the individual to extract only a small fraction of the fragment's abilities to realize their ambitions, resulting in a limited development. Now, however, the fractured will had been completely consumed by the black hole, leaving behind a pure fragment, an untainted core hub. Tang Tian could now proceed without reservations, allowing its full capabilities to be revealed. What to create? In an instant, countless ideas flashed through Tang Tian's mind. Coming from a technological world, his understanding of an intelligent core far surpassed that of practitioners in the cultivation realm. This was not a matter of strength, but rather a limitation of environment. With this fragment and the remaining celestial gold shards, the possibilities were endless. For instance, he could create illusions to simulate the most realistic combat scenarios, thereby enhancing practical combat skills. He could utilize its intrinsic properties to analyze techniques, decipher rare materials, and unravel the mysteries of this world. Moreover, he could construct a powerful central hub, transforming it into a superintelligent assistant, becoming an invaluable ally on Tang Tian's future path. Ideas that had never before been conceived in this world continually surged through Tang Tian's mind. However, after considerable contemplation, he decided to initially harness only a portion of its abilities to accomplish the most pressing tasks at hand. The remaining computational power could be reserved for future endeavors. Ever since he encountered the Celestial Patrol realm, Tang Tian had harbored a vision of creating an online virtual platform of unparalleled breadth. This platform would not only facilitate trade but also serve as a medium for friendship, conversation, leisure, cultivation, and even combat. It is akin to a fully immersive holographic online game with 100% realism. However, to actualize such an audacious vision, an immensely powerful core control hub is indispensable. The fragments of the primordial chaos clock perfectly fulfill this requirement. The next step is to unravel the mysteries of the celestial realm. Thus, Tang Tian resolves to retain most of the computational power of the fragments. Even with a mere fraction of its capabilities, numerous beneficial tasks can be accomplished. Upon reflection, Tang Tian decides to embark on several initiatives. The first involves information memory and analysis. Since entering the heavenly domain, the greatest challenge Tang Tian has faced is not the cultivation or the war god temple, but rather the fact that he is virtually unfamiliar with everyone he encounters. This often leads to awkward situations, prompting him to instruct Li Hong and the others to diligently gather all available information within the heavenly realm. Despite their relentless efforts over the past few months and the considerable resources spent, the information collected remains limited, primarily comprising details about key figures and significant events. However, should Tang Tian utilize the chaos clock fragments to create a tool capable of storing information and conducting comprehensive analyses, it would greatly simplify matters. Li Hong would merely need to input all the data he has gathered. Subsequently, when encountering an unfamiliar individual, this tool would query its database and retrieve all relevant information about the person. In instances where the database lacks such information, it would analyze the individual's attire, affiliations, and other outward characteristics to provide a general overview. This would eliminate the obscurity that currently plagues Tang Tian, allowing Li Hong and the others to devote their time and energy to other pursuits. The second initiative is analysis. Techniques, celestial artifacts, rare materials, formations, and the like fundamentally align with the principles of the celestial path, with the capabilities of the chaos clock fragments. It would be effortless to dissect their specific contents and compositions, thereby elucidating their core essence for Tang Tian's judgment. Consequently, when encountering unfamiliar entities such as fragments of celestial gold, he would be better equipped to handle them with clarity and precision. These two functions are of considerable importance to Tang Tian at present. While they may seem powerful and complex, they constitute merely about 1/50th of the total computational capacity of the fragments. This illustrates the terrifying energy and potential that lie within this small fragment. For now, this will suffice. It seems I have unwittingly created a system of my own, one that I have meticulously crafted with my own hands. A smile dances upon Tang Tian's lips as he cannot help but chuckle. In terms of effectiveness, it indeed resembles a system. Then let us craft it into a systematic form. Without hesitation, Tang Tian summoned the fragments of the Chaos Bell, remnants of celestial gold, starlit crystals, and several other auxiliary materials, laying them all before him. Subsequently, he retrieved the Celestial Emperor's forge, igniting it with a wave of his hand. The searing heat once again surged within the tranquil courtyard. With fingers dancing like phantoms, he inscribed intricate incantations into the forge. All the materials began to undergo a gradual transformation within its fiery embrace. 5 days swiftly passed. The once glowing red Celestial Emperor's forge began to cool. Moments later, a translucent specter suddenly ascended from the forge. Tang Tian extended his palm, drawing it back to him. The specter lacked substance and a fixed form, resembling a bubble, exquisite and ethereal. Gazing at the newly forged celestial artifact, Tang Tian's eyes sparkled with unmistakable excitement. This was none other than the system he had meticulously crafted to suit his own needs. Chapter 353. Preparing to move in, is this my third system? Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The artifact he had personally crafted indeed resembled a traditional system in every conceivable way. Firstly, it could seamlessly integrate into a person's body. Moreover, it was formless and invisible. Unless one possessed profound mastery at the level of rules, it was virtually impossible for an ordinary individual to perceive its existence. Its clandestine nature was maximized. Secondly, it boasted a certain degree of storage capability. Tang Tian had meticulously designed a vast space for it, using various materials. To be candid, its utility was limited. It was merely a small indulgence of Tang Tian's curiosity. Finally, we arrive at its specific functionalities. Through Tang Tian's design, 2 features had been flawlessly incorporated. When one wished to inquire about a person or an event, one merely needed to awaken it within their mind to reveal all desired information before their eyes. In the process of gathering information, one simply needed to place the intended data nearby, and it would be stored effortlessly. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to automatically collect information about the surrounding environment, which proved to be exceedingly convenient. When Tang Tian desired to analyze a particular technique or a rare treasure, he could simply activate its scanning function, focus on the object of interest, and swiftly attain the desired results. The operational methods of these 2 functionalities were almost indistinguishable from those of conventional systems. Additionally, this new system had the remarkable advantage of being transferable. It could be given to whomever he chose. Given its striking similarities, it deserved a name befitting the realm of cultivation. How about Little Wisdom? Tang Tian whimsically bestowed a name upon it. Little Wisdom was merely a tool, devoid of consciousness. and thus would not respond in any manner. Having completed all of this, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. For the past half-month, he had been immersed in the process of crafting. Although he felt no physical discomfort, he did sense a degree of mental fatigue. He had never engaged in such an endeavor before. Had it not been for the purpose of forging a personalized weapon and creating a useful system for himself, he would never have chosen to exert himself so intensely. The principles he adhered to were to cultivate with ease and joy. After a brief respite, Tang Tian summoned Li Hong. Once he elucidated the partial functionalities of Little Wisdom, Li Hong's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Young master, you truly are a divine being. To think you could forge such a miraculous item. Even though he was accustomed to Tang Tian's astonishing feats, this contraption called Little Wisdom left him utterly astounded. He had never encountered, nor even heard of, the existence of such a divine object. The primary reason being that no one would dare to squander such extraordinary capabilities on mere information gathering. The reason behind Tang Tian's actions was surprisingly rooted in his discomfort with unfamiliarity, among others. This revelation left Li Hong speechless. He could only repeatedly reassure himself that the young master was a being of divine nature. The actions of such a celestial figure were surely beyond the comprehension of an ordinary mortal like himself. In the days that followed, I shall entrust Xiaoji to you, Tang Tian declared. Gather every piece of information you can find, no matter how trivial, and store it within. Li Hong nodded earnestly. After the initial shock, excitement soon followed. During this period, he and the Lan Yu sisters had tirelessly scoured the land, collecting more information to help Tang Tian acclimate swiftly within Tianfu. The results were satisfactory, though the effort was exhausting. With Xiaoji now at their disposal, they could finally ease their burdens and attend to other matters. Rest assured, I will see it done, Li Hong assured him. Subsequently, Tang Tian summoned Xiaoji from within himself and transferred it into Li Hong's body. As Li Hong felt Xiaoji take root within him, he was astounded, marveling at its capabilities. This is simply magnificent, he exclaimed. After some time, he gradually calmed his astonishment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Hong offered an apology before continuing. Young master, I have one more matter to report to you. Tang Tian nodded, prompting him to proceed. Li Hong informed him. Chairman Wang Gang has sent me word. The Tianxia Trading Association has firmly established itself within the Qinghua sect. We have successfully absorbed 15 large trading houses, along with countless smaller ones, all of which have now been integrated. As long as the power structure of the Qinghua sect remains stable and our financial chain is unbroken, we should not encounter significant issues there. Thus, he believes it is time to venture onto a broader stage. Tang Tian nodded slowly. It has been over half a year since the Tianxia Trading Association began its expansion. Though this is not an extensive period, the association boasts nearly limitless funding and direct protection from the Qinghua sect. In a time when other trading houses are struggling to survive, our expansion has proceeded remarkably smoothly, almost effortlessly. However, this does not diminish Wang Gang's capabilities. While absorption is straightforward, integration proves challenging. His ability to solidify the internal structure of the association in such a short time is undeniably impressive. Is there still sufficient funding on that end? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong affirmed, stating, absolutely. During our time away from the Qinghua sect, we have sent over 3 million Xiantian Daoyu to him. Thanks to Chairman Wang Gang's meticulous strategies and operations, we still have several 100,000 remaining. Tang Tian acknowledged this with a sound, noting that while large-scale teleportation arrays are rare, smaller ones are still available. They have been sending funds to Wang Gang incrementally. It is solely Li Hong who is responsible for everything. Tang Tian is oblivious to the specific amounts involved, nor does he care, as his wealth continues to grow. What about Qinghua sect? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong responded, there are no issues. The young sect master, Yun Kong, has now essentially solidified his position, with only the announcement remaining. The status of the sect leader, Qi Yuan, remains unassailable, and both of them are unwavering supporters of yours. Tang Tian nodded. Upon departing from Qinghua sect, he had arranged everything, ensuring that during Qi Yuan's tenure, there would be no significant problems. Very well, Tang Tian said. Notify Wang Gang to prepare for the Merchant Association's establishment in Tianfu. Additionally, have him appoint a trustworthy individual to patrol the heavenly realm in the imperial city. I will provide him with another 10 million. The development in Tianfu must proceed, and the main base cannot be neglected. Li Hong nodded in agreement. After discussing several details, He returned to his duties. Tang Tian gazed into the distance and exhaled softly. It seemed he needed to seek out Mo Xiaoxiao's elder brother, Mo Jun, and take that piece of Xianhuang mother gold with him. At the time, Mo Shu had been willing to bid 1 million, indicating a pressing need for it. Given the current relationship between the two families, Tang Tian wished to leave no room for discord. Furthermore, there was another matter that required his attention. He glanced at his personal space, where the soul contract of the Starry River Immortal Emperor lay quietly. Chapter 354. The Four Great Temples After a Night of Rest. Tang Tian rose early the next day and directly reached out to Mo Jun. Tang brother. Came Mo Jun's cheerful laughter from the other end. You have never initiated contact with me before. Speak. What matters do you wish to entrust to me? Tang Tian replied. You flatter me, Mo brother. I have been entangled in various affairs lately, leaving me little time for anything else. I assure you, when I have the opportunity, I shall pay you a visit to express my apologies. His relationship with Mo Jun was not as casual as with Mo Xiaoxiao. Thus, he felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of decorum. Mo Jun chuckled in response. There is no need for that. We shall keep in touch more frequently from now on. I am quite aware of your situation. My friend, you have truly made waves this time. The entire Tianfu has been shaken by the commotion. To comprehend 100 superior celestial techniques in succession will undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of Tianfu history. His voice brimmed with astonishment. Indeed, Tang Tian's extraordinary feat had surpassed everyone's comprehension. Upon hearing the news, the senior members of the Mo family even summoned Mo Jun personally. Upon learning of the relationship that had developed between them, they expressed their approval and subsequently instructed Mo Jun to maintain a cordial rapport with Tang Tian and, if possible, to entice him to join the Mo family. Thus, Tang Tian's initiative to contact him brought Mo Jun considerable joy. It was merely a matter of serendipity. Tang Tian preferred to remain discreet about such matters, brushing them aside with a few words. He then inquired, how is Xiao Zhao's seclusion progressing? Mo Jun replied, quite well. The effects of her cultivation have been surprisingly positive. I wonder if it has something to do with her state of mind. I estimate she will officially emerge in about 2 months. Tang Tian nodded. That is good to hear. Upon returning to Tianfu, Mo Xiaoxiao had utilized certain secret arts within the family, achieving breakthroughs with remarkable ease, far surpassing his own arduous efforts. However, that method bore evident side effects. During their previous encounters, Tang Tian had distinctly sensed that Mo Xiaoxiao's realm was not particularly stable. Her aura felt ephemeral, and her cultivation did not possess the robustness he had anticipated. Simply put, she was among the weaker contingent within her realm. Yet, Mo Xiaoxiao appeared unfazed by this. Or perhaps her ambitions lay not on the path of cultivation. As a member of the family, her circumstances were undoubtedly more intricate than those of external cultivators. Given this, the next endeavor I wish to pursue may indeed require your assistance. Mo brother, Tang Tian transitioned to the main topic. Mo Jun smiled. Is it regarding the Tianxia Commerce Association? My sister has already informed me about this matter during her seclusion. She has implored me repeatedly to ensure I provide you with the utmost convenience, lest I face her wrath upon her return. Goodness. Tang Tian could easily envision Mo Jun on the other end, shaking his head and sighing. Are you prepared to establish yourselves in Tianfu? Mo Jun inquired. Tang Tian responded affirmatively, stating, we are nearly ready to proceed at any moment. However, prior to that, I wish to familiarize myself with the local circumstances of Tianfu. After all, business is invariably accompanied by disputes. To claim a territory, one must first comprehend the local dynamics. Although my financial resources are exceedingly ample, I am well aware of the adage that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Absolutely no problem. Mo Jun readily agreed. However, he noted that the commercial landscape of Tianfu is rather intricate and cannot be succinctly summarized in just a few sentences. When do you have time? I can take you there for a first-hand look. It will be much more intuitive that way. After contemplating, Tang Tian replied, that works. I am available now and will be free for the next few days. When is convenient for you? Mo Jun smiled and said, let us do it now then. Your matters take precedence. I certainly do not wish to be reprimanded by my younger sister later. Let us meet at the foot of Tianqi Mountain to the south. There is a large dojo there, and we can convene at the terrace by the main entrance. He immediately established the meeting place. Tang Tian expressed his agreement, and they concluded their communication. Rising to his feet, Tang Tian donned the robe of a disciple of the Gochin sect and secured the Xingyue immortal sword at his waist before stepping outside. Tianqi Mountain is the most colossal and towering peak within the realm of Yunding Tianfu. It also serves as the very heart of Yunding Tianfu. The influential upper echelons, prominent elders, and the most exceptional disciples all reside upon Tianqi Mountain. Even the three publicly recognized lords of the estate, alongside the concealed, foundational ancestors of the Tianfu, dwell in its heights. The forbidden statue that Tang Tian had glimpsed from afar also stands proudly atop Tianqi Mountain. Thus, although the number of individuals atop Tianqi Mountain is not vast, they undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of power, wealth, and strength. In contrast, the foot of Tianqi Mountain is bustling with activity. 4 dojos are strategically positioned in the east, south, west, and north. As long as one possesses the status of an official disciple within the Tianfu, they may enter these 4 dojos to cultivate, forge, concoct elixirs, engage in combat, and more. Each day, a staggering number of disciples traverse in and out of the dojos. To prevent congestion, each dojo has opened numerous grand gates to facilitate the movement of disciples. At this moment, in front of the southern dojo, a young disciple stood before the grand entrance, gazing up at the towering Tianqi Mountain with a dazed expression, as if he had never encountered such grandeur before. As the disciples passed by, they cast curious glances at him, pondering the origins of this seemingly Navi newcomer. However, when they caught sight of the disciple's robe, they fell silent, refraining from any further discussion. Even as they passed by, they made a wide detour, fearful of disturbing him. This robe, adorned with intricate patterns of purple and gold, signified the esteemed Tongxing Mountain, marking him as a peak disciple, an existence that none dared to provoke lightly. Thus, the disciple remained standing, lost in thought for a considerable time before regaining his composure. Compared to this grand venue, the Qingyue sect appeared as nothing more than a trifling patch of land, hardly worthy of attention. This individual was none other than Tang Tian, who had come to fulfill his appointment. He was indeed taken aback by the magnificent Taoist arena before him, not merely by its vast expanse or the number of disciples it could accommodate, but by the layers upon layers of intricate formations that enveloped such an immense venue. Moreover, profound Taoist rhythms and principles descended slowly from the summit of Tianqi Mountain, enveloping the arena entirely. Even standing at the entrance, the cultivation effects rivaled those of the Tao-level meditation chambers of the Qingyue sect. It was hard to fathom what terrifying scenes lay within. In such an environment, it would be nearly impossible not to progress in one's cultivation. Tang Tian could not help but reflect on the significance of being born in the right place. After standing quietly for a moment, a familiar voice broke the stillness from behind him. "Brother Tang." It turned out to be Mo Jun. Chapter 355. The Pool of Treasures. What are you gazing at? Mo Jun approached and stood beside Tang Tian, both of them gazing at the majestic Tianqi Mountain before them. The world is well aware that the cloud-top paradise is vast and its populous numbers in the billions, seemingly endless. Yet, few know that this very mountain is the true essence of the cloud-top paradise. With a sigh, he continued, "This place is the original site of the paradise. Thousands of years ago, the sovereign of the paradise descended from the heavens, wielding unparalleled power. With but a flick of his finger, he erected a monumental peak, the grandest in this world. Thereafter, the cloud-top paradise took root here, rapidly expanding outward from Tianqi Mountain, evolving into its current immense scale." Tang Tian fell silent, pondering deeply. Although Mo Jun's words were few, the underlying tumult of war could well engulf the entire sky. He understood that during the frenzied expansion of the cloud-top paradise, countless once mighty factions had been utterly obliterated. Some had endured for tens of thousands of years, yet they could not withstand the terrifying might of the paradise, vanishing into the annals of history, some even leaving not a trace of their names behind. The cycle of destruction and rebirth is the very essence of the cultivation world. The disciples of the Xianyan platform were also present atop Tianqi Mountain, expressing hope that in the near future, they might once again witness the presence of Brother Tang. With a smile, Mo Jun spoke, "I look forward to seeing you soon, Brother Tang." Tang Tian graciously acknowledged his words. Subsequently, he retrieved a small piece of jade from his spatial storage. "Not long ago, during the stargazing conference, I encountered another genius from your Mo family. At that time, she expressed interest in this item. However, I too was in need of it, which led to a minor dispute. Fortunately, after some concession, I managed to obtain this treasure. Now that it is no longer of use to me, I wish to ask Brother Mo to pass it on to her. As he handed the jade to Mo Jun. It was the Xianhuang mother gold he had acquired during the auction. Mo Jun stared at the item, momentarily taken aback, hesitating to accept it. Surely, this is unnecessary. Brother Tang, the appraisal meeting is founded on fair competition. The highest bidder rightfully claims the prize. It belongs to you now, Mo Jun replied, genuinely astonished that Tang Tian would offer the Xianhuang mother gold once more. He was certain he could not accept it casually, fearing it might displease Tang Tian. Yet, Tang Tian insisted, please, accept it. This item holds no further significance for me. It would be better suited for someone who truly needs it. The Mo family has aided me greatly, and this is but a token of my gratitude. Mo Jun fell silent, taken aback by Tang Tian's overwhelming courtesy. Yet, he still found it somewhat elusive to discern the true meaning behind Tang Tian's words. Observing Mo Jun's lingering hesitation, Tang Tian feigned displeasure and remarked, Brother Mo, your hesitance renders this rather unamusing. Given our relationship, is it truly too much to accept a mere piece of Xianhuang mother gold? If you genuinely do not wish for it, I shall discard it, as it serves little purpose now. With that, he pretended to toss the Xianhuang mother gold away. Mo Jun quickly intervened, exclaiming, No, no, no. Such a treasure cannot be carelessly discarded. Reluctantly, he conceded, Well, since Brother Tang insists, I shall shamelessly accept it. I will ensure it reaches Mo Shu and convey your intentions. Ultimately, Mo Jun accepted the Xianhuang mother gold, yet he felt a pang of astonishment. Something acquired for 150,000 was so easily given away. Could it be that the rumors of Tang Tian having repaid a substantial amount of debt were indeed true? Was Tang Tian's wealth truly so formidable? Having gifted the Xianhuang mother gold to Mo Jun, Tang Tian set aside the matter. The two then departed hastily towards the southern direction of Tianqi Mountain, Wanbao Pool. On the way, Mo Jun informed Tang Tian of their destination. Indeed, Mo Jun affirmed, that is the headquarters of the Yunding Tianfu commercial empire. Most of the various merchant associations, large and small, have their headquarters in Wanbao Pool. This includes the Xinyu Pavilion and the Shanghai Hall's branches, as well as numerous great powers and prominent family enterprises. Once we arrive at Wanbao Pool, you will gain a vivid understanding of the commercial landscape of Tianfu. Tang Tian nodded, surprised that Tianfu had designated a specific area for commerce. He wondered if the Sun Tian realm was also located within Wanbao Pool. Their speed was remarkable, yet it took nearly half an hour of flight before they reached their destination. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, Brother Mo, is this truly what you refer to as Wanbao Pool? Have you perhaps misunderstood the term pool? Before him lay an expanse where water met the sky, an immense body of water that seemed boundless, akin to an ocean. Scattered across the surface were numerous islands, densely packed and irregularly distributed, amounting to thousands upon casual estimation. Each island boasted grand structures, lavishly adorned, exuding opulence. A multitude of cultivators flitted about like swarming flies across the islands. Mo Jun chuckled. In the early days, the number of merchant associations here was quite limited, all concentrated on the most densely populated islands. The shape of that area resembled a pond. Hence it earned the name Wanbao Pool. However, with the subsequent development, an increasing number of merchant associations have established themselves here, leading to a significant expansion in scale. To date, the number of industries present has surpassed 6,000. Yet, the name Wanbao Pool has remained unchanged. Tang Tian remained silent. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the presence of numerous associations and industries due to such immense talent, the sheer magnitude of their quantity and scale far exceeded his expectations. Upon entering the realm of Tianxiaotong, would he have to compete against so many formidable opponents? Tang Tian sensed that without a robust backing, even with boundless financial resources, his path would likely be fraught with difficulties. Are you afraid? Observing Tang Tian's reaction, Mo Jun chuckled. Tang Tian shrugged and replied, I suppose I will often be relying on you from now on. Mo Jun laughed heartily. That is certainly no trouble at all. However, you need not be overly concerned. Although there are numerous merchant associations here, few possess genuine strength. Some of the particularly small associations have total assets that do not even compare to the piece of Xianhuang mother gold you acquired. The real threats come from the well-established powers within Tianfu, primarily located at the center of Wanbao Pool, the area that is both the largest and most densely populated. The Mo family's enterprises are also situated there. Tang Tian nodded slightly. In that case, the situation appeared much more favorable. He had anticipated that the arrival of Tian Xiaotong would likely provoke a significant upheaval. The fewer the adversaries, the easier it would be. Let us proceed. I will take you to see it, Mo Jun said. Chapter 356, New Treasure Island, Wanbao Pool. This is the very heart of Wanbao Pool, the area where islands are most densely packed. Numerous islands, large and small, jostle together, resembling a peculiar aquatic realm. Among these myriad islands, one colossal island stands out prominently. This place is known as New Treasure Island. Mo Jun elaborated. It is the largest island within Wanbao Pool. Its area nearly equivalent to half the total of all the other islands combined. It is also the most bustling locale, housing nearly all the major merchant associations and influential enterprises, along with their headquarters or outposts. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Even from a distance, he could discern that the architecture, layout, and flow of people on New Treasure Island were unparalleled by those of the other islands. It could be described as the core zone. Is the Mo family present here? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Jun affirmed. Indeed, the Mo family's industrial base is situated on New Treasure Island. However, our family's enterprises are not particularly large, nor is the variety of our industries very extensive. Therefore, we occupy a relatively marginal position here. Please do not mock us. Brother Tang. Tang Tian promptly reassured him that he had spoken too harshly. Subsequently, under Mo Jun's guidance, Tang Tian entered New Treasure Island. Upon witnessing the Mo family's enterprises, Tang Tian realized that Mo Jun was quite the humble brag. A marginal existence? Positioned near the center. Both the scale and grandeur of their establishments surpassed many nearby enterprises by several degrees. Would one truly classify this as a marginal existence? Compared to those truly affluent powers, it indeed appeared somewhat peripheral. Mo Jun pointed to a pristine white pavilion not far ahead, stating, "Look, that is the outpost of Xianyue Pool. Quite evocative, isn't it?" He then gestured toward another black and white structure, saying, "That belongs to the Tai Alliance, nearly double the area of our Mo family's estate. The black one is the War God Hall, slightly smaller than ours, yet their business is thriving, with celestial artifacts selling remarkably well. Over there are Lingxiao Valley, the Mu family, and the Han family, all comparable in scale to us. The Shanwu Hall and Shanjiam Hall are located not far to the west. Once you see them, you will understand that each surpasses the Mo family in strength. Additionally, there is the Xinyu Pavilion, which is fundamentally commercial in nature, boasting a scale several times larger than the Tai Alliance, reigning as the true sovereign of New Treasure Island. There are also various other colossal merchant associations that are equally formidable." Listening to Mo Jun's narration, Tang Tian came to grasp the dynamics of New Treasure Island. He understood why Mo Jun claimed that the Mo family's enterprises were indeed marginal, in comparison to powers of the same caliber as Xinyu Pavilion and the Shani Hall. The Mo family's industries appeared somewhat lacking. Naturally, Mo Jun held little regard for comparisons with smaller factions. In summary, within Wanbao Pool, the power dynamics bear a striking resemblance to those of Yunding Tianfu. Essentially, it is predominantly those formidable superpowers that take the lead. Following them are several colossal mercantile associations formed by various factions that can contend with these superpowers. The rest are, for the most part, insignificant. Tang Tian listened quietly for a while, then pointed towards a striking gray edifice not far away, inquiring, "Brother Mo, which faction does that belong to? Its layout seems nearly on par with the superpowers you mentioned." He presumed that Mo Jun had overlooked something. However, upon inspecting it, Mo Jun merely curled his lip and remarked, "That is the headquarters of the Remnant Path Hall. How shall I put it? They have always been rather enigmatic. Despite their considerable scale, they are regarded as one of the elite within the entirety of Yunding Tianfu. Yet, their business might not even rival that of certain peripheral associations." He shook his head. Tang Tian fell silent. Such a situation was, perhaps, to be expected. The operational model of the Remnant Path Hall, if not unhealthy, bordered on pathological. With a singular focus on selling fractured armaments, they remain obstinately resistant to lowering prices, clinging to their previous aloofness despite the prevailing market conditions. It would be remarkable if their business thrived under such circumstances. Nevertheless, this was not a concern for Tang Tian. His focus was primarily on the development of his own Tianxia Trading Association after entering the Tianfu. Rent? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Jun nodded. Indeed. Every association and enterprise establishing a presence at the Wanbao Pool must pay a considerable annual rent to the Tianfu. The closer one is to the core area, the more exorbitant the rent becomes, particularly so on the new Treasure Island. For our Mo family's territory alone, the annual rent amounts to several tens of millions. And it is even higher for the Tai Alliance and the Xinyu Pavilion. The Remnant Path Hall is no exception. Their rent exceeds ours. And I truly wonder how they manage to endure. After hearing this, Tang Tian was inwardly astonished. The rent here is indeed steep. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. However, for him, this might prove to be advantageous. Will the new trading association be able to secure a plot of land here? Tang Tian asked. Mo Jun was momentarily taken aback, replying, Are you referring to Tianxia Tong? Tang Tian nodded. Mo Jun then offered a wry smile, saying, Brother Tang, I must express my reservations. It may not be wise for your association to establish itself on New Treasure Island right away. This area is dominated by powerful factions, and the power dynamics have long been solidified. The entrance of a new association is bound to attract the ire of other associations, creating a rather hostile environment for survival. Moreover, it holds little significance. The visitors to New Treasure Island typically gravitate towards the big powers and major associations with a very clear objective in mind. A new trading association is likely not within their contemplation. Tang Tian nodded slightly. He was quite aware of the situation Mo Jun described. However, the Tianxia Commerce Association is distinctly different from other trade associations. While the ultimate objective of other associations or industries is primarily profit-driven, Tang Tian's aspirations encompass profit as well. Yet his foremost intention lies in expenditure. With a well-established system in place, the act of spending can yield far greater returns than mere earning. Regarding operational matters, Tang Tian firmly believes that as long as sufficient funds are provided, no commercial demand remains unfulfilled. I am grateful for Mo Jun's suggestions, nevertheless. I wish to ensure that the foundation of Tianxia commerce is established on a more ambitious scale. Therefore, if feasible, I would prefer the association's base to be situated as close to the central area as possible, Tang Tian remarked. Mo Jun was left momentarily astonished. This individual certainly did not strike him as a conventional businessman. At the very least, his judgments and actions did not align with those of a competent merchant. Yet, how could he amass such wealth? He had managed to expand a small external trade association by several folds within just half a year and was now poised to enter the Tianfu market. This was indeed an extraordinary feat that eluded Mo Jun's understanding. Chapter 357. The Chosen Territory. Tang Tian's unconventional judgments and decisions left Mo Jun utterly bewildered regarding his true thoughts and intentions. It seemed as if he were courting disaster, foolishly giving away wealth to others. However, at that moment, he suddenly recalled the words his sister, Mo Xiao, had spoken to him before her seclusion. Do not attempt to decipher Tang Tian's thoughts. He is unlike ordinary individuals. Maintaining a friendly relationship is sufficient. With a deep sigh, Mo Jun replied, Very well. Do you have a particular location in mind? Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, Are there any vacant spaces near this central area? Mo Jun responded, Indeed, there are still some available, as not everyone possesses the strength to establish a foothold here. We are currently situated on the northern side near the center of New Treasure Island. The power among the outposts here is relatively balanced, resulting in a higher number of establishments, though few vacant spots remain. To the east lies the residual Path Hall, where competition is less fierce, but the locations are even scarcer. To the west reside the Shanwu Hall and Shanjiu Hall, both of considerable strength. Thus, the area is primarily filled with friendly relations or affiliated merchant guilds. There are more vacant spaces there, but the challenges are considerable. As for the western side, it is dominated by the formidable Xinyu Pavilion, which stands unrivaled. While they have the most available land, few dare to challenge their supremacy. Tang Tian silently nodded, acknowledging the general layout. My suggestion, Mo Jun continued, if you truly wish to establish the Tianxia Commerce Guild in this area, it would be wise to position yourself closer to our Mo family. Firstly, while this area has a multitude of powers, the Xianyu Lake, Lingxiao Valley, and Mu family are relatively mild and unlikely to target you aggressively. Secondly, with the Mo family's support, We can assist you in overcoming the most challenging initial phase. Once you firmly establish your foothold, future developments will surely flourish. Mo Jun was genuinely considering Tang Tian's welfare. However, Tang Tian harbored different intentions. Establishing a base near the Mo family would allow mutual support, yet it also fostered a competitive relationship. Although he came with the intent to upend the status quo, he could not simply overturn the Mo family's table upon arrival. The War God Temple and the Han family served as promising stepping stones. But due to Liu Changji's influence in the Shanwu Hall, Tang Tian was reluctant to engage with them directly. The Tai Alliance and the Residual Path Hall were on the same side. One held no grievances, while the other was a prospective ally, making confrontation unnecessary. After much contemplation, it seemed there was only the Shun Yu Pavilion to consider in the west. Their territory was the largest, and owing to Qi Xian's involvement, relations were already strained, making it a fitting choice for an outpost. Yet, was it not overly audacious to challenge the most powerful boss right from the start? A faint smile graced Tang Tian's lips. I wish to choose the West, Tang Tian declared. Mo Jun was once again taken aback. He once doubted whether his words had not been articulated clearly. However, upon receiving a definitive answer from Tang Tian's expression, he began to scratch his head in bewilderment. My dear brother Tang, Mo Jun exclaimed, you might be a tad too reckless in your impulsiveness, don't you think? The Shenyu Pavilion is truly not an easy adversary to confront. To put it plainly, even the formidable Tai Alliance, the Mu family, and the Han family have previously established footholds in the west. Yet now, one has been compelled to the east, another to the north, and the Han family nearly faced ruin. Had it not been for the assistance of the War God Hall, they would have likely descended into a second-rate power. So, do you still wish to proceed? He believed that after citing such vivid examples of bloodshed, Tang Tian would reconsider his course of action. Yet, in fact, Tang Tian appeared even more exhilarated. Now this is a challenge, he exclaimed with a smile. Mo Jun was rendered speechless. This was not merely childish play or personal cultivation. It pertained to the development of a major commercial association, a matter that affected the fates of all its members. Each step forward must be taken with utmost caution, with prudence as the guiding principle. Challenge. This is no game. Brother Tang, you truly must contemplate this carefully. This is not a trivial pursuit, Mo Jun said earnestly. Tang Tian nodded and replied slowly, Brother Mo, I understand your concerns and appreciate that you have my best interests at heart. However, I am not one to act recklessly. My decisions are made with careful consideration. Let us choose that direction. If I wish to lease a territory comparable to the Mo family's, what would the rental cost be? At Tang Tian's inquiry, Mo Jun appeared momentarily stunned. Yet ultimately, he sighed and chose to respect Tang Tian's decision. After all, he had done his utmost. That area was significantly more prosperous than the Mo family's, thus the rental would be considerably higher. Annually, it is likely to approach the 100 million mark, Mo Jun stated. Tang Tian calculated that the scale of the Shun Yu Pavilion was roughly 5 times that of the Mo family. Therefore, their annual rental would hover around 500 million. To ensure revenue, simple calculations suggested that the net profit must exceed at least 2 billion each year, truly deserving of its reputation as the largest commercial entity in Yunding Tianfu. Moreover, the actual profits would likely far surpass Tang Tian's estimates. Compared to such a presence, his own Tianxia Tong, with an annual revenue of merely over 2 million, seemed utterly insignificant. To liken their competition to using an egg to strike a stone would be overly generous to Tianxia Tong. Nevertheless, Tang Tian undoubtedly possessed his own strategies. Where do I need to rent? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Jun responded, at the Tianfu. However, obtaining the qualification to lease is quite challenging. Should you wish to rent another location, I can assist you with that, but for the other matter, I fear you may need to devise a plan and personally seek out the higher-ups. He has not offered to help with introductions, as he remains reluctant to witness Tang Tian engage in such self-destructive behavior. What he fails to realize is that this matter is beyond Tang Tian's reach. Very well. Tang Tian nodded. It seems he would need to pay another visit to the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun. As it stands, his current finances are insufficient to cover a year's rent here, thus affording him the opportunity to settle a debt as well. This time, he would strive to repay a larger sum, allowing for better preparations for the initial development upon the arrival of the Merchant Association. Subsequently, he could also request an introduction to the Star River Immortal Emperor, thereby resolving the matter of the soul contract. Observing Tang Tian seemingly deep in contemplation, Mo Jun could not help but interject, interrupting his thoughts. The selection of a stronghold's location is something that can indeed be approached gradually. What we must first ascertain is the operational aspect of your Tianxia Trading Association. Mo Jun inquired, "What industry do you intend to engage in?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had merely considered the financial aspect, never contemplating such matters. "What industry?" "We sell everything," he replied. Mo Jun nearly burst out laughing, saying, "Surely, there must be a primary industry. Otherwise, how will you attract customers? Are you planning to establish a general store?" Tang Tian fell silent, for, in truth, that was precisely his intention, to create an all-encompassing comprehensive supermarket. However, should he voice this idea, Mo Jun would likely be driven to madness. "What industries do other factions specialize in?" Tang Tian inquired. Chapter 358 Signature Products. Based on Mo Jun's narration, Tang Tian gradually grasped the fundamental situation of the Wanbao pool. Here, thousands of merchant associations and industries typically specialize in one or two, or even several types of core businesses. For instance, the Mo family primarily offers high-end finished elixirs and some rare and extraordinary herbs and medicines, while they do sell other items. These constitute a smaller proportion of their offerings and can be considered supplementary. Such unique products are also crucial for attracting customers. The War God Hall specializes in secret techniques and battle strategies. The Tai Alliance focuses on formations and talismans. The Xianwei Lake is renowned for its mastery of the Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The Han family delves into the art of deception, whereas the Mu family is adept in peculiar and ingenious techniques. The Shanwu Hall and Shanjiu Hall boast a relatively broad spectrum of operations. Yet they too possess distinctive characteristics, one for the inheritance of secret arts and the other for celestial patrols. These business areas do not conflict with one another, allowing them to coexist peacefully in this small locale. In contrast, the Xinyu Pavilion is quite different. Their offerings are all-encompassing. There is nothing you can conceive of that the Xinyu Pavilion does not possess. Their immense strength and foundation render the Xinyu Pavilion the only comprehensive super merchant association within the Wanbao pool, nearly encompassing the entirety of the market. So, how does Tianxia Tong intend to attract customers? Mo Jun inquired. Tang Tian fell into silence, for he was unaware of the operational model of Tianxia Tong. He merely provided the funding. However, Mo Jun's words held merit. Having distinctive products would undoubtedly facilitate smoother development. Yet, what could they offer that other merchant associations lacked? In this vast Wanbao pool, it seemed almost impossible to find anything unique. After much contemplation, Tang Tian finally retrieved several purple orbs from his spatial pouch. Could these serve as a signature product? He pondered aloud. The objects he produced were the Lioli orbs, which he had condensed from the Lioli secret realm. Having amassed an abundance of these orbs during his time in the Lioli Sea, he and his companions, including Xiaoxue and Li Hong, had utilized a portion, leaving behind a substantial surplus, at least several billion, now gathering dust. What is this? Mo Jun's brow furrowed slightly as he observed the orbs Tang Tian had produced. As a young master of the Mo family, he was well acquainted with many treasures, both common and rare. However, he had no recollection of anything like what Tang Tian presented. After scrutinizing the orbs for a moment, a glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes. What pure spiritual energy! It appears to have been compressed through a unique secret technique, reaching an almost unparalleled concentration. Just this small orb could enable a tribulation stage cultivator to ascend to the ethereal realm. 100 of them would facilitate a smooth transition to immortality. Truly remarkable. Mo Jun sighed in admiration. Tang Tian was somewhat astonished that Mo Jun was able to analyze the Lioli Pearl with such clarity. Indeed, when he first refined the Lioli Pearl, he employed the ancestral-level Taotai secret art. Without it, such a level of concentration would have been impossible. What do you think, Brother Mo? Tang Tian inquired once more. Mo Jun pondered for a moment before responding. It is quite commendable. Its effects were remarkable, a rare celestial treasure. Furthermore, it required no further refinement. It could be used directly, making it exceedingly convenient. What is the name of this treasure, and how abundant is it? Tang Tian contemplated and replied. It is called the Ningling Pearl. Its quantity is reasonable. It should not be considered scarce. He refrained from referring to it, as the Lioli Pearl. Concerned about the implications connected to the disappearance of the Lioli secret realm and the Purple Sun sect. Although not a matter of fear, it certainly posed some inconvenience. Mo Jun nodded in understanding. Then there shouldn't be any significant issues. Such items are merely tools to attract customers. Limiting the supply to 1,000 per day should suffice to ensure stock availability. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised that 1,000 pieces daily would be adequate. His current inventory could potentially sustain him for nearly 10 millennia. However, he detected a hint of reluctance in Mo Jun's tone regarding the use of the Ningling Pearl as a signature item. Do you believe it lacks merit? Tang Tian asked. Mo Jun sighed softly. If you were to choose a different base, the Ningling Pearl would be entirely sufficient. However, given your selection of this area, which is adjacent to the Divine Jade Pavilion, it may indeed fall short of expectations. Although this spiritual treasure is extraordinary, it remains merely a spiritual item, intended for mortal realm cultivators. The primary clientele of New Treasure Island comprises celestial realm practitioners. Unless you can provide a substantial supply or offer something equivalent to the Ningling Pearl but infused with celestial energy, I must admit I am not overly optimistic. Tang Tian suddenly understood the situation. Being surrounded by formidable figures did indeed present this challenge. Nevertheless, the two conditions mentioned by Mo Jun posed little difficulty for Tang Tian. The Lioli secret realm had not vanished, it merely lay concealed. The Lioli Sea remained undisturbed within. With a casual wave of his paw, Xiao could effortlessly extract the entire Lioli Sea. Thus, in a certain sense, the Ningling Pearl was virtually inexhaustible. Moreover, he could also procure higher-grade Xianling Pearls. After several evolutions, Xiao was capable of drawing energy from the Chaos Bell and converting it into celestial energy. Although the quality of this celestial energy was far inferior to the primordial celestial energy, it was still considered exceptional compared to that found in the outside world. Having several 100 billion pieces would suffice for a lifetime. Furthermore, he possessed even more extraordinary treasures, such as the stellar crystal. Refining the celestial moon sword consumed only a fraction of what he had acquired at the time, and within his spatial realm, there remained over 100 million pieces. Utilizing it as the pinnacle product of the trading guild would undoubtedly suffice. As Tang Tian pondered, he suddenly realized that since reaching an agreement with Xiao, his wealth had approached an almost infinite level. However, he had never been in want of money. His expenditures only seemed to increase, which is why he had paid little heed to those possessions. Even the cultivation resources he had previously purchased were carelessly tossed into his spatial storage, only to be discarded to the guild when they became bothersome. If he were to truly sell the valuable items he possessed, he would likely ascend to the status of the wealthiest in Tianfu in a remarkably short time. Yet, he found little significance in such a pursuit. Tang Tian did not lack for money. Rather, he yearned for avenues of consumption. Thus, engaging in purchases was his primary business. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Brother Mo, Tang Tian remarked with a respectful gesture. He refrained from revealing to Mo Jun that he could produce even more superior items. It was prudent to prepare in advance and assess the situation when the time came. No worries. You can simply inquire about these matters, Mo Jun replied. Now that the signature product has been determined, what about the rest? What is your strategy for operation? Tang Tian fell silent once more. Why was he always asked this? He had little knowledge in this area. However, to remain silent would be impolite, so he contemplated briefly before responding. I plan to purchase items from other guilds at a high price and then sell them at a lower price. What do you think? Mo Jun exclaimed. Brother Tang, you truly are a commercial genius. Chapter 359. A small favor. Upon hearing Tang Tian's response, Mo Jun could not help but roll his eyes. I concede that your approach to commerce is nothing short of revolutionary, truly astonishing enough to move heaven and earth. However, this is no jest. For Tian Xiatong to thrive here, it is absolutely essential to engage with items beyond the realm of immortals. Yet, you have been largely confined to the outside world, and your opportunities for such engagement must be limited. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Jun proposed. Allow me to connect you with some esteemed masters across various fields such as alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and array formations. You may then negotiate with them in hopes of securing a greater yield. Since you aspire to sell everything, the more masters you engage, the more plausible your dream becomes. Tang Tian, upon hearing this, felt compelled to clarify that he was not jesting. He genuinely intended to pursue this path. If feasible, he even contemplated acquiring the entire Wanbao pool. Nevertheless, Mo Jun's suggestions carried a certain necessity: to establish a timeless commercial guild. Possessing one's own masters is an indispensable criterion. Tang Tian was indeed keen on nurturing the growth of Tian Xiaotong. Consider it an advance accumulation of strength for Wang Gang. Otherwise, even a skilled artisan would find it challenging to create without resources, and he would struggle to showcase his talents. Thank you, Brother Mo. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude once more. However, Mo Jun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not rush to express your thanks. This matter is not so simple. I can assist you in finding masters in alchemy and medicine, but for other areas, I am powerless. Those who are deemed masters in this vicinity are highly sought after. Everyone desires them. As a result, they tend to be rather proud, some not even yielding to the face of an immortal. I can only facilitate introductions. Whether they are willing to stay and in what numbers is entirely up to you." Mo Jun's demeanor suggested a lack of optimism regarding the outcome. Nonetheless, Tang Tian remained unfazed. He believed that most things in this world have a price. The failure to achieve one's goals is merely a reflection of insufficient valuation. "Fear not. I shall make the necessary preparations," he assured. Mo Jun nodded in agreement. "Then let us set the meeting for 3 days hence. 3 days from now, we shall convene here." The two settled on a time, and subsequently, they discussed various other matters concerning the Wanbao pool. With Mo Jun's elucidation, Tang Tian gained a clearer understanding of the commercial landscape in Tianfu. From here on, it was merely a matter of adhering to the established plan, taking measured steps forward. After departing from the Wanbao pool, Tang Tian first returned to Tongsheng Mountain. Upon arriving at Qingsu Courtyard, he immediately entered his peculiar egg space. A vast, transparent spherical barrier separated the void within the space. Within the confines of the barrier, an array of diverse resources lay heaped, some ordinary, others ethereal, resembling small mountains scattered about. Yet, the most striking feature was the translucent shell, akin to crystal, standing majestically at the center of the sphere. It resembled a crystalline sculpture. Beneath this sculpture sprawled a vast, primordial continent, solidified into existence. This continent bore a striking resemblance to the desolate exterior, but Tang Tian understood that this was merely superficial. Its interior lacked any semblance of order, rendering it incapable of giving rise to life or even supporting vegetation. It was far from being a true continent. As Tang Tian circled the sculpture, he discovered a small figure dozing amidst a pile of shattered celestial artifacts. Since the last encounter with the Moon Fairy, the little one had remained ensconced within the strange egg space, never venturing outside. It soon sensed Tang Tian's arrival. "Ah, old Tang is here. What delectable treats have you brought me this time?" The little one, momentarily roused, darted onto Tang Tian's shoulder, a grin spreading across its face. Observing its joyful demeanor, Tang Tian couldn't help but inquire, "Aren't you bored staying here? That formidable entity that once confined you has long departed. There should be no danger outside now." He occasionally felt a pang of sympathy for the little creature, its existence dictated by a sense of duty, struggling to avoid becoming a tool of malevolence. Merely aspiring to become a tool for someone. Such a fate elicited a sigh of lament. However, the little one's outlook was far more resilient than Tang Tian had anticipated. "Not at all," it replied, leaping atop Tang Tian's head and grooming its tiny paws. "Having endured in the glazed world for so many years, I've managed quite well. Although this place is somewhat monotonous, it has become comfortable for me. And it seems I am growing increasingly fond of this space." Tang Tian paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" After a brief silence, it hopped down from Tang Tian's head and landed atop its discarded shell. Gazing down at the primordial continent, the little one mused, "It's a feeling, really. The small world I inhabited before, despite its more comprehensive rules and diverse life forms, always felt incomplete and unreal." As it spoke, it leaped down from the shell, stirring a cloud of dust. Watching the swirling particles before it, the little one murmured, "Yet here, I can clearly sense that this world truly exists. Even though it possesses nothing now but the most primitive dust, it imparts a sense of tranquility upon me. This tranquility is quite comforting. Thus, I do not refrain from venturing out due to fear. Rather, it is my genuine desire to remain here." Listening to the little one's words, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. It was indeed the first time he encountered such a peculiar state. However, this realm merely represented the bizarre egg he had nurtured, with its inherent space. In comparison to a true world, it was undoubtedly lacking in countless ways. Why did the little one possess such an odd sensation? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian turned his gaze towards the crystal sculpture floating in the sky. Perhaps it was connected to that. In a certain sense, this primitive continent was a creation born from the very essence of the little one. If you like it here, feel free to stay. I certainly want to drive you away, Tang Tian remarked. The little one immediately smiled and leapt onto Tang Tian's shoulder. Is it that you sought me out today for something delicious? You are quite astute, it observed. Tang Tian nodded and inquired. Do you know where the glazed world is at present? The little one erupted in laughter. Huh? What a question. I am the glazed world, of course. I know where it is. With a sidelong glance, it regarded Tang Tian as if questioning his intelligence. Tang Tian disregarded its expression and replied, That's settled then. I have a favor to ask of you. Chapter 360. Return to the luminous world in a realm resplendent with vibrant hues. Tang Tian's figure materialized in the skies above. A rich amalgamation of celestial and spiritual energies surged toward him instantaneously. Setting aside all else, the caliber of this cultivation environment is likely unparalleled throughout the entire world. This is indeed the luminous world. Regrettably, the regulations governing the luminous world remain imperfect. Although Shao has experienced substantial growth during this period, it is still inadequate to support cultivators of the celestial realm in their pursuits. Otherwise, Tang Tian could have remained here to ascend to the status of an immortal emperor. Henceforth, do not pose such juvenile inquiries. I am the luminous world, and the luminous world is I. Should you wish to enter, I can transport you at any moment. Zhao's form materialized beside Tang Tian. Upon Tang Tian's request, Shao nonchalantly waved a paw, tearing open a rift in space. Subsequently, he guided Tang Tian through it. All right, I concede, I underestimated you. You are truly remarkable, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Zhao's joy was palpable, exclaiming, Oh, not at all. I am nowhere near as impressive as you suggest. His enthusiasm was evident, with a grin that seemed to stretch toward the heavens. Tang Tian shook his head, then turned his gaze downward. Returning to this diminutive world, he felt a sense of familiarity. However, upon this visit, he observed that the transformations within the luminous world were profound compared to his previous encounter. Firstly, the laws of Tao and Dharma have become considerably more refined, now sufficient for individuals to cultivate from the mortal realm to the golden immortal stage. Moreover, the innate beings born from the world could even reach the immortal king realm. A casual glance revealed several immortal beasts at the immortal king level. Had he arrived in such a state during his initial entry into the luminous world, it would have been inconceivable for him to accomplish anything here. Secondly, the expanse of the world has undergone a remarkable expansion. Notably, the luminous sea has increased several-fold in both depth and breadth. An endless reservoir of spiritual energy converges within, resembling a celestial pool from the heavens. Beneath the luminous sea, a golden undercurrent flows freely. It is of exceptionally high-quality celestial energy. While it may not rival the mysterious ancient jade on Tang Tian's wrist in terms of potency, it certainly surpasses anything found in the outside world. If I were to take a portion, it should not have any significant repercussions, right? Tang Tian inquired. Shao paused and replied, What repercussions could there be? This world lacks nothing except for a deficiency in spiritual and celestial energy. Feel free to use as you wish. With a confirmed assurance, Tang Tian refrained from further discussion. He took a deep breath and then extended his hand. The legendary secret art of the gluttonous beast whirled into action once more. Previously, when he was merely at the tribulation stage, the effects of the secret technique were rather mediocre. However, this time he was on the brink of becoming a golden immortal. As the gluttonous art took effect, a tumultuous storm erupted in the skies above the luminous world. A vortex, vast enough to overshadow the sun, rapidly formed in the heavens. Subsequently, the luminous sea below began to roar, conjuring colossal waves reaching hundreds of meters in height. Countless spiritual and celestial beasts, sensing the commotion, hastily retreated, fearing for their safety. Some powerful beings of the celestial realm paused, eager to witness the cause of this tempest. Yet, upon sensing the small presence, they quickly distanced themselves. recognizing their unworthiness to involve themselves in the affairs of a world master. With no hindrances, Tang Tian unleashed the gluttonous secret art to its fullest extent. A massive tornado composed entirely of spiritual energy surged towards his palm. Feeling the influx of immense spiritual power, Tang Tian altered his gesture, and an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the area. The already pure spiritual energy underwent further compression, swiftly diminishing in size. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of translucent orbs appeared before him. With a flicker of thought, he gathered them all into his possession. The spirit orbs he crafted this time contained an even greater reservoir of spiritual energy. Just 10 of these would enable a beginner in the ascension stage to successfully traverse the entire path of transformation. With the small spirit's consent, Tang Tian intensified his efforts. Countless volumes of seawater were drawn up, each transforming into more spirit orbs that flew into his spatial realm. Hundreds of thousands, millions, billions. Within a mere hour, he had produced over 10 billion exquisitely pure spirit orbs. Under such circumstances, although the area of the luminous sea had expanded several-fold, its water level inevitably dropped by approximately 1 meter, indicating an astonishing depletion of seawater. When the number of spirit orbs reached 200 billion, Tang Tian finally paused. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed his crafting, albeit this time the quality of the orbs was slightly inferior, containing roughly 1/5 of the spiritual energy of the previous batch. After all, these were to be sold as commodities, and categorizing them into grades was prudent. The previously remaining tens of billions constituted the lower-grade spirit orbs, while the current batch represented the middle grade. The earlier 200 billion were classified as high-grade. Thus, a single flagship product had transformed into 3 distinct varieties. Tang Tian could not help but applaud his own ingenuity. Subsequently, he produced approximately 10 billion middle-grade spirit orbs before coming to a halt, concluding that he had sufficient stock. Their most renowned item undoubtedly remains the celestial spirit pearl. Tang Tian gazed down at the Lioli Sea, where the water level had receded by more than 2 meters, revealing vast expanses of golden sands. Stealing a glance at Xiao, who was nonchalantly grooming itself, Tang Tian commenced his second task, the creation of the celestial spirit pearls. With the decline in sea level, the hidden currents of celestial energy in the Lioli Sea became distinctly visible. Tang Tian proceeded to extract them all with practiced ease. The inferior-grade celestial spirit pearls could provide the total celestial energy of an ordinary immortal, boasting superior quality, totaling 10 billion pearls. The medium-grade celestial spirit pearls could offer the entirety of celestial energy for a typical heavenly immortal, with exceptional quality, amounting to 5 billion pearls. The superior-grade celestial spirit pearls could furnish the complete celestial energy of an ordinary golden immortal, with exquisite quality, totaling 1 billion pearls. The celestial energy currents visible within his line of sight had been entirely depleted by Tang Tian. The water level of the Lioli Sea plummeted once more by approximately 2 meters. Numerous spirit beasts lounged upon the sands, gazing in bewilderment at the suddenly distant shoreline. Their expressions filled with confusion. What on earth was happening? They could not comprehend the situation. Tang Tian, witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but be taken aback. This was too much. It seemed he had gone a bit overboard in extracting the seawater. At this moment, Xiao had finally finished grooming and inquired of Tang Tian, "Have you completed your task?" Subsequently, it turned its gaze toward the sea. Chapter 361. The possibility of the strange egg space. Is that all? Just this? The reaction of the little one completely surpassed Tang Tian's expectations. He had anticipated that his exuberant extraction might disrupt the balance of the Lioli world and startle the little creature. However, to his astonishment, the little one maintained an air of indifference, even displaying a hint of disdain, as if to say, "Is this what you call a grand commotion?" Observing the little one's demeanor, Tang Tian could not help but feel perplexed. Could there truly be no repercussions? He remained somewhat uneasy. The little one spread its tiny paws, expressing confusion as it inquired, "What repercussions?" "I have already stated that this world is abundant in spiritual and celestial energy. Everything you perceive is fundamentally constructed from these energies. Even if you were to drain the entire ocean, it would not disrupt the balance of the world, for the ocean is merely a minuscule fraction of it. And furthermore," as it spoke, the little one raised its paw and casually swiped at the air. In an instant, A vast rift in the void appeared in the sky. Tang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as endless streams of spiritual and celestial energy surged forth from the rift, cascading directly into the Lioli Sea below. Before long, the sea level began to rise once more, and at this rate, it seemed that within 4 or 5 days, the water Tang Tian had extracted would be entirely replenished. The Lioli world had grown to its current scale merely by passively absorbing the power of the Chaos Bell. Were I to actively absorb energy, the expanse would be unfathomable. However, due to the imperfections in the rules, an overly vast area would become a burden, which is why I refrained from proactive absorption. Otherwise, I could summon as much spiritual and celestial energy as desired. Withdrawing its paw, the enormous rift in the void gradually closed. Witnessing the events unfold before him, Tang Tian remained silent for an extended period. All along, it turned out that he had been accompanied by an inexhaustible celestial mind. Even Tang Tian, who typically remained indifferent to wealth, was profoundly impacted by this revelation. Yet, the little one regarded it with nonchalance. Noticing Tang Tian's expression, it scoffed and remarked, "It has little significant effect. The rules are the most crucial existence. Without rules, power holds no meaning. In truth, I would very much like to relocate the Lioli world into your egg. However, since the world within your egg lacks rules, it cannot be truly realized. What a pity. If I could move it, I could undoubtedly transform it into a flourishing, genuine world in no time." The little one sighed in contemplation. Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired, "Is there any way to instill rules within it?" After a moment of thought, the little one shook its head and replied, "It's difficult, almost impossible. In my recollection, only a select few primordial divine artifacts possess the capability to bestow order upon a void realm. However, the pursuit of gathering them all is, in essence, an insurmountable endeavor." Tang Tian felt a slight stir within. Could the primordial divine artifacts mentioned by Xiao be the 5 original treasures he glimpsed within the fragmented memories of the Chaos Bell? If those were indeed the artifacts in question, then their retrieval would be utterly impossible, as they have either vanished or been destroyed. The alternative approach is to extract some pre-existing rules from the main world and incorporate them into your realm. Yet, to accomplish such a feat, one must first attain the status of a ruler of the rules. Moreover, the heavenly principles of the main world would not permit the taking of rules lightly. Thus, this method proves to be even more arduous than the search for the primordial divine artifacts. As Xiao shook its head once more, it remarked, "Let us confront reality. Once the Lioli world truly flourishes, I can employ certain unique methods to project the rules therein. At that juncture, it could function as a miniature world. As long as the Lioli world endures, the rules shall persist." Xiao seemed either to be comforting Tang Tian or seeking solace for itself, for it had developed a peculiar affection for the strange egg world. It undoubtedly wished for its improvement. However, Tang Tian harbored different intentions. In need of the main world's rules, he accessed the system interface, a world law, 100 quintillion consumption points. In equivalent terms, that amounts to 100 million innate Dao Jades. According to his calculations, the next time he repaid his debts, he should be able to achieve this. How many rules from the main world would be necessary to ensure the normal operation of his realm? Tang Tian inquired. Xiao was momentarily taken aback and replied, "You cannot be serious about this, can you? I was merely speaking casually." It seemed surprised that Tang Tian would genuinely pose the question, and he appeared quite earnest. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Tang Tian was indeed serious. "Just tell me how many are needed," Tang Tian insisted. Xiao gazed at Tang Tian, taken aback for quite some time before shaking its head and saying, "I somewhat regret disclosing this matter to you. Well then, since you are so eager to know, I shall inform you. To set that world in motion, at least 3,000 minor rules and 100 major rules are required. The so-called major rules are also referred to as chaos laws." Tang Tian frowned slightly. By this calculation, it was indeed a considerable amount. A single chaos law necessitates 100 billion consumption points for exchange. Is it not required to have specific rules? Must it merely be a matter of quantity? Tang Tian queried again. The narrative continued. Essentially, specific rules are not mandatory. However, among the major rules, there must be 3 fundamental laws: time, space, and life. Otherwise, it would merely be an empty shell. Tang Tian took a deep breath. He had yet to exchange for the laws and was uncertain whether they would be random or selectable. If they were indeed random, then this endeavor might not be as effortless as he had envisioned. However, since he harbored a small dream and had resolved to pursue it, he would inevitably achieve it in due course. Enough of these ethereal musings. Observing Tang Tian enveloped in silence, Xiao Yi mistakenly believed he had finally relinquished his persistence and inquired, "Do you still need to acquire more orbs? Rest assured, feel free to draw boldly." Tang Tian shook his head. Although he could create them infinitely, he had already amassed a sufficient quantity. With so many spirit condensation orbs and celestial spirit orbs, a single cloud summit paradise could never consume them all. Moreover, he possessed the ultimate trump card, the fire cloud. Ahem, the starry sky crystal. This would undoubtedly enable the Global Commerce Association to establish a firm foothold and flourish. Chapter 362. Qi Lan's attitude. Bearing an ample supply of spirit condensation pearls and celestial spirit pearls, Tang Tian and Xiao departed from the Liuli world. Upon returning to the egg space, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. In stark contrast to the Liuli world, this place felt like a different realm altogether. Curiously, however, Tang Tian sensed the same sentiment that Xiao had described. Although this space appeared barren, it possessed a comfort that surpassed that of the Liuli world. "Please remain here for now. Should you wish to venture out or have any matters to attend to, simply reach out to me," Tang Tian advised Xiao before leaving the egg space. Upon entering the main world, he experienced yet another distinct sensation. The act of traversing 3 different realms bestowed upon Tang Tian a unique insight. Recently, due to being preoccupied with various matters, his cultivation had stagnated, but now, signs of progress were beginning to manifest. It felt as though he was on the verge of breaking through to the golden, immortal realm. However, Tang Tian refrained from rushing this breakthrough and instead retrieved a communication jade talisman. The issues surrounding the Tianxia Commerce Association needed to be addressed promptly. Atop Tianqi Mountain, the esteemed Lan Tingxianzun sat within the Grand Hall, managing the myriad affairs of the disciples at Tianfu. With millions of disciples under his purview, the daily tasks were indeed overwhelming. Yet for a peak immortal sovereign, these challenges were hardly daunting. His formidable spiritual prowess allowed him to deftly navigate complex matters. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance from his communication jade talisman. Upon inspecting it, his brow furrowed slightly. What now again from him? Lan Tingxianzun's feelings towards Tang Tian were rather intricate. Initially, he perceived Tang Tian merely as an exceptionally gifted yet ordinary disciple, one who had simply encountered misfortune and became embroiled in the Dragon Gate incident, suffering inexplicable repercussions. He felt a degree of sympathy for him. However, as time passed, he gradually realized that this mere 18-year-old youth was far more complex than he had first assumed. Although Tang Tian hailed from the outside world, he possessed an extraordinary sense of responsibility. He willingly took on a considerable debt that he was not obligated to repay, showing no sign of reluctance. In terms of strength, he repeatedly exceeded expectations. At the Pavilion of Techniques, he set an incomprehensible record that nearly disrupted the natural order of the pavilion. In hindsight, it seemed that anything Tang Tian was involved in would become extraordinary. Lan Tingxianzun soon recognized that Tang Tian was far more enigmatic than he had initially believed. Nevertheless, as the overseer of the Tianfu disciples, he would not pry into the secrets of his students. Such actions would be unbecoming and against protocol. As long as Tang Tian remained a diligent disciple of Tianfu, Lan Tingxianzun would silently wish him ever greater success in the future. However, the frequency of contact from Tang Tian has indeed become rather excessive of late. Could it possibly be related to repaying debts? Lan Tingxianzun pondered for a moment before connecting with Tang Tian's communication. "Greetings, Master Qi. I have matters to discuss with you," came Tang Tian's voice from the other end. Lan Tingxianzun raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Repaying debts?" Tang Tian immediately chuckled. "It seems the thoughts of your disciple are indeed transparent to Master Qi. Yes, I have recently accumulated some Dao Jade, and I wish to repay a portion of my debts." Lan Tingxianzun took a deep breath. Remarkably, he truly was repaying debts. This behavior of Tang Tian was utterly perplexing to him. He could easily have chosen not to repay, yet he insisted on doing so, and his eagerness appeared more fervent than that of a debt collector. No matter how many times he turned this over in his mind, he could not fathom the reasoning behind Tang Tian's actions. Ultimately, it could only be attributed to Tang Tian's overwhelming sense of responsibility. "How much do you intend to repay?" Lan Tingxianzun inquired. Tang Tian paused momentarily and replied, I would prefer to discuss the specific amount in person. Additionally, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Lan Tingxianzun's lips. So he indeed had a request. This was a far more typical scenario. Rather than feeling anger, Lan Tingxianzun felt a measure of delight. In truth, since the conclusion of the Longmen incident, he had resolved to find opportunities to compensate Tang Tian. After all, he had suffered an undeserved calamity. Yet, before he could take any action, Tang Tian had proactively begun repaying a considerable amount of debts, leaving him increasingly uncertain about how to offer his compensation. Although Tang Tian was repaying debts and had indicated he had a request, Lan Tingxianzun felt a sense of relief. Very well, that is acceptable, Lan Tingxianzun stated directly. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you going to ask what the matter is? Lan Tingxianzun smiled and replied, if it pertains to matters that contravene the rules of Tianfu, no matter the benefits you offer, it will be in vain. If it aligns with the rules, then there is virtually nothing I cannot accomplish. Please come over directly. We shall meet in the tranquil chamber of the law enforcement hall. Tianqi Mountain is not a place one can access casually, hence he opted for a meeting at the law enforcement hall. The room where they had conversed following the trial was indeed the tranquil chamber of the law enforcement hall. There, the privacy is rigorously maintained by the hall, making it an exceptionally suitable venue for important discussions. Meetings between significant factions and powerful families typically occur there. Very well, I shall make my way there now, Tang Tian responded. Subsequently, the two concluded their communication. After ending the transmission, Tang Tian gently stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. During their earlier conversation, he could distinctly sense that Lan Tingxianzun's attitude towards him was quite favorable. Without even inquiring about the specifics, he readily agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian reached a conclusion. It must be due to the innate essence of the Taoist jade. Money, indeed, is a remarkable entity, almost omnipotent. Those who claim there are matters in this world that money cannot resolve are mistaken. Aside from certain circumstances that are genuinely beyond control, issues typically arise from insufficient funds or improper utilization. For an esteemed being like the Lanting Celestial Master, should one attempt to present him with money outright, he would likely disdainfully hurl it back at one's face, followed by a public reprimand. In more severe cases, such actions might even serve as cautionary tales for others. However, if one were to subtly offer financial support to the heavenly mansion in a reasonable manner, the resultant effect would far surpass that of a direct monetary gift. Furthermore, the Lanting Celestial Master would feel a sense of indebtedness and strive to reciprocate in kind. Thus, many matters would become considerably easier to navigate. After sitting in quiet reflection for a while, Tang Tian shook his head with a smile and rose to his feet. The current circumstances, after all, were merely the result of fortuitous events rather than intentional design. One might say it is an inevitable outcome shaped by his own character. Yet, he remained uncertain whether today's affairs would unfold as he envisioned. With that thought, Tang Tian pushed open the door and swiftly departed from the Qingshu courtyard. Chapter 363. Almost infuriated. The Enforcers Hall, as it is called, serves as the headquarters of the Law Enforcement Pavilion of the Cloud Summit. However, it is, in essence, a colossal mountain range. Though not particularly high, it stands majestically upon a vast plain. This marks Tang Tian's second visit to this place, his first being during his trial. Upon further understanding, he came to realize that this venue was not solely for law enforcement and adjudication. Both public affairs of the pavilion and private matters of various factions under its aegis are resolved here, making it a rather formal setting. Upon his arrival, guided by the instructions of the esteemed Lan Tingxianzun, Tang Tian made his way to an elegant pavilion. To his surprise, he found Lan Tingxianzun already waiting for him inside, having arrived ahead of him. Come, have a seat, Tang Tian, Lan Tingxianzun warmly beckoned. Tang Tian promptly approached and sat opposite him. You, my dear lad, are you planning yet another grand spectacle? Lan Tingxianzun inquired with a smile, pushing forward a cup of fragrant tea. Let us get straight to the point, Tang Tian said, rubbing his nose, reflecting on how he must appear to the other party, a restless spirit. Lord Qi, you jest. I am but a humble disciple. How could I possibly create any significant stir? He replied, maintaining his composure in the presence of such powerful figures. Lan Tingxianzun smirked. When have your endeavors ever been inconspicuous? It's likely that very few in the entire Pavilion Haven Tea heard of your illustrious name, Tang Tian. Now, pray tell, what brings you to me this time? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian replied, this matter, I had actually mentioned to you previously. My trading association has been preparing for some time now, and I wish for it to develop within the pavilion. Oh, you mean your World Connect? Lan Ting Xianzun remarked. Indeed, given your financial capacity, confining the association to Qingyu sect would be rather wasteful. However, I had already granted you permission to enter at any time. Do you desire me to draft a formal document for you? He jested. Tang Tian quickly shook his head. Certainly not. Your word suffices. However, I later learned that for the association to flourish within the pavilion, it must gain access to the Wanbao pool. To lease a piece of land there, the pavilion's consent is required. That is why I sought you out. He relayed the entirety of the situation to Lan Ting Xianzun. Upon finishing, Lan Ting Xianzun raised an eyebrow. You are quite diligent and ambitious. Indeed, for the association to thrive within the pavilion, the Wanbao pool is indispensable. Yet, there are designated individuals responsible for this matter. You merely need to locate them and follow the proper procedures. As he spoke, the esteemed Lan Ting suddenly shifted his tone and remarked, yet you have not done so. Instead, you have come directly to seek me. This indicates that the territory you covet cannot be governed by an ordinary administrator. So, is it the new Treasure Island? In just a few exchanges, Lan Ting discerned Tang Tian's intentions. Tang Tian smiled and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was the new Treasure Island. Lan Ting burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, my goodness! You claim you cannot create a significant stir? Even before you have officially settled in, you have already set your sights on the new Treasure Island, the very heart of the Tianfu commercial and industrial realm. Are you intent on devouring a massive feast in one gulp? Tang Tian chuckled lightly, replying, not exactly. I simply wish to avoid frequent relocations. Ultimately, it would impede my cultivation. Thus, I aim for a one-time resolution. Lan Ting shook his head in amusement, saying, oh, you. He then poured himself a cup of clear tea and remarked, I must concede that you have a point. So tell me, which parcel of land have you set your eyes upon? Without uttering a word, Tang Tian presented a small map he had drawn the previous day, placing it before Lan Ting. On that map was the area he intended to establish as the headquarters for his Chamber of Commerce. Upon discerning the marked location on the map, Lan Ting's hand, which held the teacup, froze mid-air. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze to Tang Tian and softly inquired, are you serious? Tang Tian nodded, affirming, indeed. This decision was made after considerable contemplation. Lan Ting set the teacup down, disregarding the splashed tea, and leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. Goodness, you truly are the most audacious young person I have ever encountered. He turned to face Tang Tian, pointing at the location on the map. You must be aware that this is adjacent to the Divine Jade Pavilion, yes? You intend to establish heavenly communication right next to the Divine Jade Pavilion? You. Lan Ting placed a hand to his forehead, utterly at a loss for words. The actions of this young disciple far exceeded the bounds of reason and surpassed his understanding. There is no way to court disaster like this. Even if you genuinely aspire to challenge the status of the Divine Jade Pavilion, one should proceed gradually, step by step. Who embarks on a head-on confrontation from the outset? By what right do you do so? He felt certain that Tang Tian had lost his mind. However, observing the composed and unruffled demeanor of Tang Tian, he realized that he himself was the one who appeared to be losing his sanity. Master Qi, please remain calm. Tang Tian suggested. Lan Ting retorted, calm? What reason have I to remain calm? I am not the one courting my own demise. Why should I be anxious? Am I anxious? He continued, his speech growing increasingly rapid and high-pitched. Tang Tian replied, you are not anxious. It is I who am anxious. Observing the unchanging demeanor of Tang Tian, the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun took a deep breath, subsequently rubbing his temples vigorously, and remarked, very well. I concede that I have become anxious. I simply wish to prevent you from courting disaster. What is the Xinyu Pavilion? It stands as one of the most formidable powers in Tianfu, renowned for its unparalleled financial might, second to none. Over half of the mid to high-level enterprises are under the purview of the Xinyu Pavilion. What do you intend to confront them with? Tang Tian touched his nose. With a heart of pure sincerity? Lan Ting Xianzun was momentarily taken aback. He then reclined against the back of his chair. Supporting his forehead with his hand, taking deep breaths as if on the verge of exasperation. Tang Tian felt a sense of helplessness. He could not simply divulge his entire plan and hidden cards, could he? It appeared that the benevolence of leadership could indeed have its drawbacks. After a considerable time had passed, as Tang Tian began to grow restless, Lan Ting Xianzun wearily waved his hand. Very well then. Do as you please. Play however you wish. I seem to have never fully comprehended your ways. That region is indeed unclaimed territory. I shall provide you with a token. You may proceed directly and engage as you see fit. I shall not hold you accountable for rent, as you likely will not remain there for long. It seemed that Lan Ting Xianzun had finally regained his composure and no longer sought to impede him, adopting an attitude of indifference. However, Tang Tian's next words ignited his ire once more. No rent? That is unacceptable. I must pay the rent, Tang Tian asserted firmly. Chapter 364. The means of capitalists. The esteemed immortal Master Lanting was not new to the vexations brought upon him by his disciples. On the contrary, his deep concern for their future development had led to numerous instances of exasperation. The youthful exuberance of his disciples often manifested in trivial flaws. Some, despite possessing remarkable talent, squandered their potential due to inherent character traits. For instance, there were those who reveled in ostentation and attracted formidable adversaries, resulting in severe repercussions. Others became overly preoccupied with material wealth, ensnared by worldly attachments. Still, others chased ephemeral notions of love, ultimately succumbing to despair and stagnation. Such occurrences invariably provoked intense frustration in Master Lanting, who lamented their lack of ambition. However, today marked a peculiar occasion when he found himself irked by a disciple's excessive maturity, nearly reaching the brink of exasperation. He had long felt indebted to Tang Tian and sought an opportunity for recompense. Thus, when Tang Tian approached him with a request, he initially felt a surge of joy. Even when Tang Tian expressed his desire to acquire land on the new treasure island, Master Lanting harbored no hesitation and even admired the disciple's audacity. Yet, he could not fathom that Tang Tian's request involved the land adjacent to the Divine Jade Pavilion, a reckless endeavor indeed. Master Lanting attempted to dissuade him, but to no avail. Very well, indulge yourself. I shall forego the rent, as you surely won't remain long, he conceded, viewing it as a source of amusement. Yet, to his astonishment, Tang Tian insisted on paying the rent, a notion that left Master Lanting incredulous. Taking a moment to steady his racing heart, Master Lanting inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to chastise Tang Tian. Through their multiple interactions, he had discerned that Tang Tian was not one to act impulsively, nor was he a fool. Yet, the actions he was taking led one to ponder otherwise. Do you have any notion of the rent for that land? Your merchants' association would barely cover half a year's rent, even if it sold out. Master Lanting exclaimed, his voice resonating with incredulity. Tang Tian remained silent, fully aware of the exorbitant rent. It was precisely for this reason that he was adamant about payment. Without it, how could he trigger the refund? How could he accrue consumption points? Billions were at stake, and he would not squander such an opportunity. After carefully choosing his words, he replied gently, Master Qi, I understand your intentions are for my benefit. However, I hold rules in the highest regard, and I do not wish to acquire such a prime location merely by virtue of our relationship. Others would undoubtedly gossip. Master Lanting's eyes widened in disbelief. Who dares to gossip? Just tell them it was I who sent you. Let them see who would dare to utter a word in my presence. The typically genteel master found himself unable to restrain his exasperation, uttering words he typically would not. Tang Tian pretended not to hear and remarked, Even if you do not voice it, I am certain it would not sit well in your heart. I do not wish to witness such an outcome. Matters that can be resolved with a mere expenditure are unnecessary. Moreover, he continued, the territory I chose was a decision made after careful consideration, not a hasty impulse. I am confident that I can thrive peacefully beside the Divine Jade Pavilion. Lan Ting Xianzun could not help but curl his lip. Several 100 million jade? Is that merely spending a little money? And on what grounds do you believe you can survive there? I am perplexed by the source of your confidence. His expression was rife with skepticism. Tang Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, had not anticipated that even spending money would be so challenging. After a brief pause, he retrieved 6 translucent orbs from his spatial pouch and placed them before Lan Ting Xianzun. If I am not mistaken, these superior items should not be available on the market, he stated. Lord Qi may wish to examine them. What he presented were the condensing spirit orbs and immortal spirit orbs crafted from the glazed world. Lanting Xinzuan raised an eyebrow, beckoning with his hand to draw the 6 orbs into his palm. After scrutinizing them, he let out a soft exclamation. Such pure spiritual and immortal energy. The quality is remarkably high, and the reserves are quite substantial. How did you come by such treasures? Lanting Xinzuan expressed a momentary astonishment. For such pure spiritual objects were indeed rare in nature, not only for cultivation, but also for alchemy and artifact forging. Such pure power was often required. By a stroke of fortune, I acquired a few, Tang Tian replied. Their quantity is considerable, so I intend to sell them as signature products. What I possess that others do not is a significant advantage. Lanting Xinzuan nodded in agreement before setting the orbs down. If that is the case, there is indeed a chance for survival, albeit a slim one. How do you plan to sell them? Tang Tian pondered briefly before responding. For the superior condensing spirit orbs, I plan to price each at 10 pieces of innate jade. The medium and lower grades will be settled using spiritual jade. The lower grade immortal spirit orbs will be priced at 20 pieces each, while the medium grade will be priced at 100 pieces each. As for the superior immortal spirit orbs, I shall set the price at 1,000 pieces, given their relative rarity. He devised these prices based on the aggregate power contained within the orbs, estimating their value to be relatively comparable. However, upon hearing this, Lanting Xinzuan fixed his gaze on Tang Tian, a look of utter incredulity in his eyes. You might as well give them away for free. He scoffed. I truly cannot fathom how you conduct business. The fact that Tian Tong has thrived to this day without collapsing is nothing short of a miracle. You understand their value. Yet you propose to price them based on the energy contained within? The celestial master Lanting discerned at a glance the estimation method employed by Tang Tian. A hint of embarrassment crossed Tang Tian's face. Although he presided over a trading association, he had never ventured into such matters and was indeed at a loss as to how to establish a suitable price. Naturally, his primary aim was merely to establish a foothold, and profit was of secondary concern. What do you believe would be an appropriate pricing strategy? Tang Tian inquired humbly. With a dismissive huff, Celestial Master Lanting responded. Your spirit orbs are virtually indistinguishable from innate spiritual entities. Thus, their price should certainly reflect that. If you adhere to your initial pricing, others may suspect they possess some inherent flaws. Here is my suggestion for low-grade spirit orbs. Set a more accessible price at 10,000 high-grade spirit jade per orb. Mid-grade spirit orbs should be priced equivalently to innate Dao jade. High-grade spirit orbs can be priced at 100 Dao jade each. As for low-grade celestial orbs, 1,000. Mid-grade celestial orbs, 10,000. Regarding high-grade celestial orbs, you may set the price in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, as you see fit. However, ensure that it does not fall below 100,000, and introduce various limitations to convey their true rarity. Do you understand? Celestial Master Lanting decisively overturned the entire pricing structure and established a new one, far exceeding Tang Tian's initial estimates by an astonishing margin. It was simply staggering. Tang Tian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Ah, so this is the cunning of capitalists." Chapter 365. Finally in hand, isn't the price a bit too steep? Tang Tian remarked somewhat sheepishly, as he listened to the price set by the esteemed Lanting. After all, he had acquired a significant quantity in less than half a day. A single high-quality spirit pearl could render many cultivators destitute. However, Lanting appeared unfazed. So what if the price has risen? The preciousness of the starry crystal is undeniable. Yet do you not regard the high-quality spirit pearl as equally invaluable? You must remember, these spirit and celestial pearls are unique to this place. Once you leave, there will be no alternatives. Rarity dictates value, and many things are relative. Unless you inform me that you possess millions upon millions of these high-quality spirit pearls. Lanting chuckled softly, lifting his teacup with an air of elegance. Tang Tian fell silent, contemplating how Lanting would react if he revealed that he held over 1 billion high-quality spirit pearls. It is essential to maintain an aura of mystery around valuable items. Setting his teacup down, Lanting stated, "My advice remains the same. How you proceed is ultimately up to you. I am unaware of the extent of your reserves. Nonetheless, possessing these items indeed affords you a foothold in New Treasure Island, provided that the Divine Jade Pavilion does not employ undue force. If they become serious, You may find it difficult to withstand. Tang Tian smiled, not disputing the observation. On the surface, it was indeed accurate. However, with boundless wealth at his disposal, Tang Tian could conjure infinite possibilities in the commercial realm. No matter how formidable the Divine Jade Pavilion's finances might be, they would be unable to impede his progress. Rest assured, I am well aware of my situation, Tang Tian assured. Lanting replied, I hope so. He then shifted the topic, inquiring, aside from spirit pearls and celestial pearls, what other items do you plan to offer? A product line that is too singular may not sustain you for long. Have you considered this? Tang Tian nodded. I have indeed contemplated it. Mo Jia's Mo Jun has agreed to assist me in gathering masters from various fields. I intend to retain a portion for future development. The Wanbao Pool and New Treasure Island were also introduced to me by him. Lanting responded with a thoughtful "oh" and remarked, that fellow. Very well. The Mo family members are generally quite reliable. However, should your progress falter, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I can still help you find some masters from Tianfu. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, suggesting they wait to see the outcomes in 2 days. Ah, by the way, Lanting suddenly smiled, casting a mysterious glance at Tang Tian. I have heard whispers that your relationship with that young lady from the Mo family is rather extraordinary. Is there a chance for something more? Have you secured the deal? He cast a knowing glance at Tang Tian, who felt a flush of embarrassment. It was rather amusing that even prominent figures indulged in gossip. Mo Xiaoxiao and I are merely friends. There are no romantic feelings involved. The esteemed Lanting Xianzun expressed a hint of disappointment. Oh, I see. What a pity. He continued. The upper echelons of the Mo family hold that girl in high regard. If you could win her over, you might very well claim half of the Mo family in the future. Are you not tempted to try? Given your credentials, the opportunity is quite promising. Tang Tian, rendered speechless, thought to himself, is this never-ending? Lord Qi, let us discuss the rent for the new treasure island, he insisted. Could you calculate how much jade is required to lease the territory? Lanting Xianzun displayed a disinterested expression and replied. That area is situated at the very heart of New Treasure Island, with rental rates comparable to those of the Divine Jade Pavilion. The zone you specified incurs an annual fee of 300 million innate jade. However, since it is your first year renting, let us consider it at 150 million. Tang Tian was taken aback. Why is that? Lanting Xianzun explained. Newly entering commercial associations face uncertain risks. Hence, the first-year rent is halved. Rest assured, this has always been the rule of the Wanbao Pool, and no one will contest it. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. I see. Very well then. Observing Tang Tian's apparent disappointment, Lanting Xianzun silently protested. It seems I am aiding you in saving money, not deceiving you. Why do you appear as though you are the one at a loss? He turned away, fearing that his previously calmed emotions might once again surge. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian indeed felt the pinch. Having suddenly lost 150 million, it seemed he would need to repay more debts shortly. All right, I shall transfer the amount to you now, Tang Tian declared, reaching into the system space to move the jade. However, I can only provide you with 50 million initially. I previously gave Wang Gang 100 million, and now I have just over 70 million left, which is insufficient for a lump sum payment. Lanting Xianzun, appearing indifferent, replied, that's fine, as long as you're content. Tang Tian proceeded to present the neatly arranged 50 million to Lanting Xianzun. Upon receiving it, Lanting Xianzun gestured, and a contract materialized in his palm. Following that was the procedural phase. Once all formalities were completed, a familiar notification chimed in Tang Tian's mind. Refund has been credited. Everything is detailed within, Lanting Xianzun stated. You need only settle the remaining rent within a year. He handed the contract to Tang Tian, who paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Well, in truth, I yearn to settle this matter forthwith. Upon uttering these words, he once more produced 100 million, ensconcing it within the confines of a mystical ring, and placed it upon the table. The celestial lord of Lanting sighed deeply, alas. After a lengthy exhalation, he retrieved the contract, modified it, and then presented it anew. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue weighing upon his heart. Are there any further instructions? Inquired the celestial lord of Lanting. Tang Tian cleared his throat twice. I dare not presume. However, regarding our previous agreement concerning the repayment, the celestial lord of Lanting rested a hand upon his forehead. Ultimately, Tang Tian successfully repaid his debt for the third time. and this occasion saw him return 200 million at once. He had initially contemplated repaying several more times, yet observing the Lord's demeanor, it seemed ill-timed for such endeavors today. After a protracted exchange, Tang Tian's wallet balance had escalated to 420 million, while his consumption points had surged to an astonishing 350 million. At long last, he could redeem those ultimate items. Once all matters had been concluded, Tang Tian approached the Celestial Lord of Lanting with a request concerning the Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy. What business do you have with the esteemed Lord? The Celestial Lord of Lanting inquired, somewhat taken aback. Tang Tian pondered briefly before responding. It pertains to a personal matter. The Celestial Lord of Lanting remarked. The esteemed Lord is typically quite occupied and seldom grants an audience to a disciple. If there is something you wish to convey, I can relay it on your behalf. Tang Tian nodded, understanding that this was to be expected. The Lord of the Heavenly Mansion was not someone one could simply meet at will. Then I must entrust this to you. Subsequently, Tang Tian uttered but 4 words to the Celestial Lord of Lanting. Soul contract. The Celestial Lord of Lanting furrowed his brow slightly. Such words indicated an unusual circumstance. Yet, with only this fragment of information, he could glean little. Very well. I shall convey your message. However, I cannot guarantee whether the esteemed Lord will take heed, the Celestial Lord of Lanting replied. Despite the enigmatic nature of the term soul contract, he remained skeptical that the Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy would indeed choose to meet a mere disciple in person. Thank you very much, Lord Qi, Tang Tian expressed, bowing in gratitude. Chapter 366. The Hidden Secret. With the lease contract in hand, Tang Tian returned to Qingshu Courtyard. Although today's events encountered some setbacks, he ultimately accomplished his goal. The land deed was secured. All that remained was to devise a plan and construct the stronghold. In the realm of cultivation, construction is a relatively simple endeavor, and Tang Tian did not intend to fashion it into an impregnable fortress, at least not at this moment. Meeting the most basic requirements sufficed. Engaging specialists for this task would likely require no more than a day's time. Tang Tian was not in a hurry. He would address everything once the dust settled. Next, he successfully repaid part of his debts. Over 400 million Daoyu and 300 million consumption points had already been acquired. With no other pressing matters before meeting the master, Tang Tian retreated to his cultivation chamber. This sanctuary provided a similar effect to the 4 great arenas, albeit not as potent as the Guochen courtyard. However, its privacy was unparalleled, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Once seated, Tang Tian released his cultivation. Although he had not engaged in deliberate training during this period, he was already equipped with extraordinary treasures. Even with mere daily activities, the rate of his cultivation advancement surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. After more than half a month, he had reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Had it not been for the recent flurry of responsibilities that constrained his cultivation, he would have likely broken through to the golden immortal realm long ago. Thus, as he fully unleashed his cultivation, a momentous transformation occurred within him. The final barrier of the profound immortal realm rapidly disintegrated under the immense surge of celestial power. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, a formidable aura erupted from Tang Tian, enveloping the entire cultivation chamber. The last obstruction was effortlessly shattered. Tang Tian had successfully ascended to the golden immortal realm. An unfathomable sea of celestial energy swirled at the core of his dantian, slowly rotating. Thanks to various extraordinary physical attributes, his bodily strength had made significant strides. Except for certain peak prodigies, even practitioners of the same level would struggle to breach his defense. As he sensed the abundant power coursing through him, Tang Tian couldn't help but reflect on his journey. Throughout his path, particularly during his time in the mortal realm, he had treaded cautiously, fearful that a moment's inattention would lead to annihilation at the hands of formidable beings. Even with the peculiar egg bestowed by the divine phoenix physique, he had maintained a steady pace. It was only after his ascension to immortality that he gained a semblance of confidence to navigate this world. Today, upon achieving the golden immortal status, he finally felt a sense of strength. With ultimate talent and physique, he stood above all practitioners of the same tier, effortlessly transcending a major realm. In the realm of myriad laws, the celestial sword of stars and moon instilled in him a fearless spirit against worldly powers. Even if the celestial sovereign were to descend personally, he felt assured in holding his own. As for the immortal emperor, my understanding is rather limited. Thus I do not possess a profound confidence. However, how many immortal emperors exist in this world? Beings of such stature are unlikely to condescend to deal with a mere golden immortal such as himself. Does this imply that I may indulge at will? Tang Tian chuckled softly. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. It was not out of fear, but rather due to his ingrained lifestyle. The notion of intentionally parading his prowess would only result in discomfort. Let everything unfold naturally. Moreover, his ambitions extend far beyond this. After calming his emotions, Tang Tian turned his gaze to the system space. The staggering 35 billion consumption points were ample enough for him to exchange for several ultimate treasures. However, after a moment's contemplation, he did not rush into it. Instead, he opted to gain enlightenment from over 100 high-grade immortal techniques. Previously, while in the Pavilion of Techniques, he had merely grasped these high-grade immortal techniques to a minor success. To maximize his free gains of more techniques, he had conserved his points, refraining from achieving complete mastery. But now, he was devoid of any reservations. Thus, he commenced. Tang Tian summoned the first high-grade immortal technique at minor success and directly chose to gain enlightenment. Enlightenment successful. As the system's prompt echoed, the familiar sea of 10,000 techniques reappeared before Tang Tian. Countless stars ebbed and flowed within the sea, their brilliance fluctuating. Among them, only a dozen or so stars shone brilliantly, illuminating the sea. These were the high-grade immortal techniques he had previously cultivated to great success. It was they who had birthed the realm of 10,000 techniques, smoothly advancing the path of myriad laws to the minor success stage. Tang Tian pondered whether, after comprehending over 100 high-grade immortal techniques, he could push the path of myriad laws further. Subsequently, he began utilizing his enlightenment opportunities, swiftly deducing all those high-grade immortal techniques to the stage of great success. One by one, the luminous stars ascended within the sea of 10,000 techniques. High-grade immortal techniques, also known as celestial arts, exhibit a disparity not only in power compared to mid-grade techniques, but fundamentally in the realm of rules. The true distinction lies in their engagement with the most core underlying principles of this world. It can be said that they represent the pinnacle of pathways beneath the rules. Hence, Tang Tian was able to advance the path of myriad laws to the minor success stage and cultivate the realm of 10,000 techniques, thus seizing partial control over certain rules. As the stars continued to rise, Tang Tian could distinctly perceive the realm of 10,000 techniques expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Concurrently, his ability to wield the power of rules within this realm was also escalating swiftly. Before long, the realm of 10,000 techniques had expanded more than tenfold, enveloping the entirety of the Qingshu courtyard and its surroundings spanning over 500 meters. Within this domain, Tang Tian resembled a true deity, ruling over all. He could perceive with clarity every intricate detail unfolding within the realm. The fluttering wings of bees, the quivering antennae of ants, the earthworms burrowing deep beneath the soil, and the colossal willow in the yard, its roots delving over 10 meters deep, stretching its branches to absorb sunlight and nourishment. He could not only observe, but also exert control. He could effortlessly alter the trajectory of all things, reversing the flow of rivers, even transforming a grand tree back into a mere sapling. Everything lay within his dominion. At that moment, he also beheld the two sisters, Lan Yu and Lzu, diligently attending to their tasks, observed Li Hong engaging with Xiao Ji, and noted Gu Xiaoxue, who was fervently cultivating her skills. Indeed, Gu Xiaoxue's pace of advancement was astonishing, her inner strength surging dramatically, and it would not be long before she transcended into the realm of the Xianxian. However, simultaneously, he noticed that a faint, colorful barrier enveloped the space of Gu Xiaoxue's spiritual platform. This luminous shield did not obstruct Tang Tian's scrutiny, yet it undoubtedly concealed certain crucial elements unknown to him. Perhaps it was this very element that accounted for the peculiarities surrounding Gu Xiaoxue. Had he never seen it before, yet now it was visible? Tang Tian stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Perhaps, as he continued to refine his understanding of the myriad paths, and as the realm of myriad laws grew stronger, the secret hidden behind this colorful barrier would ultimately be unveiled. Chapter 367. Redeeming the World's Fortune Without Expending Much Time. Tang Tian thoroughly comprehended all 100 superior celestial techniques to a consummate level. The sea of 10,000 laws now shimmered splendidly, resembling a dreamlike vision. The expanse of the domain of 10,000 laws, along with Tang Tian's command within it, had significantly intensified. If previously he was unafraid of celestial sovereigns, now he possessed ample confidence that should a celestial sovereign dare to intrude upon his domain, they would find themselves inescapably ensnared. Regrettably, despite the monumental enhancement in his prowess, the path of 10,000 laws had yet to ascend to consummation. Moreover, as he grasped an increasing number of superior celestial techniques, the rate of advancement began to dwindle. Tang Tian was all too familiar with this phenomenon, reminiscent of his experiences prior to attaining minor success in the path of 10,000 laws. Clearly, a force exceeding that of superior celestial techniques was requisite for further progression. He pondered the existence of techniques more formidable than superior celestial techniques, yet found none that had been documented. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. The world is replete with countless techniques and mystical arts, yet they are all confined beneath a certain ceiling, the superior celestial techniques. While these techniques vary in strength, they universally symbolize the zenith of certain domains. Although he now harbored over 100 superior celestial techniques, all cultivated to consummate mastery, for other practitioners, achieving consummation in a singular superior celestial technique was already a pinnacle, rendering them nearly invincible within the same realm. To this day, Tang Tian had not encountered any entity transcending this ceiling. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly, realizing that his own level might be too modest to have encountered such beings. Or perhaps he lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon. If there truly existed entities beyond this ceiling, they would undoubtedly reside at the zenith of the firmament. Well, he consoled himself. One day, I shall journey there. For now, the current circumstances were manageable. However, were other practitioners to overhear his musings, they would likely be left aghast. For to merely manage with over 100 superior celestial techniques was nothing short of absurd. Having familiarized himself with the effects of the domain of 10,000 laws, Tang Tian retracted it and turned his attention to the system. 1 unit of world fortune, 100 quintillion consumption points. 1 world law, 100 quintillion consumption points. 1 unit of world essence, 100 quintillion consumption points. The sudden enlightenment of techniques required merely 10 trillion consumption points, leaving him with 300 quintillion points, sufficient to exchange for these 3 ultimate entities and observe their effects. One by one, he thought. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian steeled himself mentally and proceeded with the exchange. 1 unit of world fortune successfully redeemed. Listening to the system's prompt, Tang Tian felt a surge of excitement within, focusing intently in anticipation. This was an item worth 100 times more than the chaos body. He eagerly awaited the remarkable effects it might yield. However, to his astonishment, upon completion of the exchange, not even a whisper of movement ensued. He glanced around in disbelief, ultimately discovering a minuscule speck, no larger than a grain of rice, emanating a captivating 9-colored glow at the tip of his finger. Is this it? Tang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. The disparity between his expectations and this reality was staggering. He had envisioned a grand spectacle, something that would astonish even the celestial emperors. Raising his finger to his eyes, he observed the tiny luminescence gently swirling, exuding an air of languor. After a prolonged examination, he could discern no extraordinary qualities. Aside from its colors, it seemed insubstantial. Well, Tang Tian found himself at an impasse. Logically, the system would not deceive him. After all, this was the second most expensive ultimate item. He pondered deeply. The grain, named World Fortune, undoubtedly had ties to luck. Could it be that consuming it would enhance his fortune? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given the uncertain efficacy of this item, he certainly would not be the first to take the plunge. Neither could he allow his trusted subordinates, Xiaoxue, Li Hong, and Lan Yu, to serve as test subjects. Yet, having invested 1 billion jade in this endeavor, he was reluctant to gift it to others. After much contemplation, Tang Tian's gaze drifted to the small courtyard outside. A group of ordinary red koi were frolicking in the pond, swimming about playfully. Perfect. Everything in this courtyard was now his personal property. Even if they were to gain some fortuitous transformation from it, he would not be at a loss. Resolute in his decision, he casually selected one of the small koi, flicking the colorful grain into its body with a gentle touch. The fortune swiftly integrated, and the koi paused momentarily before resuming its playful antics. It seemed as though no changes had occurred. Tang Tian frowned slightly, continuing to observe. However, what transpired next left him wide-eyed. After absorbing the fortune, the chosen red koi resumed its playful interaction with its companions. They began to accelerate through the water, then leapt out of the pond, splashing down in a cascade of droplets. It appeared that all the koi enjoyed such frolic. Yet, during their play, the selected koi encountered an unfortunate mishap. With newfound strength, it miscalculated its trajectory, leaping beyond the pond's confines and landing on the shore. Its luck, one might say, was remarkably poor. Yet, by sheer coincidence, it landed right next to a decayed Qingling fruit. In the Qingshu courtyard, there exists an abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits, with the Qingling fruit being merely a low-grade variety. Thus, neither Tang Tian nor Li Hong paid it much heed, as they periodically conducted a collective cleanup. Coincidentally, this time, the cleanup had not yet occurred. By chance, a particular fruit matured prematurely and fell to the ground, becoming bruised. At that moment, a little red carp leapt from the water's surface, landing precisely on the decayed fruit, and fortuitously, while gasping for breath, it took several bites. Due to the slippery banks, the little red carp struggled for a while before eventually returning to the pond, yet it had genuinely consumed those bites of the spiritual fruit. Not long after, its body began to undergo a transformation. Under the influence of the fruit, it swiftly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Moments later, it ascended to a cultivation level equivalent to that of a human practitioner in the qi refining stage. Observing this scene, Tang Tian could not help but fall into silence. Could it really be so coincidental? However, he remained unaware that even more fortuitous events lay ahead. Upon successfully entering the qi refining stage, the little red carp gradually awakened its spiritual intelligence, parting ways with its companions to venture forth alone. It quickly swept through the spiritual fruits on both sides of the pond and stream, its cultivation rapidly ascending. Yet, during its rampage, it encountered another carp that had also awakened its intelligence, leading to a dispute. The other carp was stronger than the little red carp, but during its initial assault, it collided directly with the formation concealed within the pond, which had been arranged by Li Hong to manage the fish population. The formation was cleverly hidden from the fish's view, and while inherently harmless, it would retaliate when provoked. Unfortunately, the carp crashed right into it and was instantly killed. The little red carp stood frozen for a moment before ultimately consuming all of the fallen carp's demonic energy. However, a new dilemma arose. The demonic energy was far too potent for the little red carp to absorb. It found itself in distress, darting about the pond until, by mischance, it slipped into a dark mud hole. Yet, within this mud hole resided an old crab on the brink of death. The old crab aided the little red carp in assimilating all its energy and even transferred its remaining demonic power to it. Furthermore, it gifted the little red carp its two clawed appendages, which had transformed into treasures to serve as weapons. Thus, in less than half a day, through a series of coincidences and fortuitous encounters, the little red carp transformed from an ordinary fish into a being at the foundation establishment stage, its cultivation speed surpassing that of even the most gifted human talents. Tang Tian, having witnessed the entire process from his room, found himself in contemplative silence. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. So this is the fortune of the world. What a loss. Chapter 368. The Law of Finger Power. Under Tang Tian's watchful gaze, the little red carp successfully transcended the foundational realm and swam deeper into the pond. The pond within the small courtyard was not insignificant. It extended several dozen meters in depth. Within it thrived a variety of aquatic creatures and plants, nurtured by the daily influence of Tongxing Mountain, which harbored many formidable spiritual beasts. Among them, the most powerful had already reached the ascendant realm, on the verge of becoming a celestial being. The environment here resembled a miniature cultivation world, complete with established rules and hierarchies. The little red carp was now set to continue its journey of fortune within this small universe. The child of destiny. Witnessing this unfolding, Tang Tian could not help but exclaim in profound reflection. He had not anticipated that the minuscule fragment of world fortune could induce such a dramatic transformation in an ordinary carp. Perhaps, as one's cultivation deepens, the influence of fortune would gradually diminish. Yet, it was already remarkably astonishing. If bestowed upon Li Hong, it would undoubtedly transform him into a figure of prominence, navigating life with ease. Alas, that would have to wait for another occasion. After organizing his thoughts, Tang Tian turned his attention to the second ultimate item, the law of the world. Steeling himself, he made the choice to exchange. A law of the world exchanged successfully, as the system's prompt echoed, much like the previous exchange. No extraordinary phenomena manifested in the heavens and earth. However, this time, Tang Tian distinctly sensed subtle changes in the surrounding world. These alterations were minuscule, yet his keen perception captured them. A particular nuance of the world's rules seemed to extend an olive branch to him, unfolding the domain of myriad laws. Tang Tian effortlessly grasped this subtlety. His gaze then settled upon the tip of his index finger. A rule pertaining to the fingertip? It appeared to concern power. Curiosity and confusion filled Tang Tian's eyes. This was his first genuine encounter with the laws of the world. Within the vast expanse of the universe, countless rules existed. Tang Tian deduced that the rule he had exchanged for belonged to the domain of power. Its manifestation, it seemed, was that of his fingertip. It did not appear particularly remarkable at first glance. Yet, as they say, one must take a horse for a ride to truly understand its worth. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian pointed directly at the ground. No extraordinary phenomena occurred. There were no ripples of mystical energy, not even a whisper of celestial or spiritual power. It was as if an ordinary mortal merely gestured towards the ground. Yet, what transpired next left Tang Tian utterly astonished. Although his simple motion appeared unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary quality, the azure stone floor of the cultivation chamber suddenly collapsed without any forewarning. With a thunderous roar, the earth quaked, and a circular pit several meters wide was swiftly created by Tang Tian, extending rapidly into the depths of the earth. In an instant, it transformed into a seemingly bottomless abyss of darkness. Tang Tian stood there, dumbfounded. Throughout this entire process, he had not employed a shred of celestial energy nor a fragment of spiritual force. He had merely pointed at the ground. Yet, despite this simplicity, the floor of the cultivation chamber, reinforced by dozens of formations, gave way. Even the very mountain leading to the holy mountain could not withstand this force, being pierced through as if it were mere foam. Within mere breaths, the pit had deepened beyond sight, and even Tang Tian was unaware of its extent. Only when the entire chamber began to tremble under the weight of this terrifying power, on the verge of collapse, did Tang Tian realize the gravity of the situation and hastily withdrew his finger. Gazing at the chasm that was now nearly 1,000 meters deep, he was rendered speechless. This was truly terrifying. Such a method far surpassed the capabilities of celestial cultivators, not to mention celestial lords. Even a celestial emperor would likely hesitate to act recklessly in its presence. Was this the might of the laws of the world? Tang Tian stood rooted to the spot, enveloped in profound silence. The mere minutiae of the power laws possessed such overwhelming strength. What, then, would the complete manifestation of the power laws entail? He pondered for quite some time, only to find himself devoid of even a rudimentary understanding. The true laws of the world had utterly transcended his cognitive limits. Perhaps only by ascending to a realm beyond celestial emperors could one truly grasp their essence. With this realization, Tang Tian felt a sense of liberation. Regardless, these laws had undeniably integrated into his very being. Furthermore, the power of the laws required neither spiritual energy nor divine soul. It was a manifestation of intention. This ability, at this stage, had surpassed the realm of myriad methods, becoming his most formidable trump card. Tang Tian was confident that under the influence of the power laws at his fingertips, even a celestial emperor would find it impossible to resist. What a remarkable treasure! He mused inwardly. It was far more practical than the previous stroke of fortune. Yet, he understood that the world's fortune was also a profoundly extraordinary entity, as it could indeed be accumulated. A world's fortune, no larger than a grain of rice, can dramatically alter the fate of an ordinary little carp in merely half a day. What if there were more? 100, 1,000, 10,000? Tang Tian could scarcely fathom the astonishing outcomes that such an immense fortune could yield. Moreover, he held the confidence that he could certainly accumulate enough points for such expenditures. After experimenting with the laws of power at his fingertips, Tang Tian gazed at the expansive chasm before him, feeling a twinge of concern. It seemed that no one else could be allowed entry here. Otherwise, they would inevitably uncover the anomalies within the abyss. Such discoveries would undoubtedly invite trouble. Fortunately, during his time at Tongxing Mountain, no one would dare to intrude upon his secluded meditation chamber. For now, he would have to make do. He would find an occasion to fill it in again at a later date. After calming his mind, Tang Tian turned his attention to the final ultimate item within the system, the essence of the world. Chapter 369. The power of the world's origin with the experiences of the previous two encounters. Tang Tian no longer harbored any desire to seek counsel regarding the final essence of the world's origin. These ultimate entities appeared, at first glance, to be utterly unremarkable. Yet their true capabilities were enough to instill sheer terror. The exchange cost a staggering 100 million jade, a clear indication of immense profit. Seated cross-legged by the edge of the cavern, Tang Tian steeled himself before proceeding with the final exchange. A portion of the world's origin was successfully acquired. The familiar system notification echoed once more. It was yet another ordinary occurrence, devoid of any extraordinary features. Upon lowering his gaze, Tang Tian observed a fist-sized, grayish orb of light materializing within his palm. Still, there were no signs of anomaly, no fluctuations, and no presence of aura. Another one of these? Tang Tian felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He had thought that after enduring so much, he had become quite worldly wise. After all, he had even ventured into the chamber of a world-class figure, the Moon Fairy. Yet, faced with these three ultimate entities today, he was overwhelmed by an acute sense of helplessness. Not a single one was comprehensible to him. He could not even conduct a proper observation of this essence of the world. To fathom its specifics, he would need to experiment, just as he had done with the world's fortune. However, Tang Tian was reluctant to proceed so rashly. After all, he had expended 100 million jade to acquire this. Gazing at the grayish orb before him, Tang Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He realized that he need not rely solely on himself. The spirit of the world, who was intimately familiar with these ultimate entities, could undoubtedly provide insight. Tang Tian smacked his forehead. The matter concerning the system was his greatest secret, which was why he had always conducted exchanges and research in solitude. This was a precautionary measure. Yet now that he had successfully acquired the essence of the world, it was entirely reasonable to consult someone he trusted for answers. Honestly, he lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have squandered that portion of the world's fortune. He still felt a twinge of regret over his earlier decision. After a moment of self-reproach, he swiftly entered the space of the peculiar egg. Before long, he found himself not far from the crystal sculpture, where he discovered the little one playing alone. Hey, old Tang, you've sought me out more often lately than ever before. Could it be that you've fallen for me? The playful little one remarked, bouncing toward Tang Tian. However, when it was still several meters away, it abruptly halted midair, its eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth have you done? How could there be rules embodied within you? Xiao exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as if he had encountered a ghost. Observing his reaction, Tang Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. Indeed, this creature was acutely sensitive to the ultimate essence of the world. Have you discerned something? Tang Tian inquired with a light chuckle. Xiao nodded cautiously and approached Tang Tian, circling around him while sniffing the air. However, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. This doesn't make sense, he muttered, shaking his head vigorously. Tang Tian, intrigued by Xiao's confusion, asked, what seems amiss? Xiao looked at Tang Tian earnestly and said, it appears that you truly possess a form of rule power. But how could someone as insignificant as you wield such formidable strength? Tang Tian replied, insignificant? He was quite displeased by this term. Clearing his throat, Xiao continued, you see, as I have evolved during this time, I have awakened more memories. Within those fragmented recollections, I have witnessed numerous supreme beings that tower above all. Their mere presence can cause the world to tremble. The extent of their power is something you cannot even begin to fathom. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Stronger than Moon Fairy? Zhao's expression darkened. Why must you bring that up? What I meant to convey is that only beings of that caliber are entitled to govern the true rules of the world. And you? I am not belittling you, but cultivators in the celestial realm cannot possibly touch such levels. Even an immortal emperor falls far short. Thus, you understand why I am so astonished, he concluded. Tang Tian shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the statement. In truth, he wasn't entirely mistaken. Although he had indeed grasped the rule of power at his fingertips, he remained utterly oblivious to its essence. He didn't even comprehend how it altered the world. At this moment, he was akin to an ancient individual from a feudal era who had unexpectedly acquired a superpowered electromagnetic cannon, aware of its operation but ignorant of its underlying principles. Nonetheless, Tang Tian did not dwell on this. He believed that as he grew stronger, understanding would come naturally. For now, he was more concerned about the nature of this primordial essence. Forget about that for now. I came to seek your assistance in solidifying something, Tang Tian stated. Ah, so there are still things in this world that elude your grasp? Xiao feigned surprise. Ignoring him, Tang Tian revealed a grayish substance from his palm. Initially, Xiao was somewhat skeptical, but upon realizing what Tang Tian held, he leapt back in terror. His fur standing on end. What on earth? Is that the power of the primordial essence? Its voice had altered, and it exclaimed in astonishment. Do you recognize it? Tang Tian smiled faintly, sensing that this person had indeed come to the right place. Xiao, in a state of mild confusion, nodded and then gazed at Tang Tian with an expression of incredulity. Where did you acquire such a thing? The power of rules, as well as the primordial force. These are the very essence of the world's core energies. How could you possibly access them at your current stage? The disparity is far too vast. Breathing in short, rapid gasps, it appeared almost breathless. Its reaction upon witnessing the primordial force of the world was even more intense than when it had seen Tang Tian wield the power of rules. What is it used for? Tang Tian inquired. Xiao stared at the primordial essence for a long while before regaining composure and hoarsely replied, in a certain sense, it is the world itself. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The world? He felt that Xiao was being somewhat absurd. No matter how extraordinary it was merely a form of power. Yet Xiao showed no signs of jest. Exactly. It is through it that the world exists. Without it, the world would not be. One could assert that the primordial force is, in truth, the world itself. It can transform anything that exists within the world, celestial energy, divine herbs, innate treasures, even souls. Xiao stared blankly at the gray orb. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. If I were to consume it, the entire area of the Lioli world would expand several times over in an instant. I would also save a considerable amount of time and energy that I could otherwise devote to my ascension. Tang Tian was momentarily startled. So, this was its purpose. It seemed that the benefits would be greater for Xiao. Really? He teased. Does that mean I won't have to exhaust myself searching for food for you in the future? However, Zhao's expression was filled with complexity. Although the primordial force was indeed the optimal catalyst for my growth, I have another, even more promising idea. Its gaze shifted toward the newly formed primordial continent within the bizarre egg space. Chapter 370. The kitten's choice. The seemingly trivial choice astonished Tang Tian. The kitten had surprisingly relinquished an opportunity for rapid advancement, opting instead to nurture this newly born primordial world. In the past, it had been unable to resist the allure of delectable treats. Did you not desire to ascend? Tang Tian could not help but inquire. The kitten remained silent for a while before speaking slowly. In earlier times, I indeed longed to grow quickly. I yearned to see that person return soon, to fulfill my mission and to reclaim my freedom. Yet, it sighed gently. As I grew stronger, I became increasingly fearful. The Lioli world is not a product of nature, nor am I. Our existence carries the same mission. This mission may grant me freedom, but more likely, it will render me a mere tool, leading to my complete obliteration. In my past, I was unanchored and devoid of attachments. Thus, I was willing to wager everything for that ethereal possibility. However, now it is different. The kitten gazed at the crystal sculpture before it, its crystal-clear eyes concealing profound affection. This is the only endeavor I have consciously chosen. More than the so-called mission or freedom, I wish to witness its gradual growth. Can you comprehend my peculiar sentiment? For a moment, Tang Tian was rendered speechless. This feeling was not strange, and he certainly understood. Yet, he had not anticipated that the seemingly carefree and whimsical kitten, akin to a clever genius, possessed such profound emotions. The disparity was indeed significant. If this pleases you, I wholeheartedly support your choice, Tang Tian replied with a smile. The kitten immediately turned its head. I must say, must we be so sentimental? I'm feeling quite awkward. Ah, the familiar version of it had returned. Additionally, I am not solely motivated by my own preferences. The kitten continued. In the fragmented memories of my awakening, Those extraordinarily powerful beings seemed to engage in similar pursuits. They either sought unclaimed territories to establish their own rules, ventured into ancient realms in search of abandoned continents, or even recreated a small world entirely. I do not know why they undertake such endeavors, but with so many formidable beings doing so, it must be of great significance. I believe that one day, you too may reach that level of power, and having a mature little realm in advance would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage. Tang Tian was taken aback. It turned out that the kitten was also considering its own future. Indeed, Tang Tian possessed sufficient confidence that he too could become one of the powerful beings from the kitten's memories. If what it claims is indeed true, then possessing a small world in advance is undoubtedly a prudent measure against unforeseen circumstances. Thank you, murmured Tang Tian softly. The small creature waved its tiny paw and replied, "It is not solely for your benefit. Once you become sufficiently powerful, there may be a slender chance for you to assist me in return. Thus, one could consider this an investment in my own future. Placing all one's eggs in a single basket is hardly a wise decision." Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired, "Are those individuals truly formidable? And what of the one you await?" The small being gazed skyward and murmured, "Though you have encountered the moon fairy, you remain unaware of the sheer terror they embody." Lifting its head, it continued, "In your eyes, you see the expanse of the sky. However, in my view, it is entirely overshadowed by their presence. The entire world is cloaked in their shadows." Turning back to Tang Tian, it earnestly cautioned, "Do not dwell too deeply on this. My earlier remark about you being able to assist me in the future was, in fact, rather nebulous. Focus on your own matters for now." The small creature seemed somewhat anxious that Tang Tian might take this to heart. Yet how could Tang Tian disregard such words? Although his time with the small being had not been extensive, he had already come to regard it as a companion. He could never allow it to be treated as a mere tool, destined for oblivion. After all, they were talking about defying the heavens. Within the fragmented memories of the primordial chaotic bell, he had already witnessed the 10 most powerful innate wills of this world. No matter how formidable those beings were, they were all bound by certain limits. One day, Tang Tian would ascend to that level as well. "Very well, I understand." Tang Tian did not reveal his inner thoughts to the small creature. He gently ruffled its pristine fur and handed over the gray substance. "In that case, I leave the primal force of this world in your capable hands. You may do as you wish. When the opportunity arises, I shall procure more for you," Tang Tian said with a smile. The small creature accepted the primal force, beaming as it replied, "That sounds splendid. If you provide me with ample primal force, I am absolutely confident that I can transform this place into a true world, one that rivals even the outer main realm." It held its head high, brimming with confidence. Tang Tian chose not to say more, giving its little head a pat, allowing the small creature to have its space. Leaving the strange egg space, Tang Tian exited Qingshu Courtyard and arrived at the exclusive meditation chamber designated for disciples of the Goqing Courtyard. The environment here was infinitely superior to that of the 4 great arenas, a privilege bestowed upon disciples of Goqing Courtyard. Naturally, this was primarily due to the significant damage sustained in his home training room, necessitating his relocation. Fortunately, this time, he was not embroiled in any secretive affairs. He merely sought to stabilize his recently ascended cultivation. Onward with diligence, he resolved, for oneself and for all that surrounds. Tang Tian took a deep breath and swiftly entered a state of cultivation. In the deep of night, atop Tianqi Mountain, the esteemed Lanting Xinzuan, having toiled throughout the day, finally concluded his affairs. The first half of each year marked the peak of his busyness, with a semblance of respite only arriving mid-year. However, this year, due to the Longmen incident, the duration of his busyness extended by a month or 2. It was only today that he could genuinely enjoy a spell of tranquility. Tang Tian Lanting Xinzuan chuckled, shaking his head. He harbored a genuine fondness for this disciple. Should everything progress smoothly, he firmly believed that Tang Tian would ascend steadily to the highest echelons of the heavenly realm. Oh, he also requested my assistance in introducing him to the Xinghe Xiandi. Suddenly, Lanting Xinzuan recalled this matter. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that the Xinghe Xiandi would not readily meet with a mere disciple. Yet, having given his word, he decided to reach out. Soon, the communication was established. Chapter 371. The Arrival of the Star River Immortal Emperor Lord Qi. Is there something you require? A deep voice resonated from the distance. Belonging to the Star River Immortal Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, the Lan Ting Immortal Sovereign replied, "Indeed, there is a matter at hand. This year, our Gochin Academy has a particularly exceptional disciple, one who deserves your attention." He sought to embellish Tang Tian's significance, emphasizing his remarkable qualities and unwavering loyalty to our heavenly mansion. Regrettably, it appeared that his words failed to sway the Star River Immortal Emperor. "Is this matter something you cannot resolve on your own? I am currently engaged on the ancient battlefield," the Emperor stated. The Lan Ting Immortal Sovereign had initially hoped to advocate for Tang Tian, but upon hearing the mention of the ancient battlefield, he promptly reconsidered. That realm was crucial to the fate of the heavenly mansion, and its importance was unmistakable. He could discern the gravity of the situation. The matters concerning a mere Tang Tian paled in comparison. "My apologies," he hastily said. "I merely wished to look after that disciple. Considering he was an innocent victim of the Longmen incident and has since made substantial efforts to repay significant debts. Nevertheless, your affairs undoubtedly take precedence, and I shall explain this to him later." Just as he prepared to conclude the communication, the Star River Immortal Emperor fell silent for a brief moment. "Are you referring to the Tang Tian who was protected by the carefree prisoner?" The Lan Ting Immortal Sovereign was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Emperor would remember. Could it be due to the connection with the carefree clan? "Indeed, it is Tang Tian," he confirmed. What does he wish to discuss with me?" the Star River Immortal Emperor inquired. After a slight pause, the Lan Ting Immortal Sovereign awkwardly replied. He did not disclose the specifics, but only requested that I convey 4 words to you. "Soul contract," as he uttered those words. Even the Lan Ting Immortal Sovereign felt that Tang Tian's stance was somewhat presumptuous. What right did a disciple have to convey such vague words to the Lord of the Immortal Emperor's residence? Yet, unbeknownst to him, the moment the Star River Immortal Emperor heard those 4 words, he became utterly still. "What?" the Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. The Lan Ting Immortal Sovereign, taken aback, reiterated, "Soul contract." In an instant, their communication was abruptly severed, just as the Lan Ting Immortal Sovereign was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A spatial portal materialized within his chamber. An overwhelming aura of ancient primal energy surged forth. Following that, a towering figure emerged from the portal. It was none other than the Star River Immortal Emperor. He had torn through the fabric of space directly from the ancient battlefield. "Where is he?" the Star River Immortal Emperor demanded, his voice rough, as if he were straining to suppress an inner urgency. At that moment, the Celestial Sovereign of Lanting was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? "Are you referring to Tang Tian? He has already returned to Tongxing Mountain earlier today," he replied. The Celestial Emperor of the Star River cast a captivating gaze upon the Celestial Sovereign of Lanting and solemnly instructed, "Remember, do not mention this to anyone. I shall return shortly to elucidate everything to you." With that, he tore through the void once more, hurriedly plunging into it. The Celestial Sovereign of Lanting stared wide-eyed, his expression one of utter astonishment at the unfolding events. Goodness, what is going on? Merely 4 words had provoked such an uncharacteristic reaction from the Celestial Emperor of the Star River, compelling him to rush back from the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, he had taken it upon himself to seek out Tang Tian. What could those 4 words signify? What kind of relationship existed between him and the Celestial Emperor of the Star River? The Celestial Sovereign of Lanting found himself at a loss, left to patiently await the return of the Celestial Emperor. At Tongxing Mountain, in the Chaochen Courtyard, atop a splendid pavilion. What? The revelation that it was actually Tang Tian who had invited those masters elicited a voice of astonishment from the elegant chamber above. If Tang Tian were present, he would recognize the speaker as Qi Heshuan, a prodigy from the Xinyu Pavilion. Before him stood a figure cloaked entirely in black robes. "Indeed," came the response. They had not made any deliberate attempts to conceal this, and it was easily discernible. They would convene for discussions in 2 days, the figure in black stated. Qi Heshuan absent-mindedly twirled the green ring on his finger, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Just yesterday, he had suddenly learned that Mo Jun from the Mo family was extensively searching for masters, specifically a distinguished group within the industry. As a core member of the Xinyu Pavilion, he was naturally attuned to such matters and had thus initiated an investigation. To his surprise, the mastermind behind this endeavor turned out to be Tang Tian. What could his intentions be? Did he also aspire to venture into the commercial realm of Tianfu? Qi Heshuan felt a sense of astonishment. Such a possibility could not be dismissed. We are all aware that Tang Tian possesses his own commercial association, remarked the figure in black. Qi Heshuan burst into laughter, exclaiming, that so-called Tianxia Tong? Don't be absurd. If he truly entered Tianfu, he would be devoured by that pack of hungry wolves within 3 days. His tone dripped with disdain. However, the figure in black paused briefly before responding. Young Master Qi, do not forget, Tang Tian's financial resources are far from insignificant. Qi Heshuan's hand stilled, his expression darkening. The incident regarding the Star Observation Conference had nearly become a subject of ridicule among others. Many were saying that the Xinyu Pavilion was no longer formidable, unable to even rival the financial prowess of an outsider. This had tarnished his reputation within the Xinyu Pavilion, and he had been seeking an opportunity to reclaim his standing. Now, that opportunity had finally presented itself. Regardless of his intentions, I cannot allow him to achieve his desires effortlessly. Qi Heshuan spoke coldly, declaring, he is merely courting his own demise. Had he remained quietly cultivating at Tongxing Mountain, I might have found it challenging to deal with him. Yet, he dares to venture into the business realm. How audacious! After a moment of contemplation, Qi Heshuan addressed the figure clad in black, instructing, please investigate which masters have been in contact with the Mo family. I surmise that few masters would decline an invitation from the Divine Jade Pavilion. The black-clad man immediately smiled and replied, naturally, they would not. The individuals invited by Mo Jun are not the pinnacle of excellence. It would be quite effortless for us to extend an olive branch to them. Qi Heshuan nodded slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. An outsider, unfamiliar with the art of restraint, brazenly offends this one and that one. Does he truly believe his lineage is invincible? Had I been prepared that day, he would not have had the opportunity to flaunt his power. I shall make him realize that without sufficient backing and support, all his ostentation is naught but a death warrant. His gaze darkened as he began to rotate his finger ring once more. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy flashed across the skies above Tongxing Mountain. That terrifying aura, albeit fleeting, was enough to instill a sense of dread. Is it a celestial emperor gracing us with their presence? The black-clad man exclaimed in astonishment. Qi Heshuan too felt a shiver of fear. The intensity of that presence was utterly overwhelming. After a while, he regained his composure, understanding that beings of such caliber should be approached with caution. His current focus was solely on reclaiming his dignity through the insignificant character of Tang Tian, who lacks any substantial backing. Tang Tian, he murmured, prepare yourself. Qi Heshuan uttered menacingly. Chapter 372, Dialogue with the Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy, Tongxing Mountain. In the tranquil meditation chamber of the Goqing Institute, Tang Tian sat cross-legged upon a mat. With each breath, his aura fluctuated, sometimes receding, at other times radiating an intense brilliance. After an indeterminate period, he exhaled deeply, retracting all his energy. Slowly, he opened his eyes. This meditation chamber is truly remarkable, Tang Tian couldn't help but exclaim. In just a few hours, he had thoroughly solidified his position within the golden immortal realm. Were he in the Qingshu Institute or any of the 4 great sanctuaries, it would have likely required a full day. Indeed, resources have always favored the strong. Upon advancing to the golden immortal stage, Tang Tian realized that the celestial energy required for further ascension had increased exponentially, akin to his initial experience in the feathering realm. It was no wonder that so many lingered in this stage for extended periods. Without ample resources for cultivation and a conducive environment, achieving the great Luo golden immortal status could take decades of diligent refinement. At that moment, Tang Tian finally comprehended the immense value of the high-grade celestial spirit beads he had crafted, which could facilitate cultivation throughout the golden immortal realm. Fortunately, he did not share that concern. The celestial energy provided by the mysterious ancient jade, along with the moonlight from the moon celestial jade pendant, was sufficient for him to advance swiftly within the golden immortal realm, just as he had in previous stages. He resolved to conduct his daily cultivation in this chamber henceforth and prepared to continue his practice. However, before he could enter a meditative state, a palpable and unsettling aura surged from beyond the meditation chamber, enveloping the entire space in an instant. The sheer force was spine-chilling. Celestial Emperor. Tang Tian was instantly awakened, acutely aware that this formidable presence was directed toward him. He sprang to his feet, sweeping his hand, as the domain of myriad laws expanded to encompass a radius of several hundred meters. Then he extended his right index finger, gathering an invisible, terrifying power at its tip. The visitor approached with great urgency, prompting Tang Tian to brace for the worst. In the next moment, a black void portal materialized within the meditation chamber, and a fearsome figure, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, descended with a resounding force. Yet, upon recognizing the figure's face, Tang Tian dispelled the encompassing domain. The power at his fingertip remained concealed behind him, for the individual was none other than the celestial emperor of the galaxy. Tang Tian believed that direct hostility was unlikely. The celestial emperor hurriedly arrived, momentarily pausing, sensing a peculiar aura as if the rules of this place had shifted. However, that sensation was fleeting, overshadowed by more pressing matters, leading him to dismiss it. Gazing at Tang Tian before him, the Star River Immortal Emperor wore a complex expression, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Where have you been?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. As expected, he knew that upon hearing the word soul contract, the Star River Immortal Emperor would undoubtedly be unable to remain composed. He spoke softly. "A few days ago, during the Celestial Observation Conference at the summit, I entered the final region of the Starry Corridor. Subsequently, I was drawn into a..." Before Tang Tian could finish his sentence, the Star River Immortal Emperor abruptly raised his hand, halting him. He then waved his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped the two, completely isolating them from the outside world. It was evident that the Star River Immortal Emperor was exceedingly vigilant regarding this matter. Once the barrier was in place, he turned his gaze back to Tang Tian and whispered, "Did you see him? Or rather, did you encounter that version of me?" Tang Tian nodded gently. "Indeed, in that realm, I did encounter another you. He appeared to be somewhat younger. He confided many things to me, and upon concluding our conversation, he gifted me an item." The Star River Immortal Emperor raised his hand once more, interrupting Tang Tian. "Do not tell me what you have acquired." His voice betrayed a hint of fear. Tang Tian was taken aback. Could it be that the youthful Star River knew things that the Immortal Emperor did not? Such a possibility certainly existed. Although they shared the same soul, there were indeed distinctions between them. The young Star River harbored deep resentment towards the Immortal Emperor who had left him behind. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian continued, "Through him, I learned about the events of that time and came to understand the existence of the soul contract." The Star River Immortal Emperor's gaze became vacant, his eyes revealing a tumult of emotions that shifted back and forth. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh. "I have failed. He must be very disappointed, no?" The Star River Immortal Emperor lamented. Tang Tian paused before responding, "To some extent, yes. However, it is more a matter of regret. Moreover, I sense that his resentment towards you may run even deeper." The Star River Immortal Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "At that time, I was but a youthful heart, brimming with ambition. Leaving him there for so many years as part of a transaction would inevitably breed resentment. Fortunately, the transaction has finally reached its conclusion. I thank you, Tang Tian." He sighed deeply again, seemingly relieved. "It was merely a stroke of fortune on my part." Tang Tian, reluctant to take credit, then voiced his confusion. "But that version of you told me that the contract would also affect the soul of your true self, correct? Does that count as the transaction being completed?" The Star River Immortal Emperor was momentarily taken aback, saying, "He certainly divulged everything to you. Indeed, even upon the completion of my task, my soul has been irrevocably bartered to that entity, that will, which none may defy, nor can it be dissolved." Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. It seems that the Celestial Emperor of the Star River remains unaware that this will had long since perished. Otherwise, that soul contract would not have found its way into my possession. "Have you never contemplated a means of resolution?" Tang Tian inquired. The Celestial Emperor of the Star River managed a forced smile and replied, "Certainly, I have pondered and attempted various methods. Yet, that will is not something a mere mortal can oppose. It stands paramount, even on par with the Tao of heaven. I am left with no recourse. However, after so many years, I have grown accustomed to such suffering." The Celestial Emperor of the Star River appeared to have resigned himself to his fate. His urgent quest to find Tang Tian seemed solely to ascertain the condition of the youthful Star River. Yet, unbeknownst to him, circumstances had undergone a transformation. Tang Tian touched his nose, speaking softly, I wish to convey. If I possess a means to resolve your predicament, would you desire a resolution? The celestial emperor of the Star River was momentarily taken aback. What did you just say? Doubt flickered in his mind. Tang Tian gazed steadily at the celestial emperor. Continuing, I can indeed remedy the issue that plagues you. 4. That lofty will has vanished. Chapter 373. The past of Lu Ming. This is impossible. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the Star River immortal emperor erupted in fury, his voice resonating powerfully. Even the emperor's aura instinctively surged forth, enveloping the entire meditation chamber. Had it not been for Tang Tian's robust physique, he would have likely sustained significant internal injuries in that instant. The barrier meticulously crafted by the Star River immortal emperor began to tremble violently, appearing as if it might collapse at any moment. It cannot be. I understand the nature of that existence. It cannot simply vanish. The Star River immortal emperor's voice quivered, revealing the profound psychological impact the astral will had inflicted upon him in the past. Please, remain calm. Tang Tian exerted effort to steady himself. The emperor's presence was overwhelmingly formidable, and as a mere newly ascended golden immortal, he felt the weight of the situation. If this continued, he would have no choice but to unleash the myriad laws to defend himself. Fortunately, being an immortal emperor, even in a moment of emotional upheaval, he was able to regain his composure swiftly. Soon, he tempered his aura, though the incredulous expression remained vividly etched upon his countenance. How do you know of its disappearance? Such a thing is utterly inconceivable. The Star River immortal emperor growled. Tang Tian refrained from further elaboration and instead produced the soul contract. Gazing upon the familiar document, the Star River immortal emperor stood rooted in place, rendered speechless. No words could rival the undeniable evidence before him. Another version of you conveyed this to me. After that space dissipated, I discovered this solitary drifting contract. I surmised that had the Supreme Will still existed, it would have never allowed this contract to remain. Tang Tian spoke softly. The Star River immortal emperor stared blankly at the contract in Tang Tian's hand, unable to shake off the shock for an extended period. After a long silence, he raised his right hand, trembling slightly, as if he wished to reach out and touch the contract. Yet, almost immediately, as though gripped by fear, he hastily withdrew his hand. With a complex expression, he regarded Tang Tian and said, if this is indeed the case, you could wholly claim the contract for yourself, establishing yourself as its master. In that event, you would have the power to control an immortal emperor, a lord of a realm, entirely at your whim. Why did you not do so? The Star River immortal emperor possessed a profound understanding of the contract's implications. With the Supreme Will's demise, it became a contract without a master. The one who acquired it could continue to fulfill its terms from a position of authority. He believed that had he been in Tang Tian's position, he would have certainly seized such an opportunity. After all, it held the potential to dominate an immortal emperor and a realm lord. Yet, Tang Tian chose not to pursue this path, but instead opted to meet with him. The Star River immortal emperor found himself perplexed by Tang Tian's motivations. Yet, in the face of this dilemma, Tang Tian smiled nonchalantly and remarked, why should I do such a thing? Is it truly amusing to manipulate a person's soul at will? We harbor no enmity towards each other. If it were a soul contract with the heavenly Yuan immortal, I might contemplate it. As for the benefits you mention, I do not believe that a mere golden immortal like myself could easily dominate a renowned immortal emperor. Tang Tian expressed a fragment of his thoughts. He was a man of principles. The Star River immortal emperor bore him no ill will. Thus, there was no need to exert control over him. Furthermore, whether he could even exert such control remained uncertain. After all, the other party was an immortal emperor who had endured countless years of suffering. If things were to go awry and result in backlash, it would be a significant loss. Moreover, Tang Tian had little need for such an endeavor. Were he an ordinary cultivator, perhaps he would take the gamble, as it could be a matter that alters one's destiny. However, Tang Tian possessed an abundance of hidden cards and had no necessity to take such a risk. Therefore, it sufficed to foster a good relationship with the other party. Nevertheless, the Star River immortal emperor would undoubtedly be oblivious to Tang Tian's considerations. It seems Lord Chelan was indeed correct. You are truly an exceptional and astute disciple. The Star River immortal emperor remarked with a sigh. I merely pondered extensively, Tang Tian replied. Since I have encountered you, I shall return this to its rightful owner. Upon saying this, he handed the soul contract back to the Star River Immortal Emperor. How this contract would be dealt with thereafter was beyond his concern. Perhaps the Star River Immortal Emperor would seek out a trustworthy companion to deliver the contract and alleviate his own suffering. Alternatively, he might simply bear it himself, having grown accustomed to pain. Yet, these matters held no relevance for Tang Tian. As the Star River Immortal Emperor gazed upon the soul contract, his expression was exceedingly complex. After a moment of silence, he accepted the contract and solemnly stated, "I shall forever remember this kindness. In the future, should you require anything within the heavenly mansion, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall assist you." Tang Tian smiled and replied, "Then I shall indeed seek you out if the need arises." With an additional powerful connection, Tang Tian certainly would not abandon such an opportunity lightly. Although everything seemed to be progressing smoothly at present, who could guarantee that he would not encounter insurmountable challenges in the future? Given the Star River Immortal Emperor's influence within the heavenly mansion, he believed that most matters could be resolved with ease. After a brief pause, Tang Tian continued, "I am quite curious. What transpired with Lu Ming that ultimately prevented him from ascending to the celestial pinnacle?" His intrigue regarding the enigmatic Lu Ming lingered. As the greatest rival of Lu Ming from the same era, the Star River Immortal Emperor surely held insight into the matter. Confronted with this inquiry, the Star River Immortal Emperor hesitated for a moment, then sighed gently and replied, "He violated a taboo. At that time, I wielded the power of soul trading. Yet I still fell short and was defeated by him. The coveted spot at the pinnacle of the firmament was effortlessly claimed by him. However, during his ascension, he wielded that defiant fan, attempting to transcend the rules and ascend to the summit of the heavens alongside a woman by his side. Such an act, however, was strictly forbidden. Consequently, Lu Ming faced the repercussions of this transgression, ultimately plummeting to the mortal realm and vanishing without a trace. In contrast, the woman succeeded in reaching the heights of the firmament. Due to the taboo nature of the incident, it was concealed by the heavenly authorities, leaving the populace only aware that something had gone awry, without knowledge of the specific details. The Star River Immortal Emperor recounted this tale. Nevertheless, upon hearing it, Tang Tian found himself filled with even more questions. He was acutely aware that the fan did not originally belong to Lu Ming. Rather, it likely belonged to the woman beside him. Why did Lu Ming choose to obscure this matter? And what compelled him to allow the woman to forcibly ascend to the pinnacle? What was the true nature of their relationship? Tang Tian could not ascertain. Yet, he could not pursue further inquiries, as it seemed everyone believed that the fan of the moon fairy had been a gift to Lu Ming. But where is he now? Tang Tian inquired. The Star River Immortal Emperor shook his head. Unknown. It was as though he had evaporated from existence. I have searched for him for decades, yet found not a single trace. Tang Tian fell silent. If even the Star River Immortal Emperor could not locate him, then it appeared this individual had indeed vanished. Yet, he harbored an unwavering feeling that Lu Ming would surely return once more. Chapter 374. The Lord of the Manor stands by personally at Tianqi Mountain. In solitude, the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun sat in his chamber, patiently awaiting the return of the Star River Immortal Emperor. The Lord's reaction had far surpassed his expectations. He remained unaware of the intricate ties that bound the Star River Immortal Emperor to Tang Tian, oblivious to whether they harbored enmity or resentment. However, he recognized that he had once again underestimated the influence of this disciple, Tang Tian. All inquiries would remain unanswered until the return of the Star River Immortal Emperor. As dawn broke, an overwhelming presence materialized within the room, prompting Lan Ting Xianzun to rise hastily. In the next moment, the Star River Immortal Emperor stood before him. Sensing the Emperor's demeanor had calmed, dispelling the previous air of agitation, Lan Ting Xianzun exhaled a sigh of relief. "The Lord has returned," Lan Ting Xianzun remarked. The Star River Immortal Emperor waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "Please, do not address me so formally, my dear Qi. In bygone days, I was but a disciple under your guidance." "Indeed, strength is paramount in the cultivation realm," Lan Ting Xianzun responded promptly. "Moreover, at that time, I was merely an administrator, offering little direct assistance in your cultivation." In that moment, he finally felt at ease. The Star River Immortal Emperor's spirits appeared notably elevated. "By the way, what transpired between you and Tang Tian?" Lan Ting Xianzun inquired. The The Star River Immortal Emperor gazed out at the hazy morning light, letting out a soft sigh. You are correct. He is indeed an exceptional disciple, possessing remarkable character. Such individuals are a rarity in the cultivation world, as their inherent kindness often leads to premature demise in this realm rife with deceit and treachery. This time, he has been of immense help to me. Lan Ting Xianzun smiled, choosing to remain silent. He harbored no curiosity regarding the specifics of the relationship between the Star River Immortal Emperor and Tang Tian. His primary concern rested with the emperor's disposition. From the emperor's words, it was evident that he held Tang Tian in high regard. I recall you mentioning that Tang Tian has repaid some of the debts incurred during the Longmen incident? The Star River Immortal Emperor suddenly queried. Lan Ting Xianzun nodded, replying, indeed, including the previous two instances, Tang Tian has repaid a total of 255 million Xiantian Daoyu. The Star River Immortal Emperor was taken aback. Such a substantial amount? He had anticipated the figure to be merely in the range of several tens of millions, never expecting it to surpass 100 million. The financial prowess of Tang Tian was indeed formidable. Indeed, Lan Ting Xianzun affirmed with a smile. Thus, I previously mentioned to you that Tang Tian is not only outstanding, but also bears a strong sense of responsibility towards the Tianfu. This debt was merely a symbolic gesture, yet he has approached it with utmost seriousness. Given the current trajectory, he may very well aspire to repay the entire 100 billion. The Star River Immortal Emperor nodded thoughtfully. If all disciples of the Tianfu possess the same sense of responsibility as Tang Tian, what concerns could there be about prosperity? Yet, he understands that such an occurrence is implausible. A person like Tang Tian is a rarity among thousands. To have a disciple of his caliber is indeed a fortune for our Tianfu. The Star River Immortal Emperor remarked, we must ensure that he is treated well, lest his earnest heart grow cold. In the future, let us extend our care towards matters concerning Tang Tian. Should anything of significance arise, do not hesitate to report to me. The Lanting Immortal Sovereign was momentarily taken aback. As the head of the estate, the Star River Immortal Emperor typically does not pay such particular attention to a single disciple. Even if Tang Tian were extraordinarily gifted, such focus would be almost unheard of. However, he has explicitly highlighted this matter and even intends to inquire personally. The signal being sent is certainly extraordinary. I have already been attempting to provide support, the Lanting Immortal Sovereign said with a smile. However, Tang Tian can be overly rigid in adhering to rules. For instance, yesterday, he wished to acquire a piece of land on the new Treasure Island. I was prepared to lease it to him free of charge, yet he insisted on paying rent. It left me rather helpless, haha. The Star River Immortal Emperor replied, adhering to rules is commendable, yet we can also evaluate matters from other perspectives. You mentioned he sought land on the new Treasure Island? Is he aspiring to enter the business realm? The Lanting Immortal Sovereign nodded, indeed. Tang Tian is the head of a merchant association. His association has reached its limit in external development, hence his desire to establish a presence within the Tianfu. In these past days, he has likely been seeking masters from various industries. After pondering for a moment, the Star River Immortal Emperor stated, the prosperity of the business realm is also beneficial for the Tianfu. Tang Tian is deeply loyal to the Tianfu. We ought to support him vigorously. The initial development of the merchant association is crucial. Therefore, take some time in the next few days to assist him in finding some commendable masters. With a wave of his hand, the Star River Immortal Emperor added, on second thought, I shall personally seek them out. Some individuals have been languishing in the Tianfu for far too long. It is high time they stretch their limbs. The Lanting Immortal Sovereign was instantly astonished. The head of the Star River was truly going to assist Tang Tian in locating masters? Clearly, the bond between the two was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. I shall also reach out to a few friends, the Lanting Immortal Sovereign said with a smile. As you mentioned, the early development of the Merchant Association is of utmost importance. The presence of more masters equates to greater strength. The Star River Immortal Emperor's regard for Tang Tian was so evident that it was as if the word important was written across his face. If he could not comprehend this, he would not hold his current position. Agreed. If Tang Tian has any other needs, please extend your assistance as well. The structure of the business realm has remained static for far too long. It is time for a new force to emerge and create a stir. The Star River Immortal Emperor concluded. The Lanting Immortal Sovereign nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they engaged in a variety of other discussions. And the celestial emperor of the Star River returned once more to the ancient battlefield, where matters of great significance awaited. After his departure, the esteemed Lan Ting, seated quietly in his chamber for an extended period, finally shook his head with a smile as the sun ascended to its zenith. Tang Tian, he mused, I have consistently endeavored to overestimate you, only to discover each time that you are far more profound than my imagination allows. Now even the Lord of the Mansion stands in your support. It appears I must personally lend my encouragement. He gazed at the resplendent sun with a smile, reflecting on the rarity of such a disciple in many years. Lan Ting felt a sense of joy, for not everyone relishes a life devoid of change. Perhaps, due to Tang Tian's existence, he might leave a mark in the annals of Tianfu's history. 2 days swiftly passed. Within the tranquil meditation chamber of the Goqing Academy, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. His golden immortal realm had been thoroughly solidified. At this pace, he estimated that before the end of the year and the sacred assembly, he would surely transcend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. The celestial cloud platform, the holy sun, the divine sun, the pinnacle of the firmament. He would traverse each step, one after another. Chapter 375. Preparing for negotiation at the break of dawn, Missouri June arrived at the Qingshu courtyard. Why have you come in person? Tang Tian inquired, somewhat surprised. I was concerned you might struggle to find your way, Mo Jun replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two departed from Tongxing Mountain, heading towards Wanbao Pond. On the way, Mo Jun informed Tang Tian, there has been a slight change in plans. Due to the significant number of masters we have invited, it has garnered some attention. Therefore, our meeting cannot be held at the Mo family stronghold. It has now been relocated to the Jiashi Hall. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Jiashi Hall? What sort of place is that? Mo Jun elaborated. It is a venue specifically designated for commercial matters, an official location of the Tianfu. Various transactions, large and small, are frequently conducted there. Once the world opens up, you will likely find yourself visiting it often. Tang Tian nodded slightly, equating it to the quiet chambers of the law enforcement hall, albeit more specialized. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly the recruitment of masters had attracted the attention of others. He voiced his concern to Mo Jun. That is quite normal. Mo Jun chuckled. I have invited several renowned masters from the industry, and with such a considerable number, their movements are naturally under scrutiny. A collective appearance will undoubtedly invite investigation. Tang Tian responded with an O, realizing the situation. But there won't be any issues, will there? He asked. Mo Jun shook his head. No, this is merely a standard commercial activity. The relationship between the guilds and masters is one of cooperation, based on mutual consent. As long as both parties agree on the terms, no one will raise any objections. As he spoke, he looked at Tang Tian with a grin. Compared to them, I suspect those individuals might be even more interested in you. A newcomer, barely 6 months into the field, boldly inviting so many masters is indeed a rarity in the annals of Tianfu's history. I imagine, if they were to discover your chosen stronghold, they would be utterly astounded. Tang Tian shrugged. He had grown accustomed to such matters. By the way, Brother Tang, how is the piece of land you had your eye on? Mo Jun asked. In truth, he was skeptical about Tang Tian's ability to acquire it. The core area of the new treasure island was not something that could be obtained merely with wealth. Nevertheless, Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. It has already been arranged. Our higher-ups are quite understanding. They allocated me a larger portion than I expected, he remarked casually. Mo Jun was left speechless. The higher-ups of Tianfu, accommodating? Had he not been deeply entrenched in the upper echelons himself, he might have almost believed it. To call him a usurer would be no exaggeration. He has profoundly experienced the pressures that power entails. However, Tang Tian would certainly not lie regarding such matters. This can only imply that either the higher-ups hold Tang Tian in high esteem, even to the point of making exceptions, or that he has influential backing. Regardless of which scenario it is, a re-evaluation of Tang Tian is warranted. If that is the case, then today's recruitment should proceed with greater ease. The prime golden location of New Treasure Island remains exceedingly attractive to them, Mo Jun remarked with a smile. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. They continued their casual conversation and soon arrived at Wanbao Pool, located on an island adjacent to New Treasure Island. This area was equally bustling, teeming with activity, rivaling the flow of people on New Treasure Island. Numerous chambers of commerce and industries conducted vital affairs here. In the future, Tian Tong's presence would facilitate business negotiations and collaborations with other chambers of commerce. Mo Jun elaborated as they walked. After a moment, they approached a grand edifice, where the characters Jia Shirtang were prominently displayed above the entrance. Let us proceed. I have arranged the venue, Mo Jun stated. Under his guidance, Tang Tian navigated through the lively hall and eventually arrived at an elegantly appointed garden. The pavilions were nestled amid verdant shade, clearly not a place for the ordinary individual. This time, I have invited masters from various sectors, a considerable number indeed. I have conducted preliminary inquiries into their requirements, so I have a fair understanding. During the discussions, you should showcase the advantages of Tian Tong to enhance the likelihood of collaboration. Being declined is a normal occurrence, Mo Jun advised Tang Tian, who diligently noted everything. Before long, they arrived at a spacious and towering pavilion, but Tang Tian was somewhat surprised to find it quite lively, populated by individuals of considerable wealth and status. Mo brother, it's wonderful to see you. You have finally arrived. Upon noticing Mo Jun's entrance, they all rose to greet him warmly. Mo Jun reciprocated each greeting. Throughout this exchange, Tang Tian remained silent, yet he sensed many gazes, both deliberate and casual, directed toward him. After some pleasantries, Mo Jun led Tang Tian to the upper levels of the pavilion. Those present are the heads of various chambers of commerce from New Treasure Island, Mo Jun explained. Xianyue Lake, Lingxiao Valley, and the Mu family are all located in the same region as the Mo family and share amicable relations. They have all come. The Tai Alliance has also sent representatives, though they likely only wish to observe the proceedings. The remaining individuals comprise various chambers of commerce, each with distinct purposes, and they warrant little attention from you. These people exhibit considerable interest in the upcoming recruitment meeting, as our undertakings are indeed substantial. Tang Tian uttered a soft acknowledgement, realizing that these were the so-called curious onlookers. It is no wonder they have been observing him so intently. The entrance of a new force creates quite a stir, particularly with the Mo family standing guard in the background. Their curiosity is wholly understandable. Once the ensuing events settle, I shall introduce you to them. As for now, Mo Jun shrugged, stating, there is no need for that. These individuals maintain lofty airs, and until they ascertain the value of your new chamber, they are unlikely to exhibit any cordiality. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. The significance of their demeanor held little weight for him. The desire for interaction with them was inconsequential. As long as they were at the same table, they all must be engaged. If they wish to thrive, they must adopt a more humble posture and show goodwill towards me. Moments later, Mo Jun led Tang Tian into a private chamber. Before him lay a jade tablet containing the information of all the masters prepared for recruitment today. These masters would enter one by one to discuss potential collaborations. One can only hope for a smooth process. Tang Tian picked up the jade tablet and casually perused its contents. Meanwhile, in the lower hall, an unexpected guest stepped through the inner door. Chapter 376. Uninvited Intrusion. Oh, what a lively gathering today. A frivolous voice echoed at the entrance of the hall, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, a subtle frown crossed the brows of the assembly. Qi Huan, isn't he that young man from the Xinyu Pavilion? They discerned his identity. Indeed, it was Qi Huan, who, if memory serves, was among the more distinguished of the younger generation and had even entered the prestigious Goqing Academy. What brings him here today? A sense of bewilderment permeated the crowd. Soon, an explanation emerged. This lad is quite the social butterfly. His presence is ubiquitous in various commercial venues. I suspect the Xinyu Pavilion intends to groom him for future leadership. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Qi Huan fanned himself lightly and sauntered into the hall. At that precise moment, Mo Jun descended the staircase. Upon recognizing Qi Huan, his frown deepened. He was well aware of the enmity between this fellow and Tang Tian. An uninvited visit today could only signal trouble. What brings you here? Mo Jun approached, his tone frosty, offering no warmth. Though Qi Huan was indeed exceptional, he was still rather young and lacked the gravitas in the presence of Mo Jun, the second son of the Mo family. What do you mean by that, brother Mo? Qi Huan replied with an air of politeness, a smile gracing his lips. At an event of this magnitude, everyone is entitled to witness the proceedings. If I may say, you have been rather low-key. Why not host it in the grand hall outside the Jiashir Hall? That way, Everyone could admire the elegance of the Mo family. His demeanor appeared courteous, yet his words dripped with insincerity. Mo Jun narrowed his eyes. This fellow was evidently here to provoke or create disturbances. Chi Hshuan, spare me your pretense, Mo Jun retorted. You must be aware that this recruitment event is specifically for Tang Tian. I spearheaded this affair. Should you dare to stir any mischief today, rest assured, I will not let you off lightly. He cast a stern warning, his formidable presence causing Chi Hshuan's fan to falter slightly in his grasp. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of ease, replying, Brother Mo, what a curious assertion. Recruitment events have always thrived on mutual consent. If Tang Tian lacks the strength to attract the attention of the masters, can you truly lay the blame at my feet? Mo Jun let out a cold scoff, ready to retort further. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man hurried over and whispered a few words in Mo Jun's ear. Upon hearing them, Mo Jun's brows knitted together even more tightly. He turned his head, casting a cold glance at Chi Hshuan, before hurriedly following the middle-aged man out. Observing Mo Jun's reaction, Chi Hshuan could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Although the Mo family paled in comparison to the Xinyu Pavilion in terms of commercial prowess, no one dared to underestimate this ancient clan that had firmly established its dominance since the founding of the Tianfu. Is everything all right, Elder Huang? Chi Hshuan quietly inquired of an elderly man beside him. The elder gently shook his head. There is no need for undue concern. The Mo family excels in weighing their interests. They would not choose to antagonize us over a trivial matter concerning Tang Tian. Even if Mo Jun wished to do so, his family would intervene, unless they perceived Tang Tian's value as surpassing that of the Xinyu Pavilion. Reassured, Chi Hshuan nodded. Ridiculous. There was no way Tang Tian's worth could ever compare to that of the Xinyu Pavilion. He relaxed, meandering into the crowd and engaging in casual conversation with others, while awaiting the day's unfolding drama. Meanwhile, in the back hall, Mo Jun furrowed his brow, questioning the middle-aged man. The man's expression was fraught with tension as he replied, I have only just received the news. They did not notify the higher-ups of the family, but instead followed formal procedures, contacting the Jiashtang directly. This information was relayed to me by Jiashtang. Lan Ting Xianzuan has indeed brought a group of masters with him. Hearing this news, Mo Jun inhaled deeply, instinctively glancing towards Tang Tian's direction. How significant it was for Lan Ting Xianzuan to personally intervene. No wonder Tang Tian resolved the issues with the outpost in just 2 or 3 days. His background was evidently formidable. Mo Jun was genuinely astonished. Although he was over 100 years old and had been involved in the family's affairs for several decades, this was the first time he had witnessed an individual of Lan Ting Xianzuan's caliber personally engaging in commercial matters. He was one of the most powerful figures in Tianfu, a disciple of the master, standing at the pinnacle of influence. Even his usually unconventional Uncle Mo would adhere to decorum in his presence. The head of the Mo family would respectfully address him as Sir. The implications of this event would warrant thorough contemplation upon his return. Yet, he could not fathom when Tang Tian had forged such a close relationship with Lan Ting Xianzuan. Mo Jun envisioned the expressions on everyone's faces when this news became public. It would be truly remarkable. Did Lan Ting Xianzuan provide any commands or directives? Mo Jun inquired. The middle-aged man shook his head. None. His intent is clear. He has merely come to support Tang Tian. However, he has advised us to keep this under wraps for fear of inciting unnecessary turmoil. Mo Jun inhaled deeply once more. What a singularly pure objective. To come solely for Tang Tian. Such a purpose is indeed rather daunting. Previously, he believed that even with the precious Ningling Pearl, Tang Tian could not sustain himself for long beside the divine Jade Pavilion. However, it now appears that with the explicit support of the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun, the future is indeed uncertain. Very well, let us maintain discretion. We shall proceed according to the original plan and discuss matters further upon the arrival of the esteemed Xianzun, Mo Jun declared. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, What shall we do about those masters now? Several have approached me, presenting a plethora of ostentatious justifications. It is clear they are simply seeking excuses to avoid collaboration with Tang Tian. Mo Jun let out a soft scoff. That lad Chi Hshuan truly believes himself to be quite astute. In truth, even before Chi Hshuan's arrival, Mo Jun was already aware that there were forces stirring behind the scenes. However, He refrained from voicing this knowledge and did not disclose it to Tang Tian, as he had already promised to handle the matter diligently. Thus, he had already employed his own methods to placate a portion of the masters. Yet now, if they wish to depart, let them go without any attempts to retain them. Mo Jun sneered coldly. Do they truly consider themselves so formidable? Were it not for the desire to ensure a favorable beginning for my brother, I would have no inclination to engage with this pretentious lot. Now that my brother has gained prominence, even Lord Qi stands vigil for him. They will rue this abandonment. Today's decision will undoubtedly haunt them for the rest of their lives. Mo Jun's smile was exceedingly sinister. Chapter 377. The situation is grim in the elegant chamber atop the attic. Tang Tian sat quietly in the main seat, perusing the information contained within the jade slips. Mo Jun, as expected, had managed to invite dozens of renowned masters from various fields in just 3 short days. None of them were ordinary individuals. Each possessed notable expertise in their respective domains. Had he attempted to reach out to them himself, it is doubtful he would have succeeded. Moreover, the conditions specified by each individual were quite reasonable. For the majority, he merely needed to follow a simple process. Tang Tian could not help but marvel at how much trouble was alleviated by having a formidable friend to assist him. However, as he was engrossed in the information, a member of the Mo family entered. Young Master Tang, there has been a change. Young Master Jun has instructed me to provide you with a different jade slip. You will need to follow the new information henceforth. He handed Tang Tian a new slip. Tang Tian was mildly taken aback. How could there be changes at such a juncture? Nevertheless, he trusted Mo Jun implicitly and began to examine the new slip. Yet, upon reading it, he was genuinely astonished. The evaluations of the masters by Mo Jun had undergone a dramatic transformation. They were nothing short of incisive and audacious. For instance, this individual possesses decent skills, but his character is lacking. He has a penchant for younger women. If you disapprove, feel free to reject him outright. Tang Tian recalled the previous assessment. Exceptional capabilities, with minor quirks, can be observed for a period after recruitment. The disparity between these two evaluations was staggering. Tang Tian continued reading. This person has commendable abilities. Though he exhibits some social shortcomings, he prefers solitude, but could be worth a trial. Previously, the assessment had been practically flawless, highly suitable for a resident master. Must be secured at all costs. Tang Tian. What followed was even more outrageous. This individual is merely a filler. I had no intention of inviting him, but he was recommended by another. A forced addition. This fellow is a fraud. My investigations reveal he has inflated his accomplishments and is utterly untrustworthy. He is duplicitous, eyeing both the bowl and the pot. Do not extend him any courtesy. This scoundrel has already betrayed the divine jade pavilion. Feel free to condemn him. Tang Tian was increasingly speechless. The contrast between the evaluations was simply too vast. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that Mo Jun had initially exerted great effort to secure those masters for Tang Tian. Now, it seemed he had returned to his brazen nature, as if bolstered by newfound confidence. In conclusion, Mo Jun had indeed added a few more words. Do not fret, simply follow my instructions. Today, you shall encounter a most significant surprise. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. A surprise? Very well, as long as it is not a shock. He believed that Mo Jun would not casually make a fool of himself. However, from the information within the jade slip, he discerned that the shadow of the divine jade pavilion was exceedingly active. Was there someone scheming behind the scenes? A name surfaced in Tang Tian's mind. He hoped it wasn't you courting disaster. With a faint smile, Tang Tian remarked. Moments later, the recruitment conference officially commenced. The first master entered the elegant chamber. I am Hu Changyu, a guest elder of the Mo family. The newcomer was a master alchemist, directly sourced from the Mo family by Mo Jun, possessing remarkable abilities. He was also the designated candidate, effortlessly negotiating his remuneration, thereby becoming the first resident master of the Global Commerce Association. The second individual, also hailing from the Mo family, was a master in medicinal herbs. Upon the arrival of the third, he exhibited an unmistakable air of arrogance. Where is your residence? Though introduced by young Master Mo, I am reluctant to remain in some obscure little trading association, he stated dismissively. Tang Tian glanced at the information regarding him. Zhang Jian, competent, but prone to pretentiousness. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, Our residence is situated in New Treasure Island, and it has already been approved. Zhang Jian immediately raised an eyebrow. New Treasure Island? You managed to secure a territory here? Tang Tian smiled and nodded. However, he refrained from revealing the exact location, merely stating that it was in the core area, which young Master Mo could vouch for. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Jian nodded. That sounds acceptable. Let us discuss the specific remuneration. My minimum price is this amount. Subsequently, Tang Tian and Zhang Jian began negotiating the precise figures. Overall, they remained within a reasonable range. Tang Tian treated him no differently. After all, he was merely pretentious, not committing any grave offense. Soon, they finalized the remuneration at 230,000 jade coins per year. Clearly, this sum greatly satisfied Zhang Jian, who moderated his demeanor and joyfully shook hands with Tang Tian. Internally, Tang Tian was pleased, hoping that once the specific location was revealed, he wouldn't scare him off. The recruitment continued. The fourth master was finally the one Tang Tian recognized from the Jade Slip as someone who had defected from the Divine Jade Pavilion. Although the individual's attitude seemed acceptable, the demands presented were increasingly outrageous, clearly indicating a reluctance to collaborate with Tang Tian. Not inclined to indulge him, Tang Tian swiftly waved his hand to refuse before he could finish. Humph, with such an attitude, no master would be willing to follow you. The master appeared somewhat irate, seemingly taken aback by Tang Tian's decisiveness. However, there was no turning back now, and both parties parted on unfriendly terms. Next came the fifth. The progression of the recruitment conference was remarkably swift. Upon a comprehensive review, it becomes evident that the esteemed masters successfully recruited by Tang Tian constitute merely around 1/3 of the total. The majority of these masters have received enticing offers from the Xinyu Pavilion, for indeed, few can resist the allure of such an esteemed establishment. Tang Tian comprehends this sentiment. Since they are unwilling, he shall not impose, as each has their own fate to fulfill. As time progresses, the specifics of this recruitment conference have become known to the onlookers below. A portion of the masters has even gravitated directly towards Qi Heshuan's side. This development has sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd below. To have less than 1/3 succeed is rather disheartening, is it not? Some shake their heads in disbelief. Indeed, typically, a recruitment event of this nature, meticulously planned, would only proceed if there were a reasonable assurance of success, with an acceptable ratio of at least half. Moreover, this time, with the esteemed Master Mo Jun as a guarantor, the results are particularly disappointing. Another concurs, noting that Tang Tian's abilities evidently fall short, as he has been unable to retain the masters. After all, being a newcomer from outside, such outcomes are to be expected. Alas, there was a flicker of hope for the emergence of a new force in the New Treasure Island, but it appears that such aspirations may be in vain. The crowd collectively shakes their heads, expressing skepticism towards Tang Tian. Representatives from the prominent powers and major trading houses are gradually losing interest in forging connections with him. Yet, some individuals discern the underlying truth. The moment those masters exited, they flocked to Qi Heshuan's side, undoubtedly indicating the intervention of Xinyu Pavilion. Indeed, I recall that there exists a minor grievance between Tang Tian and Qi Heshuan. This only exacerbates the situation. The influence of Xinyu Pavilion in the Wanbao pool is an undeniable force. The murmurs among the crowd continue. Listening to the chatter, Qi Heshuan cannot suppress his smile. This is not the Gochen Academy. Within the Wanbao pool, the members of Xinyu Pavilion hold unparalleled prestige. Mo Jun observes the unfolding scene with an air of calm. His arms crossed, he harbors a quiet smirk, for he knows that the revered Lan Ting Xianzun shall soon arrive, accompanied by individuals whose presence will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the Wanbao pool. Chapter 378. The arrival of the immortal master at Lanting. The situation appeared less than favorable. Observing the increasing number of masters failing to recruit talent, Qi Heshuan deliberately raised his voice. Many turned their attention in response, feeling the collective gaze upon him. Qi Heshuan approached one of the masters and pretended to inquire, "Esteemed master, might I ask why an agreement has not been reached? To my knowledge, the financial backing of this Tang Tian is quite substantial." The master, upon hearing this, let out a disdainful snort and replied, "Wealth without vision." Moreover, his attitude is arrogant, lacking any respect for individuals such as ourselves. I only attended this recruitment gathering out of respect for young Master Mo. However, Tang Tian displays no qualities suggesting he could be of any substantial use, which is exceedingly disappointing. The master's words resonated with conviction. Meanwhile, sitting across the room, Mo Jun narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of danger. Is he daring to call me out in public? Does he believe that with the protection of the Xinyu Pavilion, he is beyond reproach? Mo Jun gestured to a middle-aged man behind him, who immediately stepped forward. Remember this individual. This industry is not suited for him. He should seek a different path. Mo Jun was never one to be trifled with. The middle-aged man nodded, committing the master's face to memory. Unbeknownst to him, the master continued to fervently express his opinions. Perhaps having had an unpleasant discussion with Tang Tian, his rhetoric grew increasingly intense. Frankly, he is merely an outsider newly arrived in the heavenly capital. By what right does he presume to act so arrogantly? I have inquired about his so-called Tianxia Commerce Association. It is nothing more than an ordinary external trade group. In the Wanbao pool, it wouldn't even rank among the mid-tier positions. What qualifications does he have to be so selective? To be candid, even if he were to kneel and plead for my participation, I might still decline to join his association. If anyone dares to attend today, I would mock them for a lifetime. The master spoke passionately. Qi Heshuan, standing nearby, pretended to placate him, saying, "Please do not speak so harshly. Tang Tian does possess some degree of strength. After all, he did spend 1 million at the appraisal event to acquire a starry sky crystal and 150,000 for a thumb-sized Xianwang mother gold." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Surely, the starry sky crystal cannot be worth that much? In the black market, it barely fetches 60 to 70,000. The Xianwang mother gold is also overpriced, at most reaching 90,000. This is not a case of wealth, it is sheer folly. No wonder people say Qi Heshuan could not compete with Tang Tian at that time. At such prices, no rational individual would continue to escalate the bidding, becoming a willing fool. The merchants present, all engaged in commerce, approached the matter from a perspective of profit. Tang Tian's actions were viewed by others as the epitome of a fool. They could not help but question whether someone like him could truly manage a commercial association. Upon overhearing their discussions, Qi Heshuan could not suppress a smirk. This was precisely his ultimate goal. The defeat he suffered at the hands of Tang Tian during the appraisal conference had drawn much criticism. Through today's master recruitment event, he aimed not only to tarnish Tang Tian's reputation and ensure his downfall in the business realm, but also to restore his own lost dignity. It appeared that both objectives had been largely achieved, prompting a cold chuckle from Qi Heshuan. To challenge me in the business world? It was nothing short of suicidal. Meanwhile, Mo Jun, who had been observing silently, also found himself amused, for he understood that Qi Heshuan's performance would not endure for long. The revered Lan Tingxianzun had arrived. As the recruitment event neared its conclusion, an increasing number of masters congregated in the hall. Under Qi Heshuan's direction, they spared no effort in belittling Tang Tian, painting him as an arrogant youth, oblivious to the vastness of the world. Witnessing this, many discreetly shook their heads, losing interest in forming any acquaintance with Tang Tian. Some had even begun to leave the venue. At that moment, a voice, both warm and commanding, resonated from the entrance of the hall. Oh, what a lively gathering! Following this, a tall figure emerged before all. Behind him stood a dozen elders, exuding immense power and an air of authority, silently radiating an overwhelming presence. Mo Jun's gaze sharpened, and he promptly rose to his feet, as did the others present. When they beheld the face of the newcomer, they were momentarily struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. "Lan Tingdarin," one person exclaimed. After a brief silence, everyone suddenly sprang to their feet, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. How could Lan Tingxianzun possibly be present on such an occasion? Disciple pays respects to Lan Tingdarin. They all spoke reverently, including those masters who had previously been so full of themselves, as well as Qi Heshuan. Upon seeing Lan Tingxianzun, a sense of foreboding inexplicably gripped Qi Heshuan's heart. Could it be connected to Tang Tian? "Do not stand on ceremony. I am merely here to observe," Lan Tingxianzun said with a smile. He then scanned the crowd and inquired, "Where's that lad from the Mo family?" Mo Jun felt a stir in his heart and quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Disciple Mo Jun pays respects to Lan Tingdarin. He felt a surge of excitement, never expecting that Lan Tingxianzun would seek him out personally upon his arrival. "Ah, Mo Jun, is it?" Lan Tingxianzun replied with a slight smile. Your fifth uncle has often sung your praises in my presence. Indeed, the Mo family is a bastion of talent in every generation. Mo Jun promptly responded, My lord, you flatter me. I merely fulfill my duties. The esteemed Lan Ting raised an eyebrow. Fulfilling one's duties is not an easy task. At times, the perspectives of you young ones even command my admiration. He then shifted the conversation, directly addressing the matter at hand. By the way, how is Tang Tian's recruitment meeting progressing? Mo Jun pondered, uncertain if Lan Ting's earlier remark carried a deeper significance. Not very smoothly, he admitted. Currently, less than one-third of the masters have successfully reached an agreement with Tang Tian. This is my fault. I failed to adequately assess the conditions of both parties when initiating the recruitment meeting, resulting in this rather awkward situation. Lan Ting scanned the other attendees in the hall, quickly grasping the nature of the situation. He couldn't help but shake his head gently, chuckling. Oh, since you took the lead on this matter, it is indeed crucial to conduct a thorough evaluation. However, your approach is commendable. Introducing fresh blood into the Tianfu business community is a positive development. Therefore, Tianfu should rightly support Tang Tian in this endeavor. As his words fell, all present were left in stunned silence. The implications of these few statements resonated throughout the Wan Bao pool, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Moreover, he had explicitly named Tang Tian, indicating that his presence today was to support him. This was simply everyone was left in disarray, while Qi Heshuan, who had just been brimming with pride, now felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 379. Luminaries from all walks of life as one of the few influential figures in the Tianfu. Every word and action of the esteemed Lanting Xinzuan conveys significant messages that draw considerable attention. Astute individuals meticulously analyze the implications of Lanting Xinzuan's demeanor to make informed decisions. However, today, it is evident even to the most naive observers that Lanting Xinzuan has unequivocally positioned himself behind Tang Tian, almost as if to declare, this individual is under my protection. Pay heed. Such a stance leaves everyone in disbelief, grappling with incomprehension. What justifies this support? Is he merely an exceptionally talented outsider? Tianfu boasts numerous disciples of greater merit. Why must it be Tang Tian? Moreover, Tang Tian is burdened with a substantial debt to Tianfu. Could it be that Tianfu intends to bolster him solely to reclaim the profits he generates? The crowd's thoughts spiraled in confusion as they struggled to fathom the true rationale and intent behind Lanting Xinzuan's actions. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. Tang Tian was on the brink of prosperity. Where there is fortune, there is also misfortune. The onlookers instinctively turned their gaze toward the group of masters who had previously exhibited arrogance and disdain. After hearing Lanting Xinzuan's remarks, their faces darkened, some turning a shade akin to that of liver. No one had informed them of the close relationship between Tang Tian and Lanting Xinzuan. Had they known, what was the significance of the Xinyu Pavilion? They would have eagerly sought to collaborate with Tang Tian, even foregoing their stipends. Shock and regret were palpable upon their faces. Yet, it was too late to lament. The opportunity for cooperation had evaporated. One thought leads to heaven, another to hell. Indeed, the elder speaks wisely. Mo Jun's heart brimmed with joy. Even though he had anticipated Lanting Xinzuan's support for Tang Tian, the explicit declaration of allegiance astonished him. It was immensely powerful. Does Tang Tian still require his juniors to call him down? Mo Jun inquired. Lanting Xinzuan waved his hand, replying, No need. I have merely come to observe and attend to other matters. After speaking, he stepped aside to usher the dozen esteemed individuals behind him to the forefront. These individuals were revered masters within Tianfu, all of whom supported the infusion of fresh talent into the business sector. They harbored great interest in Tang Tian. Accompany them to meet Tang Tian and ensure this matter is realized, Lanting Xinzuan instructed. Understood. I shall abide by the elder's command. Mo Jun respectfully nodded. After exchanging glances and gestures of understanding, Lanting Xinzuan and the others departed the hall. Mo Jun, gazing at these superlative masters he seldom encountered, could not help but take a deep breath. With such an assembly, they truly aimed to revolutionize the business world. Meanwhile, some had begun to recognize their identities. My heavens! Is that not the saint of heavenly fire alchemy? If memory serves me correctly, he has been in seclusion for over 20 years. And then there is the god of weaponry, a luminary of the refining realm. He has never affiliated himself with any merchant guild, Yet he has also arrived. That esteemed figure must be Master Huang Yuntian. I recall that in the past, the Divine Jade Pavilion extended immense goodwill to invite him. However, he remained indifferent. Now, astonishingly, he has come to Tang Tian's side. I am nearly beside myself. Such a multitude of saints and eminent masters have voluntarily come to support Tang Tian. My breath seems to falter. This formidable assembly has rendered many trembling with fear. It is truly terrifying. They cannot fathom what merits Tang Tian possesses to draw such illustrious figures to lower themselves and join him. No wonder Tang Tian maintained such a lofty demeanor towards those previous masters. The reason lies here. Compared to these individuals before me, those so-called masters appear as mere children. How dare they claim Tang Tian lacks strength or is of little worth? People gazed at the assembly of masters, particularly at Qi Heshuan, who stood at their center. Since the arrival of immortal Lan Ting, Qi Heshuan's countenance had darkened ominously. Now, he was drenched in cold sweat, appearing somewhat dazed. "Old Huang," he stammered, calling out to the elder beside him. Yet, at this moment, Elder Huang's expression was equally grim. How could he have anticipated that Tang Tian possessed such tremendous influence? Previously dismissive of Tang Tian, he considered him merely an inconsequential figure without notable background. But now, we must depart. This matter requires me to report to the pavilion master at once. After speaking, Elder Huang disregarded Qi Heshuan entirely and turned to leave. Qi Heshuan stood in stunned silence for a moment before hastily following suit. As for the other masters, they had long been cast from his mind. "Esteemed seniors, please follow me," Mo Jun said politely. He then led the assembly of eminent figures through the hall. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to approach or engage in casual conversation. Not even a breath was dared to be exhaled. Nonetheless, some masters, having failed in negotiations, still sought to grasp this fleeting opportunity. "Master, it is I?" The master who had initially criticized Tang Tian stepped forth from the crowd, his expression fraught with anxiety. And with a thud, he knelt before Master Huang Yuntian. "I was misled and made a grave error in judgment. Now, I have awakened to the truth. I implore you to grant me a chance to contribute to the Tianfu," he declared loudly, his tone dripping with sincerity. The other masters, witnessing this, were also stirred by their own thoughts. It was evident to all that Tang Tian's ascent had become an unstoppable force. If there truly exists an opportunity to board this grand vessel, then, irrespective of the circumstances, it shall undoubtedly be worthwhile. At the very least, collaborating with such esteemed masters will yield significant benefits in the future. Regrettably, however, in response to the sincere tone of his disciple, Master Huang Yuntian remained unfazed, his demeanor as impassive as ever. If anyone were to become a resident master at Tang Tian, I would mock him for a lifetime. That was your declaration, was it not? Now, I am prepared to take that step. It appears that my virtues have rendered me unworthy to be your master. Thus, let our bond as teacher and disciple conclude here. With that, Master Huang Yuntian ceased to engage further, gesturing to Mo Jun before continuing onward. The master sat there, stunned, watching the retreating figure of Huang Yuntian, and then slumped despondently to the ground. The others, witnessing this, also wore expressions of gloom. No one dared to step forward casually again. Under the gaze of all present, Mo Jun and the esteemed masters ascended to the loft. Once their figures had completely vanished from sight, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. What on earth have I just witnessed today? This Tang Tian is indeed deeply enigmatic, possessing such profound connections, almost omnipotent. How terrifying. This is the first time in my life I have encountered so many eminent figures. I am drenched in cold sweat. Is that a hernia you're experiencing? No matter, I must swiftly return to report this. It is undeniably a momentous event. Tang Tian is destined to ascend rapidly within the business realm, and he cannot be overlooked. Many hurriedly departed the hall, while some remained, lost in their thoughts. Regardless, their perceptions of Tang Tian had irrevocably transformed. Chapter 380. The salary of the Holy Master at the pinnacle of the tower. The recruitment event was nearing its conclusion. Gazing at the list of esteemed masters within the Jade Tablet, only 5 remained. Mo Jun had recommended nearly 100 masters to him, but ultimately, only 23 had been successfully engaged. This number was undoubtedly sufficient to sustain a mid-tier commerce guild, yet it appeared somewhat meager for the elite super guilds. Although Tang Tian's primary aim did not hinge critically on the presence of these masters, their existence was undeniably essential for the long-term survival of any guild. He was curious to see what kind of surprise Mo Jun had prepared for him. Stretching his limbs, Tang Tian readied himself to conclude the remaining recruitments. Just as he was about to summon the next master, the door was suddenly knocked open from the outside. Moments later, Mo Jun's figure stepped inside. Tang Tian paused, slightly taken aback. Is there a change? Mo Jun smiled enigmatically, then feigned irritation, exclaiming, You, Tang Tian, have concealed your connections far too well. How could you keep your close relationship with the Lan Tingxianzun from me? Tang Tian was even more bewildered by his demeanor. Lan Tingxianzun? Surely, you jest. My relationship with him is merely that of disciple to elder, at most layered with that of creditor and debtor. How can it be described as close? Shaking his head, he found Mo Jun's words rather perplexing. However, Mo Jun merely scoffed, asserting, You must be joking. Without a significant bond, would Lan Tingxianzun personally come to support you today? Furthermore, he has brought along a dozen esteemed masters to bolster your efforts. Please, do not tell me you are unaware of this. Tang Tian was instantly dumbfounded. The Lan Tingxianzun had actually come in person, and he had brought along several eminent masters? He had not been informed of this at all. Yet, he was certain that Mo Jun would not deceive him. The mere act of stating such things at this moment indicated that Lan Tingxianzun had indeed arrived. But why would he do such a thing? As he pondered, Tang Tian struggled to discern any rational motive for Lan Tingxianzun's actions. The connections between them were far from sufficient to warrant such a gesture. Thus, it seemed there could be only one explanation. A more formidable presence must have orchestrated this occurrence. A name surfaced in Tang Tian's mind, Xing Hexiandi. Meanwhile, as Tang Tian was lost in thought, Mo Jun was keenly observing his reaction. As he had surmised, Tang Tian was indeed unaware of the situation. Otherwise, his efforts to recommend masters on Tang Tian's behalf would have turned into a mere farce. As soon as the esteemed Master Lanting opens his mouth, countless distinguished individuals rush to seek out Tang Tian. You truly do not know? Mo Jun inquired once more. Tang Tian could only manage a wry smile. I genuinely do not. Otherwise, why would I expend such effort? He has already arrived? Mo Jun nodded. He has departed. He brought with him 18 eminent figures from various realms, all prepared to join your Tianxiatong. These luminaries are individuals whom even the divine Jade Pavilion cannot entice. Your standing is indeed monumental this time, Mo Jun marveled. He could already envision how swiftly the events of today would spread throughout the entire Tianfu. Tang Tian took a deep breath. Upon grasping the underlying significance, he found himself less astonished. Given the influence of the Star River Immortal Emperor in Tianfu, inviting a few luminaries was entirely feasible. His surprise lay in the fact that the Star River Immortal Emperor seemed to be a person who greatly valued gratitude. Very well, Tang Tian remarked. How should I engage with these luminaries? Mo Jun chuckled. How would I know? I hardly ever come into contact with such figures and seldom witness them willingly joining other associations. Hence, I cannot provide an analysis. Tang Tian sighed. Surely there must be a price point? After pondering, Mo Jun extended 5 fingers. His reasoning was as follows. An exceptional master typically earns around 500,000 a year. For luminaries of their caliber, multiplying that by 10 seems quite reasonable, thus amounting to 5 million. Upon seeing this, Tang Tian nodded. However, he considered that such superlative figures, whom even the divine Jade Pavilion cannot invite, must command salaries that exceed those of ordinary masters. Therefore, Mo Jun's 5 fingers likely represented 50 million. Quite steep. Yet Tang Tian found it appealing. All right, I understand, Tang Tian replied. Mo Jun smiled. Then I shall bring those distinguished individuals in. As previously mentioned, I am merely a guide. I am wholly unaware of their temperaments. Whether you can retain them depends entirely on your own abilities. Tang Tian nodded. Since this was orchestrated by the Star River Immortal Emperor, the challenge should not be insurmountable. He felt somewhat assured. After their conversation, Mo Jun exited the private chamber. Moments later, he returned, accompanied by 18 figures who entered the room with him. Observing these imposing yet dignified individuals, Tang Tian could not help but rise to his feet. Welcome, esteemed masters. The title master is a respectful appellation for such luminaries. The masters, in turn, treated Tang Tian with considerable courtesy, and after exchanging pleasantries, They took their seats within the chamber. At this moment, Tang Tian found himself at a loss as to how to commence. Although he was aware that the Stellar River Immortal Emperor was undoubtedly orchestrating events from behind the scenes, the Emperor had yet to reveal himself, opting instead to delegate authority to the esteemed Lan Ting Immortal. Consequently, Tang Tian was uncertain of the persona he should adopt to initiate the proceedings. However, as he pondered this matter intently, Master Huang Yuntian took the initiative to speak. "We are already well aware of your circumstances. There is no need for further introductions. Let us proceed directly to the heart of the matter," he said in a measured tone. Tang Tian exhaled softly in relief, as this made things considerably simpler. After casting a grateful glance toward Master Huang Yuntian, he began to speak. "I understand that each of you esteemed masters represents the pinnacle of your respective realms. It is indeed an honor for me to host you in this still-developing guild. Rest assured, I will not be stingy regarding your treatment within the organization. Therefore," he continued, "how does an annual sum of 50 million sound?" As the words left his lips, a loud thud was heard as Mo Jun, seated beside him, nearly toppled from his chair. He stared at Tang Tian in stunned disbelief, feeling as if a legion of ancient colossal beasts had trampled over him. "Goodness, your comprehension skills are truly exceptional," he thought. "I previously mentioned 5 million. Yet, amid his astonishment, he rapidly reassessed Tang Tian's financial capacity. The audacity to propose 50 million without even a flicker of hesitation was remarkable. Meanwhile, the esteemed masters seated across from him exchanged bewildered glances. Perhaps this is not appropriate," Master Huang Yuntian remarked. Chapter 381. Recruitment completed. Upon hearing the response from Master Huang Yuntian, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The implication of his discontent suggested that the offer was insufficient. Indeed, considering their esteemed status as sacred masters, it was only natural that their remuneration be commensurate with their rank. Moreover, he was quite willing to part with this sum. After all, these were unexpected expenses. It was a lapse in his judgment, for they were revered masters, and their compensation certainly ought not to be meager. "Very well. I shall increase the offer by 10 million. How does 60 million sound?" Tang Tian proposed. Ahem, ahem. At that moment, Mo Jun, who stood nearby, was seized by a fit of coughing. Master Huang Yuntian promptly gestured for silence. "That is not my intention," he clarified, casting a glance at the other sacred masters. "Our purpose for being here is to respond to the call of the heavenly capital to support the influx of fresh talent. Therefore, we had not originally considered the matter of remuneration. All we require is a suitable venue and quality materials." He continued, "Furthermore, 60 million is indeed excessive. If you insist on offering compensation, 1 million would suffice." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The disparity between 60 million and 1 million was staggering. He instinctively glanced at Mo Jun, whose expression was nothing short of captivating, and it dawned on him that he had misinterpreted the situation. He had added an extra zero. 5 million, it seemed, was the standard remuneration for the sacred masters. However, given their circumstances, they had only proposed the minimal figure of 1 million. Yet, at this point, how could Tang Tian allow such a lucrative opportunity to slip away? "That simply won't do," Tang Tian asserted emphatically. "You are all esteemed luminaries in your respective fields. How could I possibly shortchange you? It would weigh heavily on my conscience." Thus, he insisted that their compensation align with his original proposal. A profound silence enveloped the room. Had it not been for the decorum of the moment, they would have collectively exclaimed in disbelief. They had witnessed negotiations over remuneration before, but never in such a manner. 1 million was requested, and he countered with 10 million. This was preposterous. After a brief pause, Master Huang Yuntian cleared his throat and remarked, 60 million is truly excessive. Such a price does not exist. You must understand that due to the presence of that esteemed individual, even if we wish to accept your 60 million, it would be impossible. At most, we adhere to standard practices, which would be around 3 to 4 million, absolutely not exceeding 5 million. With his words, the other sacred masters nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's heart suddenly cleared. Given the existence of the Celestial River Immortal Emperor, they would undoubtedly refrain from exploiting him in such matters. Otherwise, the pressure from a provincial leader would be overwhelming. Could he really stand idly by and watch this opportunity vanish? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian replied, "I understand your concerns. However, The 50 million is not merely the salary of the esteemed masters. He smiled and said, "You should all be aware that I, Tang Tian, am just a newcomer disciple. My background, connections, and resources are rather insignificant. Therefore, what you mentioned earlier about an adequate venue and quality materials is, to be honest, quite challenging for me. Thus, I would like to kindly ask each of you to provide what is necessary for your daily needs. I trust that with your connections and resources, you will be able to accomplish these tasks. Of the 50 million, 5 million will be allocated as your annual salary, and the remaining 45 million shall be considered as the material costs and compensation for your efforts. Should this amount prove insufficient, please do not hesitate to inform me. I assure you that I will do my utmost to meet your requirements," Tang Tian stated. The 18 masters exchanged glances once more. This explanation indeed made sense. The celestial artifacts they crafted were all of the highest caliber, requiring exceedingly rare materials. 45 million was not a trivial sum. However, Tang Tian's approach was not merely about the amount. It was about granting authority. The decision-making power lay in their hands, didn't it? Master Huang Yuntian could not help but cast a more scrutinizing glance at Tang Tian. When the celestial emperor of the Star River first approached them, most of them were reluctant to emerge from their seclusion. After all, what was it to be a dignified master joining a newly established business association, especially when the leader was merely a disciple? However, under the pressure from the celestial emperor, they had no choice but to comply. Yet, as Tang Tian took his seat, their resistance began to dissipate significantly. After all, in terms of attitude, status, and remuneration, Tang Tian had already fulfilled every aspect. Moreover, 50 million was indeed a substantial amount. Meanwhile, Tang Tian had also discerned some of their sentiments. Granting authority was an excellent strategy. It not only fostered a collaborative relationship, but also alleviated his search for precious materials. Ultimately, it allowed him to spend the funds wisely while receiving feedback on expenditures, a veritable trifecta of benefits. "What do you think?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile. The masters conferred amongst themselves, and ultimately, Master Huang Yuntian, representing them all, nodded and said, "Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggested. However, should those funds prove inadequate, we will bring it to your attention. Rest assured, we will not engage in any false reporting." Tang Tian smiled and nodded. The title of master also significantly hinges on personal integrity, a criterion he trusted. Following further discussions on details, both parties successfully reached an agreement. All 18 masters were duly signed under Tang Tian's leadership for a term of 1 year. Tang Tian directly handed over 50 million for salaries and material costs to them, a gesture of such generosity that left them momentarily stunned. Mo Jun even placed a hand on his forehead, realizing that his assessment of Tang Tian's financial capacity had been woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, Tang Tian joyfully received a return of 9 billion jade and accumulated a total of 9 billion consumption points, allowing him to exchange for those ultimate items within the system. Furthermore, the next repayment would reach a 10-digit sum. After discussing some details, the 18 masters gradually departed, each returning to prepare for the grand opening of Tian Xia Tong, ready to bring their meticulously arranged offerings. Subsequently, Tang Tian met with the final 5 masters, completing the recruitment meeting. Perhaps having heard rumors, these 5 displayed an unusually favorable attitude, nearly beseeching Tang Tian to join the merchant association. However, adhering to the information in the jade slips, Tang Tian chose to retain only 1. With that, the recruitment meeting came to a definitive close. Next would be the construction of the stronghold, awaiting the arrival of Wang Gang and his companions, which would not take long. Chapter 382. Minor characters. The culmination of Tang Tian's recruitment efforts resulted in 24 masters and 18 saints. While this number pales in comparison to those of elite trading guilds, the worth of a single saint is equivalent to that of 100 masters. With the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun personally overseeing the proceedings, the future talent pool of the Tianxia Trading Guild is bound to flourish. It is safe to say that the objective of this master recruitment event has been exceeded. By the way, there is one more matter to address. After everyone had departed, Mo Jun suddenly remarked, "What is it?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Jun smiled and said, "In the second jade slip I presented to you, you must have noticed the prominent involvement of the Shunyu Pavilion. It appears that a significant number of masters have been covertly swayed in the background, aimed at thwarting the success of your recruitment event. You should be able to deduce the orchestrator behind this." Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, having observed this issue, he immediately surmised the mastermind behind it. It must be Qi Heshuan, Tang Tian stated. Mo Jun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that presumptuous young man. He fancies himself quite clever. But I had already set my sights on him from the moment he commenced his actions. Even without Lan Ting Xianzun's presence today, the recruitment event would have met its anticipated goals. Tang Tian suddenly understood, recalling the contents of the first jade slip. It must have been deliberately optimized by Mo Jun. And upon learning of Lan Ting Xianzun's arrival, the second slip was adopted, exhibiting a noticeably audacious tone. So this is where the confidence stemmed from. That fellow has been retaliating out of spite since I overshadowed him at the appraisal event a few days ago. Merely a minor character, not worth concerning oneself over. Tang Tian remarked, shaking his head. Mo Jun raised an eyebrow, chuckling. So, it seems you have no intention of reprimanding him? Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I'm not mistaken, he has already reaped the consequences of his actions. I have little interest in entangling myself with such individuals. Throughout my journey, he has offended enough people to fill a basket. If I were to hold each person accountable, it would only lead to vexation. The two parties are unlikely to intersect again anytime soon. However, observing Tang Tian's nonchalant demeanor, Mo Jun sighed softly. Brother Tang, you truly possess a heart of compassion. My sister was right. In the absence of conflict, you are as benevolent as a sage. Yet, if you do not intend to take action, I shall intervene. Tang Tian was taken aback. You plan to deal with Qi Heshuan? Mo Jun chuckled lightly. He is merely a young man who has garnered some attention, brimming with unwarranted arrogance. He dares to meddle in affairs I oversee from behind the scenes. Today, he audaciously ventured into my territory, seemingly oblivious to his own insignificance. If no action is taken, outsiders might mistakenly believe that I, Mo Jun, am incapable. His speech was measured, yet the underlying chill was palpable, even to Tang Tian. The Mo family has stood firm in Tianfu for millennia. As a core descendant, how could I be anything less than formidable? That brat Qi Heshuan is undoubtedly in for a rude awakening. However, this matter bears no consequence for Tang Tian. Misfortune only serves to eliminate an incessant buzzing fly. Well, if it brings you joy, though I am reluctant to intervene personally, I would be immensely grateful for any assistance in resolving this issue, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Mo Jun reciprocated the smile, and the two exchanged a fist bump in the air. Thus, the fate of a young prodigy from a major power was sealed with ease. Yet, as Tang Tian noted, for them, Qi Heshuan was merely a minor character. Soon, he cast the matter aside. This significant event had surely spread throughout the business community. After all, the hall was filled with attendees. Mo Jun stated, even now, many have yet to depart, eagerly awaiting a glimpse of you. You are now a rising star in the business realm, and everyone wishes to bask in your glory. Tang Tian could not help but touch his nose, bemused by the sudden elevation to prominence. Yet, such was the reality. With the public endorsement of the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun and the presence of 18 revered masters. Even before Tianxiatong was officially established, its influence rivaled that of the top business associations. However, he was not particularly inclined to engage with these individuals excessively. They were all merely seedlings ready for harvest. Forging too close a relationship would complicate future endeavors. Is there a necessity for meetings? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Jun pondered briefly before responding. It is indeed quite necessary. Meeting more people is undoubtedly beneficial, fostering cooperation and development among future business associations. He was unaware of Tang Tian's true intentions, hence his suggestion. Nevertheless, Tang Tian could not reveal his motives outright. After a moment of contemplation, he said, which associations or powers maintain a friendly rapport with the Mo family? I shall make initial contact with them. The remaining associations can wait. The friends of friends may also be considered allies. Gaining prior insight would enable him to navigate future negotiations more adeptly, avoiding any potential awkwardness. That seems reasonable. Mo Jun replied, respecting Tang Tian's decision despite his lack of understanding regarding the latter's considerations. After a moment's thought, he added, however, among major powers, the notion of amicable relations is rarely applicable. It is merely a matter of mutual interests. Comparatively, the associations most entangled with the Mo family are Xianyuan and the Mu family. They originate from the same region and have no conflicting business interests. Thus, A harmonious cooperative relationship has been maintained, akin to a form of alliance. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, suggesting that they should engage with them. The two reached a consensus on this matter. Subsequently, Mo Jun spoke up, stating, "The upper echelons of the business association have largely been resolved. What remains are the ordinary goods. Given the scale you envision, ordinary commodities are absolutely indispensable. How do you intend to proceed?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment. This issue was indeed rather straightforward to address. As for ordinary goods, they need not possess extraordinary characteristics. They merely need to fulfill the demands of the average cultivator. A modest expenditure would suffice. However, the specifics of the approach could wait until Wang Gang arrives. Professional matters ought to be entrusted to those with expertise. He has already set the stage. Now it is time for Wang Gang to perform. "I shall reflect on it further once I return," Tang Tian replied. Mo Jun nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Very well. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Tang Tian understood this well. The two then proceeded to discuss various other details. When the conversation shifted to a particular topic, Tang Tian's interest was piqued. "The Celestial Patrol will actively seek me out?" he inquired. Chapter 383. The sensation at Wanbao Pool. Upon hearing Mo Jun speak of the Celestial Patrol, Tang Tian's interest was instantly piqued. He had long harbored curiosity about this enigmatic organization, driven by certain ambitions of his own. Indeed, Mo Jun affirmed, "With the commotion you've stirred, the Celestial Patrol is undoubtedly aware and will come seeking opportunities. They are eager to promote their business model and will not let this chance slip away." Tang Tian nodded slowly. During his previous conversation with Cui Shiying from the remnant Dao Hall, she had expressed a similar sentiment. Once the Tianxiaotong is truly established, the Celestial Patrol will certainly reach out, seeking collaboration. However, the mention of the Celestial Patrol made Tang Tian restless. With everything nearly in place, if he could indeed acquire the core technology from the Celestial Patrol, many of his innovative ideas could be realized. "You must have some cooperation with the Celestial Patrol, right?" Tang Tian inquired. Given the influence of the Mo family, it was hard to believe they would pass up such an opportunity. Yet, Mo Jun shook his head with a wry smile. "None at all. The elders at home have always been reluctant to engage too closely with the Celestial Patrol. Personally, I find their business model intriguing and full of potential." Tang Tian was taken aback. No collaboration at all. Could it be that the Celestial Patrol had issues? He voiced his concerns to Mo Jun. Mo Jun shook his head, responding, "I'm not sure why, but it seems there are some reservations. However, since the Tianfu has permitted the existence of the Celestial Patrol, I feel there shouldn't be significant concerns. Yet, it is not just our Mo family, the Tai Alliance, Xianyue Pool, and even the formidable Xiaoyao family have all declined cooperation with the Celestial Patrol. Perhaps there is indeed some rationale behind it." Tang Tian fell silent, this revelation exceeding his expectations. Nevertheless, he still wished to make contact with the Celestial Patrol. Should he successfully grasp the core technology, he was confident that the name Tianxiaotong would become truly representative. At that point, countless opportunities to earn consumer points would arise, alleviating his worries about insufficient points. Since the Mo family had no collaboration with the Celestial Patrol, he decided to approach Cui Shiying instead, as they had previously discussed this matter. After today, he believed arranging a meeting would be quite feasible. "Very well, I understand," Tang Tian said. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions regarding the finer details of establishing a business association before concluding their agenda. Next, Tang Tian and Mo Jun met with representatives from Xianyue Pool and the Mu family. The representative from Xianyue Pool was a woman named Shun Miaoshuan, a centuries-old celestial king. Exuding a sense of calm, the representative from the Mu family, a young celestial king named Mu Dan, was cultured and amiable, bearing a resemblance to Mo Jun. With the presence of the bond symbolized by Mo Jun, both parties engaged in a rather pleasant conversation, expressing optimistic visions for future collaboration. In essence, it was merely a display of political niceties. They also indicated that they would certainly come to support the grand opening of Tianxiaotong. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude. After meeting with them, today's itinerary finally reached its conclusion. Tang Tian bid farewell to Mo Jun and departed from Wanbao Pond alone. Wang Gang and his companions are estimated to arrive at Tianfu in about half a month. Before that, they merely need to establish their stronghold. The remainder will be entrusted to Wang Gang upon his arrival. Although Tang Tian's master recruitment meeting encountered some setbacks, it ultimately exceeded expectations. However, for other business associations, the events that transpired today were akin to dropping a hefty depth charge in Wanbao Pond, capable of uprooting the very heavens. Every detail of the recruitment meeting, along with the words, tone, and demeanor of the esteemed Lan Tingxianzun, was thoroughly disseminated. All business associations erupted in fervor. My heavens! Lan Tingxianzun personally standing guard, and that Tang Tian possesses such stature. This is indeed a first, and moreover, the esteemed immortal explicitly stated that Tianfu would support the influx of fresh blood into the business realm. The long-dormant Wanbao Pond is likely on the brink of stirring up a tempest. Haha, how exhilarating. I relish this. As a humble fishmonger, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Indeed, if one can ride the winds to board this grand vessel, prosperity is surely ahead. Many small and medium-sized business associations have long been oppressed by the larger ones, struggling to survive. Thus, they are quite thrilled and excited by this news. Conversely, those large and super associations that have always enjoyed premium resources are less than pleased. What is the matter? Wanbao Pond is perfectly fine. Why the need for fresh blood? Can't we coexist peacefully? What can you do? This is Tianfu's resolution. Do you wish to resist? Humph, Tianfu adheres to rules, and Wanbao Pond has always championed free competition. If Tang Tian lacks the strength to stand firm, no one can raise objections. Are you certain he cannot establish himself? 18 holy masters alone, with their mere names, draw countless admirers flocking to them. Damn it, I must carefully contemplate the forthcoming direction of development. As the saying goes, one's position determines one's perspective. For those who once held vested interests, the greatest fear is change. Thus, the sentiments of the upper echelons of Wanbao Pond and those of the lower tiers are entirely dissimilar. However, the top-tier individuals remain composed. I support Tianfu's resolution. The entry of new forces into Wanbao Pond is indeed a positive development. I am greatly looking forward to the forthcoming collaboration between the 18 Holy Masters and Tang Tian. I hope Tang Tian seizes this once-in-a-millennium opportunity to adeptly manage the Chamber of Commerce, ensuring that the reputations of the esteemed masters are not tarnished. I am particularly curious about the location Tang Tian will choose for the chamber. These elite guilds and factions, confident in their unassailable positions, exhibit a nonchalant demeanor. Rather than influence, they seem more intrigued by Tang Tian's forthcoming site selection. However, without any definitive announcements, they can only speculate. Ultimately, they narrowed their possibilities to within the new treasure island, with the prevailing assumption that Tang Tian would most likely establish a stronghold near the Mo family. Yet, none believed he would dare challenge the authority of the Divine Jade Pavilion. As for the Divine Jade Pavilion, it did not engage in this discourse. For the actions of Qi Heshuan that day had already spread like wildfire. In a dimly lit chamber, old Huang pondered, is there truly no room for maneuver? Qi Heshuan's pallid visage and hoarse voice betrayed his shock at the grave repercussions of his actions. The upper echelons of the Divine Jade Pavilion had stripped him of all his positions and powers within the organization. Observing Qi Heshuan's dazed expression, old Huang let out a heavy sigh. Be content, this is the best outcome. You have merely lost your position. Yet you remain one of the most exceptional talents of the Divine Jade Pavilion. From now on, focus on your cultivation in the Goqing Academy, he advised. Qi Heshuan, face contorted with indignation, retorted through clenched teeth, but we are the powerful Divine Jade Pavilion. Should we truly fear someone like Tang Tian? He merely dealt with me internally without uttering a word. Isn't that a tad too feeble? At his words, old Huang's brow furrowed in disapproval. Heshuan, tread carefully. Do not question the decisions of the upper management. Do you genuinely believe that it is Tang Tian who is targeting you? A flicker of disappointment crossed old Huang's eyes as he regarded the irrational Qi Heshuan. He had witnessed many geniuses before, yet those whose flaws led them to mediocrity were all too familiar to him. Despite old Huang's admonitions, Qi Heshuan remained resentful and wished to continue the argument. However, old Huang had lost interest and instructed him to return to Tongxing Mountain post-haste before departing. Though still begrudging, Qi Heshuan made his way back to Tongxing Mountain in a state of despondency. Yet, upon entering his courtyard, a detached voice interjected. I have been waiting for you quite some time. You are quite audacious to scheme against him, aren't you? Among the younger generation of our family, very few dare to defy his will. Startled, Qi Heshuan recognized the familiar visage of the woman before him and finally realized who had been orchestrating his downfall. Chapter 384. The decision of Prince Yuet is indeed astonishing that a genius from a prominent faction and an outstanding disciple of the Gaochen Academy was inexplicably dealt a harsh blow. After all, the assailant's ferocity was such that Qi Heshuan could not fully recover without lying idle for at least half a year. However, in light of the events surrounding Tang Tian, the attack on Qi Heshuan caused scarcely a ripple, swiftly submerged beneath the deluge of gossip. The public remained engrossed in discussions about Tang Tian's identity and the forthcoming Universal Trade Conference. In the brief span of 6 months since his entrance into the academy, Tang Tian's exploits had already stirred a tempest throughout the city. Such occurrences, unprecedented in the annals of the Tianfu, elicited laughter from the crowd. Indeed, the initiation ceremony, the Moonview Cave, the Longmen incident, the unparalleled records at the Techniques Pavilion, and now the formidable establishment at the Wanbao Pool. All these events would have been monumental achievements for any practitioner. Yet they were all concentrated in the singular figure of Tang Tian. It was truly remarkable, eliciting continuous exclamations of astonishment. Furthermore, he achieved all these astounding feats within just half a year. So, since his arrival in the Tianfu, he has never had a moment's peace, one observer noted. Given his ostentatious demeanor and his continued survival, it was inevitable that Tang Tian's background must be extraordinary. Many concurred with this assessment. Without a powerful background, how could he possibly have summoned Lord Lanting? One remarked, "You may not fully comprehend the implications of this situation. Even the Xinyu Pavilion could not simultaneously invite 18 holy masters to reside." It was widely speculated that Tang Tian's identity and background surpassed the realm of imagination. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with some asserting that Tang Tian was a direct disciple of a venerable elder from the Tianfu, venturing into the outside world merely for experience. Others suggested he might be a clandestine heir to a superpower, endowing him with substantial financial resources. Some even speculated that he could be an illegitimate child of a certain governor. However, the one who uttered this last remark quickly retreated, fearful of repercussions. For defaming a governor is no trifling matter, regardless of the myriad conjectures. It had become tacitly accepted that Tang Tian was not the mere figure he once appeared to be, but rather possessed a formidable and affluent background. It would be prudent to cultivate goodwill, for only in dire circumstances should one consider harboring enmity. Yet, a few individuals held differing opinions. "But he is truly just a mere figure," Prince Yu lamented as he sat beneath a pavilion in Qinghua Prefecture, resting his forehead on his hand with a deep sigh. Opposite him sat the ethereal Lingluo fairy, draped in white silk. She gazed at Prince Yu, who was fervently tugging at his hair, and with a gentle smile remarked, "Perhaps you do not truly understand him? Lacking sufficient context, it is indeed challenging to elucidate all of this." Wang Ziyu did not even glance up, repeatedly waving his hand toward the celestial fairy Lingluo. The 3 masters of the estate do not have any illegitimate offspring. He is neither a direct disciple of a revered elder nor an heir of any formidable faction. I have witnessed his gradual ascent to this point with my own eyes. Although certain aspects of his situation are indeed difficult to clarify, I am utterly convinced that within the Cloud Summit heaven, he possesses no significant background whatsoever. Wang Ziyu asserted firmly. The celestial fairy Lingluo smiled, refraining from further contradiction. Her connection with Tang Tian was not particularly profound, regardless of the truth. It mattered little to her. What she valued more was her collaboration with Wang Ziyu. Even if misunderstandings arose, there was no need for such distress, was there? Perhaps. For Tang Tian, it might even prove to be a fortuitous circumstance. Lingluo observed Wang Ziyu, whose hair was nearly in disarray, and remarked with exasperation. Wang Ziyu lifted his head, exhaling deeply. "I am not troubled by that matter. The higher-ups are urging me to approach Tang Tian more swiftly." His expression was one of helplessness and conflict. Since the Longmen incident, he had received directives from the pinnacle of the firmament, compelling him to forge a connection with Tang Tian and maintain a favorable rapport. Moreover, the urgency of these summons had intensified over time. Upon hearing Wang Ziyu's words, Lingluo narrowed her eyes slightly, picked up her teacup, and inquired, "What is it about Tang Tian that is so exceptional? Why does the upper echelon pay him such close attention?" Wang Ziyu chuckled. "I am equally curious, yet they refuse to enlighten me. They claim I know too much already, and that it serves me no advantage. However, their reticence only heightens my reluctance to approach him. Ling Luo took a gentle sip of her tea and remarked, "Nevertheless, I still believe that, given your standing, you ought not to fear Tang Tian. Those who descend from that place embody profound significance, as Ling Luo well understood." However, Wang Ziyu shook his head and replied, "You do not comprehend. In the face of Tang Tian, one encounters a conundrum, akin to confronting an abyss. A slight misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. If not absolutely necessary, I truly wish to avoid engaging with him at this moment. After all, my adversary is formidable." Ling Luo fell silent, unable to fathom why a mere nascent cultivator, yet to ascend to the status of an immortal sovereign, could instill such trepidation in Wang Ziyu, especially with the upper echelons so fixated on him. "What do you intend to do then?" "The net around Huang Daosheng is about to close," Ling Luo stated. Wang Ziyu leaned upon the table, pondering for a considerable time. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh. "There is no evading it. I might as well meet him. Otherwise, the pressure from above would become unbearable. Given the current circumstances, the Global Commerce Association should soon be established. On the day of its grand opening, I shall reminisce with him," remarked Wang Ziyu. The enchanting fairy Lingra teased with a smile, saying, "You ought to consider this carefully. For Tang Tian will undoubtedly have numerous inquiries for you, and the deeds you have undertaken may not remain concealed." Wang Ziyu shrugged nonchalantly, "It matters not. Our encounter was merely serendipitous. He chose the purple bamboo courtyard and inadvertently became entwined in my plans. When the time comes, clarity will suffice. He is a reasonable man. By the way, on the day of the global commerce opening, Huang Daosheng is likely to attend, right?" Fairy Lingra nodded in affirmation, "Certainly. Tang Tian, once a mere figurehead, has suddenly transformed into a formidable tycoon with substantial backing. Given Huang Daosheng's character of seeking favor, he will surely wish to make an appearance. Perhaps he will even leverage his affiliation with the Qingyue sect to draw closer to Tang Tian." Wang Ziyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Very well. Let us designate that day for our operation. I hope all proceeds smoothly." The two continued their leisurely conversation, while in the distance, a solitary figure stood vigil, Jing Wenqing. Chapter 385. Lu Chang's plans. The events surrounding the Jia Shirtang continue to ferment, and the fervor surrounding this topic is likely to persist until the grand opening of the Tianxia Commerce Association, gradually waning thereafter. However, in stark contrast to the onlookers among the common populace, the responses from various top-tier factions are decidedly mixed. The Mo family, for instance, is undoubtedly elated. They were the first to forge a cooperative relationship with Tang Tian, maintaining a cordial rapport ever since, and can now be considered Tang Tian's most steadfast ally in the Tianfu region. The more formidable the ally, the greater the benefits. This development has significantly elevated the status of both Mo Jun and the reclusive Mo Xiaoxiao. For scions of their esteemed lineage, the ability to discern talent is paramount. At least for the time being, it appears that Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Jun have chosen the correct path. In stark contrast, the War God Temple is far less jubilant. Upon learning of this news, Tian Yuan Xinzuan was consumed with vexation. Tang Tian has always been a formidable adversary, and with the backing of an ally, the prospect of vengeance becomes increasingly elusive. Even if he were to uncover evidence implicating Tang Tian in the death of Tian Yangsheng, the protection afforded by Lan Ting Xinzuan would render him powerless against Tang Tian, unless he were to leave the Tianfu, which seems unlikely, as Tang Tian would not be so foolish as to abandon such a protective shield without sufficient cause. With a sullen visage and an aura of cold malice, Tian Yuan Xinzuan vowed to find a solution. Aside from these two factions closely entwined with Tang Tian, the reactions from other groups varied significantly. The Xiaoyao clan once again expressed their support for Tang Tian. This ancient family has traditionally steered clear of conflicts, yet they have repeatedly championed Tang Tian, leading some to speculate that he may be the heir of a significant power. However, the true intentions behind the Xiaoyao clan's endorsement of Tang Tian remain shrouded in mystery. Moreover, due to the intermediary role of the Mo family, both the Xianyue Lake and the Mu clan have allied with Tang Tian, extending goodwill. The Tai Alliance and Lingxiao Valley adopted a more neutral stance, lacking any vested interests in Tang Tian. Meanwhile, the Han family, which previously had a minor grievance with Tang Tian, has opted for silence, leaving many perplexed. As for the Xinyu Pavilion, they have maintained an aloof demeanor, neither welcoming nor rejecting. Given their status in the business realm, they indeed possess the privilege to look down upon all. Lastly, there is the Shanai Hall. Due to its unique composition, its attitude towards these developments also varies. As the leader of the Shanjiao Hall and the overseer of the Xuantian realm, Bai Nuyi received this news promptly. Her gaze turned toward the distant sky, reflecting a myriad of thoughts. Tang Tian, truly a mysterious man. No wonder those individuals are so intrigued by him. Bai Nuyi's eyes were profound, lost in contemplation. Leader, should we initiate contact with him ahead of time? If Tang Tian could be allowed to enter the Celestial Patrol realm, it would undoubtedly galvanize many individuals, remarked a subordinate behind Bai Nuyi. However, after a moment of contemplation, Bai Nuyi slowly shook her head. There is no rush for the time being. This individual is entangled in a web of complex relationships, involving numerous formidable entities. It is prudent to observe for a while longer, she stated. The subordinate furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you referring to Lord Lanting?" Bai Nuyi smiled gently. There is more to it. This world harbors many powerful beings, lurking in the shadows, much like a tiger stealthily prowling through the jungle, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After a brief silence, she turned her gaze. Conduct a thorough inspection of all access points within the Shanjiao Hall, then scale back operations and proceed discreetly. I have a foreboding sense, Bai Nuyi said, her eyes fixed on Tianqi Mountain. A storm is imminent. The reactions of the Shanjiao Hall are confined to internal matters, and thus far, no one else is aware. Meanwhile, the master of the Shanwu Hall, upon receiving the news, hastened to a secluded valley. Tang Tian, truly, no amount of estimation could be excessive, a young man remarked, slowly fanning himself with a folded fan. If Tang Tian were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to recognize him. Lu Changgu, who had not been seen for over half a year since parting ways at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. At this moment, Lu Changgu sat opposite the master of the Shanwu Hall, who, despite his status as an immortal sovereign, exhibited utmost deference in Lu Changji's presence. Respected master, we have always adhered to your directives, refraining from any proactive engagement with Tang Tian. At times, we have even gone to great lengths to avert such occurrences. Yet, it seems Bai Nuyi is not taking this matter seriously, the master spoke. Lu Changgu, fanning himself, replied nonchalantly, just manage the Shanwu Hall. The rest is of no concern. Bai Nuyi possesses a unique identity and her own standards of conduct. The master frowned slightly, saying, however, her recent actions have become increasingly excessive. Let us not forget that last year, she ventured into the imperial city without authorization to meet with that individual. I harbor some concerns regarding her. Lu Changgu directly interrupted him, asking, what is the status with Huang Daosheng? Observing Lu Changji's demeanor, the master of the Shanwu Hall let out a barely perceptible sigh. His only worry was that his esteemed master might be ensnared by that woman. Nevertheless, Lu Changgu had always been resolute. If he was unwilling to discuss the matter, there was little the master could do. Everything is proceeding according to plan, the master stated. I have arranged for the evidence of Huang Daosheng's transgressions to be naturally delivered to Fairy Ling Luo and her entourage. According to our informants, they are likely to close in soon. Lu Changgu nodded. Once Huang Daosheng is apprehended, those from back then will surely panic. Then, there were the other high-ranking officials of Tianfu. Lu Changgu's gaze was unfathomable, while the leader of the 5 halls wore a cold expression. After a brief moment, the leader suddenly spoke. By the way, esteemed leader, is it true that that person descended from the pinnacle of the heavens? Lu Changgu chuckled softly. It is indeed so. Although he was uncertain of the individual's true intentions, he was certain that the person was seeking him, as well as those from years past. He was not yet ready to meet him, but it was inevitable that their paths would cross eventually. The leader furrowed his brow. One who can descend from such heights is unlikely to be easily dealt with. I believe we should commence our plans without delay to avoid protracted uncertainties. Upon hearing this, Lu Changgu let out a gentle sigh, the rhythm of his folding fan quickening slightly. There is no need for haste. That individual cannot obstruct us. I require further contemplation on how to execute our plans. Allow me to ponder a bit longer. Following his dialogue with Tang Tian, Lu Changgu's mindset had undergone some shifts. He needed to take the time to organize his thoughts. The leader nodded in agreement. Chapter 386. Redeeming again. The storm brewing within the Wanbao pool continues to intensify. Perhaps it will only reach its full fury once the Tianxia Tong officially opens. As for the magnitude of its power, no one can accurately predict it at this moment. The radicals eagerly anticipate the unfolding chaos, hoping to seize opportunities and embark on a grand feast amidst the turmoil. Conversely, the conservatives stand ready, wishing merely to safeguard their interests from the ravages of the storm. However, the instigator of it all, Tang Tian, has leisurely returned to Tongxing Mountain, diving into his secluded meditation chamber. Having amassed a staggering 900 billion consumption orders, it is time to indulge in redemption. Reflecting on his initial experience, Tang Tian first chose to redeem the laws of the world. The terrifying manifestation of the power law ignited his interest in such an ultimate entity. Yet, after redeeming 2 laws in succession, Tang Tian was left utterly astonished. The first law granted him the ability to alter the color of the hair on the left side of his head at will. Red, yellow, green, or white, all were possible. The second law, surprisingly, affected his adrenal glands, endowing him with an extraordinarily robust and resilient super-adrenal gland. Were these truly beneficial? Tang Tian wore a look of resignation, temporarily halting his redemptions. The plethora of world laws available meant that those enhancing combat ability constituted only a small fraction. This random acquisition method was akin to gambling. With limited financial resources, he could not afford to squander them recklessly. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian opted to redeem 5 portions of world fortune, one each for Li Hong and the others, including Xiao. He had witnessed the tangible effects of this item firsthand. While his personal need for it was modest, gifting it to Li Hong and the others could significantly alter many circumstances. With stronger subordinates, future endeavors would undoubtedly be much more manageable. In the end, he redeemed 2 portions of the world's essence, swiftly transitioning into the egg space. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a palpable difference. The expanse of the primordial continent had multiplied several times over, now resembling the embryonic form of a small world. Additionally, a peculiar vitality emanated from deep within the earth, a breath of life. It seemed this world was gradually beginning to awaken. Wow! Zhao's figure suddenly appeared behind Tang Tian, attempting to startle him with a loud shout. Unfortunately, Tang Tian had already sensed him. This was his own space, and he could perceive everything within it. Was this the effect of the power of the world's essence? Without turning, Tang Tian pointed at the ground beneath him and inquired. Noticing his prank had failed, Xiao pouted and hopped onto Tang Tian's shoulder. Indeed, the power of the essence was remarkably formidable. Moreover, it has only integrated about half of its essence. Should the complete fusion be achieved, truly wondrous phenomena could unfold. The little deity spoke mysteriously. Tang Tian could not help but turn his head. Could it generate genuine vitality? Xiao and Tang Tian exchanged glances for a few moments before Xiao burst into laughter, as if to say, "What nonsense. There are no rules here. So where would this vitality come from? Once fully fused, this vast land would merely increase several-fold." Tang Tian retorted, "Then why were you just pretending?" Xiao wore a mischievous expression, clearly reveling in the moment. Tang Tian shook his head in resignation, thinking of it as merely indulging a lonely child. "All right, you've won. As the victor, I shall present you with a gift." With that, Tang Tian produced the portion of world fortune he had prepared specifically for Xiao. Upon seeing the minuscule, colorful aura resting in Tang Tian's palm, Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? It fixated its gaze on the world fortune and exclaimed, "Old Tang, have you been to the Moon Fairy's chamber again? Otherwise, how could you consistently acquire such extraordinary treasures?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "You recognize this?" Xiao nodded eagerly. "Of course, this is one of the 3 ultimate treasures of the world. Do not be deceived by its small size. If gifted to a being, it would undoubtedly transform them into a child of fortune, a favored one of the world." Tang Tian stroked his chin, skeptical of Zhao's assertion. After all, acquiring world fortune had been relatively straightforward for him. A child of fortune, really? That seems rather exaggerated. Is this trinket truly that formidable? Tang Tian inquired. Xiao shot him an incredulous glance and muttered, "Country bumpkin. The 9-colored fortune is the highest tier of world fortune. Any being favored by it invariably experiences an abundance of good luck. Even if one were to tumble off a cliff, they would stumble upon ancient relics. Although the effects of fortune may diminish as one's cultivation increases, within the realm governed by the Tao, one could still traverse it with ease." Tang Tian nodded in realization. The world he currently inhabited is indeed one governed by the Tao, where the pinnacle of power is merely the immortal emperor. If it were as depicted in novels, gifting fortune to Li Hong and his companions would alleviate many of his concerns. As for the future, there would be no cause for worry. This treasure, he was certain, would abound in his future. Very well, in light of your enlightening me, I shall bestow it upon you, Tang Tian said with a smile. However, Xiao, with a complex expression, waved his hand. You should keep it for yourself. Although I am curious to experience what it feels like to be a child of fortune, regrettably, as a spirit of this world, I cannot utilize it. It is a gift of the world, and one world does not bestow gifts upon another. Upon hearing the words of Xiao, Tang Tian could not help but be taken aback. Is it truly possible that such a perspective exists? However, he knew that Xiao would never lie about such matters. So Tang Tian had no choice but to retract the world's fortune for himself. Observing Xiao's dejected demeanor, he chuckled and said, "What are you so downcast about? I still have something wonderful to share." With that, he produced the 2 portions of the primal force of the world. Here, just like last time. Feel free to utilize them as you wish, Tang Tian remarked. Upon gazing at the 2 portions of primal force in Tang Tian's hand, Xiao once again stood frozen in place. After a long moment, it finally exhaled a deep sigh. Old Tang, please be honest with me. Have you perhaps pilfered the private chamber of the Moon Fairy? Or could it be that you have stolen the Moon Fairy herself? Tang Tian. Chapter 387. The effects of Moon Immortal Wine. After bestowing 2 portions of the world's essence upon the young one, Tang Tian returned to the primary realm. The surplus portion of world fortune he chose to utilize for himself. However, upon its application, he felt no distinct sensations. Furthermore, it was not feasible to experiment immediately. He would have to wait and see in the future whether it would yield any effects on him. Subsequently, he discreetly imparted the world fortune into the bodies of Gu Xiaoxue, Li Hong, and others. As the progeny of exceptional fortune, it remained to be seen how far they would ascend. Tang Tian then inquired with Li Hong about the progress of Xiao Ji, learning that it would require some time to complete the most fundamental data entry. Thus, he resolved to calm his mind and devote several days to earnest cultivation. Once Xiao Ji matured, he would then reach out to Cui Shiying to arrange a meeting with Bai Nui. Time swiftly passed. Within the secluded meditation chamber of the Gochun Institute, Tang Tian exhaled a breath of celestial energy and opened his eyes. The energy required to reach the golden immortal realm was indeed monumental. Despite his relentless days of cultivation, he had only made a modest advancement. Had he been in the mystic immortal realm, he might have already broken through to the mid-stage. However, Tang Tian was not anxious. He merely needed to achieve the great Luo golden immortal realm before the forthcoming Tongshan conference, where the minimum requirement was to be a great Luo golden immortal. With approximately 5 months remaining, it was ample time. After a brief period of rest, Tang Tian retrieved a communication jade talisman and saw a message from Li Hong. Xiaoji had finally completed its data entry. Tang Tian promptly contacted Li Hong and exited the meditation chamber. In the Qingsu Institute, Li Hong reluctantly extracted a phantom from his body and presented it to Tang Tian. "What? Do you not wish to return it to me?" Tang Tian inquired playfully. Li Hong quickly responded, "I would not dare, my lord." Indeed, Xiao Ji was remarkably effective. Tang Tian chuckled. This was a system he had meticulously crafted to suit his own needs, infused with modern technological thinking from the scientific realm. How could it not be useful? Well then, this is merely a tool to alleviate your burdens. When Wang Gang and the others arrive, you will have more pressing matters to attend to, Tang Tian remarked. Li Hong respectfully nodded and then withdrew. Gazing at the phantom in his hands, Tang Tian chose to merge with Xiao Ji. With a mere thought, a luminous screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, any information he sought manifested on the screen, replete with detailed and intelligent insights, as well as the capability for expanded information. For instance, the flower pot placed on the windowsill upon Xiao Ji's analysis turned out to be a relic previously wielded by a cultivator. It was damaged and had lost its potency, with its former possessor being of the celestial immortal realm, and notably, of the female gender. Perhaps it has been used for dining. Truly remarkable. Tang Tian sighed lightly, relieved that he would no longer feel at a disadvantage when encountering unfamiliar individuals. It appeared that Xiao Ji was quite capable of uncovering the ancestral lineage of anyone he encountered. However, information recognition was merely one of Xiao Ji's functions. He possessed another extraordinarily significant ability, the analysis of all things. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian took out a superior quality immortal spirit pearl and activated its scanning and analytical functions. Soon, lines of text appeared before him. This was a treasure crafted postnatally, containing an exceptionally pure essence of immortal energy, sufficient to meet the needs of a practitioner at the golden immortal realm. A truly rare and invaluable celestial artifact. The information regarding the superior quality immortal spirit pearl was analyzed with remarkable precision by Xiao Ji. Satisfied, Tang Tian nodded and informed Xiao Ji of the pearl's name as a supplement to the information. Next, he retrieved a piece of starry crystal stone, a primordial treasure from the cosmos infused with stellar power. An unparalleled material for weapon forging, extraordinary formations, and exceptional cultivation resources. Extremely rare. Xiao Ji provided another analysis. This time, Tang Tian was slightly astonished. He had assumed the starry crystal stone would solely be utilized for forging. Little did he know it could also be employed in formations and as a cultivation resource, truly deserving of its title as a primordial treasure. After these two experiments, Tang Tian was thoroughly impressed with Xiao Ji's scanning and analytical capabilities. They were indeed formidable. He wondered if it could decipher something he had always found opaque. After some contemplation, Tang Tian produced an item, Moon Immortal Wine. He then initiated the scan. However, this time, Xiao Ji appeared to struggle considerably. After a prolonged analysis, only a few lines of text emerged before Tang Tian. Rule-derived product. The first line caught Tang Tian off guard. Wasn't this wine casually brewed by the Moon Immortal? How could it be associated with rules? He continued to read. This substance encapsulated myriad rules and integrated a significant amount of lunar essence, having undergone a complex refining process and the influence of a powerful will before reaching its final form. It possessed at least several dozen formidable effects. But due to missing key information, only the following four could be identified. First, it could temper the body. Second, it could refine the soul. Third, it could distill the essence of life. Fourth, it could enhance talent and potential. And fifth, it could reflect one's true heart. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He could comprehend the other effects, but what did reflecting one's true heart entail? After careful examination, he realized that the Moon Immortal Wine could manifest different effects based on the unique emotions deep within each individual. Just as every person gazing up at the moon experiences a distinct mindset at that moment. No wonder Gu Xiaoxue, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Li Hong each experienced distinct sensations after tasting the Moon Immortal Wine. Mo Xiaoxiao found it tasteless, perhaps due to her inherently rational nature, devoid of any emotional ties. Li Hong perceived a subtle bitterness, likely linked to his past experiences. The Lan Yu sisters detected a hint of grassiness, signifying the purity of their souls. As for the trivial matters, the Moon Immortal Wine, crafted at such a level, indeed served as a poison for them. Regarding Gu Xiaoxue, tears denote sorrow. But what does the chill signify? Fear. Tang Tian found himself unable to comprehend the reason behind Gu Xiaoxue's reaction, possibly tied to her enigmatic identity. As for Tang Tian himself, he merely enjoyed the delightful taste, finding it rather comforting and already feeling a slight addiction. What could this imply? Perhaps it suggests he is a carefree and untroubled individual? That notion seems plausible. Yet, Tang Tian sensed that deeper reasons lay hidden beneath the surface. Moments later, he shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. Regardless of the underlying reasons, the Moon Immortal Wine undeniably enhanced his abilities, far exceeding his expectations. Was this truly a casual concoction by the Moon Immortal? Tang Tian harbored doubts, resolving to inquire thoroughly when he next encountered the Moon Immortal at the summit of the firmament. Taking a deep breath, he stored the Moon Immortal Wine away. He was equally astonished by Xiao Ji's abilities. There were still two other items that required her analytical assistance. Tang Tian's gaze fell upon his wrist, where the mysterious ancient jade tirelessly drew energy from the chaotic bell, transforming it into celestial power and transmitting it into his being. Chapter 388. The natural remains the true identity of the entity known as little has long been one of the greatest enigmas surrounding Tang Tian. It is the spirit of the Lioli world, yet it is evidently not an innate creation. Rather, it possesses memories of a bygone era. Furthermore, its essence is housed within a remarkably mysterious ancient jade. When Tang Tian first encountered it, it appeared in the form of an unassuming piece of jade. This enigmatic jade possesses the extraordinary ability to draw power from chaos and transform it into spiritual and celestial energy. Previously, Tang Tian had not delved deeply into the cultivation realm and was unaware of the implications of such a capability. However, he could now surmise that an entity capable of extracting power from chaos might be on par with a being of the highest order, akin to the Moon Immortal. Was Little, in a past life, also such a formidable being? After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian directed Xiao Zhi's scanning function towards the mysterious jade on his wrist. Earlier, when analyzing the Moon Immortal wine, Xiao Zhi had taken considerable time, ultimately failing to fully elucidate its properties due to missing crucial information. Therefore, he did not harbor high hopes for the current analysis of the jade. To his astonishment, the results emerged swiftly. Natural remains. This entity possesses the ability to commune with chaos and nourish all things. The information was exceedingly succinct. Yet, Tang Tian was utterly taken aback. The term natural remains left him furrowing his brow in confusion. Did it refer to the remnants of nature itself? However, remains only arise after death, do they not? Was nature dead? Staring blankly at the mysterious jade on his wrist, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. This revelation exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. Nonetheless, he did not doubt the results of Xiao Zhi's analysis. He vividly recalled the overwhelming aura of nature that enveloped him upon first encountering Little, as if it were solidified within the surrounding space. Indeed, this world possesses other treasures with similar characteristics, yet such an intense natural essence is exceedingly rare. Could it be that Little is the reincarnation of nature following its demise? Tang Tian furrowed his brows in contemplation, ultimately rejecting this notion. Setting aside the question of whether nature had truly perished, Little had previously stated that its purpose was to await the return of a certain individual and subsequently become a tool in another's hands. It was unlikely that anyone could persuade nature to willingly become a tool. Moreover, Little's demeanor did not resemble that of a great maternal figure of nature in any regard. It was fundamentally mismatched. Furthermore, Little possessed memories, and if it were indeed the mother of nature in its past life, it would hardly harbor fear of the so-called Taoist masters. After all, the mother of nature exists on the same level as the 10 wills of the primordial realm. Such a being would not be so weak. After much deliberation, Tang Tian ultimately conceived a possibility. Although Xiao is not a reincarnation of Mother Nature, it undoubtedly shares an exceptionally close connection with her. Otherwise, it would not be possible for it to dwell upon the remnants of nature. Presently, Xiao has seemingly merged with these natural relics into a singular entity. If there were no correlation between the two, such a union would be utterly implausible. This extraordinary artifact, which surpasses even the innate treasures, would undoubtedly be coveted by peak powerhouses, who would find it impossible to let go of such a remarkable entity. It is no wonder that Xiao is so anxious about attracting the attention of those at the Tao Master level. Once discovered, regardless of their intentions, they would not spare the natural relic, this divine object. Tang Tian murmured to himself, profoundly shaken by this revelation. If Mother Nature has truly perished, what then is the state of the world today? He then recalled the words spoken by Yin Xiaohua earlier, suggesting that this world seems to be heading towards death. He pondered whether there might be a connection between the two. After a lengthy silence, Tang Tian finally sighed softly and concealed the mysterious ancient jade upon his wrist. Regardless of the truth, it is beyond his current grasp. Although he has encountered the Moon Fairy, the primordial chaotic bell, the power of the stars, and Mother Nature, such lofty beings remain as distant as the heavens themselves, elusive to his touch. Everything must await his ascension to the pinnacle of the firmament before he can truly comprehend it. A sense of crisis engulfed him once more, rendering it difficult to lead a leisurely life. Tang Tian shook his head in resignation. Today's events have indeed sounded an alarm within him. This seemingly harmonious world appears far from the tranquility he had envisioned. He does not intend to share this matter with Xiao, as it would serve no purpose. Moreover, in due time, Xiao will surely come to know of it. When entangled with beings of such caliber, every step must be taken with utmost caution. Steeling himself, Tang Tian turned his gaze to the final mysterious item in his possession, the Moon Fairy's jade pendant. This is a personal belonging of the Moon Fairy and should, one would presume, be easier to analyze than the specially brewed Moon Fairy wine. Tang Tian activated the scanning function of Xiao Zhi. However, upon seeing the results, he was once again taken aback. Unknown item. Placing a hand on his forehead, he vigorously massaged his temples. How perplexing it is that the fewer the words, the greater the information. Xiao Ji, which can thoroughly analyze the natural relic and nearly dissect the Moon Fairy wine, produced such a vague result when confronted with the Moon Fairy jade pendant. Your core hub is the primordial chaotic bell. Yet, it cannot even discern some of its fundamental components? Tang Tian was bewildered. Suddenly, he realized something. The two items bestowed upon him by the Moon Fairy seemed to be far from ordinary. This wine is merely an ordinary concoction crafted to suit my personal palate, lacking any significant effect. This jade pendant, akin to the trinket upon your wrist, should prove somewhat useful to you. After much contemplation, it appears that Yuxian is nothing more than a grand deceiver. Moreover, the jade hairpin previously gifted to Gu Xiaoxiu might also be an extraordinary treasure of unfathomable worth. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian felt a pang of regret. During his time in Yuxian's chamber, she had encouraged him to take whatever he fancied, yet he had restrained himself. In hindsight, there were indeed numerous items he could have claimed, such as teacups, stools, tables, beds, pillows, and quilts. Yuxian's garments consisted of several layers. Removing a few pieces to take with him would likely not elicit any objections from her. Perhaps, Tang Tian sighed softly, carefully placing the jade pendant from Yuxian against his chest. This artifact could very well be more precious than natural remains. And while he may not yet comprehend its extraordinary nature, time will inevitably reveal its significance. It must be preserved with utmost care. After surveying his surroundings for some time, Tang Tian gradually regained his composure. The impact of the natural remains and the jade pendant was indeed overwhelming. Once he found tranquility, he produced a communication jade talisman, the recipient being Cui Shuriying of the Remnant Path Hall. Chapter 389, Introduction of Bai Nuyi Young Master Tang. I truly did not expect you to remember me. The voice of Cui Shuriying resonated through the communication jade talisman. Tang Tian replied with a smile. What are you saying, Master Cui? We recently had a pleasant interaction and successfully completed a transaction. Cui Shuriying chuckled heartily, but things are different now. Your impressive presence at the Wanbao pool has become the talk of the town. I genuinely did not anticipate the depth of your background. If I had been remiss before, please do not take it to heart, haha. Tang Tian smiled, choosing not to refute anything. After all, it was widely believed that the illustrious Lanting Xinzuan was the man behind him. How has business been lately? Tang Tian shifted the topic. Cui Shuriying sighed. It's still the same, as desolate as ever. The guards outside are even taking naps. Without your support, my small branch is facing a tumultuous fate. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. It can't be that dire, can it? Why not consider changing your business model? The operational approach of the residual Dao Hall is indeed overly rigid. In this current era, the demand for those remnants has significantly diminished. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Cui Shuriying lamented. In any case, given the present circumstances, none of the officials seem worried. If the emperor is not anxious, why should I be? Let it be. Everyone knows how to give up. Tang Tian laughed lightly. The residual Dao Hall was indeed shrouded in mystery, and no one knew their true intentions. Yet, it was their affair, and he felt it inappropriate to pry. Master Cui, how is our previous discussion progressing? Tang Tian inquired. Following their last transaction, he had expressed his desire to continue acquiring remnants, seeking greater quantities and better quality. The goods have arrived. Upon broaching this topic, Cui Shuriying immediately perked up, stating, in accordance with your previous requirements, I submitted a request to the main hall. They agreed without any questions. This shipment's total value is approximately 5 times that of our last transaction. Of course, considering your wealth, I believe this should pose no issue. Tang Tian candidly replied. You are indeed correct. The total price of our last transaction was over 8 million jade. 5 times that is merely 40 million. My current finances have surpassed 1 billion. Are you available now? I wish to expedite the transaction. Additionally, I would like to request your assistance with another matter, Tang Tian said. Cui Shuriying instantly smiled. For you? Young Master Tang, I am always available. The residual Dao Hall branch. In the opulent VIP lounge, Tang Tian and Cui Shuriying sat facing each other. Young Master Tang, Cui Shuriying said with a beaming smile, in accordance with your previous request, this batch of goods primarily consists of remnants of artifacts above the mid-tier celestial instruments. There are remnants from celestial kings, celestial lords, and even celestial emperors, all in varying quantities. Are you satisfied? Tang Tian, seated opposite him, perused the information within the jade slip and nodded slowly. It's acceptable, he replied. The only issue is that the quantity still feels somewhat lacking. He set down the jade slip and added with a smile, the quality of this shipment is quite commendable, and I have a plethora of snacks to indulge in. Consuming these treats is akin to how ordinary folk snack on sunflower seeds, merely a leisure pursuit after a meal. However, the effects are certainly present. It seems I have been somewhat short-sighted. Chui Shiying poured a cup of tea for Tang Tian and remarked, when contacting the main hall, the incident with the 10,000 treasures pool had yet to occur. Consequently, there was a significant miscalculation regarding your assets. However, rest assured, young Master Tang. Next time I will undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory response. Tang Tian accepted the teacup and smiled. I am quite curious, though. Where do all these various remnants originate? He could comprehend the sources of spiritual and celestial instruments. After all, the cultivation realm is vast, and the number of cultivators is immense. The daily destruction of weapons amounts to astronomical figures. With sufficiently broad channels, one could indeed procure an almost inexhaustible supply of remnants. However, artifacts belonging to celestial lords or emperors are a different matter entirely. In the realms governed by the Tao, emperor-level weapons represent the pinnacle of existence. Even in their damaged state, they are sought after by numerous cultivators. It is rare to encounter anyone who can sell these items in bulk. Yet, the remnant Tao Hall has managed to do so. In response to this inquiry, Chui Shiying shook his head. I am afraid I cannot provide clarity on this matter. Artifacts above the remnants of celestial lords are managed by the main hall, and my authority does not extend to that level. However, I can assure you that our reserves are undoubtedly ample. Regardless of your appetite, I can accommodate it. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You possess such confidence? It seems their inventory must indeed be substantial. I eagerly await your next piece of good news, he remarked, and I hope it does not lead to the same slight disappointment as today. Chui Shiying patted his chest, assuring Tang Tian that he would take responsibility. They then engaged in further conversation, during which Chui Shiying lamented the overwhelming surplus of ordinary remnants, so abundant that they had no space to store them. Yet, the main hall continued to dispatch large quantities each month. Although these items held little value, their sheer volume was considerable, and he was quite troubled by the ongoing inability to manage them. Tang Tian expressed his sympathy for his plight. The low-ranking remnants are of no use to him, and with his current wealth, he has no interest in such trivial expenditures. Thus, he finds himself unable to assist. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Tian broached the true subject of the day. I hope that Lord Chui can introduce me to the head of the Celestial Patrol, he stated. Bao Nui? Chui Shiying responded, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring, has she not approached you herself? Tang Tian shook his head. Chui Shiying was immediately astonished. That is not characteristic of Bao Nui. I assumed she would have sought you out at the earliest opportunity. Has she truly remained indifferent? With a shrug, Tang Tian chuckled. Perhaps she believes I lack sufficient value for collaboration. Chui Shiying waved his hands insistently. That is inconceivable, given your current influence in the business realm. Anyone can discern that your commercial association holds immense potential for the future. Bao Nui is no fool. She cannot possibly be oblivious to that. Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering. Then I remained perplexed. Chui Shiying furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, unable to unravel the mystery, and ultimately shook his head, remarking, the thoughts of women are always so difficult to fathom. However, if young Master Tang requires my introduction, I can contact her immediately. To my knowledge, she has been residing on New Treasure Island recently. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Then I must trouble you, Lord Chui. Chapter 390. Meeting with Bai Nuyi under the coordination of Chui Shiying. Bai Nuyi swiftly agreed to meet Tang Tian. The meeting was scheduled for the following day, taking place in the rear garden of the Jian Shi Tang at Wanbao Pond. Such arrangements were rather conventional. However, after receiving the transmission, Chui Shiying slightly furrowed her brow. What troubles you? Tang Tian inquired. Chui Shiying shook her head, expressing her unease. For some reason, I sensed something amiss with her. In the past, introducing her to a client of your stature would have elicited an exuberant response, as if she could hardly wait to discuss potential collaboration. Yet this time, it seems rather subdued, which is quite uncharacteristic of her. Tang Tian stroked his chin, recalling how Bai Nuyi had previously shown enthusiasm towards him. Why had her demeanor shifted so abruptly? He could not discern the reason. Ultimately, he merely chuckled and remarked, Perhaps she has been feeling down lately. Nevertheless, she has already agreed to meet. We shall discern the situation tomorrow. Chui Shiying nodded in agreement. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, Tang Tian prepared to head to the Jian Shitang. Xiao Xue appeared quite excited, exclaiming that she had stumbled upon a piece of exceptional celestial material while walking yesterday, which was simply astounding. Tang Tian turned to discover that the young girl had inadvertently broken through to the Xianxian realm. How astonishing, given her unique nature. Coupled with the fortune of being a child of destiny, she might indeed surpass him in the future. Tang Tian resolved that upon returning from Jian Shitang, he would seclude himself in the cultivation chamber. He mused to himself about maintaining a balance between work and rest, encouraging Xiao Xue to take ample breaks. After playfully teasing her, he departed from Qingshu Courtyard. Before long, he arrived at the pathway leading to Jian Shitang. Just as he touched down, someone recognized him. Look, isn't that Tang Tian? My goodness, he is so young. Indeed, he had recently ascended to the status of a genius from the outer realm, and his actual age seemed to be under 20. Truly impressive, someone remarked. At 20, I was still chasing after pretty girls, while he has already become a figure of great significance. It's hard to compare. People expressed their admiration in hushed tones. Yet, none dared to approach him directly. They merely gazed from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. Am I truly a figure of significance? Tang Tian overheard their conversation and instinctively touched his nose. Well, with the backing of the esteemed Lanting Xinzuan, it was indeed appropriate to associate himself with such a title. Regardless, he was pleased that no one approached him, allowing him to enjoy his solitude. As he continued on his path, Tang Tian traversed Jian Shitang and entered the rear garden, ultimately arriving at the designated meeting spot with Bai Nui. In an elegant pavilion, shielded by a formation that isolates it from the outside world, discussions of confidential matters can unfold without concern. Upon arrival, Tang Tian noticed a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, already seated within the pavilion. She was none other than Bai Nui, the esteemed leader of the Five Hall and the overseer of the celestial realm. Tang Tian approached her, greeting Master Bai. Bai Nui, sensing his presence, rose gracefully and responded with a gentle smile. Young Master Tang, it has been a while. Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. It's been all right, just under half a year. For cultivators, such a span is indeed rather brief. Please, have a seat, she invited, and they settled across from one another in the pavilion. Tang Tian reclined casually against the back of his chair, while Bai Nui maintained an air of poise, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After a moment of mutual gaze, Tang Tian broke the silence. I get the impression that Master Bai does not seem particularly welcoming of my presence. Their previous encounter had not showcased this feeling as prominently. But now, Tang Tian could discern that Bai Nui was not as eager about their collaboration as he had anticipated. There seemed to be an underlying hesitance. In response to his observation, Bai Nui chuckled softly. Oh, that is not the case at all. It is merely that, compared to our last meeting, your prowess and status have transformed significantly. I am yet to fully acclimate to this reality. Tang Tian chuckled lightly, considering her reasoning rather perfunctory. His name and deeds had never ceased to circulate within the celestial domain. Had there been a trending list, he would surely have remained in the top ranks. Yet, he was not particularly interested in the true cause of Bai Nui's demeanor. His focus lay on the forthcoming collaboration. Shall we discuss our partnership today? Or would you prefer to wait until you've come to terms with this new reality? He inquired. Bai Nui's eyes sparkled with mirth as she replied, let us converse today. Then, I fear that if we delay, I might entirely miss the opportunity to engage with such a significant client as yourself. The dialogue then shifted towards the core of their discussion. I have heard from Lord Chui Shiying that you are interested in establishing a presence in the celestial realm? Bai Nui asked. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I find your business model quite intriguing. I believe it holds substantial potential if developed properly. However, upon hearing his words, Bai Nui sighed softly. Alas, the reality tells a different story. Despite our utmost efforts to promote the celestial realm, the number of businesses willing to engage remains unsatisfactory. The elite companies are exceedingly rare, and both the merchants and cultivators seem to harbor doubts regarding this operating model. Her tone was tinged with a sense of helplessness. Tang Tian chuckled softly and remarked, perhaps it is the manner in which you operate that is somewhat flawed. Take, for instance, the newly entered celestial observation realm, where the choice of appearances is rather monotonous. After a while, one encounters merely a handful of forms, leading to a striking lack of distinction. All one sees are identical faces. It is rather dull. Bai Nua raised an eyebrow slightly. Have you already visited there, young Master Tang? Tang Tian smiled and replied. Indeed. He recalled that when he left the Alley of Fireworks in the Imperial City, Bai Nua had mentioned that their first encounter occurred in that very alley. Albeit he was in the open while she remained concealed in the shadows. I see, Bai Nua smiled and said, however, the situation you just described takes into account the privacy concerns of practitioners. Having everyone appear the same enhances security. After all, the celestial observation realm is a space for transactions, and employing an excess of flamboyant appearances seems rather impractical. Tang Tian couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. This exemplifies the limitations of the world. The utility of a virtual platform extends far beyond mere transactions. With a sufficient user base, it can manifest boundless possibilities. Yet, he could not divulge these thoughts to Bai Nua in their entirety. Let us first discuss collaboration, Tang Tian proposed. Chapter 391. I seek authority. After conversing with Bai Nui, Tang Tian garnered a general understanding of the specifics of their collaboration. Establishing a presence within the celestial realm is, in fact, rather straightforward. Much like the arrangements with the Residual Path Palace, Tang Tian merely needs to select a location, and representatives from the celestial realm will arrive to forge a connection between that site and their realm. Ultimately, based on 1's requirements, they will provide the corresponding number of keys. It is akin to granting access to a private server atop the main server. Once successfully established, one can construct their own stronghold within the celestial realm as per their needs. Bai Nui remarked that a space comparable to the Residual Path Palace would incur an annual rental fee of 500,000 jade. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at this. Only 500,000? During his previous visit to the Residual Path Palace's stronghold, its total area far exceeded that of reality, albeit much of it was unused. And yet, its rental fee is surprisingly modest? Actually, it's not that inexpensive, Bai Nui interjected, noticing Tang Tian's reaction. Perhaps for you, 500,000 is trivial. However, for those ordinary small to medium-sized trading firms, it is quite a considerable sum. The primary concern is the limited foot traffic within the celestial realm. Their revenue is already scant. Should they dare to raise the rent, they would likely see their clientele vanish in an instant, she said with a wry smile. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. Merchants are inherently profit-driven. A losing venture is one only a fool would undertake. Of course, the Residual Path Palace is an exception. Very well then, he declared. I shall request a larger territory. Let us round it up to 10 million, 20 times that of the Residual Path Palace. He extended a finger. Bai Nui was momentarily taken aback. Such a vast expanse. Are you certain? Doubts stirred within her. If Tang Tian had indeed traversed the celestial realm, he would surely be aware of its circumstances. Not to mention, even half the size of the Residual Path Palace would suffice, given the limited number of patrons. Yet here was Tang Tian, audaciously proposing 10 million, far exceeding her estimates. Absolutely certain, Tang Tian replied with a smile. I hold great optimism for the future of the celestial realm, which is why I wish to invest more effort within it. Only with ample space can one truly engage in endeavors. However, to realize my ambitions, I require a modicum of authority within the celestial realm. He finally revealed his true intentions. Bai Nui paused, bewildered. Authority? What kind of authority? Tang Tian smiled and replied, merely the authority to create, akin to establishing a shop within it. However, my aspirations are more diverse. Beyond mere shops, I wish to construct various other entities. Thus, I require greater capacity for creation within the celestial realm. Bai Nui's eyes glimmered as she inquired, are you referring to the enhancement of puppet characters, as you mentioned earlier? Tang Tian nodded. Indeed, he did not anticipate that Bai Nui would grasp his intentions so swiftly, presuming he would need to elaborate extensively, considering the disparity of their worlds. However, upon discerning Tang Tian's thoughts, Bai Nui furrowed her brow. This could prove to be somewhat challenging. I am merely the head of the Celestial Commission, primarily responsible for promotion, not management. I am powerless to augment the authority you seek, Bai Nui remarked. Tang Tian responded with a sigh of disappointment. What a pity. If I cannot realize my vision and merely establish a trading post within, then I feel our collaboration would be unnecessary. He shook his head, affirming that he must acquire the pertinent authority. Otherwise, the Celestial Commission would remain stagnant. akin to a still pond. Even if gradual improvements were possible in the future, it would be a protracted process. Tang Tian could not afford to wait that long. Bai Nua comprehended Tang Tian's sentiments and found herself in a quandary. 10 million was indeed a trifling sum for the Shanwu Hall, yet it represented a significant amount for the Celestial Commission. The crux of the matter lay in the necessity for the Celestial Commission to attract influential clients like Tang Tian, which would, in turn, incentivize others. Given Tang Tian's current influence, he would undoubtedly draw considerable foot traffic. This opportunity was not one to be trifled with. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Nua spoke. I must report to my superiors. It is not that I am unwilling. I genuinely lack the authority. However, I believe that with your current strength and influence, young Master Tang, you would certainly receive special consideration. Tang Tian nodded slowly. Although he did not receive the answer he desired, it was at least a promising beginning. As long as the Celestial Commission aspired to grow, it would be difficult to refuse his entry. Such was the tangible effect of a formidable background and sufficient influence. I shall await your favorable news, Tang Tian replied. Moments later, he departed from the Jia Tang. Bai Nua remained quietly seated in the pavilion, lost in thought. After a while, her most trusted subordinate approached her. Hall Master, he inquired. What is the update? She asked, raising her hand slightly. He clasped his hands and queried softly. Bai Nua sighed gently and said, he values the Celestial Commission greatly, intending to lease a territory for 10 million, along with some innovative ideas. However, he seeks a degree of control over the Celestial Commission. The subordinate frowned slightly. Will this involve fundamental aspects of the Celestial Commission? Bai Nua shook her head. No, merely some superficial matters. The subordinate suggested, then grant him what he seeks. With Tang Tian's current influence, if he were to take this seriously, he could undoubtedly galvanize many. Bai Nua remained silent for a moment, then exhaled softly. I am aware that this is indeed a rare opportunity. However, there exists a degree of hesitation on the part of the esteemed lord. One of the subordinates furrowed his brow and remarked, but the lord has already entrusted you with all decision-making authority regarding the Celestial Patrol. This signifies his faith in you. Your decisions are, in essence, his decisions. Bai Nui fell silent once more. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze towards the distant sky. Very well, I understand what must be done. Alas, our group approaches each task with trepidation, requiring utmost caution. Without him, we would likely have succumbed to our demise long ago. In truth, he bears a far greater burden than any of us. I sincerely hope he can bring this matter to a swift conclusion. Not long after returning to Qingshu Courtyard, Tang Tian received a response from Bai Nui. The conditions were accepted. Once Tang Tian selected the location, Bai Nui would send someone to bestow upon him the necessary authority. A smile unconsciously graced Tang Tian's face. As long as he could access the creative permissions of the Celestial Patrol, he would be able to trace the threads and uncover its core essence. Xiaoji, I am counting on you. Chapter 392. Preparations for construction the following morning. Tang Tian prepared to head towards the secluded cultivation chamber at the Gochen Institute. Having glimpsed certain hidden truths of the world, he felt a burgeoning sense of urgency. In terms of his cultivation, he could not afford to lag behind. However, just as he was about to set off, Li Hong found him. Young Master, President Wang Gang has finalized the construction blueprint for the trade association's base. With these words, Li Hong presented a jade slip. Tang Tian was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Wang Gang should be en route to Tianfu with some core members of the association. Previously, after confirming the territory for the association and securing the quotas for masters and saints, Tang Tian had sent this information to him. Certain matters required advanced preparation, particularly concerning the planning and construction of the trade association's base. What surprised him was how swiftly Wang Gang had accomplished this task. President Wang has always been remarkably efficient. Li Hong remarked with a smile. Tang Tian nodded, fully acknowledging Wang Gang's capabilities. He then took the jade slip and opened it. Instantly, a three-dimensional architectural projection materialized before him. It depicted a vast complex. At the forefront stood a magnificent 9-story pavilion, featuring an exceptionally spacious interior designated as the main building of the trade association. Under Wang Gang's design, each floor was meticulously crafted to cater to different business operations. The first 6 levels comprised various sales areas for goods of differing grades. The 7th floor was reserved for the higher echelons of the association to conduct their affairs. As for the 8th and ninth floors, they were specifically allocated for Tang Tian, accessible only to him, serving as spaces for meetings or relaxation. Thoughtfully designed indeed. Behind the main building lay an expansive garden, adorned with a variety of pavilions and private rooms intended for hosting important guests. The design exuded aesthetic charm, suggesting a delightful environment. Further back was the designated resting area for the association staff, also divided into numerous sections. The 18 saints and over 20 masters each had their own independent quarters. Wang Gang had also left ample vacant spaces, anticipating the future growth of the association and the recruitment of more talents. Overall, the design was comprehensive, addressing all aspects meticulously. Impressive, Tang Tian remarked, nodding in approval. I never anticipated that he would produce the construction plans while en route. I thought we would have to wait until we arrived in Tianfu. Li Hong chuckled, replying. President Wang must be eager as well. Young master, when shall we commence the construction? I have already arranged for the master builders. In this world, the profession of architect indeed existed, and unlike in the technological era, here, the master builders found their tasks considerably more manageable. As long as a comprehensive blueprint exists and the materials are readily available, they can erect the building in mere moments. This swiftness had caused Tang Tian to overlook the matter until now. After pondering briefly, Tang Tian shook his head and remarked, "There's no need for you to run errands. I shall seek out Mo Jun. With the blueprints in hand, we can commence the construction of the stronghold directly. This will also allow the esteemed masters and sages to familiarize themselves with their new surroundings." The outside world had been driven nearly mad trying to guess the location of Tang Tian's commercial stronghold. It was high time to reveal the true site, delivering a modest shock to them. Subsequently, Tang Tian retrieved Mo Jun's communication jade talisman. After a short while, he and Mo Jun soared towards the direction of the Wanbao pool, accompanied by a dozen or so practitioners of varying ages, all clad in black robes. These individuals were the master builders. Upon receiving Tang Tian's message, Mo Jun had summoned the family's architects, ensuring that all materials were prepared, sparing Tang Tian from further searches. This exemplified the advantages of having connections. On their journey, Mo Jun elucidated the process of constructing the stronghold to Tang Tian. First, we need to register at the Jiashi Hall. Then, with the lease agreement in hand, we will proceed to the commercial location alongside the hall's officials to commence construction. Once the stronghold is completed, it will be evaluated by the officials, and as long as there are no transgressions, it will be approved, Mo Jun explained. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. In the realm of cultivation, such procedures were quite straightforward. After all, with an immortal overseeing the process, any misconduct would be readily apparent. Once the construction is complete, I intend to invite the sages and masters inside, Tang Tian stated. Allowing them to enter early would not only help them acclimatize, but also enable them to prepare in advance. The reputation of the Tianxia Commercial Association's inaugural wave relied heavily on the presence of these individuals, in addition to the Lingling Pearls and Xianling Pearls. However, Mo Jun interjected. I suggest we call them over now. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, why? With a smile, Mo Jun explained, it's like this. With the presence of the Lanting Immortal, you may not have noticed, but most masters possess a certain pride, not to mention the sages. They are genuinely concerned about their future prospects and are reluctant to remain within an inconspicuous small association. By gathering them all for the construction of the association, we not only demonstrate our respect, but also provide them with reassurance, especially since the location is adjacent to the Xinyu Pavilion, the only one of its kind in the entire Tianfu. Tang Tian suddenly understood the necessity of this approach. He then proceeded to contact all the sages and masters, arranging for both parties to assemble at the Jiashi Hall. After a period of time, Tang Tian and Mo Jun, accompanied by a multitude of architects, arrived at the island where the Jiashi Hall is situated. Both of them are considerable figures, and their arrival immediately attracted numerous gazes. Oh, Tang Tian is back, along with Mo Jun from the Mo family. The individuals behind them appear to be masters of architecture. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Could it be that Tang Tian is preparing to establish his own commercial guild? The excitement surged among the onlookers. During this time, the most fervently discussed topic was the potential location for Tang Tian's guild, a decision that could significantly influence the tides of the business world. Thus, upon seeing the architectural masters accompanying Tang Tian, The crowd erupted with anticipation. They had come to the Jiashir Hall for registration, surely. Indeed, I just spotted several esteemed masters. They exclaimed, "Let us hurry and follow them. I must be among the first to discover where Tang Tian's chosen site will be." A wave of restlessness swept through the business community as they trailed behind Tang Tian and his entourage, arriving at the entrance of the Jiashir Hall. Tang Tian, of course, noticed them but chose to ignore their presence. This was not a secret that required concealment. After all, in business, the more people, the better. Moments later, he and Mo Jun stepped into the Jiashir Hall. Chapter 393. Another sensation. The hall of the Jiashir Tang remained bustling with activity. However, upon the arrival of Tang Tian and his companions, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Their astonished gazes were fixed upon the group of architects, and it did not take long for them to surmise Tang Tian's intentions for the day. In an instant, the news spread like snowflakes drifting from the Jiashir Tang, and it was only a matter of time before the entire Wanbao pool would be aware of the events unfolding. Nonetheless, Tang Tian paid little heed to the commotion as he sought out the sages and masters who had been waiting in the hall. He greeted them with a warm smile and a respectful gesture, acknowledging Master Huang Yuntian and the revered alchemist Tianhua among others. While some individuals had yet to arrive, most were already en route, with only a few unable to attend. Noticing the esteemed architects accompanying Tang Tian, Master Huang Yuntian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Young Master Tang, are you preparing to establish the guild?" Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, everything is set. I have invited you all here to take a look. Should there be any concerns, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs." Master Huang Yuntian smiled and replied, "That is splendid." The other sages and masters also expressed their mild delight, for they had already entered into contracts with Tang Tian and were eager for the guild's swift establishment. However, their primary curiosity lay in the chosen location, which had been kept under wraps, not a whisper of information having been divulged. Perhaps it is situated on the new treasure island? They pondered. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Tian, accompanied by Mo Jun, approached the individual responsible for real estate management at the Jiashir Tang. The arrival of such prominent figures elicited a warm and courteous reception, as all arrangements were made with great enthusiasm. "Young Master Tang, I need to examine your lease agreement. Once we complete a preliminary registration, we can proceed with the construction." The young manager, his face alight with excitement, stated eagerly. After all, apart from Tang Tian himself, he was the first to learn of the guild's chosen site. "Of course," Tang Tian replied, nodding as he handed over the prepared lease agreement to the young manager. The manager carefully accepted the document, revealing a pristine white jade platform designated for registration, on which he gently placed the lease. All present, including the esteemed sages, turned their attention to the white jade platform and the manager's expression. Although the precise details remained obscured, the reactions of the manager hinted at something significant. As the eyes of the crowd remained fixed upon him, the lease agreement slowly opened, and a brilliant light emanated from within, swiftly merging into the white jade platform. The manager's gaze was intently focused on the platform, for the information contained within was visible only to him. Soon, a distinctly marked area materialized before his eyes. "By the heavens!" he exclaimed suddenly, his astonishment palpable. He gazed at Tang Tian in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock, astonishment, and a whirlwind of complex emotions. The onlookers appeared utterly befuddled. What expression was this? Which region had Tang Tian chosen? Was it favorable or not? Yet, no answers emerged. The person in charge simply stared blankly at Tang Tian, seemingly lost in a tempest of confusion. "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" Tang Tian inquired, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Only then did the official snap back to reality, hastily gathering the land deed and presenting it to Tang Tian. No, I simply did not anticipate this. The registration is complete. When do you plan to proceed?" the official asked. Tang Tian accepted the deed, securing it carefully, and replied, "Let us go now." The official nodded vigorously and swiftly exited from behind the counter. In his haste, he stumbled on the steps, further piquing the curiosity of the crowd. What on earth had he seen? The good news was that the answer would soon be revealed. Once all the saints and masters had assembled, Tang Tian, accompanied by Mo Jun, led the official and the architects towards the direction of the new treasure island. Other practitioners eagerly followed, determined to witness the final outcome with their own eyes. The distance from Jiashirtang to New Treasure Island was not great, and soon the outline of the island came into view. Indeed, it was New Treasure Island. I told you, with such a significant commotion. Tang Tian would never simply choose any location for his stronghold, the crowd remarked. This was anticipated by most. The saints, too, felt a measure of relief. As long as it was within New Treasure Island, it would not be too disgraceful for their status. Moments later, Tang Tian and the others arrived on New Treasure Island. Yet he showed no intention of lingering, heading straight towards the island's center. Isn't that the direction of the Tai Alliance? Someone mused. Yes. The strongholds of the Tai Alliance, Lingxiao Valley, and the Remnant Path Hall are all in that vicinity. He has indeed chosen the area of a super first-tier commerce association. But why did Tang Tian not opt for the Mo family's territory? Another inquired, puzzled. Quickly, someone laughed and said, "You don't understand, do you? This time, Tang Tian is undoubtedly establishing a super commerce association fortified by 18 saints with immense influence. His emergence will certainly impact the business of surrounding associations. Given Tang Tian's relationship with the Mo family, how could he possibly contend with them? He would surely select a different position." With this explanation, the crowd suddenly comprehended. Indeed, 18 saints were no trifling matter. Many had assumed that since Tang Tian had just established the Commerce Association, he would surely require the Mo family's patronage. However, upon closer analysis, it appeared he truly did not need it. He was starting at the pinnacle, in the vicinity of the Chamber of Commerce. One could only hope for the best. The air was thick with animated discussions. Amidst the crowd, members of the Tai Alliance and Lingxiao Valley were also mingling. Upon hearing the analyses being shared, their expressions darkened. It was evident that a formidable challenge lay ahead. Tang Tian's team swiftly approached the territory of the Tai Alliance. However, to everyone's astonishment, Tang Tian showed no intention of halting. He soared directly through the sky above. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Was this not the designated area? Where could he possibly be heading? Further ahead lay the domain of the Xinyu Pavilion, and beyond that, any position would exceed the elite echelon. Could it be? No way. Was he truly targeting the Xinyu Pavilion? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, their voice reverberating like a clap of thunder, igniting fervor among the onlookers. Surely not such audacity? No, this cannot be. It has been years since anyone dared to challenge the authority of the Xinyu Pavilion. In the realm of commerce, the Xinyu Pavilion stood as an unassailable deity, with no one capable of shaking its stature. Tang Tian would not act so recklessly. Opinions among the crowd diverged momentarily, but soon, this discord dissipated entirely. For Tang Tian and Mo Jun had come to a halt before them, facing the imposing presence of the Xinyu Pavilion, the most formidable titan at the heart of New Treasure Island. The crowd gazed at Tang Tian with wide eyes, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Goodness! The Wanbao Pool. Indeed, a seismic shift was on the horizon. Chapter 394. The establishment of the Merchant Guild. As Tang Tian stood before the Xinyu Pavilion, accompanied by a cadre of master builders, it became evident that a monumental tempest was poised to engulf the entire Tianfu business realm. For countless years, no one had dared to challenge the formidable authority of the Xinyu Pavilion. It stood like an imposing mountain, reigning supreme at the pinnacle of the commercial landscape. Even the Tai Alliance, the Xianhua Lake, and the Mo family, forces that arguably surpassed the Xinyu Pavilion in comprehensive strength, found themselves utterly outmatched within the business domain. They squandered resources, fully occupying half of the commercial empire. Virtually every conceivable commodity was within the purview of the Xinyu Pavilion, epitomizing the concept of I possess what others do not, and I excel where others do. Moreover, within the Xinyu Pavilion, dozens of holy masters resided. Though their influence may not rival that of the peak existence of Master Huang Yintian, they nonetheless held the prestigious title of Holy Masters, a distinction not easily attained by ordinary masters. The combined number of Holy Masters across the entire Yending Tianfu would likely not exceed 100, with the Xinyu Pavilion claiming over 30% of that total. In addition to the Holy Masters, their reservoir of masters in various fields was unparalleled, amounting to thousands. Alongside their disciples, friends, and associates, the internal talent pool of the Xinyu Pavilion alone surpassed 10,000. This formidable reservoir of talent, substantial capital, and extensive connections forged the commercial legend of the Xinyu Pavilion. Tang Tian was indeed formidable. The assembly of 18 peak holy masters was no less impressive than that of a top-tier merchant guild like the Tai Alliance. However, when faced with the Xinyu Pavilion, it seemed somewhat insufficient. Was he truly being overly impulsive? How could he muster the audacity to challenge the position of the Xinyu Pavilion before his own guild had even established a solid foothold? What fueled his confidence? Some expressed skepticism regarding Tang Tian's choice of location, deeming him too youthful and impetuous, neglecting the potential consequences. Yet, others held a contrasting viewpoint. One should not underestimate the influence wielded by those 18 peak holy masters. Indeed, while Tang Tian was young, he had the backing of Lord Lanting. The support from Lord Lanting equated to the backing of Tianfu itself. With Tianfu as a foundation, challenging the Xinyu Pavilion might not be an implausible endeavor. Perhaps this is precisely what Lord Lanting envisions, someone remarked. The commercial landscape had been entrenched for far too long, with mid-tier guilds struggling for survival. A disruptor was indeed necessary. It appeared they had chosen Tang Tian for this role, as astutely analyzed by some. Regardless of the veracity of the situation, this choice of location served as a signal, an unmistakable harbinger capable of precipitating a seismic shift within the business realm. Tianfu might soon take action against those perched at the apex of the commercial food chain. Everyone was keenly conjecturing. Mo Jun cast a knowing smile at Tang Tian. The murmurs of the crowd were loud and clear, naturally reaching their ears. Brother Tang, is this truly the case? Are the higher-ups intending to alter the current dynamics of the business world? Mo Jun inquired tentatively. As a vested interest, he was somewhat reluctant to embrace change. However, possessing prior knowledge could potentially yield greater benefits. After all, risk and opportunity coexist. Yet, Tang Tian shook his head and replied, I am unaware of the higher-ups' intentions. Perhaps there are reasons behind it. My purpose in introducing the Chamber of Commerce to Tianfu is quite straightforward. Either I eliminate them, or they eliminate me. Tang Tian did not intend to conceal too much from his ally, the Mo family. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Mo Jun was taken aback and chuckled. Your objective is indeed clear and concise. But who exactly do you refer to as they? Tang Tian turned to him and spoke softly. Aside from myself, they encompass everyone else. However, rest assured, my friend, I shall not harm my allies. As for the others, it will depend on my mood, as well as yours. For instance, regarding the meeting you arranged with Zainuitan and the Mu family, if you request it, I would likely consider it accordingly. Mo Jun was left in a state of disarray. He suddenly realized that he had fundamentally misunderstood the situation. Initially, he believed Tang Tian merely sought to introduce his Chamber of Commerce to Tianfu for profit. After the arrival of the Lanting Immortal, he assumed the higher-ups had devised alternative policies to reform the business world through Tang Tian's influence. Yet, he now discerned that Tang Tian's plans were far more radical. This was a call to upheaval. The phrase aside from myself, they are all opponents implied that he viewed every business association, including the Xinyu Pavilion, as adversaries. Moreover, he appeared to possess immense confidence. But where did this confidence stem from? Mo Jun pondered for quite some time, yet he could not grasp the reasoning behind it. Even with 18 peak sage masters and the Lanting Immortal personally overseeing matters, it seemed implausible that Tang Tian could dominate the entire business realm. The Tianfu higher-ups would surely not permit such unilateral supremacy. What, then, was the basis of his confidence? Mo Jun's thoughts faltered, feeling as if his near century of experience had been rendered futile. However, he quickly recalled a piece of advice his sister had once imparted. Do not attempt to forcibly decipher Tang Tian's thoughts. He is beyond comprehension. Maintaining a cordial relationship would suffice. Mo Jun took a deep breath and said, Very well. It seems I foresee a war on the horizon. I hope we can advance hand in hand. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all present, Tang Tian handed the blueprints to the master builders. Under their skilled management, a magnificent 9-story pavilion rapidly rose from the ground. Yet, for those in the cultivation realm, such a spectacle was far from extraordinary. They had witnessed similar scenes countless times before. To their astonishment, the scale of the Tang Tian Chamber of Commerce was indeed colossal. Goodness, it was scarcely distinguishable from the sacred Jade Pavilion. Such audacity was commendable. Regardless of the outcome, I hold immense respect for Tang Tian's courage. However, it remains uncertain how the sacred Jade Pavilion would respond, for they would undoubtedly not permit such a formidable commercial entity to flourish in their vicinity. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Amidst the murmurs, The construction of the chamber progressed rapidly. The 9-story edifice towered majestically towards the heavens, even exceeding the height of the main building of the sacred Jade Pavilion. This was an overt provocation. Even some of the masters surrounding Tang Tian exchanged glances, aware that confronting such a commercial titan was hardly a prudent endeavor. They were genuinely concerned about their future. Nevertheless, the esteemed pinnacle masters bore smiles, seemingly quite pleased. "Young Master Tang," one remarked. "What boldness!" Master Huang Yun said with a grin. Tang Tian reciprocated the smile. However, just as he prepared to lead the esteemed masters inside for a closer inspection, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. A resplendently attired lady emerged from the main edifice of the sacred Jade Pavilion, as if the stars themselves were gathered around her. Chapter 395. The consequences of opposing him. The deputy master of the divine Jade Pavilion, Feng Yuqing. Upon the appearance of this woman, the crowd erupted in astonished whispers. She is a veritable titan of the business world. Even Mo Jun can only address her with respect as Master Feng. Feng Yuqing is a prodigy in commerce. Over a decade ago, she rose to prominence with formidable force, eventually securing the position of deputy master of the divine Jade Pavilion. The members of the pavilion hold her methods in high esteem. Under her stewardship for nearly the last 10 years, the divine Jade Pavilion has flourished remarkably. It can be said that the current stature of the pavilion is largely attributed to her foundational efforts. The Master Feng has personally made an appearance. How intriguing, considering they have established their business right next to hers, with a main building even taller than hers. It would be rather unusual for the divine Jade Pavilion to remain unresponsive. Master Feng possesses extensive connections and formidable influence, maintaining close ties with several high-ranking officials in Tianfu. She is certainly not one to be intimidated by the likes of the immortal Lord of Lanting. Her presence signifies her displeasure, and it appears that a spectacle is about to unfold. The crowd turned their gaze towards her. Accompanied by the guards of the divine Jade Pavilion, Feng Yuqing gracefully approached Tang Tian. Glancing at the newly established business stronghold, she offered a gentle smile and remarked, "An impressive design indeed. The architect of this pavilion must be someone extraordinary." Tang Tian, however, maintained an indifferent demeanor. The name Feng Yuqing and her status as a business magnate failed to pique his interest. To be candid, his sole purpose in establishing Tianxiaotong was to create a consumer hub. Once the stronghold was completed, all subsequent matters would be entrusted to Wang Gang. In his eyes, Feng Yuqing paled in significance compared to the talented individuals within the Guochen Academy, especially as they would all be his competitors at the upcoming Tongshan conference. "What brings you here?" Tang Tian inquired bluntly. Feng Yuqing's gaze flickered momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Tang Tian's brusque tone. "Even if you are here to challenge the divine Jade Pavilion, one should still possess the basic decorum of a merchant, no? In the world of commerce, there are no eternal enemies. Thus, whether friend or foe, maintaining a faade of amicability is essential." "Ah, Mr. Tang, your candor is truly refreshing," she replied. "I have come to congratulate you. Young men of your caliber are indeed rare. Moreover, securing such a vast territory here is no small feat and undoubtedly comes at a considerable cost. I wish you prosperous business ventures in advance." Her words were laden with insinuations, eager to gauge Tang Tian's reaction. Yet, Tang Tian had no intention of engaging. He discerned the hidden meanings within her words, but chose to remain unresponsive. "Thank you. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps you should busy yourself as well." After speaking, he unexpectedly turned around, accompanied by Mo Jun and several esteemed masters, and walked into the brand new Merchant Association, leaving Feng Yuqing standing alone in place. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. "Oh dear, how domineering. Is he always this unyielding? I wouldn't know. We are not acquainted, and I have never experienced it. Such youthful exuberance is not to be expressed in this manner. He has shown no regard for the face of the Xinyu Pavilion at all. In other words, he has completely disregarded Feng Yuqing. But what gives him the right? Even if he is the son of the Lan Ting Xianzuan, he cannot afford to ignore her like this. All I can say is, Tang Tian's behavior seems to transcend the realm of ordinary understanding." The crowd erupted in discussion. They had initially thought that Feng Yuqing would, in her authoritative stance, humble the young Tang Tian. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang Tian's stance was even loftier. He appeared to treat Feng Yuqing with utter indifference. It was simply astonishing. Meanwhile, Feng Yuqing, watching Tang Tian's figure disappear into the pavilion, narrowed her eyes. Having navigated the business world for years, she had encountered both the astute and the foolish. But she had never encountered anyone this brazen. The word hostility was almost written on her face. Yet, she harbored a feeling that Tang Tian's demeanor was not one of enmity, but rather of disdain. Master, a member of the Xinyu pavilion beside her, appeared indignant and was about to speak. However, Feng Yuqing slowly raised her hand, interrupting him. No need to say more. The dignity of the Xinyu pavilion must not be trifled with. I wish for him to personally apologize to me in the shortest time possible and then leave this area voluntarily. After speaking, she turned and departed. Inside the new merchant association, Tang Tian and Mo Jun took a tour, examining the specific design within, and they were quite satisfied. With some additional soft furnishings, it would be perfect. After a brief while, Mo Jun approached Tang Tian and whispered, "Did you perhaps go a bit too far with Feng Yuqing? That person wields considerable influence in the business world. No one dares to offend her." Tang Tian glanced at him and then chuckled. "Someone has to be the first to take the plunge, right? We are already destined to be adversaries. What more is there to discuss? This place can only accommodate one merchant association. Either I remain or she does. Engaging in pretense holds little significance." Mo Jun let out a bitter laugh. "Though that may be true, your actions have escalated the conflict directly. She may very well resort to the most severe measures against Tianxiatong." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Such as?" Mo Jun pondered for a moment before saying, "The Xinyu Pavilion controls a significant portion of the commercial supply channels. Before you truly gain momentum, she can sever all your commercial supplies with some maneuvering. You can't rely solely on the esteemed masters and the Ningxing Pearl, can you? Ordinary commodities. How shall they be resolved?" Tang Tian let out a soft exclamation, realizing the situation at hand. Nonetheless, it undeniably falls within the realm of commerce. In the domain of business, what matters can money not resolve? Ordinary commodities. Tang Tian glanced at the main building of the Divine Jade Pavilion and smiled, saying, "As long as she possesses it, I shall too." The location of the Tang Tian Chamber of Commerce was finally determined, and the name Tianxiatong swiftly spread throughout the business world. Many were skeptical, believing Tang Tian to be overly impulsive. No one could simply challenge the status of the Divine Jade Pavilion from the outset. Yet, admiration for Tang Tian's courage was palpable. The tale of the small fish eating the big fish remains an eternally captivating spectacle. In the Hall of Goodness, the hall master hurriedly made his way to a concealed chamber where Lu Chang'e awaited him. After reporting on the day's events, Lu Chang'e slowly smiled. Although he could not pinpoint the exact location, he surmised that it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The hall master nodded in acknowledgement and then spoke, "Respected lord, there is yet another matter. It seems Tang Tian has already approached Bai Nui." Lu Chang'e's hand, which had been fanning himself, suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh, abandoned the Huang Daoxing connection entirely. The hall master was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "What? Why?" That had been a line we had maintained for decades, a crucial component of our overall strategy. How could we suddenly forsake it? Lu Chang'e shook his head. "You do not comprehend. Anything involving him becomes unfathomable and unpredictable. Abandonment is the most prudent and sagacious choice." The hall master was even more bewildered. Is Tang Tian truly that formidable? Lu Chang'e remained silent, gazing far into the distance through the window. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Perhaps he is even more formidable than I imagined, as if he bears some extraordinary halo. To oppose him will surely lead to dire consequences. If we wish for our plans to succeed, it would be wise to steer clear of him." Chapter 396. The arrival of Wang Gang. With the establishment of the base camp completed, matters concerning the Chamber of Commerce took a temporary pause. Both the Holy Master and the esteemed masters expressed their satisfaction with the arrangements for their lodgings. In the upcoming period, they would gradually settle in, preparing for the grand opening of the chamber. Furthermore, during this time, when Tang Tian's reputation soared, numerous masters from various fields proactively sought to join Tianxiatong. Their motivations varied, yet fundamentally, they all aspired to board this grand vessel poised to set sail. However, Tang Tian did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he meticulously recorded their information, intending to make plans once Wang Gang and the others arrived. In the days of anticipation that followed, Tang Tian diligently continued his cultivation. His progress in the early stages of the Golden Immortal Realm advanced steadily. With the enhancement of several extraordinary divine artifacts, his cultivation speed remained astonishingly swift. In just over half a month, he reached the final stage of the early Golden Immortal realm, mere steps away from smoothly entering the mid-Golden Immortal stage. Just at this moment, Wang Gang finally arrived at Yunding Tianfu. Chamber Master. Wang Gang knelt on one knee, his face brimming with excitement. He had never imagined that he would one day set foot in Yunding Tianfu. Under Tang Tian's stewardship, within a mere year, the scale and capacity of the chamber had expanded exponentially. Settling in the Tianfu was akin to a transcendence. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never envisioned such achievements. Everything was bestowed upon him by Tang Tian. "Thank you for your hard work," Tang Tian said with a smile, assisting Wang Gang to his feet. The hundreds of cultivators behind Wang Gang also rose at Tang Tian's gesture. These individuals were the meticulously selected backbone of the Tianxiatong Chamber of Commerce. While not every one of them was a commercial genius, their capabilities were undoubtedly beyond question. The journey must have been arduous. First, take a moment to rest and recuperate. Afterwards, I will take you to see the chamber's base, Tang Tian said, smiling. Wang Gang quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. "It is an honor to serve the chamber master." Tang Tian raised his hand, allowing them to rest temporarily at the foot of Tongxing Mountain. After a warm reception, Tang Tian, Wang Gang, and Li Hong settled in a private room at an inn. Previously, Tang Tian had briefed Wang Gang on the general situation of the Tianfu. "So, Wang Gang, do you have confidence in challenging the Xinyu Pavilion?" Tang Tian inquired, savoring the exquisite moon fairy wine. However, upon hearing this, Wang Gang's brow furrowed. If the situation was indeed as the chamber master described, confronting the Xinyu Pavilion would be exceedingly difficult. He spoke slowly. For a chamber of commerce, the most crucial aspect is the supply chain. We cannot solely rely on the holy masters and esteemed masters to sustain a superchamber. If the Xinyu Pavilion were to sever our supply channels, we would find ourselves in a very passive position, merely holding on. Losses are undoubtedly an unavoidable reality. Tang Tian smiled faintly, acknowledging the surface truth of this statement. As time progresses, the survival of the Tianxia Commerce Association will become increasingly arduous. "Do you have any good strategies?" Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang pondered for a moment before responding. "It's not that there are no options. At its core, commerce is driven by profit. As long as we can offer them greater benefits, there will always be those who align with us. Moreover, you currently possess a formidable ally, allowing us to employ various tactics to breach the defenses of the Xinyu Pavilion." For example, Wang Gang spoke eloquently, indeed devising a plethora of feasible strategies. However, Tang Tian was not inclined to let him toil excessively. What he sought was expedience. His previous inquiry had merely been a test of Wang Gang's capabilities, which, from his performance, appeared unaffected by his environment or social standing. "Very well," Tang Tian commended. He then shifted the conversation, stating, "However, my ambitions extend beyond mere survival. I aspire to topple the Xinyu Pavilion completely and unify the commercial realm of Tianfu in a remarkably short period, akin to what was accomplished at Qingwei Gate." Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback. This. His brow furrowed deeper, almost entwined in contemplation. "This requires thorough consideration, particularly regarding the time frame you envision for this goal. There are numerous factors to contemplate." Wang Gang fell into deep reflection. Observing this, Tang Tian decided not to prolong the suspense, smiling as he remarked, "If I provide you with ample funding and disregard the commercial association's profits and losses, do you have confidence in executing this task?" Wang Gang was once again taken aback. He stood in silence for several seconds before tentatively asking, "How much is ample?" Tang Tian smiled and replied, "There is no upper limit. Spend as much as you wish. Utilize as much as you require." Wang Gang was utterly stunned. The concept of unlimited funding in the commercial realm was akin to possessing infinite prowess. It was an invincible existence. No plans, schemes, or interpersonal relationships would need to be considered. No supply channels? Throw money at it. Insufficient masters? Throw money at it. Concerned about product sales? Throw money at it. Engage in a price war directly, simple and violent, leaving all competitors unable to rise again. But what sum would be necessary to achieve such an effect? Wang Gang began to estimate. A commercial entity of Xinyu Pavilion scale was valued at over trillions. Furthermore, top-tier powers like the Tai Alliance and the War God Hall should not be underestimated, even if their presence in the commercial sphere seemed modest. However, The overall wealth must amount to at least several trillion. When aggregating all the various chambers of commerce within the Wanbao pool, the total likely exceeds 100 trillion. According to certain principles of commerce, to thoroughly dismantle the entrenched structure of Wanbao pool and achieve complete unification, a minimum of 100 trillion in resources would be required. Does Tang Tian truly possess such confidence in his own wealth? Reflecting on this, Wang Gang recalled a phrase Tang Tian often reiterated: "Do not worry about financial matters." Yet, uttering such a statement within the confines of Qingwei Gate is entirely different from proclaiming it within the grand halls of Yunding Tianfu. Wang Gang inhaled deeply. If that is indeed the case, and absent any formidable external interference, I am confident that within a year, I can facilitate the comprehensive takeover of the Tianfu commercial sector by the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. This timeline still aligns with his expectations. As for the formidable external forces, Wang Gang likely referred to the potential aggressive intervention from the senior management of Tianfu. This is indeed a possibility. After all, such a vast market would not permit any single chamber to dominate. Nevertheless, with the presence of the Stellar River Immortal Emperor, and given that he is indifferent to profit, there remains ample room for negotiation. Very well, the future of the chamber will be entrusted to you. Chapter 397. Closing the door after a day of rest. Wang Gang gathered the key personnel of Tiantian Tong and commenced preparations with utmost urgency. Tang Tian, on the other hand, assumed the role of a hands-off manager, delegating all responsibilities to Wang Gang, while he himself focused on his cultivation and tranquility. His sole obligation was to provide funding. Although he currently possessed only a few billion, the presence of the system assured that this sum would only multiply. The prospect of 100 trillion was merely a matter of time. Even a trillion billion was not beyond reach. With ample financial support, Wang Gang's capabilities were fully unleashed. Monopolistic goods and the severing of supply chains posed no challenge. However, many merchants, constrained by the formidable influence of the Xinyu Pavilion, opted to refuse collaboration with Tiantian Tong. Yet, there were always those who could not resist the allure of profit and chose to board Tang Tian's ship. Some openly pledged allegiance to the Xinyu Pavilion while covertly seeking alternative means to collaborate with Tang Tian through indirect channels. The Xinyu Pavilion found itself unable to grasp any evidence against them, forced to watch Tiantian Tong swiftly breach the defenses they had established. Within the Xinyu Pavilion, Feng Yuqing sat at the helm, her beautiful eyes gazing out the window, her expression inscrutable. In stark contrast, the other high-ranking members of the pavilion wore grim visages. Are they resorting to monetary coercion? One individual spoke up. In recent days, they have poured in at least several billion to ensure the supply of ordinary goods. It's utterly insane. Many merchants have succumbed to this temptation, choosing to collaborate with them both overtly and covertly. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing delicately caressed her wine glass. Naive, she remarked, a hint of disdain flickering across her face. She had anticipated they would devise a more cunning strategy, only to discover they employed such a simplistic approach. Spending money to avert disaster could barely sustain initial stability. Could they maintain this indefinitely? Given enough time, they would crumble without any intervention on our part. Feng Yuqing shook her head, seemingly disappointed by Tang Tian's actions. Nevertheless, a high-ranking member of the pavilion furrowed his brow and stated, "Yet, if Tang Tian continues this way, at least the supply of goods in the early stages will not face significant issues. Moreover, with 18 peak Saint Masters stationed, it may prove challenging for us to compel him to yield in the short term." Feng Yuqing smiled softly, saying, "Then let us take our time. I find a certain amusement in slowly tormenting him, watching as he edges closer to collapse. I wonder how long Tang Tian's assets can sustain this game." Hearing Feng Yuqing's directive, the high-ranking members of the Xinyu Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, they had never regarded Tang Tian as a serious threat. After all, the Tai alliance had been utterly defeated at their hands. What was Tiantian Tong, in comparison? Their real pressure stemmed from Feng Yuqing's ultimatum. Tang Tian must be eradicated within 10 days. Without the burden of pressure, they are quite eager to indulge in theatrical performances. What is Tang Tian currently engaged in? Feng Yuqing inquired. The senior official of the Xinyu Pavilion replied, "The Tianxia Tong is still diligently preparing, and it is anticipated that its official opening will not be long delayed." As for Tang Tian, after Wang Gang's arrival, he returned to the Tongxing mountain for cultivation. Essentially, He has not been seen in the new Treasure Island since. Feng Yuqing let out a soft huff, remarking, "He certainly possesses a remarkable sense of composure. To delegate such a monumental task entirely to others is quite astonishing. I am at a loss as to whether to deem him naive or foolish. A person like him dares to publicly disregard me." What Feng Yuqing resented most about Tang Tian was that day when she was blatantly overlooked. At that moment, she had merely been curious, wishing to observe this young man who seemed blissfully unaware of his own limitations. Yet, to her dismay, the youth displayed an utter lack of fear, showing even the most basic respect was beyond him. Even the esteemed Lanting Xinzuan would accord her a modicum of deference. What right did Tang Tian have? She was determined to make Tang Tian kneel before her, personally acknowledging his wrongdoing, continue the blockade, and compile a blacklist of those who defy orders, who feign compliance. Feng Yuqing coldly instructed, "Those who dare to oppose us at this juncture should prepare to exit the business realm." Furthermore, she suggested that recent activities or promotions could be judiciously implemented. What use is it for him to possess products if they cannot be sold? I shall force him into a price war with us, since he favors a straightforward and brutal approach. We shall employ the most direct and forceful methods to demonstrate why the Xinyu Pavilion has maintained its supremacy in the commercial world. The senior official of the Xinyu Pavilion nodded in agreement. Without the constraints of time, he was confident in his ability to gradually outmaneuver Tang Tian. In terms of financial strength, the Xinyu Pavilion had yet to fear anyone. At the Qingshu courtyard, Tang Tian returned periodically after a few days of cultivation to ascertain the progress of the Commerce Guild. During this period, the wealth within his possession had approached 100 billion. Funds were expended gradually, indicating that the total investment had soared into the tens of billions. With such a substantial influx of capital, the Commerce Guild was nearly ready, requiring only a final review before its official inauguration. The Xinyu Pavilion had recently initiated some promotional activities, a rare occurrence, resulting in a surge of business. Our pricing at that time may need to be slightly lower than initially anticipated, Wang Gang remarked. Tang Tian nodded, responding, "It matters not. Were it not for the concern of disrupting the order of the business realm, he would have gladly given everything away." His method of generating profit was through acquisition, not sale. Wang Gang could only smile wryly, as the thoughts of his leader were consistently unpredictable. The issue of price reduction is not significant, as we had no intention of recouping our costs in the initial stages. However, the emergence of Xinyu will undoubtedly have some impact. It will siphon off a considerable number of our clients, Wang Gang remarked. Tang Tian responded with a thoughtful "oh," and mused, "If you're worried about losing customers, then let them close their doors." Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback. Close their doors? How do we achieve that? He pondered whether to apply pressure akin to that of the esteemed Lanting Xinzuan, but doubted it would suffice. He couldn't quite grasp Tang Tian's statement. Tang Tian, however, shook his head slightly and explained, "No matter how formidable he may be, he is ultimately a merchant. If you purchase all the items from his store, leaving him with no goods, who will he sell to? What alternative is there but to close?" Wang Gang was utterly flabbergasted. This method, it was not that he couldn't conceive of it, but rather that he had never considered such an approach. Who would employ such a strategy to force a competitor to shut down? While it indeed could achieve the desired outcome, what would follow? Could this be sustained indefinitely? But, Master, achieving the closure of Xinyu with its reserves would likely require at least several hundred billion. Wang Gang couldn't help but caution. Nevertheless, Tang Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, quite excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. It will conveniently replenish our reserves." This approach is indeed a win-win. Observing Tang Tian's seemingly proud demeanor, Wang Gang couldn't help but rub his temples in exasperation. Such a method. Even Feng Yuqing would surely be left utterly bewildered. Chapter 398. Grand opening time swiftly passes. Amid the fervent consumption at the Tianxia Commerce Association, Tang Tian's purse swells at an observable rate. During this period, he has exchanged for numerous ultimate items. The several laws of the world he acquired are primarily peculiar auxiliary laws, with few possessing any substantial combat potential, not even rivaling the initial law of fingertip power. The numerous sources of world essence were entirely entrusted to Xiao, allowing it to experiment freely. The remaining points of consumption were wholly converted into world fortune. He bestowed several enhancements upon Li Hong and Wang Gang, while the rest was devoted to his own fortune. Whether it is a matter of psychological suggestion or not, he indeed feels that his luck has been improving lately, and even his cultivation seems to be progressing more smoothly. Having successfully broken through to the mid-golden immortal stage, he is now striving towards the late golden immortal realm. Approximately half a month later, under the tireless efforts of Wang Gang and the others, the Tianxia Commerce Association was finally prepared for its grand opening. Before dawn, Tang Tian arrived at the new treasure island. However, the area was already bustling with activity, as a multitude of cultivators gathered around the Tianxia Commerce Association, eagerly awaiting the official opening of this epoch-defining establishment. Situated in the most prosperous part of New Treasure Island, the area was ablaze with lights, blurring the lines between day and night. The Xinyu Pavilion sparkled with brilliance, offering significant discounts that drew crowds incessantly. Yet, the Tianxia Commerce Association was not to be outdone. Although not yet officially open, its grandeur was equally impressive. Casting a glance towards the other side, Tang Tian entered the main building of the Tianxia Commerce Association. The official opening was set for the SI hour, at 9 o'clock in the morning. Although it was still early, the high-ranking members of the association had already gathered, busily preparing. Tang Tian's arrival did not disrupt their rhythm. He was merely a figurehead, delegating all specific matters to Wang Gang, content to listen in. These individuals were elite professionals in the business world, naturally considering every detail. After hearing their discussions, Tang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, the others resumed their tasks, while Wang Gang reported the main updates to Tang Tian. The works of the saints and masters were ready, and the Lingjing pearls and Xianling pearls had been announced in advance. Additionally, I have invited most of the renowned factions, and an appreciation conference will be held. Furthermore, for the grand opening, all our products will be offered at a 20% discount, and we have launched the membership program you previously mentioned. Wang Gang continued to elaborate. Tang Tian perused the guest list for the day. The illustrious name of the Lanting Immortal was prominently displayed at the very top. The factions below that were willing to attend primarily did so out of respect for the Lanting Immortal. As he continued to read, Tang Tian also discovered two familiar names among the attendees: the ethereal fairy Lingluo and Huang Daoxing. Is he also coming? Do we have any connections with him? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang replied, "We haven't extended an invitation, but Huang Daoxing has taken the initiative to approach us. They possess a modicum of influence in Tianfu, so I acquiesced. Should we decline their presence?" After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian shook his head. "It's fine. His name is already on the list. I wish to remain uninvolved in their entanglements. Just remember to maintain a distance when the time comes." Huang Daoxing's impending arrival stirred a subtle premonition within him, a lingering sense that something significant was about to unfold. After conversing for a while, dawn broke brightly. Wang Gang stepped out to oversee matters while Tang Tian awaited the arrival of distinguished guests. On the inaugural day, it was essential to extend due respect. It wasn't long before the first esteemed guest arrived. Mo Jun, congratulations, Brother Tang. Mo Jun appeared resplendent in luxurious attire, accompanied by a retinue from the Mo family, carrying two substantial boxes filled with invaluable treasures. It was a formal occasion, and as the sole ally of Tang Tian, he could not tarnish the reputation of the Mo family. My sister has yet to emerge from her retreat. Otherwise, she would have certainly come herself. Mo Jun remarked with a smile. Tang Tian chuckled. Let us forego such formalities. Please, make yourself at home, as if you were in the Mo residence. Mo Jun laughed heartily. He was not one to adhere strictly to conventions and soon relaxed into the atmosphere. Following him, the people from Xianhua Lake and the Mu family also arrived, having established various collaborations in advance, hence arriving earlier. Subsequently, representatives from the Tai Alliance, Lingxiao Valley, Candiodian, Shan Evil Hall, and several other major commercial entities arrived in succession. Tang Tian greeted each one, but he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for attending today. Such occasions were undeniably exhausting. Bai Nuyi also arrived, and the two discussed arrangements for establishing an entrance to the celestial realm after the opening ceremony concluded. As time passed, the outside became increasingly lively. However, Tang Tian observed that a significant portion of the attendees were merely spectators, eager to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. After witnessing the commotion, they turned and scampered into the main building of the Xinyu Pavilion, drawn by the enticing offers. The Xinyu Pavilion had unleashed its grand strategy, maximizing discounts at this opportune moment. aiming to demonstrate to the world who truly commanded the commercial sphere. Noticing this, Tang Tian summoned Wang Gang. It may be time to close the doors, don't you think? Just look at those fellows reveling in their moment. At the entrance of the Xinyu Pavilion, several managers languidly observed the scene at Tian Tong, appearing as if they were watching a performance. It's time to increase the pressure on them. Wang Gang understood and nodded. Our personnel have long been positioned within. With but a single command, the entire inventory of the Divine Jade Pavilion could be depleted within a mere quarter of an hour. Even if they wished to restock their goods, it would require a considerable amount of time. During this interval, with no merchandise available, they would be compelled to shutter their doors permanently. Tang Tian nodded, for this was precisely his intention. The cultivators outside remained oblivious to the unfolding events. All they could perceive was that on the inaugural day of Tianxiatong's operations, the Divine Jade Pavilion had been so frightened that it abruptly closed its doors. This would undoubtedly inflict a significant blow to their reputation. And what is of utmost importance to a sovereign? It is prestige. Tang Tian aimed to use wealth to gradually undermine their standing. As for the future, he could perpetually employ such tactics. He was unperturbed by their profit, solely intent on stripping them of their goods. Over time, the clientele of the Divine Jade Pavilion would inevitably gravitate towards Tianxiatong, transforming his role into that of a super supplier for Tianxiatong. Simple, brutal, yet costly. However, what Tang Tian lacked most was certainly not money. Thus, in a certain sense, he was an invincible entity within the realm of commerce. Very well, Wang Gang declared. I shall set about this task immediately. Chapter 399. The Phoenix speaks. As the hour approached, an increasing number of cultivators gathered to witness the spectacle. Yet, they remained consistent in their behavior. After enjoying the festivities, they flowed into the Xinyu Pavilion. Hey, my friend, aren't you waiting for Tian Tong to open? I've heard their discounts today are quite substantial. One individual inquired with a chuckle. The other responded with a hearty laugh. Every year sees the emergence of new merchants, but the offers from Xinyu Pavilion are a rare treasure. Anyone with a sound mind would not forsake Xinyu Pavilion in favor of Tian Tong. Who knows if their products are reliable? Another chimed in. Indeed, I truly wonder what confidence Tian Tong possesses to compete with Xinyu Pavilion. I suspect they will only attract a crowd today. After this, who will remember them? Moreover, with Xinyu Pavilion already taking the initiative, they might very well close their doors by tomorrow. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as few harbored any optimism for Tian Tong's future. Nevertheless, for them, the rivalry between the two giants was merely a delightful shopping spree. On any ordinary day, they might lack the courage to spend at Xinyu Pavilion. Observing the throngs entering Xinyu Pavilion, the staff at the entrance beamed with delight. They cast disdainful glances at Tian Tong, coldly remarking, they overestimate their own capabilities. Like a fly attacking a stone. Meanwhile, within a private chamber of the main building of Xinyu Pavilion, a relaxed atmosphere prevailed. Lord Feng, the current situation is exceedingly favorable. Thanks to the discounts over the past few days, we have managed to reduce our inventory by about half. Although profits have diminished, a significant influx of capital has returned. Today appears even more vibrant, and we should have attracted over 90% of the clientele to our side, a senior executive reported cheerfully. Feng Yuqing nodded slightly. This outcome was as she had anticipated. However, she was taken aback by Tang Tian's continued silence in response to Xinyu Pavilion's proactive measures. Has there been no movement from Tian Tong? Feng Yuqing inquired. The executive shook his head. None. It seems they have surrendered. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Given our standing in the business world, even a slight opening would draw countless patrons. Even if Tian Tong attempted to retaliate, they lacked the means to do so. Feng Yuqing's expression remained calm, her silence speaking volumes. In her mind, she believed that upon witnessing this scenario, Tang Tian would surely seek assistance from the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun. Otherwise, he would find no alternative path to resolution. She had even prepared for contingencies in advance. However, as of today, Tang Tian still exhibited no signs of action, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yet, she sensed something amiss within the situation. Keep a close watch on their movements, as well as on the developments below. I do not wish to falter at the hands of a mere young novice. Feng Yuqing commanded. The senior executive chuckled, assuring, rest assured, their grand opening is imminent, and they are overwhelmed with busyness, leaving them little room for a counterattack. Our business is thriving as well. Just now, I received reports from below that several major clients have purchased substantial quantities of goods, and our inventory is nearly cleared out. He smiled, yet gradually, his expression shifted. Feng Yuqing furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it?" The executive paused momentarily, then hesitantly replied, "Our business seems to be thriving a bit too excessively. I just received a flood of information indicating that a group of major clients appears to have simultaneously engaged in a buying spree. The volume of goods they purchased is immense, substantially depleting our stock. And they are still at it." Feng Yuqing's frown deepened as she pressed, "What products are they purchasing?" The executive glanced at the data and responded, "Primarily mid to low-tier items, though there are some high-end goods as well. My lady, it seems our profits today may surpass the total from the previous days combined. We are on the verge of breaking a single-day sales record," he exclaimed with excitement. However, Feng Yuqing's expression grew increasingly troubled. A sudden spark illuminated her eyes. She abruptly rose and shouted, "Quick! Make them stop. We cannot allow them to deplete our inventory." The senior executive was momentarily taken aback. "Huh, why not? Isn't this a good thing? Our sales today have already reached several billion, a record that has never occurred before." He responded, confused. Feng Yuqing gritted her teeth and shouted vehemently, "If they clear our stock, we will have nothing left to sell. And all our clients will return to Tian Tong. We will be forced to shut our doors." Her voice was nearly a roar, her face filled with alarm. She finally understood why Tang Tian had remained passive. The masterstroke was unfolding here. Yet, how could she have anticipated such an unconventional strategy? Is your money blown in by the wind? Can it be spent so casually? Purchasing out a competitor's goods to leave them with nothing to sell? Was this truly a strategy conceived by a normal being? Feng Yuqing was utterly stunned. Having believed her opponent to be a seasoned young veteran, only to realize that he was not human at all. How could they possibly continue? "Hurry!" Feng Yuqing bellowed. The senior executive was startled by her demeanor, but quickly snapped to attention, hastily contacting those below. However, moments later, his expression grew grim. "My lady, we have nearly sold out." Feng Yuqing's eyes widened, nearly grinding her back teeth to dust. In such a brief span, Tang Tian had evidently prepared to deplete their inventory. Just then, the resounding chimes from the Commerce Association echoed through the air, followed by a cacophony of firecrackers and the brilliant explosion of fireworks illuminating the sky. They had officially commenced their operations. Gazing at the dazzling display above, Feng Yuqing let out a long sigh and sank back into her chair. She never anticipated that she would truly be bested by a mere youth. Shaking her head in dismay, she reflected on the situation. The senior executives of Xinyu Pavilion observed Feng Yuqing and could not help but remark, "It is not entirely disastrous, is it? He has merely temporarily emptied our main hall's stock. Within a day, we can replenish the missing items. We shall return to our former state. Moreover, given the considerable cost he incurred for this spectacle, the benefits ultimately accrue to us. Reducing oneself while strengthening the enemy, in my opinion, is an exceedingly foolish tactic. It may shine brightly today, but the days to come will only crumble more swiftly." Feng Yuqing sat in silence, allowing her emotions to settle. Deep down, she shared this sentiment. Tang Tian's peculiar strategy merely hastened his own demise. Yet, after this event, she felt a nagging sense that she might have underestimated him. After a considerable pause, Feng Yuqing waved her hand. "Allow me some solitude. Keep a vigilant eye on Tang Tian's movements. As for us, let us close the doors. Forcing a FAA will only lead to greater loss of dignity." Chapter 400. The Visit of the Fairy Ling Luo. "What? The fulling pill is already sold out?" exclaimed a cultivator in the grand hall of the Xinyu Pavilion. The attendant responded with a curt acknowledgement, "It has been sold out." The cultivator paused, bewildered, and inquired, "What about the Jiangyan pill? And the Seven Gods pill?" After a brief inspection, the attendant replied, "Those are also unavailable. Perhaps you might consider other options." The cultivator, taken aback, skeptically questioned, "How can that be? These are merely low-grade elixirs. Are you certain? Could there have been a mistake?" The attendant, growing impatient, retorted, "I've said it's sold out. Why are you so troublesome? Are you purchasing or not? If not, step aside." As staff members of the Xinyu Pavilion, they were entitled to maintain an air of arrogance, particularly in the presence of ordinary cultivators who dared not challenge them. Indeed, the cultivator, though displeased, refrained from expressing his frustration and resigned himself to leaving the counter empty-handed. Unbeknownst to him, This situation was unfolding rapidly within the Xinyu Pavilion. What? All the spiritual items are gone. Surely this cannot be true. What about the elixirs for mental fortitude? Isn't your stock limited? Even the celestial herbs had been sold out? The Xinyu Pavilion did not seem as formidable as I had envisioned. Within a brief span, nearly all items in the Xinyu Pavilion were completely exhausted. People arrived with high hopes, but departed in dismay. Soon, waves of cultivators began to exit the Xinyu Pavilion, while those outside remained oblivious to the specifics, eagerly inquiring about what had transpired. "Ah, don't mention it. Nearly everything inside has been sold." The inquirers, incredulous, responded. "Is that possible? This is the Xinyu Pavilion. Can there truly be a day when their stock runs dry? Aren't they reputed to be the largest treasury in the commercial realm?" One individual shook his head. "Who knows? Perhaps their business has simply been too booming. Let us move on and explore other places." As word spread among the crowd about the Xinyu Pavilion's depleted inventory, the tale quickly evolved. "Did you hear? Everything in the Xinyu Pavilion has been sold out. Have you heard? The Xinyu Pavilion has no goods left. Breaking news. Xinyu Pavilion's stock has been revealed. It seems they do not possess as much inventory as claimed. They are merely a fade of strength. Heavens! The Xinyu Pavilion has been exposed as weak, perhaps even inferior to Tang Tian's Tianxiatong, and may soon close its doors. The Xinyu Pavilion has been compelled to shut down by Tang Tian." In summary, the accounts became increasingly exaggerated, even as the staff of the Xinyu Pavilion attempted to dispel the rumors, asserting that the situation was not as portrayed, and that they would soon replenish their stock. The speed of misinformation spread far exceeded their efforts to clarify the truth. Before long, a sensational piece of news reached the masses. Under the pressure from Tian Tong, Xinyu Pavilion had no choice but to concede, realizing that closing its doors was the only way to ensure its survival. At that very moment, the fireworks celebrating the opening of Tian Tong lit up the sky, igniting a new fervor among the people who swiftly turned their attention toward the main building of the Tian Tong Chamber of Commerce, flocking there in droves. When Tang Tian learned of this news, he too was taken aback by the explosive turn of events. How had it escalated to this extent? Rather intriguing. He stroked his chin and instructed Wang Gang to maintain this momentum. If Xinyu Pavilion dared to reopen, they would follow suit and capitalize on it to the fullest. The grand opening ceremony commenced. However, Tang Tian only made a brief appearance at the beginning before retreating into the background. He was not particularly fond of the atmosphere where everyone harbored ulterior motives while engaging in toasts. Such matters were better left to Wang Gang and Li Hong. His role was merely to meet with the more distinguished guests, such as the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzuan. Lan Ting Xianzuan's arrival was not marked by fanfare. He did not make a grand entrance in front of the crowd. Nevertheless, he ensured that the influential powers were aware of his presence, and that sufficed. Upon meeting Tang Tian, Lan Ting Xianzuan greeted him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Young Master Tang, I must admit, I underestimated you. You managed to close Xinyu Pavilion. I imagine the amount of Dao jade you have expended during this period must exceed 100 billion, correct?" Tang Tian quickly replied, "I'm not heavily involved in business matters. It is my subordinates who handle those operations. However, rest assured that as soon as I manage to accumulate some Dao jade, I will prioritize repaying the debts to Tianfu." With the Chamber of Commerce now established, the assets were sure to grow rapidly in a short time. To be honest, the 100 billion debt had lost much of its significance. Yet, Lan Ting Xianzuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget about that matter. The Lord of the Mansion has already issued a pardon. That punishment is effectively null and void." Tang Tian fell silent. This was undoubtedly the work of the Xinghe Xian Emperor. He would need to find a time to tell him not to feel the need to support him so much. It was not due to embarrassment, but rather because his actions were often quite unconventional. If the Xinghe Xian Emperor continued to make decisions on his behalf, it might lead to awkward conflicts. "Thank you, Lord Lan Ting, and also thank you to the Lord of the Mansion," Tang Tian expressed. Lan Ting Xianzuan smiled and replied, "Everything is as it should be. I have come today not only to extend my congratulations, but also regarding another matter." He fixed his gaze on Tang Tian, his tone becoming serious. "The higher-ups in Tianfu, in principle, support your Chamber of Commerce. The business landscape has stagnated for far too long and genuinely requires the infusion of fresh blood to revitalize the situation. However, the sole point to bear in mind is that, irrespective of your methods or approaches, one must not infringe upon the vital interests of the cultivators of the heavenly mansion. What we seek is stability. Surely, you comprehend my intent? Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. What Master Lanting truly wished to convey was that the heavenly mansion would remain indifferent to your conflicts. However, the prices of cultivation resources must not experience excessive fluctuations. To be explicit, one must not exploit monopolistic practices or other commercial tactics to unjustly inflate prices. Naturally, he would not resort to such measures. Furthermore, after the commercial association officially unifies the business landscape of the heavenly mansion, he intends to undertake a monumental task that could potentially lead to sanctification. He aims to sustain the entire heavenly mansion through his own efforts. At that time, an abundance of consumption points will find their way into his possession. Rest assured, I will remember this well, Tang Tian replied. They then exchanged a few more pleasantries before Master Lanting took his leave. Due to his status, he could not linger for too long. Tang Tian resumed his seat by the window, leisurely admiring the fireworks that continued to burst forth outside. However, before he could settle comfortably, an acquaintance arrived for a visit. Parting for merely 3 days has indeed led to a remarkable transformation, the visitor remarked. It was none other than the enchanting fairy Lingluo. Chapter 401. The intentions of Prince Yu upon the entrance of the ethereal fairy Lingluo. Tang Tian rose to greet her. Despite his previous reservations towards this woman, he recognized her status as a celestial being, and their shared lineage warranted a degree of respect. The presence of a celestial being graces this humble abode, Tang Tian remarked. Fairy Lingluo responded with a smile. Do not feign politeness. I am aware of your disdain for me, so I shall not linger here to be an eyesore. I have previously mentioned that many matters have the influence of an old friend of yours behind them. Due to certain circumstances, he was unable to make an appearance until today. With that, Fairy Lingluo stepped aside, revealing a nonchalant young man at the doorway, none other than the long-absent Prince Yu. A broad smile adorned his face as he opened his arms and exclaimed, Brother Tang. Surprised, are you? However, upon seeing him, Tang Tian remained composed, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Ultimately, he retreated to his previous seat, casting his gaze out the window. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Prince Yu chuckled nervously, gesturing for Fairy Lingluo to exit first. He then approached Tang Tian, standing beside him. I say, after such a long absence, is this how you welcome an old friend? Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Following his conversation with Fairy Lingluo, he had already deduced the identity of this old friend. It could not be Lu Chang'e, nor would Mo Xiao act in such a manner. The only one who could be considered an old friend in this peculiar and enigmatic context was indeed Prince Yu, who had been elusive and scheming behind the scenes. This behavior was particularly irksome to Tang Tian. An old friend? Tang Tian chuckled coldly. True friends do not hide behind others, sending a mysterious woman to speak on their behalf. True friends do not repeatedly lead me into peril. Prince Yu instantly felt the weight of awkwardness. Setting aside other considerations, he recognized that his actions were indeed rather unscrupulous. All right, I admit my fault, he said as he took a seat opposite Tang Tian. Sighing, he continued, however, I genuinely have my reasons. Had it not been absolutely necessary, I might not have come to see you today. The troubles I bring may overshadow those concerning Fairy Lingluo. Tang Tian remained silent, slowly savoring the celestial brew in his cup. It was only after he finished the drink that he finally spoke. You have but one opportunity to explain yourself. Should I find your explanation unsatisfactory, we shall revert to our previous state of indifference. He decided to grant Prince Yu a chance for explanation, harboring a curiosity about the true nature of this individual. Sensing Tang Tian's attitude, Wang Ziyu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. All right, whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge it all. After all, I came prepared for an honest confession today. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. I am actually associated with the pinnacle of the firmament. Tang Tian's hand, holding the wine cup, faltered slightly. He was aware that Wang Ziyu's identity was not ordinary and had surmised a possible connection to the pinnacle of the firmament. Yet, hearing it directly from his lips still took him aback. The pinnacle of the firmament is not a place one can enter casually. In fact, traversing from that place is far more challenging than journeying towards it. Throughout the annals of Tianfu's history, there has never been a record of such matters. So, it is indeed someone from the pinnacle of the firmament. My apologies, Tang Tian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. How does someone of your stature find themselves in a small place like Qingwei Gate? Is it a clandestine visit? Wang Ziyu pressed his hand to his forehead, chuckling bitterly. Please, spare me the mockery. If I were truly such a figure, I wouldn't be dispatched to undertake such arduous tasks. Tang Tian let out a soft hum, refilling his cup with Moon Fairy wine, and inquired, what kind of task? Wang Ziyu pondered for a moment before responding. Do you remember the Bamboo Grove Taoist? Tang Tian paused slightly. How could he forget? His first residence, Zizhu Courtyard, was once inhabited by the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Is it related to him? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu nodded affirmatively, yes. Within the pinnacle of the firmament, there exist several sacred sites that pertain to the fates of the world's beings. One of these is the Land of Deliverance, a place dedicated to alleviating the calamities of all sentient beings, where we must solemnly conduct rituals each year. However, at the beginning of last year, when we opened the altar, we discovered something extraordinary upon it. Wang Ziyu cast a glance at Tang Tian, whispering, it was a skeleton. Tang Tian's brow furrowed slightly. What could this signify? Wang Ziyu shook his head. No one knows what this signifies. However, those sacred sites are all interconnected with the celestial path, and any minute anomaly foretells a great calamity between heaven and earth. Moreover, it was a complete skeleton. The authorities placed immense importance on it, employing grand measures to delve into the rivers of time, seeking to uncover the past and causal connections of the skeleton. Ultimately, they gleaned but one piece of information. That skeleton belonged to the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The remains of the Bamboo Grove Taoist had ended up at the pinnacle of the firmament? How could this be? He had previously researched relevant information. And while the Bamboo Grove Taoist held considerable renown, his cultivation was not particularly formidable. He wasn't even a celestial being. Furthermore, it was abundantly clear that he had perished in a conflict. The remains of a deceased mortal practitioner had somehow found their way into the sacred ground of the pinnacle of the firmament. This matter is utterly absurd. Could there possibly be a mistake? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu inhaled deeply and replied, at the time, many believed there had been an error, or that some more formidable entities had obscured the heavenly secrets. However, upon further meticulous investigation, it was revealed that he truly was the Bamboo Forest Taoist. Moreover, his remains were sealed upon the altar by some unknown means, rendering them impossible to retrieve. This is a sacred place. How could the remains of a body be allowed to occupy it? Hence, they dispatched me to thoroughly investigate this matter from beginning to end. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian fell into silence. The situation was indeed peculiar. If someone had orchestrated all of this intentionally, then that individual's power must be unfathomably great. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian slowly spoke. So our chance encounter was not mere coincidence? Wang Ziyu nodded. According to my investigations, the pivotal moment in the life of the Bamboo Forest Taoist occurred at Qingwei Gate, with the essence of that turning point residing in the purple bamboo courtyard. Thus, I intended to commence my inquiries from there. Wang Ziyu regarded Tang Tian and said, it was I who facilitated the unsealing of the purple bamboo courtyard at Qingwei Gate. Should anyone exhibit unusual behavior or be unable to resist approaching it, they would become the prime suspect. Subsequently, that individual emerged. It was you, Tang Tian. Chapter 402. The true manipulator. Listening to Wang Ziyu's recounting, Tang Tian was reminded of the scene when they first met. It was shortly after he had rented the Zizhu courtyard and was en route to participate in the honorary disciples' Qijin conference. Wang Ziyu had suddenly approached him, initiating a conversation, and thus their journey together commenced. At that time, Tang Tian had recently traversed into this realm and was merely beginning to explore the world of cultivation. Moreover, having rented a Tao-level meditation chamber, he had garnered a modicum of fame. Hence, he harbored no suspicions regarding Wang Ziyu's intentions, merely perceiving him as a fellow honorary disciple. However, in retrospect, that encounter indeed seemed rather contrived. Furthermore, Wang Ziyu's demeanor did not resemble that of an ordinary honorary disciple. He appeared to possess an uncanny knowledge of various matters. Tang Tian had entertained doubts but did not delve deeper, unaware of the profound connections Wang Ziyu held. Yet, my renting of the Zizhu courtyard was purely coincidental, with no ties to the Bamboo Forest Taoist. I only learned of that name later, Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was purely by chance. However, you were ultimately the first to approach the Zizhu courtyard, warranting my close attention. Regrettably, after meticulous investigation, I had to rule you out. Tang Tian stroked his chin. So you simply vanished? Their acquaintance had been brief, abruptly severed, until they fortuitously crossed paths again in the imperial city. Yes, Wang Ziyu replied. I had a mission to undertake, and once I eliminated my suspicions regarding you, I needed to consider alternative approaches. At that time, I was convinced that individuals connected to the Bamboo Forest Taoist were within the Qinghua sect. Thus, I devised a plan to draw this person out through special means. Coincidentally, the Qinghua sect was embroiled in a critical power struggle for the position of sect leader, a role that could influence numerous matters, including the Zizhu courtyard. Consequently, I intended to leverage this situation to compel that individual to reveal themselves. In the end, Wang Ziyu paused before continuing. I had Yinkong eliminate Du Yuanqing. Tang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. The upheaval within the Qinghua sect was epitomized by the Du Yuanqing incident. His demise had triggered a sweeping purge, claiming the lives of millions in its wake. Even the formidable Mo Xiaoxiao had been forced back to her residence. While several prominent figures met their fates, some perished, others were left trembling in fear. Eventually, only Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing remained. It was only Tang Tian's unexpected emergence that altered the narrative's trajectory. No wonder Mo Xiaoxiao had informed him of the obstruction she faced during her investigation from the higher echelons of her family. If indeed Wang Ziyu had been the puppeteer orchestrating that turmoil, it would explain the considerable influence he wielded. So it was you who instigated that chaos from behind the scenes? Tang Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Mo Xiaoxiao had been relentlessly searching for the true mastermind behind the scenes. However, thwarted in her pursuit, she had unjustly directed all her grievances towards Lu Chang'e. If she were to discover the truth, it would avail her nothing, for the identity of Wang Ziyu loomed large. Nevertheless, Wang Ziyu shook his head in response to Tang Tian's words. The turmoil was inevitable. I merely expedited its arrival. At that time, Qinghua sect was plagued by internal strife due to its rapid development. The esteemed disciples were indulging in wanton behavior, and the concentration of power had reached alarming levels, with the purchasing of positions becoming a common occurrence. As the future leader, Yinkong had to devise a means to address these issues, and thus, he had long been prepared to take action. Tang Tian fell into silence. The greatest beneficiary of this unrest was, in fact, Qinghua sect. Following the upheaval, a significant portion of the esteemed disciples had been eradicated, internal power dynamics had been liberated, and swiftly restructured into a cohesive unit. The external forces faced utter annihilation, rendering them incapable of posing any further threat to Qinghua sect, while the remnants were relegated to mere vassals. It could be said that Qinghua sect had achieved its objective of stabilizing both internal and external affairs without expending any military or financial resources. This tactic was undeniably cunning. Who were the participants in orchestrating that event? Tang Tian inquired. There were not many, just myself, Yinkong, the grand elderly Tianhua, and Lu Chang'e. Wang Ziyu replied. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, finding this in line with his understanding. However, with Wang Ziyu now involved, the presence of Lu Chang'e appeared somewhat perplexing. Why Lu Chang'e? He asked. Wang Ziyu smiled. After the turmoil, someone had to bring matters to a close. Mo Xiaoxiao's focus was not on the sect's leadership. Tian Yangxing is but a brute, and the so-called young masters lacked the requisite strength. Thus, only Lu Chang'e remained. Yet initially, Yinkong had merely intended to support him and had not truly integrated him into this scheme. Until, he seemed to deliberately draw you into the tempest. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Wang Ziyu's statement jogged his memory. Had it not been for Tian Feng, he would have remained oblivious to the stock trading affair and would never have ventured to the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, where he encountered the murder of Du Yuanqing. Moreover, had Lu Chang'e not made the overture to visit, he would not have been misinterpreted by Tian Yangxing, resulting in a feud. At that time, he had no intention of vying for the sect's leadership. Being inadvertently ensnared was entirely the doing of Lu Chang'e. He told me that involving me was a strategy for dealing with Tian Yangxing in the future, Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu chuckled. He conveyed the same to us. It is quite logical. Yet he is unaware that I have been closely monitoring the Zizhu courtyard, keeping a vigilant watch over everyone who enters. When he broached the subject, I fixated on him. To facilitate further investigation, I instructed Yun Kong to formally involve him in the Du Yuanqing incident. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian gazed out the window and exhaled deeply. These individuals truly exemplify the utmost cunning. Were it not for the existence of the system and my own considerable caution at the time, I might have remained oblivious to my own demise. And then, Tang Tian inquired, "Have you uncovered anything?" Wang Ziyu suddenly offered a wry smile. "I've managed to investigate halfway. My initial intention was to allow Lu Chang'e to ascend to the position of the sect leader and observe his true intentions. However, your unexpected intervention led to the inexplicable demise of Tian Yangsheng, and Lu Chang'e was unable to withstand your vigorous onslaught. You caught everyone unawares. Just as I was preparing to close the net, it seemed that Lu Chang'e sensed something amiss and left Qingwei Gate before me, vanishing completely." Wang Ziyu turned to Tang Tian and spoke softly. "Can you imagine my feelings at that moment? If it weren't for Li Tianhua and Yun Kong fiercely protecting you, I would have longed to drag you out and give you a sound beating. Yet, I later came to realize that it was not your fault. I can only blame myself for not foreseeing it in advance." Tang Tian rubbed his nose. At that time, had Wang Ziyu truly desired to strike him, it seemed he would have had no means to restrain him. The only path left would have been one of feigned death and escape. Chapter 403. Completing the final link. You cannot blame me. At that time, I had no desire to contend for that position of the sect leader. It was Lu Chang'e who relentlessly pressured me, even sending forth that individual named Han Hai to vex me. Faced with no other choice, I reluctantly chose to officially emerge from seclusion. Tang Tian spread his hands, adopting an innocent demeanor. Indeed, he was quite innocent. He merely wished to accumulate wealth quietly, without the desire to entangle himself amidst this group of schemers. Prince Yu waved his hand dismissively. "I did not accuse you. Although I lacked concrete evidence at the time, I was fairly certain that a remarkable bond existed between Lu Chang'e and the Bamboo Forest Taoist. Throughout his life, the Bamboo Forest Taoist had taken in numerous orphans. Most of those orphans were rather ordinary, yet a select few were exceptionally gifted, even rising to become top-tier powerhouses. Lu Chang'e was most likely one of them, and assuredly a crucial one at that." Tang Tian fell silent. He was indeed aware of this matter. Before Lu Chang'e departed from the Qingwei sect, the two had engaged in a final conversation. On that day, Lu Chang'e revealed to Tang Tian that he had once resided in the Zijou courtyard and affectionately referred to the Bamboo Forest Taoist as Grandfather Bamboo. Beneath the ancient well of Ninshuan lay a place where Lu Chang'e had lived during his childhood. Tang Tian was uncertain why Lu Chang'e chose to share this with him. However, judging by the circumstances, it seemed he merely sought to fulfill the Bamboo Forest Taoist's final wish and reminisce about the past. Nevertheless, he had no intention of sharing this with Prince Yu. Firstly, he truly did not wish to become embroiled in their conflict. Secondly, his knowledge was far too limited to discern right from wrong, leaving him uncertain of whom to assist. Thus, he decided to let the two of them resolve their own issues. However, Prince Yu suddenly inquired, "After the night when Qi Yuan went mad, did you see Lu Chang'e again? If he could provoke Qi Yuan's inner demons to such an extent, he must have utilized some artifact of the Bamboo Forest Taoist. Moreover, the whole affair is rather peculiar. I have yet to fathom why he would abruptly drive Qi Yuan to madness." Tang Tian shook his head. "I did not see him. He disappeared shortly thereafter." Prince Yu furrowed his brow. "It is indeed quite strange. After my subsequent investigations, I found that this fellow is exceedingly meticulous, leaving not even the slightest trace behind. Furthermore, every action he undertook seemed to carry profound ulterior motives. Yet, the events surrounding Qi Yuan exuded an air of the extraordinary." After pondering for a moment, he still could not identify the peculiarities, so he asked, "Then how did you manage to help Qi Yuan unravel his inner demons?" Tang Tian responded, "I took him to the Zijou courtyard. The Bamboo Forest Taoist had left him a message, though it had gone unnoticed until now. I discovered that message and was able to completely resolve Qi Yuan's inner turmoil." Prince Yu furrowed his brows and nodded, seemingly still sensing that an issue lingered. Tang Tian, shifting the topic, inquired, "So, do you believe that the group of orphans left by the Bamboo Forest Taoist orchestrated that incident at the summit of the firmament? Did they transport the remains of the Bamboo Forest Taoist to the altar in the land of crossing evil?" Prince Yu shook his head, stating that it was premature to draw any conclusions. Logically, those individuals lacked the requisite strength to perform such a defiant act. However, through my investigations, I discovered that these individuals were indeed scheming something, and it was undoubtedly of significant magnitude. Tang Tian responded with a thoughtful hum, asking, "Is the investigation reliable?" Prince Yu flashed a grin, saying, "Absolutely reliable," as I inquired directly. Tang Tian remained silent. Prince Yu continued, "Although Lu Chang'e has vanished, he nonetheless pointed me in a direction. Following a meticulous investigation, I ultimately located an orphan who was once taken in by the bamboo forest Taoist. I even met with her. You are familiar with this individual?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, asking who. Prince Yu smiled and replied, "The leader of the Shanjiam Hall, Bai Nui." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed her. He suddenly recalled their first encounter in the heavenly mansion when Bai Nui had mentioned that another person stood behind her. Remembering their true first meeting, Tang Tian finally connected the dots. "You were actually there to meet Bai Nui that day in the imperial city's Yanlu Alley?" he exclaimed in surprise. Prince Yu nodded. "Indeed. However, you interrupted. At that time, it was merely our first meeting, and trust had yet to be established, so it fell through." Tang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. That day, he had merely stumbled upon Prince Yu. Who would have known he was clandestinely meeting with Bai Nui in such a place? "All right then," Tang Tian conceded. "But that was before Lu Chang'e disappeared, correct?" Prince Yu replied with a slight smirk. "Of course, I could not place all my eggs in one basket. While orchestrating the plan against Lu Chang'e, I was simultaneously seeking other leads. It was indeed after Lu Chang'e's disappearance that I established sufficient trust with Bai Nui and learned of their plans." Tang Tian furrowed his brow, asking, "What is their plan?" Prince Yu shook his head. "I only know a fragment. Bai Nui is not at the core of the plan. She only knows they intend to target Huang Daoxing first, subsequently infiltrating the higher echelons of the heavenly mansion. Thus, I chose to collaborate with Fairy Ling Luo, aiming to seize the initiative, acquire leads on Huang Daoxing, and further unravel their conspiracy. This entire affair has essentially drawn to a close." Before Tang Tian had some aspects he could not quite comprehend, he finally filled in the last piece of the puzzle. After listening, Tang Tian let out a long sigh. This group of individuals was truly disconcerting. Though they operated from the shadows, a single thought or decision could lead to the demise of countless lives. He genuinely disliked engaging with such people. Would it not be better if everyone embraced simplicity and sincerity, diligently cultivating their strength? After calming his emotions for a moment, Tang Tian spoke, "I understand." Yet he still found himself perplexed as to how all of this related to the fact that you have been avoiding me. You have evaded me for so long, and now you suddenly appear, delivering such a lengthy discourse. What is the reason behind this? He could not believe that Wang Ziyu would act without cause. However, when confronted with this question, Wang Ziyu merely smiled wryly. "Do you not have any inkling as to why I have kept my distance? Several plans have faltered at the most critical junctures due to your presence. They either fell through or were entirely thwarted. Most importantly, you seem utterly incapable of discerning the situation ahead, completely unable to predict what will ensue. I consider my own cunning to be profound, yet in comparison to you, I appear as nothing more than a naive child. You truly are the most seasoned schemer I have ever encountered or heard of." Tang Tian was momentarily rendered speechless. "You are the schemer, and your entire family are schemers as well. I have always been the most straightforward, have I not? If you insist on overthinking things, can you truly blame me for it?" He huffed in dissatisfaction and asked, "Then why have you come now? Are you not afraid I might outwit you?" Wang Ziyu exhaled softly. "I swear, had it not been for dire necessity, I would not willingly seek you out at such a time. The truth is," he gazed at Tang Tian and murmured, "you should still be unaware of what Longmin truly signifies, should you not?" Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. Chapter 404. Complete confession. Since entering the Cloud Summit, the most pivotal moment in Tang Tian's fate was undoubtedly the Dragon Gate incident. Initially, he envisioned a scenario where he would showcase his exceptional cultivation talents during the Dragon Gate trial, leaving the higher-ups in awe and eager to recruit him as their direct disciple. However, the outcome unfolded quite differently, as he was drawn into the realm of rules and encountered a mysterious black hole. Subsequently, the chaotic bell was shattered by this enigmatic void, consuming the will of the original chaotic bell, leading to the collapse of the Dragon Gate and the entire Dragon Island, reduced to ruins in an instant. As a result, Tang Tian faced judgment, though ultimately, he was not deemed the primary culprit of this calamity. Nevertheless, he was subjected to a symbolic punishment. with his eligibility to ascend to the immortal cloud platform diminished to the level of the sacred mountain. Had it not been for this incident, Tang Tian would have avoided the subsequent convolutions of his journey and would have been directly included in the core list for intensive cultivation by the Academy. However, misfortunes often harbor blessings, and blessings may conceal misfortunes. Without that incident, he would not have incurred a staggering debt of billions, nor would he have forged a beneficial relationship with the revered Lan Ting and the Stellar River Emperor. The establishment of the Global Commerce Association would not have proceeded as smoothly as it has now. Everything remains uncertain. Returning to the Dragon Gate incident. Having witnessed the fragmented memories of the original Chaotic Bell's will, Tang Tian had developed a fair understanding of the Dragon Gate. Even the shard of the original Chaotic Bell had been refined into a system that now resided within his own body. However, Prince Yu and the others were undoubtedly unaware of the true events that transpired. Wasn't it meant to test the talents of cultivators? Tang Tian feigned ignorance. Prince Yu shook his head, responding, yes, but also no. The origins of the Dragon Gate trace back over 10,000 years. Its essence is the supreme will atop the firmament, a possession of the Divine Lord during his youth. Once the Divine Lord secured his position, he refined some of his treasures into other divine artifacts and placed them in the lower realms. The Dragon Gate is one of them. Tang Tian silently savored the celestial brew in his cup. In the final segment of the fragmented memories, he indeed recalled a young boy who had unexpectedly obtained a shard of the original Chaotic Bell. From that moment onward, the boy soared to great heights, becoming unstoppable. Now, based on Prince Yu's account, it was highly likely that this boy was the Divine Lord he spoke of. He had now ascended to the supreme will atop the firmament. If memory served him right, he had previously witnessed the boy peeking at celestial maidens bathing. The sense of dissonance was rather pronounced. So what does this mean? Tang Tian inquired. Prince Yu sighed. What does it mean? That was the possession of the Divine Lord. Its sudden and inexplicable destruction will undoubtedly attract significant attention from those above. They have persistently urged me to approach you, seeking to uncover the mysteries surrounding the events that transpired within the Dragon Gate. Tang Tian grimaced slightly. This matter had already been thoroughly investigated by the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace. If you wish to know, why not simply inquire with them? Is there a need for such deliberate proximity to me? Wang Ziyu shook his head, stating, I have indeed reviewed the findings of the Heavenly Palace's investigation. The authorities are aware that there exists no direct correlation between you and the destruction of the Dragon Gate. However, they remain unconvinced, insisting that the loss of the Chaos Bell must hold some deeper significance, leaving no potential clue overlooked. Hence my return to you. Tang Tian fell silent once more, uncertain of the veracity of Wang Ziyu's words. Yet, on the surface, they appeared devoid of significant issues. Moreover, he understood the true essence of the Dragon Gate. It was the primordial treasure of the world, something that could not simply be disregarded. The powerful beings at the pinnacle of the heavens likely did not descend to investigate him personally for reasons beyond their control. If you have divulged all this information to me, how can you still investigate me? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu scoffed, exclaiming, investigate? Nonsense. Those individuals are merely overly suspicious, perpetually questioning this and that. Yet, their doubts invariably burden those beneath them, like myself. In my estimation, the findings of the Heavenly Palace are accurate. There is no connection between you and the destruction of the Dragon Gate. Thus, this is merely for appearance's sake, to spare me from their incessant nagging. Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent. Following Wang Ziyu's exposition, he had essentially grasped the entirety of the situation, unraveling many of his prior uncertainties. It turned out that this individual was the mastermind behind the deeply concealed Du Yuanqing incident. However, whether it pertained to past grievances or the forthcoming contest between Wang Ziyu and Lu Chang'e, he found himself lacking in interest. Engaging in conspiracy was truly uninspiring. It would be far better for everyone to focus on their cultivation and find joy in their endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian asked, what do you intend to do next? Wang Ziyu replied, we will proceed according to the original plan. I, alongside Fairy Ling Luo, have gathered substantial information. Today, we intend to capture Huang Daosheng, then utilize him to draw out the group of orphans concealed within the Heavenly Palace. Lu Chang'e is certainly among them, though he is well hidden, making him difficult to locate for the time being. Yet, I have a feeling that one day, he and I will confront each other directly. Tang Tian nodded. Huang Daosheng was currently within the Universal Commerce Association, and it was likely that Wang Ziyu had long been prepared for this. What about me? How do you plan to investigate me? He remained quite concerned about this matter. Wang Ziyu merely smiled and replied, after my frankness, you still inquire? Today, I have come to seek you out, primarily to fulfill the task assigned above, hoping they will cease to trouble me. Secondly, I wish to sincerely offer my apologies. My previous act of enlisting the ethereal fairy Ling Luo to draw you into our affairs was indeed a misstep on my part. I deliberately sent her to seek you out, as I wished to keep you from becoming entangled. I confess, I was genuinely apprehensive of you. I have never encountered anyone as enigmatic as yourself. Tang Tian chuckled softly and remarked, now that you have come to me, are you not afraid that I might thwart your plans once more? Wang Ziyu feigned a look of trepidation and replied, do not frighten me. Surely, you cannot be that sinister. It should not be the case. This time, I have made thorough preparations. Huang Daosheng will undoubtedly not escape. Tang Tian nodded slightly, knowing he had merely spoken casually. After such an extensive conversation, the anger that had simmered within him began to dissipate. Every household has its own struggles. Everyone faces their own hardships. However, as the dialogue progressed, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the pinnacle of the firmament. Wang Ziyu, hailing from there, must certainly possess insight into the true nature of that realm. After a brief pause, Tang Tian inquired, what exactly is the pinnacle of the firmament like? Chapter 405. The unexpected arrival. Upon hearing Tang Tian's inquiry, Wang Ziyu gazed out of the window, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. It was an extraordinary place, the pinnacle of the firmament. Arguably the closest one could get to the Tao of heaven. For the majority of cultivators, it resembled a sacred sanctuary. Yet, it bore a distinct difference from the conventional notion of a cultivation holy land. I cannot quite articulate it. Suffice it to say, once you experience it, you will realize it is entirely different from your imaginings, Wang Ziyu remarked. Tang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. What was the point of her vague description? He was well aware that, in terms of cultivation, it was akin to a holy land. Otherwise, why would those individuals strive so fervently to ascend there? You seem to have quite a bit of faith in me. Do you genuinely believe I can reach the pinnacle of the firmament? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu curled her lip and scrutinized him from head to toe, saying, you may pretend to be oblivious, but deep down, you know the truth. With your talent and strength, if you cannot ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament, then others might as well abandon their dreams. The higher-ups of the heavenly manor have actually been contemplating whether to grant you a special admission to the immortal cloud platform. I merely intervened to prevent it. Tang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't that meddling a bit too much? What advantage do you gain from deliberately annoying me? He was genuinely unaware of such matters. However, Wang Ziyu waved her hand dismissively, stating, it's not as you think. It primarily concerns the heavenly origin immortal venerable. The War God Hall poses no threat to you on the sacred mountain, but the immortal cloud platform houses several formidable individuals. When it comes to selecting potential holy sons, if they were to engage in combat, it would be much more challenging to impose restrictions. Surely, you wouldn't wish to confront immortal kings or venerables before you have fully matured, would you? Tang Tian paused, slightly taken aback. Are there immortal venerables within the immortal cloud platform? He had assumed that beyond the immortal kings, one would no longer be considered a disciple. Wang Ziyu affirmed, of course. Some long-established disciples of the immortal cloud platform may possess strength that rivals those immortal venerables. Do not underestimate the War God Hall, nor the heavenly origin immortal venerable. These top-tier forces within the heavenly manor are fundamentally linked to the pinnacle of the firmament. Should he manage to procure anything from above, you may not be as composed as you think. Tang Tian fell into pensive silence. His understanding of these elite forces was still rather limited. However, he now possessed a certain level of confidence. With the domain of 10,000 laws and the law of finger power, even an immortal emperor could be contested. However, such a trump card was certainly not something he would disclose to Wang Ziyu. Very well, I suppose I owe you my gratitude, Tang Tian said. So, it seems you have been doing quite a bit on my behalf behind the scenes. Wang Ziyu replied with a huff, of course. Otherwise, do you think you could have easily escaped during the trial? If I hadn't intervened and had the carefree prisoner stand up for you, the celestial sovereign would have surely devised a way to strip you of your very skin. Tang Tian suddenly grasped the situation. He had been puzzled as to why the master of the Carefree clan had unexpectedly come to his aid. Moreover, in subsequent events, the Carefree clan had quietly supported him from behind. It turned out that Prince Yu had been orchestrating everything from the shadows. Although his influence may not have been substantial, Tang Tian still appreciated this gesture of goodwill. "Thank you once again," Tang Tian smiled. After this conversation, the knot in his heart had finally unraveled. This fellow, while not entirely reliable, was still a friend worth nurturing. "By the way, there's another matter," Tang Tian continued. "You mentioned that the esteemed Lord of the Divine bestowed many items akin to the Dragon Gate for the next generation of alchemists. Are they all within the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion? If there are divine artifacts similar to the fragments of the primordial chaos bell, I must prepare to be somewhat intrigued. At the very least, I should inquire further to see if there's an opportunity to obtain them." However, Prince Yu shook his head, saying, "First and foremost, do not presumptuously add prefixes before the esteemed Lord of the Divine. It could easily lead to repercussions at the pinnacle of the firmament. Furthermore, only the Dragon Gate resides within the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion. The others are located in different celestial mansions." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Different celestial mansions?" Prince Yu nodded. "Under the pinnacle of the firmament, there are a total of 9 celestial mansions, and the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion is merely one among them. Each celestial mansion governs an immensely vast region, essentially comprising its own grand world. They are largely independent of one another and rarely intersect, except in the case of significant events that warrant interaction. Among the 9 celestial mansions, the Cloud Summit is neither the strongest nor the weakest. It occupies a moderate position. Once you successfully ascend to the celestial cloud platform or become a holy son, you may have the opportunity to engage with individuals from other celestial mansions." Tang Tian exhaled softly and drained his cup of celestial brew. This world was still overwhelmingly vast, boundless. The Qing US sect alone boasted a population exceeding 1 billion. And it was merely one of over 100 affiliated sects under the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion. He had thought that the Cloud Summit was the pinnacle. Yet now another pinnacle of the firmament emerged, accompanied by 8 other entities of equal stature to the Cloud Summit. It was difficult to fathom the sheer expanse of the world and the flourishing life within it. No wonder such a prosperous cultivation civilization could arise. He poured himself another cup of moon celestial wine. Observing him downing cup after cup, Prince Yu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "I remember you seldom drink. What kind of wine is this? Is it truly delightful?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly and poured him a cup. "Care to try?" He was curious to observe Wang Ziyu's reaction to the moon immortal wine. However, upon taking a sip, Wang Ziyu immediately frowned. "Are you all right? I thought this was wine. Yet it turns out to be mere sugar water? This is excessively sweet and cloying." Despite his vocal disdain, he swiftly drained the cup. Tang Tian, lost in thought, pondered the implications of sweetness. What could it signify? A childlike spirit? This cunning old fox. He was taken aback, suspecting something was amiss with the moon immortal wine. After a brief pause, Wang Ziyu stood up. "All right, I've said all I needed to say, and my task is complete. We're preparing to wrap things up. Thank you for the sugar water. It reminded me of scenes from my childhood. Rest assured, I won't involve you in this matter. You mind your business, and I'll mind mine. However, I may come by later to share some more of that sugar water," Wang Ziyu remarked. Tang Tian nodded. As long as he didn't engage in any nonsense, they could indeed become good friends. He then prepared to escort Wang Ziyu out. Just then, Wang Ziyu's communication jade talisman began to glow. Upon checking it, he froze in place, gazing at Tang Tian with an expression of disbelief and even terror. "Huang Daosheng is dead." Tang Tian was instantly taken aback. Chapter 406. Tang Tian's objective in the Central District Garden of Tianxiaotong, a venue exclusively designated for distinguished guests to relax and conduct business. The Chamber of Commerce was inaugurating today. Notable figures had been assembled here, and Huang Daosheng, a formidable force and an immortal venerable, was among them. Beneath a pavilion, Tang Tian, Wang Ziyu, and Lingluo Xianzi stood silently, observing the unfolding scene. Huang Daosheng sat quietly, a half-consumed goblet of fine wine in hand, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the ground. If anyone had passed by, they might have assumed he was deep in contemplation. Yet, this posture had persisted for nearly half an hour, utterly motionless. Huang Daosheng was dead. "My lord." His loyal confidant, Tianyu, knelt beside him, tears streaming down his face. It was evident that he was profoundly grief-stricken. Although Tang Tian had heard many speak of Huang Daosheng, this was his first encounter with the man. Middle-aged with a serious demeanor, he exuded a palpable aura of authority. Huang Daosheng was an elder among immortal venerables, having joined the Yunhua Tianfu during its nascent stages after the establishment of the Qinghua sect. In the realm of immortal venerables, his prowess was not insignificant. Yet, this venerable had inexplicably met his demise in such a public setting. Gazing at Huang Daosheng, Wang Ziyu sighed deeply before turning to Tang Tian with a peculiar expression. Tang Tian's eyes widened. "What are you staring at me for? You can't pin this on me. I've done nothing, not even aware of your plans. How could I possibly have influenced your affairs?" Wang Ziyu sighed again, patting Tang Tian on the shoulder. "My friend, therein lies the issue. I have disclosed nothing to you, merely encountered you once. And yet the plans I was finalizing have unraveled completely. One can only imagine how terrifying you truly are." Tang Tian retorted, "You're being excessively unfair." He shrugged off Wang Ziyu's hand, stating irritably, "Stop blaming me. I have already reported this to the enforcement hall. We will await their investigation. After all, this incident transpired within Tianxiatong, and it is imperative that the authorities conduct their inquiry." Wang Ziyu shrugged, then inquired of Lingluo Xianzi, "Any findings?" Lingluo Xianzi, who had been examining Huang Daosheng's body, straightened up and gently shook her head. His dantian, spirit, and life source were all shattered simultaneously. However, the perpetrator left no trace whatsoever. "It is likely that only someone of at least quasi-emperor caliber could achieve such a feat," she remarked. Her reaction to Huang Daosheng's death was rather indifferent. Regardless of the circumstances, she stood to gain significantly from the unfortunate event. Yet Prince Yu was different. He still relied on Huang Daosheng to execute his forthcoming plans. With a sigh, he remarked, "Old Tang, do you not feel a sense of familiarity with these occurrences of murder?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you referring to Lu Chang'e?" Prince Yu nodded. Huang Daosheng is merely a minor character, yet he serves as a crucial nexus in a complex web. Should this nexus be shattered, many events will spiral into chaos. Much like what transpired with Du Yuanqing. The scheme to eliminate Du Yuanqing was indeed conceived by Lu Chang'e. Tang Tian fell silent, sensing a similar intuition within himself. It appeared that Prince Yu was correct. Lu Chang'e was indeed lurking within Tianfu, at least not too far away. But by what means could he have silently dispatched a celestial sovereign? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian shook his head. This incident was distinct from the previous one involving Du Yuanqing. He had not been drawn into the storm against his will. Therefore, the circumstances surrounding Huang Daosheng's demise and Lu Chang'e's true intentions were of no concern to him. He merely needed to report the matter to the enforcement hall and cooperate as required. This time, he would not allow himself to be unwittingly entangled in the schemes of Prince Yu and Lu Chang'e. "Very well. I shall wait here for the people from the enforcement hall," he stated. "And you?" Tang Tian inquired of Prince Yu. Prince Yu understood the implication behind Tang Tian's words and replied, "We shall not wait. The death of Huang Daosheng is extraordinary. It signifies that my plans may have been under the scrutiny of our adversaries all along. I must prepare accordingly. Thus, I bid you farewell." Tang Tian clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Until we meet again." "Until we meet again," Prince Yu returned the gesture and, accompanied by Fairy Lingluo, swiftly departed from the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce. Tian Yu continued to weep sorrowfully. Tang Tian did not observe closely, but Xiaozhi provided an analytical conclusion based on Tian Yu's demeanor. It seemed there was a special bond between the two. Upon receiving this information, Tang Tian instinctively moved a little farther away from him. Moments later, personnel from the enforcement hall arrived. The sudden death of a celestial sovereign was indeed a significant matter. A deputy hall master from the enforcement hall personally came, employing their specialized instruments to conduct a thorough examination. Subsequently, they inquired about certain details from Tang Tian. Perhaps due to prior communication from Prince Yu, they did not press for excessive information or invite Tang Tian for tea. After verifying the scene, they took Huang Daosheng's body away. Thanks to the timely sealing of the area, the incident did not attract undue attention or panic from others. The outside world remained lively. However, after this event, Tang Tian found little cause for celebration. In this world, every individual is ensconced in their own endeavors, tirelessly engaged in their pursuits. Wang Ziyu, burdened with a mission, employs various means to investigate the truth surrounding the remains of the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Lu Chang'e, with his own intentions, engages in a battle of wits and strategy against Wang Ziyu. Had it not been for Wang Ziyu's visit today, revealing all matters to him, Tang Tian would likely remain oblivious to the tempest brewing between the two. Such is the reality. Before one delves into the fray, regardless of the tumultuous events occurring outside, be they catastrophic wars or calamities, they bear no connection to one's existence. Each person need only focus on their own responsibilities. As for himself, Tang Tian pondered quietly for a moment. Schemes and conspiracies were far removed from his concerns. The development of the Commerce Guild served merely as an auxiliary. From beginning to end, he harbored but a singular objective: to grow stronger, to attain a strength sufficient to stand unafraid of any entity, to rise majestically atop the pinnacle, then to unravel all the mysteries that shrouded his being. With his goal firmly established, what remained was to progress steadily and assuredly towards it. After a considerable time, Tang Tian summoned Wang Gang. Once he entrusted all forthcoming matters of the Commerce Guild to Wang Gang, he departed from the new Treasure Island and returned to Tongxing Mountain. Chapter 407. Ascension to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The inexplicable demise of a celestial sovereign has undoubtedly caused a considerable stir. In a world governed by the heavenly mansion, the existence of beings at the level of celestial sovereigns seldom encounters any threats. Consequently, the Enforcement Hall has fixed its gaze upon the inner workings of the heavenly mansion. Alas, their investigations have yielded naught. The perpetrators' methods were far too immaculate. However, their pursuit of the truth shall not wane. For Prince Yu knows the identity of the culprit and is merely in search of evidence. Apart from this incident, the Universal Commerce Association continues to flourish. The initial day of its opening has been relayed through word of mouth to an extraordinary extent. Yet, regardless of how the news circulates, two facts remain immutable. First, Tang Tian possesses unfathomable financial resources, offering a plethora of goods that rival the Divine Jade Pavilion, fulfilling every desire. Furthermore, in addition to the presence of peak holy masters, they possess rare treasures such as the Spirit Nurturing Pearl and the Celestial Spirit Pearl, unique to their establishment. Second, the Divine Jade Pavilion does not seem as formidable as many had presumed. Their decision to shutter their doors on the day of the Universal Commerce Association's grand opening had a significantly adverse impact. In summary, the initial disdain and skepticism that the populace harbored towards the Universal Commerce Association have gradually transformed. This nascent commerce entity may indeed thrive under the pressures exerted by the Divine Jade Pavilion. Nevertheless, all these matters have become tangential to Tang Tian's pursuits. After entrusting the entire Commerce Association to Wang Gang, Tang Tian returned to Tongxing Mountain, where he began secluding himself in the House of Goqing to cultivate. Even the establishment of the Celestial Patrol Realm's entrance was entrusted entirely to Wang Gang. Upon learning that Bai Nuyi was the orphan once taken in by the Bamboo Grove Taoist, Tang Tian's interest in her waned. He decided to gradually engage with the Celestial Patrol Realm, intending to emerge later to finalize matters and acquire the core technologies of the realm. He tentatively set this timeline for after the Universal Commerce Association unified the business world, deeming it a suitable moment. In the ensuing months, Tang Tian embarked upon a period of earnest cultivation. With various extraordinary buffs enhancing his abilities, his pace of advancement was beyond mere description of swiftness. Within a month, he surged to the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. A further month and a half saw his cultivation rise to the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm. Now, nearly a month has elapsed since then. Within a secluded chamber of the House of Goqing, Tang Tian sat cross-legged. His aura swelling as radiant golden light erupted from his being, illuminating the entire cultivation room. With each breath he took, the golden light ebbed and flowed rhythmically. After an indeterminate passage of time, the golden radiance gradually thickened, its blinding brilliance constricting until it transformed into a dark golden hue akin to a precious artifact. After a prolonged moment, Tang Tian suddenly opened his eyes. A formidable aura erupted from his being, enveloping the entire meditation chamber. Yet, in an instant, this overwhelming force swiftly receded, coalescing within Tang Tian's body, becoming intangible. A fleeting glimmer of sharp light flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. Ah! Tang Tian exhaled deeply. After more than 3 months of relentless effort, coupled with an additional month prior, he had finally ascended to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This timeline aligned closely with his earlier estimations, as the amount of celestial energy required for the Golden Immortal stage was indeed considerable. However, upon attaining the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, he soon discerned notable differences from his previous state. The celestial energy required for this realm remained substantial. Yet the core emphasis was not merely on quantity. The essence of this stage lay in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, subsequently refining celestial energy through one's own insights, thus elevating its quality to an entirely higher echelon. Consequently, although he had yet to fully engage with the power of the laws, he had caught a glimpse of the majestic peaks shrouded in mystery. In comparison to ordinary cultivators, he possessed a significant degree of suppressive power. However, this also rendered the cultivation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal quite arduous, particularly due to the challenge of comprehending the heavenly laws. For Tang Tian, though, this was paradoxically the easiest task. When he initially exchanged for the talent of the Son of Heaven, he had already established a profound affinity with the heavenly laws, making the comprehension of them effortless. Moreover, as the Son of Chaos, he stood on equal footing with the heavenly laws. Not to mention, he had also cultivated the myriad paths, acquiring substantial knowledge of the true laws. Thus, for Tang Tian, grasping the heavenly laws was now even simpler than his transition from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian gained a deeper understanding of the innate talents of cultivators. At lower levels of cultivation, the disparities among top-tier talents were not particularly pronounced. Everyone progressed swiftly. However, as one's cultivation advanced and they encountered higher levels of existence, these differences became increasingly pronounced. Tang Tian was uncertain about the limits of the Son of Chaos. Yet, from his current standpoint, it was evident that his present realm was far from sufficient to unleash its full potential. He could only await the unfolding of the future. After solidifying his newfound realm for a while, Tang Tian departed the meditation chamber. Upon returning to the Qingshu courtyard, he found it devoid of any presence. The Universal Commerce Association had now fully launched, and Li Hong along with Xiao Shui had gone to assist. During this period, Tang Tian had exchanged for the world's fortune several times, bestowing it upon them, which afforded him a sense of reassurance as they ventured forth. Seated before the stone table in the courtyard, Tang Tian poured himself a drink and began contemplating his forthcoming plans. The saintly conference was merely 2 months away. The minimum criterion for participating in the Tongxing conference is to be a Grand Immortal, a status he has now achieved. As for whether he will successfully ascend to the Immortal Cloud platform, he harbors no concerns. In the past, these so-called extraordinary geniuses might have posed a slight threat to him. However, now, not only are those of the same realm insignificant, but even the immortal sovereigns themselves would find it challenging to extract any advantage from him. Therefore, as long as he can participate smoothly, his ascension is assured. Furthermore, he need not worry about the matters concerning the Merchant Guild, and he intends to postpone addressing the issues in the celestial realm. For the moment, Tang Tian truly cannot think of any pressing matters. It seems that he can only continue his cultivation. How delightful! I relish this leisurely time devoid of pressure. With a smile, Tang Tian casually tossed some celestial fruits into the nearby pond. The little red carp, which had previously acquired the world's fortune, has now reached the Ascension realm and is on the verge of becoming a demon immortal. However, just then, the external formation was triggered, signaling a visitor. Tang Tian rose and opened the door, only to be taken aback. The visitor was none other than Mo Xiao Xiao, whom he had not seen for over 6 months. Behind her stood Mo Shu, a fellow disciple from the Gochin Academy. Chapter 408. Comprehensive Strategic Relations. As he gazed upon the serene figure of Mo Xiao Xiao, Tang Tian found himself momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "You have finally emerged from your retreat," he remarked. Mo Xiao Xiao beamed in response. "Indeed, I spent a bit more time than I had anticipated. However, I never imagined that during my 6-month seclusion, you would come perilously close to upheaving the entire Tianfu. I was somewhat prepared for it, yet upon hearing of your deeds, I was still utterly astounded." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "You exaggerate. I am merely a humble disciple. How could I possibly affect the Tianfu? Come in and sit," he invited, ushering Mo Xiao Xiao and Mo Shu into the courtyard, where they settled by the pond. During this exchange, Tang Tian sensed the fruits of Mo Xiao Xiao's half-year of isolation. The unrestrained aura of an immortal king enveloped him, striking him with wonder. Back when she was at Qinghua sect, she was merely at the Ascension realm. Yet, upon returning to the Mo family and undergoing 2 retreats, she had catapulted herself into the realm of the immortal king. Such rapid advancement eclipsed all so-called prodigies. However, Tang Tian could distinctly perceive that her status as an immortal king was precarious at best. It was as if she possessed only the semblance of power without its essence. The Mo family must have employed some extraordinary method to forcibly elevate Mo Xiaoxiao's cultivation to that of an immortal king. While this approach might yield astonishing results in the short term, its side effects were equally pronounced. Mo Xiaoxiao's foundational cultivation had nearly run dry, indicating that her ability to progress further in her practice would be severely hampered. Without any extraordinary fortuity, she would likely remain at the immortal king level indefinitely. Yet, many scions from prominent families found themselves in similar predicaments. In contrast to formidable cultivation, they prioritized their capacity for managing family affairs, with clear delineation of responsibilities, some overseeing management, others wielding martial prowess. Mo Xiaoxiao was undoubtedly one tasked with the role of management. I had the opportunity to observe the Tianxia Commercial Association, and it was truly astonishing. I never envisioned that you could develop it to such an extent in such a brief period. Even the formidable Xinyu Pavilion has been forced to retreat without the means to counterattack, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked. Pouring a fine celestial wine for the 2, Tang Tian responded. All credit goes to Wang Gang. I am not well versed in commercial matters, so I entrusted everything to him. Mo Xiaoxiao chuckled. Do not be so modest. Without your backing, even 100 Wang Gangs would be swiftly overwhelmed in the Wanbao pool. Moreover, this is not your only moment of glory. I am truly curious and must hear the tale from your own lips. The 2 then engaged in light-hearted banter about amusing occurrences from their time apart, their laughter resonating through the tranquil courtyard. This scene resembled that of 2 old friends reminiscing about the past. After conversing for a while, the bond between the 2 seemed to grow even closer. Ah, I truly envy you. With your own prowess, you command great respect in the cultivation world, a scenario that every cultivator dreams of. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed softly. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, everyone is unique in their own way. Your current life is also something that countless individuals admire. As a core member of a prestigious family, receiving focused cultivation is something that many can only dream of. Of course, it is also related to one's abilities. Hearing Tang Tian's words, Mo Xiaoxiao smiled and remained silent, raising her glass to gently clink with his. After savoring a fine wine, she spoke. Brother Tang, my visit today is not only to reminisce, but also to convey a directive from my family. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and said, feel free to speak. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded and continued, to be direct, after deliberation among the senior members of the Mo family, they have decided to deepen our cooperative relationship with you. Ideally, we aim to establish a comprehensive strategic partnership. Tang Tian was taken aback and asked, what does that mean? Mo Xiaoxiao explained. In simple terms, it signifies a comprehensive strategic alliance. Once established, regardless of the field, both parties will stand on the same front, advancing and retreating together. Tang Tian fell into contemplation. Now he understood. The Mo family had been operating in Yunding Tianfu for many years, with profound foundations and intricate connections. Despite his current prominence and the successful opening of the Global Commerce Association, having the Mo family's full support would undoubtedly alleviate many challenges. Future plans would also proceed more smoothly. However, without the Mo family's complete assistance, he believed he would eventually achieve his objectives. Thus, the necessity for this strategic collaboration was not overwhelmingly significant. Observing Tang Tian in thought, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked, I do not wish to deceive you. The Mo family's decision to pursue this partnership is primarily motivated by your financial resources. Many among them actually feel that you do not yet possess the qualifications for a comprehensive strategic relationship with the Mo family. She chuckled. Yet I believe they are overestimating themselves. Take your time to consider it, and simply provide me with a response once you reach a conclusion. Don't feel pressured. Mo Xiaoxiao aimed to ensure that her presence did not cloud Tang Tian's judgment. After a brief pause, Tang Tian inquired, what about you? Do you wish for me to deepen our cooperation with the Mo family? Mo Xiaoxiao smiled. Of course I do. Those old fogies may be blind to the truth. But I see clearly. Deepening our cooperation with you is, in fact, advantageous for the Mo family. For both emotional and rational reasons, I would not refuse. A smile spread across Tang Tian's face. Very well, I agree. Mo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback and said, Tang Tian, I do not wish for you to make such a choice solely because of me. Decide as you see fit. My feelings need not concern you. Tang Tian chuckled softly and replied, How could it not be because of you? You are the crux of the matter. Setting aside any interests, I consider you my most trustworthy friend. Your desires guide my path. His collaboration with the Mo family was largely inconsequential. Yet if Mo Xiaoxiao wished to proceed in this manner, why not embrace it? Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Mo Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. Ultimately, she said nothing, lifted her glass, and clinked it once more with Tang Tian's. You two are among the most trustworthy and sincere friends I have ever made, she declared. Very well. Let it be decided thus. Rest assured, I shall not allow that group of old geezers to take advantage of you. Mo Xiaoxiao affirmed. Tang Tian smiled and said, Then it is all in your hands. Chapter 409. The Celestial Palace of Sun and Moon establishing a comprehensive strategic partnership with the Mo family is, in truth, rather commendable. The extensive and stable network of connections is precisely what Tang Tian lacks the most. Although he himself is not overly concerned about it, it holds considerable significance for the Global Commerce Association. His financial resources, combined with the Mo family's connections, render him virtually invincible within the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion. Even the formidable Xiaoyao family could be challenged head-on. Subsequently, Tang Tian and Mo Xiaoxiao briefly discussed the scope of their strategic cooperation. As for the remaining details, he entrusted everything to Wang Gang and Li Hong, as he held little interest in such matters. After conversing for a while longer, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly remarked, After I emerged from seclusion, Wang Ziyu came to see me. Tang Tian paused slightly, contemplating whether to disclose the matter of Wang Ziyu to Mo Xiaoxiao. After all, she had been the primary victim at that time. Had it not been for the formidable Mo family's backing, she might have been the first to be eliminated. Moreover, Mo Xiaoxiao had long been eager to uncover the true mastermind behind the chaos. However, he did not anticipate that Wang Ziyu would seek her out personally. What did he say to you? Tang Tian inquired. Everything, Mo Xiaoxiao sighed. I truly did not expect that this seemingly insignificant character, whom I had never taken seriously, would turn out to be the greatest mastermind behind the calamity. I also did not foresee that the seemingly unremarkable Lu Chang'e possessed such immense power. In comparison to them, I am indeed far too inexperienced. No wonder I was the first to be eliminated. A trace of melancholy crossed her face. The once dismissed minor character had transformed into a powerful puppeteer, while she, who prided herself on her astuteness, found herself manipulated like a mere pawn. Regardless of who learns this truth, it is bound to be difficult to accept, she continued. Did he approach you merely to confess these matters? Tang Tian asked. Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head, letting out a long sigh. No, that fellow seeks to collaborate with me. It appears that his plans have encountered some difficulties, and he wishes for me to participate, leveraging some connections from the Mo family. His ultimate goal is to unearth the hidden Lu Chang'e. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Did you agree? Mo Xiaoxiao scoffed instantly. How could I possibly agree? He caused me to be the first eliminated, nearly preventing my return to the heavenly mansion. It would be merciful of me not to retaliate against him. In truth, I would like to take action against him, but alas, he hails from the pinnacle of the firmament, with a noble status, rendering me unable to proceed. She bore an expression of indignation. Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. Since you are already aware of his identity, why not consider collaboration? After all, he is a person of considerable standing. If the companionship is pleasant, it won't be long before one can grasp the thighs of power. Mo Xiaoxiao curled her lip and remarked, I do not covet such thighs. Besides, no matter how robust his legs may be, could they possibly surpass those of Brother Tang? Given the turmoil caused by Lu Chang'e, you truly ought to instruct him on how to elude Qingwei Gate. Tang Tian quickly waved his hand. To be honest, he hadn't actively orchestrated Lu Chang'e's departure from Qingwei Gate. It was merely a surprise attack on their part. When it comes to cunning strategies, he was no match for those two old schemers. However, upon hearing that Mo Xiaoxiao had turned down Wang Ziyu, Tang Tian felt a surge of joy. He genuinely wished to extricate himself from their entanglements. By the way, I have another matter to discuss. Engrossed in their conversation, he nearly forgot. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled and pointed to Mo Shu, who had been quietly seated nearby, saying, Mo Shu, You should be acquainted with her. She is an exceptional talent among our Mo family's younger generation. With that, she gestured towards Mo Shu. Mo Shu gently cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, young Master Tang, for your Xianwang mother gold. This kindness will always be remembered by Mo Shu." Tang Tian waved his hand, saying, "Given my relationship with Xiao Xiao, there is no need for such formalities. You must have other matters to attend to today, right?" He wasn't particularly familiar with Mo Shu, and since Mo Xiao Xiao had brought her along, it was evident that there was a purpose behind it. He simply hadn't inquired until now. Indeed, after glancing at Mo Xiao Xiao and receiving an affirmative nod, she continued, "Young Master Tang, have you heard of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace?" Tang Tian slightly furrowed his brow and shook his head, admitting he was unfamiliar with the name. "Please enlighten me," he requested. Mo Shu nodded gently and explained, "The Sun and Moon Immortal Palace is the most formidable force within the realm governed by Tianfu. They operate independently and are situated at a considerable distance from Tianfu, which is why they have never truly submitted. This year, it seems Tianfu intends to adopt a more conciliatory approach to resolve this matter. Thus, they are preparing to select a group of young disciples from the Goqing Academy to visit the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace for a friendly exchange with the young talents there. According to internal sources, young Master Tang, your name is also on the list." Tang Tian was taken aback. He had previously learned that due to the vastness of this realm, there were indeed some forces that had not completely submitted to Tianfu. However, these forces did not significantly affect Tianfu's current standing, which is why Tianfu had not resorted to overly aggressive measures. The strategy most frequently employed by Tianfu was to compel submission through their own formidable strength. Yet, these matters were not closely related to him, so he had only acquired a cursory understanding. Nevertheless, this time, his name had been included in the list for external exchanges. Moreover, it is quite perplexing that no one informed me of this matter beforehand. This situation exudes an aura of strangeness. How could I possibly find myself on this list? Surely, there are many individuals in the Goqing Academy whose prowess surpasses mine, remarked Tang Tian. Just as Mo Shu was about to clarify, Mo Xiao Xiao raised her hand to interrupt her, stating, "Based on my analysis, it seems that someone has been scheming behind the scenes. The individual with the greatest suspicion is none other than the Tian Yuan Xianzun, with whom you have had past grievances. He has gone to great lengths to ensure your removal from Tianfu and may have already devised a plan to execute it. You must exercise utmost caution on this journey." Tang Tian furrowed his brows and asked, "Is it not possible to avoid this?" Mo Xiao Xiao shook her head. "The list has been finalized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known your name was included. The fact that your name was inserted without the knowledge of Lan Ting Xianzun indicates that Tian Yuan Xianzun has invested significant effort this time. I fear that he has laid a trap specifically targeting you." Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. This situation may be far more grave than Mo Xiao Xiao has envisioned. For Tian Yuan Xianzun has not merely bypassed Lan Ting Xianzun, but rather the Xing He Xiandi. Regardless of how he accomplished this, it signifies his unwavering intent to confront me. However, an unexpected smile crept into Tang Tian's heart. After all, had he not also yearned to eliminate the threat posed by Tian Yuan Xianzun once and for all? Chapter 410. Multiple preparations based on the accounts of Mo Xiao Xiao and Mo Shu. Tang Tian gained a rough understanding of the unfolding events. The Tianfu had long been planning to address the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. They intended to bring a select group of young, exceptional disciples to engage in a public exchange at the palace. Should the disciples of Tianfu achieve remarkable results during this exchange, convincing the palace to submit would become significantly more straightforward. After all, practitioners are primarily concerned with their own prospects. If they discover that, at the same age, their counterparts are vastly more powerful, it is only natural to feel a sense of yearning. The Tianfu possessed ample confidence in this endeavor. They did not even need to deploy disciples from the Xianyun platform or the young geniuses of the Guochen Academy. Their own talents would suffice. For this expedition, Tianfu planned to bring only 10 disciples, all under the age of 25, and Tang Tian's name was among them. The journey was set to commence in half a month. By the time they returned from the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, it would nearly coincide with the Tongxing Conference. Mo Xiao Xiao remarked. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He felt no significant resistance to this outing. After all, it was merely a standard disciple activity. As for the schemes of the Tianyuan Immortal Sovereign, let it come, We shall see who perishes first. If the notification truly arrives, I will attend, Tang Tian stated. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "We have no choice but to go. This list has already been approved by another palace master. However, rest assured, I have made some preparations to counter any disturbances from the Tianyuan Immortal Sovereign. Mo Shu is also on this list, serving as the team leader. I will ensure she brings a legendary imperial weapon from the Mo family. Even if the Tianyuan Immortal Sovereign summons a certain immortal emperor, it will safeguard you." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. So this was the reason Mo Xiaoxiao had brought Mo Shu along today. A legendary imperial weapon signifies the very foundation of a family, and she was willing to part with such a treasure. Tang Tian felt quite moved. "Thank you very much," he sincerely expressed. Mo Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "We are now strategic partners, so there is no need for such formalities. Rest assured, I will not allow the Tianyuan Immortal Sovereign to continue stirring up trouble from behind the scenes. Your only task is to return safely from this journey, and I will handle the rest. Before your return, I will ensure he can no longer remain in Tianfu, effectively quelling this matter." Tang Tian nodded slightly. However, if the Tianyuan Immortal Sovereign dared to act against him personally, he would certainly not allow the sovereign to return to Tianfu. Subsequently, the two discussed various other topics before Mo Xiaoxiao rose to take her leave. Having just emerged from seclusion, she had many matters to attend to. Tang Tian's words remained unaffected by the influence of the celestial sovereign of Tianyuan, and there was even a faint glimmer of anticipation within him. Engaging in direct combat with the celestial sovereign was the perfect opportunity to test the limits of his current strength. In the ensuing days, Tang Tian continued to immerse himself in serene cultivation. He had firmly established his foundation at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, steadily advancing toward higher echelons. Meanwhile, his comprehensive collaboration with the Mo family was also undergoing preliminary planning. The Mo family's extensive network of connections spanned the entire sphere of influence of the Yunding Tianfu, which would greatly facilitate the expansion of the Global Commerce Association's endeavors. A grand initiative aimed at monopolizing the entire Tianfu business sector was slowly unfurling. Tang Tian entrusted these matters entirely to Wang Gang and Li Hong. After a period of collaboration, they had developed a harmonious rapport with Mo Jun, ensuring that significant issues were unlikely to arise. As time passed, just 3 days before their departure to the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace, Tang Tian finally received explicit instructions. He was to participate in the upcoming exchange at the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace as the 8th-ranked genius of the Tianfu. Upon reviewing the specific roster, Tang Tian understood why he was placed in the 4th position. The top 3 on the list were all of the great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivation level, with Mo Shu predictably leading as the captain. The remaining disciples were all at the Golden Immortal level, including Tang Tian. He had only recently broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, a fact unbeknownst to others, who were still under the impression that he had just recently advanced to the Golden Immortal realm. Thus, he was ranked among the top 3 early-stage Golden Immortal disciples, which was already quite flattering. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained indifferent, accepting the rankings as they were. Shortly after receiving the directive, the celestial sovereign of Lanting suddenly reached out to him with a message. "Tang Tian, before the decision regarding your quota to the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace was made, did anyone consult you in advance?" His tone was somewhat grave. After pondering, Tang Tian replied, "No, they did not." The celestial sovereign's voice turned serious. "This is troubling. The matter was not under my direct purview, which led to my oversight. I assumed you were already aware of it. If no one approached you beforehand, it means someone is deliberately trying to facilitate your departure from the Tianfu." Tang Tian nodded. "I share the same sentiment." The celestial sovereign of Lanting sighed softly. External affairs of the Tianfu are managed by another lord, so the Lord of the Star River also overlooked this. Alas, it is my fault for insisting on lifting your punishment at that time. Otherwise, with that decree in place, they would have been unable to circumvent my authority. He referred to the matter of Tang Tian's debts. The previous punishment had stipulated that until he repaid 1,000 billion in debts, he was not permitted to step outside the Tianfu. However, on the day the Global Commerce Association was inaugurated, that debt had been annulled by the celestial sovereign of Lanting. Upon hearing the hint of frustration in the words of the esteemed Lanting, Tang Tian replied with a smile, "It is nothing. I have made adequate preparations." The young lady Mo Shu from the Mo family is also on the list. A few days ago, Mo Xiaoxiao brought her to seek my counsel. Rest assured, regardless of who the opponent may be, I am confident in my ability to extricate myself unscathed. Lanting emitted a prolonged "oh," realizing that the third daughter of the Mo family had emerged from her seclusion. No wonder I heard that your collaboration with the Mo family has ascended to new heights. Very well, with the Mo family involved, I feel considerably more at ease. However, do exercise caution. The fact that they could bypass both me and the master of the Star River indicates they possess certain means. Tang Tian nodded, indicating he understood the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, Lanting offered further counsel and provided him with a name. One of the elders accompanying the disciples to the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, Xiujia, the Immortal Sovereign. He advised Tang Tian to seek him out should anything seem amiss and assured him he would uncover who was stirring the pot behind the scenes. Tang Tian readily agreed. A moment later, Lanting concluded the communication. Gazing into the distant sky, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. The Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, then. Let us consider it a journey. Chapter 4:11 Departure from Tianfu. 3 days later, atop Tongxing Mountain. At the forefront of the crowd stood Peak Master Gong Yao, flanked by 3 esteemed elders of Tianfu, each possessing the cultivation of an immortal sovereign. Before them stood 10 disciples from the Gaochen Institute, poised to participate in an upcoming exchange meeting, alongside various other elders and officials responsible for different matters. Except for the disciples, all others were at least at the level of immortal kings. Such a formidable assembly commanded respect wherever they might go. At this moment, Tang Tian found himself amidst the crowd, standing alongside Mo Shu. The voice of Peak Master Gong resonated steadily through the air. This expedition would be led by Immortal Sovereign Ming Xian, heading towards the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. Remember, you represent the Yunding Tianfu. Your every word and action must not tarnish the reputation of our esteemed establishment. After this admonition, they prepared to embark. Through the aid of his internal intelligence, Tang Tian discerned the identities of those accompanying him on this journey. Leading the expedition was Immortal Sovereign Ming Xian, a key figure responsible for external affairs. Although he lacked the prestige of Immortal Sovereign Lan Ting, he was certainly not to be compared with ordinary elders. Alongside him was Immortal Sovereign Xiujia, an ally of Lan Ting, as well as Immortal Sovereign Miao Rou, who managed the internal and external coordination of Tianfu. The remaining elders and officials comprised both those from Tongxing Mountain itself and others from beyond, tasked with various minor responsibilities. Among the 10 disciples attending the exchange, Tang Tian was only familiar with Mo Shu, having seldom engaged in social interactions and only encountered a handful of representative figures. This journey was not deemed particularly momentous for Tianfu, hence there was no ostentatious display. After a brief wait, a colossal warship ascended into the air, soaring towards the distant horizon. The vessel moved with remarkable speed, the mountain peaks swiftly receding behind them. Tang Tian even caught sight of the expansive mouth of the Wangyue cave heaven in the distance. Moments later, the warship pierced through a thick layer of clouds. When it re-emerged, they had already departed the confines of the Yunding Tianfu main estate and entered the vastness of the outside world. A familiar sensation enveloped him. Having spent over half a year within Tianfu, he had nearly forgotten what the outside world was like. Now, suddenly emerging from the confines of Tianfu, he sensed a stark contrast. The Taoist rules of the outside realm appeared to be in a state of disarray. Under such conditions, not only was it arduous to cultivate into an immortal, even the generation of immortal energy was exceedingly difficult. Spiritual energy was remarkably sparse, incomparable to the abundant resources within Tianfu. It was no wonder that the emergence of top-tier talents was so rare in the outside world. Even individuals with formidable cultivation potential would find their gifts stifled in such an environment, rendering it impossible to fully realize their capabilities. This disparity was insurmountable. Had one not been chosen for Tianfu, even someone like the illustrious Ling Luo, without other fortuitous encounters, would likely only achieve the realm of a half-immortal at best. As he felt the howling wind outside, Tang Tian was once more reminded of Yan Xiaohua's words. This world seemed to be heading towards demise. Gazing at the desolation before him, his understanding of that statement deepened. From a broader perspective, it appeared that the world was indeed gradually withering away. At that moment, Mo Shu approached from behind and stood beside him. This is my first time venturing beyond the Tianfu. I never imagined the outside world would present such a sight. she remarked with a sense of wonder. Tang Tian nodded slightly. It must be quite shocking for someone who has always lived within the Tianfu to witness such scenes of the outside world. Is it the same at Qingwei Gate? Mo Shu inquired. Tang Tian replied, more or less. The concentration of spiritual energy there is somewhat stronger than here. However, the areas outside Qingwei Gate are even more barren. In some places, reaching the Foundation establishment realm is exceedingly difficult. Mo Shu sighed softly. It's truly unimaginable. Within the Tianfu, even without cultivating, one could at least become a nascent soul cultivator. Yet, more astonishing is that even in such a barren environment, there are those who can break through limitations and become figures of significance. Young Master Tang, you, in particular, can enter the Cloud Summit Tianfu and thrive amidst the chaos. It's genuinely remarkable, she continued. Tang Tian chuckled and said, it's merely luck. A favorable environment is indeed crucial. No matter how talented a genius from the outside is, upon entering the Tianfu, they must still rectify their original shortcomings. Mo Shu nodded gently. Indeed, it's quite unfair. Tang Tian remained silent. The world is inherently unjust. Some are born in Rome, while others never step beyond the mountains in their lifetime. After a moment of silence, Mo Shu suddenly asked, by the way, young Master Tang, do you know the original name of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace? Tang Tian shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Mo Shu smiled and said, it was called the Holy Palace. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and asked, is there a difference? Mo Shu explained, the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace is our term for it, while the Holy Palace was the revered name given by practitioners of the original world. To put it this way, before the Tianfu descended upon this realm, the Holy Palace was, in fact, the singular sacred ground in the hearts of cultivators. It gathered the great forces of heaven and earth, protected by auspicious omens, and its cultivation environment was not vastly different from that of the Tianfu. Later, the Tianfu forcefully descended, employing extraordinary means to create a true sacred ground, rapidly expanding and gradually diminishing the Holy Palace's influence. To this day, the title of the singular sacred ground has long been supplanted by the Tianfu, while the original Holy Palace has transformed into the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. A considerable regional power. Tang Tian's heart stirred with realization, so that was the case. Indeed, it is a testament to the inexorable passage of time. However, when viewed through the grand lens of the world's temporal expanse, such occurrences are hardly uncommon. Why do you share this with me? Tang Tian inquired, sensing that Mo Shu had more to convey. As expected, Mo Shu smiled softly and replied, I merely wish to remind young Master Tang not to underestimate this upcoming exchange meeting. The foundation of the Day and Moon Immortal Palace is profoundly deep, and their cultivation environment is quite commendable. Exceptional talents from there may not necessarily be inferior to those from Tianfu. Furthermore, those individuals harbor considerable animosity towards Tianfu. As the 8th-ranked disciple, you are likely to encounter them directly. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Underestimating them is certainly out of the question. We shall see how it unfolds when the time comes. Very well, I understand. Meanwhile, in a tranquil and elegant chamber, the master spoke. Young Master Tang has departed from Tianfu. The head of the 5 Virtues Hall responded respectfully. Lu Chang'e leisurely fanned himself, and after a moment, said, very well, let us commence. The hall master nodded in affirmation. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, what of Tianyuan Xianjun? Lu Chang'e waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. He is merely courting his own demise. During young Master Tang's absence, we must ensure that the most critical aspect of our plan is executed. Those individuals have held their positions of power for far too long, likely forgetting the taste of bloodshed. It is high time they are reminded. The hall master's expression grew solemn as he bowed in agreement. Chapter 412. Musun high above the distant horizon, an immense warship glided swiftly through the skies. Tang Tian and Mo Shu stood at the ship's railing, the landscapes beneath them receding rapidly. This was a vessel of considerable rank, its speed unparalleled. Had they traveled from Qingwei Gate to the divine capital of Tianfu aboard it, they would have arrived in less than a day. In contrast, their previous journey had taken a full month. Nevertheless, the route to the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace would demand over half a month's time, underscoring the vastness of this realm. Through conversations with Mo Shu, Tang Tian garnered a general understanding of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. After years of governance by Tianfu, a significant portion of the cultivators at the Immortal Palace had begun to align themselves with the grandeur of Yunding Tianfu. This alignment was a natural progression, as Tianfu's standing was already unassailable. Rather than clinging to a feudal struggle, it was wiser to seek a more illustrious future. However, there remained a faction of obstinate individuals who harbored deep resentment towards Tianfu, believing it had usurped their rightful prestige and status, their animosity palpable. The upcoming exchange meeting was ostensibly a minor affair among disciples, yet the true success of recruitment hinged upon negotiations at the higher echelons. Overcoming their opposition would be ideal, and Mo Shu expressed her confidence in Tang Tian's prowess, assuring him of his capacity to rise above the competition. Tang Tian chuckled, responding, "If we cannot prevail, there is always you." No matter how formidable the disciples of the Immortal Palace might be, they would not match her strength. Mo Shu was a leading figure of the Mo family on Tongxing Mountain, ranking among the 10 most powerful individuals capable of entering the depths of the Starry Corridor. If even she could not manage, it would reflect poorly on Tianfu's preparations. As the leader of the disciples for this endeavor, she was there to ensure their success. In response to Tang Tian's words, Mo Shu smiled but remained silent, implicitly agreeing with his assessment. Within Tianfu, few peers matched her caliber among those of similar age, let alone the now-diminished Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. The two continued their light banter, the journey still long and filled with idle time. After a while, another figure approached from the rear. Senior sister Mo Shu, young Master Tang, he greeted, bowing slightly. Turning to face him, Tang Tian's internal companion, Xiao Ji, swiftly displayed the disciples' information before him. Mu Sun, a disciple from the Luoyuan Pavilion, stood at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm, ranked fourth among 10 disciples, trailing only the 3 great Luo Golden Immortals ahead of him. "Do you require something?" Tang Tian inquired. Mu Sun smiled, saying, "Nothing of great importance. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, young Master Tang, and came to extend my greetings. Moreover, we share a certain connection." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. A connection? He could not recall ever encountering this individual before. Upon observing Tang Tian's reaction, Mu Sun chuckled, "Young Master Tang may not be familiar with me, but my cousin had a brief interaction with you during the initiation ceremony. His name is Mu Jin." At once, Tang Tian recalled that the first hunter he encountered upon entering the 9 Ridges was indeed named Mu Jin. It was from him that he had gleaned insights regarding the dynamics of the top forces in Tianfu. After the conclusion of the 9 Ridges trial, Mu Jin had extended an invitation for him to join his faction, which Tang Tian ultimately declined. He remembered that the name of that faction was Luoyuan Ting, a force of considerable standing. "So you are the unparalleled genius Mu Jin spoke of," Tang Tian remarked with a smile. He held a favorable impression of Mu Jin, unlike some other individuals. Suddenly, he recalled a certain administrator named Luo Su, who had clandestinely concealed his performance in 9 Ridges, resulting in Tang Tian's failed attempt at bravado. Upon returning, he intended to seek out this individual. If he were still in Tianfu, they could meet for tea and reminisce about those events. If he had departed, it would be of no consequence. He had not yet borne a grudge to that extent. "Young Master Tang is jesting. In the presence of you and senior sister Mo, how could I dare to claim the title of genius?" Mu Sun humbly responded. However, being selected to participate in the exchange and ranking fourth in priority surely indicated his considerable strength. "How is Mu Jin faring now?" Tang Tian inquired. Mu Sun replied, "Quite well. After the conclusion of 9 Ridges, he reflected deeply and diligently worked hard, ultimately securing a position as a core disciple. I must express my gratitude to young Master Tang for that. The lad possesses substantial talent. He simply had a penchant for play. Had you not awakened him, it is uncertain whether he would have smoothly attained the core status." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to claim such credit. Nevertheless, he felt genuinely pleased to hear that Mu Jin had realized his aspirations. As their conversation progressed, the 3 quickly became acquainted, with Mu Sun joining in their discourse. He was eager to witness the prowess of the geniuses from the outside world, curious about their capabilities. "I have heard that the disciples of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace are formidable. I hope they can surprise me. However, if they are like young Master Tang, I would prefer to forego the surprise, as I would not wish for it to transform into a fright. That would not be enjoyable, haha," Mu Sun remarked with a laugh. Tang Tian chuckled in response, What is there for you to be frightened of? Do not forget, you are the fourth in rank. I am merely the eighth. Mu Sun shook his head. Young Master Tang, please do not say that. I have inquired with the elders, and they were quite conflicted during the ranking process. Since you did not reveal your true cultivation level, they could only place you at the 8th position based on the early stage of Golden Immortal. However, many are aware that your true strength undoubtedly surpasses that. I believe that young Master Tang could submit a request for a reordering of the rankings. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating that it is all in service of the heavenly capital and that the position matters little. Mu Sun nodded in agreement, but then sighed, saying, Young Master Tang possesses a broad mind, which is admirable. However, there are always those who are prideful and harbor doubts about this and that. It has been a long time since you have showcased your abilities, and the two other early-stage Golden Immortals seem somewhat discontented. They appear to wish to rearrange the order. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? You have sought me out merely to discuss this matter, have you not? He inquired. Mu Sun offered a somewhat awkward smile and replied, Indeed. I happened to overhear this situation and thought it prudent to bring it to your attention. Yet, I worried that my direct approach might lead you to believe I harbored ulterior motives. He sighed. Alas, you saw right through me. Observing Mu Sun's embarrassed expression, Tang Tian chuckled. Do not overthink it. I harbor no such profound intentions. Had I known you were a cousin of Mu Jin, I would have sought you out myself. He then inquired, what do those two disciples propose regarding the reordering? Mu Sun pondered for a moment before responding. I'm not entirely certain. However, it will undoubtedly be resolved before we arrive at the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. Tang Tian nodded. If that is the case, then let it be. I find myself rather bored after all. Chapter 413. Conclusion of the journey. The warship continued its steady advance. The initial vistas of the journey were always the most enchanting. However, as time elapsed, they swiftly became tedious. For a considerable period, the group generally remained confined to their quarters. As the pinnacle warship of the Tianfu, the rooms naturally included designated tranquil chambers for cultivation. While their efficacy could not be compared to that of the Gaochen Academy, they were still commendable. Nevertheless, Tang Tian was not overly diligent, emerging onto the deck daily to relish the fresh air and observe the swiftly flowing mountains and rivers beneath him. Over the past few days, they had traversed an indeterminate distance of countless miles. In the regions they passed through, they encountered several other affiliated sects of Tianfu, as well as formidable sects slightly weaker than the Ziyang sect, ranking among the top 10 of the 100 sections. Moreover, they traversed some unoccupied desolate lands, predominantly inhabited by mortal realms, where not a single qi refining cultivator could be found. This was not due to a lack of spiritual roots or talent. Rather, the cultivation environment was utterly inhospitable to the birth of practitioners. Mo Shu and Mu Sun were greatly astonished, for they had never witnessed such a world. Subsequently, they also beheld some desolate, uninhabited Gobi deserts, perilous labyrinthine territories, and even passed through a substantial maritime expanse. Within this oceanic domain lay numerous islands, where practitioners resided on the larger islands. These individuals formed their own world, making communication with the outside exceedingly difficult. They might be entirely unaware of what the Yunding Tianfu entailed. Eclectic, bizarre, and all-encompassing, these descriptors aptly encapsulated this vast world. After several more days, they arrived at an immense plain, which was considerably more prosperous, dotted with colossal cities and a noticeably greater number of practitioners than other locales. According to Mo Shu, they had now entered the sphere of influence of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. In 2 or 3 more days, they would reach their intended destination. Tang Tian nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation to witness this Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. Since his arrival in this realm, he had predominantly operated within the dominion of the Qinghua sect or the Yunding Tianfu, seldom encountering practitioners from the outside world. This was an opportune moment to gain insight into their cultivation culture and discern any differences from that of Tianfu. However, on the eve of their arrival at the destination, the leading elder of the expedition, the esteemed Mingxian Xinjuan, approached him, accompanied by 2 imposing young men. Also traveling with them was Xiujie Xinjuan, who was affiliated with the Lanting Xinjuan. Tang Tian, Mingxian Xinjuan inquired, I wish to conduct an assessment of your cultivation. Do you consent? His demeanor was elevated, as he was primarily responsible for external affairs and had no previous interactions with Tang Tian, treating him as he would any other disciple. Why? Tang Tian responded, curious. However, glancing at the two young men behind him, he had already formed a rough conjecture. Song Yongin and Fan Zhe, the two participants in this exchange meeting, were both at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal, ranked 9th and 10th respectively. The matter mentioned by Mu Sun had indeed come to pass. Some questioned his strength, believing it insufficient to secure the 8th position. I too am quite curious about your true capabilities. It is rather surprising that even the Gochin Academy could not provide a precise answer, remarked the esteemed Ming Xian. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and declined the request. I am sorry, but I do not wish to undergo any evaluation. Who knows what this individual might do once he probes into my inner being? In the realm of cultivation, such an act is exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, disciples of Tianfu possess the right to refuse such demands. However, Tang Tian's refusal caused Ming Xian's expression to darken. If you refuse to be evaluated, then you shall take the 10th position. Perhaps feeling that his authority had been challenged, Ming Xian's tone became rather brusque. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Though he did not care much for the ranking, being placed at the 10th position would entail an overwhelming amount of trivial tasks, none of which he had the leisure to attend to. Just as he was contemplating, the venerable Xiao Jie interjected, Lord Ming Xian, that may not be entirely appropriate. The list was finalized long ago. Even if one wishes to alter the order, it cannot be done so casually. This does not align with our established protocols. Xiao Jie stood firmly in support of Tang Tian, who cast him a grateful glance. Having support behind him was undeniably comforting. Ming Xian frowned and replied, then let us adhere to the rules. Since Song Yongin and Fan Zhe have raised objections, if you refuse the evaluation, let us see your true capabilities in practice. Tang Tian, do you agree? Before Xiao Jie could say more, Tang Tian interjected, I agree. There was no need to put Xiao Jie in a difficult position over such a trivial matter. Very well. To the deck, commanded Ming Xian. Moments later, the three presiding elders, along with several other ordinary elders and all disciples not currently engaged in cultivation, gathered on the deck. Tang Tian, Song Yongin, and Fan Zhe positioned themselves at the center, poised for action. Senior Sister Mo, do you think Tang Tian stands a chance? Mu Sun inquired, having also arrived. Mo Shu turned and smiled. Did you not hold Tang Tian's strength in high regard? Why the sudden lack of confidence? Mu Sun chuckled awkwardly. Admitting that it was merely politeness, he truly had no concrete understanding of Tang Tian's capabilities. Do not worry, Mo Shu said, turning her gaze to the casually standing Tang Tian, adding thoughtfully, this individual possesses depths that are truly unfathomable. At this moment, the battle on the deck was about to commence. Tang Tian, you may choose whom to challenge first, spoke the esteemed Ming Xianzun. Tang Tian offered a faint smile. No need. Let them all come at once. As his words echoed, fury ignited in the faces of Song Yong and Fan Zhe. Who among us is not a genius? What gives you the audacity to adopt such a lofty demeanor? Ming Xianzun paused briefly, then chuckled softly. Very well. You possess a certain boldness. Let them all come. Should you be defeated, you shall take the 10th position. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. With a command from Ming Xianzun, the battle was formally set in motion. Tang Tian, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you truly believe you can crush us? Song Yong's face was flushed with rage as his celestial power began to coalesce rapidly. I refuse to believe in any so-called newcomer kings or miraculous histories. Today, I, Fan Zhe, shall personally rend your false faade. Fan Zhe appeared to be a tempestuous soul, barely able to contain his wrath. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. Are you done with your theatrics? Then let us commence. Subsequently, he brought his fingers together, pointing towards the heavens above, and with a gentle downward sweep, an overwhelming force descended upon them. Before they could react, two resounding thuds echoed as they knelt upon the deck, crimson blood gushing forth. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of the warship, the deck might have been punctured by their kneeling. After all this, Tang Tian remained nonchalant, retracting his fingers with a soft smile. It's finished. The task is complete. Chapter 414. An incident in the heavenly mansion. Is this how it ends? The battle concluded almost instantaneously, leaving all present in a state of bewilderment. Mu Sun stood with his mouth agape, staring blankly at the kneeling figures of Song Yongin and Fan Zhe, his face a mask of shock. After a long pause, he murmured, Sister Mo, you truly have an eye for talent. However, Mo Shu's expression was equally complex as she chuckled softly. To be honest, I did not anticipate that Tang Tian would conclude the combat so decisively. The prowess he displayed just now was at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, correct? Mu Sun nodded in agreement. Mo Shu sighed deeply, noting how effortlessly he eliminated opponents of the same caliber. Song Yong'an and Fan Zhe, both prodigies of the Guochen Academy, could not withstand even a single strike from him. I must confess, at the early Golden Immortal stage, I would never have been able to achieve such a clean and swift victory. Mu Sun's face was filled with awe. Indeed, he had not realized that Tang Tian had dispatched his adversaries with such ease. Even considering the possibility that Tang Tian's cultivation level might not be merely that of an early Golden Immortal. Regardless, even if he were present, he might not have been able to endure such an onslaught. Aside from Mu Sun and Mo Shu, the other disciples and attendants exhibited similar reactions. They had anticipated a fiercely competitive and thrilling battle. Yet, who could have foreseen such a vast disparity in strength, akin to an insurmountable chasm? Even Ming Xian and Xiu Jia, the esteemed immortal lords, showed subtle shifts in their expressions. Can we conclude? Tang Tian inquired casually, addressing Ming Xian. Defeating two unparalleled geniuses seemed almost trivial to him. Observing the two kneeling before him, blood seeping from their mouths and utterly devoid of combat capability, Ming Xian nodded slowly. Yes, it is sufficient. However, Tang Tian, your cultivation level should exceed that of an early Golden Immortal, correct? He had discerned that Tang Tian had not exerted his full strength. This should not affect the outcome of the battle, right? Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Ming Xian was taken aback momentarily, then smiled slightly. Indeed, it does not. Unless you wish to remain in the 8th position, you may continue to ascend the ranks. Impressive strength. I hope you can showcase the prowess of our Heavenly Mansion disciples at the upcoming exchange meeting. With that, he turned and departed. Whether it was an illusion or not, Tang Tian sensed a marked softening in Ming Xian's demeanor following the battle's conclusion. It seemed he was merely concerned with the true capabilities of his disciples rather than deliberately targeting him. After Ming Xian's departure, the two kneeling figures were escorted away by Miao Ro, the immortal lady. Given the foundation of the Heavenly Mansion and the abilities of the immortal lords, their minor injuries would heal swiftly. This confidence is precisely why disciples of the Heavenly Mansion rarely hold back during their martial exchanges. After a brief moment, the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle gradually dispersed, leaving Tang Tian, Mo Shu, and Mu Sun walking together. I had previously harbored concerns regarding the prowess of young Master Tang. However, it appears that my worries were unfounded, Mo Shu remarked with a smile. The grace of young Master Tang is truly eye-opening. I feel that with a slight effort on your part, I might have to relinquish my position as 4th. Haha. Mu Sun chimed in. Despite the flattery from the two, Tang Tian remained quite modest. No, it is merely that they are too weak. Mo Shu. Mu Sun. After a leisurely chat, Mu Sun took his leave first. Subsequently, Mo Shu handed Tang Tian a jade talisman. This is a message from my elder sister for you. She said it is quite important. Tang Tian paused momentarily. They had only departed from Yunding Tianfu a mere 10 days ago. What significant events could have transpired in such a short span? As he accepted the jade talisman, he noticed a perfectly intact seal of Mo Xiao Xiao, indicating that the contents had not been accessed by anyone else. After delivering the talisman, Mo Shu excused herself. The Mo family has clear divisions of labor, and as a frontline combatant, Mo Shu would not casually inquire about other pertinent information. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. Returning to his room, after setting up a protective barrier, he chose to open the jade talisman. A succinct message appeared before him. An incident has occurred at Tianfu. During your absence, several high-ranking officials have mysteriously perished one after another. Their deaths are varied, yet akin to the circumstances surrounding Huang Daoxing's demise, leaving no trace behind. Wang Ziyu suspects that it was the doing of Lu Chang'e and is currently coordinating with the Law Enforcement Hall to thoroughly pursue Lu Chang'e's whereabouts. Even Bai Nuyi has been interrogated several times, yet no leads have emerged. This matter is of great significance, and the news has not reached the lower ranks. However, I deemed it necessary to inform you. This encompasses all that Mo Xiao Xiao conveyed. Upon finishing the message, Tang Tian furrowed his brow deeply. Why is it this fellow again? Is it not enough to have stirred up chaos at Qinghua sect, and now he intends to wreak havoc at Yunding Tianfu as well? What then? Could his objective be this time? Tang Tian shook his head. It is rather peculiar that issues arose immediately after he departed. Nonetheless, he believed that this incident bore no relation to him. Let the chaos unfold. Fortunately, he had temporarily distanced himself, thus evading this storm. He need not concern himself with such matters, as long as they do not hinder the subsequent developments of the Tianxia Commerce Association. He merely needed to observe the unfolding contest between Lu Chang'e and Wang Ziyu to see who would ultimately emerge victorious. Stowing away the jade talisman, Tang Tian exhaled slowly. Dismissing the matter from his mind, he soon entered a state of cultivation. After several days of sailing, the scenery on the land continued to change, and the population steadily increased. Even the formidable beings from the realm of immortals occasionally made their appearances, signifying that the defensive line they traversed had increasingly perfected the laws of heaven and earth. On this particular day, a deep and resonant bell tolled from afar, enveloping the warship and echoing within the hearts of all aboard. Tang Tian's gaze sharpened as he stepped out of his chamber. At this moment, other disciples and caretakers emerged, gazing into the distance. There, a towering mountain range loomed, stretching endlessly like a dragon coiled upon the earth. The peaks were shrouded in ethereal mist, creating a myriad of auspicious phenomena that gently spiraled through the sky. Radiant celestial light cascaded from the summit of several peaks, illuminating the realm in breathtaking splendor. It was indeed a vision befitting a sacred land of immortals. "We have arrived," remarked Mo Shu as she approached Tang Tian. He nodded slightly. At least from an external perspective, the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace appeared to rival the Cloud Summit heavenly abode in grandeur. Just then, the heavy tolling of the bell abruptly ceased. Following this, 3 colossal celestial cranes soared from the mountain range, swiftly approaching the heavenly abode warship. Upon the back of each crane stood an elder clad in black and white robes, exuding formidable presence. They were no less impressive than the esteemed Ming Xianxianzuan. "The Holy Palace welcomes the esteemed guests of the Cloud Summit heavenly abode," the foremost elder announced. Chapter 415. Arrival and confrontation under the guidance of the 3 venerable elders. The warship gradually sailed towards the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. After a brief exchange with Elder Mingxian, Tang Tian gleaned a general understanding of the situation. As Mo Shu had mentioned, many within the palace exhibited a notable resistance to the allure of the Cloud Summit heavenly mansion. This was evident from the elders' continued reference to themselves as the Holy Palace. However, it was clear that their strength may not suffice to uphold their defiance. The 3 venerable beings sent to welcome the warship were all venerable figures, their hair and beards white as snow, appearing exceedingly aged, with at least several millennia behind them. In stark contrast stood the representatives from the heavenly mansion, Elder Mingxian, Elder Xiujia, and Elder Miao, each more youthful than the last. Moreover, their prowess surpassed that of the 3 venerable elders, not to mention the unfathomable depth of the heavenly mansion's foundation. The overall disparity between the 2 sides was far greater than it appeared from the outside. After a brief moment, the warship officially entered the mountain range housing the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. As they traversed the thick celestial mist, the scenery unfolded before them. Verdant mountains and flowing waters, pavilions and towers, seemed not dissimilar to those of the heavenly mansion. Yet, the overall cultivation environment within was markedly inferior. The quality and density of the celestial energy bore no comparison to that of the heavenly mansion. One could assert that the environment atop their main peaks was comparable only to that of the ordinary locales within the heavenly mansion. Even if one were to consider only the residences of the official disciples, they would utterly eclipse the cultivation conditions here. Indeed, the decline was palpable. Based on previous records, the state of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace had not deteriorated to such an extent. Mo Shu, noticing the situation, spoke up. "Is this related to the establishment of the heavenly mansion?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Shu shook her head. "No, the heavenly mansion emerged from the spatial realm atop the firmament, crafting its environment through its own means, without influencing the celestial dynamics of other realms. The decline of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace was akin to that of other places in the world, an irreversible regression. It could be said that, apart from the heavenly mansion, all other locations were gradually withering away." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, troubled by this notion. How could a world in such good standing experience such phenomena? At that moment, he found it difficult to see the full picture. The warship continued its journey. ultimately coming to a halt atop the most majestic of the main peaks. Many individuals from the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace awaited their arrival, including aged elders and a group of youthful, talented disciples. These disciples possessed diverse temperaments, yet each radiated an aura of bloodlust, clearly warriors of remarkable prowess. Upon the appearance of the Heavenly Mansion disciples, their attention swiftly turned, and the palpable aura of battle surged forth. Sensing the fervor and pride emanating from them, Tang Tian nodded inwardly. Indeed, this assembly of talents from the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace exhibited extraordinary qualities. If they were to engage in battle with disciples of Tianfu at a similar level, under comparable circumstances, it is entirely possible that they would not be defeated. Unfortunately, the foundation of Tianfu is profoundly deep, with an array of diverse techniques, effortlessly allowing them to craft tailored strategies for their disciples. Moreover, the cultivation levels of the disciples from the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace are rather mediocre. Among dozens of talented disciples, he could only discern the presence of a single Deluo Golden Immortal. Is this truly the caliber of young talents in your generation? Quite impressive, remarked the esteemed Ming Xian, nodding slightly. Yet, within his eyes, there was little sign of admiration. The elder, who had previously taken the lead, chuckled softly and said, "You flatter us, my friend. This group of youngsters cannot possibly be compared to the geniuses of Tianfu. You were all born with golden keys, while we must rely on our own will to defy fate and carve out a bloody path." With these words, the fighting spirit among the disciples surged even higher. Were it not for the presence of the elders, they might have charged at Tang Tian and his companions. How frightening. We bear no deep-seated grudges against them, do we? Mu Sun muttered with a smirk. Mo Shu smiled gently in response. Perhaps this has always been their way. The elders continued their discourse, yet Ming Xian remained unfazed, sensing the overwhelming battle intent emanating from the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. Indeed, you have endured great hardships over the years. However, to act against the natural order is ultimately unsustainable. Following the natural course will lead to a smoother and more distant journey, Ming Xian subtly conveyed. The elder responded with a cold snort, asserting, "It is through adversity that one's will is forged. As cultivators, our paramount asset is a resolute will and an unyielding heart. Without a steadfast heart, what meaning is there in attaining the status of a sage?" Ming Xian chuckled softly. Adversity is merely suffering, not something worth pursuing. The honing of will is simply a consequence of unavoidable hardship. If one can achieve the same goals without enduring inexplicable suffering, I believe many would choose the path devoid of hardship. The elder's expression darkened. Indeed, he found it difficult to counter this assertion. After all, in this world, ordinary individuals are the majority, while those who revel in hardship are exceedingly rare. In fact, within the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, the number of those advocating for submission was gradually gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Tang Tian stroked his chin, finding this subtle clash of ideologies rather intriguing. This illustrates the adage that those who walk different paths do not seek to collaborate. Ming Xian could not sway the elder, and the elder could not persuade Ming Xian. Ultimately, the resolution would rely on sheer strength. However, regardless of how one perceives the situation, it appears that they have assumed the role of the traditional antagonist, intruding upon another's territory and employing their strength to compel submission. It remains uncertain whether within the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace there exists a singular figure capable of turning the tide single-handedly. After a brief exchange of veiled confrontations, the Grand Elder, accompanied by the esteemed Xian Zun Ming Xian, proceeded to meet with the Palace Master. Meanwhile, the remaining stewards and Tang Tian found themselves settled in an elegantly appointed garden under the guidance of other elders of the palace. The initial discussions among the higher echelons are likely to span several days, followed by an exchange among the disciples. Nevertheless, during this interim, Tang Tian and his companions are permitted to roam freely within the Celestial Palace, provided they refrain from trespassing into certain restricted areas. What say you, young Master Tang? Shall we venture out for a stroll? Mu Sun inquired, his demeanor exuding excitement akin to a caged bird released after a prolonged confinement. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian acquiesced, recognizing that exploring the local cultivation culture would be quite enlightening. As they prepared to embark, Mo Shu approached them. "Young Master Tang, it would be prudent for us to remain together," she suggested. Tang Tian comprehended her underlying intent, Safeguarding oneself was also a directive imposed upon her by Mo Xiao Xiao. Shortly thereafter, the trio departed the garden, making their way toward the summit of the Celestial Palace. Chapter 416. The Arena Battle of the Celestial Palace. As he traversed this ethereal realm, Tang Tian experienced a distinctive sensation. In contrast to the meticulously regulated cloud-top paradise, the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace appeared to offer a greater sense of freedom, aligning more closely with his prior imaginings of a celestial sanctuary. It exuded a carefree and unrestrained essence. "Ah, this place feels quite pleasant," Mu Sun remarked, his voice laced with admiration. Mo Shu smiled gently and inquired, "What? Have you developed an affection for the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace?" Mu Sun shrugged nonchalantly. "To speak candidly, the ambience here is indeed superior to that of the paradise. Aside from the training environment, given the opportunity, I would certainly choose this place for my retirement." Tang Tian chuckled softly, choosing silence. Mu Sun's perspective mirrored that of a city dweller accustomed to urban life, who occasionally escapes to a tranquil valley. While a short stay may be enjoyable, long-term residence would be challenging, unless one had completely forsaken all desires. Otherwise, the paradise would undoubtedly remain the more favorable choice. By your reasoning, it seems that the decision of the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace not to yield allegiance is indeed the correct one? Mo Shu teased. Mu Sun recoiled slightly, responding, "I did not suggest that. However, we have observed the palpable hostility from the talented individuals of the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace towards us, as if they harbor a vendetta. I doubt they would genuinely pledge their loyalty. Moreover, as they journeyed, many disciples they encountered instinctively distanced themselves upon sighting them, their demeanor suffused with subtle animosity. It appeared that none harbored fondness for the paradise." Mo Shu, however, shook her head lightly. "That's because we primarily encountered the upper echelons here. They are vested interests, naturally unwilling to relinquish their advantages. I have heard that the middle and lower tiers of the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace, the ordinary disciples, actually yearn for the lifestyle of the paradise." Mu Sun scoffed. "Isn't it all the same? In the middle and lower tiers, they cannot attain substantial benefits regardless of their location. Once they truly arrive at the paradise, whether they retain their original sentiments remains uncertain." The two engaged in casual banter, while Tang Tian refrained from voicing an opinion. Such matters appeared to him as obscured visions, lacking genuine acquaintance and clarity. As they conversed, they arrived at the area designated for the daily activities of the Celestial Palace disciples. The number of disciples present was considerable, albeit somewhat disorganized. The area encompassed living quarters, training zones, small marketplaces, taverns, and more, resembling the layout of a bustling city. After a leisurely exploration, their interest waned swiftly, for the quality of goods here was undeniably a notch below that found in the paradise, and some items were absurdly overpriced. A mere low-grade celestial technique was astonishingly priced at 3,000 pieces of innate Dao jade, showcased as the shop's prized possession. In the vicinity of Tianfu, it seemed that a mere sum of 200 or 300 sufficed. After a brief stroll, they arrived at a bustling urban area, where a particular location immediately captured their attention. It was a grand arena, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Upon the stage, two disciples from the Celestial Palace were eagerly preparing for the forthcoming duel. "Let us go take a look." The youth, Mu Sun, was the first to dash forward, followed closely by Tang Tian and Mo Shu, who matched his pace. By the time they reached the arena, the battle between the two disciples had already commenced. Both displayed considerable prowess, possessing the cultivation of the celestial immortal realm. Judging by the fervor emanating from the crowd below, such a level of combat appeared to be a rarity within the Celestial Palace. Perfect timing to observe the techniques employed by the disciples of the Celestial Palace. "So we can prepare accordingly," Mu Sun remarked with a grin. Tang Tian also turned his gaze towards the spectacle. At that moment, after initial probing exchanges, the duel had devolved into a fierce melee. Though their techniques were not exceptionally refined, as Tang Tian had surmised, each offensive and defensive maneuver was executed with remarkable skill. It was evident that both combatants were seasoned warriors, striving for the utmost efficacy with every strike. As time progressed, both sides unleashed their true potential. Each clash fraught with peril. Wounds began to mar their bodies, some deep enough to reveal bone, blood staining the arena. Yet, regardless of the severity of their injuries, neither side relaxed their vigilance, maintaining a state of utmost focus. "Impressive," Mu Sun exclaimed in admiration. Emoshu nodded in agreement, acknowledging their extensive combat experience, having survived life and death trials, a testament to their superiority over the likes of them. However, it appeared that their methods lacked perfect synergy, resulting in a perpetual slight deficiency in execution. Tang Tian chuckled. What truly matters is the alignment with one's own techniques. Otherwise, possessing full power yet only manifesting 70% is futile. Under similar circumstances, a disciple from Tianfu needs merely 80% of their strength to prevail. Emoshu slightly nodded, acquiescing to Tang Tian's observation. This was the stark reality. Some individuals could effortlessly sift through a multitude of dreams, selecting the one most suited to their development, while others were not even worthy of dreams, condemned to perpetually engage in pursuits they despised. Their achievements, therefore, could not possibly be comparable. Nonetheless, he held a certain respect for these celestial palace disciples. In a sense, they were the true practitioners of cultivation. As the battle raged on, the scales of fortune began to tilt. One contender gradually fell behind, resorting solely to defense, while the other seized the opportunity, relentlessly pursuing with precision, leaving no openings. Unless a miracle occurred, the outcome appeared inevitable. Indeed, it is a fact. Observing another disciple on the verge of losing all resistance, Mu Sun remarked with a smile. Their combat appears far more intense than ours, devoid of any restraint. The defeated one will likely be bedridden for an extended period. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing the head of another disciple, which soared high before rolling off the arena. Blood stained the sky. Mu Sun stood frozen in place, while Emoshu also paused momentarily, seemingly surprised that the other combatant would resort to such lethal force. Tang Tian gazed at the headless body sprawled on the arena, falling into a profound silence. Such scenes are virtually inconceivable within the confines of Yunding Tianfu. Yet, the disciples of the immortal palace below erupted into thunderous cheers. They celebrated the victor of this battle, trampling upon the head of the vanquished. Ultimately, the triumphant disciple, amidst the jubilant shouts of the crowd, claimed the spoils of this arena wager, a remarkably crafted low-grade immortal artifact. Chapter 417. The little girl Cece in the serene and elegant garden, beneath the pavilion. After witnessing the brutal contest, Tang Tian and his companions returned to their former surroundings. Their previous light-hearted demeanor had dissipated, replaced by a complex array of emotions. For the sake of a mere inferior celestial artifact, had one truly taken the life of their own comrade? Mu Sun shook his head repeatedly, struggling to comprehend the situation. Within the confines of the Yunding Tianfu, such contests were commonplace. Young disciples, fueled by fervor, often resolved their grievances upon the stage, with injuries and bloodshed a frequent sight. It was not unusual for one to emerge battered or even rendered powerless. However, the direct taking of a life was a rarity. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, the Tianfu possessed means to restore one to their former state, to rise once more. To spare one's opponent was to spare oneself in future encounters. Thus, barring irreconcilable enmity, few would resort to such extremities. In reflection of the recent battle, Emoshu sighed softly, remarking, "Perhaps the scarcity of resources here drives such brutality. Otherwise, I cannot fathom their mercilessness." Observing the two newly released canaries, Tang Tian spoke softly. "It is not merely a matter of resources. In truth, the same can be said for most cultivation realms beyond the Tianfu. It is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are prey to the strong. Once enmity is established, should one fail to eliminate their adversary, they risk facing their demise should that foe return." Having spent considerable time in the Qingyu sect, he possessed greater insight. Although the Qingyu sect was not as ruthless, fatalities and contests were not uncommon, let alone in the harsher outside world. After listening, Mu Sun appeared dazed, while Emoshu pondered deeply. After a moment of silence, Mu Sun forced a smile and remarked, "I am beginning to grasp what you expressed earlier, Senior Sister Emo. In such a realm, for those of lower tiers, it is not merely a struggle for gain. It is akin to hell. Only those perched at the pinnacle truly reap the benefits." Tang Tian remained noncommittal. In a world that genuinely embraced the law of the jungle, aside from the apex predators, the rest were but lambs awaiting slaughter. At least in the Yunding Tianfu, the rights to life for ordinary individuals were upheld. The protagonists of the era were but a handful. The majority were still mere common folk. At that moment, A small figure stealthily appeared nearby, peering at them with curiosity. Emoshu furrowed her brow slightly, raising her hand to gently pull the child from the flowers. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a little girl, around 6 or 7 years of age. "Who are you, and what are you doing there?" Emoshu inquired coldly. "This area has been designated for them, and others are forbidden from entering without permission." The individual in question appears suspicious, and as the leader, Emoshu feels compelled to inquire further. Observing Tang Tian and the others, the young girl seems somewhat anxious, timidly responding, "My name is Shishi. I am responsible for tending to this garden." The girl possesses some cultivation, her practice likely related to flora, which is presumably why the Celestial Palace has entrusted her with this task. A mere fledgling cultivator poses little threat. "Then what were you hiding over there?" Emoshu's tone softened slightly. Shishi glanced at Emoshu and whispered, "I wanted to see what the immortals from the Heavenly Palace look like." Emoshu was momentarily taken aback. "Heavenly Palace? Why do you refer to it as such?" Shishi replied, "Everyone calls it that, except my brother calls it that too. He told me that the Heavenly Palace is the paradise for cultivators, where adults oversee everything, ensuring we are not bullied. Everyone is together, happily making friends. Is that truly the case?" The three exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Tang Tian gestured to Emoshu, indicating she should handle it. Emoshu sighed gently, then smiled, saying, "Your brother is correct. The Heavenly Palace is indeed quite harmonious and tolerant. Although there may be disagreements at times, everyone is measured and no one dies cough. After all, there are adults supervising." Upon hearing this, Shishi's eyes sparkled. "So what? My brother and I often argued too. That sounds wonderful, unlike here where there is fighting every day. And the adults do nothing, leaving me in constant fear." Observing Shishi, who seemed unaffected, Emoshu felt relieved, thinking to herself that she was quite adept at comforting children. "Why must you live in fear? Doesn't your brother protect you?" Emoshu inquired with a smile. Shishi shook her head. "He used to protect me, but last year when he went out to train, he was killed in a dispute over a celestial herb." Emoshu's smile faltered, frozen on her face. Yet, Shishi seemed to have come to terms with it, stating, "If I have the chance, I will definitely visit the Heavenly Palace. My brother always wanted to go. I want to see if it's as he described." Gazing at the innocent girl, Emoshu's expression grew complex as she gently stroked Shishi's hair. "No problem. If you wish to go, when I return in some time, I will take you along. You can stay by my side, and I will protect you just as your brother did, ensuring you are never bullied again." Upon hearing this, Shishi erupted with joy. Subsequently, she gently pecked at Emoshu's cheek and whispered something before happily scampering back. Observing the lively figure of Shishi bouncing away, Emoshu's eyes brimmed with tenderness. "Do you harbor feelings for her?" Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Emoshu did not respond directly, but instead chuckled. "Do you know what she just whispered in my ear?" After a brief pause, she continued, "She said she is aware of our purpose here. On the day of the battle, she and her friends will cheer us on." Tang Tian smiled faintly. "Indeed, there are still many who support the allegiance to the Heavenly Mansion." Meanwhile, Musun stood up abruptly. "I can no longer tolerate this. Initially, I merely intended to come and have some fun, to casually fulfill my obligations. However, now I must take this seriously. Forget the so-called jungle law and the true essence of the cultivation world. Living well and cultivating comfortably is what more people truly seek." His words resonated with conviction, as if he had suddenly discovered the reason for his fight. Tang Tian merely shrugged. He did not share such sentiments. His purpose for coming was simply to win. Following that, he aimed to resolve matters concerning the Celestial Sovereign. After a tour, the mindset of the three beneath the pavilion had shifted, albeit slightly. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an intangible shadow lingered beyond the garden, silently vanishing after witnessing everything. Chapter 418. The commencement of the exchange conference. A few days swiftly passed. Following extensive dialogues among the upper echelons, the first phase of discussions has reached a temporary conclusion. To the outside world, it is proclaimed that both parties engaged in pleasant negotiations and reached a certain level of consensus. However, as an insider, Tang Tian is acutely aware that the so-called amicable discussions nearly resulted in the ceiling of the conference room being blown off. As the formidable envoy of the Tianfu, wielding an unassailable power, he exudes an undeniable dominance, showing little regard even for the leader of the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace. Conversely, the higher-ups of the Celestial Palace, once the sovereign rulers of this realm, possessed their own pride. The two parties engaged in a fierce war of words, with tensions escalating to the brink of physical confrontation, and some individuals even fainting at the negotiation table. Fortunately, they maintained their boundaries and did not descend into actual violence. The so-called consensus merely signifies a temporary shelving of disputes, with the intention of proceeding with the exchange conference first. At last, it is our turn to take the stage. Musun rubbed his hands in anticipation. After witnessing the events of the first day, he was eager to participate. The rescue of the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace had transformed in his heart into a righteous endeavor. Mo Shu, on the other hand, remained composed, as her role was primarily to provide support, rendering her presence at the exchange conference largely unnecessary. Throughout these days, she had spent harmonious moments with Shi, and it was evident that she had genuinely grown fond of the innocent and charming little girl. As for Tang Tian, he was merely there to unwind. Soon, under the guidance of the three celestial sovereigns, the administrators of Tianfu and 10 disciples arrived at the venue of the exchange conference. It was a vast dojo, albeit not as grand as Tianfu's 4 great dojos, yet still impressive in scale. In the very center of the dojo stood a colossal arena, encircled by rows of seats, accommodating spectators for the event. Upon their arrival, the seats were already filled to capacity. The majority consisted of disciples from the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace, along with ordinary elders and administrators. Additionally, there were representatives from various other external factions in attendance. This exchange conference was not exclusively for Tianfu and the Celestial Palace. Many other sects surrounding the Celestial Palace also participated. In fact, the conference was originally organized by these sects, with Tianfu joining midway as an external entity. As the most powerful faction, the Tianfu members were naturally assigned to the prominent positions, on par with the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace. Among them, Tang Tian noticed representatives from other sects, though their capabilities fell significantly short of those of the Celestial Palace. The arrival of the Tianfu contingent immediately attracted curious glances from the crowd. Due to the considerable distance, many had only heard of the name Tianfu, but had never encountered its members in person. What a lively scene! After settling in, Mu Sun gazed at the throng below, smiling as he spoke. The Celestial Palace has long held the reins in this realm, and its influence is undeniably substantial. Indeed, each exchange conference serves as a platform for them to solidify their influence, remarked Mo Shu. Tang Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging that, in the absence of war, such a method is indeed quite suitable for demonstrating one's strength. The Qingyue sect had employed similar tactics in the past, although at that time, as an honorary disciple, Tang Tian was not qualified to participate. In essence, this approach is merely a display of prowess. The formidable strength of our younger disciples signifies our future prosperity. However, this exchange conference bears a different significance, for an even mightier force, the Tianfu, has arrived. By the way, where is Cici? Tang Tian inquired. In recent days, Mo Shu and Cici had been inseparable. Mo Shu smiled and replied, "She is in the garden. She lacks the qualifications to witness the event and belongs to the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace, so I cannot bring her along directly. However, before I left, she told me she would be cheering for us in spirit." Tang Tian smiled faintly. That little girl is indeed quite endearing. The group continued their casual conversation. Soon, the sun rose high in the sky, and the long-anticipated exchange conference among various sects officially commenced. All participating sects adhered to the same standard: young disciples under the age of 25. Upon stepping onto the arena, there would be officials to verify the disciples' bone age to prevent any cheating. Such occurrences are virtually non-existent in Tianfu, as no one would engage in such disgraceful acts. Moments later, the verification was complete, and 2 disciples stood upon the stage. One hailed from a sect known as Huaidong, while the other represented a faction called the Powwow Alliance. Upon observing their cultivation levels, Mu Sun gasped in surprise. No way, a transformation realm? Such strength, which is even below the immortal realm, seems to exceed his expectations. Tang Tian chuckled. That's quite normal. A transformation realm disciple under 25 is indeed impressive. Over at Qingyue sect, even the Grand Elder possesses only semi-immortal cultivation. Mu Sun shook his head. There is still a distinction. Although I have never been to Qingyue sect, I have heard that their cultivation environment is quite challenging for achieving immortality. Moreover, the most exceptional disciples have all been sent to Tianfu, such as yourself, young Master Tang. Who would dare to underestimate your prowess? Tang Tian smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Mu Sun's point holds merit. Nevertheless, possessing a transformation realm talent is certainly commendable in the outside world. As they conversed, the battle on the arena had already commenced. Although the two disciples were not particularly powerful, their techniques were quite impressive, each striking with increasing ferocity. The exchanges between them elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. In the most thrilling moments, both Huaidong and Powa Alliance supporters stood nervously, cheering for their respective disciples. Ultimately, after an exhilarating clash, the disciple from Huaidong emerged victorious over the Powa Alliance disciple, claiming the top spot. The disciples of Huaidong erupted in joyous cheers, while those from the Poju Alliance could only sigh in despair, their heads hanging low as they sat down. Quite an amusing scene, indeed, remarked Mu Sun with a grin. Having grown up in the bountiful Tianfu, he had never witnessed such a spectacle and found it utterly fascinating. After the conclusion of the first battle, the talented disciple from Huaidong had not exhausted much of his strength and opted to continue his challenges. However, the next disciple to take the stage was evidently of a significantly higher caliber, effortlessly casting him off the arena. As the competition progressed, another disciple from a different sect ascended to challenge the victor. With the passage of time, an increasing number of disciples took to the stage, showcasing ever more formidable powers: Yuhua Realm, Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm, and Heavenly Immortal Realm. Eventually, the geniuses of the profound Immortal Realm made their appearance, their immense strength eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers with every clash. The sects that dispatched these disciples clearly held a higher status, with some seated just below Tang Tian and his companions. The battles continued unabated, and at last, one of the main protagonists of this exchange event, the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, finally made its entrance. Chapter 419. The glorious moment of the Celestial Palace as the disciples of the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace ascended the arena. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd surrounding it. Meanwhile, the expressions of the sects that had recently achieved commendable results shifted to one of gravitas. The disciples of the Celestial Palace are invincible. Although they too dispatch disciples at the Xianxian realm, behold, their champion is merely 21 years of age. Moreover, their prowess is undeniably formidable. It remains uncertain if anyone can successfully vanquish them. The sect representatives seated beneath Tang Tian exchanged remarks. Let alone defeating him. Merely managing to withstand 3 moves would be an accomplishment in itself. Indeed, the Celestial Palace is exceedingly powerful. They consistently dominate every exchange meeting. However, I have heard that disciples from the Tianfu sacred land have arrived. Perhaps a shift is imminent? Hush, do not broach such sensitive topics. Their discourse touched upon the Cloud Summit Tianfu, yet they swiftly fell silent. Before a definitive conclusion was reached, they remained under the jurisdiction of the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace, and speaking recklessly would surely invite calamity. Yet, some individuals fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. I doubt it. Does the Tianfu's disciples necessarily surpass those of the Sacred Palace? Let us not forget, when the Sacred Palace reigned supreme, the Cloud Summit Tianfu was still lurking in the shadows. Unless they dispatch their most elite disciples, they certainly cannot rival those of the Sacred Palace, one asserted, casting a disdainful glance toward Tang Tian. I concur. If the Cloud Summit Tianfu dares to underestimate us, the Sacred Palace shall ensure they comprehend the ramifications of hubris. Another member from a different sect echoed in agreement. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace seated above smiled faintly, glancing at the nearby Mingxian Xianzuan. However, Mingxian Xianzuan remained unmoved, merely observing the arena with a placid demeanor. At that moment, Mo Shu, the leader, discreetly transmitted a message to the other disciples of the Tianfu. Dragon King K, Ding Tianzong, remember these 2 names. Mu Sun grinned, implying that when confronting these 2 sects, one need not hold back excessively. Tang Tian silently shook his head, perceiving that these individuals were still too insular in their understanding, or perhaps overly eager in their allegiances. At the very least, they ought to wait until the 2 sides genuinely clash before deciding whether to remain sycophants of the Celestial Palace. As the conversation unfolded, the first opponent of the Celestial Palace disciple had already stepped onto the stage, a fellow disciple of the Xianxian realm, albeit age 25. In the face of the Celestial Palace disciple, they exhibited an innate trepidation, having lost their fighting spirit even before the engagement commenced. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Despite their equivalent cultivation level and being older, they still addressed the younger disciple with deference. The Celestial Palace disciple, however, maintained an air of haughty confidence. Make your move, he proclaimed, standing tall and proud. Moments later, the battle finally commenced. The challenger displayed commendable prowess, employing techniques that were remarkably seasoned, with a wealth of combat experience. Yet, for the same reason as before, he fought with a degree of hesitation. In stark contrast, the disciple from the Celestial Palace unleashed his battle intent with complete abandon, engaging in a grand and vigorous display. Before long, he had the opponent on the defensive, leaving him with scarcely any capacity to counterattack. In a brief span, the Celestial Palace disciple delivered a decisive kick that sent his adversary flying off the stage, effortlessly securing the inaugural victory for the Celestial Palace in the exchange conference. Bravo! A thunderous cheer erupted around, resonating with exuberance. The advantage of the home ground was vividly manifested at that moment. The other sects could only express their astonishment. Indeed, the disciple from Fenghua's sect was quite remarkable, yet he could not withstand the overwhelming offensive of the Celestial Palace disciple. The strength displayed was formidable, raising questions about the heights he might achieve in the future. Internal rumors suggested that this disciple's prowess did not even rank among the top 100 of the Celestial Palace. When the top 100 disciples took the stage, only then would the true disparity become apparent. It was truly terrifying. If those from Yunding Tianfu were aware, they would surely be filled with trepidation. They occasionally cast furtive glances at the expressions of the Tianfu disciples, hoping to glean some insight from their faces. Unfortunately for them, the Tianfu members remained composed, betraying not a hint of fear. Keep pretending. When it's your turn to perform, the FAAD will crumble, someone scoffed. At this juncture, the second challenger ascended the stage. However, confronted with this even more formidable opponent, the Celestial Palace disciple maintained an air of arrogance. Once the battle commenced, he immediately exhibited an even more ferocious onslaught, akin to a tempest. The second challenger was unable to withstand such intensity of attack and was swiftly defeated. A crescendo of cheers erupted once more, as spectators marveled at the Celestial Palace disciple's astonishing capabilities. Nevertheless, after vanquishing the second challenger, the Celestial Palace disciple was called down. Although he felt a lingering desire to continue, the spotlight could not be monopolized by him alone. He must allow his fellow brothers the opportunity to shine. Shortly thereafter, a second disciple from the Celestial Palace took to the stage, possessing strength at the late stage of the profound immortal realm. Following this, the two challengers faced defeat in succession. Next came the third disciple from the Celestial Palace. In no time, a series of battles concluded with remarkable swiftness. Each disciple from the Celestial Palace who ascended the stage exhibited extraordinary strength, predominantly overpowering their opponents of equivalent realms with an overwhelming force. Such a display of might left every onlooker in awe, save for the disciples of Tianfu. When will it be our turn? I'm already weary of watching. Mu Sun yawned widely and remarked. It seemed that upon hearing his voice, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace turned to regard the esteemed Ming Xian and chuckled. Friend, it is time to showcase the talents of the disciples from Tianfu. Is it not? Ming Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is not that I am unwilling. Rather, the strength of your disciples is, alas, quite feeble. To send them forth would be akin to an adult bullying a child. The disciples of Tianfu stifled their laughter, surprised to hear the usually stern Ming Xian speak with such wit. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and replied, There is no need for concern, my friend. As long as you send someone forth, the Celestial Palace will ensure that a worthy opponent is found. Perhaps other factions would also be eager to test their mettle. Ming Xian responded with an "oh," and then said, Is that so? Very well then. I hope you can indeed find someone formidable, lest it become utterly tedious. With that, he turned his gaze to the 10 disciples who had been seated for quite some time. His indifferent eyes swept over them, lingering momentarily on Tang Tian, but ultimately resting on the 10th-ranked disciple, Fan Zhe. Fan Zhe, he called. Fan Zhe stood up and respectfully proclaimed, Disciple is here. Ming Xian nodded gently and said in a measured tone, Go down and meet with our friends. Be mindful of your conduct, he added. Fan Zhe bowed deeply and declared loudly, Yes. Chapter 420. Is this what you learned? Amidst the thunderous cheers resembling a tsunami, Yet another disciple from the celestial palace effortlessly claimed victory and descended from the arena. The onlookers erupted in applause, while those from other sects displayed sheer astonishment upon their faces. It was utterly extraordinary. At the mere age of 23, a peak Xianxian, if he were within our sect, would have been deemed worthy of becoming a principal elder. Yet here at the Holy Palace, he was merely one of the young prodigies beyond the 100th rank, leaving everyone utterly astounded. One individual spoke up, his face brimming with disbelief. To most sects, the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace seemed akin to a heavenly realm situated in the distant skies, a place to revere and venerate from afar. However, amidst the astonishment, some displayed contemplative expressions. Could the legendary Tianfu, sacred land, truly possess such formidable strength? Soon, another chimed in, perhaps not much difference exists. Although the Tianfu sacred land was established not as long ago as the Holy Palace, its rapid development was remarkable. In mere millennia, it had seized a substantial portion of this realm, even encroaching upon the Holy Palace's territory. If this were true, Tianfu might indeed surpass the Holy Palace in strength. A third voice joined the discourse, stating, "It is undeniable that Tianfu is more powerful than the Holy Palace. Otherwise, how could the Holy Palace tolerate the rise of another sacred land?" You may not know, but many sects are contemplating allegiance to Tianfu, though the Holy Palace has been suppressing them. Furthermore, dissenting voices within the Holy Palace were quite pronounced. As they delved into such sensitive matters, the topic piqued the interest of many. However, the individual who had initially spoken chose to remain silent, likely fearing repercussions. Then, someone chuckled and remarked, "Ultimately, who is stronger or weaker will be revealed in practice. If a disciple from the Tianfu sacred land were to attend the exchange, we would all see for ourselves." Others nodded in agreement. Yet, barely had the words left their mouths when the host of the exchange announced the next challenger with great enthusiasm. Let us warmly welcome the prodigious disciple from the Cloud Pinnacle sacred land, Fan Zhe. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. He truly had arrived. Everyone straightened their posture, eager to witness the remarkable demeanor of a disciple from the Tianfu sacred land. At that moment, under the gaze of all, Fan Zhe took a deep breath and gracefully ascended the arena. Following a specialized assessment, his bone age was revealed to the audience. Fan Zhe, the 10th-ranked prodigy of Tianfu, boasted a bone age of precisely 20 years and was at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. Upon this revelation, the crowd was left utterly speechless. Goodness! A 20-year-old at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. This truly was the Tianfu sacred land? The 10th rank. Did that imply he was the 10th among the younger generation of Tianfu? It felt quite comparable to the Holy Palace. No. I possess insider information. This time, Tianfu has brought only 10 disciples to the exchange meeting. The 10th rank must refer to the weakest among these 10 disciples. Surely, this does not imply the 10th of the sect, for no sect would present their most outstanding 10 disciples. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A 20-year-old golden immortal is, in their eyes, an inconceivable existence. However, there are those who disagree. It is merely the initial stage of a golden immortal. Look at how frightened you all are, such a bunch of ineffectual beings. Dealing with such a young child requires no intervention from the Holy Palace. Our Ding Tian sect can handle it. Let Guan Xian come forth. He then dispatched an exceptional genius from his sect, also at the initial stage of golden immortal. Although he was already 25 years of age, his maturity brought its own advantages, as he appeared remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Tang Tian, seated above, stroked his chin. Was the Ding Tian sect anxious about missing out on the spoils? Hence their eagerness to send forth a disciple to seize the opportunity of battling the 10th rank. Unfortunately, while his reasoning was meticulous, it had strayed. Although Fan Zhe had been swiftly eliminated by him in the same realm, he was not a target that the Ding Tian sect could afford to provoke. Soon, the two individuals on the arena faced each other directly. "Are you from Ding Tian sect?" Fan Zhe inquired, expressionless. Guan Xian, taken aback for a moment, then coldly replied, "Indeed. Remember this, the one who defeats you is Guan Xian of Ding Tian sect." Fan Zhe nodded indifferently, his face betraying no emotion. With the host's command, the battle commenced. Guan Xian soared into the air, brandishing a uniquely crafted wooden celestial artifact. This artifact appeared peculiar, yet emanated a formidable aura, indeed a high-quality mid-grade celestial tool. He swiftly invoked his spells, unleashing layer upon layer of yellowish light curtains that surged toward Fan Zhe with fervor. The audience on both sides of the arena held their breath, realizing that he was unleashing his ultimate move right from the outset. The Ding Tian sect members clenched their fists, their hearts racing with anticipation, yearning for the moment when the disciple named Fan Zhe would be thoroughly subdued by Guanxian. Yet, alas, the whims of this world seldom align with human desires. As the layers of light curtains approached, Fan Zhe's expression remained unchanged. When the curtains drew near, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with golden light, two radiant beams shooting directly towards Guanxian in the sky. A terrifying momentum erupted instantaneously, engulfing the entire arena. Those layers of seemingly invincible light curtains were effortlessly pierced by the golden light and then shattered into fragments by the overwhelming aura emanating from Fan Zhe, reduced to dust in an instant. In the next moment, the two beams of golden light reached Guanxian, shattering all of his defenses and striking him directly. Guanxian let out a pained cry as he plummeted from the sky. When he crashed back to the ground, his body was completely charred, rendering his original form unrecognizable. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Fan Zhe maintained a stoic expression, remaining motionless in place, his feet not having shifted an inch. In a single strike, he achieved a swift victory. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. Is this truly the disciple ranked 10th in the heavenly mansion? The onlookers were left in a daze. Meanwhile, those seated on the high platform from the heavenly mansion displayed subtle smiles. Tang Tian stroked his chin, chuckling softly, quite impressive. This must be a supernatural ability inherent to his constitution. Why did he not reveal it during our previous battle? Beside him, Emoshu cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You didn't even give him the chance to showcase it, did you?" However, one must admit that battle was quite beneficial for Fan Zhe. After returning, he meticulously analyzed the scenes from your confrontation and gleaned much from your combat style. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Combat style? He observed Fan Zhe, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent and expressionless, exuding an air of tranquility, and couldn't help but touch his nose. Is this how I usually present myself? No. Did you actually learn this demeanor from me? Chapter 4:21. Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? In this contest, Fan Zhe from the heavenly mansion emerged victorious. After a prolonged silence, the announcer on the stage finally managed to declare the outcome of the match. The previously subdued audience erupted in astonishment. How utterly terrifying. With a single move, he dispatched a genius of the same realm? I have heard of Guanxian. He is a brilliant star within the Dingtian sect, renowned for his prowess. Yet he could not even last a single round. The heavenly mansion is indeed formidable. At this moment, the spectators began to grasp a preliminary understanding of the strength possessed by the disciples of the heavenly mansion. It appeared that they were almost invincible within their realm. Yet, Fan Zhe was merely the 10th-ranked disciple of the heavenly mansion, which implied he was the weakest among them. One could hardly fathom just how powerful the other disciples might be. The members of the Dingtian sect were also left in a daze for some time before hastily rushing to rescue Guanxian. Fan Zhe's abilities had inflicted significant harm upon him. However, perhaps due to habitual reasons, despite the severity of his strike, it did not damage Guanxian's foundation. With a period of recuperation, he would fully recover. This outcome rendered many in silence. They seemed unprepared for the revelation that such an extraordinary powerhouse could also exhibit a compassionate side. Such occurrences were a rarity in their experience. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace wore an expression that was far from pleasant. He had initially anticipated at least being able to gauge Fan Zhe's true capabilities, but was taken aback by the overwhelming display. Consequently, deciding which disciple to send forth for the next challenge became a perplexing task. He cast a sidelong glance at the dignified Ming Xian. Yet the latter showed no inclination to provide any assistance. With a slight huff, the Grand Elder ultimately selected his most trusted disciple, Zhang Mingyuan, a 23-year-old early-stage golden immortal, ranked among the top 50 of the younger generation within the Sacred Palace. As soon as the Sacred Palace disciple ascended the stage, some spectators immediately recognized him. He was indeed a prodigy, renowned for his ability to overpower many of his peers at higher realms with his early-stage golden immortal strength, earning him the title of being invincible within his realm. The Sacred Palace even sent him forth, indicating that they truly felt the pressure from Fan Zhe. Oh, two invincible figures of the same realm. Let us see who will first shatter this reputation. However, let us not forget that Fan Zhe never claimed to be invincible. After all, he is merely the 10th-ranked disciple. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Nonetheless, the tone of their conversation demonstrated a noticeable shift. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme, and particularly within the traditional cultivation circles of the Sun and Moon Sacred Palace. This principle is emphatically exhibited. Adoration for the powerful is inherent in their nature. For them, if they must be governed, why not choose a leader who is stronger and more promising? Moreover, Fan Zhe's display of compassion resonated deeply with those who were already at a disadvantage. As the conversation unfolded, the battle between Zhang Mingyuan and Fan Zhe commenced. Truly deserving of the title Invincible among equals, Zhang Mingyuan's prowess was on an entirely different level compared to Guanxian. Having witnessed Fan Zhe's formidable divine abilities, he remained vigilant, yet his offensive efforts did not wane. Zhang Mingyuan's combat experience was remarkably extensive, his strikes seasoned and ruthless. Under normal circumstances, Fan Zhe might not have stood a chance against him. However, Fan Zhe benefited from the profound and unfathomable resources of the Tianfu. The cultivation techniques he practiced were perfectly suited to him, and the life-bound treasures he refined resonated harmoniously with his intentions. Furthermore, there were dedicated elders to guide him in various Taoist insights and divine arts. Both were equally talented geniuses, equally diligent in their endeavors. Yet, one resided in a small town while the other thrived in a bustling metropolis. How could their perspectives possibly compare? After an initial period of fierce combat, Fan Zhe swiftly gained the upper hand. Zhang Mingyuan found himself at a disadvantage, gradually succumbing to defeat. Despite exhausting every means to turn the tide, he remained firmly suppressed by Fan Zhe. Ultimately, blood stained the arena as he knelt upon the stage. You are indeed formidable. Were our roles reversed, I would not stand a chance against you, Fan Zhe acknowledged him. Zhang Mingyuan, his expression complex, remained silent, tacitly conceding defeat. The arena host, with a hint of disappointment, declared the outcome of the battle. As a member of the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace, he had hoped for a victory for the disciples of the palace, especially given the high expectations placed upon Zhang Mingyuan. Alas, they faced a regrettable loss, marking the first significant defeat for the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace in this exchange. How astonishing! Even Zhang Mingyuan has been defeated. The depths of the Tianfu are indeed unfathomable, the onlookers marveled. Fan Zhe's invincible demeanor had etched itself deeply into their minds, and the majesty of the Yunding Tianfu settled heavily upon their spirits. It was a behemoth more magnificent than the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace. Subsequent performances only served to reinforce their sentiments. Following Zhang Mingyuan's defeat, although the Grand Elder's expression betrayed his dissatisfaction, he could only resign himself to the circumstances at this stage of early Golden Immortal. He dispatched 2 disciples, who subsequently brought about the second and third defeats for the Celestial Palace. Witnessing this, the Mingxian Celestial Sovereign summoned Fan Zhe down, only to replace him with the even mightier Song Yong'an. According to the qualifications of the exchange, the Grand Elder had no choice but to send forth several early Golden Immortal disciples once more. Unsurprisingly, this led to further failures for the Celestial Palace, and the Grand Elder's countenance grew increasingly grim. However, the Mingxian Celestial Sovereign appeared oblivious, and after Song Yong'an secured a few victories, he turned his gaze to Tang Tian, who had been sitting quietly observing the spectacle. Tang Tian, it is your turn. Tang Tian was registered as the 8th in rank, with cultivation only at the early stage of Golden Immortal. Upon witnessing that the esteemed Mingxian Xinzuan was poised to dispatch yet another disciple at the early stage of Golden Immortal, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace could no longer contain himself. My friend, this is rather unamusing, isn't it? He remarked, his countenance as grim as a stormy sea. Mingxian Xinzuan, however, responded with a gentle smile. What seems to be the matter? Your disciples have made a long journey. They ought to showcase their abilities. Would you not agree? Surely, I am not contravening the rules of this exchange, am I? The Grand Elder inhaled deeply. Indeed, there was no breach of protocol. Yet the incessant defeats were a profound blow to the prestige of the Immortal Palace. He recognized that Mingxian Xinzuan was intentionally orchestrating this. The more humiliating the losses for the Immortal Palace, the greater the erosion of its reputation. Yet, he found himself devoid of any means to counteract such tactics, having initially dispatched his strongest disciple. Consequently, the disciples he now sent forth were increasingly weaker, suffering ever more dismal defeats. The disciples from Tianfu are undeniably formidable. I hold great admiration for them. Nevertheless, having already vanquished the strongest disciple of the Immortal Palace at the early stage of Golden Immortal, the forthcoming battles seem rather tedious. Thus spoke the Grand Elder. Mingxian Xianzuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Having traveled such a distance, it would be rather inappropriate to simply skip ahead, would it not? How about this? I shall send forth this disciple of mine, and you may send up anyone of any realm to face him, continuing until he is defeated. Would that be acceptable? As these words fell, Tang Tian, who had already risen to his feet, could not help but scratch his head in bewilderment. Are you all certain you wish to engage in this manner? Chapter 422. A dominant instant kill upon hearing the words of the immortal Master Mingxian. The Grand Elder's expression remained exceedingly grim. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that a disciple at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal rank should challenge our more accomplished prodigies? If Tang Tian were to be defeated, that would be unfortunate. However, should he emerge victorious, it would deal an even more severe blow to the reputation of our Immortal Palace. Yet, he found himself with no alternative, as they boasted of the invincibility of Zhang Mingyue within the same realm, only for him to falter in the very first battle. Immortal Master Mingxian seized upon this point. Either you continue to send forth your disciples at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal rank, thereby enduring further humiliation, or you take a risk, attempting to achieve a triumph against a more formidable opponent, potentially salvaging some of your own dignity. This was a clear maneuver, and it now rested upon the Grand Elder to decide. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder acquiesced to Immortal Master Mingxuan's request. Very well, he stated, but I must make one point abundantly clear. Your disciple must not employ any external forces that exceed his inherent capabilities during the confrontation. In other words, he must rely solely on the strength of a disciple at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal rank. Should I discover any transgressions in this regard, we shall have a serious discussion. The Grand Elder was no fool. He harbored concerns that Immortal Master Mingxuan's stipulation stemmed from the possibility that this disciple possessed hidden abilities or had concealed his true cultivation level. Immortal Master Mingxian raised an eyebrow and inquired, so long as he does not exceed the powers of the initial stage of the Golden Immortal rank, is that correct? The Grand Elder nodded in affirmation. With a chuckle, Immortal Master Mingxian turned to Tang Tian and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. If you believe it is acceptable, then it is acceptable. After all, it is merely a matter of utilizing the strength of the initial stage of the Golden Immortal rank, which poses little issue for him. If this is how you wish to proceed, then I shall accompany you to the end. Immortal Master Mingxian nodded, and ultimately, the Grand Elder consented to this arrangement. From his perspective, even if this disciple named Tang Tian was remarkably strong and capable of defeating several prodigies of a higher realm, that would be the extent of it. Victory was merely a matter of time. All were prodigies, and there were not so many instances of overcoming realms. The disparity between the initial and mid stages of the Golden Immortal rank was considerable, and he did not harbor concerns about a total collapse. At worst, he could simply send forth disciples at the late stage of the Golden Immortal rank. For Immortal Master Mingxian, his singular aim was to diminish the prestige of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace within this realm. He had witnessed Tang Tian's prowess firsthand. Defeating several opponents across realms posed no obstacle. Thus, he had proactively proposed this course of action. On one hand, it would lead to even greater humiliation for the Immortal Palace, while on the other, it would allow him to observe Tang Tian's true capabilities. As for Tang Tian himself, he felt little concern. After all, this outing was merely for enjoyment, so why not indulge a little more? Defeat? The character in question does not exist. Thus, it has been decided. Tang Tian, you shall proceed, spoke the esteemed Xianzuan Mingxian. Tang Tian clasped his hands respectfully, then leapt gracefully onto the stage. Immediately, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. However, he had long since grown accustomed to this sensation, his heart remaining unperturbed. Next, the individual responsible for assessing bone age on the platform wielded a unique artifact, directing it towards Tang Tian's frame. This treasure could solely determine bone age, without delving into other aspects. Thus Tang Tian readily accepted the procedure. Yet, Upon observing the results, the official appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his findings, and scrutinized them twice more before displaying a look of astonishment. Tang Tian, the 8th-ranked genius of Tianfu, possesses an early-stage golden immortal cultivation with a bone age of 18 years. The announcement sparked an immediate chorus of gasps. An 18-year-old golden immortal stood as the youngest participant of the day. Everyone present understood that the period before 25 years of age was the golden age for cultivation, the stage at which practitioners made the fastest progress. Achieving the golden immortal status at 18 suggested that he might very well reach the great Luo golden immortal before 20. What caliber of genius was this? They could scarcely fathom it. Such a phenomenon was utterly unprecedented in this region. Moreover, let us not forget, he was also the 8th-ranked, a being stronger than both Song Yong'an and Fan Zhe. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the host of the stage announced a new rule. At Tang Tian's request, there would be no restrictions on the cultivation levels of future challengers. Those who wished to challenge seized this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into a state of shock once again. No restrictions on cultivation? Did this imply he intended to challenge those beyond his level? Such audacity! All present were esteemed geniuses in their own right. From where did he derive the confidence to make such a bold choice? The crowd buzzed with excitement. This imperious attitude was simply too audacious. Meanwhile, Tang Tian stood on the stage, nonchalantly touching his nose. Very well, I did request this myself, didn't I? Let us see how this unfolds. The host's words were laden with implication. Soon after, another faction dispatched their most formidable genius to the stage. Long Wang Ke, Fu Chang, a mid-stage golden immortal with a bone age of 25. The Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace maintained his composure. He had not stated that disciples from other sects could not ascend to challenge. Now, they would certainly gauge Tang Tian's true strength. Upon hearing this name, Tang Tian became serious. Long Wang Ke was one of the two names he had been specifically cautioned about. He needed to temper his strength, ensuring he neither killed his opponent nor made it appear too effortless. This was essential for the successful completion of his task. Moments later, Fu Chang of Long Wang Ke stood before Tang Tian. In the presence of Fan Zhe and Song Yong'an, Fu Chang did not harbor any contempt towards Tang Tian. Instead, he remained vigilant and focused, preparing himself to the utmost. For the sake of caution, after the referee announced the commencement of the battle, he refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead fortifying his defenses and intently observing every movement of Tang Tian. Meanwhile, Tang Tian stood nonchalantly, observing Fu Chang, who seemed intent on encasing himself like a tortoise. With a subtle flick of his right hand, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An overwhelming aura of dread swiftly coalesced in the heavens. The next moment, an enormous celestial sword pierced through the thick clouds, descending from above. Fu Chang, gazing upwards, could only widen his mouth in astonishment. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated across the arena. The celestial sword, unmatched in its might, struck relentlessly upon Fu Chang's head, crashing down with tremendous force. The entire arena, along with the surrounding stands, was subjected to a violent tremor. Even the platform, reinforced by the celestial master, flickered with light, appearing precariously unstable. Once tranquility returned, the spectators gazed at the arena in utter shock. All of Fu Chang's defensive enhancements had vanished completely. He lay sprawled on the platform, blood streaming, barely clinging to life. A battle beyond his level. A decisive annihilation. Chapter 4:23. No more games. Observing the instant demise of Fu Chang, the expression on the face of the Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace was exceedingly grim. A perfected high-grade immortal technique. His eyelids twitched. High-grade immortal techniques are the principal means of attack even among those at the level of immortal kings. Those who can cultivate such techniques to perfection are invariably formidable, regarded as titans in their realms. Yet at this moment, a mere golden immortal disciple from the cloud summit heaven could actually master a high-grade immortal technique to such an extent. Beside him, the esteemed immortal Ming Xian revealed a faint smile. Tang Tian is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional disciples of our heaven this term. My friend, do not underestimate him. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression darkened further. Ah, no wonder he dared to make such demands. It turns out he possesses such confidence. He had intended to gauge Tang Tian's strength, and it seemed he had indeed discerned something. But how to respond? A perfected high-grade immortal technique is not something an average genius could withstand. Perhaps only a peak golden immortal or a great Luo golden immortal might stand a chance against Tang Tian. However, should that be the case, their immortal palace would truly be humiliated. Reluctantly, the Grand Elder cast a resolute glance and opted for the same strategy he had employed against Fan Zhe. Wu Yan, you shall go. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing the name Wu Yan. Wait, are they really sending him out? Wu Yan ranked 19th among the younger generation of the Immortal Palace and boasted several victories over more advanced prodigies. With his mid-golden immortal cultivation, he had squeezed into the top 20, making him a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Immortal Palace. There was no choice. Tang Tian was simply too outrageous. Having dispatched Fu Chong with a single strike, my heart is still racing. Without Wu Yan, there is no certainty of defeating him. People were in awe. The immortal sword that Tang Tian had just conjured was truly astonishing. It was hard to fathom that such terrifying prowess could emanate from an 18-year-old youth. However, they still held a degree of confidence in Wu Yan sent forth by the Immortal Palace. Unlike the previous Zhang Mingyuan, Wu Yan genuinely had a track record of defeating fellow prodigies of higher ranks, and not just once. If even he could not contend with Tang Tian, it would be utterly unreasonable. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Wu Yan ascended the platform and approached Tang Tian. Upon sensing the formidable aura of his opponent, Tang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of crisis stirring within him. Wow, this fellow is rather handsome. His charisma is quite striking. If I am not cautious, I might find myself overshadowed by his looks. Should others discover Tang Tian's current thoughts, one could only imagine the reactions it would provoke. Nevertheless, it must be said, this Wu Yan is indeed quite dashing. Thus, Tang Tian prepared to bestow upon him a rather extraordinary defeat. Soon, the battle commenced in earnest. This time, Tang Tian did not linger. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in the air. Wu Yan had long since contemplated how to guard against that celestial sword, instantly manifesting hundreds of identical phantoms scattered across the entire arena, encircling Tang Tian. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that Tang Tian's celestial technique did not emanate from the heavens, but rather from beneath his feet. A colossal, pristine lotus flower surged upward from below the stage. Within its sacred aura resided a terrifying might. The lotus spun slowly, and the phantoms conjured by Wu Yan were instantly shattered, leaving only his true form, which hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. Indeed, he managed to stave off the initial onslaught. However, how could Tang Tian have merely prepared this one move? With another snap of his fingers, the sky transformed once more, and a gigantic Taiji diagram materialized from thin air, with the forces of yin and yang shooting forth from above, enveloping both of Wu Yan's corporeal forms. The fusion of yin and yang instantaneously imprisoned Wu Yan's body in place. In the next moment, a sprite leapt forth from the heart of the lotus, landing a punch upon Wu Yan, sending him soaring into the sky. Though that blow was not particularly heavy, it rendered Wu Yan's face crimson. He found himself firmly constrained, devoid of any means to resist, left to be toyed with. The humiliation was unbearable, yet even greater indignities awaited him. Ascending into the air, Tang Tian snapped his fingers once more. Two towering deities appeared on either side of Wu Yan. Each deity unleashed a rope that ensnared Wu Yan, who was desperately seeking a way to break free, binding him into a shape. Subsequently, Tang Tian snapped his fingers again. A bewitching maiden materialized before Wu Yan. Clad in scant attire, her demeanor exuded charm and allure, inciting a wave of heat among the male disciples surrounding the arena. Wu Yan, at the forefront, found it particularly difficult to resist. Under the influence of the pink aura, his face reddened further, an uncontrollable agitation quickly surging within him. The maiden let out a light laugh as a thorned whip materialized in her palm, enveloping Wu Yan entirely in her illusion. No one could ascertain the nature of the events transpiring. They could only witness Wu Yan, suspended in midair, his face aflame, swiftly transitioning from shame and indignation to an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Ultimately, he released all the strength within him and plummeted from the sky. Even before losing consciousness, a faint blush lingered upon his visage. Mo Shu, Mu Sun, young Master Tang, truly knows how to play. In Ming Xian's eyes, a hint of astonishment flickered. Just moments ago, Tang Tian had consecutively employed 5 distinctly different high-grade celestial techniques. all at the pinnacle of mastery. As for the elder of the celestial palace, his expression was ashen. He had never anticipated Wu Yan's defeat at Tang Tian's hands, yet now, he had fallen in such an extraordinary manner. In a remarkable display of prowess, Tang Tian, an 8th-ranked disciple in the early stage of Golden Immortal, effortlessly rendered the most esteemed disciple of the Immortal Palace powerless. A surge of uncontainable fury erupted within the chest of the Grand Elder, who found it utterly unacceptable to confront such an outcome. Qin Jinghuan, you shall proceed, commanded the Grand Elder, dispatching their 13th-ranked disciple, a peerless genius in the late stage of Golden Immortal. Alas, Tang Tian once again showcased 7 distinct high-level immortal techniques, mercilessly overwhelming him. Subsequently, the Grand Elder sent forth their 6th-ranked disciple, a formidable peak Golden Immortal, determined to utterly vanquish the seemingly invincible Tang Tian. However, after Tang Tian revealed 9 different high-level immortal techniques, he faced yet another devastating defeat. Ultimately, the Grand Elder, overwhelmed by frustration, summoned their top-ranked disciple, a great Luo Golden Immortal. Confronted with this powerful opponent, Tang Tian finally relinquished the use of high-level immortal techniques and instead unleashed the path of 10,000 laws. In an instant, the great Luo Golden Immortal collapsed, bloodied and unconscious. The Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace sat back in stunned silence, while the revered Xian Zunming Xian exhibited a look of astonishment, unable to fathom that Tang Tian had ascended to such formidable heights. Mo Shu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lost in her thoughts, while Mu Sun let out a gentle sigh, having initially hoped to contribute but now realizing that the game was over. Chapter 424, Arrival: What Constitutes Invincibility? When an individual finds themselves unmatched among their peers and can effortlessly confront those across different realms, society bestows upon them the title of invincible. However, today's exchange meeting has utterly transformed people's understanding. What significance does the same realm hold? With a mere snap of the fingers, one can obliterate an opponent in an instant. And what of crossing realms? Merely a matter of a few more snaps. Even transcending a major realm, a being of the great Luo Golden Immortal level can be effortlessly vanquished by Tang Tian, who wields the power of an early-stage Golden Immortal. Such occurrences nearly shattered the worldviews of all present cultivators. The opponent was no mere mortal. They were the pinnacle of excellence, having risen to the top among millions of disciples. Yet, before Tang Tian, they resembled powerless mortals, vanishing into ashes with a mere flick of his fingers. The earlier performances of Fan Zhe and Song Yong'an had left the audience in awe, marveling at their strength and the depth of the heavenly mansion. Yet, the subsequent appearance of Tang Tian, ranked 8th, was nothing short of monstrous. He transcended their understanding entirely. How could an early-stage Golden Immortal triumph over a fellow genius of the great Luo Golden Immortal caliber? They racked their brains in vain, unable to fathom the mechanics of this phenomenon. Even the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace stood entranced, his face a canvas of disbelief. Regardless of Tang Tian's true cultivation level, he had indeed manifested the prowess of an early-stage Golden Immortal. Moreover, he was merely 18 years of age. He did not employ any formidable artifacts as assistants. He solely relied on his insights into the Tao to achieve an unprecedented sweep of all the prodigies within the Celestial Palace. Despite his unwillingness to concede, the Grand Elder was undeniably shaken by Tang Tian's might. Ming Xian, is this truly your disciple ranked 8th in the heavenly mansion? He murmured. Ming Xian, the celestial sovereign, paused slightly. Though equally astonished, he maintained a facade of calm and replied, Indeed. Among the disciples I brought this time, his cultivation and strength rank 8th. The others surpassed Tang Tian in power. Upon hearing this, several disciples from the heavenly mansion lowered their heads. Please, must you include us in your exaggerations? If Tang Tian sets his sights on us, we truly do not wish to experience the relentless bombardment of dozens of perfected high-grade celestial techniques. However, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace did not dwell on such thoughts. After hearing the celestial sovereign's words, he sighed deeply. The heavenly mansion indeed flourished. The sacred palace could only feel inferior. His gaze dimmed, as Tang Tian's display had profoundly impacted him. Observing this, Ming Xian quickly interjected, Cultivators of the world are, after all, one family. Where lies the division between you and me? In these times of escalating turmoil, We ought to unite and navigate through these challenging moments together. If the disciples of the Celestial Palace were to live under the complete laws of the heavenly Tao, I firmly believe that, with their innate talents, they would undoubtedly achieve even greater heights. These words left the Grand Elder in contemplative silence for quite some time. Eventually, he slowly nodded in agreement. After this matter, let us continue our discussions, smiled the esteemed Xian. Following this, he turned his gaze towards the still-standing Tang Tian on the arena, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. The outcome of this exchange meeting surpassed all expectations, largely thanks to Tang Tian. It appears that the forthcoming negotiations will proceed with significantly greater ease. The splendid disciples' exchange meeting came to a close after Tang Tian decisively defeated all the disciples of the Celestial Palace. For Tang Tian, it was indeed exhilarating. It had been a long time since he had so thoroughly bested his opponents. However, for the 7 disciples who did not participate, there lingered a feeling of unexpressed frustration. Young Master Tang, this is rather inconsiderate of you. You eliminated all the disciples of the Celestial Palace in an instant. I had intended to showcase my abilities as well, said Mu Sun, feigning reproach. Tang Tian shrugged, wearing a look of helplessness. I did not wish for this either. But how could I defy the rules set by Lord Mingxian? It would be absurd to deliberately lose to them. So I had no choice but to defeat them one by one. Mu Sun widened his eyes. Do you hear yourself? Is this even reasonable? I simply cannot fathom how the rankings were determined when the disciples were assigned. With your prowess, young Master Tang, how could you possibly be relegated to the 8th position? I see myself as deserving of a higher rank, at the very least. Tang Tian chuckled softly, offering no response. He too was perplexed by the absurdity of that ranking. Moments later, they returned to their garden residence. Although Mu Sun had not participated, he was brimming with excitement, eagerly rushing out to find Shishi to share the news, undoubtedly intending to boast about it. Only Tang Tian and Mo Shu remained, seated beneath the pavilion. Young Master Tang, you have truly elevated the reputation of the Tianfu, and your contributions to our endeavor to conquer the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace are monumental, Mo Shu remarked with a smile. Tang Tian scoffed lightly. It's not quite that significant. The exchange meeting is merely superficial. The actual outcome hinges on the negotiations among the higher-ups. Mo Shu waved her hand dismissively. Not so. The exchange meeting itself holds immense importance. Our complete victory grants us a substantial advantage in the ensuing negotiations. And you, young Master Tang, have amplified this result manifold. You should have seen the expression on the Grand Elder's face during the meeting. Following the conclusion of the exchange, he proactively invited esteemed Xian and esteemed Xie to negotiate once more, indicating that the forthcoming process will likely proceed swiftly. Tang Tian realized, so that was how it was. Indeed, that does account for a slight merit. Very well, let us wish for our endeavors to proceed smoothly, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation beneath the pavilion. Suddenly, Mu Sun rushed over from afar, her face etched with anxiety. As soon as she landed, she exclaimed, Senior sister. This is dire. Shi is in trouble. Mo Shu's expression shifted at once. She rose to her feet, demanding, what has happened? In recent days, she had developed a fondness for the young girl, Shi, and was now beset with worry upon hearing Mu Sun's words. The people from the Immortal Palace have captured her. It seems she was taken to the Discipline Hall for secretly cheering us on. That place is accessible only to the elders and you. Mu Sun spoke urgently. Damn it. Mo Shu's brow furrowed. No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. Take me there. I cannot allow them to harm Shi. Young Master Tang, shall we accompany her? Tang Tian hesitated momentarily, his hand halting over his cup before he replied, Never mind, you go. It is only you who can enter. Make haste and return swiftly. Mo Shu nodded and, alongside Mu Sun, swiftly departed from the garden. Tang Tian remained seated beneath the pavilion, quietly savoring the celestial brew in his cup. Do not hide. Come forth, he said calmly. Chapter 4:25. Confrontation with the celestial sovereign. As the words fell, a faint ethereal silhouette gradually coalesced before Tang Tian, ultimately transforming into a figure clad in a black robe. This individual was none other than Tang Tian's old acquaintance, the celestial sovereign. Did you anticipate my arrival? The celestial sovereign inquired, regarding Tang Tian with a detached demeanor. Pouring himself another cup of moonlight elixir, Tang Tian chuckled. The esteemed Xiao Jie is preoccupied with negotiations and has no time to spare. Moreover, you have once again lured Emo Shu away. If you do not take action now, I may genuinely begin to question your intellect." The celestial sovereign let out a faint snort, replying, "Since you are already aware, why not depart with Emo Shu? At the very least, it would grant you a reprieve." Tang Tian curled his lip in disdain. "What purpose would that serve? To have you lurking like a rodent in the dark sewers, watching my every move? That is quite uncomfortable. If you wish to resolve our grievances, then let us do so swiftly." With a cold smirk, the celestial sovereign retorted, "You seem remarkably composed. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. An invisible barrier materialized around the two, completely isolating them from the outside world. No thought could escape. Within this barrier, regardless of what transpired, those outside would remain oblivious. Yet, in the face of the celestial sovereign's actions, Tang Tian exhibited no reaction, remaining quietly seated beneath the pavilion, indulging in his drink. "So, Shi, was your presence here orchestrated by you?" Tang Tian suddenly posed. The celestial sovereign furrowed his brow slightly, retorting coldly, "With your demise imminent, you still have the leisure to concern yourself with others?" Tang Tian stood up decisively. "You cannot kill me. Just like before with Tian Yangsheng, he sought my life. Yet you are aware of the outcome." The celestial sovereign narrowed his eyes. "Do you confess to having slain Tian Er?" Tang Tian smiled. "If you resolve my doubts, I shall reveal to you the truth you seek." After a brief silence, the celestial sovereign gradually responded, "That little girl was not specifically arranged by me. Xiao Jie's vigilance is formidable, and I could not infiltrate so easily. However, having the disciples of the Sun and Moon Palace abduct her is a trivial matter." Tang Tian's expression shifted to one of understanding. So it was thus. Fortunately, Emo Shu was not deceived in her affections. Had that been the case, she would have undoubtedly been heartbroken. It is evident that she genuinely cares for that little girl. "It is now your turn," the celestial sovereign stated. Tang Tian nodded, but then suddenly smiled. "After such an extended period, have you still not uncovered the truth of the matter? What have you been doing all this time?" The celestial sovereign's brows knitted together. "Tang Tian, mocking me will only hasten your demise," declared Tang Tian, waving his hand dismissively. "Do not be so petty. I am merely a tad curious. Since you refuse to divulge, let it be." He then spoke with utmost seriousness. "Tian Yangsheng will perish by my hand." The gaze of Tian Yuan Xianzun darkened, fixed intently upon Tang Tian. "Do you comprehend that he is my sole progeny?" Tang Tian shook his head with a smile. "I do not. Yet, what significance does it bear? If he does not come to slay me, how could I possibly retaliate? If you hold him in such high regard, you ought not to allow him to cultivate such an impulsive and arrogant disposition. Ultimately, he will only bring ruin upon himself and others." Tian Yuan Xianzun's eyes narrowed. "Silence. My son is not a being you can slander." Following this proclamation, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, forcefully bearing down upon Tang Tian. It was the might of an immortal sovereign. Though Tang Tian had attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal, he still felt an intense pressure. Even without employing the myriad paths of the Tao, the expression on Tian Yuan Xianzun's face had turned icy. "Since you have acknowledged this, let us proceed. In your next life, remember to inquire about his background before resorting to murder." With that, Tian Yuan Xianzun launched an assault. A terrifying force descended from above, and he did not hold back against Tang Tian, unleashing his most formidable technique, intent on obliterating him here and now. However, in the face of such a dreadful onslaught, Tang Tian remained unfazed. A profound resonance of the Tao emanated from beneath his feet, rapidly rippling outward. An immense domain materialized in an instant. Simultaneously, Tian Yuan Xianzun's strike reached Tang Tian's head, crashing down with great force. Yet, upon mere contact, bang, the seemingly invincible attack suddenly erupted, transforming into a flurry of petals that scattered across the sky. Tian Yuan Xianzun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the very laws of this realm had seemingly shifted. "I can wait for you here, and thus I have no fear. Do you not grasp this principle?" Tang Tian extended his hand, catching a petal. He gently blew upon it, and the petal unfurled, swiftly transforming into a magnificent butterfly that soared into the distance. In this domain of myriad paths, Tang Tian was akin to a deity. He could accomplish any endeavor he wished. Tian Yuan Xianzun stood, astonished, watching the butterfly vanish into the horizon. So, this is the method you employed to slay Tian Air, along with several Xian and a golden immortal during your ascension? He murmured. If such is the extent of your power, then indeed, they could not withstand it. Tang Tian chuckled softly, not quite. I was not as formidable then as I am now. To eliminate them has consumed a considerable amount of my energy and resources. The celestial sovereign of Tianyuan paused momentarily, slowly regaining his composure. Although his expression bore astonishment, it was devoid of any significant alarm. Upon regaining his focus, he bestowed a mysterious smile upon Tang Tian. To slay a golden immortal while in the mortal realm, and to subdue a celestial sovereign from the great Luo realm. Tang Tian, you are indeed remarkably extraordinary. No wonder you seem to exist outside the realms of both past and present, as if you were never part of this world, the celestial sovereign remarked. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The celestial sovereign chuckled softly. Did you not inquire about my activities during this period? Very well, I shall enlighten you. I have not ceased my investigation into the truth behind Tanner's demise. However, your methods at that time were so impeccably executed that there were no traces left behind. Thus, I sought the aid of an artifact from the higher realms. This artifact possesses the ability to reflect the past, revealing precisely what transpired. Yet, to my astonishment, even upon utilizing that artifact, witnessing the events surrounding Tanner's death in their entirety, I still could not discern your figure. Therefore, you are indeed not of this world, are you? Tang Tian's countenance darkened. This was the first instance where someone had unearthed the secret he had concealed deep within his heart. After concluding his words, a mirror of pure jade gradually emerged within the palm of the celestial sovereign. With the appearance of this mirror, the previously unfurled realm of myriad laws began to recede around the celestial sovereign, returning him to the outer main world. The celestial sovereign of Tianyuan had indeed come prepared. Chapter 426. One finger to annihilate the celestial sovereign. Deep within Tang Tian's heart lie two secrets, which he has never revealed to anyone. The first is the existence of dual systems within him, a significant trump card for his survival in this realm. The second secret pertains to his soul, which does not belong to this world. He is a transmigrator. These two secrets, should they remain undiscovered, would inevitably rot away inside him. However, to his astonishment, the celestial sovereign Tianyuan seems to have already uncovered this matter. As he gazed at the white jade mirror in Tianyuan's hand, which effortlessly shattered his myriad laws domain, Tang Tian understood that this was undoubtedly a treasure surpassing even the finest celestial artifacts. According to Tianyuan, this is referred to as a Dao tool. I am unaware of what you speak, Tang Tian replied coldly. Tianyuan chuckled and remarked, Are you unaware of your own origins? I must admit, I was quite startled upon witnessing that scene. The time-space mirror can unveil the past and present of any being in the world, yet when it observed you, it transformed into a realm of chaos. If you are not a being from beyond this world, then it must mean that an extraordinary power has severed your causal ties. Since then, I have comprehended why you exhibit such peculiar behaviors. It is hardly surprising for one whose causality has been cut. Hearing this, Tang Tian felt a slight sense of relief. It was merely a conjecture after all. Nonetheless, the effects of the time-space mirror are indeed remarkable. Then why do you still dare to strike at me? Are you not afraid of attracting some ominous fate? Tang Tian inquired in a calm tone. Tianyuan chuckled. At first, I did harbor such concerns. However, upon reporting this situation, I received an unexpected response. Those without causality are rejected by the world. To slay them is to gain the world's favor, thus achieving transcendence. Tang Tian paused momentarily. What does this mean? Those without causality are shunned by the world? By killing them, one can earn the world's favor and attain a transcendent state? He did not fully grasp the underlying logic. So, you seek to kill me to achieve transcendence, rather than for the sake of your son, correct? Tang Tian stated. Tianyuan burst into laughter. You are a cultivator. How could you pose such a naive question? Tian Air is my only son. You have slain him, and naturally, I must avenge him. Otherwise, my heart will remain troubled, easily giving rise to inner demons. Likewise, I cannot forsake the path of transcendence. Therefore, for any reason, I must kill you. Tang Tian smiled gently and replied, But do you truly believe you can take my life? The celestial master Tianyuan shook his head, saying, You are far too arrogant, Tang Tian. If you had not left the heavenly mansion, I would indeed have had little recourse against you. For within that realm, the forbidden statues exist, preventing the full manifestation of the Tao artifact's power. Yet you have ventured out, believing you could escape my grasp or even vanquish me. Did you think I was oblivious to your hidden cards? Aside from this realm of laws, you possess another ally, do you not? Why not summon it forth as well? Tang Tian faltered momentarily, furrowing his brow. Was he referring to Shao? The celestial master Tian Yuan swiftly provided the answer. Regarding your slaying of Tian, what perplexes me most is the disappearance of your life-preserving talisman. Before attaining the status of a mortal king, no one could obliterate it completely, leaving not a trace behind. After consulting several Tao-level experts, I discovered that only the spirit of the world could achieve such a feat. Hence, I had that boy Han Jingyan from the Han family deliver a celestial master's weapon to you. Did you truly believe it was a mere gift? Tang Tian was astounded. These individuals were exceedingly cunning. At that time, he had not considered that Han Jingyan's use of the celestial master's weapon was orchestrated by Tian Yuan himself. Who would think such a thing? Thus, he had summoned Shao directly, treating the celestial master's weapon as a sumptuous feast for it. Yet, this very act had exposed Zhao's whereabouts. Truly, what a wretched schemer. Nevertheless, I owe it some gratitude, Tian Yuan continued. The spirit of the world by your side is no ordinary entity. Once I reported it, it immediately captured their attention. Had it not been for that, I might not have successfully summoned the time-space mirror. Without the time-space mirror, I would have truly faltered within your realm of laws. After I eliminate you, I shall ensure it is delivered intact to the higher-ups. Tang Tian's mood grew increasingly somber. Had it not been for today's events, he would have remained unaware that Shao was already under scrutiny from certain higher beings. With the mastery of some laws, he had believed he was in control of everything. However, it now seemed prudent not to be too complacent. Should he recklessly ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament without knowledge, who could fathom the consequences? Who are they? Tang Tian inquired once more. Yet, the celestial master Tian Yuan had no intention of answering him, shaking his head and stating, "You need not concern yourself with that. Those esteemed individuals are beyond your reach. Besides, you have no opportunities left." With that, he gently lifted the time-space mirror. A terrifying resonance of profound Tao principles emanating swiftly from its surface. Under such pressure, the realm of myriad laws began to contract rapidly. Upon witnessing this, Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. "In that case, you may embark on your journey," he spoke in a calm tone. Throughout the encounter, he exhibited no signs of anxiety. Conversely, the celestial lord Tian Yuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Even now, you remain obstinate?" Tang Tian remained silent, slowly raising his right hand. "You accuse me of arrogance. Have you not displayed the same? Who claimed that my trump card was the spirit of that world? Farewell, Tian Yuan." With that, he suddenly extended his finger. The celestial lord Tian Yuan's body trembled as he hastily took a defensive stance. However, after a moment, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. "No, something is amiss." The celestial lord pulled out a strand of his hair, his eyes widening in disbelief. The once ebony strands had inexplicably transformed into a vibrant green hue, shimmering with brilliance. "Ahem, my apologies, I used the wrong finger." Tang Tian withdrew his middle finger. Perhaps not intentionally. Yet, he then directly pointed his index finger at the celestial lord. Enraged by this audacity, the celestial lord activated the time-space mirror in an attempt to subdue Tang Tian. Just as he was about to act, an overwhelmingly terrifying force surged toward him. Instantly, his hair stood on end, and a sense of impending doom coursed through him. No. Boom. Confronted with the suppression of a true Tao law, he had no room for resistance. In an instant, he was obliterated by the force emanating from Tang Tian's fingertip, leaving not even a trace of green hair behind. All that remained was the once lustrous white jade time-space mirror, now dull and fallen to the ground. With a mere finger, he had vanquished the celestial lord. Chapter 427. A sense of crisis with the complete dissolution of the celestial sovereign of the primordial. The barrier that had isolated the surroundings from the outside world gradually faded into nothingness. Tang Tian meticulously controlled the intensity of the power at his fingertips, directing it solely towards the celestial sovereign, sparing the surrounding flora and fauna from harm. Once everything returned to its usual state, it was as if nothing had ever transpired, leaving only the white temporal mirror quietly resting on the ground. Tang Tian stepped forward, approaching the temporal mirror. he refrained from hastily seizing it, instead awakening his internal intelligence to conduct a scan. Following this incident, he felt it imperative to maintain a vigilant stance towards this formidable artifact that had descended from the apex of the firmament. Soon, his intelligence began to analyze the composition of the temporal mirror. However, just as the analysis was nearing completion, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the mirror, a dreadful power that far surpassed that of the celestial sovereign. Tang Tian immediately unleashed his myriad laws domain. Yet even so, he was propelled backward several steps by the overwhelming force before he could stabilize himself. Then, he observed a hazy radiance emanating from the temporal mirror as it began to levitate slowly. An inexplicable will manifested upon its surface, presenting a pair of chilling eyes that coldly fixed their gaze upon Tang Tian. Although the distance between them seemed merely a few meters, Tang Tian felt an insurmountable chasm separating them, as if they existed in entirely different realms. The temporal mirror continued to ascend, the will offering no information, merely regarding Tang Tian with its frigid stare. Moments later, the mirror suddenly accelerated, soaring towards the distant horizon until it vanished from sight. Only after the presence of the mirror was entirely undetectable did Tang Tian gradually retract his myriad laws domain. Who was that? Tang Tian could not ascertain. Yet, he was certain that this entity did not belong to this world. The oppressive force emanating from that will far exceeded that of the galaxy sovereign, indicating that they were not of the same caliber. Moreover, the coldness with which it regarded him was unmistakably unmasked. After a brief moment of silence, Tang Tian returned to the pavilion below. The events of the day had exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed this to be merely an act of vengeance by the celestial sovereign. However, the sovereign had effortlessly unveiled the greatest secret of his heart through the use of an artifact. Though it was merely conjecture, it was sufficient to warrant Tang Tian's serious consideration. Subsequently, he discovered the existence of a smaller entity, which had already established a certain connection with a being from the apex of the firmament. The identity of this smaller entity remained an enigma, yet it was evident that it was imbued with a mission, and several other formidable beings were coveting it, seeking to utilize it as a dreadful instrument. Tang Tian speculated that the will that had just appeared was one such entity. Since he has already discovered the existence of the small entity and recognized himself as the causeless being, would he easily relinquish it? The answer is undoubtedly no. Once targeted by such an existence, it is inevitable that actions will be taken when Tang Tian ascends to the pinnacle of the heavens. Countless experiences have taught Tang Tian that the people of this world do not engage in any elaborate strategies. Once they identify their target, they will pursue it with unwavering determination. Therefore, before reaching the summit of the heavens, Tang Tian must possess sufficient means for self-protection. As for abandoning the journey to the heavens, that seems rather impractical, since the opponent can locate the heavenly origin immortal lord to deal with him. They can certainly find numerous others of the same caliber. Once such formidable beings set their sights on him, even if he were to remain hidden in the lower realms, he would never find peace. For the first time, a sense of urgent crisis arose in Tang Tian's heart. After pondering for a while, he swiftly entered the peculiar egg space. Following the recent development of the Global Commerce Association, Tang Tian successfully acquired a substantial number of consumption points. A considerable portion of these points was used to exchange for the essence of the world, which he then presented to the small entity. At this moment, the small entity was still diligently working on the primordial continent within the space, appearing thoroughly engrossed in its task. However, this time, Tang Tian had to bring it some unfortunate news. Old Tang. Upon seeing Tang Tian, the small entity immediately let out a peculiar cry, then swiftly appeared on Tang Tian's shoulder. Come, see my masterpiece. It gestured toward the ground beneath them. Through its tireless efforts, the once desolate primordial continent had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although it still lacked any signs of life, the overall structure had taken shape. The first sight that greeted the eye was a colossal mountain range, standing tall like a pillar of the world. At the 8 cardinal points of this world pillar, for majestic waterfalls cascaded down, plunging into the skies below. They then converged at the foot of the mountain, forming several great rivers that flowed toward the 4 corners of the earth. These rivers meandered through countless mountains, plains, lakes, and forests, ultimately emptying into a vast ocean. If life were to emerge here, it would truly become a genuine world. Quite impressive, Tang Tian nodded in approval. It resembles the outer world remarkably. Truly remarkable. The small entity grinned widely, saying, of course. Just take a look at who I am. The terrain of the Lioli world was all crafted by me. I am quite familiar with it. As long as you can infuse the rules, this place can instantly transform into a genuine small world. Tang Tian nodded. The small entity indeed possessed some talent. If left to his own devices, he wouldn't even know where to begin. After observing for a while, Tang Tian inquired, I heard you mention before that powerful beings above the Tao level create similar small worlds for themselves. Why is that? Will this enhance one's own strength? Xiao replied, of course, otherwise why would they engage in such endeavors? For those at the Tao level, a small world is akin to the dantian of ordinary cultivators. The more complete the world, the greater the potential strength it can yield. However, one can only truly grasp the significance of a small world after attaining the Tao level. Before reaching this stage, it merely serves as an expansive personal space. Tang Tian suddenly understood, realizing this was the case. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, is it sufficient to be a Tao-level cultivator, even if one is just recently ascended to the Immortal Emperor rank? Xiao blinked thoughtfully for a while and responded, generally speaking, only those formidable Tao-level cultivators are entitled to possess their own small worlds. I have yet to witness anyone who could command one immediately upon breaking through to Immortal Emperor. However, I have not heard of any specific limitations regarding this matter. Thus, it may be possible. Tang Tian was rendered speechless. Such an ambiguous answer was perplexing. After a brief silence, he spoke once more. Xiao, you have indeed regained memories from your past life, have you not? I wish for you to enlighten me on what lies beyond the Immortal Emperor, specifically regarding Tao-level cultivators. The more detailed, the better. Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback, her eyes darting as if contemplating further evasion. Yet, this time, Tang Tian had no time to indulge her. Someone has already set their sights on you. From the pinnacle of the firmament, he stated. What? Xiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 428. Above the Tao level. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the small creature's body froze instantly. It instinctively recoiled, curling its tail tightly against its side. How could this be? Hadn't it always remained in this space? How could those individuals possibly have discovered its presence? The creature's eyes were filled with a palpable anxiety. Tang Tian sighed softly and spoke. Have you heard of the temporal mirror? It is a Tao artifact capable of reflecting the past and future of one's existence. The small creature lifted its head slightly. Yes, I believe I have heard of something akin to that. This artifact can be utilized to observe an individual or a particular event across time. Have you encountered such an object? Tang Tian nodded. In his investigation of Tian Yangsheng's demise, the celestial sovereign had specifically summoned a device known as the temporal mirror from the pinnacle of the firmament. He had witnessed the scene from that time and had seen your figure. Consequently, an entity from the pinnacle of the firmament has now set its sights on you. The small creature shrank back once more, its 4 tiny feet nearly overlapping. But if I remain hidden within your egg and do not venture out, how could it possibly find me? Tang Tian replied, you are correct. However, he added, it has now fixated on me as well. The small creature felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, uncertain of the precise nature of the events transpiring, yet sensing it had been ensnared in a dilemma. It was well aware that once Tang Tian was targeted, it too would inevitably be caught in the web. Observing the creature's mounting panic, Tang Tian sighed inwardly and reassured. There is no need for excessive fear. I have only recently become a focus of its attention. The influence of such entities on the lower realms is ultimately limited, and I possess a degree of confidence in my ability to manage this situation. However, we cannot hide in this world indefinitely. Therefore, you must provide me with sufficient information so that I can determine our next course of action. Do you understand? The small creature fell into silence. This revelation was indeed too abrupt, leaving it utterly unprepared. After a considerable pause, it slowly nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall divulge everything you wish to know. After a brief interlude, during which the small creature recounted its tale, Tang Tian finally grasped its true origins and many details concerning matters beyond the Tao level. The creature was not a naturally born spirit of the world. In its previous existence, it had been a pure white being. Although it could no longer recall who its master had been, it distinctly remembered accompanying its master on celestial journeys, where no formidable being could impede their passage. Tang Tian surmised that someone had deliberately erased this segment of memory, to which the small creature concurred. This individual had assigned the creature another task, to grow well and await the return of a certain person, while evading those with malicious intent. Regarding that so-called individual, I am unsure of their precise identity. However, I can assert with certainty that they are not my master, for I would instantly perceive their presence upon arrival. This person possesses a strength that rivals that of my master, standing among the pinnacle of beings in this world. Upon their emergence, I would be capable of unraveling all memories and seals, returning to a bygone era. Xiao stated this with unwavering conviction, asserting that this individual is certainly not Tang Tian. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in conflict upon their initial encounter. This mission is deeply rooted within the essence of Zhao's soul, compelling it to strive for its fulfillment. As for its own existence, it undoubtedly does not wish to be exploited by those malevolent figures as a mere instrument for subjugating all living beings. Beyond this matter, Zhao's memories have been thoroughly restored, and it possesses a profound understanding of the formidable entities above the Tao level. Above the Celestial Emperor lies the Tao level, which is further divided into 7 distinct stages: the mastery of Tao, the sacrificial Tao, the Tao of all beings, the supreme Tao, the primordial Tao, the infinite Tao, and the sovereign. Beyond the sovereign, there exists the transcendent sovereign and the eternal sovereign, both of which belong to the sovereign realm, differing primarily in strength without significant distinction. According to Xiao, both its master and the enigmatic individual awaited are at least immensely powerful figures within the realm of transcendent sovereigns. To revert to the origins, the mastery of Tao is the first realm one attains after surpassing the Celestial Emperor. In this realm, one has grasped 1 or 2 ordinary laws of heaven and earth, wielding the true power of the laws. The potency of law power, in comparison to celestial energy, is akin to the absolute dominance of celestial energy over spiritual energy, a disparity of rank. The sacrificial Tao signifies the mastery of one's comprehended laws, seamlessly integrating them into action. The Tao of all beings represents a complete assimilation of those laws, where the individual becomes the law and the law embodies the individual, akin to the fingertip power law mastered by Tang Tian. Thus, in a certain sense, Tang Tian could be regarded as a formidable being of the Tao of all beings to some extent. This is why he could exert overwhelming dominance over the Tianyuan celestial sovereign, instantaneously obliterating all that he possessed. At that moment, even a celestial emperor standing before Tang Tian would likely meet a fate of utter annihilation, a consequence of the complete law's crushing force. The subsequent supreme Tao involves the continuous refinement built upon the foundation of the Tao of all beings, leading to the mastery of significant world laws. The power of these laws far exceeds that of the fingertip power law, and the difficulty of achieving complete mastery is exceedingly high. According to Xiao, the vast majority of Tao-level experts find themselves entrapped within this realm. Only those truly defying the heavens can proceed to further breakthroughs. The primordial Tao signifies the successful mastery of 1 or 2 chaotic laws by those transcendent beings who have broken through. Such individuals are rare in the world, yet their emergence is sufficient to astonish the heavens and the earth, marking them as extraordinary sovereigns. As the adept of the primordial path continues to refine their skills and gains mastery over pivotal chaotic principles, such as the law of power, the 5 elements, the law of cause and effect, the yin-yang principle, and even the laws of time and space, they ultimately reach the pinnacle of existence, the boundless path. The sovereign of the boundless path stands unparalleled in might, epitomizing the most fitting description of such an entity. Ultimately, when the sovereign transcends the limitations of sentient beings and ascends to the chaotic cosmos, rising above the laws governing the world, they attain the title of Supreme Being. Supremes seldom emerge into the world. In a certain sense, they no longer belong to the realm of sentient life, for the entirety of existence lies beneath their gaze. The apex of the heavens is, in fact, beyond the world itself. Here, the Supreme Beings dwell, surveying all life across myriad realms, each governing numerous distinct worlds. The realm of Cloud Summit, where the celestial abode resides, is surely among them. In the realm of fiction, Tang Tian found himself enveloped in silence. He recalled Prince Yu's mention of the existence of 8 other celestial abodes, each residing in different worlds, apart from Cloud Summit. Yet, they all share a singular master. the so-called Lord of the Divine. This Lord of the Divine is likely a supreme who has transcended the confines of sentient existence, rising above the world itself. Chapter 429. Objective. Amassing wealth through a series of narratives, Tang Tian has gained a more nuanced understanding of the realm beyond the Tao level. In essence, it consists of a group of formidable individuals who manipulate the laws of the universe. The crux lies in who can play more adeptly, skillfully, and profoundly. If that is indeed the case, Tang Tian finds himself somewhat relieved. With the existence of the system, he can master a plethora of rules before ascending to the pinnacle of the heavens. During his time in the Global Commerce Association, he has amassed trillions of consumption points. Not only can he grasp the laws of the world, but he could also formulate several principles of chaos. Thus, it follows that once he surpasses the status of an immortal emperor, he could become an unparalleled powerhouse of the limitless Tao. Tang Tian shared this thought with Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao responded, "Theoretically, such a possibility exists, though I must admit I have never witnessed it. Before reaching the immortal emperor level, it is virtually impossible for anyone to truly command the laws of the world. Even the most minute of rules remain inaccessible at that tier, let alone the more advanced chaotic laws. Yet, you, an anomaly, have effortlessly accomplished what no one else has before or will again." Tang Tian's expression turned stern. "Choose your words wisely. What do you mean by anomaly? This is a rare talent of unprecedented caliber, although it is indeed harnessed through the mysterious power of the system. Do you believe that the individual fixated on us is of supreme caliber?" Tang Tian inquired. Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "That seems unlikely. There will undoubtedly be supreme beings keeping an eye on me, but it would be exceedingly difficult for them to circumvent the supreme being who governs this world to intervene. Did you not mention that the Tao artifact was fetched from the pinnacle of the heavens by the celestial sovereign? Thus, it is even less plausible. Even if a supreme being wished to intervene, it would not be done so openly. That would be an egregious provocation." Tang Tian nodded slightly. In matters like these, Xiao possessed greater insight than himself. "Do you believe that the one observing us might be the divine sovereign who governs this realm?" he further queried. Xiao shook his head decisively. "That is utterly impossible. My master would not abandon me in the world of someone who covets me. The divine sovereign you mentioned likely had a favorable relationship with my master at that time. He may not be aware of my existence, but should he discover it, he would not interfere with my growth. Therefore, I surmise that the individual fixated on us possesses power that does not exceed that of a supreme being." Tang Tian concurred with this analysis. Thus, it follows that as long as he can exchange for some advanced chaotic laws, the moment he breaks through the immortal emperor threshold will be when he achieves the limitless Tao. And as long as the adversary does not exceed the supreme level, there is truly little to fear. Tang Tian conveyed his thoughts to Xiao, yet Xiao did not share his optimism. Firstly, his ideas existed solely as theoretical outcomes, lacking any precedent to substantiate them. Secondly, the realm of Wuji also possesses varying strengths. Some individuals have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, mastering countless laws, and are merely a single opportunity away from attaining the supreme position. Their depth of knowledge is so formidable that it is truly alarming. It is by no means a simple matter to contend with. Nonetheless, Tang Tian was not deterred by Zhao's assertions. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, "What if one were to achieve supremacy?" Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, how dare you even contemplate that? Across millions of years, within this vast world filled with countless beings and formidable powers, how many have ultimately reached the supreme status? Your notion is utterly unrealistic." He shook his head repeatedly, believing Tang Tian was indulging in fanciful daydreams. Tang Tian smiled and retorted, "Then tell me, what constitutes the opportunity to achieve supremacy?" Xiao hesitated, then replied, "I am not entirely certain about that. However, there is a widely accepted belief that ascending to the Tao realm is intricately linked to creating a small world that perfectly aligns with oneself. Thus, the more powerful a Tao-level expert is, the more they value their small world." As he spoke, a realization dawned upon him. Was he not currently assisting Tang Tian in crafting his small world? Although the journey ahead remained long, completion was inevitable. This small world would emerge from the very essence of Tang Tian himself. Once successful, it would be in perfect harmony with his being, devoid of any flaw. This Xiao gasped, finding it difficult to continue his line of thought. This was utterly insane. To advance from being a newly minted immortal emperor to the realm of Wuji was already a monumental feat. Achieving supremacy, Xiao instinctively raised his tiny paws to cover his ears. I don't know. I haven't said anything to you. Principally, he remained gravely skeptical of such possibilities. Moreover, the deficiencies in your world are far too numerous to attain perfection before your ascension to immortal emperor. He was somewhat frightened. Meanwhile, Tang Tian simply smiled gently. What is required? Under Tang Tian's insistence, Xiao provided him with a detailed list. Firstly, the laws of the world and the laws of chaos were absolutely indispensable. If one were to enumerate the various laws, they would total in the millions. Secondly, to facilitate the rapid growth of the world, a significant amount of both world essence and cosmic essence would be necessary. After calculating everything, Tang Tian converted them into consumption points. Finally, he translated those points into innate Dao Jade. Ultimately, he arrived at a staggering figure, 50 trillion. This figure rendered Tang Tian speechless. The entire Long Island was ultimately appraised at a mere 1 trillion. The Xinyu Pavilion, which commands a significant portion of the Tianfu business realm, has assets that collectively amount to at most 2 or 3 trillion. 500 trillion is indeed a staggering figure that poses a considerable headache. It is estimated that acquiring the entirety of Tianfu, along with the current world, would still fall short by a substantial margin. Nevertheless, it certainly provides a potential solution to the problem at hand. As long as he can amass such an extensive number of consumption points, he will be able to ascend to the realm of the immortal emperor and step directly into the boundless path of the ultimate realm. Furthermore, it is the most formidable version of that path. Should he truly encounter this so-called opportunity, he could soar to unprecedented heights, becoming the supreme being that stands atop the world. At that juncture, if the entity concealed within the time-space mirror dares to approach, Tang Tian will undoubtedly prepare an extraordinary surprise for him. Thus, his next objective, in addition to successfully securing a position in the competition for supremacy, has expanded to another ambition, to amass wealth with fervor. Chapter 430. Preparing to return after his conversation with Xiao, Tang Tian felt his earlier anxiety begin to dissipate. The situation appeared less dire than he had initially feared. With the existence of the dual systems, upon his ascension to the realm of the immortal emperor, he would at the very least attain the status of a formidable entity within the boundless Dao realm, undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. If, prior to that, he could successfully cultivate the small world within the egg space and fortuitously encounter that elusive opportunity to achieve the supreme realm, then he would have no cause for concern regarding the lurking adversary. After all, what was 500 trillion? He could handle it. Given the chance to attain invincibility, Tang Tian would certainly not relinquish it. Prudence had always been his fundamental principle. After discussing various matters with Xiao, Tang Tian sensed an approach from outside. After offering some final words of caution, he departed the egg space. Soon, Mo Shu and Mu Sun hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Tang Tian calmly seated beneath the pavilion, enjoying a drink, Mo Shu let out a sigh of relief. "Young Master Tang, are you unharmed?" she inquired. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "What could possibly trouble me? How is Shishi?" Mo Shu responded, "Shishi is also well, but I suddenly feel something is amiss. Those who abducted Shishi seem to have been incited by someone." She then recalled that he had remained here alone, while Xiao Jie, the immortal emperor, was absent, which raised her concerns. Fortunately, that individual did not show up. Tang Tian smiled slightly, recognizing that Mo Shu had caught on, though perhaps a bit late. Had he not possessed the power of the finger laws, he might have already fallen victim to the immortal Emperor Tian Yuan, awaiting rebirth from the egg space. It was evident that the primary responsibility for combat lay with him. Had it been Mo Xiao, such negligence would have been unthinkable. "He has already been here," Tang Tian remarked, causing Mo Shu's expression to shift dramatically. Yet, as Tang Tian continued, he added, "However, he will never return again." Mo Shu was momentarily stunned. After pondering for a while, she gradually processed Tang Tian's words. A look of astonishment swiftly crossed her face. "Is the matter resolved?" Tang Tian nodded with a smile. "Thus, there is no need for further concern, and you need not remain by my side daily. We still have a few days before our return. Make sure to take some time to relax." Mo Shu fell silent. After a long pause, she sincerely apologized to Tang Tian. Protecting him had been a dire command from her family, yet her oversight had allowed him to face the immortal Emperor Tian Yuan alone. regardless of the outcome. This was her own dereliction of duty. Tang Tian graciously accepted Mo Shu's apology and assured her that it was of no consequence. He had never truly relied on the ancestral imperial artifact of the Mo family. His agreement to have Mo Shu accompany him was primarily to foster continued cooperation with the Mo family. After a brief conversation, Mo Shu took her leave once more. As matters concerning Shishi remained unresolved, Mu Sun, however, chose to stay behind, engaging in a leisurely discussion with Tang Tian about the splendid locales within the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. Yet, at that moment, Tang Tian's thoughts were far from the palace. As Mu Sun spoke eloquently, Tang Tian suddenly interjected with an unexpected inquiry. Mu Sun, may I pose a question? Mu Sun nodded, encouraging him to continue. After a moment's pause, Tang Tian inquired, is the Luyan Pavilion for sale? Mu Sun responded, In the ensuing days, the esteemed Ming Xian Xianzun, representing the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, engaged in an intense war of words with the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. However, due to the profound impact of Tang Tian's performance during the disciple exchange meeting, the Heavenly Palace swiftly gained the upper hand, with an increasing number of neutral high-ranking members from various immortal palaces gravitating towards them. Furthermore, external forces in the region were astounded by the invincible prowess of the Heavenly Palace disciples, which led to a rapid shift in allegiances. Amidst this combined internal and external momentum, the calls for allegiance to the Heavenly Palace grew louder. Finally, on the 15th day of Tang Tian and his companion's arrival at the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, the palace's master publicly proclaimed their temporary allegiance to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace and announced the specific agreements reached by both parties. For instance, the palace would maintain its autonomy but adhere to the regulations of the Heavenly Palace, such as refraining from harming fellow disciples indiscriminately. Additionally, they would receive ample resources provided by the Heavenly Palace to aid in their development. Most importantly, they would no longer obstruct the exchange of disciples. In other words, those wishing to travel to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace would be required to provide a designated assessment pathway, allowing them to proceed smoothly upon passing the evaluation. This was, indeed, a core objective of Ming Xianzun and his cohort. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground, and water flows to lower levels. Once this channel was opened, it was only a matter of time before this region would entirely transform into the territory of the Heavenly Palace. Following this agreement, the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace organized a grand banquet, inviting all members of the Heavenly Palace to attend. Tang Tian, having made the most significant contributions during the negotiations, was granted a position just below the three esteemed immortals. At the banquet, Tang Tian met the master of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace for the first time. The master was a young man clad in white, possessing an ethereal demeanor, exuding an air of refinement and authority with every gesture. He was an immortal emperor. The master intentionally shared a drink with Tang Tian, through which Tang Tian learned his name, Jun He Xiandi. He was merely a couple of centuries older than Xing He Xiandi, making him relatively young. However, compared to Xing he appeared more carefree and transcendent, devoid of excessive attachments or distractions, embodying the traditional essence of an immortal emperor. He chose to accept the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace's subservience to the Heavenly Palace with equanimity. It is indeed due to the temperament of the immortal Emperor Juanhe that the strategy employed by the Heavenly Court towards the Immortal Palace has consistently been one of conciliation, striving to attract with peaceful means. Otherwise, it would have long been reduced to rubble. Such instances are far from rare. Yet, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace, along with others who harbor profound affection for the palace, have displayed a palpable sense of melancholy. The Grand Elder, possessing the pinnacle cultivation of an immortal sovereign, found himself inebriated at this gathering, belting out songs amidst the dazzling fireworks, wielding his sword with fervor, as if he had returned to an era that once belonged to him. Many joined in, relishing the last bout of madness before awakening from the dream. Tang Tian, meanwhile, sipped the Moon Immortal wine, observing all that unfolded before him. Each era boasts its own splendor. The Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace, the Immortal Emperor Juanhe, and the Immortal Emperor of the Star River all possess their own unique tales and glories. What, then, shall be the narrative of his own era? Gazing at the luminous full moon in the sky, Tang Tian raised his hand and took another sip of the Moon Immortal wine. Chapter 431. The woes of the high-ranking officials on the following day, under the watchful eyes of the Juanha Immortal Emperor and the Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace. The colossal warship gracefully ascended into the sky, marking the commencement of the return journey for the heavenly mansion's entourage. Standing upon the deck, Tang Tian gazed at the mountain range where the Immortal Palace resided, watching as it receded into the distance until it vanished entirely from sight. A figure approached Tang Tian's side. This mission had unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. Your contributions are substantial. Upon our return, I shall duly report to the mansion lord. Detailing your merits, spoke the esteemed Ming Xian Immortal with a gentle tone. Initially, when they had just departed from the heavenly mansion, Ming Xian's demeanor towards Tang Tian had been rather indifferent, bordering on coldness. However, after Tang Tian effortlessly eliminated Song Yong'an and Fan Zhe, the elder's attitude softened considerably. Later, when Tang Tian showcased his prowess at the exchange meeting, a complete transformation occurred. He transitioned from a lofty, unyielding elder to a kind-hearted mentor, genuinely concerned for the growth of the younger generation. Thank you, esteemed immortal. This is merely the duty of a disciple, Tang Tian responded with a measure of humility. Ming Xian nodded, then cast his gaze towards the direction of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, letting out a soft sigh. With the resolution of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, the heavenly mansion would face no significant troubles in this realm. What remained were merely inconsequential minions, destined to fade away with the passage of time. This old bone, shall likely begin to retire gradually, he remarked, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice. Tang Tian remained silent, yet he could somewhat comprehend the elder's current state of mind. The positions within the heavenly mansion were broadly categorized into four main categories. The first encompassed roles overseeing ordinary affairs both within and outside the mansion, led by the Grand Elder and his managing elders. The second was responsible for the internal enforcement agency, known as the Law Enforcement Hall. The third pertained to the management and cultivation of disciples, as exemplified by the Lan Ting Immortal. The fourth, represented by Ming Xian Immortal, primarily focused on external warfare, expanding the territory of the heavenly mansion and enhancing its influence. At the inception of the heavenly mansion, Ming Xian's power and status were exceedingly revered, second only to that of the mansion lord, making him the most significant power within the mansion. However, as the heavenly mansion gradually stabilized, external conflicts subsided, and a policy of conciliation was selectively adopted. His standing diminished significantly. The Grand Elder soon overshadowed him, and the head of the Law Enforcement Hall equaled his rank, with only the Lan Ting Immortal remaining a notch below due to the then limited number of disciples. As time progressed, former disciples began to ascend within the higher echelons of the heavenly mansion, and the number of future disciples grew increasingly abundant, thereby elevating the power and status of the Lan Ting Immortal. In contrast, Ming Xian Immortal continued on a downward trajectory, ultimately being surpassed by the Lan Ting Immortal, relegated to the lowest rank among the four principal positions. Now, due to the influence of the Galaxy Immortal Emperor, the esteem of the Lan Ting Immortal in the heavenly mansion had risen to match that of the Grand Elder. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall, however, maintained a relatively independent stance, preserving his original position. Only the esteemed Ming Xian, now diminished to a shadow of his former self, remains. And many who dwell in this era of peace are unaware of the existence of such a powerful figure. However, following today, the latent threat of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace will be entirely eradicated, and it is likely that Ming Xian will gradually withdraw from the historical stage of Tianfu. This is the inevitable outcome shaped by the tides of time, impervious to anyone's resistance. Yet, Tang Tian remained oblivious to Ming Xian's intentions in expressing these thoughts. Perhaps it was merely a cathartic release of emotions. After a moment of silence, Ming Xian suddenly inquired, Tang Tian, I recall that the recently renowned Tianxia Trading Association is under your auspices, is it not? Tang Tian nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, that is my association. Ming Xian chuckled lightly. I was contemplating forging a rapport with you. If that is the case, upon my return to Tianfu, you will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards me. Tang Tian's expression faltered, and he asked, Why would you say that, my lord? Rather than providing a direct reply, Ming Xian paused and continued, Do you know where Tianfu's annual expenditures originate? Tang Tian shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Ming Xian gazed at him, smiling, They come from you merchants. The net profits generated by the Wanbao pool exceed trillions of Dao annually. If I can extract merely 1/10 from you, it would suffice to cover all my external expenses. The Wanbao pool comprises over 6,000 associations and enterprises, where mid to high-level industries can easily reap profits in the tens of millions or even a couple of 100 million each year. The elite enterprises, such as the MO family, boast annual revenues in the hundreds of billions, and the Xinyu Pavilion's net profits surpass 1,000 billion. Collectively, it is not an exaggeration to claim that they exceed trillions. However, Tang Tian remained perplexed, questioning whether the expenses for external conflicts were not the responsibility of the senior elders. Ming Xian chuckled. Initially, it was indeed entirely managed by them. They would allocate resources as we required. However, the situation has since evolved. With fewer external affairs, the Grand Elder has proposed a separation of duties, which was ratified by the Lord of the Mansion. Consequently, they have entrusted the tax collection from the Wanbao pool to us. After hearing this, Tang Tian fell into silence. Indeed, where there are people, there are complexities. Where there is power, there is conflict. While the separation of responsibilities among different departments is prudent, it is rather unscrupulous for the Grand Elder to delegate the most arduous and contentious task of tax collection from the Wanbao pool to Ming Xian. Without Ming Xian's diligent contributions, Tianfu would not have evolved into its current scale. Thus, upon your return, you will undoubtedly join the other associations in cursing my name. Huh? Ming Xian laughed heartily. Within this laughter resides a liberating ease that comes from shedding burdens, as well as a touch of solitude that deviates from the past. I will not, Tang Tian remarked with a slight smile, harbor resentment against the esteemed elder for such matters. The disciple has always been a staunch supporter of the decisions made by the heavenly capital. The immortal master Ming Xian raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Do you truly believe one would willingly part with their riches? Do not jest. In this world, there exists no individual who is willing to relinquish their benefits, especially when those benefits lie firmly within their grasp. Tang Tian responded with a smile. I concur with your perspective. However, he paused. There are seldom absolutes in this realm. Ming Xian lightly shook his head, dismissing Tang Tian's words from his thoughts. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian was already contemplating in his heart. How much should he offer to ensure that it does not appear excessively outrageous? He found himself lost in deep contemplation. Chapter 432. Just this little as the protracted journey unfolded, the colossal warship gradually approached the celestial abode. Perhaps due to the successful completion of their mission, the return trip felt relatively effortless, taking a substantial half-month to accomplish. By the time they arrived at the abode, the year was drawing to a close. After addressing a few trivial procedural matters, Tang Tian returned to the Qingshu courtyard, having been away for over a month. The little red carp in the pond had ascended to the realm of immortals at some point, becoming one of the few extraordinary beings in this small courtyard. Given a bit more time, it would likely dominate the pond. Nonetheless, the little red carp was quite astute, fully aware of who the true master of the courtyard was. Upon Tang Tian's return, it presented him with a celestial pearl as a token of loyalty. Tang Tian chuckled and accepted it, for after all, this little creature's growth was largely due to his own efforts. After resting for a while, Tang Tian summoned Wang Gang and Li Hong. What is the current situation with the Merchant Association? He inquired directly. Wang Gang responded respectfully, reporting to the young master. All is proceeding smoothly. We have successfully established trade routes and secured reliable suppliers. The artisans' creations are in high demand, with treasure seekers aplenty. We must hold grand auctions every fortnight to accommodate them. Additionally, the sales of glazed beads and celestial spirit pearls are thriving, contributing over 10% to our revenue. Thus, we have firmly solidified our position at the core of Wanbao Island. Wang Gang's expression radiated excitement. Being a connoisseur of commerce, he was able to fully unleash his talents on the grand stage of the celestial abode, transforming his myriad innovative ideas into reality. Such an opportunity was something he had never dared to dream of before. Since half a month ago, we have begun to turn a profit, and the rate of profit is rapidly increasing. Wang Gang exclaimed enthusiastically. However, Tang Tian's reaction to this news was rather subdued. Profit? The pace is too slow. We still cannot accumulate consumption points. Spending is the true path. He then inquired, what of the divine jade pavilion? Wang Gang replied, they are at a loss. They cannot withstand our rise. Initially, We cleared their inventory daily, forcing them to shut down for half a month. Young master, your strategy was indeed ruthless. In just half a month, they lost a significant number of clients, nearly all of whom have shifted their allegiance to us. The Divine Jade Pavilion is too large and complex, and they did not anticipate our aggressive approach, only beginning to implement countermeasures after 2 weeks. However, I have since devised new tactics. Wang Gang continued to elaborate, revealing that the intricacies of commercial rivalry were far more complex than the battles among cultivators, filled with twists, turns, and ingenious stratagems. Due to inherent reasons, the response of Shenyuj was invariably a half-beat slower than that of Wang Gang. Ultimately, this resulted in Shenyuj amassing revenue equivalent to that of the past few years within a mere few months. However, concurrently, they experienced a significant loss of clientele, with some suppliers shifting allegiance to Tian Tong, leaving only a handful of loyal partners. In summary, while they appeared to be reaping substantial profits on the surface, they sacrificed future growth potential, leading to a waning momentum. Nevertheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Shenyuj would not easily falter, remaining a formidable titan in the business realm. Yet, they could no longer impede the progress of Tian Tong, ushering both parties into a temporary era of coexistence. Indeed, you have performed exceptionally well, praised Tang Tian. In just a few months, we expended hundreds of billions, providing Tang Tian with an abundance of consumer points. It's been a delight. However, Wang Gang was unaware of Tang Tian's true circumstances. His expression faltered as he remarked, "It's just too costly. Watching those figures drain away daily fills me with dread. But rest assured, I will certainly assist you in reclaiming every penny," Wang Gang assured, thumping his chest. Tang Tian chuckled and raised his hand. Hold on. You cannot earn substantial profits without first investing. Moreover, I have conceived a new idea. No, rather, a new directive." Wang Gang sat up straight, saying, "Please, my lord, speak freely. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly." Tang Tian smiled and inquired, "After such an extended period of operation, you should have a general understanding of Wanbaopan's situation, correct?" Wang Gang nodded. The associations and industries of Wanbaopan total 6,732. They are classified into 5 tiers: small associations, medium associations, large associations, super associations, and top-tier associations. Among these, small and medium associations are the most prevalent, totaling over 5,300. There are over 900 large associations and more than 200 super associations. Top-tier associations, such as Shenyuj, Tai Alliance, and the Mo family, number only 67. I have essentially memorized all the data regarding these associations. Do you have any specific plans in mind? Tang Tian affirmed. Since the associations have established a solid footing, let us prepare to embark on further expansion. Calculate how many associations we can directly acquire. If we were to proceed with a complete acquisition, what would be the estimated total required Dao Jade? Wang Gang's eyes twitched involuntarily. He understood that his lord was poised to initiate a grand undertaking. Are you truly focused solely on expansion, with no intention of generating profit? All of Wang Gang's training admonished him that such an approach was utterly misguided. Yet, it must be said, the thrill of reckless expansion was undeniably exhilarating. After all, the entire Tian Tong was the personal domain of Tang Tian. He merely had to heed the directives, showcase his talents, and execute his tasks effectively. Before long, Wang Gang calculated the results. Conservatively estimated, the majority of small to medium-sized commercial associations, some large associations, and a few super associations could be successfully acquired. Small to medium-sized associations are relatively inexpensive, with most of them being obtainable for under 10 billion. Large associations may require a few hundred billion. Super associations, however, involve colossal sums. A complete acquisition could range from hundreds of billions to trillions. Therefore, when all was considered, Wang Gang involuntarily gasped as he continued his calculations. He then retracted his neck and murmured, "Approximately, it amounts to 20 trillion. 20 trillion. If one disregards all other relationships and solely considers the industrial scale, could potentially purchase several Shenyugu. Such astronomical figures evoke a tremor in one's heart merely by glancing at them." Tang Tian also furrowed his brow in response. However, his next utterance nearly caused Wang Gang to faint. "What? Is that all?" Chapter 433. The addiction sets in. Tang Tian discovered that his understanding of wealth had become somewhat distorted. He had initially believed that the Wanbao pool, which represented the entirety of the Yunding Tianfu's commercial sphere, would possess an astonishing scale, even excluding the premier business associations and the vast majority of super associations. It was not something that ordinary entities could easily engage with. However, 200 trillion. Well, after being exposed to the staggering figure of 500 trillion, this amount seemed rather meager in comparison. Yet, that was the reality. Excluding certain industries that could not be entirely acquired, such as the Tai Alliance, Lingshao Valley, Xianhua Pool, and the Mo family, which were primarily superpowers outside the commercial realm, the figure calculated by Wang Gang accounted for nearly 1/5 of the entire Tianfu commercial network. This implied that swallowing the whole commercial sector would amount to merely 100 trillion. There remained a long, arduous road to reach 500 trillion. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Is that truly all there is? Tang Tian, somewhat unconvinced, sought clarification once more. Wang Gang remained in a daze. Despite having been baptized by Tang Tian's financial prowess for quite some time, he still found it hard to accept. 200 trillion. Was this really just a trifling sum? How could the small associations, which operated with only a few million or tens of millions, possibly survive? After a prolonged silence, he managed a wry smile and said, "Young master, there has been no miscalculation. It is indeed that much. And this figure does not merely represent the scale of the industries. I have included potential additional costs incurred during the acquisition process, along with relationships, channels, and networking expenses. With proper maneuvering, we could manage without requiring such a hefty sum." Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. "Then do not maneuver too adeptly. Listen to me. For matters that can be resolved with money, do not expend excessive effort. The same goes for other members of the association. We must learn to care for our employees. Do you understand?" He was genuinely concerned that Wang Gang would go to great lengths to save him money. Meanwhile, Wang Gang felt somewhat exasperated. Upon confirming that he had not misheard, he earnestly assured that he understood. Subsequently, Tang Tian reclined in his chair and let out a long sigh. 500 trillion. How on earth could he possibly spend that? It was all the system's fault for insisting on reasonable expenditures for validation. Moreover, it could discern whether a particular item was subject to repeated transactions, making it exceedingly stringent, almost absurdly so. The individual who designed this system must have had a lapse in judgment. After a brief moment, Tang Tian sat up again and inquired, "Help me think. What avenues remain for spending money? What does our association still lack in comparison to other top-tier associations?" Wang Gang furrowed his brow. He had not contemplated this issue before. Virtually every aspect of the association's development had been meticulously addressed. However, Li Hong quickly recalled something. "Young master, if we must identify areas in which we fall short compared to other elite associations, it would be our foundational depth. Compared to the esteemed powers such as the Divine Jade Pavilion, the Tai Chi Alliance, and the Celestial Moon Lake, our foundation is indeed rather tenuous," remarked Li Hong. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and abruptly clapped his hands. Yes, the foundation. Since our Tianxiao Tong possesses such a grand vision, how can we lack in resources compared to other trading associations? Thus, the second task is to establish our own foundation," he decisively declared. Instantly, Li Hong and Wang Gang exchanged bewildered glances. Following this, Li Hong sighed with a wry smile. "Young master, though it may seem somewhat inappropriate, I must elucidate. The reason it is termed a foundation is that it is something that gradually accumulates over a considerable span of time. How are we to procure such an entity?" Tang Tian lowered his eyelids slightly, snapped his fingers, signaling them to draw closer. He then spoke slowly. "A foundation is indeed the result of prolonged accumulation, correct?" The two nodded in agreement. Tang Tian continued, "The Tai Chi Alliance, Celestial Moon Lake, and Lingshao Valley have all established their own foundations, have they not?" They nodded once more. Tang Tian extended his hand, gesturing. "Then let us acquire the foundations they have already cultivated, thereby transforming them into our own." The two were momentarily astounded. Is this how it is done? It was not that they had not considered it, but rather that they had never thought in this direction. The concept of a foundation often involves significant implications, and it only manifests its true value within the original force it belongs to. Generally, no one would buy or sell such a thing. For a buyer, the cost incurred would undoubtedly exceed the inherent value of the item itself. For instance, If a certain faction possesses a legacy celestial artifact, it holds sentimental significance and value as a spiritual anchor for them. And only in the hands of their direct lineage can it unleash its maximum potential. However, if obtained by others, it merely becomes an ordinary celestial artifact. If one were to genuinely wish to purchase it from them, the price would likely be dozens or even hundreds of times the artifact's intrinsic worth. Who would be foolish enough to undertake such an endeavor? Li Hong and Wang Gang exchanged glances with Tang Tian, then uniformly lowered their heads. Indeed, their young master was exceptional. He could not be viewed through the lens of ordinary perception. Do you believe there is a possibility of execution? Noting their silence, Tang Tian inquired once more. Li Hong hesitantly nodded. Theoretically, it should be feasible. As long as their foundation does not belong to their ancestors, there exists a possibility for transaction. However, the cost we would incur might be. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. As long as it is feasible, I sense great potential in this matter. Li Hong, you shall take charge of this endeavor. If funds run short, simply come to me. The essence of such matters is undoubtedly costly, potentially exceeding the figures in the realm of acquisitions. Yet, there remains a considerable distance to traverse. Tang Tian must seize every opportunity for expenditure. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Gang, the current upper echelons of the chamber. Their capabilities are rather lacking, are they not? Wang Gang nodded in affirmation. Most of the senior members were brought in from outside, with a significant portion possessing merely mundane cultivation levels. Recruitment is ongoing, but the focus is primarily on managerial skills, with little regard for their strength. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. That presents quite a risk, for they are indeed our vital talents. Have we employed any bodyguards? Wang Gang replied, yes. We have engaged several Deluo Golden Immortals as protectors for the most crucial executives. There are also those of Golden Immortal and Xian Immortal levels among the ordinary ones. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's brow furrowed, and he slammed his palm on the table, startling both Wang Gang and Li Hong. Are you serious? Our senior protectors are merely at the levels of Deluo Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal? If the neighboring Xinyu Pavilion were to find out, they might think we are unable to afford proper guardians. Wang Gang's expression turned awkward as he responded, everyone is in a similar situation. Tang Tian retorted angrily. What do you mean everyone is in a similar situation? With the strength of just Deluo Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal, how can we assure the safety of our senior executives? I demand Celestial Kings and Celestial Lords, one for each. Wang Gang. Li Hong. What has come over you today, young master? Is the urge to spend overwhelming? Chapter 434. First, 200 Ultimately, under Tang Tian's decisive leadership, 3 remarkably eccentric plans were finalized. There was no alternative. After all, the Global Commerce Association was Tang Tian's personal property, and in such a matter of unilateral decision-making, no one could voice opposition. Thus, the task of acquiring other merchant associations was assigned to Wang Gang, while the responsibility of managing other factions' foundational matters fell to Li Hong. As for the employment of Celestial Kings and Celestial Sovereigns, which neither of them could handle, Tang Tian had no choice but to take it upon himself. There were indeed many Celestial Kings and Sovereigns in need of financial support. Seeking out Celestial Sovereign Lanting should provide a solution. After discussing some specific details, Wang Gang and Li Hong busied themselves with their respective tasks, while Tang Tian directly contacted Celestial Sovereign Lanting. The latter appeared quite pleased and remarked, Tang Tian, I have already heard the news. During the exchange with the Sun and Moon Celestial Palace, you performed exceptionally well, making a significant contribution to our cause. Celestial Sovereign Mingxian has reported the events, and I believe you shall receive commendable accolades. Tang Tian smiled and replied, this is merely what a disciple ought to do. Celestial Sovereign Lanting chuckled, you are always so modest. If only the other disciples in the heavenly mansion could possess even a fraction of your dedication, we old bones would have long been able to rest easy. After some pleasantries, Tang Tian presented his request. Protectors? Celestial Sovereign Lanting paused, inquiring, have you heard something recently? Indeed, the young girl from the Mo family would certainly inform you. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood what Celestial Sovereign Lanting was referring to. After his departure from the heavenly mansion a month ago, problems arose almost immediately. Numerous celestial kings and sovereigns had inexplicably perished, their deaths eerily reminiscent of Huang Daoxing's fate. Prince Yu suspected that Lu Chang'e was behind it and had initiated a joint investigation with the enforcement hall. However, despite their efforts, they had uncovered no concrete evidence. As time progressed, the situation escalated, resulting in the untimely demise of dozens of high-ranking powerful figures, leaving the upper echelons of the heavenly mansion in a state of unease. Though Tang Tian was not particularly concerned with these matters, the situation conveniently provided him with an excellent rationale. Indeed, Tang Tian contemplated before stating, "While I have great faith in the heavenly mansion's capabilities to bring the perpetrator to justice, you are aware that my merchant association is just getting off the ground and cannot endure excessive risk. The personnel in our association are invaluable. The loss of even one would significantly impact us. Therefore, I wish to hire some formidable protectors to ensure their safety." Celestial Sovereign Lanting acknowledged, "That is a reasonable request. However, you need not consult me for this. You can simply approach the affairs hall. Over there, a rather comprehensive employment process exists, and the capabilities are commendable, with numerous celestial beings and the occasional appearance of celestial kings. Should you require it, I can provide a letter of introduction." Tang Tian smiled awkwardly, saying, "Lord Qi, it is like this. I truly value those managerial personnel. They are the backbone I have brought back from elsewhere. Therefore, I wish to ensure their safety is not compromised. The presence of celestial kings may not suffice." After a moment of silence, the esteemed Celestial Master Lanting remarked, "Are you implying that you wish to employ a celestial master?" Tang Tian responded affirmatively, "Indeed. However, rest assured, I shall offer exceedingly generous remuneration." Yet, Celestial Master Lanting chuckled and said, "This is not merely a matter of compensation. Those who achieve the status of Celestial Master typically are not in dire need of wealth, nor do they harbor such intentions. Occupying high positions, it is difficult for them to lower themselves to protect unfamiliar juniors. Thus, this endeavor is quite challenging." Tang Tian fell silent. He understood that pride was indeed the most formidable obstacle in hiring a celestial master. Yet, he also recognized the value of this very challenge, its difficulty signifying its rarity. He believed there would always be someone willing to cast aside their dignity and embrace the allure of material wealth. "Lord Qi," he inquired directly, "how much is this difficulty worth?" Celestial Master Lanting was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Tang Tian, you may not have comprehended my words. This is truly not a matter of money." After a brief silence, Tang Tian proposed, 100 million Dao Jade annually? Celestial Master Lanting was astonished, offering a wry smile. The yearning for Dao Jade among powerful celestial masters is not so intense. Tang Tian pressed on, 1 billion? Celestial Master Lanting fell silent, and after a moment, spoke slowly. "In truth, you can rest assured in hiring a celestial king. Internal strife generally does not spill over into the business realm." Tang Tian continued, 2 billion? Celestial Master Lanting remained silent. 50 billion? Tang Tian pressed further. Celestial Master Lanting was still silent. "What about 100 billion? Celestial Master Lanting quickly interjected, Stop. Do not say any more. If this continues, I might just consider it myself." He took a deep breath and smiled. "Are you truly this resolute?" Tang Tian replied earnestly, "Indeed. After those incidents, I find myself in dire need of a sense of security. Thus, I beseech you, Lord Qi." Celestial Master Lanting fell silent once more, then exhaled deeply. "Very well. In light of your numerous contributions to the Tianfu, I can inquire on your behalf. However, do not expect guaranteed results. Be mentally prepared. Moreover, let us not treat money lightly. The figures you mention, tens of billions, 100 billion, are quite distressing to hear. As a powerful figure managing the disciples of Tianfu, Master Lanting is also responsible for the expenditures related to the disciples. He, who is typically frugal, finds it hard to adapt to Tang Tian's extravagant spending. However, Tang Tian simply smiled and said, "Lord Qi need not concern himself. As long as we can hire sufficiently strong individuals, the disciples are more than willing to pay a substantial price. Should we achieve success, the disciples will certainly not forget the assistance provided by Lord Qi." Master Lanting snorted a couple of times, choosing not to respond further. In truth, he understood that when the sum of money reaches a certain threshold, it can indeed alter many circumstances. We are talking about tens of billions. Without a doubt, some celestial beings would find it impossible to remain indifferent. "All right, I will inquire on your behalf," Master Lanting remarked. "How many celestial beings do you require?" And for how long do you intend to hire them? After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian replied, as for the duration, the longer, the better. In terms of quantity, he calculated the number of high-ranking members of the Chamber of Commerce and said, let us start with 100. Master Lanting. What? Chapter 435. Chaos resurfaces. Tang Tian was uncharacteristically reprimanded by the esteemed Lanting Immortal, merely for uttering figures that were deemed excessively outrageous. The exalted immortals are not as common as cabbages. Ascending to the rank of an immortal master requires specific fortuitous circumstances. Without such opportunities, no amount of effort will allow one to transcend the realm of the immortal king. Within the entirety of Yunding Heavenly Mansion, the active immortal kings number no less than several tens of thousands, whereas the active immortal masters outside do not even reach 1,000, many of whom occupy significant positions of power. The relatively free immortal masters likely numbered no more than 300. Did you think that by merely hiring a guard, you could summon a substantial portion of the immortal masters? This is akin to privately amassing troops with intentions of rebellion. The Lanting Immortal outright rejected Tang Tian's proposal and sternly admonished him to remain cognizant of boundaries to avoid inciting suspicion from certain parties. Tang Tian repeatedly acknowledged his understanding. Ultimately, the number of hired immortal masters was capped at 50, certainly not exceeding this figure. If additional assistance was necessary, he could seek out some formidable immortal kings. This quantity was acceptable to Tang Tian, and if needed, he could extend the duration of their employment. Indeed, recent times have been rather turbulent, necessitating a more cautious approach in his dealings. Should insurmountable difficulties arise, he might consider reaching out to the Lord of the Star River. Although he operates externally, he still wields considerable influence over many matters, Lanting Immortal advised. Tang Tian expressed his comprehension, yet deep within, he preferred to minimize entanglements with the Star River Immortal for the time being. The Immortal Emperor has direct access to the pinnacle of the firmament, a place shrouded in significance. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, their communication concluded. The matter of guards was temporarily settled, leaving it to Lanting Immortal to determine the efficacy of the innate Tao Jade and whether it retained sufficient allure for the immortal masters. After attending to these affairs, Tang Tian poured himself a glass of moon immortal wine, allowing his previously restless spirit to gradually find tranquility. One must consume a meal bite by bite. Every endeavor unfolds through a process. After employing 3 strategies, it is prudent to assess the outcomes before deciding on future actions. Regardless, the ambitious target of 50 trillion must be pursued with utmost fervor. There is no alternative. Survival necessitates such tenacity. Given the opportunity for invincibility, he shall endure until he reaches the pinnacle of the firmament. As the matter of expenditure draws to a close, his personal affairs beckon. Foremost, he must secure the qualifications to ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament. Without this, even the chance to break through to the immortal emperor would be futile, rendering all efforts in vain. With the year drawing to a close, the Tongxing Assembly is expected to commence shortly. The qualification to participate in the assembly is that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, a standard he has now met. At that time, he merely needs to undergo a cultivation assessment. Following the Tongxing Assembly, the realms of the Immortal Cloud Platform, Holy Sun, and Divine Sun remain shrouded in uncertainty. However, Mo Xiaoxiao mentioned that within the group of the Holy Sun, there exists a powerful celestial being. Thus, the strength of the Divine Sun will undoubtedly be even more formidable. Although Tang Tian possesses the capability to eliminate celestial beings in an instant, such measures ought to be avoided under normal circumstances to prevent any unnecessary complications. Henceforth, he must diligently cultivate and swiftly elevate his own prowess. Fortunately, he currently lacks for nothing. All he needs to do is focus on his training. Furthermore, when utilizing consumption points to exchange for items in the future, he should first lean towards the principles and the essence of the world. As he pondered, the moon immortal wine continued to flow, and time gradually elapsed. Suddenly, the formation outside was triggered, and a jade talisman representing an identity flew in. The visitor was Mo Xiaoxiao. Tang Tian rose and opened the formation. This time, only Mo Xiaoxiao entered. Brother Tang, Mo Xiaoxiao greeted with a slight bow. Do not stand on ceremony with me. Come in and sit, Tang Tian replied with a smile. Subsequently, the two seated themselves at the table in the courtyard. I must first congratulate you, Brother Tang. Emo Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile. Your recent journey to the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace has made a tremendous contribution to the Heavenly Mansion. I heard from Emo Shu that even the usually stern Ming Xian celestial being holds you in high regard. Tang Tian chuckled modestly. It's nothing, really. While speaking, he poured Emo Xiaoxiao some other celestial brew. They were already old friends, and casual conversation flowed easily. After toasting, Emo Xiaoxiao directly broached the subject. I am here to discuss the specifics of that matter with you. Lowering her voice, she continued, this situation is rather peculiar. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall has personally intervened, and Prince Yu has brought forth some powerful artifacts from the summit of the firmament. Yet, they have still failed to uncover any evidence related to Lu Chang'e. But guess what they discovered? Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. Emo Xiaoxiao elaborated. They found that the deaths of these high-ranking officials are entangled with many other factions within the Heavenly Mansion. Those factions are equally bewildered. Yet the evidence indicates that they indeed have an inexplicable connection to the homicide case. Now, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Mansion have begun to descend into chaos. Tang Tian fell silent at once. The direction of this unfolding situation sounded eerily familiar. Back when he was at Qinghua sect, certain factions were similarly dragged into the fray without any clear reason. He shared his thoughts with Emo Xiaoxiao. However, she shook her head, stating, when I first heard about it, I also considered that possibility. But it is not feasible. The Heavenly Mansion is unlike the Qinghua sect. The position of the main house is far too stable to be shaken, even if all factions were to unite. Thus, they have no need to resort to such measures against those factions. If there truly existed a power bold enough to harbor treachery, the Tianfu could swiftly eliminate it with decisive force. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, various regions exhibit distinct circumstances, and the main house has no justification for engaging in such actions. After a brief silence, Tang Tian inquired, what news from Wang Ziyu? Emo Xiaoxiao took a sip of wine and shook her head. Wang Ziyu is nearly driven to madness. He remains adamant that this must be the scheme of Lu Chang'e, who seeks to orchestrate significant upheaval. The upper echelons of Tianfu did not overly question his judgment, yet they found themselves at an impasse. They had uncovered some evidence and leads, compelling the enforcement hall to pursue the investigation along those lines. Thus, the ultimate focus would inevitably fall upon the suspected powers. Tang Tian sighed softly and downed a cup of Moon Immortal wine. Such tactics are unmistakably reminiscent of Lu Chang'e's style, operating from the shadows, capable of turning the tide at will. Even the formidable Wang Ziyu appears to have been ensnared this time. Which powers have been implicated? Tang Tian asked. Emo Xiaoxiao replied solemnly, quite a few. Moreover, they are not weak. Most belong to mid to high-tier forces, such as the Fighting Saint Pavilion, which previously troubled you. There are also top-tier powers involved, including Lingxiao Valley and the Good and Evil Hall. Tang Tian was taken aback. The Good and Evil Hall as well? Chapter 436. A spectator upon hearing the name of the Good and Evil Hall, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Lu Chang'e, is he not affiliated with the Good and Evil Hall? If this matter truly involves his machinations from behind the scenes, why would he expose his own faction? Tang Tian found this approach somewhat perplexing. However, Emo Xiaoxiao swiftly elucidated. This is precisely where Lu Chang'e's brilliance lies. By initially advancing his own influence, he can significantly alleviate suspicion directed towards him. To be frank, aside from Wang Ziyu, few truly believe that a mere Lu Chang'e could orchestrate such a grand disturbance, as he evidently lacks the strength to do so overtly. Thus, by entangling the Good and Evil Hall in this affair, he inadvertently diverts the primary investigative force, the Law Enforcement Hall, from scrutinizing him. Moreover, the Good and Evil Hall is extensive, comprising 18 distinct divisions, which may not necessarily operate as a cohesive unit. Perhaps Lu Chang'e has even ensnared his rivals in this endeavor. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. This indeed seemed like something that fellow could pull off, exerting minimal effort while reaping maximal benefits. Which divisions have been implicated? He inquired. Emo Xiaoxiao raised two fingers. Currently, there are two. One is the Evil 3 Hall, which has already committed numerous infractions against the regulations of the Tianfu, and there is a preliminary consensus that they are linked to the assault on the upper echelons. The other is the Good 5 Hall. However, unlike the Evil 3 Hall, the Good 5 Hall has consistently adhered to the rules and has made considerable contributions to maintaining stability in the business realm. Wang Ziyu analyzed. The Good Five Hall is likely being used as a scapegoat by Lu Chang'e, and he is now devising ways to protect them from his plans. After hearing this, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. It seemed that discord had reignited. Yet, unlike the previous strife with Qinghua sect, this tempest would undoubtedly be far more ferocious. No wonder during his last conversation with Lu Chang'e, he had cautioned him against coming to Tianfu, citing its treacherous depths and tumultuous waves. Nevertheless, Tang Tian had his own compelling reasons for being here. Had he chosen to remain outside and develop slowly, he might have already fallen victim to the celestial sovereign of Tianyuan. Fortunately, he had not been ensnared in the current turmoil, regardless of the external storm's intensity. He merely needed to focus on being a diligent disciple of Tianfu. No matter how chaotic things became, the main estate would certainly not allow such disarray to spill over onto its disciples. Very well, what are your plans moving forward? Tang Tian asked. Mo Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and replied languidly, what else can I do but watch the spectacle unfold? Both of these fellows have crossed me before. Seeing them clash brings me immense joy. Ideally, they will mutually exhaust one another, and then I can find a way to settle my own grievances. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Your demeanor is rather relaxed. Are you not concerned that the Mo family might also get entangled with these two fellows? Mo Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. They lack the capability for that. The Mo family has always been united and governed by strict rules, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to exploit any loopholes. Moreover, even if they managed to get involved with us, it would not pose a significant threat. We have our own allies. She gestured towards the sky above. Tang Tian suddenly understood. The Mo family, which had established its status at the inception of Tianfu, undoubtedly maintained connections with those at the pinnacle. It was likely that the Xiaoyao family shared a similar circumstance. In such a case, they truly need not fear that the conflict over Wang Lu would jeopardize their position or survival. It resembled the situation at Qingwei Gate. Although Mo Xiaoxiao was the first to be ousted and suffered a total loss, she had still managed to preserve her life, simply because she had support from above. That's reassuring. If you truly intend to involve yourself, I shall have to find a way to keep my distance, Tang Tian replied earnestly. I sincerely wish to avoid being dragged into their disputes. Mo Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Really? You're that pragmatic? Tang Tian shrugged. Indeed, I am. The last time you were ensnared by those two, I already lent you a hand. This time, do not expect me to be the scapegoat again. Mo Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. Both of them planned to remain spectators in this conflict. Thus their conversation remained lighthearted. After a moment, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly remarked, by the way, Brother Tang, I heard something. It seems that the esteemed Xianjun Mingxian is about to withdraw funds from the Wanbao pool again. The Sun and Moon Xian Palace has just been subdued, and the expenditure of Dao Jade will be substantial, so you should prepare yourself mentally. Tang Tian nodded, yes. I am aware of this matter. Rest assured, it will not pose a significant problem. Mo Xiaoxiao acknowledged, as long as you are informed, that is sufficient. By the way, Brother Tang, your prowess remains unparalleled. In just a few months, you have firmly established your position, and the Divine Jade Pavilion has devised various countermeasures, all of which you have dismantled, even turning the tables on them to the point they cannot lift their heads. This extraordinary feat has not been accomplished by anyone in centuries, she continued. Tang Tian waved his hand modestly. It is nothing worth mentioning. It is merely a matter of throwing money at the problem. Such a simple task is hardly worthy of acclaim. Of course, this is contingent upon having ample funds. Mo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Given the current unrest, it would be prudent for you to refrain from any further significant actions to avoid arousing suspicion. If the situation escalates, even Xianjun Lanting may not be able to protect you. She cautioned Tang Tian, who slowly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he understood. Acquiring a few merchant associations is merely a commonplace transaction, not particularly significant, is it? Purchasing the foundational strengths of other factions to bolster one's own power hardly qualifies as a major maneuver, does it? Hiring a few guards certainly pales in comparison to any substantial action, does it not? Since none of these actions are of great concern, there seems to be little to worry about. Moreover, if the esteemed Lan Ting cannot safeguard himself, there is still the illustrious Xing He to rely upon. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation for an extended period, during which they discussed the forthcoming Tongxing conference. Mo Xiaoxiao expressed that the competition would indeed be quite fierce. Although she had already heard from Mo Shu that Tang Tian possessed an extensive mastery of superior celestial techniques, one must still exercise caution when confronting those elite disciples. None of those individuals are to be underestimated. Furthermore, there are only 3 coveted spots available for ascension to the Xianyan platform. These 3 are likely to be drawn from the 9 who venture into the depths of the starry corridor at that time. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. I shall remain vigilant. Chapter 437. The Gospel of Small Merchants. As evening descended, Mo Xiaoxiao finally departed from Qingshu Courtyard. Tang Tian observed that after entering the upper echelons of the family, the young man's demeanor had undergone a transformation. He had become more self-assured and assertive. This was indeed a positive development, as Mo Xiaoxiao was the sole link in the cooperative relationship with the Mo family. The higher her status, the smoother their collaboration would proceed. The stability of the Tianxiaotong Commercial Association was solidified only after Tang Tian and the Mo family established a comprehensive strategic alliance. Having a family with deep roots as a partner proved to be invaluable. However, Tang Tian pondered whether his partner could withstand the intensified measures that were to follow in the coming days. He returned to the meditation chamber of Tongxing Mountain for further cultivation. His month-long sojourn at the Immortal Palace had somewhat slowed his progress. Yet he had successfully consolidated his early-stage De Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With diligent practice in the time ahead, he estimated he might achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage De Luo Golden Immortal Realm before the Tongxing Conference. Meanwhile, a tempest was brewing once more within the Tianfu business community. What? Tianxiaotong is beginning to acquire other associations? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the acquisitions involve those small associations. Given Tianxiaotong's current scale, what purpose do these acquisitions serve? It's perplexing, another person responded. Oh, but you're missing the bigger picture. According to my sources, Tianxiaotong is not only acquiring small associations, but also medium-sized, large, and even super associations are in discussions. They aim to upend the Wanbao pool. The crowd fell silent, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? This is incomprehensible. Tianxiaotong has just established its footing, and now it seeks to expand? This is utterly audacious. Surely, such actions must violate the rules of Tianfu? One individual raised a query. However, another quickly interjected with an explanation. Well, you seem to be unaware. My other insider information suggests that Tianfu is currently preoccupied with other significant matters, hence their lack of focus on the Wanbao pool. Moreover, who claims they are violently swallowing others? The terms offered by Tianxiaotong are astonishingly generous. Anyone would find them enticing. They have also proposed a unique operational model known as holding and franchising. Under the premise of acquisition, those associations can maintain a degree of autonomy, continuing independent operations as long as they adhere to Tianxiaotong's management rules. Moreover, he expounded at great length on Tianxiaotong's acquisition plans, which sounded remarkably akin to noble deeds. He presented a plethora of benefits. However, upon concluding his discourse, he realized that many had already departed from his side. Oh, where have they gone? He inquired. Someone replied, those few are the leaders of the minor guilds. They hastily left after hearing only half of what you said. I surmise they have gone to seek collaboration with Tianxiaotong. At that moment, another individual chuckled and remarked, the foolish ones remain in a state of indecision. As for me, I have already signed an agreement with them. The actions of Tianxiaotong were akin to dropping a deep-sea atomic bomb into a treasure trove, causing the inner sea to erupt. The smaller guilds were set ablaze with excitement, particularly those struggling for survival without a robust backing, constantly beset by unnecessary losses. Now, the powerful entity had personally sought them out. Not only that, but this entity also presented a bounty of advantages, proclaiming, take this money, and I shall protect you henceforth. Who could resist such an enticing offer? Thus, they plunged into the embrace of Tianxiaotong with fervor. Only those guilds firmly entrenched with complex relationships remained in a state of hesitation and discourse. Being vested interests, they were naturally cautious about this new dominator. Yet, truth be told, few could face such generous terms without feeling envious. As for the super guilds and top-tier powers, they convened urgently to deliberate the motives behind Tang Tian's actions. Within the realm of Xinyu Pavilion, Feng Yuqing reclined in a soft chair, repeatedly massaging her temples. Below her, the senior executives of Xinyu Pavilion wore grave expressions, discussing Tang Tian's recent maneuvers from various angles and perspectives. Ultimately, they reached a rather unanimous conclusion. Tang Tian's actions were foolish and self-destructive. After hearing this, Feng Yuqing shattered the inkstone before her upon the table. Her expression darkened, and her tone turned icy. How many times have you reached such conclusions in these past months? But what have been the results? The Tianxiaotong Guild not only remained unscathed, but also consolidated its position. Meanwhile, we ourselves have lost a significant clientele, suffering the humiliation of being closed for half a month. We constantly lament others' downfalls, yet as they thrive, we risk our own collapse if this continues. With a forceful slap upon the table, which had borne witness to countless moments of glory over the millennium, a massive crack appeared. The senior members of Xinyu Pavilion fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Observing their reactions, Feng Yuqing gazed skyward and let out a long sigh. After living for so many years, she found herself confronting such an unprecedented predicament. The other party has approached every situation without adhering to conventional reasoning. Many of their seemingly self-destructive tactics have, in the end, yielded remarkably positive results. What could possibly be the reason behind this? After a prolonged silence, she spoke softly. Consider carefully what could be the motives behind Tang Tian's actions. The senior executives exchanged glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, one senior member mustered the courage to speak. Feng Pavilion Master, this matter truly defies logic. They are not merely acquiring small merchant associations. They are engaging with large corporations, super enterprises, and even top-tier powers. This has entirely transcended the realm of commerce. Based on my calculations, the extent of their current operations would necessitate a financial expenditure of at least 100 trillion. If Tang Tian's financial resources have indeed reached such a frightening magnitude, I fear that our chances of victory may be exceedingly slim. Following this pronouncement, silence enveloped the room once more. Feng Yuqing let out a deep sigh. She was well aware of this dilemma. However, she was unwilling to accept the prospect of being defeated by a character she had never deemed significant. Tang Tian's recent maneuvers certainly bore profound implications. Yet, what could she possibly do to thwart this acquisition storm, which continued unabated? Numerous merchant associations had already begun to embrace the embrace of Tianxiaotong. At this juncture, Tang Tian received a message. The tax proceedings for the Wanbao Pool, hosted by the esteemed Ming Xianxianzun, were about to commence. Chapter 438. Mount Jinhuan. Mount Jinhuan, once the most magnificent peak in Tianfu aside from Mount Tianqi, served as the formidable military force representing Tianfu. Renowned for its extraordinary masters, the mountain exuded an aura of authority and strength, instilling fear in various external factions. For an extended period, the mere mention of its name sent shivers down the spines of many. The mountain's fierce reputation played a pivotal role in ensuring stability during the early to mid-stages of Tianfu's reign. However, as time passed and the tides of fortune shifted, the significance of Mount Jinhuan waned. With Tianfu's position gradually solidifying and a shift towards a more conciliatory foreign policy, the stature of Mount Jinhuan diminished year by year. The exodus of talent was alarming, and even the once prominent figures had either retreated into obscurity or been reassigned. The once mighty institution had long lost its former glory. Presently, many within Tianfu were scarcely aware of its existence, overshadowed even by the sacred mountain dedicated solely to disciples. Although the mountain itself remained imposing, it was now marred by decay. Numerous pavilions, neglected over time, had fallen into disrepair, some even collapsing under their own weight. The daily bustle was far less vibrant compared to other principal peaks, with passers-by either hurrying along or indulging in leisurely pursuits. Yet today, an unusual influx of unfamiliar faces graced Mount Jinhuan. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that most were merchants, with few disciples or elders in attendance. Oh, it seems it is once again time to part with our riches. A group of merchants walked together, their expressions somber and dejected. Indeed, had they not just settled their taxes at the beginning of the year? How could it be that, even before the new year, they were summoned once more? Since Mount Jinhuan had taken over this matter, there had been no semblance of regularity. One merchant sighed, shaking his head. Another chimed in, I have heard some news. Recently, it appears that Tianfu has made significant strides in external affairs, successfully subduing a powerful faction. It is said that following this acquisition, dissent has all but vanished from the region. This is likely why Mount Jinhuan is collecting taxes ahead of schedule. They conversed casually, yet the remarkable achievement, while beneficial for Tianfu, did little to brighten their spirits. Instead, their expressions grew increasingly grim. For with greater accomplishments came the necessity for greater funds, all of which would be extracted from the coffers of merchants like themselves. How could they find joy in such a predicament? I wonder how much we will be required to pay this time, one lamented. Another shook his head in response. Surely it will not be any less. Typically, it is 2/10, but this time it may very well reach 3/10. As these words hung in the air, the others exchanged weary glances, sighing in unison. 3/10 indeed. Our existence is already fraught with difficulties, and half of our income is allocated to daily operations, gifts, and social engagements, leaving us with a mere 2/10. Now, the Soul Requiem Mountain seeks an additional 3/10. What resources do we have left for development? This predicament is becoming increasingly burdensome. The expressions of the individuals present grew increasingly grim. However, at that moment, an incongruous laughter pierced the air nearby. Hee hee. It belonged to an elderly gentleman, the president of the Wanbao Pool Chamber of Commerce. Yet, his demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the others present. He strode with confidence, exuding an air of grandeur, even commanding the breeze as he walked. The group furrowed their brows in unison. Wasn't this old Qian? Wasn't his chamber currently under severe pressure, grappling with adversity? Why was he so jubilant? One person expressed confusion, while another whispered, "Are you unaware? Old Qian has sold his chamber to Tianxiatong." Upon hearing this, a merchant scoffed derisively, raising his voice intentionally. What merit does one possess to associate with us after selling their own chamber? Old Qian, of course, heard this but remained unfazed, a smile still gracing his lips. Hee hee. The sarcasm was palpable. One merchant could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "What are you so pleased about? You sold your chamber to Tianxiatong, although you retain some autonomy. You will inevitably be completely devoured in due time. When that happens, you'll have nowhere to lament." Old Qian cast a sidelong glance at him. The merchant was momentarily taken aback, then retorted indignantly, "You allied with Tianxiatong, yet you haven't seen many benefits. You still came to Soul Requiem Mountain alongside us." Old Qian simply replied, The merchant frowned. "Surely you don't believe Tianxiatong will assist you with your taxes? Those are obligations from before this year." Old Qian smiled faintly. The merchant was abruptly speechless. "Wait, Tianxiatong isn't truly going to pay your taxes, right?" Old Qian, The merchant was infuriated. "What are you laughing about? Tell me, is this for real?" Old Qian, The merchant exclaimed, "Damn it." The merchants of Wanbao Pool soon reached the summit of Soul Requiem Mountain. Before them stood a magnificent black edifice, the Soul Requiem Hall, once the primary office of the mountain. Countless leaders of external factions and venerable ancestors of sects had once bowed their proud heads here. Mo Jun spoke up, while Tang Tian stood beside him, quietly observing the imposing structure before them. Though somewhat dilapidated, it still rivaled the law enforcement hall in stature. One could only imagine its former glory, akin to a hall of achievements. Tang Tian remarked. Mo Jun smiled and remarked, "Who could deny it? Alas! By the way, young Master Tang, your return has certainly caused quite a stir. It feels as though the entire Wanbao Pool is on the verge of upheaval." He appeared to hesitate, thus shifting the topic. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That's an exaggeration. I have always preferred to remain low-key and shun grand spectacles." Mo Jun narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Tang Tian, retorting, "If I weren't right here at Wanbao Pool, I might have believed you. Just the other day, my sister earnestly assured me that you wouldn't orchestrate anything ostentatious. The next day, however, she came to me with a heavy sigh, lamenting that Tang Tian had deceived her. I must insist that you make amends for the wounds inflicted upon her heart." Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "Xiao Xiao is such a resilient person. It is not so easy for her to be hurt. I shall have Xiao Shui prepare a sumptuous feast one of these days and invite her over for a delightful meal." Mo Jun cast a sidelong glance at Tang Tian, muttering, "At least you possess a modicum of conscience." The two engaged in casual banter as they awaited the growing assembly of merchants at Wanbao Pool. After a brief moment, the grand doors of the town's Soul Palace swung open, and several figures emerged. "Gentlemen," one of them announced, "please, come in." Chapter 439, Losses and Pure Deficits. Under the guidance of the elder from the town of Souls, the assembly entered the grand hall. The interior was adorned in a rather peculiar manner. A vast black dome loomed overhead, accompanied by various formations undoubtedly designed to intimidate those within. Yet beneath this dome, rows of jade tables were arranged, laden with delicacies and wine. The surrounding silks and satins seemed to strive for an ambience of gentleness and harmony. Alas, this arrangement clashed with the architectural style of the hall, creating an incongruous atmosphere. This was intended to make the tax-paying merchants feel somewhat at ease. Mo Jun chuckled softly, remarking that no matter how extravagant the presentation, the merchants would still feel discomfort at having to part with their coin. It would be better to revert to the original state, imposing the tax straightforwardly, without pretense. Clearly, the individuals from the town of Souls lacked understanding of commercial matters. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "They are perpetually embroiled in conflict. How could they possibly grasp such subtleties? It is indeed a hardship to expect these men, who have emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, to engage in the so-called intricacies of human relations." Initially, he had thought that the celestial master Ming Xian possessed a harsh temperament, but now it appeared he was far more lenient. Had it been him facing such treatment, he would likely have clashed with the Grand Elder long ago. Indulging such behavior was unwise. However, he recognized that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. The Celestial Master's choice to endure must stem from his own unavoidable circumstances. After a brief interlude, Tang Tian and Mo Jun took their respective places of focus. As a newly ascended premier merchant, he was naturally assigned to a prominent position at the front. Meanwhile, several elders from the town of Souls were organizing the documents pertaining to the Wanbao Pool Merchant Association's accounts. Based on these accounts, the tax obligations of each merchant association would soon be revealed. No one dared to falsify such information. Otherwise, the consequences would extend far beyond mere expulsion from the Wanbao Pool. After a moment's wait, Mo Jun suddenly nudged Tang Tian's arm and gestured towards the opposite side. Tang Tian turned to see that directly across from him was the position of the Divine Jade Pavilion. At that moment, Feng Yuqing, adorned in a magnificent purple gown, had just taken her seat. As Tang Tian's gaze fell upon her, she happened to look his way as well. Their eyes met in the air. Feng Yuqing maintained her composure, yet her teeth were clenched in silent fury, her sharp gaze still exuding an air of superiority. In contrast, Tang Tian broke into a smile and remarked to Mo Jun, "It seems this lady has come for the ball." Mo Jun replied, "Only you, young Master Tang, would dare to utter such words." He pressed his fingers to his brow, aware that Tang Tian's comment had not been conveyed through thought transmission. Everyone with even a modicum of cultivation could hear it. Indeed, Feng Yuqing's expression darkened rapidly, her eyes turning vicious. However, Tang Tian deliberately chose to ignore the situation, having long since lost any interest in such characters. The leaders of the merchant guilds continued to enter. Once all had taken their seats, a familiar figure emerged from within the grand hall. It was none other than the Lord of Jinhuan Mountain, the esteemed Ming Xian Xianzuan. Instantly, everyone rose to their feet, respectfully proclaiming, "Your Excellency, Xianzuan." Ming Xian Xianzuan's expression remained unchanged as he took his seat at the head of the table and then gently remarked, "Please be seated." Only then did the assembly settle back down. Subsequently, Ming Xian Xianzuan began to speak. "I am aware that none of you relish the act of paying taxes, nor do any of you harbor fondness for me. Therefore, I shall forego any superfluous, grandiloquent remarks. We shall now proceed to the accounting of your finances. Should you discover any discrepancies, feel free to voice your objections." It was a rather straightforward opening statement. Tang Tian stroked his chin, aware that the accounting segment entailed a reconciliation of the financial records compiled by the elders of Jinhuan Mountain with those presented by the heads of the merchant guilds. A harmonious reconciliation would signify no issues, while any discrepancies would necessitate clear elucidation. In essence, it was a public financial disclosure, a routine affair in the business realm. After Ming Xian Xianzuan concluded his remarks, an elder promptly rose to initiate the accounting process. The majority of the records posed no issues, and any minor discrepancies were swiftly clarified. For in this domain, no one could afford the repercussions of deceit. The revenues of small to medium-sized guilds were modest, whereas the larger and super guilds were considerably more substantial, often eliciting gasps of astonishment with each presentation. Tai Alliance reported a staggering 73.5 billion, Xianhua Pool, 69 8 billion, and the Mo family, 41. 75 billion. Upon hearing the Mo family's figures, Tang Tian could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Mo Jun, who, slightly flustered, remarked, "What's the matter? This is quite normal, isn't it? Our family does not primarily rely on this." Tang Tian replied with a smile, "I never implied anything." Mo Jun, with wide eyes, retorted, "Your gaze says otherwise. You are clearly mocking me." The two exchanged playful banter, their conversation a light diversion. At that moment, the elder announced the name of the Xinyuch. Xinyuch, 284. 97 billion. The declaration instantly elicited a collective gasp from the assembly. This figure surpassed those of previous years by more than double. Even Mingxian Xianzuan could not help but glance at Feng Yuqing, who wore a subtle smile, having finally encountered a matter that brought her joy after months of anticipation. Mo Jun then murmured, "Young Master Tang, this is your doing. A significant portion of that is what you gifted her. When will you bestow some upon me?" Tang Tian chuckled, "Very well, I shall procure goods from your establishment tomorrow." Mo Jun swiftly waved his hand, saying, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. I have no desire to close the doors and lose not only customers, but also myself. You should focus on the Xinyu Pavilion." He firmly declined. In truth, those who possessed any knowledge of the matter were well aware that the Xinyu Pavilion, despite its seemingly resplendent exterior, was in a state of utter turmoil. Following the stir caused by the Xinyu Pavilion's revenue, the elder finally mentioned Tianxiatong. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the elder pronounced its name. The Tianxiatong Chamber of Commerce has reported no income, but rather a deficit. It shall not participate in this tax payment. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Surely not, they murmured. The Tianxiatong had been established for several months. What kind of operations could result in them having no income whatsoever? The esteemed business elites were perplexed by this conundrum. The discrepancies in their accounts were not merely a reflection of pure profit, but rather a manifestation of intricate commercial maneuvers. What had Tianxiatong done to incur such a substantial loss? Impossible. The first to voice dissent was Feng Yuqing. With her brow furrowed, she asserted, "The accounts of Tianxiatong cannot possibly reflect a total loss. Their commercial strategies are formidable, and such an outcome is inconceivable." The elder in charge of the accounts frowned. "Are you questioning my authority?" Feng Yuqing was taken aback, realizing she had overstepped her bounds. Even if one were to question, it could only be done by Tang Tian. As an outsider, she had no such privilege. Should she interject, it would be tantamount to challenging an elder of the Zhenhuan Mountain. "Please forgive me, I acknowledge my transgression." Feng Yuqing hastily replied. The elder let out a dismissive snort and remarked, "If you wish to question my judgment, do so by submitting your opinions to the main estate after this meeting." He then turned to Tang Tian, asking, "Do you have any objections?" Tang Tian bowed slightly and replied, "I have no objections, master." The elder nodded slightly, and the term disciple lightened his demeanor somewhat. He then proceeded to continue with the account reconciliations for the other chambers of commerce. "No wonder you seem so relaxed. It appears you are exempt from taxation." Mo Jun communicated telepathically. Tang Tian smiled faintly, offering no response. Who said that being exempt from taxes meant one could evade them? Let us not forget that he was regarded by the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun as the most responsible disciple of the Tianfu. If he did not make a proper show of his commitment, how could he justify the praise bestowed upon him by Lan Ting Xianzun? Chapter 440. The prominent package. As the elder continued to read aloud, all 6,000 plus trading associations and enterprises within the Wanbao pool completed their reconciliations. This was an exceedingly protracted process, during which some discrepancies arose. However, the majority were resolved through reasonable explanations, and the reconciliations were successfully finalized. Only 2 minor trading associations attempted to employ underhanded tactics to deceive, hoping to evade scrutiny. Yet, in this realm, where everyone was akin to seasoned toads in the wishing pool, how could they possibly slip through the cracks? They were swiftly exposed, permanently expelled from the Wanbao pool, and the instigators were incarcerated, facing divine retribution. Even the factions they belonged to suffered severe penalties. Upon hearing of these punishments, Tang Tian finally grasped why, in a world devoid of information systems, individuals still adhered to regulations with such diligence. The cost of making mistakes was indeed exorbitantly high. Moreover, the most captivating topics of discussion were the staggering losses of over 280 billion from Xinyu Pavilion and the complete deficit of Tiantiantong. These two colossal entities, now the most influential in the realm, had exceeded everyone's expectations to a significant degree, particularly Tian Tong. After years in the business world, they had never witnessed such an absolute financial loss. Once the reading concluded, the elder took his seat. Subsequently, the esteemed Ming Xianzun slowly began to speak. You are all familiar with my nature. I am not one for pleasantries. Hence, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Your ability to earn in Tianfu is commendable, while my duty to levy taxes is equally obligatory. This year, due to unique circumstances and the recent subjugation of a vast power, the tax rate will indeed be elevated. Following our internal discussions, we have ultimately decided. Ming Xian's indifferent gaze swept over the assembly before he declared flatly, the tax rate will be 40%. This announcement immediately incited a flurry of commotion among the crowd below. What? 40%? In previous years, it had been less than 20%. This increase was over double, leaving many in despair. I had anticipated a rise to a maximum of 30%, but I never prepared for 40. This could utterly devastate my accounts. The leaders of various trading associations murmured amongst themselves, their expressions turning exceedingly grim. Some even struck their chests in dismay, displaying an air of hopelessness. Even those associations already acquired by Tang Tian, including Lao Qian and his cohort, exhibited signs of concern. Would Tian Tong still assist them in bearing this exorbitant tax? All these reactions were duly noted by Ming Xianzun, yet his countenance remained unchanged, his gaze gradually turning colder. Silence. An elder beside him bellowed. The authority of the Xianzun erupted forth, reverberating throughout the hall, casting a heavy pressure upon every individual present. The crowd fell silent. The majesty of the Soul Requiem Palace was no jest. Observing the hushed assembly of leaders, the esteemed Ming Xian declared coldly, 40% has been finalized after the high-level meeting. This is not a discussion, but a notification. You must comply, whether you wish to or not. Those who cannot endure this burden may leave the Wanbao pool after fulfilling their tax obligations. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated thunderously in the hearts of all present. It was a blatant display of tyranny, an act of banditry. Such despotism. However, this time, not a single voice of dissent emerged. Mo Jun chuckled softly, sending a telepathic message to Tang Tian. It was about time it came to this. Ming Xian has yet to grasp the essence of commerce. Despite some individuals appearing desperate, as if facing doom, their actual circumstances are far less dire than they portray. Even with a tax rate of 40%, there are those who weep profusely only to turn around and indulge in gourmet feasts. Tang Tian rubbed his nose and remarked, From your words, it seems you are rather pleased with the situation? The Mo family cannot escape a 40% tax either. Mo Jun replied, Strangely enough, I am indeed quite content. Initially, our Mo family participated in the external wars, maintaining a comradely bond with the Soul Requiem Mountain. To this day, some members of the Mo family reside in the Soul Requiem Mountain for their retirement. We have consistently provided assistance in their current predicament. We have no qualms about a 40% tax, or even 60 or 80%. Tang Tian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had not anticipated such a connection between the Mo family and the Soul Requiem Mountain. Indeed, the surviving old powers should not be underestimated, for their relationships are intricately woven, brimming with allies. Under Ming Xian's domineering presence, the entire Soul Requiem Palace descended into silence. Suddenly, Feng Yuqing, seated at the forefront, stood up. With a dignified demeanor, she spoke in a tone befitting a formal occasion. Supporting the Tianfu is the duty of our Wanbao pool. Without the grand stage provided by Tianfu, how could we have developed to our current scale? She then cupped her hands towards Ming Xian, stating, Esteemed immortal, the Xinyu Pavilion is willing to pay the 40% tax to support the external development of Soul Requiem Mountain. Feng Yuqing proclaimed emphatically. This woman certainly knew how to seize an opportunity. By stepping forward in such a moment to express her stance, she set a commendable example, which would typically earn her the admiration of the higher-ups. However, today, Ming Xian seemed disinclined to adhere to the customary approach. In response to Feng Yuqing's words, his gaze remained frigid as he coldly replied, I have stated that this is a notification. Your willingness or desire to support Tianfu is irrelevant. Since you have stepped forward, you might as well proceed with your tax payment. Upon hearing this, the smile on Feng Yuqing's face abruptly froze. She did not anticipate that the esteemed Ming Xian would respond to her in such a manner. However, upon observing his indifferent countenance. She could only steel herself and bow in acquiescence. Tang Tian, standing beside Mo Jun, was nearly beside himself with laughter, exclaiming, "This fellow wishes to stand out. Yet he has been granted not even the slightest semblance of respect." After he had laughed to his heart's content, Tang Tian inquired, "Has Ming Xian always been this way?" Mo Jun replied, "Certainly not. In the past, he would at least attempt to present a facade of amicability. Otherwise, how could Feng Yuqing have approached him in such a manner? She is not foolish, after all. However, today is indeed markedly different from before." Tang Tian nodded silently, casting a glance towards the esteemed Ming Xian. Since their arrival, his expression had remained far from pleasant. The other senior elders wore similarly grim visages, clearly displeased. It seemed that yet another predicament had arisen. Chapter 441. The generous donation of 20 trillion Feng Yuqing's aspirations to become a prominent figure fell through, compelling her to dutifully pay her taxes. The total amount exceeded 28 million, with the tax liability soaring to over 11 million. This figure starkly surpassed that of the second-ranking Taiyi alliance, illustrating the staggering financial prowess of the Xinyu Pavilion. Naturally, this was also significantly influenced by Tang Tian's generous contributions. Nonetheless, Tang Tian remained in good spirits, as the funds he had provided were now primarily directed towards the development of the Zhenhuan Mountain. Feng Yuqing's proactive tax payment. Although it did not succeed in garnering goodwill from the esteemed Xian Zunming Xian, did set a notable precedent. Subsequently, top-tier forces such as the Taiyi Alliance, the Mo family, and the Xianhua Lake began to fulfill their tax obligations as well. For these affluent entities, such sums were hardly burdensome. However, for smaller and medium-sized trading associations, the situation proved rather arduous, leaving them with faces marked by despair, akin to a cherished beauty being claimed by an unwelcome suitor. Observing this, Tang Tian rose from his seat. Mo Jun, taken aback, inquired, "What are you doing? Aren't you incurring losses and exempt from taxation? Why stand up now?" Tang Tian chuckled. "Who said we are exempt from taxes? As a disciple of the heavenly mansion, I have always been quite proactive in such matters." With that, he departed from his seat and approached the elder responsible for tax collection. Mo Jun, still in shock, quickly followed suit. What is he up to now? The elder in charge of tax collection was already faced with a long queue. According to Mo Jun, Zhenhuan Mountain previously dispatched individuals to collect taxes directly from the heads of trading associations. Clearly, this occasion was indeed different. Fortunately, the process remained straightforward. One merely needed to pay the requisite amount. Before long, it was Tang Tian's turn. Upon seeing him, the tax-collecting elder paused, stating, "Tianhua Trading does not owe taxes. Did you not hear?" His tone was rather brusque, reflecting the generally irritable demeanor of all Zhenhuan Mountain elders that day. Tang Tian clasped his hands and replied, "Respected elder, I am aware. However, our Tianhua Trading Company has recently acquired numerous other trading associations and enterprises. Their tax liabilities are now our responsibility. Here is the list of those associations. Esteemed elder, please take a look." With that, he presented a jade slip. The elder accepted it, frowning slightly. "As far as I know, Tianhua Trading has only just acquired these other associations. You are now responsible for taxes that were previously owed?" Tang Tian smiled and nodded. "Indeed. This is the customary practice of Tianhua Trading." The elder refrained from further comment. After all, his duty was merely to collect the funds, and as long as the amounts were sufficient, he had little interest in who was paying them. However, this matter is vastly different for the other guild leaders. Those who have already been acquired by the consortium sighed in quiet relief, grateful that Tian Tong fulfilled its promise. Yet, the remaining guild leaders stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "I can't believe it. They actually paid. But this makes no sense. What kind of guild operates this way, being so benevolent? No wonder Tian Tong ended up with a purely deficit balance sheet. If other aspects are handled similarly, it would indeed be strange if they did not incur losses. However, I am filled with envy. With this 40% tax burden, my guild is truly on the brink of survival. Don't even mention it. I regret it so much. I was initially ready to accept the acquisition, but someone advised me to wait and see, and I foolishly missed this golden opportunity. I genuinely want to cry." Some displayed looks of shock, unable to fathom why Tang Tian acted in such a manner. Others lamented, cursing themselves for not having made a decisive choice. Yet, the more astute individuals began to ponder this situation seriously. The conditions offered by Tang Tian for the acquisition of the guilds were already exceedingly favorable. Not only was he generous, but he also allowed the guilds to maintain their autonomy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken just half a month for so many guilds to choose to join. With today's developments, Tang Tian's reputation as a benefactor was nearly solidified. Merchants adore benefactors. How could they possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Upon hearing these discussions, Tang Tian wore a faint smile. This was precisely the effect he aimed to achieve. In truth, the process of acquiring the guilds had not been particularly smooth. Relinquishing sovereignty always breeds wariness, and many guilds remained in a state of observation. However, after today, the situation is likely to improve. Soon, the elders calculated the total tax amount based on the list provided by Tang Tian, arriving at a staggering figure of 1,075,003,000. He recited this lengthy number. While it was less than that of the Xinyu Pavilion, it was still an astonishing sum. However, Tang Tian had already instructed Wang Gang to prepare the necessary Dao Jade, handing the filled Xumi ring to the elder. Yet, after the registration was complete, Tang Tian did not depart. The elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something else?" Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I have always been very attentive to the affairs of Tianfu. As the esteemed Feng Yuqing, the leader of the Fengke Pavilion, just mentioned, without Tianfu, where would we be? Therefore, I wish to contribute an additional portion of Dao Jade to express my support for Jinhuan Mountain." After his words, the surrounding guild leaders stole glances at Feng Yuqing. Indeed, it is true support when one contributes additional funds. In contrast, a certain overlord, claiming to support while merely handing over what was already due, only made a fool of himself. Feng Yuqing's face turned a deep shade of anger as she shot Tang Tian a fierce glare. This fellow intentionally brought her up, seeking to embarrass her. She was eager to see just how much money Tang Tian could muster. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then cast a glance at the esteemed Master Mingxian. The latter also turned his gaze, and after locking eyes with Tang Tian, his demeanor softened somewhat. "Oh," he inquired, "how do you intend to contribute?" As the newly ascended head of a premier merchant association, one must not be overly miserly. After all, the shift in tone did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who were astonished. Could it be that there existed a bond between Master Mingxian and Tang Tian? Observing Master Mingxian, Tang Tian smiled and said, "Since the esteemed master has spoken, it is only fitting that I express my gratitude appropriately. My initial intention was to make a donation of 10 billion, but now I have decided to double that. The Universal Commerce Association will contribute 20 billion Daoyu to support the development of Jinhuan Mountain." Master Mingxian was instantly rendered speechless. "What? How much did you say?" Chapter 442. The reason behind what does a sum of 20 trillion signify? Take for instance the business magnate, Xinyu Pavilion. Even when excluding various factors, the totality of their enterprises scarcely exceeds several tens of trillions. The second-ranked Tai alliance does not even reach the 2 trillion mark. Premier factions such as the Mo family, Lingshao Valley, Xianyue Lake, and the Mu family barely meet the trillion threshold. As for the other commercial associations, they are even less noteworthy. Tang Tian's act of donating 20 trillion is akin to bestowing an equivalent amount, as if he were donating to Mo families. This transcends the mere question of how much Tang Tian is willing to contribute. One cannot help but ponder the sheer magnitude of wealth possessed by the newly ascendant top-tier commercial association, Tiantong, and how such a colossal entity can be confronted by the other associations. Since they are unable to withstand it, what means of survival can they possibly devise? These inquiries linger in the minds of all the association leaders. As individuals entrenched in the commercial realm, they inherently understand that financial power equates to strength within the cultivation world. When one's financial resources far surpass those of others, it indicates an almost invincible status in the business sphere. They are compelled to reassess the situation and regard Tiantong and Tang Tian from a fresh perspective. Even the Tai Alliance, a top-tier commercial entity, fell into silence. While they may not fear the encroachment of Tiantong, the prospect of the future hegemonic position is undeniably destined for a shift. Feng Yuqing's lips turned pale as she slumped back into her seat. Certain higher-ups of Xinyu Pavilion were correct. If Tang Tian truly possessed the capacity to acquire a substantial portion of the Wanbao pool, they would stand no chance of victory whatsoever. However, the venerable Mingxian, seated in the main position, held a mindset distinct from that of the association leaders. He gazed intently at Tang Tian, once more confirming, "Tang Tian, are you certain about donating 20 trillion? This is not a matter to be taken lightly." Tang Tian smiled, clasping his hands in respect. "Esteemed immortal, I assure you of my sincerity towards the heavenly mansion. This sentiment is well known to the esteemed Lan Ting immortal. For the stability of the heavenly mansion, the efforts of Zhenhuan Mountain have been tireless, yielding both immense hardship and unparalleled glory. I can only lament that I was born in the wrong era, unable to partake in the grand endeavors of the past. Thus I wish to extend my humble assistance now. I hope the esteemed immortal will grant me this opportunity. Sweet words are universally cherished, and it is prudent to utter them at the right moments." Indeed, upon hearing this, the previously somber expressions of the other elders softened somewhat. The achievements of Zhenhuan Mountain have long been overlooked, with even several mansion lords shifting their focus, relegating it to the status of the least regarded institution. However, hearing such words from Tang Tian stirred a sense of emotion within them. Ming Xian stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze softening. This disciple consistently brings him boundless delight. In the celestial realm of the sun and moon, the situation remains unchanged. Tang Tian, he spoke slowly. You may not be fully aware of the current circumstances surrounding the soul-guarding mountain. If you truly wish to donate this 20 trillion, I would never refuse. Have you made up your mind? Tang Tian again cupped his hands in respect. It is an honor for me as your disciple. Observing this, the esteemed Xian Zunming Xian took a deep breath and nodded. Very well. Moments later, having completed his donation of the staggering sum, Tang Tian returned to his seat. Mo Jun gazed in astonishment. My sister truly understands you well. She constantly reminds me that no matter how much I overestimate you, it is never excessive. She is right. He exclaimed repeatedly. Every time I believe I have sufficiently elevated my expectations of you, you always manage to orchestrate a grand spectacle that leaves me utterly bewildered. Tang Tian merely smiled and remained silent. Whether overestimating or not held little significance. In truth, he could now confidently utter that audacious proclamation within the realm of the Tianfu. Those who follow me shall thrive, while those who oppose me shall perish. As long as the powerful figures above did not personally interfere, no one could pose a threat to him, neither in the business world nor in reality. Regrettably, he found himself under scrutiny. Thus, upon returning to Tianfu, he promptly commenced his endeavors. Even if he could not amass 500 trillion, the more he could gather, the better it would be. At the very least, it would position him as a formidable force within the realm of Wuji Dao. His participation in the tax collection today was, in fact, to expedite this process. The results were manifest. Assisting the already acquired business associations with their tax payments stirred the smaller and medium-sized associations into action. Moreover, his generous donation of 20 trillion prompted the larger and super associations to become increasingly restless. Unlike the Tai Alliance, which was a top-tier force with substantial strength and deep-rooted stability, they were particularly concerned about Tang Tian using his wealth to undermine them. For them, should Tang Tian take action, it would spell disaster with no means of defense. Hence, why not seize the opportunity to invest in Tianxiaotong while the acquisition conditions were favorable? They fell into deep contemplation, observing the varied reactions of those present. Tang Tian knew that his objectives had largely been achieved. The forthcoming acquisition plans would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Subsequently, he refrained from further activities, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the meeting. After approximately half an hour, the tax collection finally drew to a close. The leaders of the business associations departed the soul-guarding Great Hall, each harboring distinct emotions and thoughts. However, just as Tang Tian prepared to leave, an elder called out to him. Tang Tian, Lord Ming Xian seeks you. He has matters to discuss. He spoke courteously. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. It was only natural for Ming Xian Xianzun to wish to converse with him after such a substantial donation. Subsequently, Tang Tian accompanied the elder to the rear of the Soul Town Palace. As they advanced, they ultimately ascended to the summit of Soul Mountain. There, the figure of Master Ming Xian stood, gazing into the distant heavens. After delivering Tang Tian, the elder took his leave. Reflecting for a moment, Tang Tian approached Master Ming Xian from behind. You sought me, esteemed immortal? He inquired. Master Ming Xian remained silent for a considerable time before finally breaking his silence. Yet, The very first words he uttered left Tang Tian momentarily stunned. The Soul Mountain is destined for oblivion. With a deep sigh, Master Ming Xian continued, in the past, the existence of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace granted purpose to Soul Mountain. However, now that the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace has been subdued and the realm unified, the necessity for Soul Mountain has dissipated. Following a decision made by the higher echelons, it was resolved to cease all external warfare, and all external affairs would revert to the Grand Elder. Tang Tian was rendered speechless. No wonder the atmosphere today was so somber. The expressions of the elders were far from cheerful. It was here that the root of the matter lay. Chapter 443. The helplessness of the veteran upon hearing the words of the esteemed Ming Xian, a flicker of indignation ignited within Tang Tian. He had devoted countless blood and sweat to the Tianfu, establishing remarkable achievements. Yet, in the end, he found himself confronted with such an outcome, where even the institution of Jinhuan Mountain was to be dismantled, and all power was to be transferred elsewhere. This evoked memories of the founding heroes of ancient dynasties, who, once stability was achieved, faced the emperor's blade descending upon them. It was a brutal and merciless reality, yet undeniably true. Jinhuan Mountain was no exception. Furrowing his brow, Tang Tian felt a sense of disdain for such actions. However, the illustrious Ming Xian seemed to take it all in stride. Noticing the change in Tang Tian's expression, he chuckled softly, saying, "Do not question the resolutions of the Tianfu's higher-ups. The hearts of the world have turned, and many previously adversarial forces have now integrated into the Tianfu, with even more to come in the future. The existence of Jinhuan Mountain could only create fissures in the unified landscape. Moreover, after years of relentless warfare, one can indeed feel fatigued. It is time to embrace a more leisurely existence. The Tianfu offers us generous benefits and great freedom. We may go where we please. And remaining in Jinhuan Mountain for a lifetime, without a care, poses no issue at all." After listening, Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. Yet, I observe that the other elders do not seem to accept this outcome very well. Ming Xian shook his head. Accepting reality is always a gradual process. They have fought alongside me for a lifetime, and it is only natural that they cannot relinquish the sensations of a soldier's life in a short span of time. Nevertheless, we are all growing old. It is indeed time to savor life. Engaging in perpetual conflict grows tiresome. Tang Tian fell into silence. Perhaps this was the helplessness of a veteran. Times are ever-changing, and time itself is a formidable force. It can bury everything, despite the current splendor and moments of brilliance. Who, 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years hence, or 1,000,000 years later, will remember a man named Tang Tian, who wielded power like a tempest? Likely, remnants of his existence would be lost within the decaying pages of ancient texts. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "If that is the case, why is Jinhuan Mountain still responsible for tax collection today? The Grand Elder has relinquished his authority. Should not the responsibilities follow suit?" He was puzzled by the matter. Ming Xian smiled and replied, "Do you truly believe me to be so foolish, merely a pawn of others? As they reclaim power, the expenses incurred externally cannot possibly fall upon Jinhuan Mountain. The wealth garnered from today's taxation will be solely enjoyed by Jinhuan Mountain, constituting an additional benefit beyond the established welfare." He sighed softly, adding, "The people of Jinhuan Mountain have fought for many years, and the toll of death is incalculable. Many remain, wounded, broken, or driven mad, all within the confines of Jinhuan Mountain. The funds in question are intended to secure their future livelihoods." Tang Tian suddenly realized the significance of this tax collection, which had reached an astonishing 40%. After all, this was the last taxation imposed by the Town of Souls, aimed at supporting the wounded veterans from the war. It is no wonder that the esteemed Ming Xian had adopted such a resolute stance. His objective lay not in the revenue itself, but in the welfare of his former subordinates. Thus, do you comprehend the implications of your generous donation of 20 trillion? Ming Xian smiled knowingly. Tang Tian paused and replied, "Had he been aware of this earlier, he would have surely contributed even more." 20 trillion was merely the limit acknowledged by the system, not the extent of Tang Tian's capacity. He had always held deep respect for the veterans. Without their sacrifices of blood and life, the present prosperity would be unattainable. It cannot be said that these matters do not pertain to Tang Tian. Without the stable platform of the Tianfu, his growth could not have been so smooth. This platform owes its existence to the diligent efforts of those who came before. However, Ming Xian shook his head with a smile and remarked, "This is more than sufficient. The annual expenses of the entire Tianfu are modest, and 20 trillion would ensure that they could live comfortably until the end of their days." Tang Tian, he continued, "You are truly commendable. I have not misjudged you. On behalf of all the soldiers of the town of Souls, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." With that, he bowed his head in a gesture of respect towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian hurriedly returned the gesture, feeling unworthy of such a profound honor. "Such a weighty acknowledgement is beyond what I can bear. Please, do not," he exclaimed. Ming Xian lifted his head, chuckling lightly. Then, gazing into the distance, he exhaled deeply, as if this act of humility had granted him a sense of release. "Regardless, you have helped me resolve a significant dilemma. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Though the town of Souls has fallen, it retains some capacity for influence. In any area of concern, I can still offer a few words," Ming Xian assured. Tang Tian nodded in gratitude, accepting this goodwill. Moments later, Ming Xian abruptly changed the subject, saying, "Regarding the previous list, I inquired with the lord of the mansion. There are indeed higher powers involved. It appears that individuals from the Temple of War have been meddling. However," he continued, "it seems you have already addressed the issue, correct? That fellow Tian Yuan has mysteriously vanished, and both Lan Ting and the Mo family have taken decisive action against the Temple of War, coupled with recent events. The Temple of War has also been embroiled in the turmoil. They may very well be the first of the top-tier forces to collapse." Tang Tian remained silent. In truth, ever since it was confirmed that Tian Yuan was manipulating events from behind, Mo Xiao and Lan Ting had begun to take action against the Temple of War. They were certainly not merely acting for Tang Tian. There existed a long-standing enmity between the Mo family and the God of War Hall. Moreover, the Celestial Master Lanting harbored discontent regarding the God of War Hall's circumvention of him, compounded by the influence of the Star River Celestial Emperor. Nevertheless, the God of War Hall is undoubtedly facing challenging times. Disciples should adhere strictly to the directives from the Heavenly Mansion, Tang Tian stated. The Celestial Master Ming Xian acknowledged with a hum, saying, "Caution is imperative. I will assist you in investigating who is orchestrating these disturbances and the motives behind them. Given your strength and talent, you are bound to attract attention. It would be prudent to ascertain the situation early on to prepare accordingly." Tang Tian nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude once more. Subsequently, he and Celestial Master Ming Xian stood side by side atop the soul-subduing mountain, engaged in lengthy discourse. The tales of past glories, steeped in blood and warfare, captivated Tang Tian, leaving him somewhat nostalgic. He couldn't help but ponder what life would have been like had he existed in that era. Yet, as enchanting as the tales of the world may be, there inevitably comes a time for closure. Before darkness fell, Tang Tian departed from the soul-subduing mountain and returned to his tranquil abode in Qingshu Courtyard. Chapter 444. The eve of the Tongxing Conference. After his journey to the soul-settling mountain, Tang Tian returned once more to Tongxing Mountain, resuming his life of cultivation. Through his astute maneuvers, the acquisition of the Merchant Guild progressed with remarkable ease compared to earlier endeavors. Tianxiaotong first showcased its goodwill, subsequently revealing its unparalleled financial prowess. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment could foresee that the future of the business world would undoubtedly belong to Tianxiaotong. Only intervention from the higher echelons of Tianfu could alter this trajectory. However, Tang Tian acted within the bounds of propriety, not transgressing any taboos, and generously donated vast sums, amounting to trillions. What was the total tax revenue from your former Wanbao pool? The identity of Tang Tian as a disciple of Tianfu was far more credible than that of these merchants. Thus, it became increasingly evident to discerning observers that the ascendance of Tianxiaotong was a foregone conclusion. As for the Xinyu Pavilion, the relentless march of history rendered this once mighty sovereign a relic of the past. Nonetheless, Tang Tian chose not to engage in subsequent affairs, delegating all responsibilities to Wang Gang and Li Hong. Instead, he immersed himself in the tranquil meditation chambers of the Goqing Institute. Whenever Tang Tian committed to focused cultivation, his rate of progress remained remarkably swift. Approximately half a month later, he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After spending 2 or 3 additional days consolidating his newfound strength, A resounding and exhilarating chime echoed from the summit of Tongxing Mountain. In the meditation chamber, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. This bell heralded the commencement of the annual Tongxing Conference. At that moment, the summit of Tongxing Mountain was teeming with disciples and elders gathered around a colossal yellow bell. The bell hovered majestically 7 or 8 meters above the ground, radiating a soft yellow glow that enveloped the area below. From time to time, disciples approached, standing beneath the great bell. After a brief wait, the bell would often resonate, producing either 1 or 2 chimes, or sometimes 3 or 4. Whenever the bell tolled 4 times, it sparked lively discussions among the crowd. Moments later, Tang Tian's figure appeared at the periphery of the assembly. He had arrived alongside Mo Shu, and shortly after the bell began to toll, Mo Xiaoxiao had sent him a message, subsequently dispatching Mo Shu to join him. "Is this the device for assessing cultivation?" Tang Tian inquired, gazing at the imposing bell. Mo Shu nodded and replied, "This is the Huanglong bell, also known as the sacred arrival bell. It can indeed assess the cultivation level of practitioners and even determine a person's bone age, but it is specifically calibrated for the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. In the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, it will toll once, in the mid-stage, twice, and so forth, culminating in 4 chimes at the peak of Great Luo Full Circle. Those who fall short of the Great Luo Golden Immortal threshold will not elicit any response from the Huanglong bell and may even face corresponding penalties. It can be said that this bell was specifically prepared for the saintly conference. The age limit for the conference is 30 years, and the cultivation requirement is the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As long as one meets these criteria, they may proceed to the Huanglong bell to undergo the examination. And upon passing, it signifies successful registration. During the conversation between the two, a disciple at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm appeared, seemingly eager to join in the excitement. However, the Huanglong bell immediately discerned his intentions, and a bolt of earthy-hued lightning struck down upon him, sending his hat flying and leaving his hair disheveled, as yellow smoke rose from his body. This pitiful state elicited uproarious laughter from the surrounding disciples. Every year, there are individuals like this, fully aware that they cannot infiltrate, yet they still choose to face the consequences. What mindset could this be? Perhaps he believed he could deceive the Huanglong bell. It is also possible that he had reached the age limit and felt compelled to take a chance. For if he did not strive for it now, he would have no opportunities left in the future. One disciple articulated the underlying reasons. For the disciples of Saintly Mountain, the Saintly Conference represents the highest level of prestige, and each disciple yearns for this ultimate stage. To reach the age of 30 without having participated in the conference would indeed be a lifelong regret. Hence, there are those who, despite knowing the futility of their actions and the inevitable punishment they will face, still choose to stand beneath the Huanglong bell, even if they are struck by lightning. It serves as a form of closure for their former selves. However, such individuals are ultimately in the minority. Soon, the testing of the Huanglong bell resumed its normalcy, with a heavy chime resonating above the heads of the crowd. After observing for a while, Tang Tian inquired of Mo Shu, "Approximately how many participants attend this saintly conference each year?" "I noticed quite a number seem to have passed the test. Yet most appeared to be at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, some seemingly just having recently ascended." Mo Shu nodded, smiling as she replied, "Indeed. Young Master Tang, your observations are quite astute. The saintly conference is held annually, with roughly 500 individuals deemed eligible to participate each time. However, among these 500, 400 are typically at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, or have just recently ascended. This phenomenon is related to the rules of the Saintly Conference. Disciples of Saintly Mountain actually possess 3 opportunities to participate. If they fail the first time, they may continue to participate in the subsequent 2 attempts. Thus, many disciples choose to experience the atmosphere of the conference at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. This explains the situation you observed earlier. Tang Tian suddenly understood. So that means these 400 individuals are essentially just filling the numbers? Mo Shu smiled gently. One could say that. Their presence primarily serves as a warm-up, as the 400 participants will determine a victor on the first day, subsequently unveiling the 10 coveted spots for advancement to the second round. It is only when the competition intensifies in the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal that the main event of the spiritual conference will truly commence. Tang Tian nodded slightly. In truth, Imo Shu's words were rather understated. The initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal serves merely as a warm-up, while the mid-stage can be considered a showcase, and the latter stage can be dubbed the pinnacle contest. The realm of complete perfection signifies the genuine advancement competition, especially since there are only 3 spots available. After observing for a while longer, Imo Shu suddenly inquired, "Young Master Tang, you surely intend to participate this time, do you not?" Tang Tian stroked his chin and replied, "As a mere golden immortal, I hardly possess the qualifications to compete alongside you." Imo Shu shook her head with a smile, saying, "Please do not jest, young Master Tang. Ever since our last journey to the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, I have come to realize that your cultivation level is certainly beyond that of a golden immortal. However, indeed, many believe that within a mere span of half a year, it is implausible for your strength to have surged to such an extent. Simultaneously, there are those who hope for your participation to facilitate the resolution of certain grievances, such as that of the War God Hall's Hun Tao." Upon hearing this name, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Chapter 445, Successful Registration Since Arriving in Tianfu, or rather, since his transmigration. Tang Tian has encountered few individuals who harbored deep-seated grudges against him. This can largely be attributed to his character and approach to handling matters. Regardless of the challenges he faces, he tends to resolve them by throwing money at them, which makes it rather difficult to cultivate enemies. Take the Xinyu Pavilion, for instance. Although it may appear that they have been engaged in fierce conflict lately, verging on a life-and-death struggle, the truth is that even within the upper echelons of the Xinyu Pavilion, many harbor only a mild hostility towards Tang Tian. After all, they have profited immensely. Over the past 6 months, Tang Tian has gifted the Xinyu Pavilion with over 1 trillion Daoyu, allowing countless individuals to reap substantial rewards. How could these people possibly harbor hatred for their benefactor? Aside from Feng Yuqing and a few stubborn old-timers who regard the Xinyu Pavilion as a belief system, there are not many who are intent on plotting Tang Tian's demise. As for those who have had no conflicts with him, they are even less inclined to feel animosity. It is akin to possessing an infinite supply of Ling Yu, which has provided him with a robust innate shield, resulting in the majority of individuals he encounters being exceedingly amicable. The only entity with a profound enmity towards Tang Tian is the War God Hall. From the inception of Tian Yangsheng to Tian Yuan Xianzun, and now extending to the entire War God Hall, their plight has been exacerbated by the combined suppression from Lanting Xianzun and the Mo family. With the addition of the formidable Ming Xian Xianzun, they find themselves teetering on the brink of oblivion. A single misstep could lead them to plummet into the abyss, losing their status as a top-tier power and becoming irreparably weakened. Consequently, the War God Hall has attributed their grievances to Tang Tian, and the genius Hong Tao from the War God Hall naturally harbors disdain for him, seeking to seize the opportunity presented by the Tongshan Conference to settle the score. Over the years, I have indeed encountered numerous individuals eager to settle scores with me. However, their fates have been far from favorable, Tang Tian remarked, stroking his chin. Imo Shu smiled and said, "My sister told me the same. She harbors no worries, but rather seems quite eager." Tang Tian scoffed. "She truly has no fear of my potential downfall." Presently, Imo Xiao possesses an almost blind faith in Tang Tian. Imo Shu's eyes sparkled as she laughed. "But what is the reality of the situation?" Tang Tian shrugged. "We shall see when the time comes. However, you are not mistaken about one thing. I do indeed intend to participate in the Tongshan Conference." After saying this, he gestured to Imo Shu and then navigated through the crowd towards the Huang Long Bell. Upon the appearance of Tang Tian, a wave of fervent discussion erupted among those nearby. It is undeniable, his reputation has grown immensely. Is Tang Tian poised to create yet another miracle? Earlier this year, he participated in the Longmen trials, entered the Tongsheng Mountain, and in the blink of an eye, he has reached the Gochen Academy. Now, just half a year later, he is set to partake in the Tongshan Conference once more. His journey is truly a paragon of miracles. One person exclaimed in astonishment. Another nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, who could argue otherwise?" Throughout history, it appears that few have achieved such remarkable feats. Moreover, he stands as the leader of a merchant association possessing immense financial resources. I have heard that not long ago, he even assisted the Tianfu in subduing a formidable external force. His accomplishments are nothing short of exemplary for our generation. Yet, Has he truly transcended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal? The crowd's gaze was fixed intently upon Tang Tian's figure, filled with anticipation regarding whether he would pass the examination. Setting aside all else, merely passing would already be impressive for an 18-year-old great Luo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, two other pairs of eyes in the crowd were also focused intently on Tang Tian. They belonged to Song Yong'an and Fan Zhe, who had just returned from the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. The defeat they suffered during the battle on the deck was swift and devastating, casting a long shadow over their hearts. If Tang Tian were to successfully register today, it would imply that he had indeed been a great Luo Golden Immortal at that time. Regardless, the pressure weighing upon them would be significantly alleviated. The narrative of an early Golden Immortal being effortlessly defeated by a great Luo Golden Immortal was still quite compelling. As for the cultivation level Tang Tian had employed at the time, being an early Golden Immortal was easily overlooked. Under the scrutiny of all, Tang Tian approached the Huanglong Bell. Moments later, a hazy yellow glow enveloped his body. Subsequently, a warm sensation surged throughout him. This feeling was reminiscent of the time he underwent a bone age assessment at the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, albeit augmented with the ability to assess one's cultivation level without prying into other aspects of the practitioner. Soon, the sound of a bell resonated, echoing softly. It was followed by a second chime, reverberating through the sky. The onlookers erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Tang Tian had indeed ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal. If memory serves, he had only just reached the level of Celestial Immortal upon entering the Tianfu, had he not? In the span of a year, he had transcended 3 major realms to reach the great Luo. Such a miracle is likely unparalleled in the entire history of Tianfu. Meanwhile, Song Yong'an and Fan Zhe exchanged glances and let out long sighs of relief, as if they had finally cast off a heavy burden. Mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. This indicated that during the previous encounter on the deck, he was at least an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Being effortlessly defeated while trailing behind by an entire major realm seemed somewhat easier to accept. However, at that moment, a discordant voice arose from the crowd. It's merely mid-stage Great Luo. Even participating in the Tongshan conference would only be for the sake of numbers. This was a young man clad in white, quickly recognized as Ho Anji from the Dosheng Pavilion, a faction that held some animosity towards Tang Tian. Nevertheless, his words failed to elicit a significant reaction. Due to a recent significant event, the Dosheng Pavilion is in a state of turmoil. Given their capabilities, they are hardly qualified to confront Tang Tian. However, another individual has emerged, compelling everyone's attention. I sincerely hope that Tang Tian can ascend from the mid-stage of Deluo and enter the final phase of competition. The speaker is none other than Hun Tao, a prodigy from the War God Hall, boasting a pinnacle cultivation level of Deluo. He is one of the 10 who ventured into the deepest recesses of the Starry Corridor and stands as a formidable contender for a spot on the Immortal Cloud platform. Hun Tao's tone is laden with a chilling intent to kill. Tang Tian perceives this palpable hostility and casts a distant glance in his direction, only to swiftly avert his gaze. Such a minor character has long ceased to occupy his focus. Should they truly cross paths, he would simply deal with the matter effortlessly. The completion of the assessment signifies successful registration. Amidst the attention and discussions of the crowd, he returns to Mo Shu's side. After observing for a while longer, he bids her farewell and departs. Chapter 446. The commencement of the Tongshan Conference. Tang Tian's successful registration for the Tongshan Conference has sparked considerable discussion among a select group of individuals. Within the span of a year, his remarkable transition from the Celestial Immortal Realm to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm can only be described as miraculous. The title of prodigious talent has been firmly established, and Tang Tian is destined to become a figure inscribed in the annals of Tianfu's history. Regrettably, Tang Tian tends to maintain a low profile, remaining predominantly active within the commercial sphere and seldom appearing among his peers. Had he chosen otherwise, countless disciples and elders would have eagerly sought his company to secure a brighter future for themselves. However, they are unaware that Tang Tian holds little interest in such matters. The Yunding Tianfu serves merely as a temporary stepping stone for him, and it will not be long before he ascends to the pinnacle of the firmament. Thus, forging connections is entirely unnecessary. Following his assessment by the Huanglong Bell, Tang Tian returned to the quietude of his meditation chamber on Tongxing Mountain, continuing his arduous cultivation. The acquisition of the Merchant Association is now on a steady course, entrusted entirely to Wang Gang. On the other hand, Li Hong has encountered significant obstacles. As it is their foundation, unless absolutely necessary, they are unlikely to consider a sale, resulting in less than ideal progress. Conversely, Lan Ting Xianzuan has engaged in discussions with several celestial lords and immortals, many of whom are quite receptive to the idea of protecting the realm of Tianxia. This may be related to Tang Tian's prior substantial donation of 20 billion at the Jinhuan Mountain. Ultimately, Tang Tian and Lan Ting Xianzuan agreed to formally recruit these celestial lords and immortals after the conclusion of the Tongxing Conference. Although the pace of these matters varies, they are all advancing forward. Consequently, Tang Tian entrusted everything to them, assuming the role of a hands-off manager, a role he is most adept at. After a fortnight of cultivation, his mid-great Luo realm has been thoroughly solidified, with only a single step remaining to ascend to the late Great Luo realm. However, at this juncture, the Tongxing Conference officially commenced. This event represents the highest level of disciple exchange on Tongxing Mountain and throughout the Tianfu. Those who emerge victorious from this conference will truly embark on the path to sanctification and ancestral status. Consequently, the competition is exceedingly fierce. Among more than 500 of the most elite disciples, only 3 will ultimately receive this honor and ascend the immortal cloud platform. Today marks the inaugural day of the Tongxing Conference, featuring contests among the early Great Luo Golden Immortals, with Tang Tian set to make his appearance in the second round. Nevertheless, he opted to emerge from seclusion. After such an extensive period of cultivation, a day or two of relaxation is inconsequential. Mo Shu has been waiting outside, accompanied by Mu Sun. Since returning from the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, Mu Sun has also ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Although his foundation has yet to stabilize, which is why he chose not to participate in this conference. He is still young, with ample opportunities ahead, and there is no need for haste. Upon encountering Tang Tian, he clasped his hands and smiled, proclaiming, "I always knew that the prowess of young Master Tang would undoubtedly place him ahead of me. In the midst of the Great Luo, you have concealed your strength remarkably well." Tang Tian, gazing at Mu Sun, suddenly shifted the conversation and inquired, "Have you given any further thought to the matter I mentioned last time? Is Lu Yin Court for sale?" Mu Sun, with a faint smile of resignation, replied, "Young Master Tang, I am merely a humble disciple. Such decisions are beyond my purview. However, allow me to share a confidential piece of information. Please do not attribute it to me. Lu Yin Court has indeed encountered some challenges recently. It appears that the higher-ups are seeking methods to overcome these difficulties. Should they find a resolution, there may be a glimmer of possibility." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, letting out a long "oh." Indeed, this fellow was not merely here to enjoy the competition. Although he claimed to share this in secrecy, it was highly probable that the higher-ups of Lu Yun Court wished for Mu Sun to convey this information to him. Nevertheless, Tang Tian understood. Internal strife within a faction could lead to significant complications if made public, potentially resulting in its collapse. What a fortunate coincidence. Problem-solving is my forte. Fear not. I shall arrange for someone to connect with your side and ascertain the situation, Tang Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Sun exhaled softly in relief and bowed deeply to Tang Tian in gratitude. He was well aware that such matters would certainly not escape Tang Tian's notice. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the 3 of them proceeded to the venue of the Tongxing Conference. The event was not held atop Tongxing Mountain, but at the foot of Tianqi Mountain, within the 4 great arenas. Such a pinnacle event was meant for the gaze of numerous disciples, both to inspire them and to showcase the might of Tianfu. By the time Tang Tian and his companions arrived, the venue was already teeming with people. A colossal arena dominated the center of the venue, surrounded by grandstands capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. The arrangement bore resemblance to that of the previous gathering on Long Island. Fortunately, as cultivators, everyone possessed keen eyesight, eliminating any issues of distance obscuring visibility. As participants, Tang Tian and Mo Shu naturally had their designated seats. Shortly after they settled in, a resounding gong echoed, heralding the official commencement of this year's Tongxing Conference. Lan Ting Xianzuan and Gong Fengzhu took their seats at the main table, offering words of encouragement to the disciples. As their voices faded, fireworks erupted, and the thunderous sounds reverberated like war drums. signaling the commencement of battle. At last, 2 disciples ascended the arena. With Xiao Zhi's presence, Tang Tian instantly accessed information about them. Remarkably, these 2 disciples were not from the Gochin Academy, but rather distinguished students from the Ziwei Academy. Their strength is commendable, yet they are nearing their 30s, which precludes them from qualifying for the Gochin Academy. Nevertheless, they are still permitted to participate in the Tongshan Conference. Under the direct supervision of the esteemed palace master, the 2 individuals unleashed their formidable aura, reminiscent of early-stage De Luo Jingxian, with an explosive force. After all, they are peak disciples, and despite not being admitted to the Gochin Academy, they remain unquestionable paragons among their peers. With every gesture, the sun and moon oscillated, and the mountains and rivers revolved, prompting gasps of astonishment from the observing disciples. In contrast, the group of competitors near Tang Tian and Mo Shu maintained a composed demeanor, occasionally offering critiques on the performances they witnessed. They noted that the cultivation of celestial techniques was still lacking and could benefit from further refinement. They observed flaws in the combat style, asserting that had it been them in the fray, their opponents would already be lying on the ground. Their reactions starkly contrasted with those of the other spectators, yet they possessed both the qualifications and the capability to make such judgments. As they engaged in discussion, Tang Tian stroked his chin, deep in thought. Indeed, these peak disciples are exceptional. If he were to refrain from employing rules or the myriad pathways, and exercise greater control over his formidable chaotic form, perhaps it could lead to a truly spectacular battle. Chapter 447. Tang Tian's first battle. The inaugural battle endured for an extensive duration, offering a splendid visual feast to the disciples and attendants, and further elevating the fervent atmosphere of the gathering. As the victor emerged, the cheers erupted like a torrential flood, resonating through the air, even influencing the ethereal clouds above, which swirled around the venue of the grand ceremony. This was a pinnacle confrontation exclusively for the youthful disciples. Amidst the jubilant clamor, the second bout soon commenced upon the arena. Among the more than 500 participants in this event, over 400 were in the early stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. They would engage in a single elimination format, spanning 6 rounds, to determine the final 10 who would advance to the next stage, entering the mid-level battles of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Approximately 60 individuals would compete in the mid-stage, and alongside the 10 qualifiers. A total of 70 would continue in the same elimination format over 3 rounds to identify another 10 for advancement. Next would be the late stage of the Great Luo, comprising 20 participants, while the pinnacle stage would host around 40. The disparity in numbers between the pinnacle and late stages arises from the nature of the competition format. By the time one reaches the late stage of the Great Luo, many have already realized their inability to ascend the immortal cloud platform, leading them to either forfeit or exhaust their opportunities during the mid-stage. Conversely, those in the pinnacle stage have genuinely amassed sufficient strength, aspiring to ascend the immortal cloud platform in one fell swoop. Ultimately, the final 10 would be determined from the late-stage participants and qualifiers, entering the climactic showdown. This ultimate battle would adopt a double elimination format, engaging in a round-robin style until the strongest 3 are crowned, successfully reaching the apex of the immortal cloud platform. The entirety of the grand ceremony will unfold over the course of more than half a month. The initial stage alone entails 6 rounds, requiring 6 days to ascertain the qualifiers. Tang Tian, positioned in the mid-level, would not make his official appearance until the 7th day. After observing for a while, he chose to take his leave. In truth, some disciples, such as Huntao from the Battle God Hall, had not attended at all, as everyone was diligently preparing for this culminating phase. I hope to see young Master Tang in the final battle. I firmly believe it will come to pass, remarked Mo Shu with a smile. Tang Tian shrugged and replied, I too look forward to engaging with all of you elite practitioners. He then took his leave, returning to his meditation chamber. After discussing the matters concerning the Luoyuan Pavilion with Li Hong, he resumed his monotonous training routine. 7 days later, Tang Tian gradually opened his eyes. Only a mere sliver remained until he would reach the late stage of the Great Luo, and he estimated that within a few days, he would successfully break through. Regrettably, today marked the time for his appearance. Departing the meditation chamber, he swiftly flew towards the venue of the grand ceremony, which remained abuzz with excitement, even more fervent than on the first day. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions about the recent battles, their expressions brimming with excitement as they envisioned themselves standing upon the arena, basking in the glory of that pinnacle stage. Observing their exuberance, Tang Tian was transported back to the scenes he witnessed at the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. There, the arena was equally charged with fervor. However, the atmosphere and the innate talents present were markedly distinct. One could assert that while one arena was driven by the instinct for survival, the other was purely an embodiment of enjoying the process itself. It is difficult to ascertain which is superior, yet for the vast majority of ordinary cultivators, the serene environment of Tianfu undoubtedly offers greater comfort and reassurance. Upon arriving at her designated place, Emo Shu was already waiting there. Today, however, she had brought along a particularly special spectator. "Hello, Brother Tang Tian," she exclaimed joyfully, waving enthusiastically at him. Tang Tian smiled and playfully teased her, then turned to Emo Shu, inquiring, "What prompted you to bring this little one today?" Emo Shu affectionately tousled Shi's hair and replied, "Since returning from the Immortal Palace, Shishi has been staying with the Emo family. I have been preoccupied with my cultivation and haven't been able to tend to her much. It's a perfect opportunity to take her out for some fun." Tang Tian nodded, noting the genuine fondness Emo Shu had for the little girl. Emo Xiao had also mentioned this matter to him, albeit with a less favorable perspective. She believed that cultivation must remain pure and untainted. And with Shishi as a bond, Emo Shu's progress in her training might inevitably be affected. Should Emo Shu fail to ascend the Immortal Cloud platform this time, the family might reconsider her position within the core ranks. Yet, the Emo family would not impose any harsh demands. The rules were established, and the choices made would ultimately rest with Emo Shu herself. As long as she could advance to the Immortal Cloud platform, even having a child would not draw any disparaging remarks from others. "Do you feel confident about the upcoming Holy Assembly?" Tang Tian inquired discreetly. Emo Shu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "It's hard to say. The likes of Hun Tao and others were no weaklings, and the individuals from the main house were increasingly formidable. With your arrival, everything has become even more uncertain. All I can do is give it my utmost effort." Tang Tian remained silent, but Emo Shu suddenly smiled and remarked, "I understand your concern, young Master Tang. However, there is no need for worry. The Emo family is not excessively stringent. We still possess considerable autonomy in our choices. The family respects the lifestyle we choose. Nevertheless, I sincerely appreciate your concern, young Master Tang." Tang Tian shrugged, indicating that it was of no consequence. He was rather taken aback by her words. Typically, in most cultivating families, the internal disciples are held to stringent standards, where even romantic relationships are frowned upon, let alone a situation where a core disciple might falter. In some families, she might have already been cast off a cliff. Somewhat more extreme circumstances might even lead to a situation where she is killed before your very eyes, thereby forcibly igniting that innate desire within you to grow stronger. In the traditional cultivation realm, such occurrences are undeniably plentiful. However, the Mo family maintains a far more harmonious atmosphere. Perhaps this is indicative of their profound family heritage, allowing for greater tolerance. Observing that Mo Shu herself remained unfazed, Tang Tian chose to refrain from further remarks and turned his attention to the arena of the day. All disciples at the mid-stage of the Great Luo, along with 10 who had recently ascended from the early stage, had their order completely shuffled, leading into the drawing of lots for the matches. The grand event continued under the auspices of the esteemed Palace Master Gong, who announced name after name. After several rounds of competition, Tang Tian finally heard his own name. Next match, Tang Tian versus Lu Shuangyan. After announcing, he cast a fleeting glance in Tang Tian's direction. "Go for it, Brother Tang," Cici exclaimed, waving her small hand enthusiastically. Tang Tian smiled and playfully pinched her little nose before rising to his feet. Chapter 448. The momentum of the first battle. As the head of the palace recited the name Tang Tian, all the disciples watching the duel instantly focused their attention. The name Tang Tian had echoed in their ears countless times. Was he truly worthy of his reputation, or merely a name without substance? Today, they would finally witness the reality. Amidst the thunderous roars of the crowd, Tang Tian ascended the arena. Before him stood a young woman clad in black, Lu Shuangyan, who, upon seeing him, exhibited a hint of apprehension. She had recently ascended to become one of the top 10 disciples in this round. Yet her first battle brought her face to face with Tang Tian. Nevertheless, Lu Shuangyin's strength was commendable. Otherwise, she would not have emerged from over 400 disciples. With the head of the palace's declaration, the battle commenced. Lu Shuangyin immediately steeled herself, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Tian, her right hand resting upon the hilt of her sword. Observing her imposing presence, Tang Tian suddenly spoke, "If I recall correctly, the celestial technique you specialize in primarily involves building momentum, does it not?" Lu Shuangyin momentarily hesitated, unsure of Tang Tian's intent with his words. With a smile, he continued, "Building momentum requires time. You may unleash your strongest move, and I shall await your display." He sought to encourage her to reveal her utmost prowess. Understanding his implication, Lu Shuangyin furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Are you certain?" She warned, "Once the momentum is fully gathered, I may lose control of that power." Tang Tian raised a hand, assuring her, "No worries. Go ahead. Even if I cannot withstand it, is not the head of the palace present beside us?" The head of the palace personally presided over the Grand Saint Assembly to allow the disciples to unleash their full potential. Even if a disciple lost control, assistance would be rendered. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Lu Shuangyin ceased her reluctance. On such a grand stage, who would not wish to showcase their strongest self to the world? She slightly bent her waist and tightened her grip on the sword's hilt. A sharp aura suddenly erupted from her, piercing the heavens. In an instant, she seemed to transform into a colossal sword reaching for the sky, her fierce energy palpable even to the spectators in the stands. "She's starting with her killing move," someone exclaimed in awe. Yet, it appeared this technique required time to build momentum. Why was Tang Tian not taking action? Perhaps they had reached some form of agreement in their earlier exchange. Look at Tang Tian's posture. He was clearly prepared to watch Lu Shuangyin complete her build-up. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Someone questioned. Was he unaware that for such celestial techniques, the longer one builds momentum, the more formidable the eventual strike? It was not impossible to surpass levels and achieve victory in the end. Who knows? Let us just watch. Perhaps Tang Tian truly possesses that kind of confidence. The disciples remained transfixed, eager not to miss any moment of this spectacle. If Tang Tian were to suffer defeat in the very first match, particularly at the hands of a novice in the early stages of ascension, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy of sensational headlines. Soon, as Lu Shuangyin gathered her momentum, an increasingly potent aura enveloped her. Her garments and hair, seemingly animated by an unseen force, danced wildly. An intangible yet formidable giant sword began to manifest around her. Under the watchful gaze of all, Lu Shuangyin's aura reached an apex. Suddenly, a piercing light flashed from her eyes. With a swift motion, she drew her long sword and declared, "Slash." A terrifying might surged forth instantaneously as a semicircular sword energy erupted from her form, arriving before Tang Tian in the blink of an eye. Such a fierce sword intent would surely warrant serious consideration, even from those in the late stages of ascension. The fact that Lu Shuangyin could unleash such an attack at the early stage of ascension was truly remarkable. In response to the sword energy that had appeared before him in an instant, Tang Tian smiled slightly and brought his fingers together. An even more formidable sword intent erupted from him. He then thrust his fingers forward, slicing through the air to unleash a sword energy without the aid of any celestial instruments or techniques, and it was grander and more solid than hers. Soon, the two sword energies collided in the sky. However, Lu Shuangyin's seemingly unmatched sword energy was shattered effortlessly before Tang Tian, obliterated in an instant, continuing its relentless course. Fortunately, just as the sword energy was about to strike Lu Shuangyin, Tang Tian halted it in time, sparing the sect master some minor complications. Yet, the profound principles and intent contained within the sword energy erupted before Lu Shuangyin, which she could perceive all too clearly. Breathing heavily, Lu Shuangyin's complexion paled slightly, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. The essence of that moment had nearly opened a gateway into a brand new realm for her. After a considerable time, she gradually regained her composure. She then gazed at Tang Tian and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Senior Brother Tang." Tang Tian responded with a slight nod. As fellow disciples, it was preferable to maintain amicable relations. Given his current status, he did not seek validation through one of his peers, so he took the opportunity to offer her guidance. The sect master, having witnessed the entire exchange, nodded with a smile, and subsequently announced the outcome of the match. Tang Tian versus Lu Shuangyan. Tang Tian emerges victorious, he declared, advancing to the next round. Upon the announcement, the audience of disciples erupted in astonished chatter. It seemed the rumors held merit. Tang Tian might indeed possess the capability to compete at the pinnacle. His strength was astounding, effortlessly dismantling his opponent's fully accumulated momentum. Such power could undoubtedly carve a path through the ranks of the mid-stage ascendants. If I observe correctly, it appeared that Tang Tian had also taken the opportunity to mentor Lu Shuangyan, truly a disciple of exceptional prowess, grace, and resources. If the position of the Grand Master were to be opened in the future, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for Tang Tian. The crowd buzzed with admiration and envy, casting glances toward him. However, Tang Tian had long since grown accustomed to such attention and calmly returned to his original place. Brother Tang Tian is so handsome, she cheered, waving her little hands. Tang Tian smiled as he playfully pinched her nose and then bid farewell to Mo Xiao Xiao. Each round of competition lasts a day, and his battles for today were already concluded. Aren't you going to watch anymore? Mo Shu inquired. Tang Tian shook his head with a smile, replying, No, I must seize the time to continue my training. Otherwise, how will I ever have the opportunity to compete alongside you all? With over 10 days remaining until the final contest, he aspired to break through to the late stage of the Great Luo before then. His motivation was not solely for the competition, but rather a desire to utilize every moment to elevate his cultivation. Only by reaching his goal could he hope to regain his sense of security. After all, that eye in the distant sky had always been watching him. After exchanging a few more casual words, Tang Tian departed from the dojo. Chapter 449. The final battle begins in the ensuing days. Tang Tian encountered a new adversary each day. With the conclusion of each round, the strength of his opponents grew increasingly formidable. However, for Tang Tian, the differences were largely inconsequential. Those whom he found pleasing, he would mentor earnestly, while those he deemed less favorable would receive a rigorous form of education. Following several rounds of competition, his prestige among the disciples continued to rise. Previously, they had merely heard of him, perceiving a distance between themselves and Tang Tian. Now, they bore witness to his overwhelming prowess, which had a far greater impact than mere hearsay could convey. Some even began to inquire whether Tang Tian had formed any internal factions, seeking opportunities to draw closer to him. Alas, Tang Tian had always maintained a low profile in this regard, eschewing any ostentatious social connections, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their pursuits. After several days of intense confrontations, Tang Tian successfully advanced to the elimination rounds of the late Daluo stage. The number of disciples at this level was scarce, and along with the promoted Daluo Golden Immortals, there were fewer than 40 individuals. After 2 rounds of competition, Tang Tian ascended to the stage of the final battle. Following this, there was a respite of 3 days. Through Tang Tian's relentless efforts, on the eve of the final showdown at the Tongshan Conference, he finally broke through to the late Daluo Golden Immortal stage. In the cultivation chamber, Tang Tian exhaled softly. The amount of celestial energy required for the Daluo Golden Immortal stage was exceedingly vast. Moreover, from his understanding, this could very well be the most arduous phase of his journey. Upon reaching the Immortal King realm, the paths of the Immortal Sovereign and Immortal Emperor increasingly aligned with the laws of the cosmos. For ordinary cultivators, this represented a formidable challenge, testing their talents, comprehension, and even their fortune. Only by successfully identifying the right opportunity could one hope to advance further along the path of cultivation. However, for Tang Tian, this was paradoxically the easiest phase. With his innate talent as the child of chaos and the extraordinary constitution of the chaos body, comprehending the laws of the heavenly way came effortlessly to him. Additionally, he possessed a system that had already enabled him to master thousands of laws long before others even grasped their essence. This advantage was beyond mere description. It was an overwhelming and extraordinary existence. It was as if he had already paved the way ahead, requiring only to tread upon it step by step. Breaking through to the Immortal King realm marked the true beginning of Tang Tian's ascent. His gaze remained steady, knowing that only one final step remained. After consolidating his realm for a moment, he prepared to continue his cultivation. Just then, a resounding bell tolled, signaling the official commencement of the final battle at the Tongshan Conference. Tang Tian steadied himself, rose, and departed from the tranquility of the cultivation chamber. In the dojo, the immense arena was surrounded by a throng of eager spectators. Moreover, compared to the earlier period, the crowd has grown larger and more enthusiastic. Today marks the commencement of the climactic battle of the Tongshan Conference, a spectacle of unparalleled competition among disciples that no one wishes to miss. The performances from the previous battles, particularly those from disciples who emerged in the latter stages of the Deluo, have become a topic of great interest. Naturally, the most prominent figure is Tang Tian, who, with his mid-Deluo cultivation, has relentlessly surged forward to victory, truly deserving of the title of Miracle Creator. Many expressed their astonishment, recognizing that throughout the history of Tianfu, few have achieved such feats. It remains uncertain how far Tang Tian will advance in the forthcoming finals. I feel that as long as fortune does not betray him, he is unlikely to face elimination in the first round. After all, he has triumphed through sheer strength, and his true capabilities remain a mystery. One wonders, could he possibly secure one of the three coveted positions and once again create a legendary history? The crowd buzzes with speculation. However, at this stage, some are not so optimistic about Tang Tian's prospects. Let us not kid ourselves. Do those three positions even belong within Tang Tian's grasp? Just look at the formidable opponents he faces. Guo Shouguang, Yuan Ru, Lu Qicai, and Ling Hongying. The four great prodigies of the main houses are all extraordinary talents, mere steps away from ascension to the realm of immortals. How can Tang Tian possibly compete with them? Furthermore, there are Zhang Daoyin of the Tai Alliance, Yin Qingxue of the Xianyue Pool, Han Tao of the Battle God Hall, and Mo Shu of the Mo clan, each a formidable contender from the top-tier powers. Let us not forget the most enigmatic figure, Xiaoyao Sun of the Xiaoyao family. Although he rarely reveals his strength, none dare to underestimate him. These prodigies are fierce contenders for the three positions, akin to towering mountains that Tang Tian would find immensely challenging to surmount. The finals of the Tongshan Conference are categorically on a different level than the preceding stages, which could merely be deemed exhibitions. Now, we are witnessing a genuine pinnacle battle. As the disciples recount the strongest participants of this Tongshan Conference, they realize that their might far surpasses that of the earlier stages. These individuals are here solely for the three positions. Can the audacious Tang Tian maintain his momentum? All remains uncertain. Upon Tang Tian's arrival at the venue, Mo Shu had already been there for some time. However, today, she refrained from bringing Cici along. I certainly do not wish to present myself as bloodied and battered before Cici. I must preserve my image as the invincible elder sister, she chuckles. Since having Cici, her demeanor has undergone a subtle transformation. She seems more cheerful compared to her previous aloofness. It is difficult to assess the merits or flaws. It is merely a matter of differing lifestyles. After Tang Tian took his seat, Mo Shu gestured towards a nearby direction. Huan Tao had finally arrived. He had not shown his face these past few days, perhaps pondering some lethal strategy. Should you encounter him, remember to ensure his defeat is particularly humiliating. Tang Tian remarked. I thought you would advise me to be cautious. Mo Shu chuckled softly, replying, I have faith in my sister's judgment. She claims that these individuals are merely trifles before you. This includes me, so if we cross paths, please do not let me suffer an embarrassing defeat. Tang Tian rubbed his nose, contemplating how Mo Shao had become somewhat blindly confident in him. Nonetheless, he could only say, you truly have a keen eye for people. Before long, all the contenders for the decisive battle had gathered. Aside from the 9 participants aiming for the coveted positions at the Xianyan platform, the remaining disciples were predominantly older, preparing for their final performance on this stage. They too would exert their utmost, and their strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise, even those 9 could face unexpected setbacks. After a brief wait, the appearance of the palace master signaled the commencement of the decisive battle of this year's Tongshan Conference. It officially began. Chapter 450. Tang Tian versus Ling Hongying under the gaze of countless spectators and amidst an atmosphere charged with fervor. The final contest of the Tongshan Conference commenced. A total of 48 disciples would engage in this pinnacle duel, employing a double elimination format to determine the final 3 victors who would ascend to greater heights. The disciples were randomly paired for their matches, with the victors advancing to the winner's bracket while awaiting challengers emerging from the loser's bracket for a subsequent random draw. This cycle continued until the ultimate champion was crowned. On this inaugural day of the decisive battles, the esteemed Lan Ting Xianzun graced the event with his presence. With his proclamation, the contest officially began. Among the first two contestants was Lu Qizai, a prodigious talent from the Xianyan platform, facing off against a genius disciple who had recently ascended from the late stages of the Deluo realm. Upon realizing his opponent was Lu Qizai, the disciple's expression darkened momentarily, yet he quickly composed himself and prepared for the duel. Moments later, the two engaged in combat. Perhaps due to the psychological pressure, the disciple from the late Deluo realm unleashed his full might from the outset, executing a series of advanced celestial techniques directed at Lu Qizai. However, Lu Qizai remained unfazed, effortlessly absorbing all the attacks with an air of nonchalance. Soon, the initial barrage was exhausted, and the disciple gritted his teeth, forcibly channeling his internal celestial energy for another assault. Yet, as the saying goes, a single surge of energy may triumph, but subsequent attempts often dwindle. Having failed to phase Lu Qizai with his first assault, the second attempt was met with even greater ease by Lu Qizai. When the disciple launched his third offensive, Lu Qizai countered with casual precision, securing a swift victory in the match. The audience erupted in astonishment and applause, for the disciple had previously been an almost invincible force in earlier battles. However, in the face of Lu Qizai, he appeared utterly vulnerable, a stark contrast that was strikingly evident. Truly, as one of the 9 candidates, Lu Qizai demonstrated formidable prowess, as the two combatants were clearly not on the same level. Would you not agree? It is not an exaggeration to say that any of the 10 disciples who have recently ascended from the late Deluo realm would be considered impressive if even one succeeded. The disciples remarked in awe. At that moment, a voice inquired, "So, does that mean the miracle worker Tang Tian is destined to falter as well?" As the words hung in the air, a response followed. Logically speaking, that seems to be the case. You are far too conservative. The fact that Tang Tian has made it to the final contest is already a miracle in itself. Even if someone advances to the next round, it is unlikely to be him. As for the so-called miracle worker, perhaps it is best to set aside such titles in this arena. Many remained skeptical of Tang Tian, despite his previous triumphs. Yet, some had clearly become fervent admirers of him. You have previously expressed such sentiments, and you have reiterated them on numerous occasions. Yet, what has been the outcome? The humiliation is almost unbearable. Do you understand what it means to be a miracle worker? It is one who can conjure wonders that are deemed impossible by others. Regardless, I have unwavering faith in Tang Tian. He shall undoubtedly prevail in the end. The verbal skirmishes between both sides are fierce and unyielding. This is to be expected, for a figure of Tang Tian's stature within the sect will inevitably incite discussion and attract disciples who admire his prowess. It is truly abnormal for anyone to look down upon him. However, no matter the fervor of their debates, in the span of just a few days, there will be a definitive assessment of Tang Tian's capabilities. As Lu Qizai unveiled the curtain on the decisive battle, the subsequent exhilarating encounters commenced. The second match featured 2 disciples, both at the peak of the Great Luo stage, yet not among the 9 candidates. Approaching their 30th year, this was their final performance as disciples in the heavenly capital. Unlike the first bout, the prowess of the 2 combatants was remarkably similar, showcasing an array of celestial techniques that offered the audience the most riveting contest since the inception of the Holy Assembly. Ultimately, after a prolonged struggle, the battle concluded with a narrow victory for one competitor. However, the vanquished displayed no signs of despondency. Instead, they exchanged hearty laughter, embodying a camaraderie that suggested mutual respect. Had they been a male and female duo, they might have inspired a legendary tale within the heavenly capital. Following the conclusion of the second match, the subsequent battles continued to unfold, each one a spectacular visual feast. Throughout this process, the 9 candidates made their appearances in succession, each achieving commendable results. The disciples who had ascended from the late Great Luo stage performed as anticipated, exhibiting little resistance and suffering swift defeats. Only 2 were fortunate enough to face each other, allowing one to advance successfully. Nonetheless, it seems their journey will not extend far. Before long, among the unchallenged ascendants, only Tang Tian's name remained. At this juncture, the Grand Master finally announced him. The next contender is Tang Tian, and he paused deliberately, then spoke softly. Ling Hongying. Both parties stepped forward. Upon hearing the name of his opponent, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. To encounter one of the 9 candidates in the very first round? Below, the disciples fell into a brief silence before erupting in disbelief. Some shook their heads repeatedly, lamenting, "What terrible luck. He has to face Ling Hongying directly. It's as if fate has conspired against him." Initially, there had been hopes for Tang Tian to progress to the next round. But alas, others laughed heartily. "I told you, miracles will not manifest again. Against Ling Hongying, Tang Tian stands no chance." Meanwhile, some more anxious expressions. Their fists clenched tightly. "Tang Tian, you must persevere." Under the gaze of the crowd, Tang Tian gracefully ascended to the center of the arena. Unlike the varied emotions displayed by the other disciples, he remained remarkably composed. After all, it was an inevitable encounter, providing him the perfect opportunity to observe the prowess of the 9 contenders for the Xianyan platform. Simultaneously, Ling Hongying arrived opposite Tang Tian. She was a tall woman adorned in exquisite silk, exhibiting an equally calm demeanor in the face of Tang Tian. Both possessed their own sense of pride. Yet there was an absence of the intense confrontation one might expect upon their initial meeting. Gazing at Tang Tian, Ling Hongying spoke softly, "This marks our second meeting. Does it not? I have long heard tales of your legend, and at last, I have the chance to compete alongside you." Tang Tian replied with a slight smile. His voice measured. "I, too, eagerly anticipate witnessing the true strength of the foremost prodigy of the manor." Ling Hongying nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "You shall see." As their conversation unfolded, a palpable weight of anticipation settled heavily upon the hearts of all present. Chapter 451. Thus ends with the commanding voice of the sect leader resonating through the arena. The battle commenced in earnest. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted upon the stage, soaring towards the heavens. It manifested as an invisible blade of war, swiftly coalescing in the firmament. The mere emanation of its blade energy cleaved through the dense clouds above, creating a vast chasm in the sky. Yet, in the very next moment, countless sharp, long blades erupted from the surface of the arena, their keen edges glinting ominously in the sunlight. However, Tang Tian discerned an anomaly. The instant the long blade sprouted, he leapt into the air, his palm facing downward to counter the pervasive blade energy. This was a perfected high-tier celestial technique. Tang Tian recognized the caliber of this celestial art. Indeed, those who stood at the pinnacle among the disciples were not to be trifled with. Although he had evaded the initial assault, that fleeting moment had placed him at a disadvantage, thrusting him into a state of passive defense. Ling Hongying, naturally, would not squander such an opportunity. The long blade at her back surged forth, her form a blur as she rapidly appeared before Tang Tian, aiming a lethal strike toward his face. A ferocious blade energy, imbued with immense force, surged forth, etching fine fissures in the very fabric of the void. In the face of such an onslaught, Tang Tian once again raised his palm, summoning forth a shield adorned with a ghastly visage. Jia jia jia. Accompanied by a chilling laughter, the ghostly shield emanated an eerie aura, warping the void and devouring the incoming blade energy whole. This too was a celestial technique of the perfected realm. Yet, undeterred by the thwarted attack, Ling Hongying gripped the hilt of her blade with both hands, channeling all her strength for a powerful horizontal slash. In an instant, hundreds of her phantoms materialized around Tang Tian, all simultaneously striking toward him. The sheer force of this assault distorted the space surrounding the arena. Had it not been for the sect leader's intervention to protect the outer realm, lesser cultivators might have been instantly torn asunder by this overwhelming might. One can only imagine the terrifying weight of power that Tang Tian bore as the sole target of such ferocity. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained composed, shifting his hand gestures multiple times as the ghostly shield fragmented, shielding all positions around him just before the blade energy arrived. In the next moment, the blade energy collided violently with the ghostly shield. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surged through the entire spectator area. Subsequently, the ghostly shield emitted a mournful wail, its surface marred with countless deep gashes. Inside, Tang Tian could only sigh softly. Even perfected high-tier celestial techniques exhibit disparities. However, this time, the difference lay between him and Ling Hongying. The swordsmanship she practiced was evidently honed over many years, intricately aligned with her own capabilities. Furthermore, she had refined it further, employing several auxiliary celestial arts to amplify its potency. If Tang Tian were merely an ordinary genius, he would indeed find it difficult to withstand the onslaught of Ling Hongying, even with the use of the ghostly face shield. However, he was anything but ordinary. With a mere thought, the scars on the ghostly face shield completely restored themselves. Subsequently, as Tang Tian continued to channel his celestial energy, the shield expanded rapidly, and the ghostly figures upon it seemed to come alive, casting an ominous shadow over the arena that sent a chill down the spines of all present. "Is this an evil technique?" someone exclaimed, instinctively crossing their arms in shock. The path of darkness had long been extinguished. What remained were the orthodox practices. Indeed, the classification of techniques does not depend on their nature, but rather on the practitioner. Yet, mastering such a technique appeared exceedingly arduous, seemingly requiring numerous malevolent rituals. How had Tang Tian cultivated it to such a high level under the watchful eyes of the heavenly manor? Ah, this is the mark of true genius. Let us observe further. As they conversed, the ghostly figures enveloped the entire arena, and a surge of dark power emerged, foreboding and sinister. Countless specters howled and surged towards Ling Hongying. Yet, she remained unperturbed, wielding her long blade with deft movements, swiftly sweeping away the encroaching phantoms and their ominous energy. Then, she pressed her fingers against the blade's body, and a deep, resonant sound of the sword echoed through the air. In the next moment, the cacophony of blade song reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Countless long blades embedded in the ground resonated in harmony, rising skyward. In an instant, they coalesced into a five-clawed divine dragon composed entirely of swords. The dragon let out a thunderous roar as it charged towards Tang Tian. The formidable ghostly figures that hovered in the air could not impede the colossal dragon in any way. They crumbled at its mere touch. Soon, the dragon reached Tang Tian, opening its massive jaws and swallowing him whole. The spectators' hearts raced, their throats tightening in anxiety. The blade dragon was truly terrifying. Just a glance was enough to invoke pain within their bodies. Would Tang Tian emerge unscathed from the dragon's belly? Yet, to their astonishment, in the next moment, a plume of black mist erupted from within the dragon's abdomen, shattering much of its form, with white blades scattering in all directions. Subsequently, Tang Tian's figure emerged from the black fog, resembling a demon from the netherworld. For the first time, Ling Hongying's expression shifted, her brows furrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by the rapid dismantling of her blade dragon. In Tang Tian's eyes, however, there was a hint of admiration. Indeed, the peaked disciples possessed remarkable prowess. That dragon had surpassed the upper-tier celestial techniques that Ling Hongying had cultivated, evolving into her semi-original, exclusive technique. With such power, even some average celestial kings might meet their demise here, like Imo Xiao. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Tang Tian. Just moments ago, Tang Tian casually optimized the ghost-faced shield technique, enhancing its powers several-fold, which enabled him to vanquish the blade dragon. Indeed, the most formidable genius of Tianfu is truly extraordinary, a fact I have witnessed firsthand. Tang Tian smiled as he spoke, expressing genuine admiration. Prior to facing Ling Hongying, he had never encountered such a powerful contemporary talent. However, Ling Hongying appeared to think otherwise. Observing her blade dragon swiftly corroding from white to black at Tang Tian's hands, she furrowed her brow and remarked solemnly, "I have devoted a full 7 years to elevating this technique to its current level. What about you?" Tang Tian, contemplating, simply replied, "Well, let us continue the battle." He opened his palm, and an inky black mist surged forth, once again enveloping the arena. Within this dark fog, the ghostly figures grew even more imposing, as if they had truly emerged from the depths of hell. Ling Hongying, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of strikes, yet failed to disperse the onslaught. Instead, the space around her became increasingly constricted. Ultimately, she let out a soft sigh. This move, intended as her trump card, had unexpectedly become necessary. "Tang Tian, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. However, this is where it ends." With that, Ling Hongying thrust her long sword skyward, piercing the black mist and soaring into the heavens. Subsequently, the formless long blade that first manifested in the sky erupted in boundless radiance, piercing through the shrouded fog below. An inverted mountain of blades appeared above everyone, casting an immense shadow as it slowly descended. Tang Tian gazed upward, his expression sharpening. This mountain of blades had completely sealed off the space beneath it, and its power level surpassed that of the previous blade dragon by several tiers. This was beyond what could be countered by merely refining a superior grade technique. Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. In that case, so be it. He then snapped his fingers in quick succession. Instantly, the entire arena transformed into an endless array of phenomena. The powers of the celestial, the divine, the ghostly, the demonic, and the illusory converged upon the stage simultaneously. The flickering lights resembled a frenzied dance party unfolding within the arena. Ling Hongying, suspended opposite Tang Tian, was momentarily taken aback, for she had discerned that these were dozens of different superior grade techniques at the pinnacle of mastery, all recently refined like the ghost-faced shield before. Chapter 452. In the name of miracles, the imposing mountain of knives descended slowly from the heavens, sealing the void. Its might was unstoppable, swiftly piercing through the enhanced celestial techniques of Tang Tian. The dark canopy that loomed above the arena disintegrated as the black mist was dispersed, and countless specters were shattered by the blade's edge, emitting piercing wails. Yet, despite its formidable nature, the black mist and specters managed to deplete some of the mountain's power. For Tang Tian, this was sufficient. With a series of continuous snaps of his fingers, dozens of different perfected celestial techniques materialized simultaneously upon the arena. Sun, Dharma form, Taiji, demon sovereign, ghosts and deities, saints, and even a mortal drawing a mighty bow. Each celestial technique could, to varying degrees, impede the advance of the mountain. A kaleidoscope of brilliance flickered, accompanied by the thunderous roars echoing through the skies. Ultimately, after annihilating a considerable portion of the celestial techniques, the power of the mountain was finally exhausted, dissipating along with the terrifying invisible blades into the ether. Meanwhile, Tang Tian's released celestial techniques remained, with over a dozen still directed at Ling Hongying. Ling Hongying gazed at the scene before her, her complexion paling slightly. It was evident that the earlier mountain of knives had drained her of a significant amount of celestial and spiritual energy, leaving her incapable of confronting the impending tempest. She looked at Tang Tian, her eyes filled with boundless astonishment. Having lived for so many years, she had never witnessed, nor even heard of, anyone mastering such a plethora of distinctly different high-grade celestial techniques to perfection, refining them, and unleashing them simultaneously. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Moreover, did he possess infinite celestial power? After expending nearly all her strength on the mountain of knives, she found Tang Tian, who had unleashed so many high-grade techniques, seemingly unfazed. His complexion rosy and breath steady. It was simply, ultimately, confronted by the multitude of high-grade celestial techniques encircling her, Ling Hongying chose to concede. The rumors were indeed accurate. He was overwhelmingly powerful, truly deserving of the title creator of miracles. Or perhaps, he himself was a miracle. Ling Hongying spoke weakly. Tang Tian merely smiled gently and replied, "Thank you for the praise. You are formidable as well. It is the first time I have encountered a peer who could push me to this extent. The strongest genius of the main estate is indeed impressive." Ling Hongying nodded slightly, choosing to say no more. She would not deny her own strength, but Tang Tian was simply too extraordinary. Soon after, the leader of the palace announced the results of the match in a booming voice. Tang Tian versus Ling Hongying. The victor is Tang Tian. As the words fell, the arena erupted into a cacophony of thunderous applause. My heavens, you are truly extraordinary. To defeat even Ling Hongying, I can hardly find words to convey my admiration. Where are those who spoke with disdain earlier? Come forth and face the consequences. Humph, you wretched lot. You shall never comprehend the essence of creating miracles. Tang Tian is the very embodiment of wonder. These fervent admirers of Tang Tian, after this battle, may very well transform into his devoted disciples. Were it not for Tang Tian's reluctance to establish a sect or amass power, countless individuals would undoubtedly flock to him. Conversely, those who previously mocked Tang Tian have vanished without a trace. No one dares to stand against the prevailing winds under such circumstances. The esteemed elders in the stands nodded continuously, their gazes toward Tang Tian brimming with admiration and astonishment. Tang Tian is truly remarkable, such innate talent. In the annals of Tianfu's history, is indeed among the elite. Clearly, there was no error during the Longman assessment. He should have ascended to the immortal cloud platform at that moment. We must extend our congratulations to Lord Qi, for among his disciples has emerged a prodigious talent of unparalleled brilliance, the elders remarked. Meanwhile, the esteemed Lan Ting smiled and replied, not at all. His prowess is exceptional, his talent unparalleled, and he is profoundly dedicated and responsible concerning the affairs of Tianfu. In merely a year, he has made significant contributions across various fields for Tianfu. Having such a disciple is indeed a tremendous fortune for our entire Tianfu, the elders concurred. They were well aware of Tang Tian's accomplishments. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that were it not for Tang Tian still being a mere disciple and his disinterest in wielding power, he would already possess the qualifications to ascend to the higher echelons of Tianfu and wield substantial authority. Nevertheless, as long as Tang Tian remains within Tianfu, it is only a matter of time before he commands authority. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Tang Tian departed the arena and returned to his seat. Many gazes were instinctively drawn toward him, including that of the war god temple's Hun Tao. However, he maintained his usual inscrutable demeanor. Beside him, Mo Shu smiled and remarked, "Congratulations to young Master Tang on your effortless victory." Tang Tian scoffed, "Effortless? You have no idea how terrifying that Blade Mountain was. I nearly found myself in dire straits." Mo Shu chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it is the first time I have witnessed young Master Tang not dispatch his opponent in an instant. My sister was right. We mere minions are hardly worthy to serve as obstacles in your path. At best, we are merely inconsequential stepping stones." Tang Tian was taken aback. That was a bit excessive. Yet, just as he was about to respond, the sect leader called out Mo Shu's name. "I shall take my leave," she said. "I hope to have the opportunity to witness young Master Tang's prowess in the subsequent rounds." With that, Mo Shu departed the stands and soared toward the arena. Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering that this individual truly does not seem overly concerned with victory or defeat. He turned his gaze back to the arena. Mo Shu's opponent was a seasoned veteran at the pinnacle of his powers, possessing formidable strength. He had successfully cultivated two superior celestial techniques to a consummate level, further enhanced through various optimizations, achieving a seamless synergy between the two. However, it was unfortunate that Mo Shu needed to grow even stronger. With a slender sword in hand, her movements were as elusive as the wind, gliding through the battlefield with an effortless grace that dismantled every tactic employed by her adversary. Ultimately, she secured a resounding victory in the contest. Tang Tian observed with a slight smile. From this battle, he discerned that Mo Shu and Ling Hongying, along with several other candidates from the Xianyan platform, were nearly equal in their mastery of the Tao, all reaching an exceptionally high standard. Mo Shu might possess a slight edge over Ling Hongying, yet the difference was not significant enough to determine an immediate victor. Nonetheless, Tang Tian believed that each of them undoubtedly harbored their own unique trump cards, akin to Ling Hongying's earlier display of the Mountain of Blades. Despite Tang Tian appearing to handle it with apparent ease, that Mountain of Blades was indeed terrifying, representing an overwhelming force within the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As the decisive battle progressed, such formidable techniques would likely emerge with increasing frequency. The top talents of Tianfu were indeed unmatched by the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. After witnessing Mo Shu's performance, Tang Tian departed from the scene, returning to Tongxing Mountain to continue his cultivation. Chapter 453, Tang Tian vs. Mo Shu. The first day of the Tongsheng Conference concluded amidst an exuberant atmosphere, leaving the audience yearning for more as they reminisced about the splendid moments of the day. The most captivating tale was that of Tang Tian, who once again defied the odds, decisively vanquishing the strongest prodigy of the main estate, Ling Hongying, a candidate for the Xianyan platform. The title of miracle creator swiftly became outdated. Among many disciples, the name Tang Tian had transformed into a synonym for miracles. Yet, this did not disrupt Tang Tian's steady routine. Upon leaving the venue, he promptly returned to his meditation chamber, diligently striving to enhance his cultivation. On the second day, he abstained from watching the elimination matches of the losers group, but did review Li Hong's report, which indicated that Ling Hongying had successfully defeated her opponent and advanced from the losers bracket, a development that came as no surprise. On the third day, Tang Tian returned to the arena once more. This time, fortune smiled upon him again, as he drew the lot of a late-stage Deluo disciple who had recently ascended. However, for his opponent, it was sheer misfortune. Tang Tian secured an effortless victory and returned to his training. In the subsequent days of competition, he encountered none of the top 9 and achieved victories in all his matches with relative ease. Conversely, Mo Shu faced Yin Qingxue from the Xianyue pool and, after an intense clash, emerged victorious. Hun Tao also encountered the genius Guo Shouguang from the main estate. In this battle, he displayed remarkable combat prowess, overpowering Guo Shouguang to the point where the latter could barely breathe, ultimately leading to a decisive win. The first of the top 9 to be eliminated was surprisingly Lu Qizai, who had the misfortune of facing Ling Hongying, who had fought valiantly from the loser's bracket, resulting in Lu's narrow defeat. In his subsequent match, he faced the carefree Sun from the Xiaoyao family. True to his name, Sun wielded an ancient sun, and when he played it, the sound summoned a chorus of birds and beasts, transporting everyone back to a primordial world. Lu Qizai barely mounted any effective defense and suffered a disheartening defeat, thus being eliminated. In addition to these events, the main estate's prodigy Yuan Ru and Zhang Daoyin from the Tai Alliance also exhibited formidable strength. The candidates likely to ascend to the Xianyun platform became increasingly clear: Sun, Mo Shu, Zhang Daoyin, Hun Tao, Yuan Ru, and Tang Tian. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, it was highly probable that the 3 available spots would be filled by one of these 6 individuals. As the competition progressed, the path to advancement grew ever clearer, and the battles among the disciples grew increasingly exhilarating. They represented the pinnacle of combat prowess among the disciples of Tianfu. Finally, when only 12 contenders remained, Tang Tian encountered the second of the top 9, and coincidentally, it was none other than Mo Shu. Tang Tian felt a sense of helplessness. He did not wish for Mo Shu to be relegated to the loser's bracket so soon, losing her opportunity for revival. Yet, he could not afford to let her advance without a fight, as that would be an egregious affront to a true prodigy. However, Mo Shu appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits. She had long anticipated the true strength of Tang Tian. Following the announcement by the palace master, the two ascended the arena. A smile graced Mo Shu's lips as she sheathed the delicate willow sword she had been wielding and instead produced a white jade brush. The brush, entirely white with its tip stained with ink, exuded a harmonious essence akin to the coexistence of yin and yang. It was evident that she was prepared to unleash her most profound abilities. "I shall not hold back," Tang Tian proclaimed. Mo Shu responded with a gentle smile. "This is precisely the outcome I have been anticipating." With that, the battle commenced in earnest. Mo Shu elegantly wielded her brush, allowing the ink to flow forth and scatter across the sky, swiftly enveloping the arena above. Before long, a magnificent ink wash painting materialized, drawing both Tang Tian and Mo Shu into its depths. Standing within the painting, Tang Tian was astounded. This artwork transcended the confines of the primary world, possessing an entirely different set of rules. It felt as though he had transitioned from a 3-dimensional realm into a 2-dimensional one. The creator of this dimension, Mo Shu, was the sovereign of this world. In this space, no exquisite celestial techniques could prevail. The challenge of dismantling this intricate illusion was far more daunting than overcoming the formidable knife mountain of Ling Hongying. "This is a secret technique of the Mo family." Mo Shu's voice reverberated from all directions. Yet, in the next instant, her figure materialized before Tang Tian. Raising an eyebrow, Tang Tian remarked, "You seem a bit impulsive. If I am not mistaken, concealing your form would allow this ink painting to reach its fullest potential. By revealing yourself, do you not expose your position?" Mo Shu chuckled softly. "Such cunning tactics hold little weight in the presence of young Master Tang. I have not perfected this secret technique. Should you unleash 100 fully developed celestial techniques in one go, you could still break through." However, she gazed intently at Tang Tian. "I do not wish to be defeated in such a manner. I am aware that young Master Tang possesses far more formidable means. Otherwise, you would not have obliterated the Tian Yuan immortal sovereign relying solely on your own strength. Thus, I have a humble request. I wish to experience the method by which you vanquished the Tian Yuan immortal sovereign. I hope you can grant me this opportunity." With that, she clasped her hands together and deeply bowed before Tang Tian. Observing the sincerity in Mo Shu's demeanor, Tang Tian paused for a moment in contemplation. Finally, he spoke softly. "Are you certain? Some truths may influence your resolve." Mo Shu's gaze was resolute. If one lacks the courage to face reality, how can they speak of their resolve? "To be candid with you, young master, I have been unable to comprehend that matter since returning from the Immortal Palace. I find it utterly inconceivable that a meticulously prepared and formidable Supreme Master could fall to a being of equal cultivation, a grand immortal like myself. This matter has nearly transformed into a tormenting specter within my heart. Therefore, if it is at all possible, I implore young Master Tang to unveil the truth of this situation. Tang Tian fell silent once more, taken aback by the profound impact this incident had wrought upon Mo Shu. Mo Xiao Xiao had never broached this subject with herself, likely not wishing to bind him with the shackles of their friendship. However, to Tang Tian, this was merely a trifling matter. After a period of fervent expenditure, he had exchanged a substantial amount of world laws and the laws of power, which were no longer his trump card. Being considerably behind, it could be showcased. Very well. Tang Tian spoke softly. Are you prepared? Whether you can dispel your inner demons rests solely upon your own resolve. Mo Shu, with a solemn demeanor, earnestly clasped her hands. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your assistance. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he gradually raised his hand, and a vast domain unfurled within the ink wash painting. As she sensed the surrounding transformations, Mo Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. Tang Tian's figure swiftly magnified within the painting, towering until he seemed to command the heavens. Moments later, a colossal finger began to loom larger in her vision, consuming her entire world. Chapter 454. Mo Shu's breakthrough in the arena. A long ink wash painting floated gracefully in the sky, resembling an elongated silk ribbon, swaying gently. The figures of Tang Tian and Mo Shu had vanished from sight. This was the secret technique of the Mo family. Soon, some observers discerned the source of this phenomenon. The Mo family's secret arts were renowned as one of the 10 most formidable paths in the entire Tianfu, their power far exceeding that of top-tier immortal techniques. Mastery of this technique to its fullest extent rendered one invincible among peers, even in realms below that of the immortal king. A slight grasp of its essence allowed one to stand tall above the masses, with few capable of countering it. Observing Mo Shu's execution of this painting, it was evident that she had already mastered it with great skill. Faced with such prowess, could Tang Tian maintain his composure? The crowd watched with bated breath, unaware of the true nature of the events unfolding within the painting, only catching glimpses of its outer edges. Suddenly, the ink wash began to tumultuously ripple, akin to monstrous waves surging in the ocean, thrashing wildly. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, a torrent of ink erupted, swiftly dissipating into the sky. A formidable wave of power swept across the entire arena. When the onlookers turned back, they found Tang Tian and Mo Shu re-emerging before them. However, unlike at the outset, Tang Tian stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, Mo Shu lay collapsed on the ground, her complexion ashen and her expression fraught with anxiety, a picture of disarray. A large question mark loomed over the crowd. What had transpired? Even the head of the palace furrowed his brow, sensing something extraordinary at the moment the ink painting exploded. It was something that could never belong to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Standing on the platform, Tang Tian looked down at the prostrate Mo Shu and let out a soft sigh. Within the confines of the ink wash, he had acquiesced to Mo Shu's request, invoking the domain of all laws and subsequently manifesting the law of finger power. Under the authentic laws of the world, Mo Shu had no means of resistance, forced to witness the rules descend upon her, feeling as diminutive as an ant. Such an experience was one that any cultivator would find hard to bear, particularly for someone like Mo Shu, a prodigious talent who had always stood at the pinnacle among her peers. Everything she once took pride in was instantly obliterated. No matter how steadfast her heart of cultivation, acceptance would surely take time. After a moment, Tang Tian raised his hand slightly, releasing a pure essence of life from his fingertips, which flowed into Mo Shu's body. This essence, drawn from the strange egg, possessed the ability to heal all wounds and offer solace to the spirit and heart. Moments later, Mo Shu finally emerged from the disconcerting scene. Her complexion remained pale, but her previously murky gaze had regained a glimmer of clarity. Rising slowly to her feet, Mo Shu took a deep breath, placing her hands upon her forehead and bowing deeply to Tang Tian. I am profoundly grateful to you, young Master Tang, for your assistance. The kindness you have shown today shall be eternally etched in my memory. Confronting the principles of the universe is not an experience that just any practitioner can casually encounter. It can be said that in this suppressed world, it is virtually impossible for anyone to achieve such a feat, not even the mightiest of celestial emperors. Moreover, the first-hand experience of the realm of myriad laws bears profound implications for one's future cultivation journey. Of course, this is contingent upon one's ability to successfully emerge from the realm of myriad laws and the laws of fingertip power. A genius like Mo Shu, without Tang Tian's aid, would have been on the verge of losing herself entirely. Other practitioners, even if given such an opportunity, would hesitate to attempt it. It's merely a trifling matter. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively in response to Mo Shu's gratitude. Consider it a favor for an ally. Mo Shu bowed once more, then regulated her breathing to signify her concession. The sect leader Gong nodded, announcing the outcome of the battle. He could still discern some nuances. However, the other disciples on the platform appeared quite bewildered. Throughout the encounter, they had only witnessed a grand ink wash painting, and upon the two emerging from the scroll, Mo Shu chose to concede. No one knew what transpired within, yet the sight of the girl looking utterly spent resonated with the crowd. Nonetheless, this did not quell the cheers of the onlookers. Tang Tian had once again triumphed over a formidable opponent, the renowned Mo Shu, who had cultivated the 10 most powerful laws of the Tianfu. The miracle continued to unfold. Now, everyone speculated whether Tang Tian's current performance could indeed secure one of the 3 final positions. The moment of witnessing history was drawing near. After defeating Mo Shu, Tang Tian departed the scene, returning to Tongsheng Mountain to continue his cultivation. During this time, Mo Xiao sent him a message, expressing her gratitude once more. The family was commendable in many respects, though sometimes excessively courteous. He subsequently immersed himself anew in his training. However, on the following day, during the contest for the defeated, he encountered an odd piece of news. Mo Shu had ascended to the rank of Celestial King. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian fell silent. For an ordinary practitioner, ascending to the rank of Celestial King would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion, worthy of grand celebrations. Yet for a genius like Mo Shu, achieving this rank at such a juncture equated to relinquishing the contest for the Celestial Cloud stage. Moreover, it was not merely the abandonment of the Celestial Cloud stage. As a member of the Mo family, she forfeited a wealth of resources, a core position, and the opportunity to ascend to the highest echelons, among countless other prospects. Although Mo Shu herself did not seem overly concerned, and her family deeply respected her choices, the implications still evoked a sense of regret. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian shook his head. Not everyone can become the protagonist of an era on the long journey of life. Becoming the leading figure in one's own story is what each individual should aspire to. Mo Shu, with the freedom to choose her own path, has already surpassed countless others. However, his own fate seems destined to tread a markedly different path. After having Mo Xiao express his congratulations, he resumed his state of cultivation. In the ensuing days, the intensity of battles escalated daily. Each day brought fierce confrontations, with formidable warriors being ruthlessly eliminated. Tang Tian also encountered Zhang Daoyin from the Tai Alliance, a super powerhouse on par with Mo Shu. Unfortunately, under the relentless bombardment of his improved version of the Great Immortal Technique, he was ultimately defeated and forced to relinquish his resurrection armor. As the tournament progressed, the moment arrived to determine the 3 coveted positions. At last, Tang Tian faced an adversary with whom he had harbored enmity since the very beginning, the god of war Hall, Hun Tao. Chapter 455. Ascension to the Celestial Cloud Platform. Life within the War God Temple has become exceedingly arduous of late. Not only have they become embroiled in a vexatious predicament, but they are also suffering from the combined oppression of the esteemed Lan Ting Xinzuan and the Mo family, leaving them nearly breathless. The survival of the entire War God Temple is precariously tenuous. Many have begun to distance themselves, rendering the temple almost isolated. The current plight can largely be attributed to the internal dissent, with a significant faction blaming Tang Tian for their misfortunes. Ever since Tang Tian entered the Heavenly Mansion, the War God Temple has been on a downward spiral, and the suppression from Lan Ting Xinzuan and the Mo family is directly linked to him. Consequently, many disciples harbor resentment towards Tang Tian, including Hun Tao. Before the Tongsheng Assembly, he was meant to receive the temple's utmost support and ample resources. However, now, All those aspirations have evaporated into thin air. At last, I have encountered you, Tang Tian. Dressed in black, Huntao stood before Tang Tian, gripping a spear. His garments billowed without wind, producing a sound that echoed in the air. Tang Tian, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, coldly remarked, if I recall correctly, we have no grievances between us, not even a single exchange. Why do you appear as though we share a profound enmity? Furrowing his brow, Huntao replied in a grave tone, if it were not for you, how could the War God Temple be in such a deplorable state? You are the root cause of all our troubles. Feeling the palpable animosity emanating from Huntao, Tang Tian sighed inwardly. Such hatred is irreconcilable. Moreover, even if reconciliation were sought, given his current influence, it would require the War God Temple to extend an earnest apology for any chance of mending the rift. To expect him to initiate such a resolution, Tang Tian had not reached such a level of benevolence. If battle is what he desires, then let it be so. With a command from the palace master, the confrontation commenced. Huntao let out a fierce roar, an overwhelming battle intent erupting from him, dispersing the clouds in the sky for miles around. His long hair danced wildly, tendrils of dark energy swirling about him. His gaze intense as two beams of golden light shot forth from the black mist. Subsequently, a colossal divine figure materialized behind him, towering and imposing. As this figure gazed down upon Tang Tian, an immense pressure descended. At that moment, Huntao truly resembled an invincible war god. However, Tang Tian had no inclination to engage with him today. He had already encountered the techniques of top-tier geniuses. Frankly, this seemingly invulnerable divine figure pales in comparison to the ink wash painting crafted by Mo Shu just days prior. Tang Tian, in the midst of his contemplation, Huntao unleashed a furious roar. The divine figure behind him echoed with a resounding cry, the sound reverberating throughout the arena. Before Tang Tian stood the furious Huntao, who bellowed, "Today, you shall pay for all that you have done." With that, he tightened his grip on the long spear and charged fiercely toward Tang Tian. Simultaneously, the colossal figure of the war god behind him let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive fist down towards Tang Tian's head. An overwhelming battle intent locked onto Tang Tian's form. However, Tang Tian remained unruffled, even displaying a hint of boredom in his eyes. Such tactics were rather pedestrian. He could hardly fathom how Huntao had come this far. It was rumored that he had only lost a single match to the carefree Xiao Sun. Very well. Now, he would grant Huntao a second defeat. As Huntao charged forward, Tang Tian slowly raised his palm. Instantly, a gigantic hand materialized above the arena, encompassing both Huntao and the summoned war god within its shadow, obscuring the sun. In the next moment, it came crashing down. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the skies, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Even with the master of the palace controlling the battle's scope, many disciples in the stands were thrown into disarray by the sheer force. When they managed to rise and glance back at the arena, they were left in stunned silence. There lay Huntao, who had moments ago exuded invincibility and valor, now prostrate before Tang Tian, blood gushing from him like a defeated dog. The war god behind him had vanished, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. The onlookers were aghast, scarcely believing their eyes. They had anticipated Tang Tian's victory, yet they had never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. Was Huntao truly so fragile, or was Tang Tian simply too formidable? They shook their heads in disbelief. If Huntao were truly so weak, he would not have reached this stage. Thus, it could only mean that Tang Tian had not revealed his true power until now. It was simply beyond their ability to evaluate. After a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers erupted, as if they could topple the arena itself. Many faces flushed with excitement. For Tang Tian's performance perfectly embodied their vision of a once-in-a-generation prodigy, overlooking all, crushing all. In an instant, Tang Tian's legion of fervent admirers swelled exponentially. Even the master of the palace could not help but marvel. Tang Tian's earlier display had transcended the realm of the De Luo Golden Immortal, embodying the essence of rule. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a slight application of Tang Tian's mastery over the myriad paths. Ultimately, the master of the palace declared Tang Tian the victor, and he became the first to secure a seat on the celestial cloud platform. Upon returning to his position, Tang Tian did not rush to leave, for the final results would be announced today. There were still 2 more battles to come. First, there was the illustrious Xiaoyao Sun from the Xiaoyao family, who faced off against the prodigious Guo Shouguang from the main estate. Xiaoyao Sun, like Tang Tian before him, had never tasted defeat. In this match, he maintained his formidable momentum, dominating Guo Shouguang throughout the bout and ultimately securing a resounding victory, thus earning the second seat on the Immortal Cloud platform. The final contest featured Zhang Daoyin from the Tai Alliance, pitted against the main estate's talented Yuan Ru. Both were left with one last opportunity. Initially, few had high expectations for Yuan Ru, as she was considered the weakest among the four prodigies of the main estate. However, as the tournament progressed, she consistently surpassed expectations and advanced to this critical juncture. Confronted with the formidable Zhang Daoyin, she upheld an exceptionally high standard of combat and an indomitable fighting spirit. After an arduous battle lasting nearly an hour, Yuan Ru drained Zhang Daoyin's celestial energy and stamina, ultimately achieving a hard-fought victory. Thus, the Tangshan Conference came to a close, and the three coveted positions on the Immortal Cloud platform were officially confirmed: Tang Tian, Xiaoyao Sun, and Yuan Ru. This roster was unexpected for all but Xiaoyao Sun, particularly Tang Tian, who few believed could secure a spot prior to the conference. Yet through a series of remarkable performances, he continually reshaped perceptions and emerged as the first to clinch a position on the Immortal Cloud platform with an impeccable record. Such a dazzling achievement will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Tianfu history. However, Tang Tian himself felt little exhilaration. It was merely a small step on his long journey. His true battlefield lies far above, at the pinnacle of the vast sky, where truly formidable adversaries await. Gazing at the heavens, a calm yet resolute glimmer in his eyes concealed an unwavering resolve. He would never allow others to dictate the course of his destiny. Chapter 456. The Unknown Mission under the joint auspices of the revered Immortal Master Lanting and the esteemed Peak Master Gong. The current Tangshan Conference concluded splendidly. This event was marked by numerous exhilarating moments, showcasing young disciples exhibiting extraordinary prowess with spirited enthusiasm, as well as seasoned disciples with lofty ambitions delivering their final performance. However, the most captivating figure, the one who ignited the most fervent discussions, was none other than Tang Tian, a being often referred to as the miracle creator. His presence shattered countless historical records, surpassing the limits of human comprehension at every turn, an achievement so phenomenal that it defied all comparison. Everyone has unanimously concluded that Tang Tian is destined to etch a vibrant chapter in the annals of Yunding Tianfu. Yet, the subject of such admiration, Tang Tian himself, felt little excitement. Ascending the Immortal Cloud platform had always been within his expectations. He could never be outdone by this cohort of young prodigies. This step was merely the first in his ascent to the pinnacle of the heavens. With the conclusion of the Tangshan Conference, he was also made aware of the date for his official entry into the Immortal Cloud platform, early February of next year, just over 2 months away. With a considerable amount of time remaining, he planned to enter seclusion once more, striving to break through to the realm of the Immortal King. Before he could retreat into solitude, Mozho, accompanied by Cici, sought him out. "Are you planning to reside permanently in the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace?" Tang Tian expressed surprise at Ma Shou's words. Although she had not succeeded in ascending the Immortal Cloud platform this time, and was set to relinquish the core position within her family, her strength and talent still promised a bright future and an inevitable rise to prominence within her clan. In light of this, her choice to venture to the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, forsaking all that she could attain, was unexpected. Indeed, Mozho replied with a smile. The integration efforts at the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace are gradually progressing, and the MO family is preparing to establish a presence there to attract some exceptional talents. Hence, I applied for this assignment. For me, the environment there may be more conducive to living, and she gently tousled Cici's little head and continued softly. Cici's friends are all there, and they want to be able to come to Tianfu in the near future. Thus, I made this decision. A change of environment can also lead to a transformation in mindset. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. He then inquired, "After you returned that day, why did you choose to break through to the Immortal King?" He had always been somewhat perplexed by this decision. Mozho smiled gently and explained, "Because I witnessed scenes I had never encountered before. Perhaps you are unaware, but although I have always stood at the core of the MO family from the outside, it may seem I possess unparalleled glory. However, throughout my life, I have remained oblivious to my true desires, allowing everything to unfold according to my family's arrangements. Flowing along with the current. After encountering Cece in the Celestial Palace, my mindset underwent a subtle transformation. This change is difficult to articulate, yet it disrupted my previously established thoughts, akin to the sudden infusion of color into a black and white ink painting. I found myself quite fond of this newfound color, yet I was uncertain of its significance. It wasn't until that day when I beheld you, the true essence of yourself, that my monochromatic existence was irrevocably shattered by your celestial gesture. The so-called core and glory were merely illusions, ephemeral in the face of overwhelming power. Yet, it was through this realization that I discerned the true nature of those colors, subsequently discovering what I genuinely sought. In expressing my gratitude, I slightly bowed to Tang Tian, saying, I am truly grateful for your assistance. You have dismantled the void that was my existence and restored a genuine self. Upon hearing Mo Shu's words, Tang Tian instinctively touched his nose, bemused. How could he not recognize his own prowess, capable of enlightening others? That day, he merely showcased his somewhat outdated methods. There is no need for thanks. It is your own enlightenment, Tang Tian replied with a smile. Nonetheless, congratulations are in order. I hope you navigate your chosen path with ease and success. Mo Shu nodded and then clasped her hands in farewell. Cece waved her small hand, exclaiming, Goodbye, brother Tang Tian. Tang Tian smiled as he affectionately ruffled Cece's little head, subtly infusing a trace of worldly fortune into her being, a small gift, perhaps. Subsequently, Mo Shu and Cece, a pair of figures, one large, one small, departed. As Tang Tian watched their silhouettes fade away, he let out a gentle sigh. One cannot deny that Mo Shu is indeed fortunate. Blessed with extraordinary talent from a young age and raised in the Mo family, a lineage of profound heritage that imposes few restrictions on its descendants. In her blossoming years, she encountered Cece, igniting a bright beacon on her life's path. Furthermore, with Tang Tian severing her ties to the past, she resolutely chose to pursue a life that truly belonged to her. Her journey may not be grandiose, yet it will undoubtedly be one she desires, filled with happiness. This is a feat Tang Tian himself could not achieve. As his cultivation deepened and he faced an increasing array of challenges, he came to comprehend that his own journey was far from simple. If reincarnation bore a known mission, then perhaps his was laden with an unknown purpose. This mission, never before manifested, weighed heavily upon his shoulders, formless and colorless, yet undeniably real. It compelled him to forge ahead, driven solely by the quest to unravel the mysteries surrounding him and seek a means to break free from the constraints of his existence. Traversing through realms, entangled in dual systems, the moon fairy, and the enigmatic black hole of laws he frequently encounters within the world of regulations. He must meticulously unravel each of these matters one by one. With a sigh, Tang Tian turned back to his meditation chamber. The burden is heavy and the journey long. Nevertheless, he must take each step forward, for it is only through perseverance that the mysteries can be unveiled. Ascending to the pinnacle of the firmament will mark a true beginning. Seated in a meditative posture, he calmed his mind and swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The mysterious ancient jade and the moon fairy's jade pendant continuously exerted their power, flooding him with an inexhaustible stream of celestial energy and lunar essence. Subsequently, Tang Tian produced a starry crystal, another divine resource capable of enhancing his training efficiency. Opening his mind, the stellar energy overflowed from the starry crystal, coalescing into a miniature galaxy that flowed into his dantian. With these three powerful sources combined, Tang Tian's cultivation soared at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 457. Breaking through to the Celestial King. 2 months swiftly elapsed. During this period, Tang Tian remained in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. Only during rare moments of respite did he glance at certain external information relayed by Wang Gang and Li Hong. Throughout these 2 months, no significant events transpired. Following the tax collection at the Soul Settling Mountain, the acquisition plans of the Tianxia Commerce Association proceeded remarkably smoothly. Most small to medium-sized merchant associations had been successfully acquired, leaving only a few with intricate networks that proved quite challenging to assimilate. Wang Gang adopted various strategies for these associations. For those with potential, he continued to work diligently. assisting them in resolving external troubles to facilitate a smooth acquisition. Conversely, for the more obstinate ones, he resorted to direct suppression, constricting their operational space. Given the current strength and influence of Tianxia commerce, managing these smaller merchant associations posed no difficulties. Their primary strategy was clear: those who align with us shall prosper, while those who oppose us shall perish. More than half of the large and super merchant associations had also been acquired, with several still in negotiations. Due to their substantial size and internal complexities, the process required additional time. However, according to Wang Gang, there were fundamentally no significant issues. As for the top-tier merchant associations, a strategy of absorption was employed. Even the Xinyu Pavilion succumbed to the might of Tianxia commerce, leaving little room for resistance from other factions. Assimilation was merely a matter of time. All these actions were strictly confined to the commercial sphere, deliberately avoiding any entanglement with the cultivation world's power dynamics. This was to prevent attracting intervention from the higher echelons of the Tianfu. Although Tang Tian currently maintained a highly favorable image among the Tianfu elite, with both Master Lan Ting and Master Ming Xian openly supporting him, he was mindful of maintaining caution. After all, the Yunding Tianfu was not a place governed by a single word. In addition, the arrangements for the Merchant Association's guards were nearly finalized. Master Lan Ting had indeed secured 50 celestial sovereigns and several hundred celestial kings to join the Tianxia Commerce Association, undertaking the responsibility of protection. This formidable assembly left the Xinyu Pavilion utterly astounded. Who orchestrates such a display? Those in the know recognized it as a recruitment of guards, while others might mistakenly believe that preparations were underway for a coup. Consequently, the Xinyu Pavilion promptly reported this matter to the Tianfu higher-ups. However, the response from the upper echelons deepened their despair. It is of no concern. These two simple words conveyed a wealth of information. First, Tang Tian's connections within the upper echelons were far more formidable than they had anticipated. Second, the higher-ups placed complete trust in Tang Tian, confident that he would not exploit this situation for any power plays. Thirdly, such a perfunctory response signifies that the Xinyu Pavilion has completely lost its influence among the higher echelons of Tianfu, as they are utterly indifferent to how the pavilion might perceive their actions. When this response became known to the public, half of the senior members of Xinyu Pavilion fled overnight. After all, merchants are inherently driven by profit, with no future prospects here. Would they wait to be ensnared by others' machinations? However, what was most difficult for Xinyu Pavilion to accept was that these fleeing executives took with them a substantial number of masters, core personnel, and even esteemed sages. Upon learning of this, Feng Yuqing was nearly driven to the brink of fury. She raged and vowed to ensure that these traitors would pay dearly for their betrayal. Yet, the following day, many of the fleeing senior members reappeared in the neighboring Tianxiatong. It turned out that Wang Gang had long been in clandestine negotiations with these individuals. This incident was merely a catalyst. Witnessing this turn of events, Feng Yuqing returned to Xinyu Pavilion, secluding herself, and no one has seen her in public since. The once illustrious business queen has thus faded into obscurity. The status of Xinyu Pavilion plummeted instantaneously, losing its position as a dominant force and relegating itself to a status akin to that of the Mo family, albeit still formidable. For a withered camel is larger than a horse. The acquisition of merchant associations and the hiring of bodyguards brought Tang Tian a considerable influx of resources. The combined yield of Dao Jade from both ventures surpassed initial estimates, reaching an astounding 30 trillion. However, Li Hong's endeavors to unearth the depth of their resources proved to be quite arduous, often met with disdain and sharp rebukes, starkly contrasting with Wang Gang's spirited demeanor. Yet, this was to be expected. No organization with substantial resources would readily part with their assets. Such decisions were merely whims of Tang Tian's inspired moments. Patience is required. Aside from these three significant events, nothing of great consequence transpired. The most noteworthy occurrence was the year-end celebration. This year, Tianfu successfully garnered the allegiance of the world, hosting a celebration more exuberant than those of previous years. The Lord and Chief Elder of the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace also graced Tianfu with their presence, accompanied by some exceptionally talented disciples who had shown during the earlier exchange conference. They truly experienced the prosperity of Tianfu firsthand. Tang Tian learned from Li Hong that these individuals had mentioned him, expressing a desire to meet. At that time, Tang Tian's demeanor cast a shadow over the hearts of all the prodigies from the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace. Nevertheless, Tang Tian did not attend the celebration, choosing instead to continue his training in the secluded chambers. Upon discovering this, the others sighed in admiration, realizing that such prowess stemmed from his unwavering diligence. As he continued to train while others celebrated and relaxed. Truly commendable. However, upon hearing their reflections, Tang Tian remained silent. He wished to convey that his superiority over them had little to do with effort. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that diligence does yield results. On the very night of their grand anniversary celebration, Tang Tian successfully ascended to the pinnacle realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Subsequently, he continued to advance steadily. Within the serene confines of the cultivation chamber on Tongsheng Mountain, Tang Tian sat cross-legged upon a mat, his breath flowing gently as his aura fluctuated, sometimes expanding, at other times retracting. This was a clear indication of his impending breakthrough. After a considerable duration, a sudden pressure from the heavens materialized above the cultivation room. A faint yet potent force of the laws began to permeate the chamber from all directions, pressing down upon Tang Tian. This represented the most formidable hurdle in the ascent from Great Luo Golden Immortal to Immortal King. Only by withstanding this formidable pressure of the law could one transcend their limits and formally enter an entirely new realm. A significant number of Great Luo Golden Immortals had faltered at this final step, for the power of the laws transcended the mere force of immortality, belonging to a higher echelon of strength. However, for Tang Tian, this was but a familiar occurrence. In fact, he relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh, you have finally arrived." He then fully opened his mind to welcome the arrival of these forces. Not merely the pressure, but even the true force of the laws, Tang Tian embraced without reservation. Moments later, he absorbed all the incoming power, and unbeknownst to him, his cultivation underwent a profound transformation. A subtle yet commanding aura emanated from him, a breath that was uniquely that of an immortal king. Chapter 458. The upcoming arrangements. The title of Immortal King stands as a pivotal watershed among the 9 realms of the immortal world. Beneath the Immortal King, even the great Luo Golden Immortals remain ensconced within the confines of what it means to be an immortal. The distinction lies merely in the increasing purity and density of their immortal energy. However, upon ascending to the rank of Immortal King, a profound transformation occurs. This realm grazes the essence of the laws. Albeit merely skimming the surface, it signifies a stark departure from prior states. For the vast majority of cultivators, this represents a critical and arduous juncture, as it embodies a process of ascension from nothingness to existence. In contrast, Tang Tian's journey is rather inverse. Prior to his ascension to Immortal King, he had already harnessed a plethora of world laws through the system, even mastering a significant portion of the chaotic laws. These are true laws, far surpassing the mere concept of law power. Thus, for him, this process becomes one of descent, devoid of any substantial challenge. The most formidable aspect instead lies in the accumulation of immortal energy. Once this energy reaches a sufficient threshold, subsequent realms, including those of Immortal Venerable and Immortal Emperor, will flow as effortlessly as a boat gliding downstream. As the aura of the Immortal King gradually coalesced, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. He had finally taken this immensely critical step. Feeling the transformation of power within him, a satisfied smile graced his face. No longer would he need to endure the arduous and monotonous confinement of rigorous cultivation. Instead, he could effortlessly absorb immortal energy through the capabilities of the mysterious ancient jade and the moon immortal pendant during the process of converting this energy into law power. After calming his slightly exhilarated emotions, Tang Tian contemplated his forthcoming situation. Estimating the time, he realized it was nearly time to enter the Immortal Cloud platform. This was a distinct realm that could only be comprehended upon entry. Nonetheless, his objective remained singular: to secure a place at the pinnacle of the firmament. Whether it required becoming a holy son or a divine son, he was amenable to any path that led him there. A more pressing concern, however, was how to continue amassing a substantial number of consumption points. Currently, he had accrued over 30 trillion, a far cry from the target of 500 trillion, which remained less than 1% of his goal. This was indeed a formidable challenge. The bodyguard scheme had reached its limits. and the constraints surrounding the acquisition of foundational resources rendered it an ineffective strategy. The only viable course left was the Universal Commerce Association. If he could negotiate with the remaining large and supersized trade associations and dismantle a portion of the premier associations, the total consumption could potentially exceed 100 trillion. 1/50th. Tang Tian mused, realizing that sometimes, when wealth reaches a certain magnitude, the act of spending it can become a perplexing endeavor. It is akin to possessing a staggering 100 billion in your pocket, only to find yourself amidst an immense night market teeming with delectable snacks. A jianbing guozi paired with 100 eggs costs merely 100 currency units, making it quite the challenge to exhaust such a vast fortune in this setting. Nevertheless, for the sake of his future security, Tang Tian must devise a means to deplete his wealth. After much contemplation, he resolved to commence with the Tianxia Commerce Association. This world is remarkably expansive, although the external consumption levels pale in comparison to those of the Cloud Summit South Main Estate. The sheer volume is overwhelming. For instance, the commercial sphere around the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace is estimated to be in the vicinity of several trillion. There are numerous other locales of similar stature. Following closely are those valued between hundreds of billions and trillions, which are even more numerous. As for places within the hundreds of millions or tens of millions, they are as abundant as stars scattered across the night sky. Should the Tianxia Commerce Association manage to assimilate all these regions, it could easily surpass 100 billion. Additionally, acquiring surrounding territories, purchasing secret realms, and cities would also contribute to a significant figure, even if the ultimate goal remains unattainable. This presents a commendable avenue for expenditure. However, the singular dilemma lies in how to rapidly promote the Tianxia Commerce Association. Conventional methods are undoubtedly inadequate. They are excessively time-consuming, and the workforce of the association is woefully insufficient. The complete absorption of the Qingyue sect's commerce took over half a year. If Tang Tian is to realize his aspirations, a century may not suffice. The mere distance presents a formidable constraint. He cannot afford to wait such an interminable span. Thus, what method exists that is both convenient and swift, capable of bridging this distance? Tang Tian pondered in silence, and after a brief interval, 3 words materialized in his mind: Xuantian Realm. This virtual domain left an indelible impression on him since he first encountered it in the Imperial City. The advantages of an online platform far surpass those of a physical one. Moreover, within the cultivation realm, the logistics of transporting goods are remarkably straightforward. Establishing a teleportation portal suffices, allowing for instantaneous delivery, an absolute boon for avid online shoppers. Furthermore, the value that the internet can generate is far more profound than it appears. A truth Tang Tian understands all too well. After deliberation, he solidified his forthcoming direction. The commercial sector has been nearly fully acquired, sufficiently supporting the establishment of this online platform. In due time, he intends to center operations around the commerce of the estate and swiftly radiate outward in all directions, effectively broadening the scope. Therefore, the next step is to locate Bai Nuyi and formally discuss the acquisition of the Xuantian realm. Should the acquisition proceed smoothly, all will be well. However, if it proves unfeasible, he will have to resort to unconventional methods. Following the previous negotiation, Tang Tian has secured the qualification to enter the celestial surveillance realm, and has also acquired a certain degree of administrator privileges. With this limited authority, he can prompt Xiao Ji to unveil the core operational mechanisms of the celestial surveillance realm. Subsequently, he intends to create a makeshift version of it. Regardless of the challenges, he is determined to realize the vision of this online platform. Otherwise, the ambitious target of 500 billion remains an elusive dream, with no clear timeline for its achievement. After contemplating additional details, Tang Tian finalized this plan, preparing to seek out Bai Nuyi for a discussion once he emerges from seclusion. Thereafter, he turned his focus inward, reflecting on his current combat capabilities. At present, he has mastered a substantial array of worldly laws in exchange for some chaotic laws as well. With the activation of the domain of all laws, he is now confident that he could contend with not just celestial sovereigns, but even celestial emperors. However, he considers this a trump card, one that he would not reveal easily. After all, should he inadvertently frighten others, it might prompt the guardian from the pinnacle of the firmament to intervene, which would be far from amusing. Therefore, he must approach the situation with conventional strategies in mind. Chapter 459. Unexpected changes currently. Tang Tian possesses two conventional methods. The first is the path of all methods, and the second comprises those superior celestial techniques of the great completion level. However, after the Enlightenment Conference, Tang Tian realized that, in the presence of these top-tier prodigies, merely having the superior celestial techniques at the great completion level is insufficient. Each of these individuals has mastered at least one superior celestial technique of the great completion level, perfectly attuned to their own circumstances, and has continuously optimized them. Moreover, many have cultivated specialized secret arts that surpass even the enhanced celestial techniques, like Mo Shu's ink painting scroll. Although the path of all methods maintained its overwhelming dominance during the Enlightenment Conference, upon reaching the celestial cloud platform and subsequently advancing to the stages of Holy Sun and Divine Sun, it may no longer suffice. Thus, Tang Tian recognized the necessity to further strengthen his conventional methods. After some contemplation, he resolved to adopt the simplest and most direct approach, fusion. Given the multitude of celestial techniques and Tao arts he practiced, individually enhancing any one of them would squander the potential of the others. Therefore, he decided to amalgamate them all. This endeavor was not particularly arduous for him. Soon, Tang Tian commenced the fusion process. After a day and night, two entirely new conventional methods emerged. The first, a fusion of all superior celestial techniques at the great completion level, was named the minor path of all methods fist. Its power had escalated several levels beyond that of ordinary great completion celestial techniques. Had he possessed this technique during the last competition, he would have effortlessly shattered Mo Shu's ink painting scroll. The second method was derived from the fusion of the path of all methods Tao arts, aptly named the major path of all methods fist. This technique approached the strength of the realm of all methods, and he believed that even when encountering prodigies on the celestial cloud platform or the Holy Sun, he could handle them with ease. Both the minor and major path of all methods fists exhibit considerable potential for growth. Should he cultivate new celestial techniques in the future, he can seamlessly integrate them into his existing repertoire, prioritizing convenience. Having completed these tasks, Tang Tian finally rose and departed from the meditation chamber. Qingshu Courtyard. Having been away for over 2 months, Tang Tian felt a profound nostalgia for this abode. The little red koi in the pond had unified the courtyard's small demon realm, establishing itself as an undeniable sovereign. Each time Tang Tian returned, it would present exquisite little gifts, demonstrating its loyalty. Unfortunately, Tang Tian observed that after ascending to a level commensurate with the profound immortal realm, the influence of the world's fortune had noticeably diminished, no longer flowing as smoothly as before. Perhaps this represents the limit of worldly fortune. Nonetheless, it remains extraordinarily remarkable. Advancing to the profound immortal realm within a year is indeed more vigorous than Tang Tian himself. Of course, this is also attributable to his residence in Qingshu Courtyard. Had he been in the actual external world, the journey would undoubtedly have been fraught with far more challenges. After a brief respite, Tang Tian summoned Wang Gang and Li Hong. After gaining an understanding of the recent developments, he proposed the upcoming plans. Wang Gang furrowed his brow, contemplating earnestly before nodding and stating, "I believe this is feasible. If we could indeed seize control of the celestial navigation realm, it would undoubtedly benefit our forthcoming acquisition endeavors. Furthermore, should this virtual world truly unfold as you have described, I can scarcely fathom the magnificent prosperity that would ensue." As a remarkably astute businessman, he quickly sensed the opportunities presented by the online platform. Tang Tian responded affirmatively, saying, "Let us commence preparations. We shall first select a portion of individuals for training, then identify suitable merchants. When the time comes for promotion, they will be ready to join. As for Bai Nuai, I shall handle the negotiations." Wang Gang nodded. "That is straightforward. We will begin with the current celestial navigation realm. Several merchants we have acquired are already established within it." Soon enough, they had deliberated the specific plans moving forward. Tang Tian's responsibility would be to secure the crucial Bai Nuai. With just under half a month remaining before formally entering the Xianyan platform, Tang Tian resolved to rest for 2 days before reaching out to her. However, to his surprise, that very evening, Mo Xiao arrived with news that was less than favorable. "Bai Nuai has caught the attention of Prince Yu?" Tang Tian paused in his action of pouring wine. Mo Xiao nodded, taking the wine jug into her own hands, pouring as she explained, to be precise. He is fixated on Shan Jiotang and the celestial navigation realm. In this month following the new year, two influential figures have perished, and after extensive investigation, all evidence points to the internal factions within Tianfu. The enforcement hall has shifted its focus entirely here, and a significant conflict seems inevitable. Yet, Prince Yu remains steadfast in his belief that Liu Changge is the one orchestrating these events and has not relinquished his investigation in that direction. Recently, he appears to have uncovered new leads, which implicate Shan Jiotang and the celestial navigation realm. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. Prince Yu bears his own responsibilities, thus he would undoubtedly pursue Liu Changge without abandon. But wasn't Ti Bai Nua a well-developed informant for him? Why had she suddenly become entangled in this web? Tang Tian found this maneuver perplexing. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to involve himself in the clash between those two individuals. Given that Bai Nua was already under scrutiny, he must hasten his own pace to prevent losing both her and the celestial navigation realm. Do you think it would be problematic if I approached Bai Nua now to discuss some business matters? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively. That should pose no issue. Prince Yu has yet to find substantial evidence, so for the time being, she remains safe. Moreover, she said with a smile, who would dare to question you now? If he were to initiate an investigation against you, let alone anything else, your devoted followers would surely rise up and devour him whole. Tang Tian acknowledged her words. Indeed, following the Holy Assembly, he had garnered a significant following, their loyalty rivaling that of true believers. However, if you wish to consult Bai Nuyi about any matters, it would be prudent to do so sooner rather than later. Such matters are unpredictable, and one can never be certain when Prince Yu might acquire indisputable evidence, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. This visit from Mo Xiaoxiao was brief, primarily to discuss this particular issue. Additionally, she sought to inform Tang Tian that a major conflict could soon erupt. Even if the primary battleground does not lie within the commercial sector, it would inevitably exert some degree of influence. After conveying her message, she took her leave. Tang Tian, in turn, promptly reached out to Bai Nui. Chapter 460, The Self-Detonation of Bai Nua New Treasure Island, the main building of the Universal Commerce Association. After more than half a year of development, this place has become the most bustling area of the entire Wanbao Pool. Guests continuously flock to the entrance. Even during the night, the flow remains undiminished. In fact, a vast marketplace has emerged in the grand square outside the association, filled with diverse offerings, food, entertainment, and stalls selling various goods. Such a scene was never witnessed during the dominance of the Divine Jade Pavilion. However, the Universal Commerce Association is distinct, prioritizing convenience for all cultivators. This aspect has significantly enhanced its reputation, establishing an overwhelming competitive advantage. In contrast, the Divine Jade Pavilion has waned considerably since the recent high-level escape incident, creating a stark contrast between the two associations. If this trend continues, it is likely that the Divine Jade Pavilion will soon be entirely ousted from its core position on New Treasure Island. The 8th floor of the Universal Commerce Association's main building is designated for Tang Tian's meetings, while the 7th floor serves as the entrance to the Celestial Patrol. At this moment, Tang Tian and Bai Nua are seated across from each other. Young Master Tang, it has been quite some time since we last met. Bai Nua, clad in a flowing white garment, exudes an aura of ethereal grace combined with composure, evoking a sense of gentleness. Tang Tian pours her a fragrant tea. Smiling as he remarks, I have been in seclusion recently. I hope you do not take offense, Master Bai. Please, she replies, and without hesitation. She lifts the teacup and drains its contents in one swift motion. The act of drinking tea carries profound significance, especially in the realm of commerce. To refrain from drinking signifies a lack of confidence in the negotiations at hand, suggesting considerable reservations and a less than amicable relationship, making successful negotiations quite challenging. A gentle sip indicates a willingness to engage further and denotes a friendly rapport. Conversely, a casual approach signifies a familiarity that transcends formalities. Numerous other interpretations exist, depending on the circumstances. However, it is exceedingly rare for someone like Bai Nua to consume the tea entirely at the outset. Moreover, after finishing, she does not afford Tang Tian the opportunity to refill her cup. Instead, she lightly sets it aside. A sense of unease stirs within Tang Tian. If young Master Tang has matters to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly. I fear my time is limited, Bai Nua states softly. Tang Tian pauses for a moment, then responds, I shall be direct. I sought you out today regarding the affairs of the Celestial Patrol. I am quite fond of the business model employed there, and after this period of collaboration, I find it to be quite satisfactory. Thus, I wish for our collaboration to deepen further. Upon hearing this, Bai Nua suddenly smiled and shook her head, saying, Young Master Tang has just emerged from seclusion and remains unaware of the recent events, does he? Tang Tian pondered for a moment and replied, If you are referring to the involvement of the Celestial Patrol in the assassination case, then I am indeed aware. However, this should not hinder our collaboration, should it? Bai Nua smiled gently, then shook her head. Had you proposed this collaboration a month ago, young Master Tang, there might have been a possibility. But now, it is too late. Tang Tian furrowed his brows. He had not anticipated such a response from Bai Nua. After sipping his fragrant tea, he inquired, Has the situation escalated to such an extent? Bai Nua responded slowly. Perhaps it is even more dire than you imagine. Wang Ziyu has likely commenced his actions. Tang Tian, somewhat perplexed, asked, If I recall correctly, you previously had a collaborative relationship with Wang Ziyu. How did it come to this? Bai Nua smiled and replied, Have you not heard the saying? The most dangerous place is often the safest. By choosing to collaborate with him and discarding some inconsequential pawns, I can better pursue my ambitions. Unfortunately, he has been overly cautious and has never fully trusted me from the outset. After hearing this, Tang Tian's frown deepened. Are you admitting that you orchestrated those assassination events? His voice grew colder. With this declaration, the matter transcended mere acquisition of the Celestial Patrol. What was Bai Nua truly attempting? To choose self-destruction in front of him. Sensing Tang Tian's chill, Bai Nua nodded directly and said, Indeed, it was I who did it. Tang Tian's smile faded, his expression turning indifferent. What is your purpose in coming here today? To shift the blame? Yet Bai Nua displayed no signs of anxiety, smiling as she replied, There is no need for you to worry excessively, young Master Tang. Given your current influence in Tianfu, even if I wished to shift the blame, I would be unable to do so. Wang Ziyu has already found concrete evidence. Had you not invited me here today, I might have already been taken away. I merely wish to meet with you one last time before that happens, lest I lose the opportunity entirely. Tang Tian fell silent, astonished that matters had escalated to this point. He had initially intended to acquire the Celestial Patrol through Bai Nua, but now that possibility seemed utterly extinguished. What do we have to discuss? Our acquaintance hardly runs deep, he remarked, switching his cup and pouring himself some Moon Fairy wine. Between him and Bai Nui, there was truly little intersection. They had merely crossed paths a few times and struck a single business deal. By both sentiment and reason, she should not have been the one to witness this final encounter. Yet, Bai Nui gazed quietly at Tang Tian, a profound smile gracing her features. I merely wish to glimpse once more the individuals whom both of them regard with such trepidation. At this moment, what could be the intention behind their invitation to me? Alas, it seems you are solely interested in conducting business. Tang Tian's thoughts momentarily faltered. The two of them? One must be Wang Ziyu, but the other? He turned his gaze to Bai Nui, only to discern another tall silhouette behind her. Is your exposure a manifestation of his will? Tang Tian inquired. Bai Nui did not respond directly to his question. Instead, she smiled slowly and said, He forbade me from engaging with you, yet I chose to disregard his wishes. Thus, this must be the outcome. However, he genuinely cares about you, and I wish to impart one more piece of wisdom. There is no future in Tianfu. It is still not too late to withdraw. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence once more. This very statement had been echoed by Lu Chang'e during their last meeting. Just as he prepared to articulate further thoughts, Wang Gang's message chimed in. Wang Ziyu and the enforcers have already arrived. Chapter 461. Unraveling the core entity. The unexpected self-detonation of Bai Nui was an unforeseen event for Tang Tian. Although Bai Nui ultimately refrained from providing an answer, he was acutely aware that the shadow of Lu Chang'e loomed behind this incident. Why sacrifice Bai Nui? Was it a result of falling into a disadvantage during the confrontation with Wang Ziyu? Was this merely a matter of taking advantage of the situation? Or was it a deliberate act? Tang Tian remained oblivious and uninterested in uncovering the truth. The clandestine battle between the two was one he would not partake in. Nonetheless, Bai Nui's final warning strikingly reminiscent of Lu Chang's, lingered in his mind. Should their ultimate aim truly be the entirety of the Tianfu, then his consumption plan would necessitate an acceleration. As long as he could reach his objectives ahead of schedule, even if Lu Chang'e intended to obliterate the Tianfu, it would bear little consequence for him. Observing Bai Nuyi being taken away by the chief of the law enforcement hall, Tang Tian let out a soft sigh and settled into a seat by the window. Wang Ziyu did not depart, but rather took a seat across from Tang Tian. Rest assured, the chain of evidence is robust, irrefutable. You will not be implicated, Wang Ziyu assured him. However, he soon exhaled deeply. Tang Tian glanced at him and remarked, "Since the mastermind has already been apprehended, what is there to sigh about? I've heard you've been overwhelmed lately. Isn't this a fine opportunity to take a respite?" Wang Ziyu sighed again, managing a wry smile. "Please, spare me the sarcasm. We both know that Bai Nuyi is far from the ultimate culprit. She is merely a pawn cast aside by Lu Chang'e. The issue lies in the fact that the evidence is indisputable, devoid of any loopholes. I have even lost the trail for further investigation into Lu Chang'e. I feel as though my head is about to split open." He scratched his head vigorously and added, "Where's that sugary drink of yours? Bring it forth. I need a moment to recuperate." Tang Tian chose not to engage with him on that note, instead pouring a glass of Moon Fairy wine. The state of his headache held little relevance for him. "What are you planning to do with Bai Nuyi?" he inquired, redirecting his focus to the matters concerning the Celestial Patrol. Wang Ziyu gulped down the Moon Fairy wine, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled a long breath. He then replied, "What else can be done? We shall proceed according to the laws of the Tianfu. As the mastermind, she cannot escape her fate, at the very least. She will be stripped of all her powers. Other involved parties will be interrogated one by one, with appropriate measures taken, imprisonment or exile, as warranted. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this matter should conclude here. But could there truly be no unforeseen events? How could that be possible?" Wang Ziyu rubbed his temples, and the Moon Fairy wine seemed to gradually soothe his agitated emotions. Tang Tian poured him another glass, placing it before him. "What about the related industries? I was just about to strengthen cooperation with the Celestial Patrol, when Prince Yu slowly remarked, such collaboration is undoubtedly impossible now. The issues surrounding the Celestial Patrol are quite substantial. Bai Nuyi is merely the representative. The enforcement hall will undoubtedly pursue the matter to its conclusion. At the very least, they must ascertain who the true puppet master behind the Celestial Patrol is, and whether there exists any necessary connection with the recent cases. However, until evidence is found, it is unlikely they will take drastic actions against the Celestial Patrol. After all, there are numerous businesses involved, and managing that is a troublesome affair. While there is still some time, you should promptly extricate yourself to avoid losses." Upon hearing Prince Yu's words, Tang Tian felt a slight sense of relief. As long as the Celestial Patrol remained intact, he had other plans. Acquiring the Celestial Patrol was merely a shortcut. He had another viable path. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian inquired, "So, how do you feel about this contest? Are you confident in your victory? As it stands, it seems you have been led around by the nose." Prince Yu lifted his wine glass, took a sip, and replied, "Indeed, that individual is the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered. It's as if he possesses omniscience, accurately predicting every step I take. However," he straightened up, looking at Tang Tian with a sly grin, "I am not so easily dealt with either. During this time, I have laid down some hidden pieces. If Lu Chang'e truly believes he can manipulate me at will, he is sorely mistaken." He did not elaborate further, yet the expression on his face spoke volumes. Tang Tian couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Both of these individuals were indeed not to be underestimated. The outcome of this struggle remained uncertain at this stage. "Aren't you afraid of me turning around and selling you out after sharing all this?" Tang Tian scoffed. Prince Yu laughed heartily. "Oh, come now. That fellow, like you, would do anything to avoid me. Before you even approach, he vanishes without a trace. In truth, if it weren't for the pressure from above, I would prefer not to interact with an unknown entity like yourself." Tang Tian rolled his eyes, as if to say he was some kind of monster. "Have there been any new orders from above lately?" he asked. Prince Yu shook his head. "None. Just the usual request for me to report your situation regularly. They are still more concerned with the matter of the Bamboo Grove Taoist remains. I have a feeling this issue may not be as simple as I imagined." Tang Tian nodded slightly. The absence of new directives likely indicated that they had focused their attention on him and the other lesser existence, concealing everything. It further suggested that when he ascended to the pinnacle of the sky, the other party would likely make a move. He wondered if Lu Chang's actions would have significant repercussions, so everything needed to proceed swiftly. Time was indeed of the essence. After a brief interlude, Prince Yu rose to take his leave. He intended only to rest momentarily, with no intention of involving Tang Tian in his affairs. Once Prince Yu departed, Tang Tian ascended to the 7th floor of the Tianxiatong main building. This was the very location whereby Nuo Yi had originally crafted the entrance to the celestial realm. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a golden orb of light gradually materialized, hovering before Tang Tian's gaze. This orb represented the celestial realm's rules, retroactively deduced by Xiao Ji through prior administrative permissions. Indeed, Tang Tian had initiated this process from the very beginning. He had placed Xiao Ji here specifically to analyze the rules of the celestial realm. It took several months for this endeavor to reach completion. Unfortunately, despite having delineated the rules, subsequent analysis revealed that recreating a virtual world akin to the celestial realm necessitated a certain pivotal core vessel, an entity shrouded in mystery, the analysis of which would require considerable time. Moreover, even if the vessel could be deciphered, there was no guarantee of locating an identical counterpart. Thus, Tang Tian sought by Nuo Yi, hoping to acquire the celestial realm directly. However, following the recent events, this avenue had become unfeasible. Consequently, the only option left was to forcefully decipher it. Xiao Ji, Tang Tian called upon the entity stationed on the 7th floor. He then resolutely issued the command to commence the decryption of the core vessel of the celestial realm. Chapter 462. Ascending Tianqi Mountain, the Shanjiao Hall has collapsed. The hall leader, Bai Nuyi, has been imprisoned, and the majority of the upper echelons have been uprooted, plunging the entire organization into utter chaos. Other halls within the good and evil society hastily began selectively absorbing members from Shanjiao Hall. However, they dared not overreach, lest they attract the suspicions of the law enforcement hall. Simultaneously, various other factions seized the opportunity to strike, aiming to capitalize on the misfortune of Shanjiao Hall. In isolation, Shanjiao Hall could be regarded as a formidable power, second only to the top-tier forces. Its downfall unleashed considerable potential for profit. The other halls within the good and evil society, now restrained, inadvertently benefited other factions. Nevertheless, these factions exercised restraint, targeting only those interests closest to themselves. Mindful of the repercussions that might follow once the dust settled and the good and evil society sought retribution. In stark contrast, one faction displayed a flagrant disregard for caution, the Tianxia Trading Association led by Tang Tian. The primary operations of Shanjiao Hall revolved around international trade based on Wanbao Island. Following its sudden collapse, Wang Gang promptly took action. The vast majority of Shanjiao Hall's assets, partners, and supply channels were swiftly acquired by the Tianxia Trading Association. Compared to the other factions, Tianxia's actions were remarkably swift and efficient. What accounted for this? At its core, it stemmed from Tang Tian's boundless financial resources and the consistently favorable terms offered by Tianxia Trading Association. While other factions sought to exploit the situation for minimal cost and maximum gain, Tianxia did not impose draconian terms in light of Shanjiao Hall's sudden downfall. Instead, they maintained a fair approach, paying what was due. When encountering members of Shanjiao Hall who had suffered unjustly due to the chaos, they extended substantial humanitarian assistance, demonstrating a generosity that surpassed even that of the other halls within the good and evil society. In this juxtaposition of actions, the members of Shanjiao Hall were not oblivious. They were naturally inclined to accept the acquisition by Tianxia. Many expressed their gratitude with tears, vocally praising the benevolence of Tianxia Trading Association. Even the higher-ups within the Tianfu acknowledged and lauded the actions of Tianxia, asserting that if the internal forces within Tianfu could maintain a spirit of unity and positivity akin to theirs, a previously unimagined flourishing realm of cultivation could be realized. Regardless of external evaluations, Tang Tian reveled in the sudden influx of trillions into his coffers, grinning broadly. No matter what the collapse of Shanjiao Hall might signify, or what subsequent plans Lu Chang'e might devise, these myriad points of consumption had successfully fallen into Tang Tian's grasp. This was precisely what Tang Tian coveted most. If the downfall of each faction yields such considerable benefits, then Tang Tian might as well retreat to a corner and indulge in secret curses. Of course, this is merely a whimsical thought, for Tang Tian is not so idle. Shortly after the incident at the Shanjia Hall, he is set to ascend to the Xianyan platform. Just 3 days prior to the designated date, an elder from Tianqi Mountain approached him. His name was Yang Shua Xianzuan, a senior elder belonging to the lineage of the Grand Elder. Lanting Xianzuan only oversees the peak disciples of Tongxing Mountain, along with the core disciples, formal disciples, and entry-level disciples. However, once one ascends to the Xianyan platform, the management will fall under the purview of Tianqi Mountain, led by the Grand Elder. Yet, the Grand Elder is merely an administrator. The true authorities, the Xianyan platform, the Holy Son, and the Divine Son, will always be the 3 lords of the estate. Yang Shua Xianzuan exuded an air of solemnity, his demeanor suggesting a person forged through trials of blood and fire. When Tang Tian inquired about the reason for his early visit, Yang Shua Xianzuan replied coolly, "You will understand once you arrive." After that, he fell silent, leaving Tang Tian with no choice but to accompany him as they departed Tongxing Mountain. Upon reaching the entrance at the foot of Tianqi Mountain, Tang Tian discovered that his companions, the carefree Sun and Yuan Ru, were already waiting there. Their eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise upon seeing Tang Tian alongside Yang Shua Xianzuan. However, they exchanged nods and said nothing further. Following Yang Shua Xianzuan through the grand entrance of Tianqi Mountain, this place was reserved solely for the upper echelons of Tianfu, as well as those of the Xianyan platform, the Holy Son, and the Divine Son. As Yang Shua Xianzuan produced a token and passed through the threshold, Tang Tian immediately sensed a distinct difference within. The laws of the heavenly Tao here were remarkably more refined than those of the outside world, to a degree that even surpassed that of the secondary realms. It was no wonder that many claimed that only by successfully ascending Tianqi Mountain could one have the potential to become an immortal emperor. However, upon closer inspection, Tang Tian realized that the laws enveloping Tianqi Mountain felt somewhat rigid, akin to a formidable presence forcibly transplanting the laws of the celestial summit to this very location. Looking up, he noticed a dark statue obscured within the thick clouds, a forbidden statue, one of the most enigmatic entities of Tianfu. Tang Tian had observed it during his time at Qingwei Gate, yet everyone had chosen to remain eerily silent about it, as if fearing to provoke some grave taboo. Even now, his understanding of the forbidden statue was scant, with little documentation available regarding it. Tang Tian had always found this puzzling, but upon ascending Tianqi Mountain today, a flicker of enlightenment dawned upon him. For the power of the laws transcending the world itself seemed to stem from this very forbidden statue. Such means undoubtedly indicate the presence of a formidable being atop the celestial realm, perhaps even that legendary deity of renown. When entangled with such an existence, it is only natural to become a taboo. The 4 individuals ascended the steps, continually climbing amidst the profound jungle. Suddenly, Yuan Ru quietly approached Tang Tian and whispered, "Young Master Tang, did you and the immortal Master Yang Shua know each other previously?" Tang Tian was taken aback and replied, "No." Yuan Ru gasped, "Then why were you personally received by the immortal Master Yang Shua?" "Both Xiaoyao Sun and I merely received notifications and made our way to the entrance of Tianqi Mountain on our own. I had thought your network of connections had grown so vast that even the high-ranking elders of Tianqi Mountain had become your subordinates." Tang Tian remained silent, as he had little acquaintance with Yuan Ru and thus did not grasp her personality. On the surface, she appeared to be a rather reserved girl, solely devoted to cultivation and study. However, it seemed otherwise now. "I truly do not know him," Tang Tian stated softly. "This is my first encounter with Elder Yang Shua." Yuan Ru responded with an "oh" and did not pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao Sun maintained an aloof demeanor, disregarding everyone around her. After a while, a picturesque scene of mountains and water unfolded before them. "We have arrived," declared immortal Master Yang Shua. Chapter 463. Farewell to Luo Shi in this ancient mountainous gorge. The old locust tree stands as robust as several individuals combined, its trunk twisting and turning in an irregular fashion. Nearby, even sturdier willow trees have bent low, their numerous branches cascading downwards, transforming into new shoots and roots. The stream cascades down the moss-covered rocks, carving a colossal pit into the blue stones below. Amidst the dense thickets of flowers and grasses, several weathered pavilions lie concealed. This is Shui Mu Gorge. In the future, you will predominantly reside here at Tianqi Mountain. the celestial master of Yangshuo stated. He then proceeded along a stone-paved path deeper into the gorge, with Tang Tian and the others hastily following. Moments later, they arrived before a few tile-roofed houses. These structures appeared akin to ordinary rural dwellings long devoid of inhabitants, with red bricks faded and the tiles overgrown with various wild grasses and flowers. The courtyard outside was also overrun with weeds, and small creatures could be seen scurrying about. This arrangement starkly contrasted with other locales in Tianfu. However, Tang Tian could vaguely sense that everything here had been tainted by the power of rules. Though the tile-roofed houses seemed perilously on the verge of collapse, even a powerful celestial master could not dislodge a single tile from their roofs. This is it. Xian Yao Sun, the room on your left. Yuan Ru, the room on your right. Tang Tian, you will occupy this one. The celestial master of Yangshuo quickly allocated their respective dwellings. Yet, upon seeing his assigned room, Tang Tian fell into silence. Xian Yao Sun's room was a brick and tile house resembling that of a typical farmer, with a well in the front yard and a path leading to the main entrance. Yuan Ru's room was even more rudimentary, a mud brick dwelling where weathered straw could be seen washed out by rain. The only advantage it had over Xian Yao Sun's was a larger courtyard with a vegetable garden enclosed by a fence. As for Tang Tian's room, it boasted a bright red brick wall, a crimson wooden door, and outside the courtyard, bamboo and flowering plants were cultivated. Looking through the courtyard gate, he could see not only 3 houses, but also an orderly arrangement within the yard, with several stone paths leading to different rooms. Beside the well in the courtyard, there was even a small pond, clear as a mirror. While this condition was still far from that of Qingshu Courtyard or Zizhu Courtyard, in comparison to the other two, it was like night and day. Xian Yao Sun and Yuan Ru resembled mere tenants of Tang Tian's estate. But why was that? The celestial master of Yangshuo is an esteemed elder. He truly has no connection with them. Such a situation can easily lead to misunderstandings. Tang Tian instinctively glanced at Yuan Ru beside him. Indeed, her eyes were nearly bulging in disbelief. It seems to be silently imploring Tang Tian, you claim not to know him. Tang Tian turned his head. Regardless of the circumstances, it would surely be preferable to have better conditions. He wasn't foolish enough to voice any objections at this moment. Yuan Ru appeared eager to inquire, yet before she could utter a word, the icy voice of the immortal master Yangshuo interjected. Rule 1 for disciples of the Xianyun platform: unconditional obedience to all arrangements. Should you have any objections, either return to being your peak disciple or strive to become a holy son, at which point you may have the luxury of choice. This proclamation stifled Yuan Ru's questions. After all, they had painstakingly arrived at Tianqi Mountain. No one wished to retreat in disgrace. Was it merely the less than ideal living conditions? What of it? The cultivation environment here was undoubtedly superior to that of Tongxing Mountain, a fact they all could perceive. That sufficed. As cultivators, should they truly concern themselves with such superficial matters? Yuan Ru glanced at Tang Tian's red brick courtyard and forcibly turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. After arranging their accommodations, the immortal master Yangshuo informed Tang Tian and the others of some basic matters. Disciples of the Xianyun platform, regardless of their strength or seniority, resided within the confines of Shuamu Stream. As long as they did not leave Shuamu Stream, they were free to engage in whatever activities they wished, without any restrictions. At the heart of Shuamu Stream lay the exchange area for Xianyun platform disciples, where life, entertainment, and trade transpired. Each disciple's residence served as their cultivation space. Although the exteriors appeared rather chaotic, the interiors were well equipped, and the efficacy of cultivation surpassed that of Tongxing Mountain by a considerable margin. There was little else to convey. Perhaps the immortal master Yangshuo was simply disinclined to elaborate. In any case, it sufficed to remember these essential points. Upon concluding his remarks, he handed each of them a formation token and a communication jade slip. The formation token granted access to their respective residences, while the communication jade slip enabled direct contact with him. For the foreseeable future, the three would be directly overseen by immortal master Yangshuo. Once all matters were addressed, he took flight and departed. The trio watched as his figure swiftly receded until it vanished entirely, at which point they all exhaled softly in relief. Undoubtedly, the bloodthirsty aura emanating from immortal master Yangshuo was quite imposing. Once he had left, they felt somewhat more at ease. However, when Tang Tian regained his composure, He noticed Yuan Ru glaring at him with a deeply resentful expression. Tang Tian awkwardly smiled and said, I did not deceive you. I truly do not know Immortal Master Yangshua. I am as puzzled as you are by his behavior. Yuan Ru's face was etched with the words, you must be joking. And she muttered under her breath, if there is a connection, then there is a connection. It is not something to be ashamed of. It makes me seem as though I am intentionally drawing close to you, harboring ulterior motives. Yet, I find myself merely in admiration of you, wishing to learn more about your essence. She murmured softly while making her way back to her dwelling. Tang Tian felt a tinge of helplessness. Had he inadvertently lost a devoted admirer? However, he genuinely could not fathom the reason behind it. Turning to glance at Xiao Sun, he noted that this individual remained composed, showing no signs of being affected by the disparity in their abodes. Tang Tian could not help but nod inwardly. Indeed, those who pursue art possess a refined demeanor. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed Xiao Sun becoming utterly rigid, the previous calmness evaporating, replaced by profound terror. Almost immediately, a familiar voice echoed forth. Tang Tian, you have finally arrived. I have come in search of you. Oh, little Sun was also present. Accompanying the voice was a petite girl with shoulder-length hair, who materialized before them. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The girl was none other than the long-unseen Luo Shi. Chapter 464. The terrifying sense of smell, a single utterance from the diminutive figure rendered the otherwise serene and transcendent Xiao Sun motionless. Observing the small silhouette before him, the towering Xiao Sun gradually bowed, subsequently addressing Tang Tian with an unexpected title. Nephew, I pay my respects to Aunt Luo Shi, he articulated softly. Tang Tian was taken aback. This individual was, astonishingly, the nephew of Luo Shi, although he was aware that in the realm of cultivation, some individuals appeared vastly different in age, yet bore familial ties that were strikingly incongruous. The scene unfolding before him felt somewhat dissonant. The disparity in their statures was undeniably stark. However, Luo Shi seemed unfazed by such titles, raising her hand and stating, no need for formalities. Little Sunner, you have emerged from the Goqing Academy, have you not? Quite commendable. Both Tang Tian and Xiao Sun found themselves at a loss for words. Were they not from the same family, or at least related? How could they be oblivious to each other's significant achievements, such as ascending the Immortal Cloud platform? Even more bewildering was Luo Shi's awareness of Tang Tian's success in reaching the Immortal Cloud platform, including precise details about his entrance into Tianqi Mountain. It was evident that she had arrived immediately after the departure of the esteemed Yangshua Xinjuan. Yet, she was unaware of Xiao Sun's presence, which was rather perplexing. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Sun responded, indeed, my nephew passed the selection of the Tongxing Conference last year and successfully ascended to the Immortal Cloud platform. I appreciate Aunt Luo Shi's concern. He placed particular emphasis on the word last year. However, Luo Shi paid no heed to this nuance, candidly stating, oh no, I wasn't concerned about you. I came to find Tang Tian. Xiao Sun. Tang Tian. Young lady, your words could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, Luo Shi appeared unconcerned, glancing at Tang Tian before addressing Xiao Sun once more. You both have come from the Tongxing Conference. Have you fought against each other? How does it feel to have been bested by Tang Tian? Did you learn anything? This inquiry left Xiao Sun momentarily speechless and somewhat irked. Aunt Luo Shi, I did not encounter junior brother Tang Tian at the Tongxing Conference. Thus, we did not determine who is stronger or weaker. As a top-tier genius, Xiao Sun undoubtedly harbored a sense of pride. Being deemed a loser without a fight would leave anyone feeling unsettled. Yet, Luo Shi waved her hand dismissively, stating, you cannot defeat him. I have observed your battle. You possess no semblance of a chance at victory. I shall find a time to train with you specifically, and then I will explain why you cannot overcome him. Faced with Luo Shi's unwavering certainty, Xiao Sun found himself unable to retort further. He could only take a deep breath, clasp his hands in gratitude, and declare, thank you, Aunt Luo Shi. I shall return to my residence now. He was keen to leave this conversation behind. Otherwise, the years of self-cultivation might be directly undermined. Luo Shi waved her hand, indicating that he could leave at his leisure. Once the figure of Xiao Yaoxian vanished, Tang Tian sighed and remarked, it is rather unseemly to declare defeat before the battle has begun. This could severely impact his confidence. However, Luo Shi dismissed his concerns nonchalantly, stating, Consider it a preemptive inoculation. Better to face the prospect of defeat now than to encounter you later, only to suffer a crushing loss and have one's resolve shattered. The cultivation method of his lineage was rather peculiar, often leading to such dilemmas. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he thought Luo Shi lacked emotional intelligence and often spoke without thought. Yet, he was surprised to discover her depth of consideration. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover, much like when he first met her and assumed she was merely a melancholic figure of the Shamate style. "Why do you believe I can triumph over Xiao Yaoxian?" he inquired. After all, he had also distinguished himself at the Tongshan conference, ascending to the immortal cloud platform with a flawless record. Luo Shi quickly responded, "I have witnessed your battles. I may not have observed his closely, but I have not missed a single one of yours. Take, for instance, your match against Han Tao. With such methods, Xiao Yaoxian could not possibly contend with you. Furthermore, in your battle with that girl from the Mo family, I sensed something profoundly formidable." She gazed at Tang Tian and spoke softly. "If you can wield that power frequently, I assure you, even the experts of the immortal cloud platform would struggle to withstand it. The position of the Holy Sun surely has a place for you." Upon hearing these words, Tang Tian fell silent. Could it be that Luo Shi had discerned the uniqueness of that battle? Did she sense the domain of all laws or the principles of power at his fingertips? Tang Tian remained uncertain. He had anticipated that someone might notice traces of those abilities when he chose to showcase them before Mo Shu. Perhaps some exceptionally powerful immortal sovereigns or quasi-emperors. For him, it was inconsequential, as those were no longer his trump cards. Yet, the fact that Luo Shi could perceive them was unexpected. Sensing the subtle battle intent emanating from Luo Shi, Tang Tian smiled and said, "Surely, you do not include yourself among those experts of the immortal cloud platform?" Luo Shi did not deny this, stating, "Last year at Wangyue Cave Heaven, I sensed your extraordinary nature and wished to exchange a few moves with you. At that time, you declined. Our cultivation levels were vastly different then, and I did not press the matter. However, it seems you have caught up now." As she spoke, an aura subtly emanated from her, unmistakably that of an immortal king. In the days when Luo Shi was still known as Tang Tian or the Celestial Fairy, she had already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Given her extraordinary talent, it was only natural that she would ascend to the status of an immortal king. However, what astonished Tang Tian even more was that, despite his concealed aura, Luo Shi was able to discern his presence. It appeared that the innate gifts she possessed were far more profound than what the Longmen test had revealed. "I bear no grievances and am not accustomed to engaging in unnecessary conflicts," Tang Tian subtly declined. Luo Shi, with a slight smile gracing her lips, replied, "No worries. We are both disciples of the immortal cloud terrace now. There will be ample opportunities in the future." Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that this spirited girl was truly a warrior at heart. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, do you share the surname Xiaoyao?" Luo Shi shook her head, stating, "No, I am simply Lu. However, I am a distant niece of Xiaoyao's son. As our family lineage grows older and more extensive, the internal dynamics become increasingly intricate. If you are interested, I could elaborate further." Tang Tian quickly shook his head, recognizing that his question had been merely casual and not an invitation to delve into family histories. After a brief pause, he asked again, "You did not come to see me today solely for a bout, did you?" Luo Shi nodded, saying, "I also came to chat with you. The immortal cloud terrace can be rather dull. Everyone is preoccupied with their cultivation, and you are the only one with whom I can engage in idle conversation. I have been waiting for you." Tang Tian shrugged, replying, "Then let us step inside." Chapter 465, Divine Arrival. Moments later, Tang Tian activated the array plate and entered his red brick courtyard, accompanied by Luo Shi. Upon entering, Tang Tian discovered that the furnishings and layout of the courtyard were far more exquisite than they appeared from the outside. The rooms exuded an ancient charm, not as dilapidated as the courtyard walls suggested, imparting a sense of refined elegance. Beside an ancient well, the water was crystal clear, revealing several schools of small fish swimming gracefully within. Flanking the stone pathway, rare herbs and spirit fruits flourished abundantly, each one of such high quality that any taken to the outside world would surely cause quite a stir. The ethereal aura enveloped the space, almost tangible. Most importantly, the power of the rules within the courtyard was significantly more profound than that outside. Cultivating here would yield efficiency and speed more than tenfold compared to the outside realm, provided one could withstand the omnipresent force of the rules. Standing at the center of the courtyard, Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings. Meanwhile, the young girl, Luo Shi, displayed a familiar demeanor, exploring every corner and swiftly glancing through each room. To his surprise, she even dove headfirst into the ancient well, emerging soaked. Tang Tian, perplexed, inquired, "What are you doing?" Unfazed, Luo Shi wiped the water from her clothes and replied, "I was checking for treasures. Sometimes, such courtyards may harbor valuable items left by previous owners." Tang Tian fell silent, relieved that Luo Shi did not hail from Qinghua sect, residing instead in Zizhu courtyard. Otherwise, the secrets hidden at the bottom of the ancient well, a concealed lair of Lu Chang'e, would have been thoroughly uncovered by her. "Did you find anything?" Tang Tian asked. Luo Shi shrugged her shoulders, displaying her empty hands. It seemed her efforts were in vain. She then surveyed the courtyard and remarked, "Your courtyard here in Shuimu Stream must be among the finest. Many quasi-saints of the celestial rank do not possess such a place. Mine is far inferior. Did you pull some strings?" Tang Tian, exasperated, responded, "Not at all. The elder who guided us here, I have never seen before," he explained. Luo Shi frowned slightly. "That's peculiar. Typically, those elders would not provide such an excellent living arrangement for new disciples." After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Who is the elder who received you?" Tang Tian replied, "Elder Yangshuo." Upon hearing this name, Luo Shi's frown deepened. That makes it even more astonishing. If it were another elder, there might be some leniency. However, Elder Yangshuo is notoriously strict and impartial. To put it simply, he has a perpetually stern demeanor, treating everyone equally without favoritism. Even if the lord of the manor were to visit, he remains resolute in his ways. The matter at hand is indeed rather challenging to elucidate, as it may lead one to assume a rather scandalous connection. Luo Shi's conjectures have always been audacious. Tang Tian shook his head, reluctant to pursue this topic any further, and gestured towards the stone table beside the small pond. "Do not remain standing," he urged. "Please, take a seat." Subsequently, the two of them settled by the water's edge. After producing some spiritual fruits and celestial wine, Tang Tian inquired, "What is life like here at Xianyan Terrace?" As a newcomer, it would be prudent to gain a better understanding. Luo Shi, savoring a spiritual fruit, replied, "Didn't the esteemed Yangshuo Xinzuan enlighten you?" Tang Tian conveyed all the instructions given by Yangshuo Xinzuan to Luo Shi. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi could not help but smirk, as expected of Yangshuo Xinzuan, imparting only the most rudimentary information to his disciples, leaving the rest to their own devices. As for life in Shuimu Stream, it is not as monotonous and tedious as he described. Yet, it is certainly not brimming with excitement either. Most inhabitants are quite reserved, preferring to seclude themselves in their abodes for cultivation, rarely making their presence known. However, the area near Bishi Lake is relatively lively. Bishi Lake, as mentioned by Yangshuo Xinzuan, lies at the very heart of Shuimu Stream. There, one can find shops established by the elders of Tianqi Mountain, alongside various illusions and secret realms utilized for cultivation. Some aspiring saints, when faced with obstacles, often seek inspiration in that vicinity. Occasional skirmishes also occur, which can be quite enthralling to observe. Moreover, as Luo Shi elaborated, Tang Tian began to grasp the essence of Shuimu Stream. In essence, it resembles an exceptionally sophisticated cultivation town. The primary focus is on cultivation, yet there are also diverse interactions among the residents. Overall, it remains a tranquil haven, largely insulated from the myriad power struggles of the outside world, thus minimally influenced by external factors. In such an environment, the likelihood of nurturing top-tier prodigies is significantly enhanced, compared to those unparalleled geniuses forged from the blood-soaked battlegrounds. Superpowers like Tianfu prefer to witness a flourishing diversity. Initially, the novelty of this place is quite captivating, but it swiftly becomes rather monotonous. Fortunately, you have arrived, otherwise, I would have found it difficult to locate even a casual conversational partner, Luo Shi lamented, resting his chin on his hand. Tang Tian internally sighed, realizing that Luo Shi seemed to believe his time was not particularly valuable. Indeed, in comparison to other cultivators, he was rather unoccupied and somewhat distracted. "Do you know why we arrived at Shuimu Stream 3 days in advance?" Tang Tian inquired. Luo Shi blinked in surprise. "You are unaware?" Yangshuo Xianzuan truly keeps you in the dark. Upon entering Tianfu, there is an initiation ceremony, and after ascending Tongxing Mountain, there are specific measures in place for newly admitted disciples. The Heavenly Pool Mountain is no different. The three of you must each undergo a divine visitation. She gazed at Tang Tian and said, "This Heavenly Pool Mountain, I believe you have already sensed, possesses rules that are markedly distinct from those outside. The divine visitation is a rite of passage through this unique set of rules. I brought you here 3 days in advance merely to acclimatize yourselves to these regulations, to prevent any unforeseen mishaps later on." Tang Tian suddenly realized the nature of the situation. And what effects does this divine visitation entail? He inquired once more. However, this time, Luoshi did not rush to provide an explanation. Instead, she regarded Tang Tian with profound significance and said slowly, "Each individual's experience is unique. During the divine visitation, everyone will witness different visions, which will reflect the gains they achieved during this experience. Many are indeed eager to see what kind of spectacle you, the miracle maker, will behold." Tang Tian instinctively touched his nose. Such matters were indeed his forte. "Could you elaborate?" he asked. Luoshi nodded and then raised her delicate hand, pointing toward the distant sky. "The site of the divine visitation lies yonder." Tang Tian turned his head, his gaze sharpening. The location indicated by Luoshi's finger was none other than the forbidden statue. Chapter 466. The Moon Immortal Wine specially cures defiance with Luoshi's narration. Tang Tian gradually comprehended the intricacies of the divine manifestation. To put it plainly, it serves as a form of introductory benefit. During the divine manifestation, each individual perceives distinct scenes tailored to their unique circumstances. These scenes, to a certain extent, symbolize the harvest each disciple gains from the divine manifestation. The disciples can only witness their exclusive scenes, remaining oblivious to others' experiences. However, after thousands of divine manifestations, Tianqi Mountain has discerned certain patterns based on the disciples' descriptions. In the first level, one might encounter various flowers, plants, animals, and other natural elements. Each individual's sight differs, yet they generally remain within this realm. Disciples who behold these items often acquire extraordinary abilities related to what they observe. Such abilities equate to a rather commendable secret technique. Furthermore, the disciples also gain substantial cultivation. It sounds remarkably extraordinary, yet this merely represents the smallest yield of the levels. The second level presents even greater wonders. Disciples may witness forests, flower beds, animal congregations, or human settlements. The benefits attained at this level often multiply the first level's rewards by several times, or even by dozens. According to Luoshi, the majority of disciples from the Xianyan platform predominantly exist within these two levels. However, beyond them lie two even more formidable levels. At the third level, one may behold majestic mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, or the vastness of the sky adorned with auspicious clouds. At this juncture, the rewards transcend mere secret techniques. Those who witness such sights undergo a baptism of the essence of rules, allowing them to traverse the path above the immortal king with greater ease. Ascending to the rank of immortal emperor is not beyond the realm of possibility. Additionally, this level offers a significant accumulation of cultivation, with some disciples on the verge of breakthrough even achieving it on the spot. The realm beyond the immortal king is notoriously challenging, underscoring the extraordinary nature of the divine manifestation. Yet, when compared to the fourth level, it pales in comparison. In the fourth level, disciples might witness dragons soaring through the skies or phoenixes dancing among the clouds. They may also glimpse various primordial spirits, the 5 elements, and even entire expansive continents. Those who behold such wonders will directly receive an infusion of the power of rules, resulting in the emergence of a unique rule spirit that resides within their dantians. Disciples endowed with this rule spirit are guaranteed to become formidable immortal lords, significantly increasing their chances of ascending to the rank of immortal emperor. Moreover, they can harness the rule spirit to wield certain celestial arts imbued with the power of rules. Among practitioners of the same level, this represents an overwhelming presence. In summary, attaining the fourth level will undoubtedly draw significant attention. The most apparent benefit is that if you find your living conditions unsatisfactory, the responsible elder will personally assist you in relocating. Other related privileges are also prioritized for acquisition, akin to the esteemed disciples from outside. This encapsulates the entirety of the circumstances surrounding the divine descent. Of course, there are some exceptionally rare situations. For instance, some disciples fail to withstand the rules imposed during the divine descent, not even reaching the first level. Additionally, there are those who glimpse phenomena beyond the fourth level. However, such occurrences are exceedingly scarce, typically not materializing even once in a decade. Besides these anomalies, the location of the divine descent is as previously indicated by Luo Shi, the ascension statue. They will traverse the ankles and calves of the forbidden statue, arriving at a special place to undergo the divine descent process. The specifics will become clear upon arrival. Upon hearing Luo Shi's explanation, Tang Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What did you see at that time? Is it convenient to share?" Luo Shi nodded and replied, "What is there to conceal? The people of Tianqi Mountain are generally aware of it. At that moment, I seemed to have passed through an unknown barrier, and then I beheld a little more than half of the world." Tang Tian fell silent. If he had not misheard, it was only at the fourth level that one could glimpse a continent. Yet this individual had seen a portion of the world? What caliber of talent does that represent? Tang Tian voiced his doubts, and Luo Shi did not withhold her response, stating, "Elders have mentioned that such an occurrence has transpired only twice in the entirety of Tianfu's history. Once was me, and the other was, if I recall correctly, that Lu Ming from over a century ago. Alas, it is a pity he was born 100 years earlier. Otherwise, I could have sparred with him to see who is truly the mightiest." She expressed her regret with a wistful countenance. Tang Tian could not help but ponder. Why not attribute it to your own later birth? Such pride. Yet Luo Shi indeed possesses the credentials for such pride. Being one of the two in history is sufficient for her to look down upon the entirety of Xuemu Gorge. Lu Ming once overshadowed his peers, suppressing even the exceptional stellar emperor to the point of despair. Ultimately, he even sold his soul to contend against him. Had he not foolishly breached the taboo, he likely would have ascended to the pinnacle of the firmament to continue his journey long ago. As long as Luo Shi does not indulge in reckless behavior like him, her ascent to the apex of the firmament is virtually assured. One can only imagine the favor she enjoys at Tianqi Mountain now, which explains her precise knowledge of Tang Tian and his companion's entry into Xuemu Gorge. "Impressive," Tang Tian remarked with a smile, "with your talents. You shouldn't be seeking out a newcomer like me for a duel. You ought to challenge those seasoned quasi-saints, like those who have already become celestial sovereigns." He said this in a half-joking manner. However, Luo Shi responded, "I have already sought them out. However, after defeating 2 celestial sovereigns and quasi-saints, the other quasi-saints ceased to associate with me. Some, who were undoubtedly formidable and could surpass me, ultimately concocted various pretexts to reject my company." She wore a look of utter disbelief. Tang Tian could not help but fall silent. If anyone should be incredulous, it ought to be them, right? Losing face in defeat is mortifying, and should one be fortunate enough to emerge victorious, there is little to boast about. Who would engage in such a foolhardy venture? It would be far more prudent to dedicate that time to cultivation. The path to the pinnacle is inherently solitary. "Can you drink?" Tang Tian inquired. Luo Shi nodded. "Of course, our family specializes in wine. I suspect the milk I drank as a child was mixed with alcohol. No matter how potent the celestial wine, I can consume as much as I desire without inebriation." Tang Tian was taken aback. Was she truly that wild? He then poured a cup of moon celestial wine for Luo Shi and placed it before her. "Try this. You have certainly never tasted anything like it." Luo Shi lifted the cup, wrinkling her nose as she inhaled the aroma. Indeed, I have never had this before. It feels rather unique." Subsequently, she took a small sip, smacking her lips. As she looked up at Tang Tian, a blush crept onto her cheeks, blooming like a delicate rose, swiftly enveloping her entire face and ears, cascading down to her neck. In the next instant, she collapsed onto the bluestone table, completely unconscious. Tang Tian. Wasn't it said that one could never get drunk? Chapter 467. The gathering begins on the stone table. Luo Shi lay with her hair cascading down, her head resting heavily on the surface as she slipped into a deep slumber. Soft snores soon filled the air, and Tang Tian peeked over, noticing that she had drooled. Reaching out with his spirit, Tang Tian assessed Luo Shi's condition and felt a slight relief. She was indeed inebriated. Yet, it seemed implausible. Considering it was merely a tiny sip, could it be that this girl was deceiving him, truly intoxicated by just a taste? Tang Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The Moon Fairy wine was peculiar. Each individual experienced its flavor uniquely. Wang Ziyu mistook it for syrup, while Hu Xiaoxua wept throughout the night after tasting it, even perceiving it as poison. Luoxi's reaction was equally perplexing. It appeared that it would be best for him to savor it alone in the future to avoid any unforeseen incidents that might lead to someone's demise. Regardless, the experimental results he had accumulated were already sufficient. As he sipped the wine, Tang Tian contemplated the forthcoming events. He was not particularly concerned about how he would perform during the divine baptism or what he might gain from it. Instead, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to finally engage directly with the forbidden statue, whether it was the one from the Qingyue sect or the one in the Cloud Summit. He had only been able to observe them from afar, shrouded in mystery. This time, he would be able to examine them thoroughly. However, excelling would certainly yield advantages. As Luoxi had mentioned, she possessed the authority to depart from the Waterwood Gorge at will. This was indeed quite useful, for with the world in chaos outside, disappearing for too long would not bode well. It was essential to venture out occasionally. As for his future life in the Waterwood Gorge, he would take it one step at a time. His goal was to swiftly become a true Saint Sun. As he mused, the sky gradually darkened. Luoxi remained sound asleep, showing no signs of awakening. After a moment of thought, Tang Tian gently flicked his fingers, erecting a barrier around her. Should anything disturb her, he would be alerted immediately. As for other concerns, since Luoxi was already a celestial king, there was no need to worry about her catching a chill. He decided to leave her as she was. Having completed these tasks, Tang Tian returned to his own chamber. On the first night, he chose not to rest, but instead to experience the tranquility of the cultivation room. Indeed, compared to the Guochen courtyard, the cultivation environment here, reinforced by the power of rules, proved to be significantly more effective. Unfortunately, Tang Tian's need for a superior cultivation environment had diminished considerably. His focus had shifted towards the principles of the heavenly Tao beyond the realm of celestial kings. Had he arrived at the Waterwood Gorge from the outset, he might have already transcended the celestial king realm. However, as the saying goes, one may find fortune in misfortune. It was precisely because he had not directly entered the Tianqi mountain that he became aware of the attention drawn by a formidable figure towards himself and Luoxi. Otherwise, had he rashly ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens, he might have met an untimely demise without knowing how. Who could fathom the limitations or strange phenomena that beings of such caliber might possess? It was indeed wiser to proceed with caution. After a period of cultivation, Tang Tian exited his chamber and ascended to the rooftop. A resplendent moon hung in the firmament, its silvery light casting a cool glow that fell gently upon his shoulders. Bathed in moonlight, Tang Tian reclined on the rooftop, drawing forth a silver flask to sip leisurely, indulging in the exquisite taste of the drink. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Throughout this time, Tang Tian remained within the confines of his grand red brick courtyard, immersed in his practice. At such a level of cultivation, solitude did not breed tedium. When inspiration struck, he would take out his guqin or other instruments, engaging in self-entertainment. Remarkably, during this span, Luoxi remained in a deep slumber, drooling as she slept soundly. Had it not been for Tang Tian's observation of her gradually awakening consciousness, he might have resorted to taking measures. On the 4th day of entering the Waterwood Gorge, marking the official initiation and the day destined for divine baptism, Luoxi finally stirred from her reverie. Tang Tian sensed her awakening immediately and swiftly appeared before her. The flush on Luoxi's face had yet to fade. She smacked her lips and strained to lift her heavy eyelids. Her long black hair lay in disarray, with several strands clinging to her face, as if she had just emerged from a profound dream. Upon noticing Tang Tian before her, she stretched her arms wide, indulging in a grand yawn, and rubbed her temples. Inquiring, "What were we discussing just now?" Tang Tian replied, "Your consciousness still lingers 3 days in the past. You mentioned that you grew up drinking, and that no amount of alcohol could ever inebriate you." Luoxi responded with a distracted, "Oh, right." She continued, "There is no wine in the entire Xiaoyao family that can intoxicate me. Anything else is even less likely." Observing her dazed expression, Tang Tian chuckled. "Could you enlighten me as to why, after merely a sip of my wine, you succumbed to slumber for 3 entire days?" Luoxi was momentarily taken aback. "Ah?" Tang Tian pointed at the table before her, where a multitude of drool marks remained as evidence. Luoshi stood there, stunned, and after a considerable pause, she accepted the reality that she had indeed collapsed into a deep stupor after just a small sip. I only recall that your wine possessed an extraordinarily peculiar flavor. It felt as though it concealed an entire vast history within, amalgamating various emotions that eluded verbal description. Yet one sentiment was unmistakably clear, an endless sense of regret. As she spoke, Luoshi furrowed her brow, preparing to grasp the wine cup and consume the remaining moon immortal wine. Tang Tian hastily intervened, concerned that she wished to continue her slumber in his presence, for he had matters to attend to. After Tang Tian's reminder, Luoshi abruptly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "I originally came to challenge you to a duel. How I have squandered my time." Her face was a portrait of vexation. Tang Tian merely chuckled. "I never stated that I would accept your challenge. Moreover, it would be only fair for you to await my baptism of divinity as well." Luoshi felt somewhat conflicted, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us defer this discussion until after today. This wine you possess is truly exquisite. Might you spare me a bit?" Luoshi inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, deciding to allow her to take the unfinished portion of the moon immortal wine. He hesitated to offer her too much, as any ensuing complications would be undesirable. Subsequently, Luoshi sat in contemplation for quite some time before regaining her composure. "By the way, there is another matter to discuss," Luoshi remarked. "In the Shui Mu Gorge, several individuals appear to harbor certain intentions towards you. They are all prospective holy sons, one celestial king and two celestial sovereigns. They belong to the War God Hall, and I trust you understand their motives. Remember to be decisive when the time comes. The regulations in Shui Mu Gorge are considerably more lenient than those outside. An accidental fatality would not be a significant issue." Tang Tian fell silent, pondering how blindly this girl trusted his strength. The War God Hall was already on the brink of collapse. Should someone adopt an extreme stance, they might indeed seek to trouble him. He resolved to address any encounters as they arose. "Understood," Tang Tian replied. The two engaged in light conversation for a while longer, until Tang Tian's communication jade suddenly stirred to life. The celestial sovereign of Yangshua has summoned them for assembly. Chapter 468. The hand of the statue with the half-dazed and half-awake Luoshi by his side. Tang Tian activated the formation outside the courtyard and stepped out. At this moment, Xiao Yao Sun and Yuan Ru had also received news from the immortal lord of Yangshua and were waiting outside. Upon seeing the two emerge from the grand courtyard, Xiao Yao Sun's brows furrowed in concern. If memory served correctly, Luoshi had entered Tang Tian's courtyard 3 days ago. Why had she only just emerged now? Had she truly spent the entirety of 3 days within? Upon closer inspection of Luoshi, her disheveled hair and the unusual flush on her face prompted Xiao Yao Sun to darken his expression. This was utterly unacceptable. Having arrived at the immortal cloud platform, one must prioritize cultivation. Such behavior was inconceivable. He silently resolved to report this matter to his family, insisting it be addressed with the utmost seriousness. "Ah, Xiao Sun," Luoshi greeted lazily. Xiao Yao Sun merely responded with a casual acknowledgement, lowering his head to silence. Having just awakened, Luoshi paid little heed to the situation, yawning while fiddling with her hair. "You might as well return and rest," Tang Tian suggested. Luoshi shook her head. "I certainly cannot miss your divine baptism. It's fine. I can endure. We can discuss it after your ceremony." Tang Tian acknowledged her with an "oh," choosing not to press further. After all, she was already awake. She could decide for herself. After a brief wait, the figure of the immortal lord of Yangshu gradually descended. Upon noticing Luoshi beside Tang Tian, he slightly furrowed his brow but chose not to comment further, merely glancing at her before turning his attention away. Addressing Tang Tian and the others, he stated with a calm demeanor, "Follow me." Under the guidance of the immortal lord of Yangshua, the group made their way beyond the Shuimu Gorge. They ascended the main peak of Tianqi Mountain for a while, traversing several deep valleys. Ultimately, a vast internal valley came into view. This valley, broader than the interior of the Wangyue cave, was completely enveloped by towering peaks. The sky was filled with auspicious clouds, explaining why it was impossible to see from the outside. Within Tianqi Mountain lay such a hidden paradise. The valley was remarkably flat, adorned with a myriad of celestial herbs, flowers, and fruits, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. At the very center of the valley stood an immense altar, upon which towered a colossal statue that reached into the clouds. Most of the statue's form was shrouded in ethereal mist, leaving only its feet and part of its lower legs visible from the ground. Yet even so, it loomed like a mountain itself. Coupled with the almost palpable force of cosmic order, it stirred the minds of onlookers. Upon arriving, the immortal lord of Yanshua produced a yellowed willow leaf and cast it into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the leaf expanded in the wind, transforming into a grand willow leaf boat that came to rest before the group. Subsequently, the esteemed Xianzun of Yanshua glanced at Luo, she behind him, and inquired, "Do you wish to accompany us further? Should you choose to remain, you will partake in the divine baptism alongside us. Those who have undergone the baptism will instantaneously be reduced to ashes." Luo, she responded with an "oh," hastily declaring, "Then I shall not follow." In truth, she was merely a bit disoriented from sleep and had forgotten. After this, she drew closer to Tang Tian, conveying telepathically, "I will observe you from the main peak. Many elders are present there, though you cannot see them. This is to prevent you from feeling anxious due to being watched." Tang Tian retorted, "Then why the hell did you tell me?" After speaking, Luo she vanished from his sight. Then, the venerable Xianzun addressed Tang Tian and the others, saying, "This willow leaf boat shall transport you to the site of the baptism. The force of the baptism's rules is exceedingly formidable. I hope you have acclimated during these 3 days. Upon successfully enduring the baptism, you will reap considerable rewards. However, should you fail to persevere, you must depart from Tianqi Mountain and return to your respective academy." With that, he succinctly outlined the rules, and Tang Tian and his companions gradually boarded the willow leaf boat. Under the guidance of Xianzun, the boat ascended slowly, passing through dense clouds and navigating through the sea of mist toward the forbidden statue. Standing aboard the willow leaf boat, they were entirely enveloped by the clouds, rendering the external world invisible. Under the pervasive rules, even their sense of direction swiftly dissipated, leaving only the solitary boat adrift in the infinite sea of clouds. As if the entire world consisted solely of the three of them. Tang Tian turned to observe the two companions beside him. Noticing his gaze, the carefree Xian suddenly glared back with an expression of discontent before retreating to the opposite end of the boat to sit cross-legged alone. Tang Tian found himself puzzled, wondering if he had inadvertently offended him. Shaking his head, he then turned his attention to Yuan Ru. Compared to Tang Tian and Xian, Yuan Ru appeared noticeably anxious. Tang Tian scrutinized her for a while, but detected no unusual signs. "Are you feeling tense?" he inquired. The sudden question startled Yuan Ru, causing her to pause momentarily before she replied, No, I am quite all right." Afterward, she took a deep breath. Tang Tian was speechless. Her face practically bore the word nervous. He pointed towards Xian at the other end of the boat and suggested, "You might consider emulating him. Observe how he conducts himself. It should prove beneficial. The Xian family has many descendants who have entered the immortal cloud platform and undoubtedly possess abundant experience, so they will have made necessary preparations. Imitating them could be advantageous." Yuan Ru gazed at Xian and eventually nodded. Subsequently, she too settled into a cross-legged position, striving to calm her mind. Tang Tian, in turn, nodded and stood alone at the bow of the boat. Such matters require no special preparation on his part. The willow leaf boat advanced steadily, and soon, a colossal phantasm emerged within sight. This spectral figure obscured the heavens and cast a shadow upon the earth, resembling a pillar that reached towards the sky, standing majestically between the realms. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of regulation surged forth, bearing down upon all present. Xiao Yao Sun furrowed his brow, while Yuan Ru visibly paled, her body trembling slightly. Her innate talent and strength, indeed, fell somewhat short. Fortunately, both managed to maintain their composure in the end. After a brief interval, the distance between the willow leaf boat and the dark phantasm diminished, and the power of regulation grew ever more substantial. Just as it reached a certain threshold, suddenly, a tangible, enormous entity appeared above the willow leaf boat. Tang Tian looked up in astonishment. It was, in fact, an enormous hand, the hand of the forbidden statue. This marked Tang Tian's first true glimpse of the forbidden statue, aside from its feet and calves. The great hand hung at a slight angle, extending its index finger as if pointing at something beneath. Moments later, the willow leaf boat gradually came to a halt, precisely at the location indicated by the forbidden statue's finger. Chapter 469. A solitary play with a ball on the summit of Tianchi Mountain. One is greeted by a sheer cliff, its edges razor-sharp. Above this precipice stands a colossal boulder, more than half of its mass jutting out into the abyss, veiled by dense mist. Yet, remarkably, it does not succumb to gravity, but instead hovers there, defying the laws of nature. The surface of the rock is remarkably flat, and at this moment, dozens of figures stand at its edge, gazing into the swirling fog. Among them is the figure of the esteemed Yangshuo immortal. At that moment, a diminutive silhouette soared in from behind, alighting amidst the crowd. Upon her arrival, several young disciples instinctively recoiled, as if she were a venomous serpent. However, a kindly elder, upon recognizing her, broke into a warm smile and called out, "Little Luoshi, come here." "Ah," Luoshi responded, making her way to the elder's side, where she clasped her hands in "Greetings, immortal Wenyu." The elder nodded gently and motioned for Luoshi to stand before him. He then addressed the nearby Yangshuo immortal. "We should be nearing our destination." Yangshuo immortal replied with a curt, "I see him," offering no further commentary. Yet, immortal Wenyu seemed unfazed by this, engaging Luoshi in casual conversation. "I hear you've been seeking out Tang Tian these past few days?" he inquired. "Yes," Luoshi affirmed. "I went to drink with him. I ended up sleeping there for 3 days." Immortal Wenyu's hand paused slightly, and several elders furrowed their brows. While such behavior was not expressly forbidden at Tianchi Mountain, it raised eyebrows given the significance of the talent in question, who was regarded with utmost reverence. Fortunately, immortal Wenyu was well acquainted with Luoshi and understood that she would not easily compromise her integrity. "You were actually seeking him out for a duel, weren't you?" he quickly deduced. Luoshi nodded, sighing. "Regrettably, it did not come to pass. We shall see after his divine baptism. I have a feeling his performance this time may mirror that of the Dragon Gate trial. He will not fall short of my capabilities." Her words stirred the hearts of the elders and disciples present. Having spent nearly a year at Tianchi Mountain, they were somewhat familiar with Luoshi's abilities, particularly her keen intuition, which was infallible. They had come to witness the divine baptism, eager to discern whether Tang Tian would indeed live up to the extraordinary rumors surrounding him. Luoshi's assertion only heightened their anticipation. At that moment, a sudden, intense fluctuation erupted from the depths of the fog ahead. Moments later, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a colossal hand in the distance. Indeed, the left hand of the forbidden statue. Beneath the fingers of this immense hand, the silhouettes of Tang Tian and his companions, along with the willow leaf boat, came into view, drawing the attention of all present, who gazed intently. Meanwhile, Tang Tian faintly sensed a few gazes directed towards him. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in auspicious clouds, unable to discern anything beyond the enormous hand looming above. Upon witnessing this colossal hand, an inexplicable feeling stirred within Tang Tian's heart, a sensation that eluded verbal description, yet it bore an uncanny familiarity. Nevertheless, this feeling did not linger for long. As the hand manifested, the already potent force of the laws surged dramatically, escalating to a terrifying magnitude. Xiao Sun furrowed his brows, a pale luminescence enveloping his form. As this pressure rendered him incapable of remaining composed, Yuan Ru's reaction was even more pronounced, her brows knitted tightly, her complexion paling slightly, with beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Tang Tian, however, felt little discomfort. This diluted force of the laws posed no challenge to him whatsoever. As time progressed, the power of the laws continued to intensify, causing Yuan Ru's body to tremble lightly. At that moment, the fingertip of the forbidden statue erupted with a fierce wave of law fluctuations, enveloping the 3 individuals standing on the willow leaf boat below. With a resonant hum, Tang Tian found the scene before him had shifted. Everything had vanished, leaving behind an endless expanse of dense fog that filled the heavens and the earth. Gradually, the fog before him began to dissipate, as if something was about to reveal itself. Recalling the 4 levels mentioned by Luoshi, a flicker of anticipation sparked within Tang Tian. What wondrous sight might his extraordinary endowment unveil? The fog did not dissipate slowly. Moments later, a shadow gradually emerged before Tang Tian's eyes. However, as he beheld the figure in its entirety, he was momentarily taken aback. He saw a tall individual clad in a flowing light yellow robe, standing with his back turned to Tang Tian. This figure stood quietly, the garments and long hair gently swaying, evoking a sense of natural grace. His right hand was slightly raised, palm half opened, as if inviting someone, while his left hand hung naturally at his side, the index finger pointing downwards. This posture bore an uncanny resemblance to the gesture of the hand atop the forbidden statue. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. Was what he beheld the forbidden statue itself, or rather, the person it represented? He blinked, feeling somewhat disoriented. What did this signify? To which level did it belong? Luoshi had stated that seeing a person was indicative of the first level. However, the forbidden statue hardly conformed to the traditional notion of a person, did it? He found himself perplexed, for standing there. He sensed neither anything amiss nor encountered the so-called fortune. There was not the slightest change, as if he had merely observed the silhouette of that individual. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian resolved to circumvent this person to discern his true appearance. Alas, despite his earnest efforts, the individual remained steadfastly fixed in his position, rendering it impossible for him to approach from the front. It was as if a formidable force was at play. After several attempts, Tang Tian reluctantly conceded defeat. However, during his endeavors, he caught a glimpse of the individual's left hand, pointed towards something. It was a grayish-white ball situated not far in front of him. Tang Tian fell silent once more. Thus, the culmination of his divine revelation resulted merely in witnessing someone playing with a ball. He found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only sit there, gazing at the imposing silhouette before him, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the divine revelation. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, the external world had erupted into chaos. Chapter 470. Wielding the sword against the forbidden, a vibrant, multicolored ribbon erupted from the fingertip of the forbidden statue, cascading downward and infusing itself into Tang Tian's being. All those upon Tianxi Mountain were rendered utterly astonished by this spectacle. What was transpiring? At the onset of the divine baptism, they had witnessed everything aboard the willow leaf boat. Initially, all appeared quite ordinary, but as the baptism commenced, an abrupt transformation ensued. A beam of golden light shot forth from the statue's fingertip, enveloping Tang Tian below. This phenomenon had never been witnessed during any divine baptism before. Even a year prior, Luoshi had merely emanated a faint glow from within, leading to significant gains. What, then, did Tang Tian's extraordinary manifestation signify? The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed. Yet, unexpectedly, a blue light soon descended, landing upon Tang Tian, followed by hues of purple and red. As time elapsed, 8 distinct colors enveloped Tang Tian, resembling a celestial ribbon descending from the heavens. At this juncture, even the elders observing from Tianxi Mountain could distinctly perceive the overwhelming aura of the rules, surging forth in waves that stirred the very fabric of the universe. In a moment of clarity, Luoshi suddenly beamed with a smile and remarked, "I told you so. Tang Tian is undoubtedly stronger than I." The elders exchanged glances, for the scene before them was indeed terrifying. Throughout the annals of Tianfu's history, such an occurrence had never been documented. What extraordinary talent possessed Tang Tian to elicit such a monumental reaction from the forbidden statue? They could distinctly sense that within the vibrant ribbon lay immense power of the rules, alongside boundless celestial energy, all converging into Tang Tian's form. Should this continue for even a brief moment longer, he might achieve a breakthrough right then and there. The revered Xianzun of Yangshuo, suppressing his astonishment, remarked, "This situation feels rather amiss, does it not? Should we not contact the Grand Elder?" The trio of Tang Tian was directly overseen by the Xianzun. Thus the course of action required his counsel. However, the Xianzun of Yangshuo seemed preoccupied, fixated on the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed deeply. Just as the Xianzun of Wenshu prepared to speak once more, the Xianzun of Yangshuo suddenly declared, "It is too late." With that, he vanished before the gathered crowd. The Xianzun of Wenshu was momentarily taken aback, casting his gaze towards the willow leaf boat. In the next instant, the 9th hue surged forth from the fingertip of the forbidden statue, merging with the previous ribbon to form a magnificent 9-colored torrent, rushing toward Tang Tian below. As the torrent made contact with Tang Tian, a tremendous wave of rule energy erupted with explosive force. On the same slender boat, the two individuals, Xiaoyao Sun and Yuan Ru, could not withstand the overwhelming pressure. Their bodies propelled into the air as they spewed forth copious amounts of crimson blood. Subsequently, they succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting downward. Fortunately, the esteemed Yangshuo had anticipated this moment and caught them just as they were about to fall, rescuing them from peril. However, even the formidable Yangshuo seemed unable to bear the terrifying torrent of 9 colors. After saving Xiao Sun and Yuan Ru, he swiftly returned to the original massive stone. Observing this, the other elders began to feel a sense of unease. Matters concerning the forbidden statue could not be disregarded lightly. We must inform the Grand Elder. The inquiring celestial being urged urgently. Yangshuo, having gently placed Xiao Sun and Yuan Ru down and stabilized their injuries, murmured, "I have already informed him. Tang Tian's situation is dire. No one can endure such immense pressure for long." His expression was grave, and his icy gaze concealed a profound anxiety. The other elders remained silent, unable to fathom the horrific scene that Tang Tian was witnessing in the divine realm, nor could they imagine the peril he was currently facing. Although Tang Tian fell under Yangshuo's guardianship, all present acted as guides for the prospective saint child, loyal to the heavenly domain. None wished to witness an extraordinary talent perish at the threshold of Tianqi Mountain. Yet, the forbidden statue was beyond their intervention. They could only await the Grand Elder's arrival and see how he would address the situation. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang Tian stood amidst the dense, white mist, yawning widely. Unbeknownst to him, events were unfolding outside, and within this realm, there was nothing but a distant silhouette before him, rendering the experience rather tedious. What was the point of this? After eagerly anticipating for so long, only to find this? A mere painting placed before him, and then nothing more? It was not even a dynamic image. No matter how Tang Tian shifted his perspective, he could not circumvent the figure before him. Furthermore, it remained uncertain when this so-called divine experience would truly come to an end. Bored, Tang Tian suddenly felt a surge of curiosity and drew the sun and moon celestial sword from his waist. Since its forging, the sword had yet to taste battle, primarily due to the lack of worthy opponents. However, in this peculiar space, a bit of playful wielding should pose no significant issue, he reasoned. With that, he began to swing the sword freely in the air. The sword's terrifying power swiftly dispersed the surrounding mist, carving deep, unfathomable chasms through the fog. After a period of experimentation, Tang Tian nodded approvingly. Indeed, its might was impressive. As long as it does not encounter an artifact akin to the one wielded by the esteemed heavenly origin immortal lord, it can be deemed an invincible existence. Even more astonishing is the fact that the sun and moon immortal sword possesses the ability to evolve. Once Tang Tian ascends beyond the realm of a mortal emperor, this sword may very well metamorphose into a formidable artifact. After indulging in some playful antics, Tang Tian grasped the sword and gazed at the silhouette before him. A peculiar thought inexplicably arose in his mind. After all, it was intangible. Striking it with a single blow should not be of great consequence, should it? Once this notion took root, it became impossible to quell. A smile spread across Tang Tian's face. Let him be the first to witness the might of the sun and moon immortal sword. With that, he swung the sword forcefully at the back of the figure's head. A terrifying scar of light sliced through the dense mist, racing across the sky towards the horizon. Tang Tian observed intently. Yet even as the surrounding fog enveloped the scar once more, he discerned nothing amiss. He shook his head in resignation. Well, it seems that it remains beyond reach after all. The playful impulse had faded, and Tang Tian sheathed the sun and moon immortal sword. However, he failed to notice that at the moment he retracted the sword, a single fine strand of hair fell from the back of the figure's head. Chapter 471. Direct breakthrough. The vibrant, multicolored torrent continued unabated, its momentum intensifying with each passing moment. In but a brief instant, an inexhaustible force surged into Tang Tian's body. Had it not been for his consciousness entering the realm of divine transcendence, he might have already surpassed at least one level. Yet, could the physique of an ordinary cultivator truly withstand such a terrifying power? The elders collectively broke into a cold sweat on his behalf. Just as their anxiety reached its peak, the colorful torrent from the fingertips of the forbidden statue abruptly came to an eerie halt. Has it ended? Mused the benevolent immortal Wangshu, momentarily taken aback. However, scarcely had he uttered those words when an even more terrifying, cataclysmic force erupted from the front. This overwhelming power was at least 100 times stronger than before. The formation shrouded in mist could no longer withstand the celestial might and was violently shattered. Even the massive stones beneath their feet began to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the elders possessed formidable strength and swiftly reacted, stabilizing the formation to prevent the ancient stones, which had stood for millennia, from crumbling. Once they regained their composure, their faces were filled with horror, for they could no longer perceive the scene of divine transcendence. What had transpired just moments ago? What was the condition of Tang Tian, who found himself at the epicenter of the explosion? With a pallid complexion, immortal Yang Shua soared into the air, determined to plunge into the thick mist. Yet at that moment, a radiant light enveloped him, halting his advance. Accompanied by an overwhelming authority, a deep voice resonated from the heavens. Remain calm. Tang Tian is unharmed. The crowd looked up to see an elderly figure clad in dark yellow robes, standing with hands clasped behind his back in the sky. They hastily bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. This individual was none other than the Grand Elder of Yunding Tianfu, the highest authority on the surface of Tianqi Mountain. The Grand Elder descended slowly, coming to stand beside immortal Yanshua. There had indeed been some disturbance, but Tang Tian within his divine transcendence was not in any peril. Do not be overly anxious, he remarked, subsequently releasing the binding on immortal Yanshua. Immortal Yanshua, a formidable being at the pinnacle of immortality, was easily subdued by the Grand Elder, whose strength surely marked him as a quasi-emperor. However, in the face of such a powerful and esteemed figure, immortal Yanshua showed no signs of deference, coldly retorting, "If anything were to happen to Tang Tian, you shall never have a moment of peace again." Such was a blatant threat. Yet the surrounding elders appeared unfazed, accustomed to such exchanges, their gazes focused elsewhere as if they had heard nothing. The other quasi-saints exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Luo Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her face betraying a keen interest in the gossip. What indeed was the nature of the relationship between Tang Tian and immortal Yanshua? Confronted by the threat posed by the celestial master of Yanshua, the Grand Elder's expression revealed a sense of helplessness as he said, "Rest assured, I have already gleaned insights from the Forbidden Mirror." Initially, the multicolored torrent was merely a manifestation of Tang Tian during the divine baptism. However, for reasons unknown, the Forbidden suddenly experienced an anomaly, resulting in the disturbances we just witnessed. Nevertheless, this has not adversely affected Tang Tian. In fact, it has endowed him with even greater power. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, the celestial master of Yanshua's countenance softened somewhat. It seemed that as long as Tang Tian was unharmed, the anomalies were of little concern in comparison. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder spoke gently, "It is nearly over. Come, let us proceed together. I shall ease your mind and ascertain precisely what has transpired." With that, the Grand Elder produced an ancient mirror, bathed in the mirror's faint luminescence. He and the celestial master of Yanshua ventured into the mist-laden realm before them. Meanwhile, within the divine space, Tang Tian had been testing the prowess of the sun and moon celestial sword and stood still for a moment. Gradually, the silhouette before him began to waver into a semblance of illusion. The mist surged in from all directions, ultimately enveloping him completely. In the next instant, Tang Tian felt himself returning to the realm of reality. Yet, upon his return, he sensed an odd disquiet within his body, as if it were on the verge of exploding. The celestial energy within his dantian had coalesced to an extreme degree. Had he not possessed a formidable chaos body, he would have surely been overwhelmed by this intensity. In that moment, Tang Tian realized that his time spent within the divine space was not in vain. His physical form in the real world had amassed boundless power, albeit at the cost of some discomfort. Without delay, he swiftly channeled his cultivation, rapidly ascending to diffuse the surging celestial energy within his dantian. Remarkably, in just a few breaths, he transitioned directly from the initial stage of celestial sovereign to the mid-stage. Moreover, there was still an abundance of pure celestial energy within him, perhaps sufficient to propel him into the late stage of celestial sovereign. Witnessing this development, a smile crept across Tang Tian's lips. He lacked neither the power of the laws nor comprehension of them. What he truly needed was cultivation. This baptism had saved him several months of arduous training. However, just as he prepared to further advance his cultivation, he suddenly sensed someone approaching swiftly. Thus, he halted his progress momentarily. Regaining his composure, Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that his companions, the carefree Xian Yao and Yuan Ru, had inexplicably vanished. Even the willow leaf boat beneath him was marred with cracks, appearing ready to collapse. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired during his divine baptism? While he pondered, two figures materialized before him, one of whom was none other than the celestial master of Yangsha. In addition, another elder clad in yellow emanated a formidable aura, a manifestation of the majesty of an immortal emperor. However, compared to the stellar river immortal emperor, there appeared to be a slight inferiority. A term surfaced in Tang Tian's mind, the sovereign emperor. Upon witnessing Tang Tian's unscathed state, the Yangshua immortal sovereign felt a subtle relief, his previously tense demeanor easing somewhat. "Are you unhurt?" inquired the Yangshua immortal sovereign. Tang Tian nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, revered sovereign. I am well." The Yangshua immortal sovereign scrutinized Tang Tian, his gaze sharpening. "Have you broken through to the mid-stage of the immortal king?" It was evident that when one's realm had just been transcended, the instability of the breakthrough made it quite discernible to others. Yet, Tang Tian harbored no intention of concealment, affirming with a nod, "Indeed." The Yangshua immortal sovereign exhaled a long breath. While it was not unprecedented for one to achieve a breakthrough directly during divine tribulation, it remained a feat of extraordinary defiance against the heavens. Once assured that Tang Tian was largely unharmed, the Yangshua immortal sovereign turned his attention to the elder beside him, inquiring, "During the divine tribulation, what precisely did you witness?" After a moment of silence, Tang Tian replied candidly, "I only saw one person, playing with a ball." Yangshua immortal sovereign. The Grand Elder. "What did you say?" Chapter 472. The Forbidden Faceless in the Annals of Divine Baptism. The sight of an individual engaging with a ball is hardly a matter of astonishment. After all, there have been accounts of dancing chickens as well. Such scenes are typically relegated to the realm of the most rudimentary displays, occupying the very lowest tier of performance. However, the extraordinary phenomenon witnessed by Tang Tian during the baptism certainly transcended the confines of the first level. Even the highest echelon, the fourth tier, would pale in comparison to such an occurrence. Thus, it was no wonder that the Grand Elder and the immortal Yangshua expressed such surprise upon hearing Tang Tian's account. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder instructed the immortal Yangshua to return, and then he took Tang Tian away from the mist-laden space, propelling them swiftly towards the summit of Tianqi Mountain. During their prior conversation, Tang Tian had gleaned the identity of the Grand Elder, casting a few more curious glances in his direction. Was this indeed the Grand Elder who had compelled the esteemed Mingxian to resign and rendered the soul-guarding mountain obsolete? At a glance, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary old man. Unfazed, Tang Tian followed the Grand Elder as they departed. Soon, they arrived at a secluded garden, descending before a crystal-clear brook. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder erected a barrier, enveloping the two within its confines. He then regarded Tang Tian and spoke softly. "Do you know who the figure you beheld during the divine baptism truly was?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment, gesturing towards the towering forbidden statue that loomed amidst the clouds. A person of sound mind would easily discern the posture of the forbidden statue. There was little to conceal. The Grand Elder nodded affirmatively and remarked, "Indeed, it is he. Throughout the ages, no one has ever witnessed the complete visage of the forbidden statue. You are the first." Tang Tian scratched his nose and replied, "Though I wouldn't say it was the complete visage, I could not discern his face." The Grand Elder chuckled in response. "Even if you had successfully approached the forbidden statue's front, you would still be unable to see it clearly. For in this world, no one can truly comprehend what he looks like, not even in the realm of divine space, let alone in reality. Otherwise, do you suppose he would bear the name forbidden?" Tang Tian was taken aback. Was it truly so? How, then, was he constructed? After all, apart from the celestial abode, such entities were ubiquitous. He posed his query to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder elucidated, "You have misconstrued the matter. The forbidden statue was not fashioned by our own hands. Within the celestial abode resides a forbidden artifact that, through certain unique means, will autonomously generate a forbidden statue. This is the sole origin of the forbidden statue. As for the underlying principle, the reason behind placing a statue within each sect may only be comprehended by the formidable beings residing at the pinnacle of the heavens." Tang Tian fell silent, realizing the truth of the matter. It made sense. If the statue were indeed constructed, how could anyone remain oblivious to its appearance? Esteemed elder, what does my current predicament signify? Tang Tian inquired. The Grand Elder shook his head and replied, I am uncertain as well. The reason that the term taboo is employed is precisely because it pertains to an existence beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Thus, any peculiar occurrences should not be deemed strange. However, it is certain that your performance during the divine baptism has far surpassed the confines of the first 4 levels. Tang Tian, you are indeed remarkable. Feeling somewhat bashful, Tang Tian rubbed his nose. Why the sudden flattery? The Grand Elder chuckled and remarked, disciples who can transcend the boundaries of 4 levels are exceedingly rare. Among the disciples who participated in the divine baptism over the past decade, only that little girl, Luo Shi, can be mentioned in the same breath as you. However, there is no need for you to worry about receiving any inappropriate special treatment. The Tianfu has always devoted itself to nurturing talents of your caliber. Henceforth, if you have any dissatisfaction with your abode or training environment, feel free to voice your concerns at any time. You may also come and go freely from the Shuimu stream and Tianqi Mountain, as long as you refrain from entering certain forbidden areas. Furthermore, subsequently, the Grand Elder enumerated a plethora of privileges that Tang Tian would enjoy at Tianqi Mountain. In summary, as long as you do not seek your own demise, it would be quite difficult to meet an untimely end, and you may pursue whatever endeavors you desire. This aspect greatly appealed to Tang Tian. He had grown accustomed to a life of freedom, and were he to be confined within Shamu Stream for an extended period, he might indeed find it unbearable. Now, it was as if he had merely changed to a better training environment, akin to his time at Tongxing Mountain. Thank you, esteemed elder, Tang Tian expressed with a bow. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively and said, there is no need for gratitude. This is the custom of Tianfu, and it is something you have earned for yourself. Moreover, I have heard of some of your deeds in the outside world. As Lan Ting Xianzun remarked, it is indeed a blessing for Tianfu to have a disciple like you. Tang Tian humbly disagreed, pondering within that Lan Ting Xianzun was quite diligent in her promotional efforts. From now on, focus on your cultivation at Tianqi Mountain. There will undoubtedly be a place for you among the future saints, the Grand Elder continued. Tang Tian nodded and tentatively inquired, may I ask, esteemed elder, how does one attain the position of saint? The Grand Elder could not help but chuckle, saying, you young lad, having just arrived at Tianqi Mountain, are already eyeing the position of the Holy Sun. Indeed, you possess ambition. However, I cannot reveal to you the means by which this position can be attained, for the criteria for selection varies with each generation. Yet, I firmly believe that if you dedicate yourself to rigorous cultivation and become sufficiently powerful, it will surely be within your grasp. Tang Tian nodded earnestly, realizing the statement was rather vague. He resolved to inquire further in due time. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder suddenly posed a question. Tang Tian, were you acquainted with the esteemed Yangshua Xinzi before? Tang Tian was taken aback, pondering why this question had arisen once more. Did the Grand Elder harbor doubts regarding their relationship? I have not met him, he replied. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, smiling. You may not have seen him, but he is familiar with you. Yangshua Xinzi was once a high-ranking member of the soul-subduing mountain. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. So, he was associated with Mingxian Xinzuan? No wonder he had been so attentive to him. Yet, what could prompt a senior figure from the soul-subduing mountain to come to Tianqi Mountain and serve under the Grand Elder? Sensing Tang Tian's confusion, the Grand Elder spoke gently. Some matters are not as simple as they appear. Yangshua Xinzi was deliberately assigned to your side by me. I cannot divulge too much about his circumstances, but what I wish to convey is that regardless of how he treats you, simply accept it without any psychological burden. This development is beneficial for you, for him, and indeed for me as well. Tang Tian fell silent, uncertain of the true meaning behind the Grand Elder's words. Nevertheless, he recognized that he was indeed one of the beneficiaries in this situation. Ultimately, he nodded earnestly, I understand. Chapter 473. The resolution after conversing with the Grand Elder. Tang Tian returned to the Shui Mu Jian, accompanied by the esteemed Yang Shua. Having learned of his true identity, the previous awkwardness between them had dissipated. It is often the case that when one receives kindness unexpectedly, one tends to overthink. However, Tang Tian had now come to accept the situation with composure. As they traveled, Yang Shua suddenly inquired, Has Tian Xian informed you about my circumstances? Tian Xian, of course, referred to the Grand Elder's title. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. The Grand Elder only mentioned that you hail from the Jinhuan Mountain. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuo chose not to elaborate further. After a brief silence, he spoke again. The commotion you caused during the divine baptism prevented the other two from completing the process. As compensation, I shall provide them with a more favorable cultivation environment. Additionally, there will be other compensatory measures sufficient to cover their losses during the baptism, so you need not dwell on it any longer. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had indeed learned of this matter from the Grand Elder earlier and had been contemplating how to address it, only to find that Yang Shuo had already resolved the issue for him. Thank you, esteemed sir. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude. Yang Shuo nodded gently, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Moments later, they returned to Tang Tian's residence. Xiao Sun and Yuan Ru had already packed their belongings and were awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Tang Tian, Xiao Sun turned away, clearly still harboring some resentment. However, Yuan Ru's expression was more complex, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Upon their arrival, Yang Shuo prepared to lead the two of them away. Tang Tian, though granted the option to relocate, preferred to remain in his current abode. Soon, Xiao Sun and Yuan Ru departed with Yang Shuo. Yet, not long after, Yuan Ru unexpectedly returned to stand before Tang Tian. Her face still bore a pallor of fatigue, and after casting a complex glance in his direction, she suddenly clasped her hands and bowed slightly. Thank you, Yuan Ru spoke softly. Tang Tian was somewhat perplexed. What was the matter with this girl? Yuan Ru quickly elucidated the situation. In truth, during the divine baptism, I could hardly withstand the terrifying pressure. Had you not interrupted my process, I fear I would have been forced to return to the Tongxing Mountain. At last, Tang Tian understood. Yuan Ru's ascension to the Xianyun platform had indeed involved a degree of fortune. And Mo Shu had voluntarily relinquished her opportunity, and she had not encountered Xiao Sun, Tang Tian, or even the relatively stronger Guo Guang and Han Tao. Ultimately, she had performed exceptionally to overcome Zhang Dao Yin and successfully reached the Xianyun platform. Her true talent, in fact, did not surpass that of those around her. Thus, when faced with the divine baptism, she struggled immensely, nearly succumbing to its trials. For one of her limited prowess, Tang Tian's unanticipated interruption of the baptism was indeed a fortuitous event. Yet, from another perspective, could luck not also be considered a form of strength? Ultimately, she persevered. Do not overthink, Tang Tian remarked with a gentle smile. Everyone has their own fate. Your absence from the holy mountain signifies that your destiny lies here. Do not squander such blessings. Yuan Ru, gazing at Tang Tian, took a deep breath, then bowed respectfully once more before returning to the side of the celestial master of Yang Shuo, departing together with him. As he watched their figures fade away, Tang Tian chuckled softly and shook his head. It appeared he was left alone once more. Yet, this suited him well, for he cherished tranquility. The celestial energy within him remained abundant, and once fully assimilated, he would delve into the specific regulations governing the ascension to the position of a holy son. Stretching luxuriously, Tang Tian retrieved a formation plate and returned to his red brick courtyard. A month swiftly elapsed. During this time, Tang Tian dedicated over 10 days to completely digesting the celestial energy he had amassed during the divine baptism. His cultivation soared, shattering the chains of the mid-stage Celestial King and advancing to the late-stage Celestial King. In total, within just over a month, he had ascended from the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the late-stage Celestial King, an astonishing pace even swifter than during his mortal days. Thus, his prior assertion that the great Luo Golden Immortal was the most challenging realm for him was far from mere exaggeration. Yet, Tang Tian understood that all of this was primarily due to the divine baptism. If he were to undergo a few more of such experiences, after completing his digestion, Tang Tian sought to uncover how a quasi-holy son could ascend to become a true holy son. However, the findings mirrored closely what the elder had previously conveyed. The position of holy son was highly arbitrary. Sometimes, an opportunity for selection arose once a year, while at other times, years could pass without such a chance. The last selection had taken place 6 years prior, resulting in a considerable number of quasi-holy sons at the Shui Mu stream. Although once they became celestial masters, the quasi-holy sons could depart at any time to serve elsewhere. None would relinquish the opportunity to ascend to that esteemed position. Apart from the randomness of timing, the methods of selection varied greatly. The last occasion involved purging a contaminated corner of the world, while the one prior required searching for specific items in a realm of chaotic rules. The one before that had even entailed sealing their cultivation, forcing them to experience life as mortals to refine their hearts. In summary, the differences were vast and eclectic, rendering it impossible for anyone to predict the nature of the next selection method. After several days of investigation, Tang Tian ultimately relinquished his efforts. Such matters could only be awaited. The good news is that throughout the entirety of Tianfu's history, the interval for selecting the Holy Sun has never exceeded 8 years. Therefore, it is merely a matter of waiting a little over a year at most, which is quite bearable. Having clarified this, Tang Tian returned to his red brick courtyard to solidify his cultivation, striving towards the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. After another great cycle, the aura surrounding Tang Tian grew increasingly profound. His cultivation was progressing steadily. However, at that moment, the communication jade talisman on him suddenly illuminated. Upon inspection, he discovered it was from Wang Gang. Opening the talisman, the message from Wang Gang came into view. Young master, Xiaoji has completed the analysis of the core vessel of the celestial patrol realm. Tang Tian's gaze sharpened, and he stood up immediately. At last, it had been accomplished. Subsequently, he departed the red brick courtyard and soared towards the entrance of Tianqi Mountain. Chapter 474: A Vision on the New Treasure Island. Within the main building of the World Commerce Association, Tang Tian stood in the center of the hall, gazing at the two floating orbs of light before him, lost in contemplation. Behind him stood his two most trusted subordinates, Wang Gang and Li Hong. At that moment, an air of awkwardness enveloped the trio. After a brief silence, Tang Tian pointed towards the orbs and inquired, "Is this it?" While cultivating at Shuamu Stream, he had received a message from Wang Gang, indicating that Xiao Ji had successfully deciphered the core vessel of the Celestial Patrol Realm. Consequently, he had promptly concluded his training and hastened back from Tianqi Mountain to the World Commerce Association. If he could construct another virtual world based on that core, the pace at which he accumulated consumption points would ascend to unprecedented heights. However, to his astonishment, the final outcome of Xiao Ji's analysis yielded merely a plethora of rules and another peculiar artifact. None of these pertained to the vessel itself. Sensing Tang Tian's apparent dissatisfaction, Wang Gang cleared his throat twice and remarked, "My lord, I understand that this result may not align with our prior expectations. Nonetheless, if we can utilize the rules deciphered by Xiao Ji and gather all corresponding materials, we should be able to create something akin to the Celestial Patrol Realm. While it may not possess the same power, its operation should be assured." Upon hearing Wang Gang's explanation, Tang Tian sighed softly and shook his head, saying, "I do not intend to place blame upon you. I simply did not anticipate this outcome. The fact that even Xiao Ji could not ascertain the nature of the Celestial Patrol Realm's vessel indicates that its level exceeds our wildest imagination." Wang Gang and Li Hong were unaware of the origins of Xiao Ji. The core of Xiao Ji was a fragment of the primordial chaos bell, the embodiment of governing rules. In this world, there are exceedingly few entities that elude its analysis. Throughout his extensive use of it, Tang Tian had encountered similar situations on only 2 occasions. The first was during the analysis of the Moon Fairy Wine, where a lack of critical information resulted in the analysis of only approximately half the rules. The second instance involved the Moon Fairy Jade Pendant, which was outright deemed an unknown item, rendering further analysis impossible. Yet in both cases, they were related to the Moon Fairy herself, whose status was undoubtedly on par with that of the primordial chaos bell's essence, thus producing such results. Now, it appeared that even the core vessel of the Celestial Patrol Realm could not be entirely analyzed. Did its level surpass that of natural relics? Tang Tian found himself at a loss. If he successfully acquired the Celestial Patrol Realm, he would surely be able to discern the true nature of that entity. However, currently, with by Nua captured, the Celestial Patrol Realm had essentially collapsed, leading all associations to withdraw. The Enforcement Hall was also conducting a thorough investigation, rendering acquisition an impossibility. Is it possible that he can only create a mere imitation based on the array of rules deciphered? Tang Tian cast his gaze towards another orb of light. Perhaps not necessarily. This orb represents something beyond the rules, another entity that Xiao Ji had elucidated, a vivid tableau. In this scene, An extraordinary realm unfolds beneath a pitch-black sky, where the earth is rent asunder by massive fissures. No trace of life exists there, not even the sun or moon, leaving only desolation in its wake. Might this image be the very location of the core vessel of the Celestial Patrol? Tang Tian mused aloud. Wang Gang furrowed his brow, replying, "There is a possibility." This image was projected by Xiao Ji only after the rules were fully deciphered. I believe it must be significantly linked to the core vessel. Tang Tian nodded gently, sharing the same sentiment. Even if this was not the actual site of the vessel, it was undoubtedly closely related. Yet, where exactly is this realm depicted in the image? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian spoke, "Let us proceed with this for now. Although we have not extracted specific information about the core vessel, we have grasped its fundamental rules. Based on these guidelines, gather the alternatives for the vessel, treating it as a preliminary experiment to test whether this virtual world aligns with my expectations. Additionally, let us utilize all available channels to locate the realm depicted in this image. I have a strong intuition that it is likely where the core vessel truly resides." Tang Tian affirmed their forthcoming objectives. Following this, he inquired about other matters. The acquisition of Tianxiatong has largely reached its concluding phase. Aside from certain elite merchant associations and factions, all others that could be acquired have been secured. It can be said that the commercial landscape of Tianfu has nearly been unified under Tianxiatong. The next step will be to launch a final offensive against the resisting forces, such as the Xinyu Pavilion. Furthermore, there is the matter concerning Li Hong's acquisition of their resources. Since the apprehension of Bai Nuyi, the previously chaotic situation has begun to stabilize. Consequently, Li Hong's acquisition plans have become increasingly challenging. In times of peace, there is an accumulation of resources, and no one is willing to part with such assets lightly. However, Tang Tian is aware that this tranquility will not endure for long. Bai Nuyi was merely the catalyst. Sacrificing her directly, Long Ge must have further schemes in motion. A far greater storm is undoubtedly brewing. Continue your preparations, Tang Tian instructed. Once the storm arrives, seize the opportunity to swiftly secure them. Do not allow a lack of urgency to create openings for other factions. The demise of a colossal creature inevitably attracts a multitude of individuals seeking to profit from its fall. Fortunately, the reputation of Tiantian has already been well established. When they extend their assistance, people are likely to prefer their offerings. After all, the benevolence of Tiantian is now widely recognized. Li Hong, with utmost respect, assured that he would remain vigilant to the unfolding events. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he imparted a few additional instructions before preparing to return to Tianqi Mountain. With everything now on a steady course, there was little left for him to worry about. However, to his surprise, barely 2 or 3 days after returning to Tianqi, a storm erupted outside. The developments unfolded much as he had anticipated. Bai Nua's self-detonation was a complete conspiracy. Following the interrogation and investigation by the enforcement hall, it became evident that the majority of the forces within Tianfu were implicated. At the forefront of this turmoil was the Battle God Hall, which had openly rebelled. Chapter 475. The storm approaches within the confines of the red brick courtyard. Tang Tian engaged in a serious dialogue with Mo Xiaoxiao. The gravity of her tone underscored the severity of the repercussions stemming from Bai Nuayi's self-detonation, which were far more dire than what the outside world perceived. Under the scrutiny of the enforcement hall, Bai Nuayi confessed to her transgressions. However, the revelations she provided did not align with the expectations of the enforcement hall or Prince Yu. She openly admitted to her crimes, implicating high-ranking officials who had either directly or indirectly contributed to the demise of the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Subsequently, she divulged the identities of her accomplices. To the astonishment of the enforcement hall, these conspirators were entrenched within nearly all factions under the banner of Tianfu, many occupying positions of considerable influence. Should action be taken, it would undoubtedly trigger a monumental upheaval, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked, and Tang Tian furrowed his brow. This outcome of the interrogation was somewhat anticipated by him and Prince Yu. Had the enforcement hall not entertained doubts? He inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao replied, "Of course, they harbored suspicions. They could not simply take Bai Nuayi's word at face value. When she initially named so many accomplices, many presumed she was attempting to deflect blame, convinced there were ulterior motives at play. Yet, as the investigation progressed, it became evident that every word she spoke was true. Those implicated indeed participated in the murder of high-ranking officials, and many harbored rebellious sentiments. Her voice was somber. Tang Tian fell into contemplative silence. This shift in circumstances was indeed unexpected. It could only be said that the mastermind behind this affair was exceedingly cunning. When Bai Nua Yi was cast aside, or rather, when the initial actions were set in motion, everything had been meticulously orchestrated for the present moment. The ability to involve so many disparate factions elites in a single event, all unbeknownst to one another, while also withstanding rigorous scrutiny, was a level of plotting Tang Tian believed he could not achieve. The main estate of Tianfu was undeniably formidable, its power and status transcending ordinary existence. Even a concerted rebellion from all factions combined could not topple Tianfu. They descended from the pinnacle of the firmament, presenting a dimensional assault on the very fabric of this realm's cultivation system. However, the entanglement of so many factions would inevitably sow considerable chaos within Tianfu's internal order. Is this why the War God Hall rebelled? Tang Tian posed the question. This information had been relayed to him by Li Hong just last night. In the dead of night, the War God Hall, under the leadership of its hall master, launched an assault on the enforcement hall. Their apparent target was none other than Bai Nua Yi, imprisoned within the heavenly prison. The enforcement hall was caught off guard, yet they swiftly adapted to the situation. The other experts from the heavenly mansion swiftly converged, quelling the rebellion with remarkable efficiency. Numerous formidable beings from the War God Palace were slain on the spot, and the palace master was successfully subdued. Remarkably, the entire sequence of events transpired within merely half a day. This upheaval unveiled the true strength of the heavenly mansion, a force that dwarfed these so-called top-tier factions. However, the signal it sent was profoundly alarming. Many entities under investigation grew increasingly anxious, fearing they might unwittingly follow the same fate as the War God Palace. Prior to the uprising, a significant portion of the higher-ups within the War God Palace remained oblivious to the unfolding crisis and had not participated in it. Yet now, they too found themselves imprisoned within the enforcement hall. No one desired such calamities to befall them, particularly after a fragile peace had been maintained for over a month, now replaced by a resurgence of anxiety. In response to Tang Tian's inquiries, Mo Xiaoxiao solemnly stated, Bai Nuyi indeed disclosed the identity of a deputy palace master from the War God Palace, and the enforcement hall has gathered irrefutable evidence during its investigation. Nevertheless, the War God Palace's sudden insurrection, even launching an assault on the enforcement hall, took everyone by surprise and revealed numerous peculiarities. Merely a deputy palace master should not have prompted such a drastic reaction. Moreover, do you realize that their attack on the enforcement hall was not to rescue Bai Nuyi, but rather to eliminate her? Why would the War God Palace act in such a manner? What are they truly apprehensive about regarding Bai Nuyi? What truths remain unspoken? These inquiries are rife with ambiguities, necessitating further investigation. Tang Tian fell silent. The situation indeed seemed rather extraordinary. Yet, within events involving Lu Chang'e, what could be considered ordinary? Fortunately, he had refrained from engaging in their schemes. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been beset by a multitude of unforeseen troubles. As for the present turmoil, it bore little impact on him. Residing in Tianqi Mountain, it resembled an idyllic paradise, impervious to the storms of the outside world. He merely needed to continue his cultivation as usual. The external disturbance surrounding the Tianxia Commerce Association also did not significantly affect him. The merchant realm of the Heavenly Mansion operates as a relatively independent domain. The rebellion of the War God Palace merely resulted in the downfall of a top-tier trading association, akin to the previous collapse of the Shanjiu Hall due to Bai Nuyi's fall from grace. Conversely, the Tianxia Commerce Association could continue to replicate prior strategies, absorbing the assets of the fallen War God Palace. In reality, Li Hong was finally prepared to take action. With the loss of their power, what purpose did their hidden cards serve? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Many would attempt to flee with their assets. At this juncture, when Tang Tian presented himself before them, it was akin to a divine savior arriving to rescue them. Thus, in a certain sense, the greater the chaos in the outside world and the more factions ensnared, the more benefits he would reap. After Li Hong completed his report, Tang Tian instructed him to commence operations immediately. How is the Mo family? Is everything well? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed softly and replied, some individuals have indeed been implicated. For thousands of years, the Mo family has remained an impenetrable fortress, never once having experienced infiltration at the highest levels. Yet this time, it has occurred. While the repercussions may not be catastrophic, the implications are far from ordinary. If the Mo family is besieged thus, one can only surmise that other factions must be riddled with vulnerabilities. The rebellion of the War God Temple is undoubtedly not an isolated incident. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Since the self-detonation of Bai Nua Yi, this storm has officially commenced. The future remains uncertain. One can only speculate how many factions will become ensnared. The extent of the losses to the heavenly capital and the number of lives that may be sacrificed in this calamity all hinges upon the magnitude of Lu Chang's schemes. However, this time, he merely needs to observe from the sidelines and manage the aftermath. Chapter 476. The Dawn of Success with the Brazen Insurrection of the War God Hall. An increasing number of factions found themselves ensnared in this sudden tempest. Over a span of more than 2 months, prominent forces such as the Tai Alliance, the Immortal Moon Pond, the Lingxiao Valley, and the Good and Evil Hall witnessed their high-ranking officials embroiled in turmoil, leading to severe instability. Among them, the Han family suffered the most devastating blow, nearly uprooted entirely, following the same fate as the War God Hall. The Good and Evil Hall also endured significant losses, with 10 of its branches annihilated, leaving only 6 intact amidst the previous 2 that had also fallen. The impact of this turmoil has diminished the strength of these top-tier factions by nearly half, while others have sustained grievous injuries, likely never to return to their former prowess. As months elapsed, only the profoundly rooted Xiaoyao and Mo families remained largely unscathed, sustaining their elite status. This situation elicited a sense of familiarity for Tang Tian. In his earlier days at the Qinghua sect, a considerable portion of internal power was also curtailed, particularly the influence of named disciples, thereby solidifying the sect's stability and concentrating authority within the sect itself. Was this unfolding scenario merely a repetition of the past? However, Tang Tian swiftly dismissed this notion. The Cloud Summit Mansion is fundamentally distinct from the Qinghua sect. The position of the main estate is unassailable. These internal factions may appear formidable, yet they are wholly inadequate to undermine the dignity of the main estate. Thus, the mansion has no need to resort to such measures to diminish internal power. Moreover, in this turmoil, the main estate was, in fact, the initial target of the onslaught, with numerous high-ranking officials meeting untimely ends, thus igniting the chaos. Therefore, this event is entirely a manifestation of Lu Chang's vengeance. Yet, regardless of the external tumult, Tang Tian remained largely unaffected. Rather, he reaped considerable benefits from it. As numerous factions fell, there arose a pressing need for someone to stabilize the ensuing chaos. Consequently, the Tianxia Commercial Association intervened at a most opportune moment. Recognized as a philanthropist, the association proactively assisted the mansion in restoring order, tending to those cultivators and businesses who had suffered unwarranted calamities amidst the storm. In the commercial realm, Wang Gang mirrored his previous conduct during the downfall of the Good Nine Hall, refraining from exploiting the chaos for personal gain, instead acquiring all assets under commendable terms. Meanwhile, in reality, Li Hong finally unshackled his constraints, aiding the mansion in accommodating those cultivators while simultaneously commencing the acquisition of what was deemed foundational assets. Throughout these 2 months, the Dao Jade and consumption points within Tang Tian's possession surged at an astonishing pace. Before long, they had surpassed 100 trillion, ultimately breaching the threshold of 200 trillion. With boundless financial resources and substantial expertise, the overall strength of Tiantang has swiftly soared, reaching a level comparable to that of the renowned Xiao family and the Mo family, making it one of the 3 remaining top-tier forces within the Tianfu. It can be said that Tiantang has emerged as the sole beneficiary amidst this storm, simultaneously garnering countless accolades. After all, Tiantang is famously generous, maintaining a reputable and upright image, eschewing any underhanded dealings, and ensuring that all dealings are transparent. There were even concerns regarding whether their financial capacity could withstand the immense expenditures on Daoyu, which were indeed considerable. Fortunately, they ultimately persevered. Throughout this entire process, Tang Tian remained an observer, dedicating himself to cultivation in the Shumu Gorge, occasionally venturing out for a brief stroll before promptly returning. He consistently maintained the stance of an outsider, In this context, his cultivation steadily advanced, achieving the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. It is anticipated that within a few months, he will officially break through to the immortal sovereign realm. With his cultivation now rapidly catching up, the only remaining challenge lies in sufficient resources for expenditure. However, the commercial sector has nearly reached its limits. Acquiring the remaining industries of the Chamber of Commerce would yield little further enhancement. The reality of the situation allows for some expansion, albeit very limited. According to Tang Tian's estimates, an additional 200 trillion would suffice to reach the zenith. Thus, he urgently seeks to expand Tiantong's influence, spreading it across every corner of this vast world, as countless streams converging can still yield substantial returns. Consequently, Tang Tian intensified his efforts to find alternatives for the core vessel of the Celestial Patrol. As fate would have it, 3 months after Xiao Ji deciphered the rules, all the substitute materials were finally gathered. On the 7th floor of the main building of the new Treasure Island, the entire space had been meticulously cleared. In the expansive hall, Tang Tian and Wang Gang stood, one before the other, facing a large pile of various top-tier immortal materials. Sensing the aura of rules emanating from these materials, Tang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The progress is commendable, he remarked with a slight smile. Wang Gang scratched his head and replied, to achieve this, we leveraged all our channels and connections. All the foundational materials were sourced by us, while some exceedingly rare resources were procured with the assistance of the Mo family and immortal sovereign Lanting. Had it not been for their help, we might have needed several more months. Rest assured, I have expressed my gratitude to them with the utmost sincerity, he assured Tang Tian. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He had great confidence in Wang Gang's capabilities. This exemplifies the value of networking, particularly for a fledgling force like Tiantang, where having a few powerful allies can prove to be quite significant. Very well, let us commence, Tang Tian remarked. It is truly a pity that such a splendid commercial model as the Celestial Patrol realm has collapsed, since they have chosen to self-destruct. It falls upon us to reconstruct it. Li Hong nodded earnestly in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Tian gently snapped his fingers, awakening the artificial intelligence, Xiaoji, which had been set up on the 7th floor. After enduring extensive training over this prolonged period, Xiaoji had become almost indistinguishable from the intellect residing within Tang Tian's mind. In addition to its analytical prowess, it now possessed a degree of operational capability. Under Xiaoji's guidance, all materials levitated, subsequently reorganizing themselves according to the rules it had deciphered. For the unnecessary impurities, Tang Tian assisted in eliminating them, leaving only the most vital components. Through their seamless collaboration, Tang Tian and Xiaoji swiftly processed all materials. Next, Xiaoji rapidly inscribed countless rules. After approximately half a day, a massive altar, roughly 10 meters in diameter and adorned in a dark golden hue with a distinctly modern design, floated majestically in the center of the hall. The substitute for the core vessel of the Celestial Patrol realm had finally come to fruition. Chapter 477. The virtual world. As Tang Tian gazed upon the magnificent altar before him, adorned with a myriad of distinct styles, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Since that first encounter with the celestial realm in Baidi City, he had longed to possess a virtual world of his own. After much wandering and anticipation, that aspiration had finally materialized. This altar functioned as the core vessel of the celestial realm. By integrating the foundational rules initially analyzed by Xiaoji, he could forge a virtual world akin to the celestial realm. However, he pondered how closely this substitute-crafted virtual world could emulate the standards of the celestial realm. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian instructed Xiaoji to commence the rule integration. This process posed no challenge for Xiaoji. In no time, the core rules were inscribed, and a wave of spatial fluctuation gently emanated from the altar. The sensation was reminiscent of his initial entry into the celestial realm. Turning to Wang Gang, he remarked with a smile, "Let us venture forth and explore our own virtual world. Should it develop as I envision, this virtual realm shall become the true headquarters of our Tianxiaotong." Wang Gang's expression mirrored his excitement. He had heard countless tales from Tang Tian regarding the advantages of a virtual world. For a businessman at heart, the prospect of utilizing a virtual realm to expand his enterprise globally was nothing short of a profound blessing. Subsequently, the two ascended the altar in succession. At Tang Tian's command, the intangible Xiaozhi manifested a tangible form, resembling an adorable, plump, white river spirit. Upon the completion of the virtual world-esque construction, Xiaozhi would remain as the sole mastermind, overseeing the regulation of its rules. Tang Tian was unaware of the entity that served as the mastermind in the celestial realm, but he was certain it paled in comparison to Xiaozhi's prowess. This was his distinct advantage. With the omnipotent Xiaozhi by his side, all his ambitions could be realized within the virtual world. Open the portal, Tang Tian spoke softly. Upon receiving the command, Xiaozhi's large eyes emitted two beams of white light, which converged before Tang Tian, forming a luminous white gateway. Following this, Tang Tian and Wang Gang stepped through the portal in succession. In an instant, the scenery transformed. Before them lay a world shrouded in pure white mist, with a solitary path leading onward. At the end of this path stood a grand gate. Beside the small platform in front of the gate, a dozen familiar figures stood in place. This sight mirrored his initial entry into the celestial realm precisely. This similarity arose because Xiaozhi had entirely replicated the core rules of the celestial realm, thus carrying over these configurations as well. Upon selecting those fixed figures, they would formally enter the virtual world. However, Tang Tian was not inclined to permit such a monotonous entrance screen any longer. He commanded Xiaozhi to disperse the thick fog and transform the environment into a picturesque realm of mountains and waters. At your command, Master. Xiaozhi, having entered the virtual world, seemed to exhibit an increased agility, even responding in human speech. Subsequently, its eyes sparkled with brilliance, and wherever the light swept, the dense white mist vanished entirely. In a brief moment, the scenery underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. The fog had completely dissipated, replaced by a vibrant array of flowers, grasses, and trees, along with pavilions and waterside pavilions. The path beneath their feet transitioned from ordinary cobblestones to a series of azure stone steps leading toward a grand entrance. Most remarkably, everything felt extraordinarily real. A gentle breeze brushed against them, carrying the fragrant aroma of flowers intermingled with a hint of moisture. One could observe the leaves swaying with the wind and the fish frolicking joyfully in the water. Among the trees, a small squirrel peeked from behind a trunk, glanced at Tang Tian and his companion, and swiftly scurried up a branch before disappearing from sight. Everything appeared indistinguishable from the scenes outside. Wang Gang stood in awe, his eyes wide as he absorbed the surroundings. Unable to contain his curiosity, he bent down to touch the nearby grass. Its soft and genuine texture sent a jolt of surprise through him, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Turning to Tang Tian, he incredulously exclaimed, "Young master, is this what you referred to as virtual reality? It is indistinguishable from the outside world." "No, even in reality. It would be challenging to find such a flawless place." His face was filled with wonder. In the realm of cultivation, illusions could achieve similar effects, yet they were, after all, mere deceptions of the soul and fundamentally different from the virtual world. Even though Wang Gang had seen much, he was still profoundly shaken by the spectacle before him. Tang Tian smiled faintly, pleased to find the results exceeded his expectations. It could only be said that Xiaozhi was exceptionally powerful. If one were to gauge its computational prowess by the standards of a brain, it would likely approach the infinite. Creating this scene, a perfect replica of reality, was hardly a remarkable feat for it. Yet, how could Tang Tian be satisfied with just a single scene? Xiaozhi, he reiterated his command, generate 10,000 distinct scenes based on reality. All scenes should be available for selection and easily switched between. Additionally, set a program so that whenever someone arrives at the entrance of the virtual world, the most fitting scene corresponding to their personal situation is automatically presented. That will suffice. One scene alone was simply inadequate. 10,000 scenes would provide ample variety for selection. Through the generation of 10,000 distinct scenarios, Tang Tian was able to roughly assess the computational prowess of Xiaozhi. However, he still underestimated Xiaozhi. After responding to Tang Tian's command, only a few breaths had passed before he announced the completion of the generation. Upon calculating the processing time, it was astonishingly similar to that of the initial scene generated moments ago. Tang Tian could not help but marvel. Truly, the primordial chaos clock was remarkable. Its capability to process rules was nothing short of extraordinary. As Xiaozhi's voice faded, a slab of azure stone materialized beside Tang Tian. Upon it were inscribed the names of 10,000 different scenes. Notably, Xiaoji had categorized them all, facilitating a swifter search. The categories included celestial, demon, magic, divine, mortal, and many more. Tang Tian casually selected a scene from the magic category, and the surroundings transformed immediately. The once harmonious natural landscape morphed into a desolate, dark expanse, where crimson lightning arced threateningly overhead, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Next, Tang Tian opted for a mortal scene. In an instant, they found themselves amidst a bustling human city, with throngs of people bustling along the streets, the air filled with shouts and calls of vendors. Moreover, these individuals were capable of engaging in conversation. After casually acquiring a sugar figurine, Tang Tian proceeded to choose a demon scene. The scenes continued to shift, each more vividly realistic than the last, akin to traversing through diverse realities. Wang Gang, having never witnessed such phenomena, was utterly astounded. Yet, what Tang Tian refrained from revealing was that this was merely an entry interface. Even more astounding wonders awaited within the virtual realm. Chapter 478. The Art of Facial Customization. A myriad of distinct scenes flashed before Tang Tian and Wang Gang. The prowess of Xiaoji surpassed Tang Tian's expectations, accomplishing such feats with seemingly effortless ease. Meanwhile, Wang Gang was utterly astounded. Having previously engaged with the Celestial Patrol realm and meticulously studied its intricacies, the disparity between what he had experienced and what lay before him was utterly incomparable. The two realms existed on entirely different planes of virtual reality construction. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Gang exclaimed, "My lord, setting aside other matters, the mere spectacle of this newly entered virtual world is sufficient to captivate many." Had the Celestial Patrol realm possessed a similar level of sophistication, or even a slightly inferior one, its development would undoubtedly not have been so arduous. A pure cultivator might remain oblivious, perceiving it merely as a scene, but as a consummate businessman, I immediately discerned the inherent value. This virtual world, in essence, serves humanity, making the quality of its service paramount. Particularly, the initial impression it leaves will garner the favor of a vast majority of cultivators, especially those who have reached the pinnacle of their training, who would be particularly drawn to such an extraordinary experience. However, upon hearing Wang Gang's exclamations, Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "Do not be so exhilarated. We are only at the beginning. What we aim to create will be a groundbreaking product. Now, let us proceed." With that, he fixed a scene of an ethereal realm and advanced forward. The abundance of scenes was certainly sufficient for the moment, and in due time, Xiaoji could enhance them as necessary. As they approached the gateway to the formal entry into the virtual world, the nearby array of fixed character templates appeared somewhat incongruous. Tang Tian paused, issuing a third command to Xiaoji: establish a set of virtual persona guidelines. This framework should allow users to craft their unique identities, which may be human or of other forms. Furthermore, all aspects of these personas must be adjustable, including voice, facial features, physique, height, hairstyle, and attire, achieving complete freedom. However, there should be certain limitations regarding physique to ensure suitability for everyday use within the virtual realm. Upon receiving the command, Xiaoji nodded obediently. "Understood, master." Moments later, a virtual persona creator materialized before Tang Tian. He examined it briefly. The functionality was akin to that of the entry interface, with countless diverse personas neatly categorized for effortless selection. He casually clicked on the young girl option, and in an instant, a charming girl donned in a delightful dress appeared vividly before him. As Tang Tian manipulated the system, the girl's appearance underwent continuous transformation, each combination presenting a distinct persona. Wang Gang stood beside him, momentarily taken aback by the possibilities. Could it truly be played with in such a manner? After a brief personal trial, Tang Tian encouraged Xiaoji to generate a creator before Wang Gang, jesting, "Why don't you give it a try?" At last, they were liberated from the monotonous appearances of the celestial realm. Wang Gang, unable to contain his excitement, rubbed his hands together and began experimenting. However, he opted for a more conservative approach, crafting a tall, middle-aged visage that seemed to mirror his own features. Tang Tian shook his head and selected the noble young lady option. He adorned her in a flowing white gown, meticulously adjusting her facial features and details. Moments later, a familiar silhouette emerged before him, none other than the moon fairy he had encountered previously. For reasons unknown, He had inadvertently conjured her likeness. Glancing at Wang Gang, he found that his companion had also completed his creation. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to himself, yet appeared taller and more gallant. Wang Gang, already quite handsome, had shifted slightly towards a more masculine allure, achieving a near-perfect representation of his ideal self. Noticing Tang Tian admiring his masterpiece, Wang Gang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat, changed his appearance, and remarked, "Young master, this feature seems more suitable for private use." Tang Tian chuckled, "Quite so. It was intended for the creation of unique identities for each individual. How does it feel?" Wang Gang inhaled deeply, calming his earlier discomfort, and replied earnestly, "It's impressive and highly versatile. Much like the initial entrance scene, it is undoubtedly a captivating tool for leisure. However, this level of distinctiveness may be excessive. For practitioners who value privacy, it may not be entirely accommodating." Nevertheless, he noted that the nearly infinite combinations of appearances would mitigate this concern. Most practitioners indeed prioritize their privacy, often preferring to keep their activities concealed, which explains the popularity of identity-less black markets within the cultivation community. Yet, Tang Tian countered, "No, we cannot permit unlimited alteration of appearances. If we were merely establishing a trading platform, the ability to change one's image indiscriminately would pose little issue. However, we aim to create a second world with a complete ecosystem. As such, it must mirror the real world, where each individual corresponds to a unique identity, allowing for the expansion of other ventures. Otherwise, chaos would ensue." Wang Gang furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, what about the issue of privacy? Once an image is established, many might harbor reservations. Tang Tian chuckled softly, "You are ensnared in a cognitive trap. Privacy and a fixed persona do not inherently conflict. In the process of crafting a virtual identity, one inherently safeguards their privacy, as long as you refrain from loudly declaring who you are in reality. Who could possibly discern that this persona is indeed you? Furthermore, we can impose an additional layer of protection on matters of heightened confidentiality. For instance, regarding clandestine transactions, we could simply introduce a mechanism for altering one's appearance upon entry, much like the hidden marketplaces of our reality. Thus, wouldn't this resolve the privacy dilemma?" Upon hearing Tang Tian's elucidation, Wang Gang was suddenly enlightened. He had indeed been ensnared by conventional thinking, applying the operational model of the celestial realm to this new virtual domain. If this could forge a second world akin to reality, then all rules could be adapted from the tangible world. Moreover, the conceivable constructs here are far more abundant than those in reality. Chapter 479. The people of my hometown, after experimenting with the face sculpting feature, Tang Tian immediately imposed restrictions. Ordinary users, aside from administrators, were limited to one identity per individual. Naturally, akin to reality, one can opt for various attires, hairstyles, and makeup to establish the diversity of their identity. Furthermore, this rule is adjustable. For instance, more character options would undoubtedly be available during internal testing. Depending on future circumstances, Tang Tian might even grant VIP status, allowing for a wider array of choices. In essence, while one may change their appearance, it must come at a cost, ensuring that individuals do not act recklessly within the virtual realm. Subsequently, Tang Tian instructed Xiao Ji to establish a naming function, assigning each individual entering the virtual world a digital identity marker, akin to an identification number. This would facilitate the future launch of a friendship feature. After finalizing these elements, Tang Tian, alongside Wang Gang, donned their virtual identities and opened the gateway to the virtual world. Wang Gang ultimately chose the avatar he had initially set, retaining his own name. As he was just beginning to engage with this novel experience, he felt a certain hesitance. In contrast, Tang Tian was more carefree. He opted for the image of Yu Xian and named himself Yu Xiao Xian, leaving Wang Gang momentarily bewildered, pondering who this Yu Xiao Xian could be that so captivated Tang Tian's attention. As they stepped through the portal, the scenery before them transformed once more. Before their eyes lay a colossal floating island, adorned with hundreds of identical architectural structures. In the distance, more floating islands stretched across the horizon. This layout mirrored that of the previous Celestial Patrol realm, as it was indeed a replication of the core rules. However, this time, Tang Tian did not rush to make alterations. Instead, he found himself deep in contemplation. The medium they employed was merely a counterfeit constructed based on the regulations inherent to the Celestial Patrol Realm's core framework. Logically, the virtual space this medium could accommodate should be incapable of matching the capacity of the original Celestial Patrol Realm. Yet, it appeared to not only replicate the scale of the Celestial Patrol Realm, but also to possess some surplus. Xiaoji, how much of the medium's capacity is currently utilized in this space? Tang Tian inquired directly. Xiaoji responded promptly, Master, according to calculations, the current world is utilizing only 4.72 of the medium's capacity. Tang Tian was taken aback. Less than 1/5? A mere counterfeit was proving to be even more potent than the original medium? He shook his head. Such a notion seemed implausible. If the Celestial Patrol Realm's medium were truly so inadequate, Xiaoji would undoubtedly have been unable to analyze it. Thus, only one possibility remained. In the Celestial Realm, the core vessel has not utilized its full potential, or perhaps it lacks the capability to do so. Such an observation suggests that the true vessel must possess an extraordinary level of power, fearsome beyond imagination. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Gang, Have we located the image that Xiaoji analyzed? Wang Gang shook his head and replied, No, we have exhausted all our connections and scoured the globe. Yet we have found no similar location. Thus, I deduce that this place must either reside within a highly concealed secret realm or may not even exist in this world at all. Tang Tian fell silent. If that were the case, it would indeed pose a challenge. The formidable capabilities of the Celestial Realm's core vessel stirred a profound yearning within him. The larger the virtual world constructed, the greater the future benefits it would yield. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, the counterfeit vessel's abilities were already remarkably powerful, sufficiently radiating throughout this realm. For now, it would suffice. Contemplating this, Tang Tian declared, Let us focus our efforts on the virtual world. However, we must not neglect the search for the image. We should strive to uncover the true vessel of the Celestial Realm as soon as possible. At the very least, we must ascertain what it truly is. Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Tian directed his gaze upon the world before him. He had long grown weary of the multitude of floating islands and the monotonous scenery and architecture of the Celestial Realm. After issuing a command to Xiaoji, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The vast floating islands began to grow rapidly, ultimately breaking the barriers and merging into a colossal continent. Soon after, mountains and rivers emerged upon the continent, along with countless trees and creatures, breathing vibrant life into the land. The previously uniform structures vanished entirely, replaced by a magnificent city, pristine and orderly, standing majestically in the sky and radiating endless brilliance. Observing the magnificent scene, Tang Tian smiled gently and remarked, This sky city shall serve as our main city. Though Wang Gang did not fully comprehend the significance of main city, he could not help but marvel at the astounding transformation unfolding before him. Yet, Tang Tian's subsequent actions completely reshaped his worldview. Xiaoji, construct a leisure and entertainment module where individuals can enjoy tea, engage in conversation, fish, play games, and watch dancers perform. The sensations of taste and touch must replicate reality precisely. Furthermore, create a cultivation module that generates various talents, physiques, elixirs, and divine medicines. Practitioners entering this module can utilize these components for simulated cultivation, with accelerated training speeds that allow them to experience the genuine sensations of cultivation. A new combat module is to be constructed, incorporating various beasts, spirits, and phantoms of differing strengths, alongside practitioners of diverse schools of cultivation. This will enable individuals to engage in myriad forms of practical training and combat against one another. Furthermore, an auxiliary module shall be developed, offering a plethora of spiritual herbs and materials for virtual alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting, thereby enhancing experience. Additionally, a lifestyle module will be established. With each command issued, a second world, rooted in reality yet transcending it, is rapidly coming into existence. As Tang Tian executed a series of intricate operations, Wang Gang found himself utterly astonished. After Tang Tian concluded his directives, a long silence ensued, during which Wang Gang, eyes wide, murmured, Young master, how did you conceive all this? Bound by the constraints of his world's nature, he could not even fathom such operations, let alone execute them. Observing Wang Gang's astonishment, Tang Tian merely smiled faintly. It is nothing extraordinary. In my homeland, anyone could accomplish this, and there are many who surpass my abilities, Tang Tian remarked with a chuckle. Wang Gang, however, was left in a state of unparalleled shock. What kind of terrifying beings inhabit your homeland? Chapter 480. The most expensive is the free in the new virtual realm. Tang Tian and Wang Gang spent an entire day immersed in their creations. Tang Tian brought to life every concept he could recall, presenting a dazzling array of eclectic and imaginative designs that left Wang Gang utterly astounded. Most of these ideas were entirely foreign to him, let alone the thought of executing a complete design. Yet, driven by his instinct as a businessman, Wang Gang discerned the immense potential embedded within these concepts. As time progressed, the embryonic form of this second world was finally taking shape. The next step involved continuous refinement, followed by the introduction of a substantial number of residents into this world. Having completed these tasks, Tang Tian and Wang Gang exited the virtual realm. Wang Gang remained in a state of persistent astonishment, murmuring, "Young master, this is simply enchanting. It feels as though we have traversed into a fantastical dream." Tang Tian smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. This, in essence, reflects the limitations of the world. A journey through a realm of cultivation alongside someone from a technological world would undoubtedly evoke a similar sense of surrealism. By the way, young master, Wang Gang continued, our world ought to have a name of its own. We cannot possibly continue to refer to it as the astral realm. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, that would be inappropriate. Although our virtual world is derived from the astral realm, it surpasses and transcends it. Therefore, we must carefully consider a name. It cannot be done hastily. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian slowly proposed, "This is an extraordinarily realistic virtual world. How about we call it the Void Realm?" Wang Gang replied, "What a remarkably thoughtful name. Young master, your literary talent is exceptional." He pondered for a long time, but could not conjure a more flattering term. Tang Tian cast him a knowing glance, aware that his companion was being disingenuous. However, in his view, it was merely a name, not warranting excessive deliberation, after all. Was it necessary to consult the feng shui or observe celestial phenomena? The more pressing reason was his own reluctance to engage in such efforts. Thus, under Tang Tian's careful consideration, the virtual world was officially named the Void Realm, or more accurately, Void Realm 1.0. Continuous enhancements would undoubtedly follow, at the very least. Tang Tian was determined to discover superior materials for the core framework, which would facilitate the expansion of the Void Realm. With the name established and the foundational structure erected, the next step was to seek out the first batch of individuals for the internal testing of the Void Realm. Before recruiting testers, however, it was essential to create a set of clients for logging into the Void Realm. The approach of the Astral Realm involved designating a fixed area and establishing a passage between that area and the Astral Realm itself. Then, another key was provided, namely the formation plate previously used by Tang Tian to enter the Celestial Patrol Realm, thus allowing formal entry into the virtual world. However, Tang Tian would certainly not resort to such a method. The ability to access the internet only through an internet CAF, in contrast to the ubiquitous mobile phones that enable connectivity anytime and anywhere. Which of these two approaches is more conducive to the development of the internet? The answer is quite apparent. Therefore, what Tang Tian must accomplish next is to create the mobile device that allows internet access at any time and place. While this task may sound straightforward, it is, in fact, no trivial endeavor. Admittedly, for other practitioners, it remains exceedingly challenging. The formation plate used in the Celestial Patrol Realm contained a fusion of over 100 exceedingly intricate formations, granting the capabilities of allowing the soul to enter the virtual realm and facilitating long-distance transmission of items. The mobile formation plate that Tang Tian envisioned would likely require the amalgamation of at least tens of thousands of formations, all meticulously miniaturized. Achieving such a feat demands an astronomical amount of computational power. Even if a formation master were to approach this task, they would likely find themselves utterly confounded, unsure of where to begin. However, it is fortunate that Tang Tian possesses a remarkable advantage. Xiaoji's computational power resembles an unfathomable abyss, and even Tang Tian, its master, is unaware of its limits. After assigning the task of creating the mobile formation plate to Xiaoji, it took less than an hour for it to be flawlessly designed. This mobile formation plate not only possesses the ability to log into the virtual realm and transmit items at any time and place, but also enables real-time communication and video chatting, thereby eliminating the need for messaging jade talismans. One can contact anyone at will. Furthermore, Xiaoji implemented encryption within the formations to prevent unauthorized access. Most impressively, it decomposed the crafting process of this formation plate into over 100 independent steps, allowing even ordinary formation masters, provided there are enough of them, to easily produce it. This aspect is critically important for the promotion of the virtual realm. Tang Tian's next course of action is to distribute these independent tasks and expedite the production of sufficient finished formation plates. After contemplation, Tang Tian turned to Wang Gang and said, "Next, you should promptly select a suitable group of individuals to experience the virtual realm. We will continue refining our internal processes before we begin external promotion. Additionally, the mobile formation plates can commence production. The more we have, the better. We must ensure that, when the virtual realm officially opens, there are enough formation plates to facilitate smooth entry for everyone." Wang Gang nodded in acknowledgement, diligently noting Tang Tian's directives. Subsequently, he inquired, "Young master, there is another matter concerning the pricing of our formation plates. The materials required for crafting the plates are not exceedingly expensive. Their true value lies in the design and the labor invested. However, I believe that during this nascent period of the virtual realm's unveiling, prices should be set modestly to attract a greater number of individuals to engage in this experience. What do you think?" Tang Tian chuckled and responded, "You have grasped some key points, yet you have not entirely comprehended the essence. Our array is not meant to be priced affordably. Rather, it will be distributed entirely free of charge. Furthermore, I intend for it to remain free indefinitely." Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Tang Tian typically did not prioritize short-term gains, yet even with his extravagant tendencies, there was always a method to his approach. However, offering this array completely free seemed rather excessive, did it not? Regardless of how minimal the cost of the array might be, once the entire setup is operational, it would yield a substantial revenue. Would he truly relinquish such readily obtainable benefits? Wang Gang voiced his concerns. In response to his inquiry, Tang Tian merely smiled and shook his head. "You may not have heard the saying, 'What is free is the most expensive,' but fret not. When the virtual realm expands sufficiently in the future, you will undoubtedly come to understand." Wang Gang remained lost in thought. Although he still felt somewhat perplexed, there was an undeniable aura of brilliance to it all. Moreover, Tang Tian's actions were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Unconditional belief is all that is required. Chapter 481. Testing phase. The virtual realm has finally been successfully established, fulfilling Tang Tian's long-held aspiration. Although the core vessel remains a mere imitation, it sufficiently meets current demands, enveloping a significant portion of the world without any issues. In the ensuing days, Wang Gang commenced the selection of suitable talents within Tian Tong to serve as the inaugural group of internal testers for the Celestial Survey realm. Concurrently, the crafting of mobile array discs began in earnest. After extensive development, Tian Tong has acquired nearly the entirety of the business sector, resulting in a staggering number of masters within their ranks. The number of experts in the realm of array formation alone exceeds several hundred. Wang Gang distributed the disassembly tasks of Xiaoji among them. Soon, Tang Tian held the first batch of completed mobile array discs in his hands. After testing their functionalities, he was exceedingly satisfied, as they approached the level he had anticipated. A few days later, the first group of internal testers officially entered the virtual realm. As the creator of this realm, Tang Tian observed their experiences from a godlike perspective. To encapsulate their journey in 4 words, utterly spectacular. These individuals, who had been nurtured in the cultivation world, had never encountered such a rich tapestry of entertainment. Upon entry, they were rendered speechless by the bizarre wonders before them. Some lingered on the entrance screen for an entire day, eager to experience the myriad of over 10,000 unique scenes. When it came time to select their virtual avatars and sculpt their appearances, they spent an inordinate amount of time. In reality, they could create puppets resembling real people, yet the sensations were entirely different. This avatar would embody their existence within the virtual realm, representing a new facet of themselves. All the regrets from their real lives could find redemption here. Thus, they reveled in the experience. Tang Tian understood their enthusiasm, for in his world, customizing avatars was a beloved activity, even spawning numerous competitive events. Having navigated the avatar creation process, they finally unlocked the gateway to the virtual realm. This portal, indeed, opened the door to a new world. The myriad of offerings before them left them in awe, whether in commerce, cultivation, or leisure. Each aspect could be deemed revolutionary. This group of business elites quickly sensed the vast opportunities within. Simultaneously, their experiences prompted them to raise numerous concerns regarding details that Tang Tian had overlooked. After all, the limitations of the world are inherent to every individual. Certain designs fell short, failing to meet the standard needs of cultivators. Some designs are rather redundant, making it difficult to implement them in the cultivation realm. Observing a plethora of issues reported, Tang Tian decided to grant them partial permissions, allowing them to report problems directly to Xiao Ji for immediate rectification. Thus, after several days of internal testing, the rules within the virtual realm became increasingly refined, and the content grew ever richer. In light of this, Tang Tian and Wang Gang deliberated and resolved to broaden the scope, embarking on the second phase of testing. During this phase, they intended to invite elite members from various other merchant guilds or factions to experience the virtual realm. The collective strength of a larger group would undoubtedly reveal those subtle issues that are often overlooked, enabling further improvements. Additionally, they would select a number of ordinary cultivators for an immersive experience to gauge the impressions of non-professionals. Furthermore, Tang Tian also prepared to take personal initiative. His task was to invite key allies and friends, including the Mo family, Lan Tingxianzun, Ming Xianxianzun, and Xing Hexiandi. In passing, he would inquire about the matters concerning the image of Tongxing Mountain and Qingsu Courtyard. Although Tang Tian had entered Tianqi Mountain and become a disciple of Xian Yuntai, Qingsu Courtyard still belonged to him before he relinquished his disciple status. Within the courtyard, Tang Tian sat across from Mo Xiao Xiao and Mo Jun. "I did not expect you to actually establish the Celestial Patrol realm," Mo Xiao Xiao remarked with a smile. "Was all this effort truly worthwhile? From what I understand, the benefits of the Celestial Patrol realm are rather meager, hardly qualifying as a super merchant guild. Given the current scale of Tian Xia Tong, is it truly necessary to undertake such an endeavor?" She still found it somewhat difficult to comprehend Tang Tian's revival of the Celestial Patrol realm. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "You will understand once you enter. This new world is distinctly different from the Celestial Patrol realm." As he spoke, he poured hot tea for both of them, preparing to take them inside shortly. It had been a considerable time since the three had last met, and they were not in a rush. "What is the current situation with Wang Ziyu?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiao Xiao took a sip of her hot tea and shook her head, saying, "It remains the same. The number of individuals implicated continues to grow, drawing in an increasing number of factions, and now everyone is on high alert, fearing they might tread the same path as the War God Temple and the Han family. However, I sense that this is something that will inevitably occur." Tang Tian paused and asked, "Have you managed to analyze why Lu Changgu is acting in this manner?" Mo Xiao Xiao shook her head once more. "It's ambiguous. We cannot discern the reasons. Logically speaking, Lu Changji's primary motive should be revenge for the past actions against Zhu Lin Daoren. However, if that were merely his intent, his actions would appear overly drastic. Wang Ziyu speculated that he might be attempting to subvert the entire power structure of Tianfu through this chaos. Yet, if that is the case, it seems beyond his capabilities. The position of Tianfu is not easily shaken. Thus, the true intentions of Lu Chang'e remain uncertain." Tang Tian could not help but chuckle, remarking, "It appears that Wang Ziyu is still being led by the nose." Mo Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it seems so. However, he appears to have become considerably more composed during this period, as if he is preparing for something else. Unfathomable. For both of these individuals are certainly not to be underestimated." Tang Tian acknowledged with a nod. Wang Ziyu is unlikely to concede defeat so easily. During the last attempt to capture Bai Nuyi, he hinted to Tang Tian that he possessed countermeasures. Who will ultimately emerge victorious remains to be seen. "This doesn't affect the Mo family, does it?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiao Xiao replied, "Not really. Aside from one unfortunate incident that was discovered last time, things have been quite tranquil since then. As long as the situation does not continue to deteriorate, there should be no issues." Tang Tian responded with an affirmative hum. In truth, Although Tian Tian Tong has reaped considerable benefits from this storm, like Mo Xiao Xiao, he too hopes that the situation will stabilize. A stable environment is essential for the smooth development of the virtual realm, allowing for greater gains. Should the situation worsen, impacting his plans, he may, regrettably, find himself compelled to take matters into his own hands once more. Chapter 482. A distinct experience after conversing for a while about the situation on Prince Yu's side. Tang Tian engaged in a discussion with Mo Jun regarding the current state of the business world. From Mo Jun's perspective, he grasped the formidable influence of the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, which could only be described as a colossal entity. Within the brief span of a year, the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce had ascended to become the unrivaled superpower within the Tianfu business realm. Prior to Bai Nuyi's self-detonation, premier chambers such as the Tai Alliance and Lingxiao Valley still retained a portion of the market share, and when united, they could contend with Tianxia on equal footing. However, as most factions became embroiled in turmoil, they found themselves overwhelmed. The War God Temple, the Han family, and the majority of the Good and Evil Hall's factions gradually collapsed, with their business interests completely disintegrating and falling into the hands of Tianxia. Now, apart from the steadfast ally, the Mo family, the deeply rooted and aloof Xiaoyao family, and the uncontentious Kandan Hall, the remaining major chambers and top-tier powers had largely succumbed to Tianxia's dominance. The former overlord, the Xinyu Pavilion, had also fragmented under Wang Gang's relentless suppression. Feng Yuqing relinquished the position of Grand Overseer of Xinyu Pavilion, and by the end of this year, the pavilion would entirely vacate its core position in the Wanbao Pool. The Tianxia Chamber of Commerce resembled an ancient beast, completely devouring the entire business landscape. Thus, Tang's forthcoming plans involve leveraging this newly crafted virtual realm to further amplify Tianxia's influence, does it not? Mo Jun inquired with a smile. Having been active in the business sphere, he was keenly aware of the value of the Xuantian realm. The reason the Xuantian realm had struggled to develop previously was due to its inherent limitations. Yet, with Tianxia's current scale and strength, it was certain to fully exploit the advantages of online transactions. In response to Mo Jun's question, Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "One might say so. But it is not entirely accurate. The new virtual realm and the operational model of the Xuantian realm are entirely distinct. We have retained the capability for virtual transactions while integrating numerous additional features that will undoubtedly astonish you." Mo Xiaoxiao waved her hand, saying, "Come on, old Tang. Stop keeping us in suspense. Take us inside. I am eager to see what kind of enchantment this virtual realm possesses that has captured your attention so thoroughly. It better not be merely superficial. You know me well enough that I will speak candidly if it falls short." Tang Tian smiled and nodded. He then handed 2 mobile array plates to Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Jun. After observing the array plates for a brief moment, their expressions transformed, revealing astonishment. This, Mo Xiaoxiao scrutinized the array plate repeatedly, exclaiming, "If I am not mistaken, the formations integrated within this array plate must number in the thousands." Tang Tian smiled slightly and clarified, "No, it is in the tens of thousands." The 2 individuals were momentarily taken aback. The multitude of formations, amounting to tens of thousands, had all been seamlessly integrated into this diminutive array plate. Both were well versed in the intricacies of such matters, and they understood the immense challenge it posed. It was likely that even a master of array arts would find it unattainable. How, then, had Tang Tian accomplished this feat? Mo Jun, holding the array plate, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Tang, you mentioned that this array plate serves as the key to entering the virtual realm. But if that is the case, how many individuals could possibly afford such an item? With the fusion of so many formations, I surmise its price would be beyond the reach of all but the largest merchant guilds." As a businessman, he possessed a keen instinct for profit. If the virtual realm could not be widely promoted, it would inevitably fall into the same predicament as the previous celestial realm. However, Tang Tian shook his head and replied, "Brother Mo, your understanding is not misplaced. Therefore, in order to facilitate optimal promotion, we intend to price this array plate at eternally free." At the utterance of these words, both men were once again rendered speechless. Mo Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, he lifted the array plate, waving it before him and pointing at it. "Brother Tang, something of such high caliber is free? And forever free?" He found it utterly perplexing to grasp Tang Tian's reasoning. Tang Tian simply smiled and said, "The materials used for the array plate are not particularly sophisticated. It is merely the complexity of the formations that elevates it. The overall cost remains within an acceptable range." Mo Jun was at a loss for words. Merely a slight increase in complexity? While he recognized that the materials used were rather ordinary, the true value lay in the extraordinarily intricate formations. Free. As a competent businessman, the mere thought of those two words made his heart bleed. Observing Mo Jun's expression of distress, as if he were the one incurring a loss, Tang Tian elucidated. The foundation of the virtual realm's development is a vast influx of transient customers. Thus, the cost for others to enter the virtual realm must approach zero. Once the numbers are sufficient, the cost of this modest array plate will be recouped in the blink of an eye. It is a remarkably profitable investment. Mo Jun scoffed lightly before letting out a resigned sigh. The reasoning was sound, yet it seemed that only Brother Tang could make such a decision and bring it to fruition. Very well, let me see what this legendary virtual realm truly entails. Under Tang Tian's guidance, Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Jun swiftly became acquainted with the operation of the array plate. As for the communication capabilities it offered, their assessment was rather lukewarm. For individuals of their esteemed status, the confidentiality of communication was paramount, and thus, they would likely refrain from utilizing this feature extensively. However, for the ordinary cultivators, this function is immensely powerful, allowing them to communicate with different individuals at any time and place, even transmitting images, simply by providing a few spirit stones. Next comes the teleportation capability, which has received favorable reviews from both parties. The teleportation within the cultivation realm can be quite cumbersome, but with this feature, even small items can be teleported over distances, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Tang Tian also indicated that this function would likely incur a fee in the future, as the teleportation necessitates passing through the void realm, which consumes a considerable amount of spirit stones. After experiencing the various minor functionalities of the array plate, they separated a fragment of their souls and officially entered the void realm. Under Tang Tian's guidance, the three of them found themselves within the same entry scene. The environment before them, indistinguishable from the real world, instantly brightened their eyes. Goodness! No wonder you said the void realm is unlike the celestial patrol realm. This is exquisite, exclaimed Mo Jun. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, stating, the array plate only examined the external identifiers of the soul for identity verification, without infringing upon the cultivator's other privacy. Moreover, it has no impact on the physical body in the external world, allowing one to return to reality at any time. This aspect is quite commendable. She considered it primarily from the perspective of a cultivator. Tang Tian smiled, noting that after the initial phase of internal testing, these minor details had already been optimized. Come, there are other intriguing novelties to explore. I wonder if you will find them to your liking, he remarked, leading the two towards the entrance of the void realm. Chapter 483. The astonished tycoons. As they traversed through the breathtaking scenery, Tang Tian and his companions arrived at the entrance to the void realm. This entrance was no longer the monotonous white gate of yore. Instead, it manifested as a vibrant and resplendent portal, dazzling in its myriad colors. This design was automatically generated in accordance with Mo Jun's preferences. Had it been Mo Xiaoxiao, the portal might have transformed into a dark gateway reminiscent of the demon realm. Upon reaching the gate, two delicate flower spirits appeared before Mo Xiaoxiao and Mo Jun. Esteemed master, I am your guide in the void realm, Little Ling. Should you have any inquiries during your journey, I am here to assist you. Now, please select your identity and appearance within the void realm. The flower spirit chirped cheerfully. This guiding feature had been added post-optimization, intended to assist those newly acquainted with the void realm. How intriguing, Mo Jun remarked, playfully touching the flower spirit, which elicited a cascade of giggles, proving far more vivacious than the natural sprites of the outside world. Subsequently, the two began to choose their virtual personas. The plethora of templates and the exquisite fine-tuning options fascinated them greatly. Particularly for Mo Jun, it became an addictive endeavor. After considerable time, he amusingly crafted an image resembling Mo Xiaoxiao. Haha, Xiaomei, do praise my genius, he exclaimed with hearty laughter. Mo Xiaoxiao shot him a disapproving glance, her expression akin to that of a caregiver for a wayward youth. Tang Tian silently teased, wondering if this fellow harbored a sister complex. Nonetheless, It must be said that Mo Jun's artistic flair was undeniably evident. The image he fashioned of Mo Xiao Xiao exuded even more charisma than the real her. Mo Xiao Xiao too attempted to create her own likeness, but the final outcome was, "Thank you, elder brother. I shall use this one. You can create your own." She swiftly erased her creation and claimed Mo Jun's as her own. Faced with his domineering sister, Mo Jun had no choice but to recreate his image. Soon, a more dashing version of Mo Jun appeared before them. Tang Tian observed them with a smile. From the initial batch of beta testers, it was apparent that these cultivators tended to be rather conservative upon first encountering this feature, predominantly crafting images that closely resembled themselves or individuals significantly related to them. However, once they grew accustomed to the concept, they unleashed their creativity, producing an array of whimsical avatars. Just days prior, Tang Tian had witnessed a rather attractive female cultivator who ended up crafting an exceedingly lewd old man's visage. One could only speculate on the psychology behind such a choice. In light of this phenomenon, Tang Tian had altered each individual's default appearance to two options, facilitating a swifter acclimatization to this new experience. Once Mo Xiao Xiao and Mo Jun finalized their character designs, Tang Tian led them toward the magnificent Void Gate. Using his own proportional image, the character of the Little Moon Fairy should be reserved for when he engages in mischief. Moments later, Tang Tian and his companions finally arrived in the true realm of the virtual world. Upon stepping into the virtual realm, the breathtaking scenery left Mo Xiao Xiao and Mo Jun utterly speechless. A colossal full moon hung suspended in the sky, seeming almost within reach. Beneath the luminous moonlight lay a magnificent sky city, radiating a dazzling brilliance, surrounded by several broad waterfalls cascading from above. Before hitting the ground, the water transformed into a misty vapor, drifting gracefully in midair. Below this sky city sprawled a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Within the forests, birds and beasts thrived, presenting a vibrant tableau reminiscent of a living landscape painting. Mo Jun, with mouth agape, murmured, "Brother Tang, I finally comprehend why you said the virtual realm is so different from the celestial patrol realm." He had thought that the previous place was the pinnacle, only to discover that even grander sights awaited them. His face was awash with wonder. This world before them not only mirrored reality, but transcended it, reaching a fantastical realm. Mo Jun was certain he could not find a place more beautiful in the real world. The mere spectacle here would undoubtedly captivate countless cultivators. If he was astonished, one could only imagine the reaction of those who had never ventured beyond a 1,000-mile radius in their lives. This was akin to a dreamlike paradise. However, observing Mo Jun's awe, Tang Tian simply shook his head with a smile, saying, "What I wish to convey is that this scene is merely the surface. There is far more grandeur to behold." The two siblings stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the existence of even more astonishing wonders. Without further explanation, Tang Tian commanded Xiao Huayao, a projection of Xiao Ji, to guide Mo Xiao Xiao and Mo Jun as they embarked on the true journey within the virtual realm. The array of attractions and facilities dazzled them, leaving them at a loss for words. Almost every new experience reshaped their worldview, prompting exclamations of, "So this is how it can be done." After accompanying them in exploring some attractions, Tang Tian decided to leave the rest of the time for them to enjoy on their own. The allure of the virtual world was best savored through personal experience. As the Mo siblings became enraptured by the enchantment of the virtual realm, Tang Tian summoned Xiao Ji and then reached out to the three distinguished guests he had invited that day: Lan Ting Xinzuan, Ming Xian Xinzuan, and Xing He Xiandi. These prominent figures valued their privacy, so Tang Tian did not join them, but merely provided them with the array plate. By now, they had all essentially completed their experiences. The well-versed Lan Ting Xinzuan demonstrated a commendable capacity for acceptance. He expressed immense admiration for the virtual realm, wholeheartedly agreeing with Tang Tian's assertions, and lauding it as an absolutely groundbreaking creation. What captivated him the most was the virtual realm's simulation capabilities concerning cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, and various Taoist practices. Under the formidable computational power of Xiao Ji, the effects of these simulations were indistinguishable from reality, which was truly extraordinary and immensely beneficial for disciple training. For instance, practices that are perilous in reality can be simulated within the virtual realm. With ample experience gained from these simulations, one can approach real attempts with far greater confidence. Furthermore, the cost of trial and error in alchemy is remarkably high in reality, particularly for precious elixirs. However, with the boundless spiritual herbs provided by the virtual realm, one can refine as many times as desired, significantly increasing the likelihood of successfully producing elixirs in reality. Tang Tian, let us arrange a time to discuss this matter in detail. This endeavor holds tremendous potential, greater than the heavens, exclaimed the immortal master Lanting with excitement. Tang Tian responded with a smile, assuring him that it was absolutely feasible. What he required was simply people, an abundance of people. After conversing with immortal master Lanting for a while, Tang Tian then reached out to immortal master Mingxian. To his surprise, the usually conservative and reserved Mingxian reacted even more fervently than Lanting. Tang Tian, he exclaimed, what must be done to acquire this formation plate? I am in dire need of it. I absolutely need it. He bellowed. Chapter 484. The significance of the illusory realm at the pinnacle of the Sea of Clouds. An elegant pavilion stands tall. Beneath the pavilion, Tang Tian and the esteemed Xian Zunming Xian sit facing each other. In this moment, Xian Zunming Xian appears somewhat rejuvenated. Tang Tian, he exclaims, the illusory realm you have crafted truly delights me. Ha ha ha. Tang Tian smiles in response. I am glad you find it to your liking. Here, within the illusory realm, aside from the main city, Tang Tian has also permitted Xiao Ji to generate a multitude of independent scenes. This expanse of clouds is but one of these creations. Practitioners hold their privacy in high regard, and such environments are specifically designed for them to enjoy solitary moments. Just earlier, Tang Tian had a discussion with Xian Zunming Xian. The latter expressed great interest in certain aspects of the illusory realm. Thus, after deliberation, they decided to converse face-to-face within this ethereal space. How have you been, esteemed Xianzun? Tang Tian inquires. Xian Zunming Xian waves his hand with a chuckle. Now that I have retired, there is no need for such formalities. You previously assisted me with 20 trillion, resolving all my remaining duties. Consequently, I am now merely taking leisurely strolls, enjoying retirement, engaging in the pursuits of an elder. Tang Tian laughs heartily. Then I must apologize for that. However, you appear far from inclined towards retirement. If I am not mistaken, the matter you wish to discuss today surely pertains to the Jinhuan Mountain. Xian Zunming Xian nods subtly, acknowledging his assertion without dispute. He then lets out a gentle sigh. I should have informed you earlier of the current state of Jinhuan Mountain. Tang Tian nods slightly. Previously, atop Jinhuan Mountain, Xian Zunming Xian had shared numerous insights with him. The valiant soldiers of Jinhuan Mountain had established remarkable feats for the development of Tianfu, thereby earning its esteemed reputation. Yet, they have also paid a tremendous price. Over the years of warfare, countless souls have perished on the battlefield, leaving behind a multitude of bones. Even more tragic than those who fell heroically are the old soldiers who, having suffered irreparable wounds in battle, now bear the burden of lingering ailments. They still possess the spirit to fight, yet they are compelled to remain on Jinhuan Mountain, leading what appears to be a leisurely pastoral life. Yet, within their hearts lies a profound solitude, desolation, and resentment, with no outlet for expression. For a warrior seasoned by years of conflict, such a plight is far worse than death itself. Many have succumbed to despair, unable to find solace, a situation that even Xian Zunming Xian cannot avert. After all these years, the number of veterans facing such circumstances on Jinhuan Mountain has surged to tens of thousands, a burden that weighs heavily on Xian Zunming Xian's heart. This is a dilemma that no amount of wealth can resolve. Alas, sighed the esteemed Mingxian, I have long harbored a profound sense of guilt and remorse for those brothers who once fought alongside me. It was they who forged my path, yet I have been unable to secure even their twilight years. In truth, there has long been no necessity for the existence of soul-stabilizing mountain. It is my stubborn insistence that has allowed it to linger in a state of tenuous survival. However, we all understand that the curtain will inevitably fall one day. After stepping down from my position, it seems I have shed my faade, revealing my heart to Tang Tian. Within my deeply wrinkled eyes lies a profound melancholy. You have done exceedingly well, Tang Tian spoke softly. Mingxian waved his hand dismissively. If I had truly done well, we would not find soul-stabilizing mountain in its current predicament. Many years ago, the Grand Elder proposed a commendable solution that could have afforded most individuals a fitting place. Yet, I rejected it, unwilling to allow Seoul's stabilizing mountain to be casually submerged in the river of history. In hindsight, had I heeded the Grand Elder's counsel, perhaps many lives would not be as bleak as they are now. His voice was laden with self-reproach. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. It was undeniable that Mingxian bore some responsibility for the plight of Seoul's stabilizing mountain. There were undoubtedly numerous aspects he had not managed well. But could one truly blame him? Even the mightiest among us make erroneous choices. After a moment of silence, Mingxian gestured dismissively. Let us not dwell on the past. I once believed that aside from providing them with some resource advantages, there was no other means of recompense. However, today, you have illuminated another glimmer of hope for me. He pointed towards the surrounding sea of clouds, exclaiming, what you have crafted in this virtual realm is simply astonishing. It is undoubtedly a stroke of genius. Do you realize how many individuals within Seoul's stabilizing mountain cannot even leave their own cultivation chambers? Yet, if they could enter this space, all that they have lost could be restored. Playing games, seeking like-minded companions, even cultivating and battling. I recall you referred to this virtual realm as the second world. That is an incredibly apt description. For them, this represents a second tangible reality, a world where they can regain their confidence and experience rebirth. Thus, Mingxian gazed earnestly at Tang Tian and declared, I require this array disc. The opportunity to enter the virtual realm. I have seen the array disc, and its crafting process is exceedingly intricate, undoubtedly making it very precious. Nevertheless, I am determined to secure this chance for those individuals to be reborn. Whatever you need, do not hesitate to ask, even if it involves taking down the Grand Elder. I shall exert every effort to assist you. This is my final redemption. He spoke with unwavering sincerity, observing the earnest gaze of the esteemed, immortal Mingxian. Tang Tian discreetly wiped his nose and cleared his throat, stating, I hold great respect for the Grand Elder and harbor no ulterior motives. However, since you have broached the subject, I shall not hold back. What I require is, in the expectant gaze of immortal Mingxian, Tang Tian smiled and continued, I simply need a sufficient number of individuals to experience life in the illusory realm. My intention has always been to vigorously promote this realm. Should it benefit the valiant soldiers atop the soul-guarding mountain, it would indeed be an unexpected delight. Thus, what reason would I have to decline your request? Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, immortal Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. With a furrowed brow, he replied, I still find your meaning somewhat opaque. Please, speak plainly. What price must be paid to acquire the formation discs? Tang Tian chuckled softly, no longer playing coy, and replied gently, no price is required. All formation discs will be distributed free of charge. If you are truly in urgent need, I shall prioritize the first batch of discs produced for you. Immortal Mingxian stared wide-eyed, completely astonished. Chapter 485. The clue of the scene upon receiving a positive affirmation from Tang Tian. Mingxian Xianzun initially believed that Tang Tian had once again displayed an extraordinary benevolence, opting to engage in a venture that would result in a loss. He was remarkably discerning, capable of instantly recognizing the mobile array disc as an exceedingly rare and precious item. Thus, he found it utterly incomprehensible that Tang Tian intended to distribute it freely. It was only after Tang Tian's repeated explanations that he reluctantly accepted this reality. Subsequently, to Mingxian Xianzun's astonishment, he rose to his feet and deeply bowed to Tang Tian, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Tang Tian, taken aback, hastily stood up. He found it difficult to accept such an expression of thanks. This was not merely a matter of status, rank, or wealth, but rather one of character. Following this, Tang Tian and Mingxian Xianzun engaged in a meticulous discussion, ultimately agreeing upon a specific figure, 200,000. The subsequent production of these 200,000 array discs would be prioritized for use by Tongsheng Mountain. Mingxian Xianzun further declared that, regardless of Tang Tian's future endeavors, even if he were to rebel against Tian Fu, he would steadfastly stand by Tang Tian's side. Tang Tian graciously accepted this goodwill. However, the notion of rebelling against Tian Fu was not something he entertained. In truth, this arrangement represented a mutually beneficial scenario. Mingxian Xianzun finally had the opportunity to heal his inner turmoil, while Tang Tian welcomed a significant influx of virtual realm inhabitants. These 100,000 individuals were expected to settle within the virtual realm, contributing positively to its future development. Once their discussions concluded, Ming Xianzun eagerly departed the virtual realm, intent on sharing this joyous news with his comrades. Meanwhile, Tang Tian, through Xiaozhi, reached out to the final individual he had personally invited, Xing Xiandi. In contrast to Lan Ting Xianzun and Ming Xianzun, Xing Xiandi appeared relatively composed. They subsequently arranged to meet within the virtual realm. Moments later, on a solitary island amidst a vast expanse of water, Tang Tian encountered Xing Xiandi once again. This virtual realm is quite impressive, praised Xing Xiandi. I have encountered numerous similar illusory worlds. Yet they all bear resemblance to the celestial patrol realm, offering a rather limited scope of possibilities. However, the virtual realm you have constructed is indistinguishable from the real world, and in certain aspects, it surpasses it in perfection. Tang Tian nodded in gratitude and then inquired, esteemed lord of the mansion, do you believe the virtual realm can be successfully promoted within Tianfu? This was the primary purpose of his invitation to Xing Xiandi. As long as this esteemed lord granted his approval, the subsequent promotion of the virtual realm would proceed without hindrance. Xing Xiandi soon replied with a smile. Of course it can. Based on my experience thus far, the potential for development within the virtual realm is immensely vast. For instance, the recent uproar surrounding the rebellion can be attributed not only to the machinations of certain individuals, but also to the long-standing grievances and injustices that have festered over time, leading to chaos. If an alternative realm could serve as a buffer for conflicts, thereby resolving the majority of animosities between factions, the occurrences of discord in the real world would significantly diminish. Additionally, the affiliated sects and various powers from the outside could be uniformly managed through this virtual domain, inevitably accelerating the process of unification within this world. Tang Tian nodded silently. Indeed, different individuals perceive the same phenomenon through diverse lenses. Master Lanting is primarily concerned with the cultivation of disciples, while Master Mingxian focuses on matters of daily life. In contrast, the Star River Emperor immediately recognized the potential of the Second World in alleviating conflicts. After some contemplation, Tang Tian declared, in that case, I intend to officially promote the virtual realm in the Tianfu after the testing phase. The Star River Emperor nodded in agreement, saying, no problem. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would have sought you out proactively. Master Lanting has already approached me, expressing great admiration for various aspects of the virtual realm and preparing to disseminate it among all his disciples. I am wholeheartedly supportive of his vision. Tang Tian smiled broadly. Master Lanting's actions are indeed swift. It appears he has intuitively grasped the benefits of the virtual realm. Very well, he continued. However, I just promised Master Mingxian that the first batch of formation plates would be prioritized for the Jinhuan Mountain. If Master Mingxian desires them, he will need to wait a bit longer. The Star River Emperor nodded slightly before inquiring. I have reviewed the formation plates, and their complexity is exceedingly high. Even a master of formation techniques might find them daunting. Although I am unaware of your crafting methods, it must not have been an easy endeavor. Currently, the demand appears to be substantial. Can your Tianxia Commerce Association keep up with the production speed? Tang Tian pondered briefly before responding. At present, with full effort, we can produce approximately 5,000 plates daily. Although the process has been deconstructed by Xiaozhi, the multitude of steps remains time-consuming and labor-intensive. The Star River Emperor replied calmly, this figure exceeds my expectations. However, it does seem somewhat sluggish. Master Lanting appears rather impatient. I have a proposal for you. Consider this. The Tianfu can provide a sufficient number of masters of formation techniques specifically for crafting the plates, with the costs borne by the Tianfu. However, this would entail a significant risk of leaking the core secrets of the formation plates. Please contemplate this proposal. Tang Tian waved his hand with a smile. No need to deliberate. If the Tianfu is truly willing to assist in the production of the formation plates, I would be overjoyed. As for the so-called core secrets, they are non-existent. The array was originally distributed free of charge. To be frank, he would actually welcome the prospect of someone deciphering the array and subsequently crafting it for entry into the virtual realm. For him, the mere presence of a sufficient number of individuals within the virtual world sufficed. The Star River Immortal Emperor nodded, remarking, your generosity remains unmatched. I shall make the necessary arrangements upon my return. You need only manage the coordination on your end. In this realm, the number of array masters is still quite significant, so one must be mentally prepared in advance. Tang Tian smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. With the intervention of the heavenly mansion, I firmly believe that the production of the arrays will experience a remarkable transformation. The pace of promoting the virtual realm will undoubtedly accelerate as well. Subsequently, Tang Tian and the Star River Immortal Emperor deliberated on several specific details, ultimately solidifying the plan. Once their discussion regarding the virtual realm concluded, Tang Tian spoke up. "Your Excellency, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Recently, I glimpsed a vision, a peculiar expanse of heaven and earth. I have searched extensively, but have been unable to locate its whereabouts. Given your vast knowledge and experience, I wish for you to help me discern the nature of this place." The Star River Immortal Emperor nodded. "Very well, let me take a look." Tang Tian gently flicked his finger, summoning Xiaoji. A beam of light then emanated from Xiaoji's eyes, revealing the fragmented realm before the Star River Immortal Emperor. Upon witnessing this realm, the Star River Immortal Emperor furrowed his brow. This is the Ancient Domain Battlefield. Chapter 486. The former secret, the Ancient Domain Battlefield, of which Tang Tian had heard whispers, was a realm detached from this world. According to Prince Yu, it once belonged to the Great World. However, due to some cataclysmic wars, it was severed from the Great World, transforming into a mere fragment adrift in the chaotic realm. Chaos was synonymous with the Ancient Domain Battlefield, a place rife with myriad dangers where even an immortal emperor could meet a grim fate if caught off guard. Yet, it also harbored exceedingly rare opportunities. The immortal emperor of the Star River frequently ventured into the Ancient Domain Battlefield, seeking the fortunes hidden within this realm of Yunding Tianfu. Could it be that the core vessel of the Celestial Patrol realm lies within this very place? Observing the Star River Immortal Emperor, Tang Tian noticed the furrow in his brow, indicating that matters were perhaps more intricate than they appeared. "Tang Tian, from where did you acquire this map?" The Star River Immortal Emperor inquired with a grave tone. Tang Tian pondered briefly before responding truthfully. "It is from the Celestial Patrol realm. I initially sought to acquire the Celestial Patrol realm, but due to the incident involving Bai Nuyi, I was unable to continue. However, I was reluctant to abandon this novel business model, so I began to search for the operational methods of the Celestial Patrol realm, including its core vessel. Yet, after a thorough investigation, I could not ascertain what the core vessel truly was, only managing to acquire this map. I surmised that the location depicted in the map corresponds to the core vessel's whereabouts, hence my quest for answers. However, prior to consulting you, I had not obtained any definitive information." Upon hearing this, the Star River Immortal Emperor nodded slightly, then suddenly revealed a faint smile, saying, "The Law Enforcement Hall has also been investigating matters concerning the Celestial Patrol realm. They too sought the location of its core, but found not even a hint. Your investigative prowess surpasses theirs by far." Tang Tian smiled in silence. Everyone harbored their secrets. He understood that the Tianfu would not easily pry into the mysteries of its disciples, and the Star River Immortal Emperor was even less likely to do so. After a brief pause, the Star River Immortal Emperor exhaled softly and remarked, "If this realm truly represents the core location of the Celestial Patrol realm, then our current investigative direction concerning the chaos within Tianfu is likely misguided. The truth of the matter may be far more complex than we have imagined." As he spoke, he gazed at Tang Tian and continued, "The image you presented, in all likelihood, is known to only two individuals in this world. One is me, and the other is Lu Ming." Tang Tian gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this matter would be intertwined with Lu Ming. Yet, the Star River Immortal Emperor nodded earnestly. "In the past, my contention with Lu Ming extended from Tongxing Mountain to Tianqi Mountain. Later, we journeyed from Tianqi Mountain to the ancient battlefield, which marked our final confrontation for the coveted position of the Divine Sun. Upon entering the ancient battlefield, we simultaneously arrived at a highly secretive and abandoned sacred site. Subsequently, we ventured into an ancient ancestral land within the Forsaken Sanctum. There, a fierce battle ensued between him and me. It could be said that the victor of that encounter would secure the Divine Sun's position. Regrettably, despite the betrayal of my own soul and the immense cost I bore to acquire strength, I was ultimately defeated by Lu Ming. In the end, I withdrew from that ancient ancestral land, while Lu Ming successfully retrieved what was needed by the heavenly mansion and ascended to the position of Divine Sun." As I recounted this moment, the Star River Immortal Emperor's eyes brimmed with nostalgia, concealing a hint of unresolved resentment and melancholy. After a brief silence, he spoke softly. The image you presented is indeed the ancient ancestral land that Lu Ming and I entered together. My impression of that place remains vivid. Apart from it, no other location could evoke such a remarkable spectacle. Thus, I assert that if it truly bears a connection to the celestial surveillance realm, the recent turmoil's origins might be even more intricate. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He had come to understand Lu Ming quite well. This individual was undoubtedly a remarkable entity. In the collective memory of others, he was a figure who, on the brink of ascending to the pinnacle of the heavens, defied taboos for the sake of a woman, incurring divine punishment and failing his ascension, thus vanishing from the annals of history. However, Tang Tian learned from the Moon Immortal that the folding fan in question was never intended for Lu Ming, but rather for a woman. This led him to speculate that the taboo incident was not as straightforward as it appeared. Now, the connection to the celestial surveillance realm suggested a link between him and Lu Chang'e. Two similarly complex individuals, colliding across a century, inevitably rendered the situation more convoluted. After some contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "Esteemed Lord of the Mansion, I still wish to delve deeper. What truly transpired when Lu Ming ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens? Why has the heavenly mansion kept it concealed? And who was that woman beside Lu Ming?" Faced with this query, the Star River Immortal Emperor remained silent for a considerable time. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh. It is futile to conceal matters that have transpired over so many years. Moreover, now that he is entangled with the celestial surveillance realm, it bears mentioning that Lu Ming did indeed wish to ascend to the heavens accompanied by a woman. However, this endeavor did not violate any taboos. It was the heavenly mansion that abruptly received orders from above, prohibiting that woman from entering the pinnacle of the heavens. Moreover, there exists no justification for this. It is merely an edict from above, which Tianfu is compelled to obey. Upon learning of this matter, Lu Ming was consumed by fury. His fervent aspiration to become the divine son and ascend to the pinnacle of the firmament was largely motivated by his devotion to that woman. He had confided in me that this was a vow he was determined to fulfill in this lifetime, no matter the cost. Regrettably, however, destiny is immutable. Despite Lu Ming's relentless perseverance, he was powerless to alter this outcome and ultimately had to resign himself to solitude. Just as he was on the verge of his ascension, an unknown transgression triggered a forbidden consequence, and a terrifying divine retribution was unleashed upon him, leaving him incapacitated and leading to his eventual obscurity. Yet, upon subsequent investigation, Tianfu failed to ascertain what precisely had breached the taboo. As this matter implicated higher authorities, Tianfu found itself unable to provide an explanation, thus choosing to conceal the truth. The narrative disseminated claimed that Lu Ming had incurred divine punishment solely due to his connection with that woman. The celestial emperor of the galaxy recounted this tale with great eloquence. Chapter 487. Preparation to depart after listening to the Star River Immortal Emperor's narration. Tang Tian found himself enveloped in silence. Initially, he had anticipated a tale of thrilling exploits, perhaps of Lu Ming bravely confronting darkness and making bold moves. However, the reality was rather mundane. Generally speaking, the heavenly mansion remained obedient to the higher realms, namely the pinnacle of the firmament. They were naturally unable to defy the commands from the pinnacle, which led to special provisions being made for Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming encountered a mishap, and they were unable to ascertain the specific reasons behind it, fearing repercussions for the higher realms. Thus, they opted to conceal the matter. Yet, after hearing the account, Tang Tian realized that all the suspicions converged upon an individual he had never heard of before, the woman beside Lu Ming. It was as if she did not exist in history, yet her presence was felt at every critical juncture. Moreover, what was her identity that warranted an explicit prohibition from the pinnacle? Who was this person? Tang Tian posed his questions to the Star River Immortal Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor replied, "As for that woman, she is rather unremarkable. Since Lu Ming entered the heavenly mansion, she has been by his side, seemingly sharing a childhood bond. Their relationship is exceptionally close, and wherever Lu Ming goes, she is invariably by his side." Tang Tian felt a stir in his heart and inquired, "Is it true that when Lu Ming received the blessings of the Moon Immortal in the Moon Viewing Cave, this woman was present as well?" The Star River Immortal Emperor furrowed his brow in thought for a while before responding, I believe she was indeed there. I have never visited the moon viewing cave, so I only heard about it through accounts. However, I can affirm that she must have accompanied Lu Ming into the moon viewing cave. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. That confirms it. The moon immortal explicitly informed me that the folding fan was gifted to a woman, not to Lu Ming. If my conjecture is correct, it must be her. What is the name of that woman? Tang Tian asked. The Star River Immortal Emperor replied, Lin Ying. She seldom socialized and remained closely attached to Lu Ming, which is why few are aware of her true name. It was Lu Ming who revealed this name to me. Tang Tian's gaze shifted, and he chuckled. Isn't it said that you and Lu Ming are arch-rivals? Yet, I sense a camaraderie between you. Many matters, he has confided in me. The Star River Immortal Emperor said with a smile. Lu Ming and I are merely opponents, not enemies. At that pinnacle, there are only the two of us. Thus, we often find ourselves seated together, engaging in conversation. Tang Tian suddenly understood. The path to the pinnacle has always been solitary. Should one find companionship, as long as it is not a mortal enmity, there will inevitably be mutual appreciation. Why did the pinnacle of the firmament refuse Lin Ying at that time? Tang Tian inquired. The Starry River Celestial Emperor sighed and replied, I do not know. They merely stated that Lin Ying's identity was questionable and required further investigation before any conclusions could be drawn. However, after Lu Ming's incident, Lin Ying mysteriously vanished, and the investigation into her was consequently halted. Thus, the specifics of Lin Ying's identity became an eternal enigma. Tang Tian fell silent once more. The questions that remained unresolved a century ago would undoubtedly be even more difficult to clarify today. Yet, concerning his own interests, he was primarily focused on the core issues of the celestial realm. Do you believe that the core entity of the celestial realm could possibly reside within that ancient ancestral land? Tang Tian returned to the topic. The Starry River Celestial Emperor pondered for a moment before responding. That possibility cannot be dismissed. The ancient ancestral land was extraordinarily peculiar, entirely different from the current cultivation world. It resembled the remnants of a prehistoric civilization. The extent of the extraordinary elements concealed within it remains a mystery to all. It is conceivable that the core of the celestial realm was indeed brought back by Lu Ming. Alternatively, the core might very well be situated within that realm. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, leaning towards the latter hypothesis that the core of the celestial realm still resided within that ancient ancestral land. Otherwise, Xiaoji would not have arrived at such a conclusion. However, if this were the case, he would have to venture to the ancient battlefield. Is it still possible to enter the ancient ancestral land? Tang Tian asked. The Starry River Celestial Emperor affirmed, yes. Through the joint efforts of the Cloud Summit Celestial Manor and other celestial manors over the years, that place has transformed into a relatively safe location. However, due to regulatory constraints, only cultivators beneath the Celestial Emperor rank may enter. Otherwise, I would certainly wish to see it for myself. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's heart leaped with joy. May I go? He inquired. The Starry River Celestial Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Do you intend to investigate personally? Is the current void realm not already quite perfected? Tang Tian smiled wryly, shaking his head. Perfection is still far from our reach, especially regarding the issue of the core entity, which poses the greatest risk and limitation to the void realm. Should the scope of the void realm expand further, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Therefore, I must locate a sufficiently powerful entity. The Starry River Celestial Emperor frowned in contemplation for a moment before speaking. The ancient battlefield is exceedingly perilous. The safety of that land is merely relative, and danger still lurks. Losing one's life can occur in an instant. Is it truly worth undertaking such a significant risk merely for the sake of the void realm? Tang Tian nodded earnestly, affirming, the virtual realm holds immense significance for me. Thus, I must undertake this task. The Stellar Emperor tapped his fingers on the table, falling into a contemplative silence for a considerable time. Eventually, he spoke slowly. I can indeed conceive a method to guide you into that domain. However, prior to that, I must pose a question. Do you possess the confidence to attain the position of the Holy Sun? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why the Stellar Emperor had suddenly broached this topic. Nonetheless, he responded with sincerity, yes. Moreover, he possessed absolute confidence. Not only could he aspire to the position of the Holy Sun, but if he so desired, he could also upheave the entire heavenly mansion. Over this period, He had amassed hundreds of thousands of world rules, along with thousands of formidable chaotic rules. If he were to unleash his full power, unless a supreme being from the apex of the firmament intervened personally, none could stand in his way. Upon hearing Tang Tian's declaration, the Stellar Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I believe your words. Prepare yourself swiftly. This matter should reach a definitive conclusion within a month at the latest. The Stellar Emperor left the specifics of the path to the ancient battlefield shrouded in mystery. However, Tang Tian naturally placed his trust in him and nodded earnestly. Thank you, esteemed Mansion Lord. Chapter 488. The trial of the Holy Sun. The response to the second wave of testing in the virtual realm exceeded Tang Tian's expectations, proving to be nothing short of explosive. The siblings from the Mo family spent an entire day immersed in the virtual realm, emerging only reluctantly, still yearning for more. They were utterly astounded by the myriad of imaginative concepts realized within this realm, offering Tang Tian their enthusiastic commendation. They subsequently pledged that once he began promoting the virtual realm, the Mo family would wholeheartedly leverage all their channels and resources in robust support. What brought Tang Tian the greatest satisfaction, however, was the reaction and backing from three influential figures. He could almost foresee the future development of the virtual realm, anticipating a pace akin to that of a whale engulfing everything in its path, sweeping across the globe. Indeed, this was the truth. As the second wave of testing approached its conclusion, the Star River Immortal Emperor dispatched a considerable number of array masters under the auspices of the Heavenly Mansion, specifically to forge mobile array discs for the virtual realm. With the addition of these masters, the production rate of array discs by Tian Communications skyrocketed from 5,000 per day to an astonishing 50,000, a tenfold increase. And this was merely the first batch of masters. The Star River Immortal Emperor was actively scouting talent from all corners of the world. In due time, the production speed of array discs would reach an astonishing level. This essentially meant that the collective might of the world was now working for Tang Tian. Nevertheless, both Lan Ting Xinzuan and Ming Xian Xinzuan were present, intently observing the crafting process of the array discs, anxious that their requests might be preempted by others. Witnessing this, Tang Tian felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. As long as the scale of the virtual realm continued to expand smoothly, he could commence with his true objective, consumption. What would typically demand extensive time and effort in reality would become remarkably simple through the integration of the virtual realm and the formidable computational power of Shaoji. Consequently, the rate at which he accumulated consumption points would elevate significantly, even if the resources of the entire world could not facilitate his ambitious target of 500 trillion. A substantial figure was still attainable. The adversaries he faced were not sovereign beings. Hence, as long as he could evolve into a formidable Wuji Dao, he would possess a strong confidence in confronting that unknown, powerful enemy. With the development of the virtual realm firmly on track, Tang Tian returned to Tianqi Mountain to resume his cultivation. However, not long into his practice, Yang Shua Xinzuan arrived with surprising news. The trial of the Holy Sun was set to commence. Tang Tian was taken aback. Previously, he had delved into the patterns governing the trial of the Holy Sun, only to discover a complete lack of regularity, seemingly dependent solely on the whims of the higher echelons of the Heavenly Mansion. It had been a full 5 years since the last trial of the Holy Sun, and now, barely half a year since he ascended to the Immortal Cloud platform, it was about to begin? Was this mere coincidence? Yang Shua Xinzuan nodded, affirming, indeed. The decision from the higher-ups has been made. The time for the upcoming Sun trial has been set for 2 months hence, and the venue is known as the Ancient Domain Battlefield. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Yang Shua, Tang Tian abruptly grasped the underlying significance. It was likely that this matter was not mere coincidence. A few days prior, in the Void Realm, the Star River Immortal Emperor had informed him that he would soon be taken into the ancient ancestral grounds within the Ancient Domain Battlefield. However, entry to the Ancient Domain Battlefield is not easily granted. Tang Tian had inquired and learned that it is a chaotic place, as well as an exceedingly vital resource site, with stringent conditions for access. Without sufficient justification, even the Star River Immortal Emperor would be unable to escort him inside. This location is not solely under the dominion of the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion, but is a resource jointly developed with the other 8 celestial mansions under the Celestial Pinnacle. Thus, the Star River Immortal Emperor must present a compelling reason to gain entry. The sun trial is indeed quite fitting. Therefore, it is highly probable that this sudden trial was orchestrated by the Star River Immortal Emperor. I have heard of this name, Tang Tian remarked. Yang Shuo responded affirmatively. Then you should be aware of the circumstances surrounding the ancient domain battlefield. Although it has been jointly developed by numerous celestial mansions for many years, the dangers remain exceedingly high. Hence, I urge you to consider carefully whether to participate in this sun trial. You are still quite young, and there will be more opportunities in the future. I have come to ascertain your intentions regarding participation. Tang Tian resolutely straightened his posture, declaring, as cultivators, how can we retreat in the face of adversity? I am determined to partake in this sun trial. No one can deter me from my decision. Yang Shuo was momentarily taken aback, wondering why Tang Tian seemed so fervently energized. Yet, he was unaware of the thoughts swirling within Tang Tian's mind. The Void Realm is now merely lacking the final core component. If he could secure this, he would no longer need to worry about the consumption points. Furthermore, the Star River Immortal Emperor had gone to great lengths to arrange the sun trial on his behalf. How could he possibly refuse? Ahem, very well, Yang Shuo said. I shall consider your participation as confirmed. However, I can afford you some additional time for contemplation. Should you entertain any other thoughts, feel free to inform me at any moment. This much leeway, this old bone of mine can still manage to secure for you. Tang Tian promptly expressed his gratitude with a bow. Subsequently, Yang Shuo imparted numerous pieces of advice and even shared some secrets regarding the ancient domain battlefield. This left Tang Tian feeling grateful yet intrigued. While he had learned from the Grand Elder that Yang Shuo also hailed from the Soul Guardian Mountain and thus offered him assistance, he couldn't help but wonder what had prompted Yang Shuo to extend such significant support. Even the esteemed Ming Xian had not gone to such lengths. Ultimately, Tang Tian could no longer suppress his insatiable curiosity and chose to voice his inquiries. In response to Tang Tian's question, the esteemed Xianzun of Yang Shuo let out a heavy sigh. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a measured tone. You may consider my actions as acts of atonement. During the most arduous times on the Soul Guarding Mountain, I abandoned my comrades, defecting to Tianqi Mountain, becoming a coward and a traitor. Although my departure was precipitated by certain circumstances, it does not alter the fact that I betrayed them. Over the years, I have tirelessly sought ways to make amends to my former companions. However, the reality has proven far more intricate than I ever envisioned. I overestimated my own capabilities, ultimately rendering myself powerless. Yet you, Tang Tian, have accomplished what I longed to achieve but could never fulfill. The ethereal realm you have created has granted them rebirth, ushering in a second chance at life. I am elated, yet I lack the courage to face them. Therefore, please regard my care for you as care for my past comrades, the Xianzun of Yang Shuo expressed. After absorbing these words, Tang Tian remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. Chapter 489. The Mediator Tang Tian. Once the topic was broached, the esteemed Xianzun Yang Shuo unveiled his heart to Tang Tian, recounting numerous tales from yesteryears. He appeared to regard Tang Tian as a manifestation of the brothers who once fought valiantly alongside him. A segment of history, long sealed away, gradually unfurled before Tang Tian's eyes. Approximately 5 centuries ago, Jinhuan Mountain found itself in a predicament akin to the present. As the external tumult gradually subsided and hostile forces dwindled, the stature of Jinhuan Mountain correspondingly diminished. The locus of power began to shift, an inevitable consequence of the passage of time. In response to this situation, fervent discussions erupted within Jinhuan Mountain. The hardliners, led by the formidable Xianzun Ming Xian, were unwilling to see their illustrious achievements usurped by others, resolving to persist in their efforts to restore the dignity of Jinhuan Mountain. Conversely, the moderates, under the guidance of Xianzun Yang Shuo, believed that the prevailing tide was insurmountable and that Jinhuan Mountain should seize the opportunity to pursue alternative avenues for growth. A profound rift, even conflict, arose between the two factions, rendering any compromise elusive. After decades of strife, the two leaders ultimately parted ways. Xianzun Mingxian, accompanied by the majority of his comrades, chose to steadfastly defend Jinhuan Mountain, while Xianzun Yang Shuo, along with a select group of high-ranking officials, opted for a different path, seeking refuge with the Grand Elder at Tianqi Mountain. Yet, they had underestimated the complexity of their circumstances. The steadfastness of Xian Zunming Xian yielded little success. His aggressive tactics led to the untimely demise of many comrades who could have enjoyed peaceful retirements on the battlefield. The decline of Jinhuan Mountain was relentless. Not only could they not contend with Tianqi Mountain, but they were also surpassed by the later ascendant Xianzun Lanting. Once resplendent and unmatched, Jinhuan Mountain had descended to a point where even the majority of disciples within Tiangu could scarcely recall its name. The hardliners had met with failure. Meanwhile, Xianzun Yangshua's pursuit of peace encountered formidable challenges. The Grand Elder would never permit the high-ranking officials of Jinhuan Mountain to occupy Tianqi Mountain. This was not merely a matter of self-interest, but a necessity for the stability of Tiangu. Should the upper echelon of Jinhuan Mountain successfully coalesce within Tianqi Mountain, it would undoubtedly precipitate a catastrophic upheaval. Thus, the Grand Elder's strategy was one of division. He extended generous offers to the high-ranking officials of Jinhuan Mountain, yet systematically dispersed them into various positions across different locales. By the time Xianzun Yangshua sensed the shift in dynamics, it was too late to intervene. His singular strength was insufficient to rival the Grand Elder, nor could he withstand the prevailing tide. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as his people scattered throughout Tiangu, failing to form a cohesive entity capable of effectively representing Jinhuan Mountain. Meanwhile, as he gazed back upon the deteriorating condition of Jinhuan Mountain, he found himself utterly powerless, devoid of even the courage to confront the adversities they faced. Upon listening to the lamentations of the celestial master of Yangshua, Tang Tian found himself enveloped in silence. The illustrious figures of the celestial master Mingxian and the celestial master of Yangshua, both once titans of the soul-guarding mountain, had crossed his path. From what he had observed, it was evident that both were striving for the future of the soul-guarding mountain, albeit by diverging routes. Regrettably, the outcomes of these paths were less than favorable. As the adage goes, the tide of fate is inexorable. One need only observe the countless empires and dynasties. After achieving nationhood, the valiant generals who once secured victory often met with disgrace or death. Did the emperor remain oblivious to their toil and valor? The times have changed. In the era of conquest, great merit was a profound honor, yet in the aftermath of peace, such merit transformed into a threat, not only to the emperor's authority, but also to the tranquility of the realm. While this may sound harsh and devoid of compassion, it is the stark reality. Compared to those generals who were executed under pretexts, the soul-guarding mountain fared better. At least the heavenly mansion consistently endeavored to ensure their resettlement. Alas, this discord appears insurmountable. With a heavy sigh, the celestial master of Yangshua gazed into the distance, murmuring, "If only I had resolutely chosen to stand alongside Mingxian from the outset, rather than pursuing my own solitary path. Perhaps the fate of the soul-guarding mountain would not be so tragic." Tang Tian remained silent for a moment before gently responding. It seems that Celestial Master Mingxian shares a similar sentiment. However, his perspective contrasts sharply with yours. He confided in me that had he chosen to accept reality at that time, the soul-guarding mountain might not have arrived at its current plight. Stunned by Tang Tian's revelation, the Celestial Master of Yangshua inquired, "Did he truly say that?" Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he conveyed this to me just a few days ago." The Celestial Master of Yangshua's gaze became distant, seemingly taken aback by Mingxuan's stance. Meanwhile, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on how, for 5 centuries, the two had failed to communicate. It felt reminiscent of children declaring, "Henceforth, let us not speak." Clearing his throat, Tang Tian remarked, "As a disciple in a younger generation, I should refrain from speaking too freely on such matters. Yet, I must suggest that since both you and Celestial Master Mingxian are devoted to the soul-guarding mountain, why not sit down and engage in a sincere dialogue? After all, the current situation is what it is. Your kindness towards me remains unknown to them. What they truly need is for you to confront the issues of the past directly." The Celestial Master of Yangshua fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he managed a strained smile and said, "We have conversed many times before, yet each encounter ended in discord. Nevertheless, you are correct. The fate of the soul-guarding mountain has been sealed. Perhaps it is indeed time for us to set aside our grievances and engage in a meaningful discussion." It was merely that we had previously reached an impasse. Without a suitable rationale and an appropriate venue, it seemed rather unlikely. Observing the perplexed Xianjuan of Yangshua, Tang Tian smiled and said, allow me to take charge. As long as you acquiesce, I am confident that Xianzhu and Mingxian will certainly grant me this favor. Xianzhu and Yangshuo fell into silence once more, contemplating for an extended period before ultimately nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Tian discussed with him the specifics of the timing and various other details. Once everything was formally settled, Xianzhu and Mingxian exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Tang Tian, you are indeed a fortuitous star for Yunding Tianfu, and a true savior for our Zhenhuan Mountain. From this moment forth, I shall stand resolutely by your side, just as Mingxian does, supporting all your endeavors. The previously estranged senior members of Zhenhuan Mountain now held significant positions in various places. Tang Tian was aware that he was preparing to promote his virtual realm. Should you desire it, I can expedite the propagation of the virtual realm across the entire world at the swiftest pace, he stated earnestly. Tang Tian responded with gratitude, for he indeed required such assistance. Following this, Xianzhu and Mingxian imparted a wealth of information regarding the Holy Sun trials. In accordance with tradition, prior to the Holy Sun trials, the Tianfu would conduct a trial of fortune for all participants. This trial, often referred to as a rehearsal for the Holy Sun trials, would see the disciples of the Xianyun platform, belonging to the lineage of Zhenhuan Mountain, exert their utmost efforts to assist Tang Tian in achieving the greatest fortune. He also cautioned Tang Tian that certain individuals might seek to undermine him and advised him to remain vigilant. Additionally, he mentioned that there were a few particularly arrogant disciples from the lineage of the Grand Elder on the Xianyun platform, who were rather boisterous and possessed commendable strength, thus urging Tang Tian to exercise caution. Tang Tian expressed his thanks with a respectful gesture, assuring him that he would indeed remain attentive. Once all matters were discussed, Xianzhu and Yangshuo departed from Tang Tian's red brick courtyard. Chapter 490. The Sea of Celestial Fate, an Uncharted Realm. Two figures sit across from each other, surrounded by the boundless cosmos. Beneath them flows a grand and expansive river, originating from the infinite and meandering toward the endless. Were Tang Tian to be present, he would undoubtedly recognize the woman clad in a white silk gown as the moon fairy he once encountered in the Moonview Cave. Opposite her sits a young man in a golden robe with flowing red hair. However, the moon fairy appears somewhat weakened compared to their previous meeting. She reclines languidly, exuding an air of delicate beauty and languor. As time passes, it nears the moment of his return. The young man with red hair gazes at the moon fairy and speaks, to which she nods gently, affirming that the time is indeed approaching. The day of his return will determine the ultimate fate of this world, life or death, perhaps hinging on a mere thought. The red-haired youth sighs, stating that regardless of the outcome, it will serve as a conclusion. For countless eons, they have witnessed numerous tempests and endured the trials of life and death. Frankly, he confesses he is weary. He has bid farewell to countless foes and witnessed the departure of many friends. In the end, foes remain plentiful while friends dwindle. Now, with her impending departure, he feels utterly alone. At times, he yearns to abandon this troubled place, akin to that sword, to escape the burdens of sight and heart. In his eyes lies an abyss of sorrow and solitude. The moon fairy offers a gentle smile, asserting that such a notion cannot stand. He is the last bastion of their kind. Without him, even if the return is successful, smooth sailing cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, who is to say that the sword will not return after its departure? Upon hearing her words, the red-haired youth sighs again. Indeed, at this pivotal moment of choice, many old acquaintances may return. Should he truly succeed in his return, the ensuing turmoil could be monumental. At that time, he begins, suddenly turning to the moon fairy with a question. Can your current state endure until then? The moon fairy gazes skyward, slowly shaking her head. I do not know. Perhaps she will manage to wait, or perhaps she will not. A flicker of sadness crosses the young man's eyes, but swiftly vanishes. He shrugs and chuckles softly. I actually hope you do not wait. The moon fairy, taken aback, inquires why. A smile graces the lips of the red-haired youth as he responds. Consider this. At that time, many of our departed friends will return. Perhaps that sister will come back as well. Perhaps they return together. When the time comes, they might be hand in hand, lost in their own world, and the sight of it would surely torment you. Yuxian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hey, my relationship with him is merely that of confidants, not lovers. So regardless of who he brings back, I shall not be distressed. If what you claim were true, I would have been thoroughly vexed countless times while they were still alive. The young man with red hair smirked, his expression suggesting skepticism. Well, if you do happen to see them, do try not to be as sour as if you've bitten into a lemon. With that, he raised his cup of celestial brew to his lips. However, upon finishing, he grimaced. This flavor is truly lacking. Why did you have to give all the Bayou Lu to that calamity bearer? At least save a bit for me. To deprive me of something I've savored for eons is utterly cruel. Observing the young man's discomfort, Yu Xian chuckled softly. Then why not seek out that calamity bearer? I'm not stopping you. Oh, you wouldn't struggle to find him, would you? After all, you are the supreme sun god. Ah, and by the way, when I gifted the calamity bearer the Bayou Lu, I specifically instructed him not to share it with anyone, especially not with any red-haired fellows. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, I was merely jesting. Is it really that serious? Or does the thought of them together truly bother you? Yu Xian bit her silver teeth in frustration. I somewhat regret sending you Xian away. Otherwise, I would have surely dealt with you. After opening her heart to the esteemed Yangshuo, it was only a few days later that Tang Tian arranged a meeting with the esteemed Ming Xian. The chosen venue was within the Void Realm. The encounter unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. After so many years and numerous events, both individuals had come to terms with their past, only in need of a moment of reconciliation. Tang Tian happened to be that catalyst. Ultimately, they successfully shook hands in harmony and resolved to continue the legacy of Zhenhuan Mountain, albeit in a new location, the new world of the Void Realm. Tang Tian was pleased to witness such a development. Both celestial beings had dedicated their all to Zhenhuan Mountain and should not bear the heavy burden of guilt and pressure in their twilight years. While he might not choose to emulate such individuals, he held immense admiration for them. He was more than willing to offer any assistance he could. In the following days, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation at Tianqi Mountain. The situation in the Void Realm had stabilized, requiring little of his concern. All he needed to do now was patiently await the arrival of the Saint's trial. Approximately half a month later, Yangshuo returned, bringing with him news. Before the trial of the Holy Sun, the trial of creation has been established. In 5 days, all the aspiring Holy Sons who will participate in the trial will gather at the summit of Tianqi Mountain, and then proceed to the trial site, the Sea of Celestial Fate. This location is the most mysterious and extraordinary realm of creation within our Yun Ding Tian Fu. The Celestial Master Yangshuo remarked that the selection of this place for the trial of creation is indeed a rare occurrence in the annals of the Heavenly Mansion's history. You must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tang Tian nodded. The name Sea of Celestial Fate had come to his attention recently while he was gathering information. Indeed, as the Celestial Master Yangshuo mentioned, many prodigies had attained remarkable feats there, some even directly breaking through to the level of a mortal emperor. However, only those who have made significant contributions to the Heavenly Mansion could enter. This time, all the aspiring Holy Sons participating in the trial would be allowed in, which truly marks an unprecedented occasion. Tang Tian speculated that perhaps this was a special arrangement by the immortal Emperor of the galaxy. But where exactly is the Sea of Celestial Fate? Tang Tian inquired. Celestial Master Yangshuo smiled and replied, You have seen it before. During the last divine baptism, did you not observe the complete forbidden statue? The divine baptism took place beneath the forbidden index finger, while the Sea of Celestial Fate is situated directly above the forbidden palm. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and then recollected. At that time, he indeed saw that silhouette, with the right hand pointing downward toward a yellowish orb, while the left hand was slightly outstretched upward, as if inviting someone. It seemed as if it were preparing to grasp the hand of a beloved. Tang Tian shook his head. Whoever it may concern, it did not affect his pursuit of creation. Chapter 491. Celestial Sovereign Luo, Shi. After informing Tang Tian about the matters concerning the Xianyuan Sea, the Celestial Sovereign Yangshuo took his leave. Tang Tian observed that, following the handshake and reconciliation with the Mingxian sovereign, there were subtle changes in Yangshuo. He no longer bore that perpetually melancholic demeanor, appearing significantly more spirited. The entanglements of the heart can indeed be formidable if left unresolved. They may profoundly impact a person's entire life. Once he had bid farewell to the Celestial Sovereign, Tang Tian prepared to resume his cultivation. However, to his surprise, shortly after Yangshuo's departure, Luo Shi, whom he had not seen for some time, came to pay a visit. Since their last encounter during the divine baptism, he had not seen her again, and the anticipated challenge had vanished without a trace. Was today finally the day for their bout? Yet, the reality was far from Tang Tian's expectations. Upon entering, Luo Shi sat by the small pond, her expression one of dejection. "What troubles you?" Tang Tian inquired. Luo Shi gazed into the pond, letting out a long sigh. "I have broken through to the realm of celestial sovereign." Tang Tian responded, "Well, if others achieve such a breakthrough, they would be throwing grand celebrations, making sure the whole world knows about it. Yet you seem as though you've lost a cow at home." This left Tang Tian wondering if she had made some grave error that warranted such an extended period of self-imposed exile. "Isn't this a good thing? Why the long face?" he asked. Turning to him, Luo Shi replied softly, "I had intended to face you in battle at the same level. However, who would have thought that upon returning home that day, I would experience signs of a breakthrough, and then, inexplicably, I truly did break through. Now, I must continue to wait, for you are the opponent I have looked forward to the most. I do not wish to fight you while my realm exceeds yours. Otherwise, regardless of the outcome, it would leave a lingering regret." Tang Tian fell silent once more. Hearing her words made him wish to convey that he would have no qualms about besting her even if she were at a higher realm. Yet, he understood Luo Shi well. She was straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. "Never mind," he finally said. "I shall cultivate swiftly as well. I believe this opportunity will not come too late." Luo Shi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they engaged in light conversation, during which Tang Tian learned how she had achieved her breakthrough to the celestial sovereign realm. To his astonishment, the pivotal factor was the moon celestial wine. He now comprehended that the power of the rules contained within that wine was extraordinarily formidable. However, such wine was subjective. Most individuals lacked the qualifications to experience its rule power, while some, like Luo Shi, were exceptions. Upon her first taste of the moon immortal wine, after a slumber lasting 3 whole days, the opportunity for her to transcend to the realm of the immortal sovereign finally arrived. Subsequently, after the divine baptism concluded, Luo Shi could not restrain herself and consumed the remaining half-cup of moon immortal wine she had brought back. Thus, she embarked directly on the path of ascension. Several months later, she successfully stood at the pinnacle of the immortal sovereign realm. "I must express my heartfelt gratitude for this," Luo Shi stated earnestly. Tang Tian, stroking his chin, inquired with a smile, "Oh, and how do you intend to thank me?" Luo Shi lifted her gaze and replied, "I have heard that your merchant association is currently promoting something. If you require assistance, I can mobilize all the resources of the Xiaoyao family to aid you in this endeavor. Consider it a token of my appreciation for my recent breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that Luo Shi was a prodigious talent from the Xiaoyao family, holding a position of considerable significance. However, there existed a distinction between status and power. Could she truly summon the resources of the Xiaoyao family? After pondering, he asked, "What exactly is your standing within the Xiaoyao family?" Luo Shi blinked her eyes and responded, "Xiaoyao Qiu is my grandfather. I am his only granddaughter and the sole descendant." Tang Tian was astonished. Xiaoyao Qiu was indeed the head of the Xiaoyao family, having presided over the clan for over a millennium. It was no wonder Luo Shi felt emboldened to make such a promise. Her lineage was undeniably formidable. Moreover, the proposition she put forth indeed held considerable allure for him. With the expansion of the Void Realm being bolstered by the assistance of the Mo family, Lan Ting, Immortal Sovereign, and the Guardian Mountain, the support from the Xiaoyao family was not to be underestimated. Their strength and foundation surpassed that of the Mo family significantly. With access to the Xiaoyao family's resources, the promotion of the Void Realm would undoubtedly accelerate. If you can indeed mobilize the entirety of the Xiaoyao family's resources to assist us in promoting the Void Realm, I shall gift you another jar of wine, Tang Tian remarked, not one to be stingy. However, Luo Shi waved her hand dismissively and said, "No need. The last half-cup nearly cost me my life. I am no longer worthy of such indulgence. Since you have agreed, I shall proceed with the arrangements. Please provide me with a contact person, and I shall have someone reach out to them." Tang Tian fell silent, pondering the considerable after-effects of the moon immortal wine on Luo Shi. Nevertheless, since she declined, he would not insist. He then handed her Wang Gang's communication jade talisman, instructing her to have someone from the Xiaoyao family contact him. This matter turned out to be an unexpected boon. The two then resumed discussing various other topics. "By the way, I heard you also participated in the Son of Heaven trial?" Luo Shi inquired. Tang Tian nodded in response. I am uncertain when the next trial will commence. If I miss it, I do not know how long I must wait. Luo Shi acknowledged, indeed. It has been quite a few years since the last Son of Heaven trial. Nevertheless, it is precisely due to this that the number of participants in the trial is exceedingly high, totaling over 100 individuals. Yet, the slots available for the Holy Son are limited to a mere 5. Tang Tian smiled and remarked, this is already a considerable improvement. During the Holy Conference, several hundred vied for 3 positions, and in some trials, only one among tens of thousands can ascend, a level of brutality that is truly harrowing. Luo Shi responded, indeed. Having reached this juncture, even if one cannot become the Holy Son, a promising future still awaits. However, I have heard that the fellows from the War God Palace seem to be growing increasingly impatient. Although their betrayal does not directly implicate them, and their status as quasi-Holy Sons remains unaffected, they are still on the brink of madness. In the upcoming trials of fortune, they may very well attempt to take action against you. Tang Tian nodded. Yes, I will remain vigilant. Should they dare, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Luo Shi chuckled softly. I share the same sentiment. It is likely that those individuals will find it quite challenging to gain the upper hand against you. Tang Tian remained noncommittal, acknowledging that Luo Shi possesses some understanding of his capabilities. Subsequently, Luo Shi provided him with an overview of the current participants in the Holy Sun trial, as well as the disciples of the Celestial Destiny Sea trial. Chapter 492. I am the villain. 5 fleeting days have passed, and today marks the day of the trial in the Sea of Destiny. As the sun rises, Tang Tian meticulously arranges his attire and departs from the red brick courtyard, making his way toward the summit of Tianqi Mountain. The Wangxian platform serves as the assembly point for all the aspiring saints entering the Sea of Destiny. According to Luo Shi, it was here that the elders and elite aspirants observed the divine baptism that Tang Tian and his companions underwent, an event that nearly resulted in the platform's destruction due to the commotion they caused. Approximately half an hour later, Tang Tian arrived at the site of the Wangxian platform, where dozens of disciples had already gathered. This was the first time since his arrival at Tianqi Mountain that he witnessed such a congregation of aspiring saints. As he surveyed the scene, it became evident that each individual exuded a formidable aura, with numerous celestial masters among them. They epitomized the pinnacle of disciples within the Yunding heavenly mansion, including several prodigies under the age of 25. Had this group attended the exchange at the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, there would have been no need for dialogue. Their mere display of prowess would leave external practitioners utterly astounded. However, such an endeavor was unnecessary, as they had other missions to pursue. Upon Tang Tian's arrival, he immediately captured the attention of nearly everyone present. His reputation within the heavenly mansion had reached unprecedented heights, especially after the Tianxia Commerce Association's complete takeover of the business realm. It was nearly impossible to find anyone, from the highest echelons to the lowest, who had not heard his name. This phenomenon was truly unparalleled in the annals of the heavenly mansion's history. Despite their continuous cultivation within Tianqi Mountain, these aspiring saints were not oblivious to Tang Tian's exploits. Most regarded him with expressions of curiosity, while others maintained indifference or disdain. However, what truly captured Tang Tian's attention were several piercing gazes brimming with blatant hostility. Following his instincts, he turned his gaze and instantly recognized them. 2 aspiring saints from the War God Temple. Just days prior, Luo Shi had briefed him on their backgrounds. Only 2 representatives from the War God Temple participated in the saint trial, and they were among the strongest of their youthful disciples, both having attained celestial mastery, with the most formidable among them already reaching the mid-stage of celestial mastery. The one who regarded Tang Tian with the coldest disdain was named Duan Qing. With his arms crossed, Duan Qing had fixated on Tang Tian since his arrival at the Wangxian platform, his chilling demeanor palpable and oppressive. Aware of the unmasked animosity directed at him, Tang Tian maintained an indifferent expression and boldly approached Duan Qing. Let us dispense with the pretense, Tang Tian seemed to convey. If one wishes to confront, then let it be so. His audacious move left all the aspiring saints momentarily speechless. As the foremost figures in the celestial capital, they were acutely aware of the intricate relationship between Tang Tian and the War God Palace, as well as Duan Qing's intentions to confront him. However, such matters typically transpired discreetly in the shadows, did they not? Was Tang Tian seeking to transform a covert conflict into an overt battle? After all, he was a celestial king, while Duan Qing had long ascended to the rank of celestial sovereign. In such circumstances, was it truly wise to engage in a head-on confrontation? Their understanding of Tang Tian's actions was somewhat muddled. Duan Qing himself was equally perplexed. With a furrowed brow, he observed as Tang Tian approached him step by step, uncertain of the latter's intentions. To his surprise, upon reaching Duan Qing's side, Tang Tian uttered no words. Instead, he leapt onto a nearby stone and settled down casually. With a gaze steeped in contempt, he provocatively regarded Duan Qing, as if to say, "You intend to confront me, do you? Here I sit. Come at me if you dare." Indeed, this was precisely Tang Tian's intent, to provoke Duan Qing's ire and, in turn, dispatch him. The sensation of being schemed against by inexplicable individuals in the shadows was far from pleasant. Yet, to his astonishment, Duan Qing exhibited remarkable restraint. Despite the blatant intent of Tang Tian's provocation, so obvious that it nearly invited a direct confrontation, he managed to suppress his anger. Tang Tian sighed softly and remarked, "Once, I heard a man with the surname Tian say that his people would rather die on the battlefield than endure even the slightest humiliation. He certainly lived by that creed. Yet, it seems he misjudged his kin. In my eyes, perhaps he alone possesses such fortitude, while the others are merely cowardly souls who swallow their pride." Such blatant provocation and humiliation struck Duan Qing like a thunderbolt. "Since you have dared to openly declare your intent to confront me, why should I extend you any courtesy? If you are reluctant to act, I shall compel you to do so. The philosophy here is to resolve grievances on the spot." Tang Tian's words pierced the very depths of Duan Qing's heart. The war god palace was his pride, even in the face of annihilation due to rebellion. The indomitable spirit and will of the war god palace remained a creed they upheld throughout their lives. Tang Tian had effectively trampled their faith and dignity beneath his feet, even spitting upon it. How could they possibly endure such indignity? Tang Tian. Duan Qing gritted his teeth, his voice barely escaping through clenched jaws. "You are courting death. Do not presume that your current prominence grants you the right to behave so arrogantly. This is Tianqi Mountain, not the outside world. No one is here to shield you. Such brazen words will undoubtedly exact a bloody toll." An inexhaustible hatred emanated from Duan Qing's eyes. The formidable presence of the mid-stage celestial sovereign erupted instantaneously, forcefully bearing down upon Tang Tian. An inexhaustible fighting spirit enveloped the entire Wangxian terrace. It was evident that matters were about to escalate earnestly. Yet, Tang Tian merely traced a faint smile upon his lips, for he had achieved his objective. He could not have incapacitated Duan Qing without cause. However, once genuine conflict ensued between them, it would provide ample justification for his actions. Thus, he spoke provocatively, inciting Duan Qing's wrath. "Who says that the righteous cannot take the initiative to challenge their adversaries, relegating themselves merely to the role of a passive victim?" Tang Tian certainly had no desire to conform to such a notion. If one insists that the righteous would never act in such a manner, then so be it. Today, he would embrace the role of the antagonist. Sensing the blazing fighting spirit emanating from Duan Qing, along with the heavy authority of the celestial sovereign, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, poised to utter further taunts to officially commence the battle. However, at that moment, a voice resonated from the other side. "Heh, are you not aware that young Master Tang is currently at the pinnacle of his power? How dare you speak so insolently before him?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and turned his gaze. A large group of quasi-saints, led by several formidable figures, approached and positioned themselves directly opposite Duan Qing, standing beneath Tang Tian. Chapter 493. The influence of Tang Tian. The sudden voice left Tang Tian momentarily stunned. Since arriving at Tianqi Mountain, apart from Luo Shi, he had not interacted with any other prospective holy sons. It could be said that he was quite unfamiliar with the surroundings. However, upon recognizing the leading figures among the prospective holy sons, Tang Tian instantly comprehended the situation. These individuals were indeed the outstanding talents from the Jinhuan Mountain. The followers accompanying them hailed from factions that shared a close relationship with Jinhuan Mountain. Among them was the most formidable, known as Shan Yan, whose cultivation had already reached the late stage of immortal sovereign, firmly surpassing Duan Qing. Observing Shan Yan and his entourage standing in opposition to him, Duan Qing's brow furrowed, and he coldly remarked, Shan Yan, are you here to defend Tang Tian? With a benevolent smile, Shan Yan replied, are you blind? Can't you see that? Do you need me to confirm it for you? Duan Qing's expression turned frigid. He had not anticipated that the people from Zhenhuan Mountain would openly support Tang Tian. He was aware of Tang Tian's connection to Zhenhuan Mountain, but after ascending to the immortal cloud platform and becoming a prospective holy son, he had ostensibly freed himself from the constraints of his original faction, capable of refusing such matters. Nevertheless, Shan Yan's actions indicated something significant. Tang Tian's relationship with Zhenhuan Mountain was far more intimate than he had imagined. At that moment, another voice resonated. Not only are you blind, but your mind seems to be clouded as well. Do you think that in Tianqi Mountain, young Master Tang has no friends? As the words fell, a young man clad in black stepped forward, accompanied by several other prospective holy sons. Tang Tian recognized him as Mo Shanghua, the most distinguished talent from the Mo family. Behind Mo Shanghua stood individuals closely associated with the Mo family, along with some partners established later by Tian Tong. Their numbers were not fewer than those from Zhenhuan Mountain, and together they amassed nearly 40 individuals. Yet, the excitement was far from over. Since it's so lively here, I might as well join in the fun, proclaimed a man in white as he approached, positioning himself alongside Tang Tian. Tang Tian quickly identified him as Yu Ziong, a disciple of the Lan Ting immortal sovereign lineage. Yu Ziong also brought along a considerable number of individuals, all of whom were prospective holy sons from the same lineage. They stood together, coldly regarding Duan Qing. With Yu Ziong's arrival, Tang Tian's side now boasted over 50 individuals, nearly half of all those participating in the Holy Sun trials. Faced with such a formidable assembly, Duan Qing was rendered speechless, his boiling rage and fighting spirit quelled, as beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Many in front of him matched his cultivation level, possessing the strength to fight, while Shan Yan and Mo Shanghua were even more powerful. Should a conflict arise, he would have no chance of survival whatsoever. Yet, how could Tang Tian command the presence of so many formidable figures? Duan Qing found himself utterly perplexed by this matter. Meanwhile, observing the situation, Tang Tian could not help but sigh quietly. He had not anticipated that these individuals would so readily step forward. Initially, he had hoped to deal with Duan Qing as well. Now he sat atop a massive stone, while over 50 individuals stood below, an overwhelming aura bearing down upon the two members of the War God Temple. This scene resembled that of a villain's demeanor. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained indifferent. After all, Duan Qing was merely a negligible character. If he did not settle things today, he could always confront him at a later time. Gazing at the beleaguered Duan Qing, who was struggling to maintain his composure, Tang Tian spoke nonchalantly, Duan Qing, I know you attribute the collapse of the War God Temple to me. If that is your conclusion, so be it. I have no desire to waste breath explaining myself to you. However, I must inform you that if you wish to challenge me, be prepared to face the consequences. When you are truly ready, I shall welcome you at any time. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Duan Qing's face tightened, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering another word. Tang Tian was uninterested in prolonging the encounter, so he leaped down from the stone. Subsequently, he exchanged friendly greetings with Shan Yan, Mo Shanghua, and Yu Zihong. To be honest, he felt somewhat moved that these individuals had stepped forward for him. It simply goes to show that cultivating friendships has its merits. Had he been an ordinary immortal king, it would have been these friends who assisted him in resolving this conflict. Thank you all, Tang Tian expressed sincerely. Shan Yan and the others smiled and assured him that they would steadfastly stand by his side until the conclusion of the Saint Sun trial. Afterward, the group engaged in amicable conversation, while Duan Qing was completely disregarded. As Tang Tian had remarked, at this stage, Duan Qing was merely a minor character. After conversing for a while, everyone dispersed, each awaiting the commencement of the immortal Fate Sea trial. Moments later, a small figure darted to Tang Tian's side. It was Luo Shi. Oh, has the show already concluded? She exclaimed, somewhat dazed. Tang Tian smirked. If you are referring to the conflict between Duan Qing and me, then yes, it has indeed come to an end. Luo Shi slumped her shoulders. Ah, I rushed over as soon as I received the news, only to find that I had missed it. You were all too swift. She had intended to bring along members of the Xiaoyao clan to support him. Tang Tian was taken aback. With the addition of the Xiaoyao clan's members, he would have had a significant portion of potential Saint Sons standing by his side. He had initially thought he was alone, only to discover that he was surrounded by friends. Perhaps this is the advantage of possessing one's own influence. After grasping the full situation, Luo Shi pouted and cast a glance at the corner where Duan Qing stood, remarking, "What a coward." Then she turned around and inquired, "Has Xianjun arrived?" Tang Tian gestured towards a young man clad in a light purple robe standing not far away, saying, "He is over there." Xianjun is the most formidable figure among the lineage of the Grand Elder and holds the highest cultivation level among all the prospective holy sons. At the pinnacle of immortal sovereignty, he stands unrivaled. It is said that he is but a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. And in this current trial of holy sons, he is essentially guaranteed a position. Furthermore, he is poised to be a formidable competitor in the forthcoming contest for the Divine Son. He and Shan Yin have always been at odds. And with Shan Yin now aligning with you, exercise caution as he may pose a threat. Luo Shi remarked. Tang Tian nodded, indicating his awareness of the situation. Just a few days prior, the immortal sovereign of Yangshuo had even suggested that he should deal with Xianjun. We shall see what unfolds. After a brief wait, the Grand Elder, the immortal sovereign of Yangshuo, and other prominent figures from Tianqi Mountain arrived at the Wangxian Terrace. The one presiding over this trial was none other than the Star River Immortal Emperor. Without much preamble, under the guidance of the Star River Immortal Emperor, the trial commenced directly. The thick mist before them gradually dissipated, revealing a broad passageway. Peering through the passage, an enormous hand emerged before the onlookers. It was, indeed, the left hand of the forbidden statue. Tang Tian gazed quietly at the palm, which was turned upwards and slightly open. Unbeknownst to him, the moon immortal jade pendant hanging from his chest suddenly emitted a faint gleam. Chapter 494. Entering the Sea of Celestial Fate under the guidance of the Starry River Celestial Emperor, the passage to the Sea of Celestial Fate gradually materialized amidst thick fog. A willow leaf boat lay anchored before a colossal rock. It bore resemblance to the willow leaf vessel previously presented by the Yangshuo Celestial Sovereign, both possessing the ability to navigate through the fog. Even in the event of unforeseen incidents, it could temporarily safeguard the disciples on board, affording the elders ample time to react. During the last divine baptism, it was precisely the protection of the willow leaf boat that prevented Xiaoyao Sun and Yuan Ru from plummeting directly from above. Once all preparations were complete, the Grand Elder, Yangshuo Celestial Sovereign, and a multitude of elders led over 100 aspiring holy sons participating in this trial towards the Sea of Celestial Fate. Standing upon the smooth deck, Luo Shi, Shan Yin, Imo Shanghua, and Yu Zihong gathered closely around Tang Tian, their collective number exceeding half. On the opposing side, led by Xianjun, another group formed, which included Duan Qing and another disciple from the Battle God Hall. However, it appeared that they were somewhat intimidated by the formation and scale of Tang Tian's faction, thus compelled to band together. In the event of conflict within the Sea of Celestial Fate, the opportunities for fortune would undoubtedly be monopolized by Tang Tian's side. Observing the disciples' predicament, the Grand Elder cast a sidelong glance at Yangshuo, Celestial Sovereign, and remarked, "This situation is rather concerning. Now that we have arrived at the Celestial Cloud platform, each aspiring holy son should be independent. Forming private alliances is not conducive to their overall development." Yangshuo Celestial Sovereign chuckled, "What is there to be concerned about? In this world, where is there not camaraderie?" The emergence of such a scenario merely attests to Tang Tian's magnetic charisma. Over the years, has there been another capable of such rallying power? He laughed heartily, acknowledging that they had indeed witnessed the events that transpired on the celestial viewing platform. What surprised him was the number of steadfast allies Tang Tian possessed, aside from those from the Soul Suppression Mountain. As he had just stated, within the millennia-long history of the Celestial Cloud platform, no one had ever wielded such an overwhelming influence. Upon hearing Yangshuo Celestial Sovereign's words, the Grand Elder chose not to respond further. There are times when circumstances are exceptional. Permanence is not a given. As long as the fundamental principles remain unaffected, all is well. The willow leaf boat advanced steadily through the fog-formed passage, the left hand of the forbidden statue ahead growing increasingly prominent in their sight, ultimately obscuring the sun, resembling a magnificent mountain. Tang Tian squinted. Even when viewed from the outside, the entire forbidden statue did not appear this colossal. Moreover, he had seen the right hand of the statue last time, which paled in comparison to its current form. Was it possible that one hand of the statue was larger than the other? Tang Tian shook his head. In the realm of the forbidden, it is entirely reasonable for peculiarities to manifest. As the willow leaf boat progressed, approximately half an hour passed before the group finally reached their destination. At this moment, the left hand of the forbidden statue had entirely transformed into a black mountain, obscuring its original form. Upon halting, the Grand Elder, accompanied by the prospective saints, ascended the mountain. Their landing point was presumably at the base of the tiger's mouth on the left hand. After traversing for a while, a vast expanse of shimmering ocean emerged before them. This was indeed the fabled Sea of Celestial Fate. Tang Tian sensed the extraordinary nature of this place, quickly discerning the boundless celestial power, transformative energy, and the essence of order that lay beneath the surface of the sea, even while merely standing on the shore. Additionally, the remarkably rich natural aura enveloped the area, instilling a sense of tranquility and harmony. Many disciples who had initially felt anxious found themselves unwittingly calming in response to this atmosphere. It was, without a doubt, a remarkable realm of creation. The time allowed within the Sea of Celestial Fate was limited to 1 hour. The Grand Elder elucidated the rules of the trial. Each individual possessed a talisman of escape. Once the time elapsed, this talisman would transport them back. They must not succumb to the temptation of creation and refuse to leave. Should they miss the deadline, they would be eternally trapped within the Sea of Celestial Fate. Furthermore, although the sea represented a pure domain of creation, dangers lurked within. The distribution of the essence of order was uneven. Some areas were relatively weak, while others were exceedingly formidable. If one inadvertently ventured into a perilous area and found it impossible to extricate themselves, shattering the talisman would still ensure their return. Moreover, the Grand Elder proceeded to expound in detail about the Sea of Celestial Fate, including the nature of the creations within. Generally speaking, the closer one approached the heart of the sea, the greater the abundance of transformative energy and the more substantial the opportunities available. However, with greater opportunity came heightened risk. Disciples of relatively weaker strength would encounter immense pressure in areas where the essence of order was minimal, rendering movement nearly impossible, let alone reaching the very center of the Sea of Celestial Fate. All were advised to act within their capabilities. After outlining all the rules and precautions, the trial within the Sea of Celestial Fate officially commenced. Each prospective saint received a talisman of escape, a vital guarantee for their survival during the trial. Subsequently, the Grand Elder and the other elders collaborated to cast a spell, collectively sending everyone into the Sea of Celestial Fate. Watching over 100 figures gradually vanish amidst the radiance, the Grand Elder exhaled softly. This was the first time he had sent in such a multitude. He wondered who among them would seize the greatest opportunity this time. The esteemed Yangshuo remarked, "The Sea of Celestial Fate values the concept of fate above all. I believe Tang Tian is the most likely candidate. His arrival signifies the embodiment of opportunity." The Grand Elder cast a glance at him and chuckled. "Your bias is rather excessive, I must say. The Sea of Immortal Fate emphasizes opportunities, yet strength must also be a vital consideration. After all, Tang Tian is merely an immortal king." The Yangshuo immortal sovereign shot him a sidelong look and remarked, "If that is your stance, then you must be referring to your own Xianzhen, correct?" The Grand Elder did not refute this, responding, "Xianzhen's talents are indeed on par with both Luo Shi and Tang Tian, placing him among the most elite. His mastery over the principles is exceptionally high, surpassing many seasoned immortal sovereigns. Indeed, I firmly believe that he is the one most likely to seize the greatest opportunity." The Yangshuo immortal sovereign chuckled lightly. "Shall we place a wager then? If Tang Tian emerges victorious, you must grant me one request. Should your Xianzhen prevail, you may dictate the terms." The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow. "You possess such confidence in him?" The Yangshuo immortal sovereign did not elaborate. Just say, "Will you accept the wager?" After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder finally chuckled. "Very well. I accept your bet." Chapter 495. Overwhelmed by acidity having entered the Sea of Celestial Fate, Tang Tian and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that two formidable figures were engaged in a wager outside. Protected by a shimmering barrier, they gradually traversed the star-speckled sky, descending upon the surface of the Sea of Celestial Fate. The waters here were a pale white, with countless starlights concealed beneath the surface, glimmering brilliantly amidst the undulating waves. As they descended, Tang Tian could distinctly perceive the escalating force of the surrounding laws, and the weight of pressure upon him grew increasingly burdensome. The Grand Elder's counsel rang true. One must act within their capabilities. After feeling this pressure, even the previously ambitious candidates for the Sacred Sun had to quell their inner aspirations. At last, they stood upon the water's surface. The buoyancy of the sea was remarkably strong. Even without levitation, the water barely reached their ankles. It felt akin to treading upon a soft, sandy expanse, a most peculiar sensation as they floated with the waves. What struck Tang Tian as particularly strange was the presence of an unusual aura within the sea of celestial fate. This aura bore a subtle, enchanting quality, reminiscent of the sweet scent of romance. Just as he prepared to savor this sensation, a sudden and intense burning surged in his chest. This feeling instantaneously coursed through his body, rendering his muscles and bones with a peculiar tingling discomfort. Hiss! Tang Tian inhaled sharply, clutching his chest and instinctively crouching down. This unexpected reaction immediately drew the attention of the other candidates for the Sacred Sun. "Hey, Tang Tian, what is wrong?" Luo Shi inquired, while Shan Yin, Mo Shanghua, and Yu Zirong furrowed their brows and gathered around him. "Young Master Tang, are you all right?" they asked with concern. However, Tang Tian, momentarily dazed by the sudden onslaught, failed to respond promptly. At that moment, from another group, raucous laughter erupted. "Haraha! I thought the legendary young Master Tang possessed considerable prowess, yet upon entry, he is unable to withstand the pressure of the laws. Didn't the Grand Elder say this was the area of least pressure? Indeed, typically, no one encounters issues here unless some have forcefully elevated their cultivation. Perhaps he took a shortcut. Let us not forget, he has an abundance of wealth, haha." The derisive remarks arrived as anticipated. Once one ascends to a certain position, regardless of the number of admirers, there will inevitably be those harboring inexplicable animosity. Should one falter, the scent of weakness beckons them forth. Yet, at that moment, Tang Tian had no inclination to engage with such disdainful individuals. He had uncovered the source of his unexpected discomfort. It was none other than the Moon Fairy amulet, which had been suspended against his chest. Since acquiring the Moon Fairy jade pendant, Tang Tian had worn it around his neck, much like the natural relic on his wrist, continuously providing him with a substantial infusion of pure moonlight, thereby enhancing his cultivation. Until now, no unforeseen circumstances had arisen. However, just moments ago, the Moon Fairy jade pendant suddenly emitted an intense sensation of heat, which did not manifest externally, but rather penetrated deep within his heart. Subsequently, the moonlight flowing into Tang Tian's body from the pendant underwent a significant transformation. While the essence of the moonlight remained unchanged, it now bore an exceedingly sour taste, akin to consuming a lemon, leaving him feeling acutely uncomfortable. As the moonlight circulated throughout his body, it enveloped him entirely, causing his bones and muscles to ache, compelling him to instinctively bend at the waist. This occurrence had no relation to the oppressive rules of the immortal Fate Sea. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the Moon Fairy jade pendant reverted to its original state. Although Tang Tian chose not to dwell on the incident, the individuals nearby were not to be trifled with. "Who dares to speak? Come forward and repeat your words to my face." Luo Shi raised her chin and glared. "I see who you are, and I shall remember you." Shan Yin remarked coldly. "At your age, do you still not understand the principle that trouble often arises from careless words?" Mo Shanghua said indifferently. "Some individuals simply do not comprehend the need for caution. Perhaps a lesson is in order," Yu Zirong stated as he closed his folding fan, already poised to approach. Witnessing the reactions of these formidable figures, those who had earlier mocked them fell silent, lowering their heads in fear of being recognized. They had not anticipated that these individuals could exert such influence. As Tang Tian's companions began to converge, the usually reticent Xianzhen finally stepped forward. "The trial of the immortal Fate Sea is time-limited. We need not squander it on trivial matters. If a conflict is to ensue, it should not be here." He spoke in a measured tone. However, Shan Yin and the others showed no signs of retreating. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Tian had regained his composure and stood upright, waving his hand. "Brothers, I am fine. What occurred was merely a minor incident." He glanced at Xianzhen and added, "He is right. Time is of the essence." Let us seize the opportunity to pursue our respective fortunes. As for those individuals, Tang Tian smiled slightly. I shall handle it. The so-called oppressive rules held no hindrance for him. Engaging in a bit of mischief was entirely feasible. As Imo Shanghua had remarked, trouble often arises from careless speech. One must face the consequences of their words. Are you truly unscathed? Luo Shi inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Upon receiving this confirmation, Shan Yin and the others finally relaxed their confrontational stance and issued a cold huff towards Xianzhen. It was a warning, yet Xianzhen chose to remain silent, leading his companions away from the scene. This spectacle seemed to further solidify Tang Tian's reputation as the formidable antagonist. Thank you for your earlier assistance. We must take our leave now, Tang Tian remarked. The group nodded in agreement, and soon, a throng of individuals began soaring towards the heart of the immortal Fate Sea. Along the way, Tang Tian discreetly stowed away the moon fairy jade pendant and the natural relic from his wrist into his personal space. These two divine artifacts had provided immense support throughout his cultivation journey, although their significance had diminished at this current stage. Thus, there was no longer a need to wear them constantly. After all, the origins of these artifacts were shrouded in mystery, and both the moon fairy and the natural relic seemed to be intertwined with some exceedingly terrifying secrets. Continuing to wear them could potentially lead to situations akin to today's unforeseen events. Although this sudden occurrence did not adversely affect him, it served as a reminder of the complexity of his identity. Therefore, it would be wise to refrain from casually using such heavily implicated items in the future, at least to avoid developing a dependence that could compromise his strength or state. He decided to take a page from Xiao Zhi's book. Having completed these reflections, Tang Tian proceeded onward with Luo Shi and Shan Yin. Unbeknownst to him, within the peculiar space, the small being remodeling its internal world suddenly perked up, lifting its head to gaze beyond the confines of the space. Its clear eyes sparkled with excitement and profound affection. Chapter 496. Ascending the Immortal Fate platform. As the group gradually approached the heart of the sea, the primordial energy in the surrounding environment visibly intensified. Concurrently, the pressure from the rules became increasingly formidable. Some of the less powerful quasi-saints found themselves unable to proceed further and had to locate a suitable spot nearby to engage in their cultivation. The number of those advancing dwindled significantly, leaving only Luo Shi, Shan Yin, and a few other mid to late-stage celestial beings who could withstand the immense pressure and continue their journey. Tang Tian naturally accompanied them, as this oppressive force posed no hindrance to him whatsoever. At this juncture, it became clear to the others that Tang Tian's earlier reactions were not due to an inability to bear the burden of the Sea of Immortal Fate, but stemmed from other reasons. The Sea of Immortal Fate was vast, yet the group's pace was swift, and before long, they found themselves nearing the center. Beneath their feet, the ocean radiated a dazzling brilliance, imparting a sensation akin to transcendence upon those it touched, a remarkable feat considering they were all celestial beings. The Sea of Immortal Fate, the greatest place of fortune in this heavenly domain, was indeed extraordinary. By this point, only mid-stage and higher quasi-saints remained, with the notable exceptions of Luo Shi and Tang Tian, who were regarded as peculiar presences. Xianzhen and his companions had arrived slightly earlier than Tang Tian and had already positioned themselves as they slowly made their way toward the very center of the Sea of Immortal Fate. There, a pristine altar floated in midair, the Immortal Fate platform. The Grand Elder had mentioned it while elucidating the rules. The Immortal Fate platform represented the most significant opportunity within the Sea of Immortal Fate. Whoever could successfully ascend this platform would be bestowed with unimaginable fortune, perhaps even advancing from a celestial being directly to an emperor, a possibility not entirely out of reach. However, the difficulty of reaching this altar was exceedingly high. The Immortal Fate platform consisted of 9 tiers, and with each step ascended, the pressure from the rules multiplied several times over. At its pinnacle, even celestial emperors might struggle to endure the overwhelming force. Should anyone truly succeed in reaching the summit, it would unequivocally signify their potential to become a celestial emperor. Yet, the thought of achieving such a feat seemed daunting. Tang Tian glanced towards Xianzhen's group and observed that they had commenced their ascent of the Immortal Fate platform. Regrettably, the endeavor appeared more challenging than anticipated. Many quasi-saints found themselves unable to even approach the platform after only a few steps. They were left gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, the relentless pressure rendering them nearly immobile. This included 2 quasi-saints from the war god temple. Duanqing fared slightly better, but upon reaching approximately 20 paces from the Immortal Fate platform, he too was compelled to halt. The other individual, succumbing to the strain, chose to sit cross-legged on the ground, resigning themselves to defeat. Before Duanqing, only 4 or 5 figures remained. Xianzhen walked at the forefront, his steps unwavering as he approached the first tier of the staircase. The arrival of Tang Tian and his companions inevitably drew their attention. Their expressions reflected surprise upon witnessing Tang Tian's ability to reach such a place. Wasn't he initially deemed incapable? How could he possibly arrive at the center of the Immortal Fate Sea? They were utterly perplexed. However, as they were all present in search of opportunities and fortuity, no one spoke further at that moment. Young Master Tang, let us proceed, Shan Yin suggested. The closer we get to the Immortal Fate Terrace, the greater the fortunes we may uncover. Mo Shanghua added with a smile. I have heard that if one truly ascends the Immortal Fate Terrace, they may even influence the flow of fortunes within the Immortal Fate Sea. Yet, Yu Zitong shook his head, stating, it is exceedingly difficult. Throughout the entire history of the Heavenly Mansion, it seems only one person has ever reached the summit. That was thousands of years ago. He glanced at Xianzhen, who had begun his ascent to the first tier, withholding judgment. This individual remained rather enigmatic. Let us move. We must not allow him to surpass us, Tang Tian remarked. Consequently, the group commenced their journey toward the Immortal Fate Terrace. As they entered the range of 50 steps from the terrace, the pressure enveloping them intensified manifold. Many of the semi-saint individuals, who had previously felt at ease, suddenly found it arduous to proceed. The pace of their advancement quickly diverged. By the time they reached the base of the Immortal Fate Terrace, only 5 remained: Tang Tian, Luo Shi, Shan Yin, Mo Shanghua, and Yu Zitong. Shan Yin and the others glanced at Tang Tian, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that he could keep pace with them. Young Master Tang, you truly are extraordinary, Yu Zitong marveled. Tang Tian merely shrugged. In truth, he sought only to experience this journey, as he could have ascended long ago. Casting a glance toward Xianzhen, he declared, choose your positions wisely. I shall head that way. Although he bore no animosity toward Xianzhen, he had previously promised the immortal sovereign of Yangshuo to look after the lineage of the Grand Elder. Thus, he resigned himself to whatever misfortune might befall him. Do you require our assistance? Shan Yin inquired, having discerned Tang Tian's intentions. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need. I can manage alone. An opportunity to visit the Immortal Fate Sea is rare. Let's seize this chance to seek our own fortunes. It's merely a trivial matter and not worth delaying others. With that, Tang Tian departed from the area and approached the location where Xianzhen was climbing the Immortal Fate Terrace. At that moment, Xianzhen had already ascended to the 4th tier, his pace remarkably swift. However, it was evident that he was beginning to struggle. The Celestial Destiny platform was not easily ascended. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment before stepping onto the first tier of the staircase. The oppressive weight of the rules intensified once more, pressing down upon Tang Tian's shoulders, attempting to force him from the Celestial Destiny platform. Yet, to no avail. A faint gray luminescence manifested around Tang Tian's form, shielding him from the entirety of the oppressive force. Regardless of its ferocious roars, it could not inflict even a modicum of impact upon him. This was the true essence of the Heavenly Tao. The oppressive rules here were, in the face of the genuine principles of the Heavenly Tao, akin to a grandson confronting his ancestors, how could one possibly breach this formidable barrier? Thus, for Tang Tian, there was no distinction between the Celestial Destiny Sea and the outside world. Casually, he stepped upon the first stair. Subsequently, maintaining his pace, he ascended once more to the 2nd tier. After another leap, he reached the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, Shan Yin and the others were still preparing to ascend the 1st tier. Raising his gaze to observe Xianzhen, who had just reached the 5th tier and was recuperating from his exertions, Tang Tian took another step, advancing to the 4th tier. Chapter 497. The owner of the kitten with a deep sigh, Xianzhen released a breath, feeling the immense pressure of the Immortal Fate platform, which surpassed his expectations. He had initially believed he would surely succeed in reaching the summit, becoming the 2nd person in the history of Yunding Tianfu. However, it now seemed that he might fall just short of that goal. Merely ascending to the 5th step had drained him of considerable mental fortitude, and the weight of the 5th tier felt as if he were ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him nearly immobile. He realized he would need to take time to recuperate. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that his pinnacle would be limited to the 6th step. Time was of the essence. Even if he exerted all his strength to reach the 7th tier, he would likely lack the time to cultivate and attain further enlightenment. Nevertheless, he remained confident among the current group of quasi-saints. If he could only ascend to the 6th tier, then it stood to reason that others would struggle to reach the 5th. His only potential rivals were Shan Yin, Imo Shanghua, and Yu Zirong, all of whom he deemed inferior to himself. Although Luo Shi displayed remarkable talent, her youth, having just ascended to the immortal sovereign realm, rendered her a lesser concern. As for Tang Tian, Xianzhen shook his head, perplexed as to why this individual crossed his mind. He was merely an immortal king, and the fact that he had reached the center of the immortal fate sea was already an extraordinary feat. To ascend the immortal fate platform? That was preposterous. No matter how prodigious he was, such a feat was beyond his grasp. Taking a long breath, Xianzhen steadied his mind and prepared to make one final effort to climb the 6th step. Just then, he felt a presence approaching from behind. Startled, he turned to see who had caught up to him. Frowning, he sought to identify which of Shan Yan's group it was. However, upon recognizing the figure, he stood frozen in astonishment. A handsome young man had just emerged from the 4th step, leisurely gazing at him with an air of ease. It was none other than Tang Tian. How could this be? Xianzhen's face was a mask of disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before him. Tang Tian, with a smile playing on his lips, remarked, "What a coincidence to run into you here." He then stepped closer, leaning casually against the 6th step, observing Xianzhen. Seeing Tang Tian's demeanor, Xianzhen's expression darkened. "What do you want?" He sensed that Tang Tian harbored ulterior motives. After a brief pause, Tang Tian responded nonchalantly, "Nothing much. I simply wish to ask you a question. Back when we first entered the immortal fate sea, there was nearly a conflict among everyone. Fortunately, you stepped in to prevent it. Otherwise, it would have escalated." Xianzhen was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Tang Tian's sudden reference to that incident. After some contemplation, he responded quietly, "I am the direct disciple of the Grand Elder and the most formidable among the prospective saints. Naturally, I must uphold order and protect my fellow disciples from the tyranny of the powerful." In these two statements, he delineated his identity and prowess, thereby categorizing Tang Tian and his companions as part of the malevolent forces. It appears that this strongest prospective saint is not merely a practitioner absorbed in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian nodded slightly. "Ah, I see. Brother Xianzhen, your sense of responsibility is indeed commendable, and I respect that. Yet, I find myself puzzled. If you are so dedicated to maintaining order, why did you not intervene when those individuals first ridiculed me? After all, they were the ones who instigated the conflict, were they not?" Tang Tian inquired calmly. Xianzhen found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, why did he not act? The way Shan Yin and others coerced other disciples was clearly an act of bullying, and those who mocked Tang Tian were equally guilty. Of course, it was bullying, but he had chosen to disregard it. But why overlook it? At the root of the matter, he harbored some animosity towards Tang Tian himself. This era was supposed to belong to him, yet Tang Tian had emerged, eclipsing much of his brilliance. The influence Tang Tian exhibited was something he could not hope to match. How could he not feel envy? Yet, if this were the case, what right did he have to proclaim that he was acting to maintain order? Xianzhen's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, unsure of how to navigate this dilemma. Observing this, Tang Tian spoke softly, "In truth, I do not concern myself with whether you harbor animosity towards me. Were it not for an obligation, I would not have sought you out. However, since I am here, I wish to convey this. One should not be overly self-assured. You believe you uphold justice and assist the weak, yet it is merely a manifestation of your selfishness, just as you consider yourself the strongest among the prospective saints." He then glanced at the summit of the immortal fate platform and smiled faintly. "I shall await you above." With that, he ascended the 6th tier with ease, swiftly reaching the 7th tier as if traversing flat ground. Watching Tang Tian's effortless ascent, Xianzhen stood rooted to the spot. Eventually, he retreated 2 steps, gazing at the 6th tier, which he could have easily ascended moments ago, now appearing as daunting as a mountain. Fear began to take root within him. After his exchange with Xianzhen, Tang Tian continued his ascent. What had just transpired was merely a brief interlude, both to fulfill his promise to the esteemed Yang Shuo and to express his inner discontent. He had little fondness for those who forced their way into resolving conflicts. It was merely a spontaneous act. Noticing that Xianzhen remained on the 5th tier, Tang Tian paid him no further mind and directly ascended to the pinnacle of the Immortal Fate platform. Upon standing atop the platform, a grand resonance of the Tao enveloped him instantly. In the next moment, the entire visage of the Celestial Fate sea unfolded before Tang Tian's spiritual sight. The location of this vast ocean lay within the palm of the forbidden statue's left hand. Additionally, he beheld all the prospective holy sons who had entered the Celestial Fate sea. The majority had already chosen their positions and commenced their cultivation. Only a few, including Shan Yan, were still engaged in their ascent. Subsequently, Tang Tian realized that Mo Shanghua had indeed spoken the truth. Upon ascending the Celestial Fate platform, he could manipulate certain aspects of the rules. He had the ability to summon the forces of creation and exert the pressure of the rules. Observing the scene within the ocean, Tang Tian deftly commanded the rules, channeling a substantial amount of creative power towards the Soul Suppression Mountain, the Mo family, the lineage of the immortal Lord of Lanting, and the factions associated with the Xiaoyao family. Those who seek prosperity must not forget their benefactors. Tang Tian was a man of gratitude. Since they were willing to support him, he was naturally inclined to procure some benefits for them. Of course, Tang Tian was also one to repay grievances. For those holy sons who had previously mocked him, he diverted approximately half of his creative power while simultaneously imposing additional rule-based pressure upon them. It was likely that after this encounter, they would grasp the lesson that calamity often arises from words. He then turned his gaze to the 2 figures of the War God Palace and unceremoniously cast them into the vortex of rules, too weary to deal with them directly. After all, no one would know it was he who had done so. Becoming ensnared in the Celestial Fate sea was a plausible occurrence. Having completed these actions, Tang Tian exhaled softly before officially commencing his cultivation. In an instant, a tremendous force of rules, imbued with boundless creative power, surged from all directions and flowed into his being. His cultivation level began to ascend rapidly. Before long, he found himself at the brink of breaking through to the realm of a mortal sovereign. However, at that moment, a peculiar wave of Taoism descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. In the next instant, the scene before Tang Tian shifted. A familiar silhouette appeared before him. Indeed, the very figure he had glimpsed during the divine baptism. The forbidden silhouette. Yet this time, another figure accompanied it. A woman adorned in a pale green gauze dress appeared, her long hair flowing gracefully as she descended from the horizon and gently settled beside the forbidden figure. With delicate hands, she reached out and softly clasped the left hand of the statue. Observing this scene, Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. Had he truly guessed correctly? Was the gesture of the forbidden statue indeed an invitation for his beloved? Just as Tang Tian was lost in thought, a voice resonated within his mind. Tang Tian, let me out. I sense my master's presence. It was the voice of Xiao. Chapter 498. The mission of waiting. Ever since the encounter with the moon fairy in the moonlit cave, Xiao has not departed from Tang Tian's strange egg space. During this time, its existence has revolved solely around nourishment and growth, as well as engaging in matters concerning the new world. Following the exchange with Tang Tian at the Sun and Moon Palace, it has garnered some understanding of its origins. Xiao is not an innate spirit. Rather, it has been reborn as the spirit of the world through the utilization of a piece of natural remains. Though it has yet to recover the memories of its master, it is certain that its master is an immensely powerful being standing at the pinnacle of the world. Upon hearing Zhao's voice, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The aura of its master? Surveying the surroundings, he noted only the shadow of the forbidden and the woman clad in a green gauze dress. The woman's true form remained elusive, yet as one who could be deemed the suspected lover of the forbidden, she was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Could she be Zhao's master? With this thought, Tang Tian released Xiao from the strange egg space. Zhao's appearance remained unchanged, yet upon its emergence, its bright eyes fixated upon the woman ahead. Its visage was etched with reminiscence and affection as it reached out with its tiny paws, grasping at the void. Tears streamed down from the corners of Zhao's eyes. This was the first time Tang Tian witnessed Xiao in such a state. typically carefree and audacious. It now appeared so diminutive and helpless, in need of protection. With a faint sigh, Tang Tian realized his intuition had been correct. Observing the sorrowful Xiao, he gently inquired, "Is she your master?" Xiao wiped away the tears from its face and nodded. "Yes, I have followed her for countless years. Her essence. Even if I were to reincarnate 100 times, I would never forget." With this affirmation, Tang Tian sighed inwardly, stroking the soft fur on Zhao's back. If memory served him correctly, Zhao's master was no longer present. He refrained from speaking further, granting Xiao a moment of solitude and space that belonged to it. Thus, the pair stood side by side, quietly gazing at the two figures in the distance. After a prolonged silence, Xiao let out a deep sigh. It then turned its gaze to its master, murmuring, "Before witnessing this scene, I still held a glimmer of hope that perhaps she was still alive. But now," Xiao continued, "I believe I can ascertain that she has truly departed." Tang Tian pondered for a moment before asking, "What leads you to this conclusion?" Xiao slowly shook its head, responding, "My master is one of the most powerful beings in this world. Every trace she left behind is unique, representing only herself, and no one can obscure it. A profound connection exists between her soul and mine, allowing me to perceive through these traces whether she still endures. Just moments ago, I awakened to a plethora of memories. At last, I comprehend the essence of my mission, and I have discerned the identity of the one for whom I have been waiting." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The fragmented memories were sealed away, likely by their master. As the small entity matured, its recollections began to gradually unfold. During our previous conversation at the Sun and Moon Immortal Palace, it had already regained a significant portion of its memories, lacking only a few critical pieces of information. And now, has everything finally been revealed? Therefore, who is this individual? Tang Tian inquired. The small creature raised its tiny paw, pointing towards the silhouette standing ahead, and softly uttered, "It is he." Tang Tian's gaze sharpened. Could it be the forbidden statue? If the Forbidden One and the small creature's master truly shared a romantic bond, then this outcome appears to be quite reasonable. What precisely is the situation? Tang Tian pressed for clarity. The small creature sighed once more and began to explain, "Our world seems to be beset by troubles. To be precise, it appears to be gradually succumbing to death. Yet, my master does not wish for such a fate to unfold. She cannot bear witness to the oblivious demise of all beings. Thus, she embarked on a quest to salvage this world and restore its vitality. The specifics of her endeavors elude me, but I am aware that a group of equally formidable beings, akin to her, are striving for the rebirth of the world. Take, for instance, that man." The small creature pointed again towards the forbidden figure. It continued, "This path is fraught with difficulties. Even though my master and her companions stand at the pinnacle of the world, they have paid a tremendous price to unearth even a glimmer of hope. Yet, at this juncture, unforeseen calamities arose. Another faction emerged. They too occupy the summit of the world and have uncovered the truth of its impending demise. But their ideology starkly contrasts with that of my master. They harbor no desire to rescue this dying world, nor do they care for the existence of all beings. Their sole ambition lies in seizing personal gain during this rare epoch, seeking to attain immortality. Under such circumstances, conflict became inevitable. My master battled against them for many years, with both sides suffering immense losses. However, a definitive victor has yet to emerge. Meanwhile, the world's descent into oblivion accelerates, and if this deadlock continues, it will be too late. Thus, my master, together with other pinnacle beings, devised a grand scheme. In this elaborate scheme, both parties incurred exceedingly heavy losses, with many of the pinnacle beings perishing. They shattered the heavens, truly breaking the celestial dome, causing numerous fragments of worlds to splinter away from the primary realm. The adversaries' forces were nearly annihilated, leaving only their most formidable member. Yet, this individual was undeniably terrifying. Even my master and their allies, exerting their utmost efforts, could not completely vanquish him. The world referred to him as the Great Celestial Sovereign. Ultimately, my master and that man devised a plan to deconstruct the Great Celestial Sovereign at the cost of life and reincarnation, subsequently utilizing statues scattered throughout the world to confine him entirely within the primary realm. The faction of the Great Celestial Sovereign was thus resolved. However, my master found it impossible to continue with the original plan necessitating a temporary retreat until a suitable moment for return presented itself. I gazed at the shadow of the forbidden, whispering, "What I await is this world's pivotal juncture, his return, and I shall assist him in reinstating the previous plan, rescuing all beings and sparing the world from a fatal conclusion. This is my mission," I murmured. Chapter 499. Speculations on Tang Tian's identity after listening to the narration. Tang Tian found himself engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. In truth, he had harbored doubts long before, questioning whether something was amiss in this world, as various signs indicated a rapid decline. Yet, he never anticipated that it was indeed spiraling toward annihilation. If the world were to perish, what fate would befall all living beings? The answer was all too evident. Apart from those entities that had transcended existence, no creature could endure. The master of Shao, along with the taboo, was intended to avert such calamities and to rescue all life. However, reality often defies our desires. The pursuit of self-interest is invariably drenched in blood. The paramount beings, led by the great heavenly sovereign, were indifferent to the survival of existence. Their sole concern was seizing the opportunity to attain true eternity. Fortunately, the master of Shao and the taboo were formidable enough to vanquish them and seal the great heavenly sovereign. They even devised contingencies to ensure their return and continue their grand design. Although this scheme may appear straightforward, Tang Tian understood that it was fraught with unending turmoil and the specter of life and death. Much like the tales of yore, it shattered the heavens and the world itself. At last, he comprehended the reason behind the towering statues of taboos in every celestial sect. Their purpose was to confine the most fearsome adversary of this realm, the great heavenly sovereign. After a moment of inner calm, Tang Tian inquired of Shao, "Who, precisely, is your master? And who is the man you await, the taboo?" Yet, in response to his query, Shao merely shook her head. "This portion of memory remains elusive to me. In my recollection, he is extraordinarily powerful and of an extraordinary identity. Otherwise, it would be implausible for so many supreme beings to willingly sacrifice themselves for him. Even my master chose to trust him unconditionally, even immersing himself in this intricate game. As I previously mentioned, when he returns, the entire world shall tremble. Perhaps that moment shall coincide with the ultimate unsealing of all my memories." Upon hearing Shao's words, Tang Tian let out a deep sigh. Although he still did not know the identities of Shao's master and the taboo, he had gleaned a fragment of the truth about this world. Yet, simultaneously, other questions in his heart burgeoned. In this grand scheme concerning the fate of the universe, what role did he himself embody? The moon fairy had once told him that he was not truly himself. Then who, indeed, was he? After a pause, Tang Tian spoke earnestly. "Shao, I pose to you once more a serious question. Is it conceivable that I am the reincarnation of that man?" He gestured towards the shadow of the taboo ahead. Contemplating deeply, he remained convinced that only this conclusion could elucidate the majority of the enigmas surrounding him. However, Shao once again refuted his assertion. The return of that individual would not be so silent and inconspicuous. He would not commence as a mere novice practitioner. This is not a matter of strategy. It is simply an impossibility. This explanation did not fully convince Tang Tian. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, "Then how do you account for the events that have transpired with me? The moon fairy does not meet just anyone, yet she has chosen to meet me. During the divine baptism, I alone beheld the shadow of the taboo. Now, I am the only one who has entered this scene. This cannot merely be attributed to a simple talent." Shao pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, it cannot be explained solely by innate ability. The fact that you can perceive these phenomena and interact with the moon fairy indicates that you are, most likely, a significant piece on this chessboard. Furthermore, you are certainly not a minor piece, but rather a pivotal one. Yet, you cannot be him. So I speculate that you might also have been one who sacrificed your life in that great battle to undergo reincarnation." Tang Tian fell silent. This conjecture indeed held a modicum of plausibility. However, as for being a chess piece, he had no intention of playing that role. His soul originated from another world, a completely independent essence. Regardless of the machinations within this realm, regardless of whether another's reincarnation resides within this body, he resolutely intended to seize control of his own destiny. Shao was unaware of his specific circumstances, but Tang Tian was well aware that there was one person who knew, the moon fairy. She had previously made this clear. Though at the time, He had been too ignorant of the context to grasp this layer of meaning. Now, however, he was enlightened. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the heavens and acquiring sufficient power, his foremost objective would be to find the moon fairy and unravel the enigmas shrouding him. Once he had contemplated this, Tang Tian returned to the previous topic. You mentioned that the great heaven monarch is sealed by the omnipresent taboo statue. What about his former subordinates? Does your master not worry that they might destroy the statue and release the great heaven monarch once more? Tang Tian inquired. Xiao scoffed softly. My master has certainly considered this. The so-called sealing is not merely a simple entrapment. In a certain sense, the great heaven monarch, like my master and the taboo, is already dead. Even if the statue were destroyed, they would not be able to resurrect the great heaven monarch. Moreover, following that cataclysmic battle, the upper echelon of the great heaven monarch's forces was nearly annihilated. Since then, they have been forced to dwell in the shadows, too fearful to surface. What the taboo statue seals is, in fact, the fate of the great heaven monarch's reincarnation, blocking the last avenue for his independent resurrection. Thus, the scenario you described is fundamentally improbable. Tang Tian nodded, recognizing that those at the pinnacle would certainly be capable of pondering such matters. After a brief pause, he posed his final inquiry. So, pray tell, which faction does that individual, who is fixated upon you and us, belong to? The Forbidden or the Great Heavenly Sovereign? Xiao furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding. Both possibilities exist. Considering the time elapsed since that monumental battle, it is likely that at least several tens of thousands of years have passed. In such an extensive span, anything could transpire. As a unique spirit of this world, it is entirely natural for someone to covet my existence, which is why I have remained so vigilant. Therefore, determining to which faction he belongs, or if he belongs to neither, remains beyond our analytical capabilities. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Yet, he soon smiled and said, there is no need for analysis. When I ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens, it is highly probable that he will come seeking me. At that moment, we shall have ample opportunity for direct inquiry, provided, of course, that we possess sufficient strength to subdue him. Xiao concurred with a nod. Chapter 500. The reactions of the crowd in the forbidden statue. At the tiger's mouth of the left hand, after escorting the various quasi-saints into the sea of immortal fate, the Grand Elder and the immortal Lord of Yangshuo quietly awaited the conclusion of the trial. Suddenly, an extraordinarily brilliant light erupted from the depths of the sea of immortal fate. The radiance was blinding, illuminating the entirety of the sea. A magnificent altar gradually materialized in the heart of the ocean. It seemed that the outcome was already determined. Gazing at the altar in the distance, the Grand Elder smiled faintly. The immortal Lord of Yangshuo nodded and said, once all disciples have settled into their positions, the immortal fate platform will manifest. However, only those who ascend the platform will be visible to others. I wonder how many will achieve such a feat this time, and to what heights they can ascend. The Grand Elder glanced at the immortal Lord of Yangshuo and remarked, you can still retract your wager. We are all aware of the oppressive rules of the immortal fate platform. It is exceedingly difficult for even an immortal king to reach it, let alone to climb further. He cannot possibly rival Xuanzhen. The immortal Lord of Yangshuo merely scoffed lightly, stating, to accomplish the impossible is to create a miracle. And Tang Tian is a person adept at creating miracles. Has he not silenced his detractors before? This time, I still believe he can reach the pinnacle of the immortal fate platform. The Grand Elder shook his head, then let us wait and see. He then shifted his gaze back to the distant immortal fate platform. As time passed, the dense fog surrounding the platform gradually dissipated, revealing the scene above. Several figures appeared on the first tier, all of whom were elite among the quasi-saints. Moments later, the second and third tiers emerged in succession, each occupied by disciples. When they reached the fourth tier, the Grand Elder's eyes flickered slightly. Luoshi? Remarkably, she had just ascended to the status of immortal lord and had already reached the fourth tier. This exceptional talent from the Xiaoyao family was indeed not to be underestimated. Everyone was well aware of Luoshi's remarkable gifts, and she was notably combative, having challenged nearly all but the very top few. The fog continued to lift, and the scene of the fifth tier came into view. Upon recognizing the figure above, several elders gasped. It is Xuanzhen. He had ascended to the fifth tier. Below the sixth tier, Xuanzhen sat cross-legged, exuding an air of majesty. Accompanying him were Shan Yin, Imo Shanghua, and Yu Zihong. These four were undoubtedly the most formidable among the current batch of quasi-saints. If all goes as expected, these four would likely occupy 4 of the 5 saintly positions. The elders expressed their admiration, noting that ascending to the 5th tier was already a remarkable achievement in the history of the heavenly mansion. However, the Grand Elder did not exhibit any signs of satisfaction regarding this outcome. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly. The esteemed young Shua chuckled lightly and remarked, "It appears that the results are somewhat unsatisfactory." Despite possessing peak cultivation, he found himself on the same level as Shan Yin and a few other late-stage celestial beings. The Grand Elder snorted, saying, "What are you so pleased about?" Although Xianzhen is not in first place, Tang Tian has not even caught a glimpse of the summit. At best, we are tied, and if we strictly assess the situation, I am still the victor. Yang Shua did not contest this, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. He had merely gambled on the outcome, and seeing the Grand Elder's favored disciple, Xianzhen, seemingly underperforming, sparked a hint of mischievous delight within him. As for Tang Tian, attaining his own fortune was sufficient. It was not imperative for him to create miracles at every turn. The thick mist above the 6th level of the Celestial Fate platform gradually dispersed, yet the elders no longer paid it any heed. Even Xianzhen and Shan Yin could only occupy the 5th level. Who could possibly surpass their prowess? No one. However, just as Yang Shua was contemplating ways to tease the Grand Elder, an elder suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "My heavens, someone has reached the summit. It's Tang Tian." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yang Shua blinked in surprise and quickly turned to look, and when he recognized the figure standing atop the Celestial Fate platform, his eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible! It truly is Tang Tian. He has actually reached the pinnacle of the Celestial Fate platform. A peculiar silence enveloped the crowd. How could such a feat be possible? The last time someone had ascended to the summit was seemingly thousands of years ago. When they brought this generation's prospective saints to the Celestial Fate Sea, no one anticipated that anyone could ascend once more, let alone someone at the Celestial King level like Tang Tian. How on earth did he achieve this? For a long while, the crowd remained in shock, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had transpired. Ascending the Celestial Fate platform as a Celestial King was far more terrifying than the achievement of the individual from thousands of years prior. After a considerable duration, Yang Shua took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and turned to the Grand Elder. "It seems I have indeed triumphed over you." Meanwhile, within the Celestial Fate Sea, each prospective saint had found the most suitable position for their cultivation. Luo she had believed she could match Shan Yin and the others. Yet she found herself halted before the 5th step. The pressure of the rules was simply overwhelming. Nevertheless, she did not feel discouraged. She was merely a hair's breadth away. If she could reach the late-stage celestial or peak celestial realm, the 5th level would be trivial, and the 6th and 7th levels would also be within her grasp. Thus, she did not perceive herself as weaker than them. On the contrary, her confidence grew. However, when she gazed up at the summit of the Celestial Fate platform, she was rendered speechless. A familiar figure, unbeknownst to her when he had arrived, stood quietly there. Luo she stood in place, lost in thought for an extended period. Ultimately, she shook her head. "Tang Tian, I have indeed underestimated you." She finally comprehended the reason behind your reluctance to accept my challenges. Perhaps I had always understood, yet was simply unwilling to acknowledge it. But now, I am convinced. With that, a smile suddenly graced her lips, as if she had relinquished certain burdens within her heart, and she sat down cross-legged. Soon, she entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the scene of Tang Tian reaching the summit was witnessed by the other quasi-saints on the Immortal Destiny platform. The majority were astounded, including Shan Yin, Mo Shanghua, and Yu Zirong. They had chosen to align themselves with Tang Tian due to their own factional interests, yet as pinnacle prodigies of Tianfu, they found it hard to believe that Tang Tian was truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, the outcome before them compelled them to accept this reality. Tang Tian was indeed far superior to them. As for Xianzhen, who had initially ascended the 5th step, his expression was a tapestry of complexity. He had intended to adjust his mindset and continue striving for the 6th tier. However, upon witnessing Tang Tian's ascent, the calm he had painstakingly restored shattered once more. Indeed, who claimed he was the strongest among the quasi-saints. Ultimately, Xianzhen relinquished his pursuit of the 6th tier, choosing to remain on the 5th. Chapter 501. the end of the trial of fate unbeknownst to Tang Tian, who was drawn into another realm. His ascension would trigger a series of cascading reactions. Yet, even if he were aware, it would matter little. He could still enjoy the unfolding drama. Regrettably, at that moment, he was not in the mood for such entertainment. Upon encountering his master, Xiao awakened numerous significant memories. Through its revelations, Tang Tian glimpsed some of the stark truths of this world. Would the master of Xiao and the Forbidden Ones succeed in returning and halting the march of this world towards annihilation? Should the world truly perish, leaving no life in its wake, how would he respond? If the great heavenly sovereign were to experience an unexpected rebirth, what terrifying calamities would ensue? Furthermore, what position did his identity represent in this cosmic game of chess? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, seeking an elusive anchor. Perhaps only by ascending to the pinnacle of the world could he hope to uncover more truths. Contemplating this, Tang Tian asked Xiao, "What level of attainment must one achieve to survive the world's demise?" Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "There is but one way: to transcend the world, to exist independently of it. This is the essence of true supremacy. Yet, even a supreme being cannot endure in a world devoid of its foundational existence. Perhaps only by attaining genuine eternity can one ensure absolute security." Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. It was no wonder that the followers of the great heavenly sovereign, even at the cost of the world's destruction, sought to achieve eternity. Ultimately, their fundamental aim was mere survival. He sighed softly. Eternity was indeed a heavy burden, fraught with challenges. However, he took solace in the prospect that, should all proceed smoothly, he could swiftly ascend to the realm of supremacy. By that time, he would at least possess a modicum of self-preservation. After conversing for a while, Xiao gradually calmed down, no longer so agitated or melancholic. "I believe that the plans of my masters will surely come to fruition. That man will eventually return, and perhaps my master will return alongside him. Before their arrival, I must fulfill my responsibilities and present myself in the best possible condition to greet them," Xiao declared with determination. This was the first time Tang Tian witnessed such fervent ambition in Xiao, prompting him to smile and ask, "Are you returning to the Lioli world?" Xiao turned, surprised. Not at all. I will remain here in your egg. My growth in the Lioli world simply requires me to eat and sleep." Tang Tian responded. "I thought you were going to undertake some grand endeavor. It turns out you are still engaged in the same routine of eating and sleeping." Yet from this, it was evident that Zhao's master cared deeply for it. Otherwise, such an easy task would not have been assigned. Observing Tang Tian's expression darken, Xiao chuckled and said, "But I still need to help you perfect the small world. One must never place all their eggs in a single basket. If you achieve greatness in the future, I could bask in your glory, benefiting from your numerous hidden advantages. Wouldn't that be so?" Tang Tian's expression was one of silent exasperation. Ultimately, he coldly retorted, "It's an egg. No, it's not merely an egg." Moments later, Xiao returned to the peculiar egg space. During this period, due to the rapid development of Tianxiatong, Tang Tian had exchanged a substantial amount of world laws, chaotic principles, and the fortunes of the realm, all of which were integrated into the miniature world within the peculiar egg space. Xiao busied itself with fusion and transformation within that realm, keeping itself quite occupied. This not only helped alleviate its boredom, but also brought it joy. It had previously confided in Tang Tian that witnessing a complete world gradually take shape under its influence was immensely gratifying. Most crucially, this endeavor directly pertained to their survival. Xiao wished to avoid being captured and subjected to dissection for research before fulfilling its mission. After Xiao departed, Tang Tian remained, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the trial. Although he felt no particular sensation at the moment, he surmised that the situation was likely akin to the last divine baptism he experienced. The transformative energy he had acquired was undoubtedly substantial. Yet, he wondered if it could propel him directly into the realm of the immortal sovereign. Time flowed swiftly. Just as Tang Tian was on the verge of dozing off, a sharp aura pierced through the entire illusory scene. In the next instant, he found himself once again above the immortal destiny platform. Upon returning to reality, the circumstances were indeed as he had anticipated. His body was suffused with boundless transformative power, far surpassing what he had felt during the divine baptism. He experienced a sensation as though his entire being, soul included, was on the brink of bursting. He had been on the verge of breaking through to the immortal sovereign realm prior to entering that vision. Upon his return, he immediately sensed that he could break through at will. However, Tang Tian forcibly suppressed this impulse, as the escape talisman at his waist began to emanate a bright light. It had just shattered that illusory world. Time was up. If he did not leave now, he would be eternally trapped within the sea of immortal destiny. Without further contemplation, Tang Tian activated the escape talisman. His figure vanished from above the immortal destiny platform. In the next moment, he reappeared at the very location where he had entered the sea of immortal destiny, specifically at the tiger's mouth of the forbidden left hand. The Grand Elder and immortal sovereign Yangshuo were still waiting there, and the other prospective holy sons had also returned. Only the two from the War God Hall were missing. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded Tang Tian, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In the sea of immortal destiny, anything could happen. As long as no one reported anything, he would not pursue the matter further. The deceased genius pales in comparison to the living ones, particularly when it comes to Tang Tian, who is a singular talent in the annals of history. Thus, he chose to disregard the matter entirely. Meanwhile, the esteemed Yangshuo Xinzuan approached Tang Tian with a smile, exclaiming, "You truly surpass expectations time and again." He continued, "I bear good news. The Grand Elder lost a bet with me and is obliged to grant me a favor. I, in turn, bequeath this wager to you. He is a man of his word, so you may request anything of him, even to run naked through Tianfu." Tang Tian replied, "Ah, Yangshuo Xinzuan, what has become of your former composure? While we have resolved our past grievances, must it be to this extent? I am indeed grateful for your generosity. I find myself in dire need of this wager." He elaborated, "The development of the virtual realm has garnered the support of the Jinhuan Mountain, the esteemed Lanting Xinzuan, the Mo family, and the Xiaoyao clan, leaving only the Grand Elder's faction as the remaining influential force. Should he join our cause, it would signify that the entire world is rallying for the advancement of the virtual realm, leading to an unprecedented acceleration in progress." However, Tang Tian's urgency to return to his red brick courtyard was palpable, as the impulse to break through to Xinzuan had become nearly overwhelming. Chapter 502, Late Stage of Celestial Sovereign. Upon returning to the red brick courtyard, Tang Tian entered the meditation chamber, embarking directly on his path of breakthrough. An inexhaustible surge of celestial and transformative energy erupted within his being, and in the blink of an eye, he shattered the shackles of the Celestial King. An overwhelming aura suddenly exploded forth from him. The power of the laws manifested, and Tang Tian stood firmly at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm. Yet, the abundant energy within him remained nearly undiminished. The celestial energy continued to surge upward, rapidly advancing Tang Tian's journey towards the mid-stage of celestial sovereign. In merely a quarter of an hour, he ascended to that level. However, the breakthrough was far from complete. Ultimately, when the celestial energy he had stored was entirely expended, Tang Tian took another step forward, propelling himself into the late stage of celestial sovereign. The entire process lasted no more than an hour. To ascend from Celestial King to late-stage Celestial Sovereign in such a brief span would be met with disbelief, often dismissed as a severe delusion. The reason Tang Tian could achieve this was unique. There was no other soul in the world capable of such a feat. The sheer magnitude of energy he harnessed would likely overwhelm even a true chaotic body, potentially leading to disintegration. Yet, Tang Tian's physique transcended the boundaries of a chaotic body, reaching an unfathomable state, allowing him to contain that boundless power within himself and subsequently channel it back. Moreover, his mastery at the level of the laws was comprehensive and unencumbered by any constraints, facilitating this smooth breakthrough. No other individual could replicate what he accomplished. Upon reaching the late stage of Celestial Sovereign, Tang Tian gradually retracted his aura, opened his eyes, and exhaled deeply. His cultivation had finally aligned him with the most exceptional talents at the pinnacle. Although he had previously possessed overwhelming combat capabilities, his cultivation had always lagged slightly behind the most formidable. While he faced no criticism, it had left him feeling somewhat discontented. However, now he truly stood at the apex. It was a small obsession fulfilled. With his new standing as a late-stage celestial sovereign, he no longer needed to invest extensive time in arduous cultivation. The progression to Celestial Emperor would occur naturally. Ascending beyond Celestial Emperor would only require a singular opportunity, which he anticipated would present itself after becoming a divine offspring. Henceforth, his focus could entirely shift to the void realm, accumulating consumption points to exchange for sufficient laws and the essence of worlds, thereby refining the miniature worlds within the bizarre egg space. He aimed to prepare meticulously before ascending to the zenith of the heavens. Having stabilized his realm, Tang Tian ventured into the courtyard and soared to the rooftop. It was night, with a luminous moon suspended high in the eastern sky. The moonlight cascaded across his shoulders, imparting a refreshing chill. Gazing at the luminous full moon, Tang Tian took out the celestial wine, savoring each sip while lost in contemplation. This world was not as tranquil and serene as he had once envisioned. Beneath the surface of darkness lay countless hidden currents. Furthermore, he himself was shrouded in enigmas, perhaps merely a pawn in the grand scheme of the cosmos. Nonetheless, Tang Tian was resolute in defying fate. One day, he would unravel all the mysteries, clarify every event, and seize his destiny firmly within his grasp. This was his unwavering conviction and his ultimate boundary, unchangeable by any circumstance, even amidst the world's ruin. Each cup of divine brew flowed into Tang Tian's being. After surpassing the late stage of celestial mastery, he departed from the Shuimu Gorge and returned to the Universal Commerce Association. The promotion of the virtual realm was advancing at an astonishingly rapid pace. It could be said that the entire Tianfu, indeed the whole world, was rallying to assist Tang Tian in this endeavor. Any delay was simply inconceivable. Each day, a multitude of array masters from various corners of the world converged to contribute to the crafting of mobile array discs. The production rate, initially at 50,000 per day, soared to 100,000 daily, with the momentum continuing to escalate. According to Wang Gang's estimates, the limit could potentially reach around 300,000 per day. However, in this vast world, the number of cultivators above the celestial realm was incalculable. Thus, even a daily output of 300,000 appeared woefully inadequate. Consequently, Tang Tian instructed Xiao Ji to continue refining the array disk assembly process, aiming to enable even ordinary array masters to assemble them with ease. Once this vision materialized, the production numbers would reach a staggering figure, alleviating any concerns of scarcity. Additionally, the internal storm within Tianfu was gradually winding down. Over 90% of the factions had become entangled in the turmoil, with the mid to high tiers suffering no exceptions. Approximately half a faction had been completely uprooted, vanishing entirely from the annals of history. The remaining forces also bore heavy losses, unable to reclaim their former glory. Only the Mo family and the Xiaoyao family, with their profound heritage and unyielding unity, managed to weather this tempest unscathed. Remarkably, the residual path hall remained largely unscathed, or rather, entirely untouched by the upheaval. This was indeed a surprising turn of events, as the comprehensive strength of the residual path hall paled in comparison to the previously dominant powers like the War God Hall. Yet, they withstood the pressure, avoiding entanglement in the chaos. Regrettably, the operational model of the residual path hall was excessively antiquated. Even if they remained intact, their dismal condition saw no improvement. Cui Shiring grew increasingly distressed with each passing day. Fortunately, the virtual realm had begun its swift promotion. Once the groundwork was fully established, the residual path hall would also stand to benefit. The Tianfu does not require remnants of soldiers. However, this does not imply that other regions lack such a need. Following the tempestuous storm, Tang Tian seizes the opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of heritage and assists Tianfu in sheltering numerous displaced cultivators. The most tangible benefit is that Tang Tian has garnered over 100 trillion in revenue once again. Coupled with the burgeoning potential of the Tang Tian's current accumulation has reached 500 trillion. He has achieved 1/10 of his ambitious goal. This is indeed promising news. Tang Tian estimates that once the unfolds fully across the world, reaching 500 trillion is not beyond possibility. Everything is progressing steadily in accordance with his predetermined direction. At this juncture, however, the esteemed Yang Shua has brought forth an unexpected revelation. In this upcoming Holy Sun trial, the other 8 Tianfus under the banner of the Celestial Summit will also participate, proclaimed Yang Shua, the immortal sage. Chapter 503, the 8 great celestial domains in the grand reception hall of Tang Tian, situated within the illustrious Tang Tian. He sat across from the esteemed Yang Shua Xinzuan. With merely 3 days remaining until the commencement of the Holy Sun's trial, Yangshuo Xinzuan had come to convey this momentous news. However, the very first words from Yangshuo Xinzuan left Tang Tian momentarily taken aback. Would the other 8 great celestial domains also journey to the ancient domain battlefield? He inquired in astonishment. Above the Yunding celestial domain lies the pinnacle of the firmament, precisely where the revered supreme being resides. This supreme being stands as a sovereign. And beneath this exalted figure, alongside the Yunding celestial domain, are the other 8 great celestial domains: Tai-yi, Zishao, Hongyun, Jiuxian, Qilian, Beihan, Zhenyu, and Mingyuan. Each of these domains dominates their respective realms, exhibiting varying degrees of strength. The Yunding celestial domain occupies a position of mediocrity among the 9, neither at the apex nor the nadir. Previously, Tang Tian had heard from Wang Ziyu that the 9 celestial domains occasionally interacted, either through cooperation or in fierce competition for crucial interests. However, such matters were generally confined to the upper echelons, involving figures like the Star River Immortal Emperor, and at least between the Holy Sons. Below the rank of Holy Son, there was seldom any engagement in such affairs. Yet this time, they were all united, collectively undertaking the trial of the Holy Son. Tang Tian did not believe that the Star River Immortal Emperor possessed the authority to dictate the arrangements of other celestial domains, compelling all 9 to converge at a single location for the trial. Therefore, only one possibility remained. This Holy Son trial might be entangled with matters of greater significance. Indeed, I too received this news rather abruptly, Yangshuo Xinzuan remarked. The gathering of the 9 celestial domains suggests that this trial may not be as straightforward as before. The specific regulations have yet to be established, and given the hastiness of the situation, it is likely that you will only learn the details upon arriving at the ancient domain battlefield. However, one thing is certain: the complexity and peril of this trial will undoubtedly escalate. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment as Yangshuo Xinzuan. Nevertheless, his objective remained singular: to penetrate the ancient ancestral land, uncover the true core vessel of the celestial realm, and bring the void realm to fruition. This trial is set to take place within a newly unearthed relic, Tang Tian continued. I have heard that something precious has likely been discovered within. Yangshuo Xinzuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is a plausible scenario. The 9 celestial domains are not known for their altruism, if not for this prospect. They would never have forcefully intervened at this juncture, just as we were about to commence the Holy Sun trial. Tang Tian then inquired, what might such a treasure be? I have heard that disputes have always existed among the 9 celestial domains. He was particularly concerned whether other celestial realms were aware of the existence of that ancient ancestral land. However, the celestial sovereign of Yangshuo shook his head and replied, it is difficult to ascertain. The situation in the ancient battlefield is intricate, and so are the opportunities it presents. I cannot precisely determine what the circumstances of that relic entail. Tang Tian nodded slightly. The primary duty of the celestial sovereign of Yangshuo was to oversee Tianqi Mountain, hence his lack of clarity regarding matters of the ancient battlefield. Nevertheless, the celestial emperor of the Star River would undoubtedly have knowledge of it. He would simply inquire when the time was right. Observing Tang Tian's contemplative demeanor, the celestial sovereign of Yangshuo assumed he was preoccupied with the impending trials and spoke gently. Tang Tian, although the difficulty and risks of this Holy Sun trial have escalated, there is no need for excessive concern. The quasi-holy sons of Zhenhuan Mountain, including Shan Yan, will undoubtedly exert their utmost to aid you in surmounting the trials. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you have already transcended to the realm of celestial sovereign? Tang Tian smiled and nodded. During my last venture to the Sea of Celestial Fortunes, I acquired significant fortuitous encounters. The celestial sovereign of Yangshuo stroked his beard and chuckled. As it should be. In the annals of the celestial realms, only one individual has ever ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial fortune platform, and you are the second. That individual became an emperor immediately following their trial. Thus, your breakthrough to celestial sovereign is entirely justified. Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent. If the celestial sovereign of Yangshuo were to learn that he was already at the late stage of celestial sovereign, it would surely elicit a remarkable reaction. By the way, how do the quasi-holy sons from the other celestial realms fare in terms of strength? Tang Tian shifted the topic and inquired. The celestial sovereign of Yangshuo contemplated for a moment and responded, There are both strong and weak among them, but the few at the pinnacle should be relatively comparable. However, they made their decisions abruptly, so their preparation is undoubtedly not as thorough as ours, and their numbers are certainly fewer. As long as no severe conflicts arise, there should be no major issues. The greatest peril of the ancient battlefield lies within itself. Nevertheless, there are indeed several celestial realms that are not particularly amicable towards us, but I cannot elaborate on the specifics. The celestial lord of the Star River will certainly inform you in due course. Tang Tian nodded. The inclusion of the quasi-holy sons from the other 8 celestial realms was an unexpected twist, yet he perceived no substantial threat to his plans. Having the opportunity to encounter the talents of other celestial realms was indeed a refreshing experience. Since his transference to this world, he had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of his own sect, nor had he engaged significantly with individuals from outside the celestial realms. Being born within a formidable super-sect posed its challenges, making it difficult to transcend the limitations of that framework. This occasion would provide him with a chance to witness the extraordinary qualities possessed by the prodigies of other celestial realms. After elucidating all matters pertaining to the Holy Sun trial, the celestial sovereign of Yangshuo took his leave. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before directly contacting the celestial emperor of the Star River to inquire about related matters. The Galaxy Immortal Emperor allayed his doubts. The sudden involvement of the 8 great heavenly courts was merely for some treasure within the relics. They were unaware of the existence of the ancient ancestral land. Thus, it would fundamentally not affect Tang Tian's plans. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt reassured. The core vessel was indeed quite significant, and he did not wish to return empty-handed this time. As long as there was no impact, he would be content. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the eve of the final day, Tang Tian returned to Heavenly Pool Mountain. As the sun rose, all those preparing to venture to the ancient domain battlefield to participate in the Holy Sun's trial had gathered together. The location remained the same as before. At the celestial viewing platform, the Galaxy Immortal Emperor, the Grand Elder, and the Sun-Shining Immortal Sovereign were all present. Additionally, the 2 other lords of the Heavenly Court made their appearance, though they did not reveal their true forms. They merely stood in an unknown realm, casting their gazes down. Once everyone was prepared, the Galaxy Immortal Emperor drew his long sword from his waist, and, with a swift motion, slashed downward. A fissure slowly manifested in the void, which rapidly expanded, forming a profound portal into the abyss. Chapter 504. The rules of the trial before the gathered assembly. A profound void gate materialized, suspended in the emptiness. A sense of decay and desolation emanated from the portal, causing many present to shudder involuntarily. It was an aura unlike anything encountered in this world, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Tang Tian could not help but narrow his eyes. On the other side of the gate lay the fabled ancient battlefield, indeed extraordinary. In addition to the myriad of negative energies, he perceived an exceedingly chaotic order. This turmoil clashed severely with the very fabric of the world, instilling an intense discomfort in all beings who inhabited it, including humans. Should any cultivator below the rank of Celestial King find themselves here, they would likely succumb to madness under the onslaught of such an aura. At that moment, the voice of the Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy resonated gently. Through this portal, you shall enter the ancient battlefield. You may have heard of it or know nothing at all. Such details are inconsequential. Looking upon the more than 100 aspiring holy sons below, he stated, "Now, you should have sensed its distinct nature. The ancient battlefield is a perilous realm fraught with the risk of death at any moment. If anyone wishes to withdraw at this juncture, I can permit your departure, allowing you to continue as aspiring holy sons, while still retaining the opportunity to participate in the Holy Sun trial in the future. This is your final chance to make a choice. Once you pass through this portal, there will be no turning back." Upon hearing the Celestial Emperor's words, the disciples appeared tense, yet after a lengthy pause, not a single one chose to withdraw at that moment. They were the most exceptional disciples, handpicked from across the world, each harboring their own pride. No one would opt for abandonment at this critical juncture. Challenges were merely obstacles to be confronted head-on. Seeing the disciples' resolute response, the Celestial Emperor of the Galaxy nodded slightly and remarked, "Well done, displaying great courage. I shall now impart some fundamental information regarding the ancient battlefield, along with the specific rules of this Holy Sun trial. Subsequently, Under the Celestial Emperor's narration, Tang Tian came to understand the rules of the trial. Firstly, the ancient battlefield was a shattered world. Perhaps 1,000,000 years ago, it thrived in a manner akin to the flourishing cultivation civilization of the cloud summit heaven. However, for reasons unknown, this world descended into ruin. All beings perished, and the rules became utterly chaotic. Amidst this confusion, a terrifying entity known as the Nightmare was born. The Nightmare was neither a living being nor possessed of intelligence. Yet, it was tremendously powerful, driven solely by a brutal instinct to kill. These creatures would attack one another, inflict self-harm, and assault any external beings without relent, persisting until death. The strength of the Nightmares, if defined by the realm of cultivators, can be regarded as at least that of celestial sovereigns. There are numerous entities even more formidable than celestial emperors. Thus, these beings rank among the most perilous presences in the ancient domain battlefield. The celestial sovereign of the starry river conveyed to the disciples that although the location they were about to venture into had undergone a thorough cleansing, with the vast majority of nightmares eradicated, there remained the possibility of a few elusive remnants. Should they encounter such a being, they could only rely on their own fortune. In addition to the nightmares, the ever-present storms of chaotic rules are also among the primary culprits of countless cultivators' demise. Some rule storms are visible to the naked eye, allowing for anticipatory avoidance. However, others are utterly imperceptible. Once one inadvertently steps into such a storm, it is already too late, leaving no chance for even a plea for mercy. To date, no one has emerged from a rule storm unscathed, including celestial emperors themselves. Furthermore, there exist many other dangers, such as lingering malevolent artifacts, sporadic spatial rifts, and bizarre formations wrought from chaotic rules, all of which pose a significant threat to life. In summary, one must exercise utmost caution and refrain from reckless ambition. Next, the rules of the Sacred Sun trial were to be unveiled. This year's Sacred Sun trial would be conducted in the same location across the 9 great heavenly estates, a site of ancient ruins. These ruins are imbued with vast opportunities and house many high-quality celestial treasures. However, they are bound by specific regulatory constraints, permitting entry only to cultivators beneath the rank of Celestial Emperor. Consequently, the exploration of these ruins progresses rather slowly, with numerous unknown precious resources still concealed within. The purpose of this Sacred Sun trial is to determine who can uncover the most valuable rewards within the ruins. Recently, an extraordinary item was discovered within the ruins, one that holds immense significance for the heavenly estates and indeed for the entire world in which we reside. This is precisely why the other 8 heavenly estates chose to join midway. The celestial sovereign of the starry river spoke gently. "I will now distribute a container to each of you. This vessel will assist you in gathering that particular item. At the conclusion of the trial, the one who collects the most will earn the ultimate title of Sacred Sun." This encapsulates the specific rules of the trial. It sounds relatively straightforward, akin to the rules of a treasure-seeking trial. However, at this juncture, Luo Shi, seated beside Tang Tian, suddenly raised her hand high. The celestial sovereign noticed and gestured for her to inquire. Luo Shi promptly asked, "How shall we identify that treasure?" The celestial sovereign elucidated, "The treasure is formless and colorless, and I cannot describe it to you. However, the containers I provide will also serve as treasure-finding devices. When the treasure comes within proximity of the container, it will reveal pertinent guidance. The sensing range is approximately 100 steps. 100 paces, which is approximately 100 meters, is a relatively modest distance for cultivators. One might even assert it is rather insignificant. It seems that the quest for treasures is not an easy endeavor." Upon hearing the explanation, Luo Shi responded with a thoughtful "oh" and then posed another inquiry. "Does such a container possess any form of identification? For instance, once a treasure has been collected, is there a possibility of retrieving it?" This question instantly sent a shiver through the hearts of the assembled quasi-saints, while the starry river immortal emperor revealed a subtle smile. This inquiry reached its culmination. He then addressed the disciples, stating, "The container is merely a vessel. If one acquires another container, one can transfer the contents into their own possession. Thus," he continued, "once the trial commences, everyone may potentially become your adversary." The expressions of the crowd turned grave. Under such regulations, the intensity of this trial is bound to escalate to unprecedented heights. Chapter 505. The initiation of Lu Chang'e as the Starry River Immortal Emperor narrated. The circumstances of the ancient battlefield and the rules of the Saint Sun trial became abundantly clear. The aspirants, poised to become Saint Sons, must brave perilous challenges in their quest for sufficient treasures to secure their coveted positions. During this endeavor, they must remain vigilant against rival competitors, for these treasures are susceptible to theft by others. Tang Tian was acutely aware that such occurrences were inevitable. Among the individuals from the Cloud Summit Heavenly Manor, there might be some restraint in their actions, yet with the presence of aspirants from the other 8 heavenly manors, any potential conflict could indeed turn bloody. However, for him, this posed little concern. In fact, these very rules were advantageous, allowing him to pursue the ancient ancestral grounds with greater assurance. Once he had attended to his affairs, should time prove insufficient, he could simply borrow some treasures from others. What a trivial matter. Once all regulations were thoroughly articulated, the Starry River Immortal Emperor swept his expansive sleeves, enveloping all participating aspirants within. He then soared towards the ethereal portal in the sky. As their figures faded into the gateway, the portal, exuding an aura of elegance, gradually vanished from sight. The Saint Sun trial had officially commenced. At that moment, within a shadowy expanse, Lu Chang'e sat regally at the summit. Beneath him stood over 100 individuals clad in black cloaks, bowing in reverence. Silence reigned supreme, so profound that the fall of a pin could be distinctly heard. Time passed, and suddenly, Lu Chang'e raised his gaze, unfurling the fan in his hand. Calculating the passage of time, he mused softly. Tang Tian and the others must have set forth by now. A figure in black beside him inclined respectfully. Indeed, master. The Saint Sun trial begins today. Tang Tian should have already entered the ancient battlefield. Lu Chang'e nodded gently, then sighed, his tone laden with contemplation. Your emergence has altered many circumstances and transformed my inner convictions. The expansion of the heavenly manors has wrought countless slaughters, yet he is not entirely incorrect. This is the course of history, an inevitability none can resist. Following the unification of the world by the heavenly manors, the once declining cultivation civilization has indeed been rejuvenated. Nonetheless, certain actions are imperative for me to undertake. This is the sole promise I have made in this lifetime. Having spoken, he gazed at the assembly of black-clad figures, slowly waving his fan. After a subtle wave of energy, a small white jade vial appeared in each of their hands. Let us commence, Lu Chang'e intoned softly. All the cloaked figures knelt on one knee, uncorked the small vials, and with their heads tilted back, poured the unknown contents into their mouths. Instantly, an uncanny aura surged throughout the entire space, as their collective presence began to rise swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he transcended to the realm of the celestial sovereign. Yet, this momentum showed no signs of abating. Under Lu Chang'e's watchful gaze, it continued to ascend. Mid-stage celestial sovereign, late-stage celestial sovereign, pinnacle of the celestial sovereign. Ultimately, he shattered the final constraints. Lu Chang'e rose to his feet, his gaze piercing. Once more, he waved his folding fan, parting the dark expanse to reveal a vast chasm, through which the light of day streamed in. Kill. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Pool Mountain's Wishing Pavilion, the elders of the Celestial Pool Mountain withdrew their gazes as they observed the portal in the void gradually fading from view. The Grand Elder sighed softly, remarking, out of 126 individuals, I wonder how many will return unscathed, and which 5 will ultimately ascend to the position of Sacred Son. He then turned to the nearby Yangshuo Celestial Sovereign, inquiring, Tang Tian should have a fair chance, correct? The Yangshuo Celestial Sovereign smiled lightly, not just a fair chance. It is absolutely assured. I have already informed Shan Yan, and all disciples of the Soul Guarding Mountain will exert their utmost efforts to assist Tang Tian in attaining the position of Sacred Son. This time, the rules are particularly favorable. The Grand Elder's expression turned blank. Have you all lost your minds? Are you willing to have so many forsake the pursuit of higher realms for Tang Tian? Is this fair to them? The Yangshuo Celestial Sovereign turned to the Grand Elder, his gaze indifferent. This is their choice. The assistance Tang Tian has provided to the Soul Guarding Mountain is beyond your imagination. Once Shan Yan witnessed his uncle finally find the will to live, he resolved to repay Tang Tian at any cost. The disciples of the Soul Guarding Mountain hold gratitude above all else. They will never act in gratitude. Upon hearing the Yangshuo Celestial Sovereign's words, The Grand Elder let out a heavy sigh. After all these years, you still harbor resentment towards me. Yet, do you not realize that my division of the soul-guarding mountain was also for your protection? There will come a day when the conflict ceases. Those former enemies have gradually entered the celestial abode, some even assuming significant positions. If I had not acted, the internal strife would have eventually depleted you. The Yangshua celestial sovereign shook his head. Your strategy is one that neither Ming Xian nor I endorse. To cut the grass, one must uproot it. Do you truly expect these favors to compel them to relinquish their grudges? We have obliterated their lineage. The Grand Elder's expression was complex as he responded. So, according to your reasoning, should we eradicate them completely? Do not forget, we are the outsiders. If we were to annihilate them entirely, over 90% of practitioners in this world would perish. How then could we develop? How could we fulfill the tasks assigned to us? The excessively rigid stance of your soul-guarding mountain is precisely why I had to divide you. He was somewhat angered, his tone imbued with the fervor of tireless effort and the frustration of being misunderstood. Yet, the esteemed Yinshua immortal merely shook his head. The principle of no destruction. No construction merely signifies a deceleration in development. By allowing them to remain, they will inevitably become a latent threat. The Grand Elder scoffed and turned away, stating, "The reality is that our Cloud Summit Heavenly Manor is currently thriving with unparalleled prosperity. Established the latest. It has already ascended to the mid-tier among the 9 great heavenly manors. The peril you speak of, I have yet to witness." However, scarcely had his words faded when a chilling aura suddenly surged from the depths of the earth, enveloping the entire realm. Subsequently, an endless expanse of dark clouds inexplicably emerged, swiftly spreading across the sky, shrouding the light. In the next moment, a resplendent jade fan appeared from the void, growing larger in the Grand Elder's eyes. "Not good," he bellowed. As the might of a quasi-emperor erupted forth, fists clenched, he launched an assault against the fan. Yinshua Immortal and the other elders swiftly responded, unleashing terrifying strikes in unison. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens. The disciples within the 4 arenas, upon hearing the commotion, abruptly looked up, their faces instantly reflecting boundless terror. A bone-chilling cold coursed from their heads to their heels, rendering their scalps numb. Before their eyes, a colossal fan sliced through the center of Tianqi Mountain, cleaving the entire mountain in two. Simultaneously, the location of the law enforcement hall's heavenly prison erupted with a deafening explosion.